I had just transmigrated into a high martial arts world and already failed the college entrance exam. My family wanted me to become a farmer, marry a regular wife, have kids, and live off subsidies for the rest of my life. I really wanted to curse them out right then and there. Then, the system arrived. Progeny and prosperity. Well, isn't that a coincidence? Having kids is my KPI, isn't it? The system matched me with a partner, and I skipped right over those young virgins and chose a 28-year-old quasi-martial artist with $900,000 in debt. My parents went berserk, cursing me for jumping into a pit of fire. But how could they know that the stronger my wife, the greater my rewards? Just one night, my wife got pregnant, and my cultivation technique leveled up. This life of a kept man is actually pretty sweet. The college entrance exam results lay coldly on my personal terminal. Genetic potential, 5%, fail. The head teacher's words were tactful, but I knew my dream of attending a martial arts university was shattered. Back home, my parents' sighs nearly brought the ceiling down. They advised me to accept the post-graduation placement, just like my second and fourth brothers, become a farm administrator, be matched with a similar woman, and then live off subsidies for having children. Your second brother and his wife have 3 kids now. Their monthly fertility allowance is higher than their salary. My mother's words were filled with longing for this kind of stable life. I couldn't accept it. I came from a different world. I didn't want to exhaust my life in endless repetition. I wanted to cultivate martial arts, to see the sights of this interstellar age. Even if it meant taking on $1 million loan to attend a private university, I wanted to give it a shot. But my parents' words were like a bucket of cold water. Old fifth from next door graduated from a private university, and isn't he still a deliveryman? I was speechless. Without talent, no amount of money could turn you into anything more than a slightly stronger deliveryman. Just as I was lying in bed, torn between accepting my fate and going into debt, a grand, mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Host has reached 18 years of age, binding the progeny and prosperity system. Binding successful. The more you reproduce, the stronger your bloodline. I shot up from the bed in an instant. A system. My golden finger had finally arrived. After a night of research, I completely understood. My future wasn't in a university, but in my partner and my offspring. The next day, I calmly told my parents, I'll accept the post-graduation placement. They were overjoyed and urged me to confirm it on my terminal immediately. The process started quickly. Position matched successfully, Grain District 16, Farm 939, Farm Administrator. Just as expected, the same as my brothers. But that wasn't important. What mattered was the next step, partner matching. 3 options appeared on the light screen. The first 2 were 20-year-old ordinary girls, family-oriented, with no debt. My parents nodded in approval. My gaze locked onto the third one. Candidate C, by Mushi, age, 28. Status, quasi-martial artist. Overall assessment, excellent. Debt status, student loan of $900,000. The male party is required to share half of the burden. Profile, possesses a foundation in martial arts, strong desire to have children. Her, I tapped. Are you crazy? My mother shrieked. $900,000. Your monthly salary is only $3,000. You'd have to pay it off for 30 years without eating or drinking. And she's 28, an old woman, and a quasi-martial artist. You won't be able to control her. This kind of woman is a vampire. My father's face turned pale with anger. In their eyes, I had made a decision 100 times more foolish than attending a private university. I didn't argue, just said calmly, let's meet her first. The meeting place was the administration building. I arrived first. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and a tall figure walked in. Mushi was even more stunning in person than in her photo. A white t-shirt and sports shorts couldn't hide her long, straight legs and a body brimming with power. She was beautiful, but her eyes were cold. You've read my file, she spoke first, her voice cool. $900,000 in debt, to be shared. I have only one request. After marriage, I hope to continue my cultivation and aim for the martial artist realm. Seeing me frown, she thought I was going to refuse and added, my loan has a 5-year interest-free period. Your salary is low since you just graduated. Once we have children, the fertility allowance will be enough to cover my $100,000 annual tuition. I was a little shocked, not by the debt, but by her dedication to martial arts. Seeing my silence, she stood up to leave, assuming another failed match. I didn't say no, I called out to her. She sat down again, a hint of wariness in her eyes. I stared at her and asked the question that concerned me the most. Your profile says strong desire to have children. Are you serious? A blush crept onto her cheeks, but she gritted her teeth and nodded. Yes. For the sake of martial arts, she was willing to give up everything, including becoming a breeding tool. And I just happened to need a powerful breeding tool. Good. I tapped the table. I like children, the more the better. I looked at her and said, word by word, can you deliver? She was offended by my directness, her cheeks flushed, and she said coldly, as long as there are enough resources, how many do you want? I held up one finger. She frowned. 10. I shook my head. She seemed to think of the limit. A soccer team? I spoke slowly, my tone calm but firm. Until you can't have any more. Mushi was stunned by my words, her cheeks so red they looked like they would bleed. The emotions in her eyes shifted from embarrassment and astonishment to a calm resolve born of desperation. She understood that this was a naked transaction. She needed my support in exchange for cultivation resources, and I needed her powerful genes to produce offspring. Fine, she squeezed out the word through gritted teeth. But I have conditions. All fertility allowances are mine. Your salary, after expenses, must also support me as much as possible. You cannot interfere with my cultivation. Fine, I agreed without hesitation. Before we become a real couple, you can't touch me, she proposed her final condition, with a last shred of dignity. I laughed. We're not dating, we're executing an agreement. The content of the agreement is to have children, so, let's start tonight. The sooner you get pregnant, the sooner you can get the allowance. My words shattered her last illusion. She was silent for a long time, then finally extended her hand and shook mine. Deal. The process was surprisingly fast. Confirming the match, signing the agreement, allocating housing. Everything was done on the personal terminal. When I brought Mushi home, my parents' faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. But what was done, and they could only accept it. While Mushi was in the bathroom, my mother was still berating me for my foolishness. I only told them what they wanted to hear. She has a strong desire to have children. We've discussed it, and we'll start right away. The next day, after a simple meal with my family, we moved into the allocated housing in Sunny Garden, a 2-bedroom apartment, fully furnished. Mushi chose the smaller bedroom, leaving the larger one for me. I knew she wanted to turn it into a training room. Night fell. There was only one double bed in the apartment. She came out of the shower wearing a silk nightgown, her hair damp. A touch of shyness colored her usually cold cheeks. Although she was mentally prepared, at this moment, the 28-year-old Quasi martial artist was still nervous. She stood there, at a loss. I sat on the edge of the bed, suppressed the flutter in my heart, and said as calmly as possible, "It's late, let's sleep." The atmosphere became even more delicate. I lay down first, keeping to the outer edge. She hesitated for a long time before carefully lying down as well, her body stiff. There was a distance between us, but we could clearly hear each other's heartbeats. Silence stretched. I knew the agreement started tonight. After a long while, just as I thought she had fallen asleep, her voice, trembling with determination, came from beside me. "Lin-chen, didn't you say we'd start tonight?" My eyes snapped open, and I turned my head. In the darkness, she was looking at me. Her beautiful eyes held shyness, unease, and a hint of desperate courage. The air instantly heated up. The woman had made the first move, a man couldn't lose. I rolled over and took her cold hand. After a tumble in the sheets, the room fell silent. As I was savoring the moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding! The Progeny and Prosperity system is officially activated. Newbie benefits have been distributed. 1. Host's genetic potential plus 1%. 2. Partner Mushi's chance of conception within 10 attempts increased to 100%. A warm current flowed through my body. I immediately checked my panel. Host, Lin Chen. Genetic potential, 6. 15%. Stamina, 55 plus. Spirit, 62 plus. Psionic energy, 10 plus. Cultivation technique, 128th set of radiocalisthenics level 1. Partner, Mushi, affection 50. Offspring, none. My genetic potential really increased. From 15% to 15%, one step closer to the 7% threshold for a quasi-martial artist. There were plus signs after stamina, spirit, and psionic energy, indicating room for improvement. Overjoyed, my attention immediately shifted to the second benefit. Within 10 attempts, 100% conception. I looked at Mushi, who had her back to me, her body still tense. She was doing it for martial arts, and so was I. Our goals were aligned. The sooner she got pregnant, the sooner she could get the allowance, and the sooner I could get the system's rewards. I wasn't a selfish person. This was a win-win. With that thought, I didn't hesitate to wrap my arms around her from behind. Her body instantly stiffened. "What are you doing?" "Mushi," I whispered in her ear, "I don't think we've tried hard enough." The night was still young. Under the glow of the virtual night sky, we tried 3 more times. I felt a little tired and was about to call a temporary truce when I noticed Mushi, who was beneath me, had opened her eyes at some point. Her usually cold eyes were now shimmering with moisture. The next second, she flipped over, reversing our positions, and looked down at me. Her voice was hoarse and alluring. I think we can keep trying a little longer. I was dumbfounded. I had forgotten that she was a quasi-martial artist. Her stamina and endurance far surpassed mine. Looking at the battle intent shining in her eyes, I just felt a soreness in my lower back. Was I about to be drained dry? 3 hours later, she stretched lazily, seemingly satisfied. That's enough for today. I was panting heavily and secretly glanced at the system panel. Partner by Mushi's conception progress, 9 out of 10. Just one more time. The final push. Thinking of the generous rewards, a new surge of strength came from somewhere. No, one more time, I said firmly. She looked at me in surprise, with a hint of concern mixed with a feeling of being challenged. You skinny dog, can you still go? How about I make you some soup tomorrow to replenish? Before she could finish, I had already retaken the initiative. Another hour of intense battle. Just as I felt I was about to pass out, the heavenly sound finally echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host. Partner by Mushi is now pregnant. Reward received, randomly unlock cultivation technique practice permission. 128th set of radio calisthenics practice permission unlocked. 128th set of radio calisthenics level 1, 0 out of 10. I was instantly awake. The system explained that this meant I only needed to practice the radio calisthenics 10 more times to reach level 2. 10 years. I had been practicing since elementary school, for a full 10 years, and couldn't break through the bottleneck. Now, I just needed 10 more times. Excitement and ecstasy overwhelmed me. I leaped out of bed and, under by Mushi's astonished gaze, began to perform the radio calisthenics meticulously. My body was already drained, and my movements were clumsy, supported only by willpower. When the last movement was completed, I immediately checked the panel. 128th set of radio calisthenics level 1, 1 out of 10. It worked. A huge wave of fatigue instantly washed over me. My vision went black, and I fell straight onto the bed, snoring like thunder. Before I fell unconscious, I only heard by Mushi's voice, tinged with disgust and a hint of complex emotion. Smelly man, hasn't even showered. The next day, I was awakened by the rich aroma of food. Mushi was wearing a house dress, carrying a pot of soup out of the kitchen. The morning light shone on her, softening her usual sharp edges, giving her a more gentle, wifely appearance. If you're awake, come have some soup. You expended too much energy last night, she said calmly, but her cheeks were slightly red. I was a little embarrassed. My whole body was sore as I crawled out of bed, only to be shooed into the shower by her disgusted look. After washing up, I came out wrapped in a towel. The previous night's efforts, combined with the attribute increase, had faintly outlined abs on my stomach. When Mushi saw it, her breath hitched, and her face turned completely red. She quickly averted her gaze. I sat down to have the soup. It was essence-fortifying soup, made from the bones and meat of a low-level mutated beast, excellent for restoring stamina. The warm liquid slid into my stomach, quickly dispelling my fatigue. Delicious, I praised sincerely. If you're going to be like last night in the future, you can drink more, she said in a low voice, a hint of concern in her tone. Thank you, Mushi. I looked at her seriously. We're partners. It's what I should do. She avoided my gaze. Seeing the lingering blush on her face, a smile played on my lips as I said sincerely, you're beautiful. Her cheeks flushed whoosh, and she shot me a reproachful glare. Smooth talker. To hide her embarrassment, she urged me to finish eating and go to work. I smiled and asked her about her plans for the day. She hesitated for a moment, then said uncertainly, I might be pregnant. My personal terminal notified me this morning. I've already scheduled a checkup at the community medical center for tomorrow. I immediately put on a look of ecstatic joy. Really? Seeing my surprised expression, she nodded gently, a weight seeming to lift from her heart. I proudly took credit. Looks like my efforts last night were very effective. She was both shy and angry, grabbing a napkin and pretending to throw it at me. Don't talk nonsense. Her coquettish manner had a certain charm. After breakfast, I changed into my farm administrator's uniform. Mushi helped me adjust my collar and reminded me to be careful on the road. As I walked out the door, I saw on the system panel that her affection had unknowingly risen to 60, and my stamina had increased by 1 point, becoming 56. I was in a great mood. At the express line station, I ran into my high school classmate, Wang Hao. He was also wearing the same uniform, assigned to a nearby farm. Holy shit, Lin Chen, you accepted the placement too? He said with a look of disbelief. Then he saw where I was standing and was even more shocked. You live in Sunny Garden? You were successfully matched? So quickly? I smiled and nodded. Just then, By Mushi sent a message. Initial practice authorization for 8 treasures art has been sent. I saw you were still practicing radio calisthenics last night. This one is more efficient. I'll teach you when you get back tonight. A warmth spread through my heart. This cultivation technique wasn't expensive, but hiring a teacher was. She had actually bought it for me and was going to teach me herself. Wang Hao, who was next to me, had sharp eyes. He caught a glimpse of Bai Mushi's cold and beautiful ID photo avatar on my terminal, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He sucked in a sharp breath, grabbed my arm, and asked excitedly, Is this the partner you were matched with? I nodded calmly. Yeah, holy shit. Wang Hao cursed, his voice filled with incredulous jealousy and bitterness. Wang Hao's face twisted in sourness, and he thought to himself, this must be a photo trick. If there really is such a beautiful woman in reality, it wouldn't be Lin Chen, that farm manager, who gets her. The partner he matched with, while also somewhat good-looking, was like a passerby compared to Lin Chen's celestial beauty. Why was that? Just then, the hover train slowly arrived at the station. Ding, the vehicle has arrived, please pay attention to your step. Lin Chen patted Wang Hao on the shoulder, let's go, get on. The two boarded the train, one after the other. The carriage was not crowded, and Lin Chen found a window seat while Wang Hao silently sat across from him, separated by an aisle. Throughout the journey, Wang Hao was lost in thought. He opened his personal terminal and clicked on the photo of his partner. The girl in the photo had an ordinary appearance, with a few freckles on her face, but her smile was quite honest and simple. The more Wang Hao looked, the more frustrated he became, and recalling the fleeting glimpse of Bai Mushi's profile earlier, his sense of imbalance grew stronger. It must be a photo trick. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and repeated in his heart. He just couldn't believe that Lin Chen could match with such an exceptional partner. Or maybe that woman had some hidden flaw. The hover train was moving steadily, and the scenery outside flew by. The tall buildings gradually receded, replaced by endless standardized farmland. These farmlands were divided into countless large blocks, with various crops thriving under artificial lighting and precise temperature control systems. Occasionally, large semi-automated agricultural machines could be seen parked in the fields. These semi-automated machines were what they, as managers, needed to operate. Wang Hao remained immersed in his thoughts, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Chen with a complex expression. He simply couldn't understand how Lin Chen, being so handsome, could also be so lucky. It was unfair. That woman must have some hidden illness? Or a particularly bad personality? Otherwise, how could it be Lin Chen? The more Wang Hao thought, the more he felt his speculations made sense, and his heart felt slightly more balanced. Lin Chen, however, completely ignored Wang Hao's inner turmoil. He closed his eyes to rest, but in his mind, he was carefully studying the 8 treasures skill. This set of skills was indeed much more intricate than the 128th set of radio calisthenics. Not only did it have corresponding breathing techniques, but it also required some subtle control of the body. This was also why it couldn't be widely promoted. School teachers found teaching radio calisthenics troublesome enough. Would they teach you this for free? Just because you have a big face? When I get home tonight, I must study hard with my wife. Lin Chen thought to himself. Soon, the announcement for the train's arrival sounded. Grain District 16, Station 950 has arrived. Passengers heading to farms 930 to 960 please disembark here. Lin Chen and Wang Hao stood up together. I'm going to farm 952, I'll head that way. Wang Hao pointed in one direction, what about you? Which way to 939? I'm going this way. Lin Chen pointed in the opposite direction. Alright, let's keep in touch later. Good luck at work. Wang Hao waved his hand somewhat dismissively and walked straight towards his farm. Following the signs, Lin Chen quickly found the management office of Farm 939. It was a modest 3-story building. Lin Chen walked into the reception hall on the first floor and presented his identity information and assignment notice to a staff member operating a terminal. Lin Chen, right? Welcome to Farm 939. I'm the logistics supervisor here, my surname is Zhang. A middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly plump, greeted him warmly. Supervisor Zhang briefly introduced Lin Chen to the basic situation of the farm, work responsibilities, and important notes. Farm 939 mainly cultivated high-energy nutritional grains and several special economic crops. Supervisor Zhang familiarized Lin Chen with the work environment, provided him with basic tools, and activated his work badge using the personal terminal. Your work area is Zone C7, where we mainly cultivate Golden Ear No. 1 high-energy nutritional grain. Here is the operation manual and the area map. You should familiarize yourself with them first. Today To help you get acquainted with the place, and you will officially start tomorrow, Supervisor Zhang said as he handed a datapad to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the datapad and flipped through it briefly. The so-called farm administrator's job sounded simple, but in reality, it was quite complicated. First, he needed to be proficient in operating various semi-automated agricultural machinery, including seeders, fertilizer spreaders, irrigation system controllers, and most importantly, harvesters. Although these machines were called semi-automated, many key processes still required manual intervention and adjustment, especially when dealing with crops at different growth stages and unexpected situations. Secondly, he needed to monitor the crops in his charge within Zone C7 daily. This included observing the growth of the crops, recording growth data such as plant height, leaf color, and signs of pests or diseases. All this data needed to be uploaded in real time to the farm's central database via a personal terminal for analysis by the technical department. Finally, he was also responsible for the daily maintenance of relevant equipment in the area and basic troubleshooting. For example, checking whether the irrigation pipes were clear, whether the sensor readings were accurate, and the lubrication and cleaning of agricultural machinery, etc. If he encountered problems that he could not solve himself, he needed to report them promptly. It could be said that this job required a certain amount of physical strength, as well as attention to detail and a sense of responsibility. Supervisor Zhang led Lin Chen to Zone C7. As far as the eye could see, there was a field of golden grains, growing well and emitting a faint fragrance. This is golden ear number 1, one of our galaxy's main food crops. With a high energy conversion rate and good taste, Supervisor Zhang introduced. Your job is to ensure they grow smoothly until they are ready for harvest. Next to them were several agricultural machines that Lin Chen had just seen on the fast line. These are the cultivator Type 3 multifunctional operation platforms, which integrate various functions such as seeding, fertilizing, and weeding. They are not difficult to operate, and the datapad contains detailed tutorials. That big one over there is the Harvest Beast number 5 combine harvester. You will use it when the crops are mature. Supervisor Zhang pointed out the machines one by one. Lin Chen listened attentively, nodding from time to time. Although he was focused on cultivating martial arts, since he had accepted this job, he would do his best. Moreover, a stable job meant a stable income. Whether for his family or to support Mushi's cultivation, this was necessary. Alright, today you just need to familiarize yourself with the environment and look over the operation manual. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me through internal communication or consult other experienced employees. The atmosphere on our farm is quite good, everyone is willing to help. Supervisor Zhang said, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder with a smile. Thank you, Supervisor Zhang. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude. After Supervisor Zhang left, Lin Chen wandered around Zone C7 by himself. He opened the datapad and began to study the operation methods of the agricultural machinery and the knowledge of crop care seriously. Occasionally, other farm administrators drove small patrol vehicles past his area, mostly just glancing at him out of curiosity without much interaction. Lin Chen enjoyed the peace and focused intently on his studies. He found that although agricultural technology in this era was highly developed, it still relied on human management and decision-making. The so-called modern farmer was not as simple as he had initially imagined. A day quickly passed. When the personal terminal indicated that it was time to clock out, Lin Chen stretched and felt a bit tired, but more than that, he felt a sense of fulfillment. He had gained a preliminary understanding of this job and had a new plan for his future life. Time to go home. My wife should have dinner ready, and she still needs to teach me 8 treasure skill tonight. Thinking of Mushi, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, his steps becoming much lighter. Lin Chen returned to the Shangyang Huayuan Building B, room 1314, and opened the door with his terminal access. Wife, I'm back. As soon as he spoke, the bedroom door swung open, and Mushi walked out. She was wearing a tight black training outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Sweat soaked her temples and clothes, clinging to her skin, with a few damp strands sticking to her smooth, full forehead, adding a touch of post-exercise allure. Her cheeks were flushed from the intense workout, and her breathing was slightly labored. Upon hearing Lin Chen's casual wife, Mushi's body visibly stiffened for a moment, the blush on her cheeks seeming to deepen, and her gaze became somewhat evasive. She hesitated for a moment, as if doing some mental preparation, but ultimately mustered the courage to say, her voice as soft as a whisper yet clear to Lin Chen's ears, husband, you're back. This was the first time Mushi called him husband. Lin Chen's heart fluttered as he looked at her shy yet determined expression, finding her incredibly adorable. Mushi seemed to sense Lin Chen's burning gaze and quickly changed the subject, pointing towards the kitchen. I've already prepared the dishes. I saw it was still early. So I practiced for a while. Lin Chun understood immediately. This soon-to-be martial artist wife of his truly wouldn't let a moment go by without training. Bai Mushi felt uncomfortable under Lin Chen's gaze, her cheeks burning, her eyes wandering, and with a hint of shyness. She said, I'm all sweaty, I'll go take a shower first. With that, she turned and hurried towards the bathroom. However, just as she stepped into the bathroom and hadn't even had the chance to close the door, she heard footsteps behind her. The next second, Lin Chen's figure appeared at the bathroom door. Ah! Bai Mushi exclaimed, instinctively trying to shut the door, but Lin Chen was quicker, squeezing in. What are you doing? Bai Mushi was both embarrassed and anxious. Lin Chen chuckled, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Whispering hotly in her ear, wife, let's wash together, save water, and respond to the Empire's call. No, the following is omitted. An hour later, the bathroom door finally opened. Bai Mushi walked out, her face flushed, wearing a clean cotton loungewear, her hair still slightly damp, exuding a fresh scent from her shower. She kept her head down, not daring to look at Lin Chen, quickly sitting at the dining table, picking up chopsticks, silently serving Lin Chen rice, her ears still red enough to drip blood. Everything that had happened in the bathroom made her feel hot and flustered just thinking about it, her heart racing. This man is getting worse and worse. Lin Chen, on the other hand, looked refreshed, sitting down at the dining table with a big smile, enjoying Bai Mushi's shy demeanor, feeling quite pleased. At the table, Bai Mushi tried to calm her emotions, asking in as calm a tone as possible, so, how was your first day at work? Lin Chen took a bite of rice, smiling as he replied, it was okay, the work isn't hard, just a bit tedious. The farm supervisor is nice, and the colleagues seem easy to get along with. He briefly shared what he did and saw at work today. Bai Mushi listened attentively, nodding occasionally and asking a question or two. Although she was fully focused on martial arts, she wasn't completely indifferent to her partners. Work and life. After dinner, Lin Chen suggested, wife, let's go for a walk to digest. Bai Mushi paused for a moment at the mention of a walk. Seeing the hint of expectation in Lin Chen's eyes, she inexplicably nodded, okay. The two changed into casual clothes, hand in hand. Stepping out of the house. Under the night sky, Xiangyang Huayuan was brightly lit, with many residents strolling and chatting in the community filled with the vibrancy of life. Lin Chen and Bai Mushi walked side by side, neither of them speaking, but the atmosphere was not awkward. Instead, there was an inexplicable warmth flowing between them. Bai Mushi was tall, and even in flat shoes, she was only half a head shorter than Lin Chen. As she walked beside him, feeling the warmth from his palm, a strange sensation surged in her heart. This calm and stable life seemed not as unbearable as she had imagined. Just as they were enjoying this rare tranquility, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out. Oh, Lin Chen? What a coincidence! Following the voice, Lin Chen turned to see Wang Hao, who was hugging a slightly plump girl, walking towards them. Wang Hao's gaze froze the moment he saw Bai Mushi beside Lin Chen. His eyes widened like copper bells, his mouth slightly agape, wearing a look of disbelief. During the day on the express line, he had only seen Bai Mushi's profile picture, and although he was amazed, he still held a sliver of hope that it was a photo trick. But now, the real Bai Mushi stood right in front of him. Even more stunning than in the photo. Her tall and proportionate figure, even under simple casual wear, could not hide her curves. That exquisitely beautiful face, illuminated by the streetlights, had fair and delicate skin that glowed with health. Especially those cool phoenix eyes, which seemed to soften a bit because she was with Lin Chen, losing some of their aloofness but gaining even more charm. She stood quietly beside Lin Chen, her aura ethereal, as if she were a fairy untouched by the mundane world. Wang Hao felt as if his breath had stopped. This was simply a fairy descending to the mortal realm. The tumult in Wang Hao's heart was just a fleeting moment. He still understood basic social etiquette. Although his expression was still a bit stiff, he smiled and introduced, Qi Yi, this is my partner, Zhang Qian. Qian, this is my high school classmate, Lin Chen, and this must be your sister-in-law, right? Wang Hao's gaze swept over Bai Mushi. Zhang Qian, Wang Hao's partner, was a girl who looked somewhat honest and simple. She curiously sized up Lin Chen, and when she saw his tall and handsome figure, her eyes clearly lit up and a shy blush appeared on her face. Hello, Lin Chen, sister-in-law, Zhang Qian greeted politely. Bai Mushi nodded slightly in response. Lin Chen also smiled and nodded, hello, Wang Hao, Zhang Qian. This is my partner, Bai Mushi. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Lin Chen sensed the slightly awkward vibe and took the initiative to say, we just finished eating and came out for a stroll. How about you? Same here, just out for some fresh air, Wang Hao replied with a dry laugh. Alright then, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll be on our way, Lin Chen said, pulling Bai Mushi's hand as they left. Okay. Let's chat another day, Wang Hao quickly replied. The two sides passed each other. After walking a distance, Zhang Qian couldn't help but tug at Wang Hao's sleeve and whispered, Haozi, your classmate and his partner look so well matched. The guy is handsome, the girl is beautiful, they really are a feast for the eyes standing together. Her tone was filled with envy. Hearing this, Wang Hao felt even more uncomfortable, but he put on a nonchalant smile, wrapping his arm around Zhang Qian's shoulder and saying, hey, different strokes for different folks. To be honest, I don't like those too skinny. In my eyes, it's still girls like you with some meat that look the best, and they're comfortable to hold. As he spoke, he gently pinched Zhang Qian's waist. Zhang Qian couldn't help but burst into laughter at his words, her blush deepening as she lightly punched Wang Hao's chest, pouting, you're so annoying. Just know how to say sweet things to flatter me. Although she said this, the joy and satisfaction in her eyes were unmistakable. What woman doesn't like to hear sweet nothings? Especially in comparison, when her partner could say such things, it made her heart feel sweet and warm. Wang Hao looked at the happy smile on Zhang Qian's face, and the slight sense of imbalance in his heart quietly dissipated. He thought to himself, what if my partner is beautiful? In the end, we still have to live a down-to-earth life. In his view, the more beautiful a woman is, the higher her aspirations and demands tend to be, making it more troublesome to serve her. Just like Lin Chen's partner, at first glance, she seemed to be the type who was cold, proud, and hard to get along with. Perhaps she had a bad temper behind the scenes. Unlike his own Zhang Qian, who was gentle, considerate, and family-oriented, a good woman who could provide a peaceful life. Being with such a woman made life comfortable. People are like this, contentment brings happiness. Wang Hao comforted himself in his heart, what matters most is that I live comfortably. He wrapped his arm around Zhang Qian's shoulder and said gently, let's go, Chen, let's check out that new dessert shop over there. I heard it has a good taste. On the other side, Lin Chen and Bai Mushi continued their stroll in the community. Although Bai Mushi still wore a hint of coldness on her face, she held Lin Chen's hand tightly and never let go. Lin Chen could sense her subtle emotional changes and found it somewhat amusing. Mushi, Lin Chen suddenly asked, did you rarely come out like this before? Bai Mushi was slightly taken aback by the question, then shook her head and replied softly, I spent most of my time training or worrying about tuition fees. Her tone was very flat, revealing little emotion. But Lin Chen could imagine the hardships she had faced in the past. A girl, shouldering a huge debt alone while pursuing her martial arts dreams, the bitterness and pressure were beyond what outsiders could understand. Lin Chen tightened his grip on her hand and said firmly, not anymore. With me around, you only need to focus on your training. Bai Mushi shivered slightly, turned her head, and looked at Lin Chen's serious profile. The street light cast a glow on his face, outlining his clear features, and in his bright eyes, there sparkled a reassuring light. Her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Inexplicable feeling, like spring rain, quietly nourished her long dry heart. She didn't speak, just softly replied with a and leaned her head gently on Lin Chen's shoulder. The night breeze brushed past, carrying a hint of coolness, but it couldn't disperse the gradually warming ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Lin Chen felt the soft touch and faint fragrance on his shoulder, warming his heart, and he slowed his pace considerably. They quietly leaned against each other, slowly walking along the tree-lined path in the community. The surrounding noise seemed to have faded away, leaving only each other's breaths and heartbeats in the entire world. After walking for a while, Bai Mushi seemed a bit tired, and her steps slowed down. Are you tired? Lin Chen asked softly. A little, Bai Mushi replied lazily. Then let's head back. Okay. The two turned and walked in the direction of home. Back at home, Bai Mushi took the initiative to offer to guide Lin Chen in practicing the 8 treasures skill. In the training room converted from the master bedroom, the two stood facing each other. Bai Mu. She changed into a loose and comfortable training outfit, her expression focused and serious. Although the 8 treasures skill is a beginner-level technique, it excels in solid fundamentals and has excellent training effects on body coordination and strength application. First, memorize the movements, and then I'll teach you the accompanying breathing methods, Bai Mushi said as she began to demonstrate the movements of the 8 treasures skill. Her movements were graceful and fluid, each transition filled with a sense of power and beauty, clearly indicating her mastery of this technique. Lin Chen watched attentively from the side, trying hard to remember each movement. After completing a set of movements, Bai Mushi breathed slightly heavier, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She looked at Lin Chen and asked, how was it? How much did you remember? Lin Chen awkwardly replied, I don't know either. Alright, you don't need to be too nervous. Bai Mushi said, half amused and half helpless. She then explained, after I became a prospective martial artist in my junior year, I started teaching children this 8 treasures skill part-time. It's been 5 years of teaching experience now. Teaching you the basics shouldn't be a problem. Lin Chen clumsily followed by Mushi's instructions, awkwardly mimicking the moves, and curiously asked, "Wife, how much do you charge the kids for tuition?" Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi's lips curled up slightly, a hint of pride in her voice as she said, "At first, I lacked experience and only charged 300 credit points per hour. Now that I have more experience and a good reputation, I've raised it to 500 credit points per hour." Lin Chen's eyes lit up at this. Wow. So my wife is essentially giving me 1,000 credit points tonight? Bai Mushi huffed playfully, humph. Now you know, right? Hurry up and study seriously. If you don't learn well, you'll have to compensate me double for my time. Although she said this, the smile in her eyes was hard to hide. Yes, ma'am. Wife. Lin Chen immediately straightened up, adopting a serious learning posture. In the following time, Bai Mushi patiently corrected every one of Lin Chen's movements, explaining the techniques of exerting force and coordinating breathing for each move. As night deepened, the living room lights remained bright, illuminating the two figures diligently practicing. Lin Chen worked hard to imitate Bai Mushi's movements, striving for precision in every move. However, since it was his first time encountering the 8 treasure skill, his body coordination and control over strength were still quite clumsy. After practicing for a long time, his movements still appeared somewhat stiff and awkward, as if he couldn't quite grasp the method, indicating he was far from beginning. Bai Mushi watched him, serious yet struggling to grasp the essentials, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though she didn't point it out. She kindly said, "Take your time, no need to rush. This skill looks simple, but to truly get started and find that feeling of unity and strength, it still takes time. I've taught so many people, and most of them take between 3 months to half a year to get started. It's only your first day, so don't put too much pressure on yourself." Of course, she had also taught some exceptionally talented students, some of whom could master the essence of the 8 treasures skill and get started within a week. But looking at Lin Chen's current state, it was clear he wasn't one of those gifted types. Bai Mushi naturally wouldn't say this to dampen his enthusiasm. After all, he was her partner, her husband, and needed encouragement. Lin Chen nodded in response, feeling a bit helpless inside. He secretly glanced at the system panel in his mind. In the Skills section, under set 128 of radio exercises, there was indeed a new line of information, 8 treasures skill, not started. Looks like I still haven't learned it. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. It seemed that the difficulty of the 8 treasures skill was indeed much higher than that of the radio exercises. Seeing him lost in thought, Bai Mushi said, "You should digest what I just taught you and feel the subtle changes in your body. I'll practice for a while." With that, she moved to the other side to continue practicing the 8 treasures skill. Bai Mushi's practice was to further enhance the level of the 8 treasures skill, thereby increasing her genetic potential. Once her genetic potential reached 10%, she would advance to a martial artist. Looking at Bai Mushi's 8 treasures skill, it was certainly not at the beginner level of 1, it had to be advanced. Watching Bai Mushi so focused and dedicated, Lin Chen felt a sense of urgency rising within him. He thought for a moment, since it was difficult to get started with the 8 treasures skill for now, he might as well focus on improving set 128 of radio exercises first. After all, the progress in practicing the radio exercises was visibly tangible. Each time he practiced, the progress bar on the system panel would increase. This sense of real progress was very important to him. After making up his mind, Lin Chen no longer got tangled up in the 8 treasures skill. He took a deep breath and began to perform the 128th set of radio calisthenics with precision. Although he had practiced this set for 10 years and was already very familiar with it, the system's enhancement was quite magical. Regardless of whether the movements were standard or not, as long as he completed them, it meant an increase in strength. Bai Mushi occasionally opened her eyes during her training breaks and saw Lin Chen practicing that set of calisthenics, which she considered to be of extremely low efficiency. Her brows furrowed slightly, but in the end, she said nothing more. Everyone has their own choices and habits, as long as he feels it is effective, that is enough. Moreover, seeing his serious demeanor, Bai Mushi couldn't bring herself to lecture him further. Time passed second by second. Lin Chen was immersed in the practice of the calisthenics, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Sweat soaked his clothes, but he showed no intention of stopping. 128th set of radio calisthenics level 1, 2 out of 10, 128th set of radio calisthenics level 1. 3/10. Time quietly slipped away in focused training. Sweat trickled down Lin Chen's forehead, dripping onto the floor. After practicing the calisthenics for 2 consecutive hours, along with nearly 2 hours of learning the 8 treasures skill with Bai Mushi, Lin Chen felt as if every cell in his body was groaning, fatigue washing over him like a tide. His movements slowed down, and his breathing grew heavier. Bai Mushi had long finished her training, and seeing Lin Chen, who was on the verge of collapse yet still persevering, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. There was confusion, concern, and a hint of inexplicable touch. This man, though of average talent, had a tenacity and dedication that made her see him in a new light. Finally, when Lin Chen barely completed the last round of calisthenics, he could no longer hold on. His legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Bai Mushi hurriedly stepped forward to support him. "Alright, let's stop here for today, you've worked hard enough," Bai Mushi said, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tenderness. Lin Chen leaned against Bai Mushi, gasping for breath, almost too exhausted to speak. He weakly nodded. Bai Mushi helped him into the bathroom and prepared hot water for him. Lin Chen almost instinctively finished his shower and then collapsed onto the bed, not even covering himself with a blanket, and soon fell into a deep sleep, his snoring quickly filling the room. Bai Mushi looked at his sleeping face, shook her head helplessly, and gently covered him with a blanket. Then she went to wash up and returned to bed. Listening to the man's even snoring beside her, Bai Mushi found herself somewhat unable to sleep. She didn't understand why Lin Chen was so obsessed with that inefficient set of calisthenics. Did he really think that he could change his fate just by doing calisthenics? The next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by a slight feeling of pressure. He groggily opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a pair of small white feet resting squarely on his stomach. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and carefully moved Bai Mushi's legs off him. Bai Mushi yawned and woke up. In the bathroom, the two stood side by side at the sink brushing their teeth. Morning light streamed through the window, casting a golden halo over the sink. With a mouthful of toothpaste foam, Bai Mushi mumbled, I need to go to the community medical center for a checkup today. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately turned his head and asked with concern, "Do you want me to go with you?" Bai Mushi rinsed her mouth, shook her head, and said, "No need, you just started working at the farm, it wouldn't be good to take a day off. It's just a routine early pregnancy checkup, I can go by myself, it will be quick." After saying that, she playfully raised her small white fist at Lin Chen, a hint of pride in her voice as she said, "Besides, I'm now a more capable aspiring martial artist than you." Lin Chen looked at her adorable appearance and couldn't help but smile. He reached out and gently scratched her perky nose, affectionately saying, "Yes, yes, yes, my wife is the best. The best in the world." Bai Mushi felt a bit shy from his praise, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she shot him a playful glare, smooth talker. Although she said that, the smile in her eyes was impossible to hide. The two of them joked around as they finished washing up. Bai Mushi was wearing a loose, comfortable light-colored dress today, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, lacking the usual air of heroism, and instead exuding a unique gentleness and tranquility typical of pregnant women. After a simple breakfast, Lin Chen reminded her, "The test results are out, remember to tell me as soon as you know. Be careful on the road." "Got it, and you too, don't be late for work," Bai Mushi nodded, seeing Lin Chen to the door. Lin Chen gently kissed her forehead before turning to leave. Watching Lin Chen's departing figure, Bai Mushi couldn't help but smile softly. This feeling of being cared for and reminded seemed quite nice. She touched her flat belly, her eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of barely noticeable nervousness. In the C7 district farmland, Lin Chen started the Cultivator Type 3 multifunctional operation platform, beginning to practice and familiarize himself with his work. Just as he settled in and adjusted the control panel, his personal terminal on his wrist vibrated. It was a voice message from Bai Mushi. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he quickly opened it. "Hubby, the test results are out, the doctor said, I'm pregnant." Bai Mushi's voice carried an unmistakable joy and a hint of excitement, clearly transmitted through the terminal. Lin Chen's face instantly blossomed with a radiant smile. Although he had anticipated this, hearing the news with his own ears still made him incredibly happy and excited. He immediately switched to video call mode. Soon, Bai Mushi's face appeared on the screen, adorned with a gentle smile. "Wife, that's wonderful!" Lin Chen exclaimed excitedly, "How are you feeling now?" "Everything is good." Bai Mushi's cheeks had a healthy flush. The doctor said to pay attention to rest in the early stages of pregnancy, maintain a balanced diet, and prescribe some nutritional supplements for me. That's good, that's good." Lin Chen nodded repeatedly. "You should rest well when you get home, don't do any heavy work, I'll take care of it when I get back from work." "I know, you just focus on your job, I'm not made of paper," Bai Mushi teased, but her tone was filled with sweetness. They chatted for a while longer, reminding each other a few more things before reluctantly ending the video call. Lin Chen put down the terminal, his mood still unable to calm down for a long time. He was going to be a dad. This feeling was wonderful and full of anticipation. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and began to familiarize himself with the operation of agricultural machinery. Today's work tasks on the farm were not heavy, it was not the busy season, and most crops were in their growth phase, requiring little intervention. Lin Chen drove the cultivator Type 3 around his designated area, checking the irrigation system and the operation status of the sensors. Recording some basic data. After completing these routine tasks, he found that there seemed to be nothing else to do. Since there's nothing to do, why not practice some calisthenics? Once this thought emerged, he could no longer hold it back. After all, this was his exclusive work area, and few people came by. He parked the operation platform by the field, found a relatively flat piece of ground, and began to perform the 128th set of calisthenics in a structured manner. The morning sun was warm and gentle, and a light breeze rustled through the golden waves of grain, making a soft sound as if accompanying him. An hour later, after completing a set of calisthenics, Lin Chen felt refreshed, and his spirits lifted significantly. He glanced at the system panel, 128th set of calisthenics level 1, for tense, not bad, made some progress. At noon, after a simple meal provided by the farm, Lin Chen took a short break. In the afternoon, he found another free moment and once again immersed himself in the practice of radio calisthenics. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, but he was enjoying it. Each effective practice brought him one step closer to his goal. When the afternoon session ended, the progress bar on the system panel updated again, said 128 radio. Calisthenics level 1, 5 out of 10, great. I've completed half of it. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. Finally, when the workday ended, Lin Chen could hardly wait to board the express line back to the community. Just thinking about his gentle wife and the steaming meal waiting for him at home made his steps particularly light. Upon returning home, sure enough, Mushi had prepared a sumptuous dinner and was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. "Honey, I'm back." Lin Chen gently hugged her from behind. Mushi was startled by his sudden action and playfully swatted his hand. "You're back. Go wash your hands, dinner will be ready soon." Her voice was as gentle as water. Lin Chen grinned, it was starting to feel like home. After dinner, Mushi patiently guided Lin Chen through the moves and power techniques of the 8 treasures skill. However, considering her pregnancy, starting today, the guidance time was shortened to 1 hour, and her own practice time was also reduced to 1 hour. "Your movements are a bit more coordinated today then." "Yesterday, keep it up," Mushi encouraged, but she knew in her heart that Lin Chen still had a long way to go before mastering the 8 treasures skill. Lin Chen nodded and practiced earnestly. After an hour of 8 treasures skill guidance, Mushi sat quietly to meditate and consolidate her cultivation, which also served as prenatal education. Lin Chen, on the other hand, unhesitatingly threw himself back into the practice of set 128 radio calisthenics. For him, it was still uncertain when he would master the 8 treasure skill. The upgrades in radio calisthenics allowed for clear progress. Moreover, according to the system, once the cultivation permissions were unlocked, he could directly practice to the maximum level. Under the lights, his figure repeatedly performed those movements he had long since memorized. Sweat soaked his clothes, and his muscles trembled slightly from fatigue, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Said 128 radio calisthenics level 1, 6/10, said 128 radio calisthenics level 1, 7/10, said 128 radio calisthenics level 1, 8 out of 10. That night, he practiced radio calisthenics for a full 3 hours, completing 3 rounds. When the last round ended, Lin Chen nearly collapsed, gasping for breath. Although his body was utterly exhausted, he looked at the gratifying progress bar on the system panel, filled with anticipation. "Just 2 more times. Tomorrow, I will definitely level up." This thought sustained him, filling him with immense excitement. After washing up, Lin Chen fell asleep almost as soon as he hit the bed, lacking even the strength to chat with Mushi for a few more minutes. Mushi looked at Lin Chen's sleeping profile and shook her head helplessly. She sighed softly, thinking to herself, ordinary people are like this. When faced with difficulties, they tend to choose familiar and comfortable paths, making it hard to persist in overcoming new challenges. In her view, Lin Chen's choice to abandon the more promising 8 treasures skill in favor of the less efficient radio calisthenics was a typical case of path dependence. Although she could understand this choice, she couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. After all, the upper limit of radio calisthenics was too low. However, thinking about how he worked hard during the day for their family and the soon-to-be-born child, and still insisted on practicing at night, Mushi's dissatisfaction gradually faded. Well, as long as he feels happy, that's what matters. Mushi then lay down and gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Lin Chen went to work at the farm as usual. Just as he arrived at Zone C7 and was about to start the cultivator Type 3, the logistics supervisor, Zhang, drove over in a small patrol car. "Hey, Lin. How's it going? Are you getting used to the job? Are you familiar with the machinery operations?" Supervisor Zhang stopped the car, leaned out, and asked with a smile. "Hello, Supervisor Zhang," Lin Chen quickly replied. "I'm basically familiar with everything. I've read the operation manual, and there aren't any major issues." That's good, supervisor. Zhang nodded in satisfaction. The work on our farm isn't too difficult, but it's not exactly simple either. It mainly depends on skill and responsibility. You young people learn quickly, so you should pick it up fast. If you have any questions, just ask, don't be shy. Got it, thank you for your concern, Supervisor Zhang. Alright, then you get back to work. I'll go check on other areas, Supervisor Zhang reminded him. A few more times before driving away. Lin Chen watched Supervisor Zhang leave, understanding in his heart. This was likely a routine check to see how the new employees were adapting. Since the leader had already come by, he could arrange his time more freely from then on. He skillfully started the work platform and, following the daily procedures, conducted a round of inspections and data recording on the crop growth and equipment operation in his assigned area. Everything was normal. After completing these necessary tasks, Lin Chen parked the work platform by the field and began his broadcast gymnastics practice for the day. The warm sunlight bathed him, the vast farmland stretched endlessly, and the air was filled with the fragrance of soil and crops. Practicing in such an environment was quite a unique experience. He focused intently, and time flew by as he diligently practiced. Sweat soon soaked his work clothes, but he showed no signs of stopping. An hour later, Lin Chen exhaled deeply. Set 128 of broadcast gymnastics level 1, 9 out of 10. Just one more to go. In the afternoon, during a break from work, Lin Chen immersed himself in the broadcast gymnastics practice again. When the last movement was completed, sweat poured down like rain, and he leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. At that moment, the long-awaited system prompt finally sounded in his mind, said 128 of broadcast gymnastics level 1, 10 out of 10. Ding! Said 128 of broadcast gymnastics has leveled up to level 2. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. In an instant, an indescribable sense of comfort surged from his limbs, rapidly spreading to every cell in his body. The muscles that had been sore from fatigue suddenly felt infused with new vitality, brimming with explosive power. What surprised Lin Chen even more was that the more standard and refined movements of set 128 of broadcast gymnastics suddenly appeared in his mind. Every detail, every point of force, was crystal clear, as if he had practiced this level 2 gymnastics set thousands of times. At the same time, his body's movements naturally began to change, becoming smoother, more coordinated, and filled with rhythm. Every stretch, every jump, every bend seemed to have been tempered through countless trials, embodying an indescribable strength and beauty. This is... Lin Chen's eyes widened, and disbelief showed on his face. He could clearly feel that his control over his body had improved significantly. Every movement became effortless, almost instinctual. This technique upgrade doesn't require understanding or breaking through bottlenecks at all. Lin Chen was overjoyed. As long as I keep practicing, I can automatically break through and master higher levels. He immediately checked the system panel. Host, Lin Chen, gene potential 6.35%, plus 0.2%. Physical fitness 58 plus, mental strength 64 plus, spiritual energy 11 plus, martial arts, 128th set of radio calisthenics level 2, 0/20, 8 treasures. Skill, not started, partner, by Mushi, favorability 60, offspring, 1, in gestation. The 128th set of radio calisthenics had indeed upgraded to level 2. Moreover, to upgrade to level 3 again, he needed to practice 20 times. Although the number of times had increased, at his current training speed, it would only take 2 or 3 days. More importantly, the gene potential had also genuinely increased by 0.2%. From the initial 5% to the beginner's benefit of 6.15%, and now to 6.35%. The gene potential that had not changed for a year had risen by 1.2% in less than a week. At this rate, it won't be long before I break through the 7% barrier and become a true quasi-martial artist. Lin Chen was filled with unprecedented confidence and anticipation. When he returned home in the evening, after dinner, Bai Mushi still guided Lin Chen in the 8 treasures skill for an hour. Lin Chen studied earnestly, but the system still showed that he had not started. An hour later, Bai Mushi went to sit quietly and cultivate. Lin Chen then began practicing the radio calisthenics again. However, when Lin Chen started doing the calisthenics, Bai Mushi, who was closing her eyes to adjust her breath, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her willow-like brows slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of surprise and confusion. What was going on? Why did she feel that Lin Chen's radio calisthenics today were somewhat different from before? His movements seemed to have become smoother and more standard. It felt as if he had broken through. Bai Mushi suppressed her surprise and began to observe carefully. As time passed, the shock in her eyes grew stronger. That's right. Her feeling was not wrong. The set of radio calisthenics Lin Chen was practicing was indeed different from before. Every movement was more precise, and the force was more coordinated. This was definitely a sign of breaking through to level 2 in radio calisthenics. 2 hours later, Lin Chen finished his training. Although still tired, he felt exceptionally exhilarated. Bai Mushi could no longer contain her curiosity and stepped forward to ask directly, Lin Chen, did your radio calisthenics break through? Lin Chen chuckled and scratched his head. It seems so, it feels much smoother than before. What is your current gene potential? Bai Mushi immediately asked, her tone tinged with urgency. Lin Chen did not hide it and replied directly, I just measured it this morning, 6.35%. 6.35%? Bai Mushi gasped, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that he was truly born to practice this most basic set of radio calisthenics? The seemingly least efficient martial art could yield unexpected results in his case? Time flew by like a white horse passing a crevice. In the following 5 days, Lin Chen consistently practiced the radio calisthenics without fail. Whether during breaks at the farm or after returning home at night, whenever he had free time, he would immediately dive into training. On average, he completed 4 to 5 training sessions each day. Hard work pays off. Soon, his 128th set of radio calisthenics level smoothly rose from level 2 to level 3. When the warm current of the level 3 breakthrough surged through his body again, Lin Chen felt that his physical fitness had reached a new level. He immediately checked his attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen, Gene. Potential 6.55% plus 0.2%. Physical fitness 60 plus, mental strength 65 plus, spiritual energy 11 plus, cultivation method, 128th set of radio gymnastics level 3, 1/30th, 8 treasure skill, not started, partner, Bai Mushi, favorability 65 plus 5, offspring, 1, in gestation. The gene potential had once again increased by 0.2%, reaching 6.55%. He was one step closer to the 7% threshold for aspiring martial artists. His physical fitness had also successfully broken through the 60-point barrier, which meant that his strength, speed, and endurance had all significantly improved. His mental strength had similarly risen to 65 points, making his perception sharper and his focus more concentrated. The only thing that hadn't changed was his spiritual energy, which remained at 11 points. As for the 8 treasure skill, it was still in the not started state. Although Bai Mushi patiently guided him every night, he seemed to lack talent in this area, making slow progress. However, Lin Chen was not discouraged. After all, he had the reliable path of radio gymnastics for improvement. To his surprise, Bai Mushi's favorability had also unknowingly increased by 5 points, reaching 65 points. Although it wasn't much, it was still a positive sign. Over the past week, their interactions had become increasingly harmonious. Bai Mushi was gradually adapting to her new identity as a wife. The initial awkwardness and discomfort had slowly faded away with each passing day. Lin Chen's thoughtfulness and efforts did not go unnoticed by her. Although his talent was mediocre and he practiced the most basic radio gymnastics, his persistence touched her somewhat. Moreover, Lin Chen treated her well, eagerly taking on household chores and always letting her eat first when there was something delicious. This steady stream of care gradually warmed her heart, which had once hardened due to martial arts and debt. In the 0755 star system, a week consists of 9 days, 7 working days, and 2 rest days. Just after Lin Chen broke through to level 3 of the 128th set of radio gymnastics, he welcomed his first complete rest day since arriving in this community. Coincidentally, Lin Chen also wanted to properly test the progress he had made in strength during this time. After all, the values on the system panel were just numbers. He wanted to know the actual extent of his punching power. At the dining table, Bai Mushi had prepared a heartfelt breakfast. A bowl of steaming beast bone and meat porridge, accompanied by a few light side dishes. Since becoming pregnant, her taste had become much milder. Wife, I want to go to the community gym's public testing point today to test my strength, Lin Chen said while drinking his porridge. Bai Mushi was slightly surprised but quickly nodded, sure, I was just thinking of getting some exercise too. Let's go together. Although she was pregnant, appropriate activity was beneficial for both her body and the fetus, and she was also curious about Lin Chen's progress. After finishing breakfast, the two tidied up briefly, changed into sportswear, and headed to the community gym together. It was still early, but there were already quite a few people in the gym. People were sweating profusely in front of various training equipment, and the air was filled with a fervent atmosphere of cultivation. This was a typical characteristic of the prosperous martial arts era. Even though most people were eliminated from the college entrance examination, many still maintained the habit of training, yearning for even the slightest improvement. As soon as they entered the strength testing area, Lin Chen heard a somewhat familiar voice. Hey, Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a medium-built, ordinary-looking young man staring at him in surprise. Zhang Wei? Lin Chen recognized him as his high school classmate. Zhang Wei was also very surprised. Lin Chen. He glanced at Bai Mushi and felt a bit embarrassed. Because she was too beautiful and had an amazing figure, He secretly felt envious. This guy Lin Chen is just too lucky. To think I matched with such a beautiful partner. Lin Chen smiled and introduced, "This is my partner, Bai Mushi." "Oh, hello," Zhang Wei nodded, secretly thinking about Lin Chen's incredible luck, wondering why he was matched with tanks. Lin Chen was unaware of Zhang Wei's thoughts at that moment and said, "Let's test our strength." "Perfect, I just finished warming up, let's go take a look," Zhang Wei replied, his tone carrying a hint of barely noticeable superiority. After all, he was much stronger than Lin Chen in high school. Zhang Wei's genetic potential in school was 6.5%, significantly higher than Lin Chen's initial 5%, placing him in the top 10 of the class, just a bit shy of the admission line for public martial arts universities. Lin Chen remembered that the martial arts teacher had once commented on Zhang Wei, saying that although his 128th set of radio calisthenics had also reached level 3, he was still far from fully unleashing his genetic potential. The teacher had said that the calisthenics needed to reach at least level 5 for the genetic potential to possibly hit the passing mark of 7%. Of course, while Zhang Wei was better than Lin Chen, he also failed the martial arts college entrance exam. Now, Lin Chen's calisthenics had also reached level 3. With a genetic potential of 6.55%, he was starting to catch up to Zhang Wei. The three of them walked up to a public strength testing machine. This type of machine is a standard punching force target, capable of accurately displaying striking power. "You go first?" Zhang Wei offered politely. "Sure," Lin Chen didn't decline. He took a deep breath, pushed off with his right foot, engaged his core, and transferred the force through his spine to his arm, finally concentrating it in his right fist, which struck the punching target with a powerful blow. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The numbers on the display screen above the punching target jumped rapidly before finally settling. 602 kilograms. 602 kilograms. Zhang Wei was immediately astonished. He remembered Lin Chen's punching test before the college entrance exam, where he could barely manage 500 kilograms. How long had it been, and he could hit 602 kilograms now? To put it in perspective, his own punching power was only around 650 kilograms. Even Bai Mushi, standing beside them, showed a flicker of surprise in her cool eyes. She knew Lin Chen had been diligently practicing his calisthenics recently, but she hadn't expected this. A punching power of 600 kilograms indicated a genetic potential of at least 5.9% or higher. However, Lin Chen frowned upon seeing that number. He knew that with his current genetic potential of 6.55%, if he controlled his strength well, his maximum punching power should be close to 700 kilograms. Not reaching 700 kilograms, at least it should be above 650 kilograms. Now only hitting 600 kilograms indicated that he still had a lot to improve in terms of strength application and explosive power. His body's potential had not been fully realized. It seems that while the level of calisthenics has improved, the fine control of strength still requires more practice and insight, Lin Chen thought to himself. Zhang Wei did not notice Lin Chen's frown and instead asked in surprise, "Shi, what's your genetic potential now?" 600 kilograms, such a big improvement. Lin Chen did not hide it, 6.5% now. Zhang Wei showed a look of astonishment. What? He couldn't believe it. How could that be possible? Lin Chen was just average in class, probably around 5%, right? How did he suddenly soar to 6.5%? Bai Mushi was also very surprised. 6.5%, even higher than her own when she graduated high school. Although Lin Chen's current genetic potential of 6.55% still did not meet the minimum admission standard of 7% for public martial arts universities, this rate of improvement was already astonishing. If he chose to attend a private martial arts university, with his current potential and determination, he might achieve even greater success than her in the future. In fact, at the same age, he might even step into the ranks of true martial artists faster than she did. However, he did not hesitate to choose to support his continued cultivation of martial arts, even willing to bear the burdens of the family for it. Thinking of this, a surge of indescribable emotion and sweetness welled up in Bai Mushi's heart. Her gaze towards Lin Chen became even gentler. After finishing the test, Lin Chen stepped aside, signaling Zhang Wei and Bai Mushi to give it a try as well. Zhang Wei waved his hand, his expression complex as he said, I think I'll go practice with the equipment over there first." Lin Chen turned to Bai Mushi, smiling as he said, "Wife, why don't you give it a try? Let me see the true strength of a prospective martial artist, give me some motivation to move forward." Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi gently shook her head and said, "My genetic potential is already at 9.5%, which is not comparable to your current situation, there's no point in testing." Her tone was calm, but Lin Chen could detect a hint of faint pride. With a genetic potential of 9.5%, she was just a step away from the 10% threshold for martial artists. Lin Chen, however, persisted, saying, "Come on, wife, just try it. Bai Mushi was amused by his insistence, her cheeks slightly flushed, and ultimately, she couldn't resist him, nodding, alright, just this once. She walked to the strength tester, taking a deep breath. Unlike Lin Chen's somewhat awkward burst of power, Bai Mushi's movements appeared incredibly smooth and coordinated. She seemed to casually settle into position, but her right fist instantly transformed into a blur, striking the punching target with a fierce gust of wind. Bang! A sound even more muffled and penetrating than Lin Chen's earlier punch echoed through the strength testing area. The numbers on the display above the punching target skyrocketed, finally settling on a jaw-dropping figure. 972 kg. In an instant, the entire strength testing area fell silent. The people around, whether engaged in strength training or practicing combat techniques, all stopped their movements in unison, their gazes fixed on Bai Mushi, who had produced such astonishing data. His 972 kilograms. My god! Is she a prospective martial artist? So strong. That power is almost a ton. Who is she? I don't think I've seen her before. Various exclamations and discussions erupted. Some who had previously looked at Lin Chen with a hint of disdain now regarded him with envy and jealousy. Lin Chen was also stunned by the power of Bai Mushi's punch. Although he knew she was strong, witnessing her deliver nearly a ton of force still stirred his emotions. Wife, you're amazing. Lin Chen exclaimed sincerely. Bai Mushi, under the spotlight of everyone's attention, felt her cheeks slightly warm, but her eyes sparkled with confidence. She tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve and whispered, alright, let's go back. Lin Chen nodded, and together with Bai Mushi, they left the gym. As the levels of the calisthenics increased, reaching level 5 would allow one to enter the ranks of 7% genetic potential, and at max level 10, it was said one could reach 9%, even 10%, directly becoming a martial artist. Such power was something he could possess too. After Lin Chen and Bai Mushi left, Zhang Wei, who had been quietly training in the strength area, overheard a few young people resting nearby whispering. That woman just now was incredible, she punched out over 900 kilograms. Definitely a prospective martial artist. Yeah, I wonder which faction she's from. There aren't many prospective martial artists in our grain district. That guy next to her must be her partner, right? He doesn't seem that strong. Hey, in this day and age, it's normal for women to be strong and men to be weak. Maybe he has other strengths. Hearing these discussions, Zhang Wei was taken aback. He instinctively recalled Lin Chen's handsome face and Bai Mushi's stunning beauty. Could it be that she was really Lin Chen's partner? He shook his head violently, thinking to himself, impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Chen and Bai Mushi returned home. They closed the door, shutting out the noise of the outside world. Bai Mushi poured 2 cups of water and handed one to Lin Chen. She was silent for a moment, as if organizing her thoughts, and then looked up seriously at Lin Chen and said, Chi, your genetic potential is already stronger than mine was at your age. She still remembered that when she graduated from high school at 18, her genetic potential had barely reached 6%. Yet Lin Chen was at 6.55%. If I can successfully break through to the martial artist realm, Bai Mushi looked at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with determination and a hint of guilt. By then, our family's financial situation will be much better. At that time, why don't you also go to the martial arts university? Upon hearing Bai Mushi's words, Lin Chen's heart trembled slightly. He hadn't expected Bai Mushi to proactively suggest that after she became a martial artist, she would support him in attending martial arts university. The sincerity and hope in her words stirred a warm current in his heart. He didn't immediately agree, nor did he directly refuse. Because he knew that Bai Mushi was expressing this with beautiful aspirations for the future and deep feelings for him. To refuse outright would be too hurtful. But if he agreed, he wasn't sure if martial arts university would be useful for him. Lin Chen's current situation was such that as long as the cultivation method could unlock the training restrictions, like a radio gymnastics routine, as long as he practiced, there would be a progress bar, allowing for direct breakthroughs without any need for comprehension. In such a case, would martial arts university still be useful for him? Lin Chen held a skeptical attitude towards this. So, after pondering for a moment, Lin Chen looked up, his gaze gentle as he smiled and asked, Wife, I've always been curious. I've never been to martial arts university, can you tell me what life there is like? Bai Mushi was slightly taken aback by his question. She put down her cup and thought for a moment before saying, Martial arts university. Actually, it's very different from high school. I can't quite remember the exact proportion of theoretical classes in high school, Bai Mushi recalled slowly, but the biggest difference between martial arts university and high school is that training takes up the vast majority of the time. Non-martial training theoretical classes, like martial arts history, galaxy flora and fauna, mechanical principles, etc., take up very little space. Probably less than 10%. She paused and continued, the remaining 90% of the time is basically just training, and more training. The school provides specialized training facilities, including gravity rooms, simulated combat rooms, meditation rooms, and so on, with all kinds of supporting facilities. Every week, the school arranges a mentor Q&A session, Mushi added, where you can ask the martial arts teacher responsible for your major any questions you have about training. The teacher will provide targeted guidance based on your specific situation. For example, the 8 treasures skill I practiced before, Mushi explained, according to our school's teacher, as long as you can cultivate the 8 treasures skill to level 8 and solidify the foundation at each level, then your genetic potential will definitely break through the 10% barrier, reaching the true standard of a martial artist. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but curiously ask, if that's the case, then why is it necessary to train at school? Can't you train at home? Mushi gently shook her head and explained, there are many reasons for this. First, the training atmosphere is different, she said. At school, everyone around you is also working hard to train, all striving for the same goal. That kind of positive atmosphere is a great motivation for individuals. Second, the school provides specially tailored nutritional meals based on the students' training intensity and physical condition. Mushi continued, these nutritional meals can maximize the replenishment of cultivation consumption, repair bodily injuries, and promote the development of genetic potential. The precise nutritional ratios and ingredient selections are difficult for individuals to achieve at home. Thirdly, the weekly mentor Q&A sessions are actually very important, Mushi emphasized. Many times, you might not have any particular questions for a month, feeling that your cultivation is going smoothly. But sometimes, you might suddenly encounter a bottleneck or become confused about a detail. At that moment, being able to receive immediate answers from an experienced martial arts teacher tailored to your personal characteristics is vastly different from relying solely on your own exploration and problem solving. Often, a single word from the teacher can enlighten you and save you from taking many detours. By the way, Mushi recalled, at the martial arts university, there are various rankings and competitions at the school level, across departments, and within each class. There are monthly evaluations and annual competitions, and outstanding students can receive generous rewards, such as rare cultivation resources, partial authorization for advanced techniques, or even opportunities for individual guidance from renowned teachers. At this point, Mushi's tone carried a hint of regret. Of course, my talent is average, and I've always been at a lower middle level, so I haven't received many rewards. Listening to Mushi's description, Lin Chen gained a general understanding of life at the martial arts university. It sounded like the university indeed provided a very superior cultivation environment and resource platform. Especially the mentor Q&A sessions and nutritional meals, which were indeed very important aids for martial arts cultivation. However, his current situation seemed not entirely applicable. With the system's support, his cultivation didn't seem to require much insight or guidance. He could steadily improve just by practicing step by step. As for the nutritional meals, they might help with bodily recovery and enhancing genetic potential, but did he really need them? However, Mushi mentioned the various rankings and competitions at the martial arts university, along with the generous rewards. Rankings, competitions, rewards. These words instantly stirred a sense of competitiveness and anticipation deep within him. After all, although his current situation appeared to be of average talent, practicing the most basic calisthenics, in reality, under the system's support, his cultivation speed and potential had far exceeded ordinary people's imagination. As long as he was given enough time, whether it was calisthenics or other techniques he might unlock in the future, he could rapidly improve in an almost cheating manner. A genius with extraordinary insight? Lin Chen silently mulled over this term in his mind. Judging solely by the results of his cultivation, he indeed deserved this evaluation. No need to understand bottlenecks, no need for guidance from renowned teachers. As long as he practiced, he could break through and become stronger. Isn't that the hallmark of a true cultivation prodigy? If he really entered the martial arts university and participated in those so-called rankings and competitions, given his current situation, wouldn't he easily crush the competition? Just thinking about that scenario made Lin Chen's heart race a little faster. Who wouldn't want to be the center of attention? Who wouldn't want to obtain those precious cultivation resources? If he could have additional resources to accelerate this process, why not? He also wanted to know how far he could go in front of true martial arts geniuses. Moreover, there was one more thing Mushi hadn't mentioned, which everyone in the Galactic Empire knew. The techniques accessible to commoners were basically all authorized by the Martial Arts University. In other words, if you didn't enter the Martial Arts University, then in your lifetime, the more famous techniques you could access would basically only be calisthenics. Therefore, if Lin Chen wanted to rely on the system to steadily improve, he also needed to continuously acquire new techniques. To achieve this, one must enter a martial arts university. What kind of rewards are there for the rankings and competitions? Lin Shen suppressed his excitement and asked. Casually. Bai Mushi thought for a moment and said, there are many types of rewards. The most common is credit points, which can range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. In fact, at a private martial arts university, as long as you are in the top 10 of your class all year round, the credit points you earn can cover your tuition fees. Then there are cultivation resources, such as high-quality gene enhancement potions, and so on. More precious are the martial arts authorization. Sometimes there are even parts of special martial arts or secret techniques that are not publicly disclosed. Of course, the top-tier rewards might be opportunities to cultivate in certain secret realms or receive personal guidance from renowned martial arts experts. Lin Shen listened with wide eyes. Credit points, gene potions, martial arts authorization, secret realm cultivation, expert guidance, each of these held immense appeal for him. If he could obtain these rewards, whether to improve himself or to enhance his family's life and support by Mushi's cultivation, it would be fantastic. It sounds quite interesting. Lin Shen stroked his chin and said thoughtfully. The balance in his heart seemed to quietly tilt a little towards going to martial arts university. After all, one should seize opportunities when they arise. Moreover, staying on the farm as an administrator, while stable, ultimately limited his growth rate. The martial arts university might truly be a platform that could help him take off faster. Bai Mushi looked at the spark in Lin Shen's eyes, smiled gently, and said, after I break through, we can plan things out properly. Hearing Bai Mushi's plans for the future, Lin Shen's heart stirred, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. He grinned and teased, wife, is there a possibility that I might break through to the martial artist realm faster than you? Bai Mushi was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. She certainly didn't believe Lin Shen could become a martial artist faster than her. After all, she was already standing at the threshold of 9.5% gene potential, just one step away from becoming a martial artist. The thing about gene potential is that it becomes increasingly difficult to improve. It took Bai Mushi 8 years to go from 6.5% to 9.5%, and that was while attending a private martial arts university. Lin Shen, on the other hand, was only at 6.55% gene potential and was practicing basic calisthenics. If Lin Shen continued to train like this, Bai Mushi thought it would be impressive if he became a martial artist within 20 years. To catch up to her, let alone surpass her, seemed completely impossible in her eyes. However, to maintain her man's pride and to express her encouragement and affection for him, Bai Mushi wrapped her arms around Lin Shen's and said, yes, yes, yes. My husband is the best. I believe you can do it. I can't wait for you to become a great martial artist. After saying this, she playfully winked at Lin Shen, her eyes sparkling with charm. Lin Shen was amused by her adorable demeanor and laughed heartily, but he secretly made up his mind. Support you? Absolutely. And I will definitely become a martial artist faster than you. Looking at Bai Mushi's gentle smile, Lin Shen reached out and pulled her into his embrace, gently kissing her smooth forehead. Don't worry, wife, we will both become martial artists, and we will be the powerful kind. Bai Mushi nestled in Lin Shen's arms, feeling his strong heartbeat and the warmth radiating from him, her heart filled with peace and happiness. Although she didn't believe Lin Shen could break through faster than her, she appreciated his confidence and determination to work hard for her. With a husband like this, what more could she ask for? Perhaps, choosing Lin Shen was the best decision she ever made. As for who would become a martial artist first and who would support whom, it no longer seemed that important to her. Importantly, they are now each other's support, working together for a bright future. That's enough. The 2 days of rest quickly passed. On the morning of the workday, the express bus stop at the entrance of the Sunflower Garden community became increasingly lively. Lin Shen noticed that he was gradually encountering more of his high school classmates. Clearly, as the graduation placement process progressed, more and more classmates completed their partner matching and were assigned to nearby communities and jobs. When they met, they couldn't help but inquire about each other's recent situations, discussing work and their newly formed families. Some were joyful, while others were troubled. Some classmates matched with partners who had good conditions and relatively easy jobs, their faces beaming with anticipation for their new lives. Others seemed less satisfied with their current situations, sighing and complaining about the monotony of the placement work and their partners not meeting expectations. Lin Shen just listened quietly, occasionally agreeing with a few comments, but did not participate much in their discussions. For him, none of this mattered. What mattered was that he was steadily growing stronger every day. Moreover, he discovered a bug. That is, regardless of whether he practiced the movements of the radio calisthenics correctly or exerted himself fully, as long as he completed a full cycle of the entire set of calisthenics, the progress bar on the system panel would genuinely increase. Additionally, with the steady improvement of his genetic potential, Lin Shen's physical fitness and mental strength were also rising. The most intuitive manifestation was that now, when he worked on the farm during the day, he could easily practice the radio calisthenics twice without exhausting much energy. After returning home and having dinner, he temporarily paused the slow progressing 8 treasure skill teaching and devoted all his energy to practicing the radio calisthenics. If he performed the level 3 calisthenics to the standard requirements with full effort, he would probably feel exhausted by the 4th continuous practice, reaching his physical limit. But if he just went through the motions, performing the movements carelessly without pursuing the ultimate exertion, merely completing the actions, then he could persist in practicing 10, 8, or even 20 times. Thus, at night, a peculiar scene unfolded at home. Lin Chen's radio calisthenics movements became increasingly artistic. Sometimes he swayed awkwardly, sometimes he lacked energy, making it hard to tell he was seriously practicing. It looked more like he was casually stretching his limbs. Bai Mushi watched from the side, her brows furrowing tighter. She couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Xie, does this really work? Your movements are all distorted." Lin Chen was dancing as he gestured, and upon hearing this, he chuckled and said mysteriously, "Wife, you just don't understand. This is called practicing intention, not form. Focusing on the essence, not the moves, the core is in grasping the essence of the calisthenics. Practicing intention?" Bai Mushi looked at Lin Chen's pretentious yet somewhat comical expression and shook her head helplessly. She felt that her husband was sometimes truly like a child who never grew up, always indulging in strange antics. "Alright, you take your time to practice intention. I'm going to sleep now, don't stay up too late, get some rest early." Bai Mushi yawned, gave a reminder, and then ignored her silly husband, heading to bed. Seeing that Bai Mushi no longer pressed for questions, Lin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued his fishing-style practice. This way, he could practice the radio calisthenics several more times than before. Although his body still felt tired, the thrill of the rapidly rising progress bar kept him engaged. When he woke up the next morning, Bai Mushi looked at Lin Chen, who seemed to be in good spirits, and curiously asked, "What time did you sleep last night?" Lin Chen laughed and said, "I went to sleep not long after you did." Of course, he wouldn't tell Bai Mushi that he had practiced. Until midnight, Lin Chen quietly glanced at his attribute panel, cultivation method, 128th set of radio calisthenics level 3, 11/30. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. Yesterday, he had completed the training of the radio calisthenics a full 10 times. During the day, he slacked off at the farm twice, and at night, after Bai Mushi fell asleep, he secretly practiced 8 more times. At this rate, he only needed to practice 19 more times, which would take less than 2 days. Great! If this continues, I'll definitely break through to level 4 by tomorrow night. Lin Chen calculated in his mind. He thought for a moment and decided to push himself a bit harder today. Perhaps he could directly reach level 4 tonight. By then, his genetic potential would increase again. That day in the fields, Lin Chen fully utilized his initiative, squeezing out time during various small breaks to complete 4 sessions of radio calisthenics training. The progress bar on the system panel steadily advanced. Cultivation method, 128th set of radio calisthenics level 3, 15/30, only 15 more to go. Lin Chen silently recited. According to his current slacking off method, each session of radio calisthenics took about 45 minutes. For 15 sessions, that would be just over 11 hours, not quite 12 hours. If he got home by 6 p.m. and practiced until dawn. If I pull an all-nighter tonight, I can indeed reach level 4. The thought made Lin Chen a bit excited. But is that too much? Lin Chen hesitated. But soon, he became resolute again. If I'm going to push, then I'll push. What's this compared to real effort? Now that I have such an incredible system and the chance to change my fate, if I don't give it a shot, wouldn't that be too unfair to myself? Moreover, many people want to strive but don't have the opportunity one have now. Take a chance, and a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. With his mind made up, Lin Chen was full of energy. The next morning, when the clock struck 6, Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief, a smile of relief spreading across his face. After a night of struggle, he had finally succeeded. Ding! The 128th set of radio calisthenics has leveled up to level 4. Host's genetic potential plus 0.2%. In his mind, the system notification sounded as expected. A stronger, more comfortable warm current surged from within, quickly spreading through his limbs. The heavy drowsiness and fatigue from staying up all night miraculously dissipated by more than half under this warm flow. His spirit lifted, and his body seemed to be infused with new vitality. He immediately checked his attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen genetic potential 6.75% plus 0.2%. Physical fitness 63 plus mental strength 67 plus spiritual energy 12 plus cultivation method 128th set of radio calisthenics level 4, 1/40th, 8 treasure skill, not yet started, partner, Bai Mushi. Favorability 65, offspring, 1, in gestation, I did it. Radio calisthenics level 4. Lin Chen was overjoyed. His genetic potential had increased by another 0.2%, reaching 6.75%. Only 0.25% remained to reach the threshold of a Quasi warrior at 7%. At his current training speed, it wouldn't take long for the radio calisthenics to reach level 5. Just then, Mushi beside him seemed to be startled awake by his movements, groggily opening her eyes. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at the spirited Lin Chen, surprised as she asked, "Yeah, why are you awake so early?" In her impression, Lin Chen usually liked to linger in bed a bit longer in the morning. Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately suppressed his excitement, turned his head, and flashed a bright smile at Mushi, nodding vigorously, "Yeah. The air is good in the morning, very refreshing." He certainly wouldn't tell Mushi that he hadn't slept all night. At the morning express bus station, Lin Chen stood among the crowd, trying hard to perk himself up, but still felt drowsy, unable to resist yawning. All night training, even with the state recovery brought by the system upgrade, the body's instinctive reactions still exist. "Oh, Lin Chen, what a coincidence." A familiar voice came. Lin Chen turned to see Wang Hao and Zhang Wei. When Wang Hao and Zhang Wei saw Lin Chen looking a bit tired and yawning, they both revealed knowing smiles. "Young man, you need to pay attention to moderation and take care of your health. Health is the foundation of revolution." Lin Chen felt a bit helpless at their teasing but couldn't explain himself. After all, he couldn't just say he stayed up all night for the sake of practicing calisthenics. Could he? That would be too absurd. He could only vaguely respond, yeah, I know. I've been a bit busy with work lately and haven't rested well." Wang Hao and Zhang Wei exchanged glances, both showing an "I understand" expression, chuckling and saying no more. The suspended express line soon arrived at the station, and the three of them boarded the train together. Along the way, Wang Hao and Zhang Wei enthusiastically chatted about work and family matters, occasionally trying to pull Lin Chen into the discussion. Lin Chen, however, was somewhat distracted, as most of his attention was focused on the changes in his body. After the calisthenics reached level 4, he could clearly feel another leap in his physical fitness. His strength, speed, and endurance had all significantly improved, his mind was more focused, and his perception was sharper. Most importantly, he felt a stronger control over his body. In the past, performing some difficult calisthenics moves would be somewhat strenuous. But now, it felt effortless, as if those movements were already ingrained in his bones. "If I were to test my punching power now, I should be able to break through 650 kilograms, right?" Lin Chen secretly anticipated. With 6.75% of his genetic potential, his theoretical maximum punching power should be around 700 kilograms. Although he couldn't fully unleash it yet, it would definitely be a significant improvement over the previous 602 kilograms. Once the calisthenics reach level 5 and my genetic potential breaks through 7%, becoming a quasi-warrior, I must test it properly again. Just as Lin Chen was secretly planning, the express line arrived at station 950. Lin Chen bid farewell to Wang Hao and Zhang Wei and headed to his own farm. Farm 939, Zone C7. As usual, Lin Chen first conducted a round of inspections on the crops and equipment in his area. Everything was normal. Then, he eagerly began today's calisthenics training. Although he had stayed up all night, the state recovery from the upgrade left him still full of energy at this moment. Moreover, he found that after the calisthenics reached level 4, it seemed easier for him to practice, and the consumption was less than before. During the morning, he seized every opportunity and completed 2 more sessions of calisthenics training. Skill, 128th set of calisthenics level 4, 3/40ths, the progress bar steadily advanced. After lunch, just as he was about to take a short nap, the logistics supervisor drove over in a patrol car. "Hey, Shaolin, are you busy?" Supervisor Zhang greeted with a smile. "Hello, Supervisor Zhang," Lin Chen quickly replied. "I just finished eating and was about to rest a bit." "It's like this." Supervisor Zhang took a datapad from the car and handed it to Lin Chen. "The farm is going to conduct a comprehensive survey of crop growth data. Each administrator needs to record detailed information for their area. Here are the specific requirements and forms. You can start working on it this afternoon and complete it within 3 days." Lin Chen took the datapad and glanced at it. The survey content was much more detailed than the usual inspections, requiring not only the recording of crop height, leaf color, and pest conditions but also sampling and analyzing soil moisture and nutrient content. The workload was indeed considerable. "Okay, Supervisor Zhang. I understand," Lin Chen nodded in agreement. "If you have any questions, feel free to contact me," Supervisor Zhang instructed before leaving. Lin Chen looked at the datapad in his hand and sighed helplessly. It seems that the afternoon's plan for leisurely training is going to be ruined. However, work still needs to be done seriously. In the afternoon, Lin Chen threw himself into the crop growth data survey. He drove the cultivator Type 3 back and forth in zone C7, carefully observing, recording, and sampling. Although this work was tedious, it also gave him a deeper understanding of the land and the crops growing on it. He worked until the end of the day, barely completing 1/5 of the workload. It really looks like it will take 3 days to finish. Lin Chen rubbed his somewhat sore shoulders, thinking to himself. When he returned home, Bai Mushi had already prepared dinner. Seeing Lin Chen's slightly tired expression, she asked with concern, "Are you very tired from work today?" "Yeah, the farm is conducting a data survey, so there's a lot to do," Lin Chen explained. "Then hurry up and eat, and make sure to rest well afterward," Bai Mushi said with a pained expression. Lin Chen smiled and asked, "How was your work?" Since Bai Mushi was already pregnant and had registered her pregnancy information in the citizen database, the relevant departments of the galactic government soon contacted her to arrange a mother's position for her. The so-called mother's position is a special job set up by the empire to care for pregnant women and nursing mothers. The working hours are relatively flexible, and the intensity is not high, mainly to ensure that they have a stable income during pregnancy and postpartum while also taking care of their families. Most importantly, the workload is reduced, but the salary is not less than that of Lin Chen. This is an encouragement for childbirth and also a demand for the expansion of the banking empire. Bai Mushi was assigned to the second public primary school in the nearby community, serving as a martial arts enlightenment teacher for first graders. This position was simply perfect for her. She was already a prospective martial artist and had experience tutoring children in 8 treasure skill, so teaching the little ones the most basic martial arts movements and calisthenics was more than enough. Moreover, the working hours at the primary school are relatively fixed, and school ends early in the afternoon, allowing her more time to rest and practice. Both Bai Mushi and Lin Chen were very satisfied with this arrangement. Bai Mushi looked at Lin Chen with a sincere smile on her face. "Lin Chen, thank you." Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for choosing me," Bai Mushi said softly, her eyes carrying a hint of complex emotions. Lin Chen held her hand and said seriously, "Mushi, we are partners, saying these things feels too distant. Besides, I should thank you for being willing to have a child for me and for managing this home together with me." They exchanged smiles, and everything was understood without words. After dinner, Lin Chen did not immediately dive into training as usual but instead accompanied Bai Mushi in the living room to watch some Star Network videos. Watching her gentle profile filled him with warmth. As it approached 9 o'clock, Bai Mushi felt a bit sleepy and went to rest in their room. Lin Chen then began his overtime training for the night. He needed to make up for the training progress he had missed during the day. In the quiet of the night, only Lin Chen's figure sweating in the training room and the constantly moving progress bar on the system panel bore witness to his effort and persistence. In the blink of an eye, a week of hard work had quietly passed. On the last working day of this week, which was the 7th day of the star calendar, Lin Chen chose to train all night again. Although the farm's data survey work had taken up a lot of his daytime, he managed to rely on his overtime at night and the entire night of 7th day efforts to successfully raise the level of set 128 of calisthenics once again. When the first ray of virtual sunlight streamed through the curtain gap into the room in the morning, Lin Chen heard the system notification sound he had been eagerly anticipating. Ding! Set 128 of calisthenics level increased to level 5. Ding! The 128th set of radio calisthenics has been upgraded to level 5. Host gene potential. Plus 0.25%. In an instant, a wave of warmth, more powerful and purer than ever before, surged through him like a flood breaking through a dam. Every cell was cheering, as if undergoing a complete baptism and transformation. His body, his spirit, his perception, all reached a new height at that moment. Drowsiness and fatigue were instantly swept away. In their place was an unprecedented surge of energy and a sense of control. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance. He could clearly feel that something within his body had been broken, an invisible shackle had been shattered. He couldn't wait to check his attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen gene potential 7.00%, plus 0.25%, physical fitness 68 plus mental strength 70 plus spiritual energy 13 plus cultivation technique, the 128th set of radio calisthenics level 5, 150th, 8 treasure skill, not started, partner. Bai Mushi, favorability 70, offspring, 1, in gestation, 7%. I've finally reached it. Lin Chen looked at the clearly displayed 7% in the gene potential column, almost jumping out of bed in excitement. A Quasi warrior. From today on, Lin Chen is also a true Quasi warrior. Moreover, after upgrading the radio calisthenics to level 5, the progress bar reached 50 times. Although the number of times increased, he believed that with his current training speed and perseverance, this would not be a problem. What surprised him even more was that Bai Mushi's favorability had unknowingly risen to 70 points. This indicated that their relationship was developing in an increasingly positive direction. A tremendous joy and sense of achievement filled Lin Chen's heart, but along with it came the intense fatigue from a night of training. Although the state recovery brought by the upgrade was significant, his body still craved rest. He forced himself to glance at the sleeping Bai Mushi beside him, a gentle smile appearing on his face. And then he could no longer resist the drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. In this sleep, Lin Chen slept exceptionally soundly. He dreamed that he had become a powerful warrior, embarking on a new journey with Bai Mushi, becoming a pioneer. In the blink of an eye, 45 days passed. Lin Chen's life was regular and fulfilling, spending his days practicing at the farm and enjoying Bai Mushi's tenderness at home in the evenings. During these 45 days, Bai Mushi had fully adapted to her role as a primary school martial arts teacher. Her belly had begun to slightly swell, adding a touch of maternal softness to her heroic demeanor. And today, Lin Chen welcomed his first max-level cultivation technique. Level 10 Radio Calisthenics. Ding! The 128th set of Radio Calisthenics has been upgraded to level 10, max level. Congratulations, host, max level achieved. Host Gene. Potential plus 1%. Host, Lin Chen Gene Potential, 9.5% physical fitness, 90 plus mental strength, 90 plus spiritual energy, 19 plus cultivation technique. The 128th set of Radio Calisthenics level 10, max, 8 treasure skill, level 1, partner, Bai Mushi, favorability 80, offspring, 1, in gestation, 9.5%. Just 0.5% away, and he could truly step into the realm of warriors. Lin Chen felt the surging power within him, every cell filled with explosive energy. This feeling was far beyond any previous upgrade. He even had the illusion that he could now punch and obliterate the version of himself from 2 months ago. He didn't plan to test his strength for now, as it was unnecessary. In this phase of rapid strength growth, any test data would quickly become outdated, and revealing his strength could lead to unnecessary trouble. Low-key development was the way to go. To Lin Chen's surprise, the moment the Radio Calisthenics reached level 10, the obscure and difficult barriers regarding the 8 treasures skill in his mind suddenly became clear, as if the ice and snow had melted away. Every technique of exertion, every breath of energy circulation, became incredibly clear and flowed naturally. On the system panel, 8 treasure skill, not started, quietly transformed into 8 treasure skill, level 1. He had entered the practice. However, when he tried to use his mind to check the progress of the 8 treasure skill, he found that the subsequent sections were completely empty, without a progress bar like 0/XX appearing as it did for the Radio Calisthenics. As expected, Lin Chen understood in his heart. The progress bar for the Radio Calisthenics was a reward for the cultivation rights of the skill, a system reward given when Bai Mushi was pregnant. The system did not grant the cultivation rights for the 8 treasure skill. This meant that although he had entered the practice of the 8 treasure skill through his full understanding of the Radio Calisthenics, any further improvement would have to rely on his own talent and effort, just like Bai Mushi, to gradually refine and break through. The expressway of Radio Calisthenics had come to an end. What lay ahead was the slow ordinary person cultivation mode. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, gently spilling onto the bed. Lin Chen turned his head to look at Bai Mushi, who was still peacefully asleep beside him. 3 months into her pregnancy, her sleeping face appeared increasingly serene, with a slightly bulging belly covered by a thin blanket, outlining the curve of life. Although she knew Lin Chen had been making progress, she could never have imagined that the man beside her was now on the verge of catching up to her genetic potential. She simply thought that if Lin Chen could reach the 7% threshold with this foundational skill within a few years, it would already be an incredible achievement. Lin Chen's gaze fell on her slightly protruding belly, and his expression grew complex. Bai Mushi seemed to sense something, her long eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Lin Chen's focused gaze. What are you looking at?" she asked lazily, still half asleep, instinctively pulling the blanket closer, her pretty face slightly flushed and shy. Lin Chen did not answer, his mind was occupied with another matter. The inability to quickly level up the 8 treasures skill meant that he had no idea how long it would take to break through to 10% and become a martial artist. Through his own hard work. Just like Bai Mushi said, it could take 3 to 5 years to become a martial artist. That was too slow. How could he obtain system rewards more quickly? The core of the system was more children, more blessings. Having them one by one was far too inefficient. It simply could not maximize the advantages of the system. He had to think of a way to break this deadlock. Suddenly, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He thought of a possibility that was almost crazy yet incredibly reasonable. A way that could truly free him from his constraints and allow him to soar. Yes. How? Did I not think of this before? The next day after work, Lin Chen watched Bai Mushi watering a few pots of exotic plants on the balcony. Her profile looked particularly gentle in the morning light. He took a deep breath, walked over, and gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Wife. I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Bai Mushi set down the watering can, leaned against him, and enjoyed this rare moment of leisure. I want to visit the Reproductive Management Center, Lin Chen said casually. Bai Mushi paused for a moment, turned around, and looked at him in confusion. What do you want to do there? I saw the promotion on Xinhuang, saying that they are now encouraging the spread of quality genes, and you can register and sell reproductive information at the center, earning quite a few credit points in one go, Lin Chen said earnestly. I want to give it a try and earn some money for baby formula. Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, reaching out to poke his forehead, laughing as she said, What are you thinking? A qualified martial artist earns 5,000 credit points for registering once. You, as an ordinary person, can earn at most 500 credit points, and only if all your health indicators are very good. For just a few $100, all this fuss isn't worth it. What if I could get 5,000? Lin Chen's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Bai Mushi's smile instantly froze on her face as she stared into Lin Chen's eyes, her tone filled with disbelief. Your genetic potential has reached 7%? Lin Chen chuckled, not answering directly, only ambiguously saying, yeah. Bai Mushi clearly didn't believe it, but after looking at Lin Chen, she didn't stop him again. In her view, men are always curious about where to find collection robots, just wanting to check it out. Just a little visit, nothing to get jealous about. And so, an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the city's Reproductive Management Center. It was a white building filled with a sense of technology, the interior bright and tidy, with a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. As soon as he walked into the lobby, a female staff member in a fitted professional suit, her legs wrapped in black stockings and exuding a capable aura, smiled and approached him. Hello, sir, how can I assist? You? Lin Chen initially felt a bit awkward and planned to look for the office using the signs, but since the staff member had approached him, he straightforwardly stated his purpose. Seemingly accustomed to such matters, the staff member showed no sign of surprise, maintaining a professional smile and naturally gesturing for him to follow. All right, sir, please come with me. The registration is on the second floor, with dedicated guidance and a separate reception room. 2 hours later, Lin Chen emerged from the Reproductive Management Center feeling refreshed. On his personal terminal, a transfer record of 5,000 credit points was clearly visible. Hey, this is actually a pretty good way to make money. The most important thing is that the reproductive data of prospective martial artists is highly sought after. Who knows, I might be able to conceive soon. I just wonder if this method of conception meets the system's standards. Lin Chen stroked his chin, feeling quite pleased. Just then, a grand mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward, randomly unlock. Cultivation method permissions. Cultivation permission Fort Taurus official revised edition, 8 treasures skill unlocked. In an instant, Lin Chen felt a wave of clarity wash over him. The understanding of the 8 treasures skill, which had been somewhat vague before, now felt like a sudden enlightenment. Every detail, every key point became incredibly clear. He immediately checked the system panel. Cultivation method, level 128. Of broadcast gymnastics, max, 8 treasures skill level 1, 0/20. It worked. His method really worked. And he didn't expect it to be so fast. He certainly knew that in this era, there were a large number of single women. For various reasons, they missed out on partner matching, and as they aged, they accepted their single status while still yearning for their own offspring. After all, the rewards from the galactic government for childbirth are extremely generous, whether it's childbirth allowances or benefits in housing, education, and healthcare, all of which are enough for a single mother to lead a fairly good life with her child. For these women wanting to conceive, the only legal way is to apply to the Reproductive Management Center for matching suitable genetic data. In the center's gene bank, the genetic data of prospective martial artists and martial artists is rare and extremely scarce, with most being ordinary people. Therefore, Lin Chen was well aware that his genetic data with a potential of 9.5% was definitely a hot commodity in the market. It was the top resource that countless single women yearning for an excellent offspring dreamed of. However, he also didn't expect it to be so in demand. It had only just been entered into the gene bank, and it was immediately matched successfully, completing the conception. Great! Lin Chen felt ecstatic. This means he can quickly obtain system rewards in this way. Looking at the system panel displaying 8 treasures skill level 1, 0/20, Lin Chen thought to himself. Just 20 training sessions to reach level 2. It's clear that This 8 treasures skill is indeed better than the universal calisthenics. Moreover, this is countless times faster than his own hard training. When he returned home, Bai Mushi immediately asked, "How did it go?" Lin Chen smiled and shook his wrist where his personal terminal was. "Look." Bai Mushi leaned in to take a look, and when she saw the 5,000 credit points transaction record, she couldn't believe it. But when Lin Chen handed her the Gene Potential Assessment Certificate stamped with the official seal of the Reproductive Management Center, her eyes widened like saucers. At the bottom of the assessment certificate, a bold and enlarged number struck her mind like thunder. 9.5%. This. How is this possible? Bai Mushi's voice trembled as she repeatedly looked at the certificate, confirming that she wasn't seeing things. Lin Chen watched her in shock, secretly amused, and stepped forward to embrace her, explaining. With the words he had long prepared, "I don't know why either, my dear, maybe you're my lucky star. Ever since being with you, I feel like I suddenly got it. My training has become much more effective, and I'm improving every day." This half-true explanation was the only reason Lin Chen could give at the moment. Although rare, there were indeed similar examples. Bai Mushi bit her lip tightly, her chest heaving violently, a mix of shock, ecstasy, and disbelief. All these emotions intertwined, leaving her mind blank. She looked up at her man's face. This partner she once thought had mediocre talent had actually found his breakthrough? After a long silence, the confusion and shock in her eyes gradually transformed into an unprecedented determination and decisiveness. She suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's hand and said in an undeniable tone, "You should have said it earlier. With a 9.5% potential, still farming on the land, isn't that a waste? Tomorrow. We'll sign up tomorrow. Tuition isn't a problem, I'll lend you money to go." Lin Chen looked at the undeniable flame in Bai Mushi's eyes, feeling an indescribable warmth surge in his heart. In fact, the foundation of their relationship wasn't particularly deep, it was merely a mutual match. 2 months ago, Bai Mushi agreed to be his partner mainly because he was willing to support her in continuing at the private martial arts university. Unexpectedly, upon learning that he possessed top-tier talent, her first reaction wasn't jealousy or insecurity, but rather a determination to pave the way for him with everything she had. Even though she still bore nearly $1 million in debt, she didn't hesitate to borrow more for him. He reached out, tightly embracing the excited Bai Mushi, whose body trembled slightly. Resting his chin gently on the top of her head, his voice soft yet firm, "My dear, your words mean more than anything." In his arms, Bai Mushi's emotions were still hard to calm. You idiot. With such great talent, why didn't you say it earlier? The tuition at the private martial arts university is expensive, but once you get in, there are plenty of opportunities to earn it back. Lin Chen smiled and said, "It's fine, if it really comes to it, I'll continue selling my reproductive materials." Bai Mushi's face instantly turned red, and she punched Lin Chen lightly. She broke free from Lin Chen's embrace, the blush on her face still not fully faded, picked up her personal terminal, and her fingers flew across the screen. "There's no time to hesitate." Bai Mushi's tone carried an undeniable urgency. "The deadline for enrollment at the private martial arts university this year is the day after tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon. We must decide immediately." Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and asked, "How much is the registration fee?" "The registration fee is uniformly 100,000 credit points," Bai Mushi said without raising her head. "After successful registration, there will be a screening exam. The exam management center will decide whether your comprehensive score meets the cutoff for several private martial arts universities, and these universities will also offer corresponding rewards, such as waiving the registration fee and tuition." She paused, lifted her head, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance. "With your 9.5% potential, as long as you perform normally in the screening exam, obtaining a half scholarship at a mid-tier private university is not a problem. The teaching at lower-tier levels is too poor. Although you can waive the registration and tuition fees, it's not worth it." "Is there a full scholarship?" Lin Chen asked in surprise. "What about upper-tier private universities?" Bai Mushi looked at Lin Chen and said, "For the top 10 private universities, you can definitely get in, but don't even think about the registration fee and scholarship. Those spots are basically reserved for martial arts geniuses who have already successfully advanced to martial artists before the college entrance examination." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen curiously asked, "Martial arts geniuses? Didn't they get filtered out by public martial arts universities during the college entrance examination? How could they still come to private universities?" Bai Mushi shook her head, a hint of insight that only someone who has been through it could possess in her eyes. "You're thinking too simply. Do you think only public universities are competing for students?" She explained, "For those truly top-tier geniuses, both private and public universities have already started aggressively recruiting them even before the college entrance examination, during their first and second years of high school. You don't know, the truly top private Martial arts universities, whether in terms of faculty or training resources, are not inferior to public ones, and in certain specific fields, they might even be superior. And for those real geniuses, Mushi's tone carried a hint of emotion. Tuition fees are not something they would consider. Think about it. Being able to break through to become a martial artist during high school must have substantial financial support from their families. They choose schools based more on whether the school can provide the most suitable development path, the best mentors, and the broadest network of resources. Lin Chen was taken aback. What Mushi was saying was a world he had never encountered before. But upon reflection, it indeed made sense. The high school he attended was just an ordinary public high school. The best class, the so-called key class, had only produced a few prospective martial artists, which was already enough for the school to boast about. As for the martial arts geniuses Mushi mentioned, they were probably all in the key classes of the most prestigious key high schools in the entire star system, a circle he had never even dared to look up to before. Seeing Lin Chen deep in thought, Mushi took a deep breath, her tone becoming incredibly firm. Don't think too much, those things have nothing to do with us. Our current goal is to seize this opportunity. 100,000 registration fee, let's find a way together. Lin Chen came back to his senses and quickly grabbed her. Wife, you still owe 900,000. Mushi looked at the hint of guilt and hesitation in Lin Chen's eyes and instead smiled, her smile carrying a sense of openness and confidence. Those are interest-free loans. I've saved up 50,000 credit points now. Lin Chen's heart trembled again. This 50,000 credit points was meant for Mushi's own tuition. And now, it seemed she intended to unhesitatingly place that hope on herself first. But the registration fee was 100,000, which was still half short. Even if they registered, there would still be 100,000 tuition fees each year. Could it be that they really had to gamble on that scholarship? Looking at Mushi's determined eyes, Lin Chen felt his own blood ignite. Gamble? Why not gamble? With his 9.5% potential and the incredible system that if you don't even have this little confidence, then how can you talk about becoming strong? Lin Chen nodded heavily. Alright. I've worked here for 2 months, plus what I saved before. I probably have around 10,000. The remaining 40,000, let's borrow it as a consumer loan. Mushi nodded and quickly started operating on her personal terminal. Soon, the personal terminal on Lin Chen's wrist emitted a crisp notification sound. Ding! You have received a transfer of 50,000 credit points. Mushi didn't give Lin Chen a chance to refuse and urged, hurry. Sign up immediately. Don't miss the time. Looking at the number 50,000 on the light screen, Lin Chen felt his heart tighten. He took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions and determination deep inside, and nodded heavily. Lin Chen first found the consumer loan option in the payment system on the terminal. Due to his current job, he could have a maximum consumer loan limit of 50,000. Withdraw it all. Then, he opened the unified registration portal for private universities under the Galactic Education Department. Identity verification, upload gene potential assessment proof. Finally, on the payment page, he entered the amount of 100,000 credit points. The balance remaining was 10,000 plus. He owed the bank 50,000. Ding! Registration fee has been paid. Citizen Lin Chen, ID, you have successfully registered for the Taurus 0755 Galaxy Private Martial Arts University Joint Selection Exam. Exam time, location, and specific arrangements will be sent to your personal terminal after the registration deadline. Please pay attention to check. Registration successful. Looking at these 4 words, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, while igniting a fierce fighting spirit. He turned to Mushi and curiously asked, Wife, what's this selection exam about? What do they test? Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Mushi quickly searched for relevant information on her personal terminal while saying, let me see the situation over the past 2 years. That was 8 years ago for me, the process must have changed. Her fingers swiftly glided across the light screen, her brows gradually furrowing. Back then, it was very simple, just basic physical fitness tests, like punching power, speed, nerve reaction, mental strength, and so on. The data was presented, and each university picked candidates based on the data. But, Mushi's expression suddenly became a bit strange as she enlarged a document and read it carefully several times, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and confusion. What's wrong? Lin Chen felt a jolt in his heart seeing her unusual expression. Mushi looked up and said in an almost absurd tone, last year and the year before, the selection exam actually turned into a practical exam? She pointed at the information on the terminal to show Lin Chen. The Underground City Practical Exam, the first stage is for all candidates to enter the first level of the Underground City, where monsters will appear. and rankings will be based on the time taken to clear it. This is just the first stage? The subsequent stages are likely kept confidential and ordinary. People can't see the relevant information. Baimushi couldn't help but complain, is it really that competitive now? Looking at the shocked and worried expression on Baimushi's face, Lin Chen instead felt a surge of confidence, pulling her shoulder and saying boldly, if it's competitive, then let it be. Who's afraid of whom? Baimushi was infected by his soaring spirit, and her worries were instantly replaced by an inexplicable trust and pride. She looked up at the fighting spirit flickering in Lin Chen's eyes, feeling that at this moment, he was simply incredibly handsome. Baimushi nodded heavily, her eyes igniting with flames, that's right. Since we've registered, let's give it our all. The stronger the ability, the higher the exam ranking, the better. The schools we can go to, and the more rewards we can get. The goal was clear, and all that was left was to give it everything. Lin Chen knew that his most important task now was to race against time, to quickly improve his strength and enhance his gene potential. Lin Chen immediately dialed the communication of the logistics supervisor, Supervisor Zhang. Manager Zhang, I signed up for the selection exam at the private martial arts university and would like to apply for a leave of absence without pay. On the other end of the phone, Manager Zhang was silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. Xiao. Lin, have you thought this through? I've thought it through, Manager Zhang, I want to give it another shot. Lin Chen's tone was incredibly firm. All right. Manager Zhang's voice carried a hint of regret, I respect your choice. According to the regulations, citizens who accept placement and then choose to continue their studies can apply for a leave of absence without pay, with their original position retained for a maximum of 2 years. I wish you good luck. Thank you, Manager Zhang. After hanging up, Manager Zhang shook his head and complained to others in the office, sigh, another impulsive young person. That Xiao Lin from Farm 939 has only been here for 2 months and suddenly says he wants to take the entrance exam for a private university. The office immediately echoed with agreement. Every year there are 1 or 2 like that, they won't turn back until they hit a wall. Exactly, they can't appreciate a stable life and insist on stirring things up, and in the end, they just come back in disgrace. Young people, they always think they can achieve a different life, it's understandable. Lin Chen, of course, was completely unaware of these discussions and didn't care much. After resigning, he devoted all his time and energy to practicing the 8 treasures skill. Seeing him so dedicated, Baimushi took the initiative to continue tutoring him, helping him refine details and improve efficiency. However, Lin Chen waved his hand, rejecting her good intentions. Wife, no need, I can do it myself. Joking aside, if he followed Baimushi's standard, rigid practice method, not only would it be slow, but it would also be particularly exhausting. Where could he find the comfort of his own slacking off technique? As long as he went through the motions, the progress bar would still rise, with minimal energy consumption and speed that was more than doubled. Thus, the training room at home once again staged that eye-watering scene. Lin Chen's 8 treasures skill was practiced in a manner that was free and unrestrained, completely chaotic and without any rules. Baimushi watched from the side, her brows tightly knitted together. This was simply challenging the martial arts training philosophy she had built over the years. She really wanted to rush over, grab Lin Chen's arm, and loudly tell him, "You're practicing wrong. It's a huge mistake." However, the words stuck in her throat, and she swallowed them back. She recalled that for the past 2 months, Lin Chen had been practicing in this random way, and he had still managed to raise his genetic potential to 9.5%. Could it be that the training methods of geniuses are really different from those of ordinary people? This absurd thought involuntarily popped into Baimushi's mind. Maybe he really has his own unique training habits and insights? With this thought, Baimushi's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, replaced by a complex expression of helplessness mixed with curiosity. She no longer tried to correct Lin Chen, simply sitting quietly beside him, watching him dance with his hands and feet, secretly thinking, all right, the world of geniuses, I don't understand. As long as he feels it's effective, that's enough. The 8 treasures skill was indeed an advanced technique. Even though Lin Chen was using his slacking off technique, the physical and mental consumption was far beyond that of the 128th set of radio calisthenics. As night gradually faded, the horizon outside the window began to show a pale light. After practicing continuously for 15 rounds, Lin Chen felt as if his limbs were weighed down with lead, and sweat had soaked his entire body. But he glanced at the clear progress bar in his mind, 15/20ths. Just 5 more rounds. As long as he persevered for 5 more rounds, he could break through again. I'm going for it. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, the words bursting from between his clenched jaws, and once again forced his exhausted body into a new round of training. The bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Baimushi rubbed her sleepy eyes stumbling out in a daze. When she saw the figure in the training room still drenched in sweat, she instantly woke up, paused for a moment, and asked in surprise, honey, you haven't slept? At that moment, Lin Chen had already entered a semi-dazed state, all his focus immersed in training and battling fatigue. Completely oblivious to Bai Mushi's words, he mechanically repeated his movements, driven by a powerful will. Nearly an hour later, when he finally completed a round of training and managed to stop, he noticed Bai Mushi standing at the door. Breathing heavily, his voice hoarse, he said, I just couldn't stop once I started training. At that moment, Lin Chen looked utterly disheveled. He was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. A puddle of sweat had formed on the floor beneath him, and one could even see some white salt crystals that had formed as the sweat dried. Yet, in his bloodshot eyes, a fierce flame burned, fixated on the invisible progress bar, desperately squeezing the last bit of potential from his body. Bai Mushi looked at him and felt a pang of heartache. She quickly washed up and then swiftly prepared a nutritious breakfast. She walked to the door of the training room, waved her small white fist to cheer him on, saying, honey, you can do it, but couldn't help but remind him, honey, you need to rest too. I'm off to work now. Bai Mushi's current job at Mom's post was quite easy, usually just half a day's class, allowing her to return home in the afternoon. Lin Chen squeezed out a word from his throat. Bai Mushi gave him a deep look before reluctantly turning to leave. After hearing the sound of the door closing, Lin Chen forced himself to complete another round of training. Then, dragging his heavy steps, he walked to the dining table and looked at the heartfelt breakfast Bai Mushi had prepared for him. A warm current surged in his heart. He devoured the food in a hurry, feeling a bit of strength return to his body. After a brief rest, he stood up again. 3 more times. 3 hours later, just as he was about to faint, that long-awaited voice finally rang out in his mind like a heavenly melody. Ding! 8 treasure skill level. Upgraded to level 2. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. Host, Lin Chen, gene potential, 9.7%, physical fitness, 93+, mental state, 93+, spiritual energy, 20+. Skill, set 128 of radio calisthenics level 10, max, 8 treasure skill level 2, 0/40, partner, Bai Mushi, affection level 75, offspring, 2, in gestation. In an instant, a wave of energy more pure and powerful than ever before erupted within him like a volcanic explosion. Lin Chen suddenly felt that his arms, which had been so sore they could barely lift, were suddenly filled with explosive strength. Every cell in his body greedily absorbed this energy, undergoing a tremendous transformation. His body, which had been utterly exhausted from an all-night training session, not only instantly returned to peak condition but was even more resilient and full of vitality than before. He could even hear the crisp cracking sounds of his bones, and his muscles and fascia became stronger and more powerful. 9.7%. Only 0.3% away from the realm of a martial artist. Lin Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, his eyes shining with light. I'm so hungry. Just then, the door clicked open. Bai Mushi returned with bags of groceries, and upon seeing Lin Chen standing in the living room, full of energy and exuding an indescribable powerful aura, she was momentarily stunned. Wife, I'm so hungry. Lin Chen exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he saw her. Oh, okay. Bai Mushi was startled back to her senses by his booming voice and quickly replied, okay, I'll do it right now. She hurriedly tossed the ingredients into the kitchen and began to busy herself with nimble hands and feet. 20 minutes later, when Bai Mushi brought out the first plate of fragrant stir-fried meat, Lin Chen, who had just finished showering, sat down without a word and devoured the entire plate along with a large bowl of rice in a flash. When Bai Mushi returned with the second plate and saw the empty dishes and bowl on the table, she was completely stunned. Lin Chen, meanwhile, was unceremoniously grabbing the second plate while mumbling, wife, your cooking is so delicious. Bai Mushi immediately realized this was a sign of overexertion from his training, and his body urgently needed to replenish energy. She quickly turned and dashed back into the kitchen, preparing all the ingredients she had originally set aside for lunch and dinner. Thinking to herself, I'll go buy more in the afternoon, I can't let my husband go hungry. By the end of the meal, Lin Chen had eaten at least 3 to 4 times his usual amount, finishing all the rice in the rice cooker and clearing 4 large dishes, finally letting out a satisfied burp. Feeling full at last, Bai Mushi looked at the spotless plates on the table, and instead of feeling distressed, her eyes sparkled with joy as she gently said, if you're full, go to sleep quickly, you haven't slept all night. Lin Chen nodded, indeed feeling a bit drowsy, and obediently walked into the bedroom. Collapsing into bed, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, the night had already fallen, and it was time for dinner. At the dining table, Lin Chen continued to eat heartily. Although his appetite wasn't as exaggerated as at lunch, it was still more than double his usual intake. Bai Mushi sat across from him, quietly watching him eat, her heart a whirlwind of emotions and thoughts. She recalled something her martial arts teacher had said during her time at the martial arts university. When your training reaches a bottleneck or you're on the verge of a breakthrough, your body will instinctively send signals, one of the most common being a sudden increase in appetite. This indicates that your body is accumulating energy for the next transformation. Seize this critical period. Intensify your training and supplement with enough nutrition. It's very likely you'll break through to the next realm in a short time. Bai Mushi remembered the teacher saying that if one seized this critical period, a potential martial artist could elevate to the martial artist realm in 1 to 2 years. She looked at Lin Chen, who was devouring his food, and a thought that even she found hard to believe began to grow wildly in her heart. Lin Chen, could it be that he has already reached this critical period? Could he really become a martial artist within 2 years? Bai Mushi's heart raced. 3 days later, in the training room, Lin Chen was immersed in the practice of the 8 treasures skill. Suddenly, the personal terminal on his wrist vibrated, emitting a notification sound. However, Lin Chen was at a crucial moment in his training. He could feel the energy within him gathering, pushing against an invisible barrier. He ignored the terminals alert and continued to grit his teeth and persevere. Another 2 hours passed, and when he finally completed the last round of training, the familiar system notification sound echoed in his mind once more. Ding! 8 treasures skill level increased to level 3. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. Host, Lin Chen, gene potential, 9.9%, physical fitness, 95+, mental strength, 5+, spiritual energy, 21+, technique, said 128 of broadcast calisthenics level 10, max, 8 treasures. Skill level 3, 0/60, partner, Bai Mushi, affection level 75, offspring, 2, in gestation, 9.9%. Lin Chen's breath became heavy in an instant, and his eyes sparkled with disbelief. Just 0.1% away, he was just one final, and the most difficult, step away from truly becoming a martial artist. The immense exhaustion from the breakthrough left him feeling a strong hunger, as if he could devour a whole cow. He stepped out of the training room, and at the dining table, Bai Mushi had already prepared a sumptuous meal, smiling as she waited for him. Over the past few days, Lin Chen's appetite had remained high, and Bai Mushi had grown accustomed to it, always preparing enough for him in advance. As Lin Chen wolfed down his food, he raised his wrist to check the notification on his terminal. It was an official notice from the Taurus 0755 Star System Admissions Examination Center. Dear Candidate Lin Chen, ID, hello. The specific arrangements for the joint selection examination of the Taurus 0755 Star System Private Martial Arts University have now been confirmed. Examination location, Taurus 0755 Star System Provincial Capital City, Tantai City, Provincial Admissions Examination Center. Reporting time, Imperial Year 40918, August 21st to August 30th, a total of 9 days. Please be sure to report to the examination center within the specified time, bringing your personal ID and registration proof to collect your admission ticket. Those who fail to report on time will be considered to have voluntarily forfeited their examination qualifications, and the registration fee will not be refunded. Wishing you success in your examination. 9 days to reach the provincial examination center. Lin Chen chewed his food while quickly calculating in his mind. In the evening, soft light filled the sunflower garden community. Lin Chen and Bai Mushi walked leisurely hand in hand. Bai Mushi, who was over 2 months pregnant, had a belly that was not noticeable unless looked at closely. The two were enjoying the tranquility after dinner when a familiar voice suddenly appeared. Oh, Lin Chen? I haven't seen you for several days. Looking in the direction of the voice, it was Wang Hao and his partner Zhang Qian. Wang Hao curiously sized up Lin Chen, realizing he hadn't seen him at the fast line station for several days. Lin Chen smiled and, not intending to hide anything, straightforwardly said, "Yeah, I stopped working on the farm and I'm preparing to take the entrance exam for the private martial arts university. As soon as..." He said this, Wang Hao's expression changed instantly, and his smile froze on his face. Zhang Qian beside him immediately showed a surprised and envious expression. Quickly congratulating him, "Wow. That's amazing. Congratulations." Wang Hao quickly reacted and chimed in, yeah, congratulations. Shi Yi, you kid. Impressive. Keeping a low profile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Chen and Bai Mushi continued their walk, passing by them. Once Lin Chen and Bai Mushi's figures had faded into the distance, Zhang Qian was still immersed in shock, unable to help but pull on Wang Hao's arm, exclaiming, "Your classmate is so rich. He can actually go to a private martial arts university. The tuition and registration fees aren't cheap." Yeah. Wang Hao nodded, looking complexly in the direction Lin Chen had left. But what he was really thinking was something entirely different. Lin Chen is rich? How could that be? He knew exactly what Lin Chen's family situation was. 7 children, both parents are ordinary workers, and it would be good enough if they could afford to send him through high school. The only explanation is, he must have latched onto a rich woman. Wang Hao's gaze fell again on Bai Mushi's graceful figure in the distance. TSK, I really don't know how this kid managed to convince that beautiful woman to willingly spend money to support him in attending a private university. Wang Hao couldn't believe that Lin Chi had the means to attend a private school. Even if he had struck it lucky and won the lottery, would his partner really agree? Like himself. At this thought, Wang Hao subconsciously glanced at Zheng Qian beside him. Zheng Qian seemed to sense his gaze, tilted her head to look at him, and asked, "What's up? Do you want to go to a private school too?" Wang Hao's heart stirred, and he tentatively replied, "Are you going to sponsor me?" Zheng Qian rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, "Go home and dream. The money I earned with great difficulty from giving birth isn't for you to waste on your dreams." Wang Hao forced a smile, but a bitter feeling inexplicably surged in his heart. Yes, this is reality. People fear comparison the most. Without comparison, living a stable life as a farm manager, marrying a down-to-earth wife, having a few children to receive subsidies, life can be quite comfortable. But once there is a comparison, seeing others' different choices in lives, that little bit of unwillingness and envy in the heart grows wildly like weeds. Wang Hao put his arm around Zheng Qian's shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go home." 2 days later, Lin Chen and Bai Mushi were packing their luggage, preparing to set off for the provincial capital, Tantai City. Suddenly, the personal terminal on Lin Chen's wrist rang. It was a video call request from his mother. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment but still answered. On the screen, his mother's face appeared, showing a hint of worry. "Yeah, how have you been lately? I heard you signed up for a private university?" His mother's tone carried a hint of questioning. "Yeah, how have you been lately? I heard you signed up for a private university?" Lin Chen nodded, but before he could speak, his mother's voice rose an octave. "Yeah, are you out of your mind?" On the other side of the screen, Lin Chen's father squeezed in, his face full of anger. "If you do this, don't come asking us for tuition fees in the future. We won't give you a single cent." Lin Chen was at a loss for words. He hadn't planned to ask his family for money, nor did he want to hear this nonsense, which is why he hadn't proactively told them about his decision. Unexpectedly, the news still got through. His mother continued to ramble, "Your genetic potential is only 5%, why would you go to a private university? Isn't that just wasting money? Listen to your mother, quickly withdraw your application and work steadily on the farm, that's the right path. I have 9.9% genetic potential now." Lin Chen finally couldn't hold back and interrupted her, "I'm preparing to become a martial artist, why can't I attend a private university? This decision was made after careful consideration, and my partner agrees. I don't plan to ask you for money, so you don't need to worry about us asking you for money in the future." As soon as he said this, Lin Chen's parents on the other end of the video were stunned, as if someone had pressed the pause button. 9.9% genetic potential? How is that possible? Their first reaction was that Lin Chen was lying to them, talking nonsense. "You, don't lie to us," his mother snapped. Back to reality, her tone even more urgent. "You child, how could you learn to lie? Hurry up and listen, don't waste money on that application fee." Lin Chen felt annoyed and didn't want to explain any further. He said directly, "I've already said this has nothing to do with you. Alright, I'm done talking, we're going to Tantai City." After saying that, he hung up the video call without waiting for a response. The room fell silent again. Bai Mushi watched the entire process clearly and was also surprised by the situation. Lin Chen's parents didn't believe their own son at all? In contrast, her parents had supported her for 4 years before giving up on her. It seemed that her parents were already quite good? Bai Mushi hesitated for a moment and then softly asked, "Yeah, should we visit my parents?" Lin Chen looked up in surprise. "Is that convenient?" He remembered clearly that when they were matched, Bai Mushi had said her parents were already disappointed in her and wouldn't care who she married. Bai Mushi's family was different from Lin Chen's. They weren't a lower-class working family but a typical martial arts family. In this era that revered strength, it seemed that all emotions and resources were linked to martial arts talent. Bai Mushi had been unable to advance as a martial artist for many years, gradually exhausting her parents' patience and expectations. What was even more cruel was that Bai Mushi had a sister who was even more talented than she was. The limited family resources naturally tilted towards the more promising sister. Thus, Bai Mushi gradually became the dispensable presence in the family. Looking at Lin Chen, a complex smile appeared on her face. "They said they wouldn't care about me anymore. But this is a different time. Before you head to Tantai City, I suddenly feel that visiting them wouldn't be a bad idea. Who knows, it might lead to some windfall. She paused, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. After all, you're not the same now. A quasi-martial artist with 9.9% genetic potential, a future martial artist. Such a son-in-law could no longer be ignored by any martial arts family as they once did. This was not just about face, it was about the future interests and connections of the family. Lin Chen instantly understood Bai Mushi's meaning. He just didn't expect her to mention a windfall. This was not a simple family visit, it felt more like a showdown. To tell her parents, the daughter you once looked down upon has now found a partner even better than you imagined. All right. Lin Chen nodded without hesitation. He took Bai Mushi's hand and said earnestly, then let's go. On the other end of the line, the Lin family. Lin's father looked at the disconnected call, his face turning pale with anger, and slammed the table. Rebellion. Rebellion. This old seventh actually dared to hang up on me. He said furiously, just wait. If old seventh comes back asking us for money, I won't give him a single cent. Lin's mother sat beside him, sighing, her eyes slightly red. She said softly, this child, Xiao, has a good nature, but he's been led astray by that partner of his. I said back then, that woman is too ambitious, not someone who can live a settled life, but you didn't believe me. Behind them, the younger children, the 8th, 9th, and 13th, stood quietly, watching their parents, unsure of what to say. Bai Mushi's parents did not live in an ordinary settlement community like Shangyan Huayuan, but in a villa area on the outskirts of the city called Jinghua Garden. The environment here was serene, with security at the entrance, and each row of villas stood tall. It was a villa community for middle-class martial arts families in the city, much better than Lin Chen's parents' home. As the hover car carrying Lin Chen and Bai Mushi slowly entered Jinghua Garden, Lin Chen truly felt the vast difference between the two families. The Bai family's villa was a 3-story townhouse, modern and minimalist in style, occupying a considerable area. As soon as they reached the entrance, the villa's door opened automatically. A well-dressed, refined middle-aged man stood at the door. Upon seeing Bai Mushi, a slightly distant smile appeared on his face. Mushi, you're back. He was Bai Mushi's father, Bai Xinfeng. Bai Xinfeng's gaze lingered on Bai Mushi for a moment before shifting to Lin Chen beside her, his eyes carrying a hint of subtle scrutiny. Dad. Bai Mushi's address was very plain, revealing little emotion. She turned slightly and introduced, this is my partner, Lin Chen. Hello, Dad. Lin Chen greeted respectfully but confidently. Come in. Just in time, your uncle and brother are here. Bai Xinfeng nodded, acknowledging the greeting, then turned and walked into the house. Uncle and brother? Lin Chen glanced at Bai Mushi, who shook her head and said, I don't know either. In the living room, a well-maintained, elegant middle-aged woman sat on the sofa. Upon seeing Bai Mushi, she merely cast a faint glance. This was Bai Mushi's mother, Lu Yuqin. Mom. Bai Mushi's voice remained flat. Bai's mother nodded and looked at the two guests in the living room. Point one was a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Bai Xinfeng, but his demeanor was sharper and more astute. Beside him sat a young man, about the same age as Lin Chen, with a slightly arrogant expression. These two were Bai Xinfeng's brother, Bai Xinyun, and his son, Bai Mujie. Upon seeing Bai Mushi enter with Lin Chen, both Bai Xinyun and Bai Mujie displayed expressions of surprise. Mushi, you're back? Bai Xinyun was the first to speak, his tone laced with a hint of polite astonishment. Uncle, Mujie, Bai Mushi greeted calmly. Lin Chen also politely chimed in, hello, uncle, hello, Mujie. Bai Xinfeng and Lu Yuqin merely nodded lightly in response. Although there were outsiders present, they did not appear overly cold, yet the underlying sense of estrangement was still palpable. Sister, why did you suddenly come back? Bai Mujie asked, his gaze sweeping over Lin Chen with an unmistakable scrutiny. Bai Xinfeng picked up his teacup, gently blowing on it, and said, Xinyun and the others came today to discuss Mujie's upcoming exam in Tantai City. Bai Xinyun smiled and added, yes, Mujie has registered for this year's private university selection exam, and we plan to send him over the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible glimmer flashed in Bai Mushi's eyes. She glanced at Lin Chen beside her and calmly said, what a coincidence, my partner Lin Chen has also registered. We are also planning to go over in the next couple of days. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the living room froze instantly. All eyes turned to Lin Chen. Bai Mu. Lu Yuqin was the first to break the silence, frowning as she asked, private martial arts university? Where are you getting the money from? Although Bai Xinyun and Bai Mujie did not speak, their surprised gazes were fixed on Lin Chen. In their view, Bai Mushi, the daughter who had been abandoned, could not possibly have found a capable partner. They assumed he was just another unrealistic, poor kid hoping to gamble on a loan. Feeling the cold stares around her, Bai Mushi's expression darkened. However, Lin Chen remained smiling and composed. He took out The Gene Potential Assessment Certificate, stamped with an official seal, from his bag and gently placed it on the coffee table, sliding it toward everyone. Dad, Mom, Uncle. This is the assessment I just completed, please take a look. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present, carrying an undeniable confidence. Bai Xinfeng, Lu Yuqin, Bai Jinyun, Bai Mujie, all their gazes instinctively fell on the certificate. When they saw the bold, enlarged number at the bottom, the entire living room fell into a deathly silence. Gene Potential 9.9%. Moreover, the document clearly stated age, 19. Everyone was dumbfounded, their minds blank. A gene potential of 9.9%. What does this mean? This was already the peak of a prospective martial artist, just one step away from being a true martial artist. Even more terrifying was the fact that he was only 19 years old. Among their generation, the best was none other than the eighth sister, Bai Mulan, who had taken most of Bai Mushi's resources. When she took the college entrance exam at 19, her gene potential barely reached 8.5%, and after 3 years of hard study at a private university, she had just stepped into the realm of martial artists. Yet this Lin Chen, whom they had looked down upon, had an astonishing 9.9% potential. He was truly a genius among geniuses. The first to react was Bai Jinyun. The coldness and scrutiny on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by an almost fawning enthusiasm. He suddenly stood up, taking 2 steps at a time to Lin Chen's side, excitedly saying, "Nephew, your talent is simply a dragon among men." Then, he warmly invited Lin Chen, "Nephew, when are you going to Tantai City? Why not go with Mujie? It's good to have someone to look out for each other on the road." Bai Mushi shook her head and said lightly, "No need to trouble uncle. We can go by ourselves." "Oh, it's no trouble at all." Bai Jinyun immediately replied, his tone leaving no room for argument, "We're all family, so why talk about trouble? It's settled." "Then, when do you plan to leave? Tomorrow or the day after?" Just then, a crisp and pleasant voice, tinged with a hint of playfulness, came from the stairs. "Sister? You're back." A girl who resembled Bai Mushi but appeared younger and more lively bounced down the stairs. She was dressed in a branded tracksuit, her high ponytail full of youthful energy. She was Bai Mushi's 12th sister, Bai Mushui. Bai Mushui ran to Bai Mushi's side, affectionately linking her arm, then curiously looked at Lin Chen, her eyes blinking. "Hello, brother-in-law. I'm Bai Mushui." "Hello, Mushui," Lin Chen responded with a smile. Compared to the initial indifference of their parents, this younger sister seemed much more enthusiastic. Meanwhile, Bai Mujia, the young man who had just been somewhat arrogant, now wore an expression that was utterly captivating. He didn't change his expression as quickly as his father, but his eyes, white as copper bells, were filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of barely concealed jealousy. He stared blankly at Lin Chen, then glanced at the glaring assessment certificate on the coffee table, his mind buzzing. Is it really a genetic potential of 9.9%? What a joke! He was a key student in a key class at a district-focused high school, and the student in his class who was hailed as a martial arts genius had only barely reached 9% in genetic potential. At that time, this achievement had caused a sensation throughout the school, idolized by countless teachers and classmates. But now, this seemingly ordinary brother-in-law brought by his sister was actually nearly 1% higher than the top student in their class? This was no longer just excellent, it was simply monstrous. Bai Mujie felt as if his worldview had been severely shaken. He had been quite proud of his own 6.8% genetic potential, thinking that although he couldn't compare to those top geniuses, he was still among the best of his peers. But now, compared to Lin Chen, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon, utterly insignificant. He looked at Lin Chen's calm and confident face, his heart filled with mixed emotions. At that moment, the 12th sister Bai Mushui, who had just run down from upstairs, was still completely unaware of the situation. She only felt that the atmosphere in the living room was a bit strange, and the adults' expressions were also odd. Curiously, she leaned over the coffee table to take a look at the assessment certificate. "Wow! 9.9%! Brother-in-law, you're amazing!" Bai Mushui exclaimed in genuine surprise, her eyes instantly sparkling with admiration. Unlike the others, she didn't have so many complicated thoughts, she simply felt that this number was incredibly impressive. Lu Yuqin, Bai Mushi's mother, also had a completely different expression at this moment. She looked at the certificate, then at her daughter, whom she had always looked down upon, and at her son-in-law, whom she was meeting for the first time, and a storm surged in her heart. She couldn't understand how her daughter, who had average talent, could find such an extraordinary partner. It was unscientific. And Bai Jinfeng, as the head of the family, although equally shocked inside, quickly regained his composure on the surface. He gave Lin Chen a deep look, then picked up his teacup, took a gentle sip, and said in as steady a tone as possible, "Jin Yun is right, we're all family, so let's go together." It's good to look out for each other on the road. His words set the tone for the matter. Bai Mushi looked at Lin Chen, who smiled and nodded, saying, since dad and uncle have said so, it would be disrespectful not to comply. We can set off tomorrow. He knew that the Bai family wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to him. And he didn't mind this getting closer. After all, having one more friend is better than having one more enemy. Moreover, this was his wife's family. If they could improve their relationship, it would be a good thing for Bai Mushi as well. Besides, it would save on transportation and accommodation costs. He heard that as a provincial capital, Tantai City had quite high expenses. That night, in the basement of the Bai family's villa, in a specially designated training room, the lights were bright, and various professional training equipment was fully equipped, far better than the community gym. Lin Chen was about to start his slacking off technique when he noticed two little heads at the door. His 12th sister, Bai Mushue, was there with a small child who looked only 7 or 8 years old, peering curiously at him from the doorframe. Brother-in-law, this is the 13th, Bai Mushue introduced. Call him brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Bai Moa timidly hid behind his sister, his big, shiny eyes filled with admiration and curiosity for Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the pure and adoring gazes of these two little ones and couldn't help but smile wryly. Well, the slacking plan was ruined. He couldn't just flail around in front of the kids and teach them bad habits. The reason he was here to train was that Bai father and Bai mother insisted they stay at the villa tonight. That 9.9% evaluation certificate was like a key that instantly opened the tightly shut door of familial affection in the Bai family. Lin Chen was also happy to give them the opportunity to bond. As for himself, he wasn't good with words, so he simply suggested using this training room to practice properly. Thus, he put away his playful demeanor, straightened his expression, and began to practice the 8 treasures skill earnestly. Although this way of training was more tiring and the efficiency seemed no different in the system's view, his posture was standard, and it indeed had a masterly aura. Bai Mushue and Bai Moa were captivated, their eyes not blinking once. The next morning, when Lin Chen and Bai Mushi were about to take their leave, the attitude of Bai father and Bai mother was a world apart from yesterday. They were so enthusiastic that Lin Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. Chia, if you need anything in Tantai City, just let us know. Don't be polite. Yes, Mushi, take good care of Chia, and take care of yourself too. Lu Yuqin held Bai Mushi's hand, asking about her well-being with great concern, as if the cold noblewoman from yesterday was just Lin Chen's illusion. Once they boarded the hover car back to Xiangyang Flower Garden, inside the cabin, Bai Mushi leaned closer to Lin Chen's ear with a sly smile and whispered, "My dad said he would cover your 100,000 registration fee. The tuition fees in the future too." Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing his astonished expression, Bai Mushi's smile grew even brighter. See, didn't it explode with gold coins? It exploded, it exploded. Lin Chen nodded vigorously, gaining a deeper understanding of the word reality. Back at their home in Xiangyang Flower Garden, before they could even sit down for a drink, Bai Jinyun's call came through. Half an hour later, a spacious and luxurious 7-seater hover business vehicle smoothly parked at the entrance of the Xiangyang Flower Garden community. The door slid open, and Bai Jinyun poked his head out, beaming as he waved at them. Chia, Mushi, get in the car, we're heading straight to Tantai City. Inside the spacious and comfortable 7-seater hover business vehicle, the atmosphere was harmonious. When Bai Jinyun casually asked about Lin Chen's family background and learned that he came from an ordinary working-class family, the surprise on both their faces was evident. Bai Mujie couldn't help but sincerely exclaim, "Brother-in-law, you're way better than those so-called second generation in our class. Aren't they all relying on their family's resources to get where they are? I've never met anyone like you who relies solely on their own talent." Lin Chen laughed heartily, nodding calmly, but inwardly he scoffed, "Aren't you just another second generation?" As they chatted, Bai Mujie curiously leaned in and asked, "Brother-in-law, what brand of nutrient solution do you usually use for your training? Is it Titan's Power or Galaxy Spring?" "My dad bought me the enhanced version of Titan's Power, and it works pretty well." Lin Chen was taken aback by the question. He had never used any proper nutrient solution. His training consumed a lot, and he relied entirely on the meals made by Bai Mushi for replenishment. With a quick thought, he seriously made up an answer. "I use Love brand nutrient solution." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Mushi beside him turned beet red, pinching him hard at the waist with her small hand and shooting him a reproachful glare with her beautiful eyes. "Love brand?" Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujie were both stunned, exchanging glances. "What kind of new high-end brand is this? How come I've never heard of it?" The 2-hour drive passed quickly amidst light-hearted chatter. The hover car gradually slowed down, and ahead, an incredibly magnificent Tower City gradually came into view. Countless skyscrapers, shorter on the outside and taller on the inside, formed a pyramid-like structure that soared into the clouds. In the air, a dense network of hover car lanes crisscrossed, creating a massive web of light. Colorful neon signs flickered like stars, embellishing the entire city in a dreamlike manner. Lin Chen gazed at the bustling neon traffic outside the window and the breathtaking cityscape, unable to suppress a sigh. This is the provincial capital, Tantai City. The hover car weaved through the complex aerial lanes and finally descended slowly in front of a skyscraper named Tianyu International Hotel in the 4 or 5 ring area. Alright, we've arrived, Bai Jinyun parked the car and smiled at Lin Chen and Bai Mushi. I've already booked the rooms in advance. Let's go up and settle in first, and then we can head to the exam center in the afternoon. Lin Chen looked up at the luxurious hotel, which was at least 200 stories high, and once again marveled at how nice it is to have money. The four of them walked into the resplendent hotel lobby. Bai Jinyun skillfully checked in and opened 2 adjacent luxury suites. After settling their luggage, Bai Jinyun suggested, "It's still early, let's have lunch at the hotel restaurant first, and we can go to the exam center later." Lin Chen and Bai Mushi naturally had no objections. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel, through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, they could overlook the bustling scenery of the surrounding area. Lin Chen suddenly thought that the restaurants in the more central areas of the second and third rings must be looking down at them from high above, right? A sumptuous lunch was served, featuring various rare high-end ingredients, meticulously prepared by the chef, with a perfect blend of color, aroma, and taste. At the dining table, Bai Jinyun remained enthusiastic, constantly serving Lin Chen dishes and asking about his impressions of Tantai City. His words and actions clearly showed his investment and intention to win over a future powerhouse. Bai Mujie was also very humble, occasionally asking Lin Chen for advice on training issues. Although Lin Chen was just making things up, he listened with great interest, as if he had received some secret teachings. After lunch, the four of them took the hotel's special car to the provincial examination center located at the other end of the city. The examination center was a vast modern complex, with a solemn and dignified style. At this moment, the entrance was already packed with people, candidates and parents from various star systems crowding the entire square. The air was filled with a tense yet excited atmosphere. Lin Chen looked at the scene before him, and a surge of ambition rose within him. This is the first checkpoint on the road to becoming a powerhouse. The four of them finally squeezed into the registration hall and found the corresponding window according to the signs of presenting identity ID, verifying registration information, and receiving the electronic admission ticket. The process went quickly. Lin Chen looked at the electronic admission ticket displayed on the terminal, which bore his photo, name, exam number, exam time, and a QR code. Exam time, Imperial Calendar Year 40918, September 1st, 9:00 a.m. September 1st, just 5 days left. Lin Chen tucked the admission ticket away, thinking to himself. Just as they were about to leave, a slightly surprised voice suddenly came from the side. "Mu Jie? Is that really you? Are you here for the exam too?" Lin Chen turned towards the voice and saw a tall, handsome young man dressed in designer casual wear, smiling as he approached them. Beside the young man were several others of similar impressive demeanor, clearly wealthy young heirs. Bai Mujie smiled upon seeing the newcomer. "Oh, Li Minggao. What a coincidence. You're here too." "Oh, Li Minggao. What a coincidence, you're here too." The two greeted each other warmly, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then went their separate ways. "A few second-generation kids from the next class," Bai Mujie explained to Lin Chen, then enthusiastically suggested. "They said they were going to check out the Shinnong Potions specialty store up ahead. Brother-in-law, shall we go take a look too?" "Potions?" Lin Chen asked, puzzled, looking at Bai Mushi. Bai Mushi nodded and explained, "Well, some wealthy second-generation kids prepare various auxiliary potions in advance to go further in the practical exam, aiming for the 3rd level or even higher. For example, potions that instantly restore stamina, temporarily boost explosive power, and heal injuries." She looked at Lin Chen, her expression becoming serious. "However, with your current strength, you should definitely aim to go as far as possible. These potions are essential for you. Let's go pick some out." Before Lin Chen could respond, Bai Mujie shook his head with a smile and said, "Sis, that's all old news from 10 or 8 years ago. The situation now is way more competitive than it was back then." He had a look that said you're outdated, and continued, "Now, unless you're determined from the start to just scrape by and attend those lowest-tier private universities, you'll need potions just to get through the 1st level and reach the 2nd. The most basic energy drinks and nutritional solutions are standard for everyone." Bai Mujie counted on his fingers, "And then there are potions for various emergencies, like antidotes and quick-acting hemostatic sprays. These are all essential. Otherwise, in the underground city, if you get bitten by some poisonous little monster or get injured, you could be eliminated right away. Lin Chen listened, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but say, this exam can be tested like this? Doesn't that mean whoever has money comes in first? Upon hearing this, Bai Mu Jia looked at Lin Chen as if he were an alien, then said matter-of-factly, no money, what's the point of practicing martial arts? Exiting the exam center, the afternoon sun in Tantai City was a bit blinding. Bai Mu Jia eagerly suggested they turn into a bustling commercial street nearby. At the end of the street, a highly technological building displayed a huge three-dimensional sign, Shinong Potions. Inside the store, the air conditioning was ample, and a faint unique scent of herbs mixed with strange minerals filled the air. In the crystal-clear glass counters, rows of potions sparkled, with various colors, and holographic projections in the air showcased their enticing effects. Blood Burst number 1 increases explosive power slightly within 3 minutes, priced at 1,000 credit points. Swift number 1 increases speed slightly within 5 minutes, priced at 1,000 credit points. Lin Chen looked at those jaw-dropping prices and instinctively frowned. This is a bit expensive. The most basic type costs 1,000. The second type is 2,000, and so on, with the highest level, number 9, costing 99.99. Wife, we don't need to buy these, do we? Lin Chen said softly to Bai Mushi. Lin Chen was staring at those jaw-dropping prices, and before he could express his astonishment at how expensive they were, he saw Bai Mujia's eyes light up as he walked towards the checkout counter. Li Minggao. Bai Mujia quickly approached, greeting him enthusiastically. Minggao, what good stuff are you buying? Everyone turned to look, and Li Minggao and his few second-generation friends were standing proudly in the checkout line, each holding a gift box emblazoned with the Shinong Medicine logo. Bai Mujia soon returned, saying, they bought. Before Bai Mujia could finish, Bai Xinyan immediately broke into a hearty smile and said, I saw it too, let's buy this premium package. One for you, one for Chie. Just right. He cast a sharp glance at Lin Chen, making a quick decision in his mind. This was a once-in-a-lifetime investment opportunity, a mere 50,000 credit points. If it could win the favor of a future martial artist, it would be a huge profit. Dad. Bai Mujia wanted to say it wasn't this 50,000 package, but a single look from Bai Xinyan stopped him, forcing the rest of his words back down. Bai Mushi quickly stepped forward, politely yet distantly saying, Uncle, this is too expensive, we can't. Hey! Bai Xinyan waved his hand, directly interrupting her, wearing an unyielding smile as he looked at Lin Chen and Bai Mushi. You young people don't need to be so polite. He looked at the two, his tone becoming earnest. This isn't called expensive, it's called an investment. An investment in your future. Right now, you don't need to think about anything else, just focus on your exams and get good results. That's the best return for your uncle. At this point, to refuse again would seem ungrateful. Lin Chen looked at this shrewd and understanding middle-aged man before him, and he understood. Back in the hotel suite, Lin Chen set down the premium package gift box worth 50,000 credit points. He roughly understood the value of martial artists. This was Bai Xinyan's goodwill. It felt like there were good people all around him now. Lin Chen calculated that with his current training speed, breaking through to the next level of the 8 treasures skill within these 5 days was a sure thing. By then, his genetic potential would surely break the 10% barrier, and before the exam, he would become a true martial artist. Once this thought ignited, it spread like wildfire, impossible to extinguish. The night was deep as water. The spacious living room of the luxurious suite had been temporarily turned into a training space by Lin Chen. Outside the window, the never-setting neon lights of Tantai City cast mottled shadows through the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining his silhouette as he trained, drenched in sweat, repeating the movements over and over. Even while slacking off in his training, sweat had already soaked through his clothes, clinging tightly to his body, and his muscles trembled from extreme fatigue. The bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Bai Mushi stepped out. Looking at the man training in the living room, she wanted to speak, to say, Chia, take a break. But the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back down. She saw his determined eyes and the flame of determination burning within them. She knew he was pushing through a barrier. At this moment, any word of concern could become a stumbling block that interrupted his momentum. Her support could not become his burden. Bai Mushi took a deep breath, suppressing her heartache and worry. She didn't walk over to disturb him, nor did she return to her room to sleep. She simply walked quietly to the sofa in the living room, curled up, adjusted her personal terminal screen to the dimmest setting, then lowered her head, her fingers gently sliding across it. Key points for energy replenishment during the breakthrough period for aspiring martial artists. Recipes for quickly recovering physical strength after high-intensity training. A gentle medicinal diet that helps stabilize mental strength. In this silent way, she accompanied him Thus, in the following days, a scene that could only be described as madness unfolded. In the hotel suite, Lin Chen almost treated himself like a perpetual motion machine, dedicating all his time to practicing the eight treasure skill, except for meals and brief moments of sleep. His fishing for leisure technique, though awkward in posture, excelled in endurance. Mushi transformed into an all-purpose caretaker, preparing high-energy meals for him every day in various styles, calculating his energy consumption after each training session, and even spending a fortune to order some gentle nourishing soups and medicines. On the first day, Lin Chen completed 15 training sessions. The second day, 15 again. The third day, still 15. Lin Chen understood that the path of cultivation lies in balance. Every day, in addition to his rigorous training, he would deliberately set aside time for his body and mind to rest and recover fully. He knew that there was ample time for breakthroughs, and there was no need to rush. The exam was just around the corner. Overexerting his potential could backfire. By the evening of the fourth day, only one day remained before the exam began. On the system panel, the progress bar clearly displayed 8 treasures skill level 3, 59/60ths, just one last session to go. Mushi sat on the sofa, clearly sensing that the aura around Lin Chen's body was undergoing a drastic change. A faint sense of pressure made even her, a budding martial artist, feel her heart race. Mushi couldn't believe it. Was he about to break through? No way. After watching 4 days of such awkward training, was he really about to tap into 10% of his genetic potential and become a martial artist? It felt too surreal to her. Absolutely impossible. She had worked hard for 8 years. It took her nearly 3 years to raise the last 8.5% to 9.5%. No matter how talented Lin Chen was, he couldn't possibly break through so quickly, could he? It's the last one. Lin Chen roared, gritting his teeth, and began the final round of training. Finally, when the last movement was completed, Lin Chen's figure suddenly froze, as if time had stopped. In the next moment, an energy torrent, far more powerful and pure than any before, erupted within him like a sleeping volcano. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! 8 treasure skill level increased to level 4, 0/80. Host genetic potential plus 0.2%. Genetic potential 10.1%. Crack, a crisp sound, as if coming from the depths of his soul, rang out, and Lin Chen felt an invisible yet solid barrier within him shatter. In that instant, the world was no longer the same. If the previous energy-warm current was a gentle stream, then what erupted from the depths of his life source at this moment was volcanic lava capable of tearing the heavens and the earth apart. An energy torrent, far beyond any before, no longer emerged, but exploded, sweeping through every corner of his body. The soreness and fatigue in his limbs receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness. He could clearly hear his bones making a series of fine, crackling sounds like popping beans, becoming harder and denser under the wash of energy. Every muscle fiber seemed to be reforged, filled with explosive power. His boiling blood surged like a river, delivering immense vitality to every extremity of his body. In an instant, Lin Chen felt as if he had shed some invisible shackles. Every cell within him was wildly cheering and transforming. The body that had been utterly exhausted, under the wash of this energy, not only instantly recovered to its peak but also experienced an unimaginable surge in strength, speed, and mental power. The entire world, in his perception, became clearer and more three-dimensional than ever before. This was the realm of a martial artist? Lin Chen's entire world had changed. In his vision, the dust floating in the air was no longer a blur of particles, but independent entities with clear outlines and trajectories. He could see the light passing through the floor-to-ceiling windows, refracting into subtle dispersions in the air. Is this the difference brought by a genetic potential of 10%? In his hearing, Mushi's heartbeat, accelerated by tension and excitement, resonated in his ears like a war drum. His skin could keenly sense every flutter of the airflow, distinguishing the slight temperature difference between the night breeze seeping through the window cracks and the cool air from the air conditioning inside. The whole world seemed to have shed its layer of obscurity, presenting itself to his perception in an unprecedented, exquisitely detailed manner. Host, Lin Chen genetic potential. 10.1% physical ability, 100 plus mental strength, 100 plus spiritual energy, 50 plus cultivation method, 128th set of radio gymnastics level 10. Max, 8 treasure skill level 4, 0/80, partner, Mushi, favorability 80, offspring, 2, in gestation, looking at the attribute panel, Lin Chen's heart raced wildly. His physical ability had skyrocketed to 100 points. His mental strength had also surpassed 100. Not to mention the doubled spiritual energy. 7. Chi, a trembling, shocked voice pulled Lin Chen back to reality. He looked Up and met Bai Mushi's beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. As a prospective martial artist with 9.5% genetic potential, she could sense the dramatic change in Lin Chen's aura more clearly than anyone else. It was no longer the strength of a prospective martial artist, but a true, life-level overwhelming presence. The energy fluctuations emanating unintentionally made her instinctively feel awe and heart palpitations. I have broken through. Lin Chen looked at her, a radiant smile spreading across his face. He stepped forward, his figure seeming to teleport, instantly appearing in front of Bai Mushi. Bai Mushi was startled by his ghostly speed and instinctively took half a step back. Lin Chen reached out, gently pulling her into his embrace, and softly said, "Wife, I did it." The warmth of his chest, the powerful heartbeat, and that familiar yet immensely strong aura finally brought Bai Mushi back to her senses. You? Really? She had worked hard for 8 years, exhausting her youth and her family's expectations, yet had never reached the realm she longed for. This man before her had effortlessly crossed the threshold. It would be a lie to say she wasn't jealous. But she was equally proud and joyful for her man. Lin Chen gently patted her back, feeling her excitement, his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Bai Mushi looked at the man before her, at the gentle smile and strong confidence in his eyes, and suddenly rose on her tiptoes, taking the initiative to kiss him. This kiss was passionate and deep, filled with all her pride, joy, and love. The next morning, the sky was bright. Lin Chen opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. The fatigue from all-night cultivation and breakthrough had vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented sense of control. Beside him, Bai Mushi was sleeping soundly, a sweet smile of satisfaction lingering at the corners of her mouth. Lin Chen leaned down and gently kissed her forehead, and Bai Mushi slowly opened her eyes. As Lin Chen and Bai Mushi stepped out of the room, the sweet door of Bai Jinyun and Bai Mushi also opened at that moment. "Good morning, Shi Yi." Bai Jinyun greeted warmly. However, the moment his gaze met Lin Chen's, his smile slightly stiffened, and a hint of barely perceptible suspicion flashed in his eyes. Bai Mushi beside him was completely stunned, instinctively rubbing his eyes. The Lin Chen before them seemed a bit different from yesterday. Although it was still the same handsome face, the aura of the entire person had undergone a tremendous change. His gaze had become deeper and sharper, his posture was casual, yet he stood tall like a javelin, steady as a mountain. A powerful aura, subtle yet palpable, emanated from him naturally. Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujie did not think about breaking through. They only felt the impressive momentum Lin Chen had displayed before the exam. At 8:30 a.m., at the Provincial Admissions Examination Center. In the vast square, tens of thousands of candidates had gathered according to their exam numbers, a sea of black, creating a spectacular scene. The loudspeaker echoed across the square, announcing the exam rules and precautions. Lin Chen and Bai Mujie stood in the line of candidates, waving goodbye to Bai Mushi and Bai Jinyun, who had come to see them off. "Hubby, good luck." Bai Mushi made a forceful gesture towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and nodded at her, his eyes filled with confidence. At 8:50 a.m., with a long whistle, the massive alloy gate slowly opened. "All candidates, please enter the examination hall. In an orderly manner, dungeon number 1. Over 1 million candidates surged like a tide into the deep entrance of the underground city. Lin Chen took a deep breath, following the crowd, stepping into this unknown battlefield. His gaze was calm and sharp, with only one thought in his mind. Then, the exam has begun. Upon entering the dungeon, the scene before him was not the dark and narrow passage he had imagined. It was an incredibly vast underground platform, more than enough to accommodate millions. The cold alloy floor gleamed with a metallic luster, and above was a dome structure, with glaring industrial lights illuminating the entire space as bright as day. A peculiar mixture of machine oil, dust, and disinfectant filled the air. At the front of the platform, a giant alloy gate, towering 100 meters high, stood tightly closed, like an ancient beast waiting to devour, silently proclaiming the dangers and unknowns of the world beyond. Tens of thousands of candidates gathered here, the noisy discussions, tense breaths, and excited conversations merging into a buzzing sound that echoed in the vast space. "Hey, Xia, over here." Bai Mujie tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, skillfully leading him through the crowd to a relatively open area. A few young men and women saw them and immediately waved enthusiastically to greet. "Mujie, you're here. How's the preparation going? I heard it's even harder this year." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bai Mujie's attention was drawn to a scene not far away. It was Li Minggao and his group again. However, at this moment, these second-generation students, who had been so spirited in front of ordinary students, were now standing respectfully beside another group of men and women. They were slightly bent over, wearing flattering smiles, appearing eager to get closer yet not daring to overstep, their demeanor extremely humble. The group they were surrounding, both men and women, all wore indifferent expressions and exuded an extraordinary aura. They stood casually, forming a circle that radiated a strong presence that seemed to ward off strangers, completely out of place in the surrounding noisy environment. Who are they? Lin Chen looked at Bai Mujie in confusion. Bai Mujie followed his gaze, his expression instantly becoming somewhat complex. He lowered his voice, his tone tinged with an unmistakable awe and envy. Those are the students from the genius class of number 1 high school. Genius class of number 1 high school? Lin Chen repeated. Yeah, Bai Mujie nodded heavily, introducing them as if recounting treasured knowledge. The one in the white training suit, the tallest and coldest, is called Lei Qianjun. The short-haired girl next to him, looking very cool, is Su Qingying. And the one sitting on the ground is Yen Filong. They are all students from the top high school and the top class in our star system, geniuses among geniuses. He paused and added, I saw them from a distance during the 10 School League. They were simply unbelievably strong. 10 School League? Lin Chen searched his mind and found he had no impression of this term. He smiled wryly and shook his head. It seemed that the ordinary high school he had attended previously didn't even qualify to participate in such a league. Bai Mujie had no intention of walking over to greet them, clearly believing he had no right to do so, not being part of their circle. Lin Chen looked at the group of powerful geniuses and felt a stir in his heart, asking, so, are they all martial artists? Yes, Bai Mujie's answer was crisp and straightforward. The students in the genius class are all martial artists before the martial arts college entrance examination. Lin Chen was shaken to his core. So this was what the true top students of this world look like? This was the truth of the world? While he was still struggling with the registration fee of 100,000 yuan, these real peers had already left him far behind, stepping into a realm he could only look up to before. Just then, boom! A loud bang suddenly erupted from the center of the platform, as if a bomb had exploded in the crowd. The solid alloy platform shook violently. The buzzing of tens of thousands of candidates was instantly drowned out by this tremendous sound wave, and the entire platform fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared in shock at the source of the sound. They saw a giant, over 3 meters tall, his muscles bulging like steel, had somehow appeared on the high platform in the center. His bronze skin reflected a metallic sheen under the lights, with veins like steel cables coiling over his body, exuding an explosive sense of power. And on his broad shoulders, which were as wide as mountains, sat a woman dressed in a tight-fitting red combat suit, her figure graceful. With her long red hair and stunning features, she wore a faint smile that contrasted sharply with the wildness of the giant beneath her. Silence! The giant spoke, his voice booming like a great bell, deep and authoritative, clearly resonating in every corner of the platform. We are the examiners for your first round. My name is Changshi, and this is Li Senior. The red-haired woman on his shoulder also laughed, her voice crisp and pleasant, yet carrying a hint of lazy danger. My name is Deng Hong. She surveyed the sea of candidates below, her red lips parting as she simply introduced the rules for the first exam. The rules are simple, follow us. The underground city for the first round has countless forks. If you lose track, don't blame us. She paused, her smile becoming more playful. If you get injured during the exam, please treat yourself. If the injury is severe and you feel you can't hold on, you can immediately call for rescue on your personal terminal. Of course, calling for rescue means you have voluntarily completed this exam, understood? As soon as her words fell, the long-closed 100-meter alloy gate creaked, with a grating metallic sound, slowly rising. A cold, damp breeze, carrying the scent of earth and unknown decay, rushed in from behind the door. So, the exam begins. Before Deng Hong's words could finish, the giant Li Sen, beneath her, suddenly bent his legs and shot up like a cannonball, soaring over the heads of tens of thousands of candidates, rushing directly into the just-opened gate with a howling wind. Deng Hong sat on his shoulder, even casually waving at the candidates below. Hundreds of thousands of candidates were momentarily stunned, then immediately reacted. Keep up! Hurry! Someone shouted first, and the entire platform erupted into chaos. Hundreds of thousands of candidates surged towards the massive gate like a flood released from a dam. At the moment the gate opened, the entire platform seemed like a beehive shaken violently, plunging into a chaotic tide. Keep up! Don't block the way! Charge! Tens of thousands of candidates surged towards the only exit like a disturbed herd of beasts, desperately pushing forward. People jostled against each other, shoulder to shoulder. A classmate who had been chatting just a second ago could become a stumbling block in your path the next. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. The area ahead erupted into commotion. It was right in the direction of that group of geniuses. The commotion in the crowd seemed to them like a gentle breeze brushing over the surface of a lake, unable to shake them even slightly. The girl with short hair named Su Qingying had a confident smile curving at the corners of her mouth. She lightly tapped the shoulder of a candidate in front of her with her toes, and her whole figure floated up like a weightless feather. In just a few moments, she stepped lightly on The heads of the crowded people below, her posture graceful and ethereal, as if performing the legendary likeness skill, swiftly crossing over the throng and arriving at the front of the line, right behind the examiner. The young man named Yin Filong was even more direct. He spread his arms wide like a great rock spreading its wings, forcefully squeezing a path through the crowd, moving at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, in the area of the genius class centered around Lei Qianjun, a sudden change occurred. Get lost. A cold, low voice rang out. An invisible, violent wave of energy erupted from their center. Bang! 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 Those ordinary candidates, who had been tightly pressed against them, trying to surge forward with the flow, were struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, each one spitting blood and screaming as they flew backward. In an instant, a vacuum zone, with a diameter of over 10 meters, was forcibly cleared around the genius class. Countless candidates fell like cut wheat, injured, screaming, the sound of breaking bones echoing. Lin Chen saw clearly that Li Minggao and his few second-generation friends were among those being flung away. Although they were also shaken by the wave, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths, their reactions were astonishingly quick. Almost the moment they were pushed back, they pulled out the prepared potions from their pockets and gulped them down without even looking. As the potions entered their stomachs, their pale faces visibly regained a hint of color. Immediately, a fierce glint flashed in their eyes, and without hesitation, they pushed aside those candidates in front of them who were weaker and more panicked, stepping on others' bodies to forcefully carve out a path, closely following the front of the line. This series of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was vividly displayed at this moment. Is this even possible? Lin Chan's eyes widened, a storm of emotions surging within him. This was no longer an exam. It was a brutal elimination round without rules. Rules? Discipline? In the face of absolute strength and harsh reality, they were utterly fragile. Before he could recover from his shock, a surging tide of people was already pressing toward him. Beside him, Bai Mujia turned pale, clearly not expecting such a brutal start. He instinctively reached for the potion in his pocket, preparing to withstand it. However, at that moment, a steady and powerful hand pressed down on his shoulder. "Stay close to me," Lin Chen's calm voice sounded in his ear. In the next second, Bai Mujia felt a gentle, yet irresistible force pulling him along. His body seemed to lose weight, sheltered behind Lin Chen. And Lin Chen, facing the oncoming tide, did not flinch or evade. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had already analyzed the optimal solution to the current situation in his mind. Retreat? He would be overwhelmed by the crowd. Defend? He would be squeezed by forces from all sides, unable to advance. Since that was the case, there was only one choice left. Move forward. With pure brute force, push through to the front. As long as he reached the front of the line, all resistance would only come from ahead, and he would no longer have to worry about being hindered from all directions. Lin Chen had not learned any exquisite lightness skills or techniques for neutralizing force. What he had was just the explosive power of his body after becoming a martial artist. So he would charge forward in the simplest, most violent way. Sorry, everyone. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He saw clearly that in this chaotic surge forward, conflict was everywhere, not just in the area of the genius class. Every corner was playing out scenes of shoving, collisions, and even underhanded tactics. Since no one was stopping it, it meant this was the rule tacitly approved by the examiners. Realizing this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He stepped forward. Buzz and invisible, overwhelming force erupted from his body, surging forward. The crowded people ahead were like being hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train. Bang! A muffled sound. The candidates within 3 meters in front of Lin Chen instantly fell like a row of toppled dominoes, crashing to the sides. A straight, clear path to the gate was forcefully opened by him. Who the hell? Which bastard? The crowd that was pushed aside erupted in a chorus of angry curses. Among them, a burly young man with a face full of flesh reacted the fastest. He stumbled but quickly steadied himself, and a fierce light immediately ignited in his eyes. He roared, exerting force under his feet, and charged towards Lin Chen, his fist the size of a cooking pot whistling through the air, aimed directly at Lin Chen's face. Looking for death. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. He couldn't be sure if the exam rules allowed for violence. However, since no one stopped the genius class from attacking, and since this strong man dared to strike first, it meant it was allowed. He also swung his fist to meet it. Fist against fist. The strong man saw Lin Chen's punch was unrefined, lacking any intricate power flow or clever angles, just a straightforward blow, and a triumphant, savage smile spread across his face. He practiced the renowned rock smash fist. In a contest of strength, he was absolutely confident. However, at the moment their fists collided, the smile on the strong man's face froze instantly, replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. Crack! A crisp, toothacheing sound of bones breaking rang out. Lin Chen didn't understand martial arts, but his punch contained the full force of a true warrior exceeding 1,000 kilograms. In the face of absolute power, all techniques appeared pale and powerless. Strength overcoming skill. The strong man's seemingly powerful fist was crushed under Lin Chen's punch as if it were made of paper, instantly shattered. An unmatched force surged through his arm, wildly flooding into his body. Puff, the strong man spat out a mouthful of blood midair, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, his outstretched arm twisting at a strange angle, the white bone protruding through the skin, exposed to the air. Severe injury. Fractured bones. Bang! The strong man crashed heavily into the crowd several meters away, causing another wave of chaos and screams. Meanwhile, Lin Chen never even glanced at him. He simply retracted his fist and continued walking forward with a calm expression, as if he had just swatted a bothersome fly. Behind him, Bai Mujie, who was closely following, watched everything clearly, his jaw nearly dropping in shock, instinctively swallowing hard. Sister. Brother-in-law, is he really that fierce? He knew Lin Chen was strong, but he never expected him to be this powerful. With just one punch, he had knocked out a candidate who seemed to be about his level. The decisiveness and overwhelming dominance left him both terrified and inexplicably excited, filled with a sense of safety. With a brother-in-law like this, what was there to fear? Not just Bai Mujie. Countless candidates around, stunned by the earlier scene, quickly reacted. They looked at Lin Chen, who was bulldozing his way forward, their eyes filled with awe and a hint of fervor. Follow him. Walk with that person in front. Someone immediately made the wisest choice. In an instant, countless candidates spontaneously followed the blood path opened by Lin Chen, forming a new, even more unstoppable torrent, rushing madly towards the gate. Lin Chen pushed forward, unmatched in dominance. Anyone daring to block his way was knocked aside by his most direct and pure strength. Gradually, he broke free from the most crowded and chaotic middle area. The closer he got to the front, the more spacious the space became. Those truly capable candidates had long distanced themselves from ordinary people, and at this moment, they were closely following the examiner's pace, swiftly traversing the wide underground passage. They maintained a certain safe distance from each other, both as a precaution and a tacit understanding. Each person was advancing at full speed while vigilantly observing their competitors with the corner of their eyes. The situation on Lin Chen's side was the same. As the examiner's speed increased, Lin Chen could only accelerate to keep up. The other candidates who had originally been following him were gradually left behind. Lin Chen greeted Bai Mujie behind him, and Bai Mujie saw Lin Chen slowly walking away. He had no choice. Lacking strength, he could only follow from a distance, praying not to take a wrong turn at the upcoming fork. At the very front, with Lin Chen's appearance, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, immediately attracting the attention of the first echelon of candidates ahead. These individuals were all the pride of their respective cities. The ones closest to Lin Chen were naturally a few from the genius class of the same school in his city. The cold young man named Lei Qianjun glanced over at Lin Chen with eyes like lightning, his brow slightly raised. A new face, interesting. Su Qingying beside him also noticed Lin Chen, a hint of curiosity flashing in her sharp phoenix eyes. From his earlier move, his strength is impressive, but his style is wild, not like someone who has been guided by a renowned master, she commented softly. Whoever he is, as long as he doesn't block our way, it's fine, Yan Feilong snorted coldly, quickening his pace. Although these prodigies had noticed Lin Chen, the dark horse, they did not take him seriously. In their view, he might just be someone who had stumbled upon good luck or had some fortuitous encounter, a wild card. No matter how strong his power was, without systematic martial arts training and combat techniques, he ultimately wouldn't stand out. Lin Chen was also observing them. He could clearly sense the powerful aura emanating from those few in the genius class, which was not at all inferior to his own. In fact, in certain aspects, such as the refinement and control of their aura, they were even more pure than this crash course martial artist. These guys are not to be trifled with, Lin Chen warned himself internally. He was well aware of his current advantages and disadvantages. His advantage was possessing genuine martial artist level strength and physical quality. His disadvantage was a blank slate in combat techniques. He had immense power but did not know how to use it most efficiently. Without boxing techniques, footwork, or body techniques, if he were to face these true geniuses who had received top-tier education and mastered various advanced techniques since childhood, he would likely find it hard to gain the upper hand at the same level. This is just the first round, there's no need to compete with them. Thus, Lin Chen deliberately controlled his speed, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close from the few in the genius class and other strong candidates he had been secretly observing. He neither fell behind nor rashly rushed to the front to steal the spotlight. His goal was to pass the exam smoothly and achieve good results, not to clash head-on with these top-tier prodigies right from the start. At this moment, Bai Mujie could no longer see the first echelon or the examiner. He was already exhausted. panting heavily, his face pale. Although he was competitive, he also understood his own limitations. Being able to rush to the front of the second tier with Lin Chen was already his limit. Bai Mujie gritted his teeth, pulled out a bottle of the most basic energy drink from his pocket, and gulped it down in one go. A surge of warmth flowed into his abdomen, restoring some of his depleted stamina. He let out a roar and stepped forward again, determined to keep up. At that moment, the examiners Li Xin and Deng Hong had already led the first-tier team into a fork in the road. The entire underground city resembled a massive ant nest maze, with countless passages crisscrossing, leading into the unknown depths of darkness. An hour later, Lin Chen was still steadily following at the tail end of the first tier. The wide underground passage seemed endless, with cold alloy walls on either side, and every so often, a dim industrial light cast shadows that stretched and shrank. Lin Chen was filled with astonishment. Just how vast was this underground city? At their current speed, an hour was enough to cover hundreds of kilometers, yet ahead remained a profound darkness that seemed to have no end. He couldn't help but cast his gaze toward the imposing figure at the front. Examiner Li Xin, a giant like a moving hill, still carried the relaxed, red-haired examiner Deng Hong on his shoulder. For him, an hour of high-speed running seemed like a leisurely stroll after a meal. His breathing remained steady and long, his steps firm and powerful, showing no signs of fatigue. What kind of strength does this guy have? Lin Chen thought to himself in amazement. Just then, changes finally began to occur within the first tier. The prolonged full-speed running had taken a huge toll on their physical strength and endurance. Some weaker candidates began to breathe heavily, and their speed visibly slowed. Some started to secretly take out potions, gulping them down while running. Meanwhile, the more sinister ones set their sights on those around them. Suddenly, not far ahead of Lin Chen, a candidate's speed abruptly decreased. Instead of choosing to drink a potion, he twisted his body sharply, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, and with a powerful punch that had been charged for a long time, he struck out towards Lin Chen, who was right behind him, without any warning. His calculations were shrewd. He was already on the verge of falling behind, and before he completely slowed down, he aimed to drag the person behind him down with him. As long as the person behind was affected, he could buy himself precious time to catch his breath and drink the potion. However, he had chosen the wrong target. In the face of this sudden attack, Lin Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. For this hour, he had not just been running mechanically, he had been constantly thinking and observing. He had already taken in the state of everyone around him and had anticipated this situation. In high-speed running, whether to take the hit or stop to counterattack would disrupt his rhythm, neither of which was the optimal solution. The only choice was dodge and surpass. Just as the attacker turned, Lin Chen had already anticipated it, shifting his body to the right and narrowly avoiding the punch. At the same time, he suddenly exerted force with his legs. Whoosh! His speed not only did not decrease but increased, transforming him into a fleeting shadow as he zipped past the ambusher, directly overtaking him. The candidate's punch missed, and due to the excessive force, he stumbled, his speed sharply decreasing again, watching helplessly as Lin Chen's figure grew further away, infuriated yet powerless. Lin Chen's actions were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, immediately triggering a chain reaction. The candidates in the latter half of the first tier, seeing their stamina waning, began to imitate him. In an instant, various sneak attacks and schemes emerged one after another. Punches flew, shadows of feet darted, and some even secretly threw small hidden weapons. However, Lin Chen's perception at this moment was incredibly sharp. After becoming a martial artist, his mental strength was highly concentrated, and every movement within dozens of meters was clearly reflected in his mind. In the following minutes, he moved gracefully like a butterfly through flowers, navigating through the gaps between various attacks, lean left, dodge right, a quick crouch, a burst of speed. He always managed to evade all attacks with the smallest movements and the fastest speed. He was like a slippery loach, leaving all those who tried to drag him down empty-handed. These guys are probably just aspiring martial artists, with genetic potential around 8% or 9%, Lin Chen thought to himself. Although their strength isn't weak, in terms of endurance, they still fall short compared to me, a true martial artist. Right now, he even had the energy to accelerate. After dodging 3 or 4 waves of attacks, Lin Chen stopped holding back. He took a deep breath, the power of a martial artist surged within him, and his legs exploded with tremendous force. His speed increased another notch, completely shaking off those behind him with ill intentions, and he caught up with the core team of the first echelon, firmly trailing behind the few in the genius class. The sudden burst of power Lin Chen displayed naturally caught the attention of those in front from the genius class. Su Qingying, with her neat short purple hair, glanced back casually while running. When she saw Lin Chen, who was not far behind her and still breathing steadily, a genuine look of surprise appeared in her sharp phoenix eyes. For the first time, it's actually him. Su Qingying felt a bit astonished. She had originally thought this sudden dark horse would struggle at the very end of the first echelon. Unexpectedly, after a round of brutal internal elimination, not only did he not fall behind, but he also easily surged forward, closely following them. This level of endurance and strength could no longer be underestimated. Su Qingying's gaze instinctively swept further back, but soon she lost interest, a barely noticeable, mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth. In the second echelon, which had been left far behind, she spotted a few familiar figures. Those were some old classmates who had once been in the genius class with her but were later kicked out due to their inadequate strength and inability to keep up. As expected, still not good enough. The gap between aspiring martial artists and true martial artists seemed like just a step away, yet it was an insurmountable chasm. Especially in this long-distance test of comprehensive quality and endurance, the difference was magnified infinitely. They were ultimately ruthlessly eliminated from the first echelon, just as they had been mercilessly expelled from the genius class before. The weak are destined to be eliminated. Su Qingying withdrew her gaze, no longer paying attention to those failures, and refocused on the exam ahead. She glanced at Lin Chen, this wildcard who had suddenly entered their line of sight, and for the first time, a hint of curiosity arose in her heart. What exactly is this guy's background? Just then, the female examiner Deng Hong, who had been leisurely sitting on Li Sen's shoulder, suddenly let out a clear laugh, her voice echoing in the deep corridor, clearly reaching every examinee's ears. Alright, little ones, keep up. The warm-up exercise ends here, and next comes the final sprint phase. Her voice carried a hint of playful excitement. The scoring criteria for the first phase is very simple. The first 100 to reach the finish line will receive a full score bonus of 100 points. After that, every subsequent 100 will lose 1 point, and so on. After the 10,000, there will be no bonus points. Before her words faded, Deng Hong's figure leaped down from the giant Li Sen's shoulder like a nimble cat. The moment her feet hit the ground, without any pause, her fiery red figure suddenly transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, her speed increasing several times as she shot towards the dark depths ahead. Meanwhile, the giant examiner Li Sen's speed slowed in response. He grinned, revealing a hearty smile, and shouted to the pursuing examinees behind him, "Keep up, little ones." Although his speed had decreased, it was still astonishingly fast. Maintaining a steady pace at the edge of what the first echelon examinees could keep up with, Deng Hong's speed was simply too fast. Her figure left a long afterimage in the dim corridor, and she was about to dash into a fork ahead. Left. Lin Chen's eyelids jumped. He saw clearly that Deng Hong entered the left fork, and her figure immediately disappeared. Around the corner, a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. This underground city was filled with forks. Once he lost her, finding the right path again would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. He immediately realized that this was not just a competition of speed, but a brutal selection. Only those who could keep up with Deng Hong had the right to talk about scores. If you couldn't keep up, you would be eliminated directly. The first echelon still has over 10,000 people. Lin Chen quickly calculated in his mind, I'm afraid that only at most 1,000 people can keep up with Deng Hong's speed. And among these 1,000, only the fastest 100 can get full marks. With this thought, Lin Chen held nothing back. Boom! The warrior power within him erupted without reservation. A powerful wave of energy exploded from beneath his feet, and his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, his speed instantly reaching its peak. Lin Chen's sudden burst immediately caught the attention of a few people from the genius class ahead. Lei Qianjuan's cold gaze flashed with surprise. Su Qingying turned back in astonishment, not expecting this wildcard to hide such powerful explosive force. However, there was no time for them to think further, because they were also accelerating with all their might. Charge! Keep up! At this moment, the core team of the first echelon was completely ignited. Everyone pushed their speed to the limit, transforming into streaks of light, madly rushing towards the fork where Deng Hong had disappeared. Everyone knew this was the moment that would determine their fate. Lin Chen's full-force explosion tore a gap in the first echelon like a torpedo launched into the battlefield. He surpassed one candidate after another who had slowed down due to exhaustion, heading straight for the front. The underground passage suddenly narrowed ahead, from a width that could accommodate thousands of people side by side to a narrow section that could only allow 300 or 400 to pass. This sudden change made everyone's nerves tense to the extreme. A narrower road meant the competition would become even more fierce. Lin Chen was preparing to slip through the gap on the right side of Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying when a figure suddenly moved like a ghost, blocking his path. It was Yan Filong. He wore a disdainful sneer on his face, his eyes filled with unabashed provocation. Wildcard, this is not a place for you. Before he finished speaking, Yan Feilong's right fist, accompanied by a dull sound of breaking air, ruthlessly struck out. This punch seemed straightforward like the previous burly man, but Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Danger! Extreme danger! His warrior instincts were frantically alerting him. This punch carried an invisible, condensed force, as if it compressed the surrounding air into substance. This was not pure strength, it was a technique, a skill. Lin Xiaoye instinctively reacted, shifting his body to the left in an extreme deviation, trying to dodge like before. However, a mocking curve appeared at the corner of Yan Feilong's mouth. Just as the fist was about to graze past Lin Chen's body, that condensed force erupted explosively. Shockwave fist. Bang! A visible wave of energy spread violently in a fan shape, centered on Yan Feilong's fist. Although Lin Chen avoided the direct hit of the punch, he was thoroughly swept by the violent residual force. There was no way to dodge. Absolutely no way to dodge. This was a range attack technique. Lin Chen felt an unmatched immense force crash into his chest and arms, as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding armored vehicle. He let out a muffled groan, and his whole body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground with a deafening thud, clang. A sharp pain. A tearing agony surged through his arms, instantly turning them numb and weak, as if even his bones were groaning. His chest felt like a storm of blood and energy was surging, a sweetness rising in his throat, nearly causing him to spit out blood. Is this the strength of the genius class? Lin Chen rolled and crawled, unable to stay in place, forcing himself to stabilize his body. He pushed off hard with his feet and continued to run forward quickly. Just then, the spot where he had fallen was suddenly struck down hard by another person. If Lin Chen had stayed in place, he would have surely been injured and likely needed rescue. For the first time, Lin Chen clearly recognized the gap between himself and the true prodigies. It wasn't a difference in strength, but a chasm in the skill and experience of using that strength. He had a mere 10% genetic potential and 100 points of physical fitness, but the power he unleashed was scattered. On the other hand, his opponent could condense their strength into a single force, even detonating it, multiplying its power many times over. At that moment, Yan Feilong's figure had already disappeared into the distance. To him, this wild card had been dealt with and was no longer worth his attention. Not far from Yan Feilong, Su Qingying, who was also far ahead, shook her head. It's not over yet. Lin Chen bit down on his back teeth, swallowing back the metallic sweetness that surged in his throat. He pushed off with his legs, accelerating once more. In a flash, a thought crossed his mind, the potion given to him by Bai Jinyun. He hadn't expected to use it so soon. Without a moment's hesitation, his other hand, still able to move, swiftly pulled out a syringe from the tactical pack at his waist. Without even looking, he plunged it hard into his agonizing right arm. Blood activator number 5. The cold liquid injected in, and a peculiar warmth instantly spread through him, like parched land welcoming a long-awaited rain. The tearing pain was visibly suppressed and diminished. The pain in his arms lessened immediately. Although still sore and numb, at least he had regained some mobility. Just then, a fierce-eyed female candidate charged up to him, and upon seeing his injury, a glint of greed flashed in her eyes. Clearly, she wanted to take advantage of his weakness to eliminate him completely. With one less person, her ranking could rise by 1 position. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and he refused to back down. He quickly twisted open another bottle of nutrient solution and gulped it down. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he hurled the empty bottle like a hidden weapon straight at the female candidate's face. The female candidate instinctively thought it was some kind of poisonous drug or hidden weapon. Her expression changed, and she abruptly stopped and dodged. In that instant, Lin Chen didn't bother to check the outcome. He pushed off with his feet, his body transforming into an arrow, instantly widening the distance. He ignored the frantic curses coming from behind and continued to charge forward madly. That last move had already put him several hundred meters ahead of the top contenders like Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying. He looked at the figures ahead that were gradually receding, and the unwillingness and anger in his heart turned into the most primal motivation. He no longer tried to chase after the foremost Yan Feilong but instead locked his sights on the other candidates ahead who were also giving their all. He was like a wounded lone wolf, filled with rage, beginning his final mad chase and evasion. He truly was a lone wolf. Because he realized that among the first-tier candidates, whether it was the real martial artists like Lei Qianjun or the quasi-martial artists around Lin Chen with 8% or 9% genetic potential, they were almost all moving in small groups, advancing together. They came from the same school, even the same class, and had a natural camaraderie, instinctively covering for each other, advancing and retreating together. Only he, Lin Chen, was solitary, appearing so out of place. He was very clear about his current advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was his genuine martial artist's body. It was the strength, stamina, and recovery far surpassing those quasi-martial artists around him. The disadvantage was a blank slate of martial arts skills. In an ordinary high school, apart from practicing the widely taught calisthenics, there was simply no opportunity to come into contact with real martial techniques. His combat relied solely on the most primitive instincts. Dodge. A small-framed candidate launched a surprise attack from the side, and Lin Chen exerted force through his legs, lifting his body just enough to narrowly evade. Surpass. He soared over the candidate's head without pausing, continuing to charge forward. Dodge. Another punch came at him. He used all his strength to twist his body, allowing the punch's wind to graze his back, bringing a sharp sting of pain. Getting hit, then taking medicine, using the medicine bottle as a projectile to intimidate the opponent, creating space. Once again, he was swept by a wave of force, stumbling but without hesitation, he jabbed another syringe down, simultaneously smashing an empty energy drink bottle at the pursuer. Surpass. Dodge. Surpass again. Each advance was accompanied by thrilling evasions and intense physical exhaustion. But he was like an untiring beast, his eyes growing brighter, his will more resolute. With every person he surpassed, the pain in his arms seemed to lessen, and the flame in his heart burned even brighter. Nevertheless, in the endless dark tunnel, that fiery red figure, the female examiner Deng Hong, remained the only source of light and direction in his vision. Finally, after traversing the tunnel for what felt like an eternity, perhaps several hours later, a dazzling light appeared ahead. The finish line. Lin Chen's eyes instantly lit up. He could see Lei Xianjun, Su Qingying, Yan Filon, and others had easily crossed the finish line, standing there with calm expressions, as if the extreme sprint just now was merely a warm-up for them. Following them, candidates continued to rush across the finish line one after another. Lin Chen took a deep breath, squeezing out the last bit of strength from his body. The intense pain in his arms felt almost numb. He let out a roar, abandoning all unnecessary dodges, his whole being shot forward like a cannonball, turning into a blurred afterimage. At the last moment, he charged headlong into the encirclement set up by 7 or 8 candidates ahead, like a wild bull. Bang! 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 He withstood several attacks, carving out a bloody path in the most brutal and fierce manner, pushing through despite the risk of further injury, crashing through the light barrier. The moment his feet landed on the finish platform, an overwhelming sense of fatigue surged over him like a tide. He gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain, his arms still trembling uncontrollably. Candidate Lin Chen, ranked 498. Congratulations on completing the first stage, earning 95 bonus points. The cold electronic prompt sounded in his ears. 498th place, 95 points. Lin Chen's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he plopped down on the ground, unable to suppress a smile. Although the process was messy, the result was not bad. The few people he had surpassed with his suicidal charge were now standing behind the finish line, their faces ashen as they glared at Lin Chen. If it weren't for this madman's sudden appearance, they might have squeezed into the top 500. In such an important exam, a 1-point difference could determine whether their future university was a dream or a nightmare. Dumbass, one of them flipped Lin Chen the bird, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Lin Chen merely glanced at them before looking away. Right now, he just wanted to rest. At that moment, the female examiner Deng Hong casually scanned the crowd, her gaze lingering for a moment on Lin Chen, who was sitting alone on the ground, before announcing loudly, "Congratulations to everyone for completing the first stage of the selection. You will rest here for 24 hours, then prepare for the second stage of the exam." Lin Chen was taken aback. Rest here? This meant they couldn't return to the hotel, unable to engage in deeper recovery and resupply. He glanced around at the geniuses from various prestigious schools, who were already methodically taking out various recovery items from their backpacks, and some even pulled out portable energy recovery pods. The gap was everywhere. Since he couldn't go back to replenish, Lin Chen could only take out nutrient solution from his tactical bag and continue drinking to restore his energy. The effect of the blood activation No. 5 was about to wear off, and the pain in his arms became clear again. He took out another vial without hesitation and administered it to himself. He didn't know how many students would be eliminated in the first stage. Lin Chen estimated in his heart that he could break into the top 500 among tens of thousands of candidates as a wildcard. This result should be enough to get him into most of the excellent private martial arts universities, right? With this thought, he slowly raised his head, his gaze crossing the crowd and landing on the distant, arrogant figure of Yan Filon. The other party seemed to sense his gaze and shot him a cold look. Lin Chen slowly withdrew his gaze, feeling no anger, only a cold calmness. He knew that his strength was inferior to others now, but that didn't mean it would always be so. He raised his still sore, bruised arms and slowly clenched his fists. Pain is the best teacher. This collision made him lose with conviction and also clarified his direction for the first time. Martial skills. Lin Chen murmured to himself, a flame burning in his eyes like never before. I need real martial skills. Only by mastering true martial skills could he unleash his powerful strength 100%, or even 200%. Time passed second by second, and more candidates gathered at the finish platform, but many others were forever left behind in the dark passage. When the electronic timer hit the number of the 10,000th candidate crossing the finish line, the massive alloy gate representing the starting point let out a heavy rumble and closed. With a bang. Lin Chen scanned the area but did not see Bai Mujie. But thinking about it, it was normal. With nearly a million candidates, only the top 10,000 would enter the second stage. Bai Mujie's genetic potential didn't even qualify him as a qualified martial artist, so being eliminated in such a brutal selection was highly probable. However, with over a million candidates, having only the top 10,000 enter the second stage, the elimination rate was too high, wasn't it? Lin Chen shook his head and focused his mind back on preparing for the second stage exam. The 24 hours of rest time was both a chance to recuperate and a new round of arms race for these prodigies. On the finish platform, the 10,000 successful candidates were clearly divided into several areas. At the core were Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, and other genius class students from top high schools. They sat cross-legged, some meditating with closed eyes, while others swallowed high-grade elixirs that emitted a faint glow, their bodies surrounded by subtle energy fluctuations, clearly recovering and adjusting their states in the most efficient way. Surrounding them were small groups of equally strong candidates from various key high schools. They gathered together, quietly sharing insights from the first stage, exchanging potions and food, the atmosphere tense yet united. Lin Chen, however, sat alone in the farthest corner, like an island that did not fit into this clamor. There were not many people like Lin Chen. Besides him, there were only 5 others, 4 men and 1 woman. With nothing to do, Lin Chen simply began to silently practice the 8 treasures skill. He was pleasantly surprised to find that as the technique circulated, a gentle warmth emerged from within him, slowly flowing through his injured arms. The warmth gradually alleviated and dissolved the soreness and pain. This was it. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he suddenly understood. Whether it was the 8 treasures skill or the radio calisthenics, their essence was the most basic method of strengthening the body and enhancing genetic potential. Although they lacked flashy techniques and powerful attack strength, their nourishment and recovery effects on the body were the most fundamental and direct. Realizing this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated, calming his mind and dedicating himself to the practice of the 8 treasure skill. Time flew by, and 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, the injuries on his arms had mostly healed. Although there was still some lingering pain, it no longer affected his movements. His physical fitness and spirit had also returned to peak condition under the nourishment of the technique. Just then, at the moment the timer in the center of the platform hit 0, the giant examiner, Strong Stone Li Sen, stepped forward, his heavy footsteps causing the entire alloy platform to tremble. Rest time is over. His booming voice echoed throughout the venue, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The second phase of the exam begins now. Strong Stone Li Sen's cold eyes swept over the 10,000 candidates present, and everyone he looked at felt a heavy pressure. The content of the second phase exam is very simple, yet very cruel. He extended a finger thicker than an average person's arm, pointing to the back of the platform, where another massive alloy gate was slowly opening. Behind the door was not a monotonous passage, but a vast, simulated scene of an abandoned city. Broken walls and collapsed buildings, a jungle of steel and concrete under dim lights, exuded an atmosphere of death and danger. In this exam site known as City of the Number 3 Relic, there are 1,000 of our praying mechanical guards. Strong Stone's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Your goal is to hunt these mechanical guards and obtain score badges from them. The closer you are to the center, the higher the level of the mechanical guards, and the more score badges they will have inside. Each badge represents 10 points. The exam duration is 48 hours. The final score will be determined by the points you earn in the first phase, plus the total points obtained in the second phase. 1,000 prey, 10,000 candidates. One candidate murmured, their face suddenly turning pale. 10 people fighting for one target. This meant that at least 90% of them might not get a single badge. Strong Stone seemed quite pleased with the shock on everyone's faces. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his smile looking particularly sinister. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you the most important rule. He paused, speaking each word clearly. In the exam site, grabbing is not prohibited. As long as you have the ability to snatch badges from others, they are equally valid. Of course, if you are seriously injured, you must call for help immediately, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Boom! This statement detonated like a heavy bomb in the hearts of all the candidates. Grabbing is not prohibited. Consequences are yours to bear. This was no longer an exam, it was clearly a bloody game that encouraged mutual slaughter. The jungle law of the weak being preyed upon by the strong was laid bare on the table. Now, you have 5 minutes to form teams. The exam will officially begin in 5 minutes. As Strongstone's voice fell, the entire platform erupted into chaos. Bro, team up? We're all from Tiannan number 2 high school. Let's do it together. We'll split the badges we grab. Is there anyone good at scouting? You can be the scout. Those from the same school or candidates who had formed revolutionary friendships in the first phase quickly gathered together, forming groups of 3, 5, or even dozens, vigilantly watching the other candidates around them. The top talents, like Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying, naturally formed their own faction, looking down on ordinary candidates. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and the other 5 solitary lone wolves became the most conspicuous and awkward presence in the crowd. Occasionally, glances swept over them, filled with scrutiny, pity, and even malicious greed. Under such rules, lone wanderers are often the easiest prey to bully. Lin Chen ignored the gazes around him, his mind racing. Team up? With whom? He didn't know anyone here. Recklessly joining a strange team was akin to seeking one's own demise. Once danger struck or a badge was discovered, he, as an outsider, would undoubtedly be the first to be sacrificed or betrayed. Unless he glanced at a few others in the distance who were also isolated, their eyes glinting with the same wariness. Just as Lin Chen weighed the pros and cons, a cool voice sounded beside him. A person alone won't last long. Lin Chen turned to see the lone female candidate who was also isolated, having approached him at some point. She was tall and graceful, with a sharp bob haircut, her eyes keen as an eagle, giving off a cold aura that suggested she was not to be approached. How about a temporary team-up, she stated directly, her tone straightforward. All 6 of us are the leftovers. Rather than being picked off one by those big teams, it's better to huddle together for warmth, at least it increases our chances of survival. Lin Chen looked at her, then glanced at the 4 male candidates nearby who were also watching them. He could tell that these individuals had ranked quite well in the first phase, making it into the top 10,000 as lone wolves in such a brutal sprint proved their strength and character, far from being mediocre. How do we cooperate? How do we divide things? Lin Chen asked succinctly. This was the core issue. Very simple. The short-haired girl held up 3 fingers. First, no attacking each other. Anyone who stabs someone in the back will be dealt with collectively. Second, whoever hits the prey gets to keep it, no stealing from others. Third, if danger arises, you can call for help. But whether to assist or not depends on personal willingness and the situation at the time, no coercion. These rules were cold and realistic, yet they maximized the prevention of internal strife. There were no hypocritical promises, no forced obligations, everything was based on voluntariness and self-interest. This, in turn, made Lin Chen feel a bit more reliable. I agree. Lin Chen nodded. I agree too, a burly man, like a towering iron pillar, said in a deep voice. He was one of the other 4. Count me in. A slender young man, whose eyes flickered and looked like a scout, also expressed his agreement. The remaining 2 were a pair of twins. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison. We brothers will join as well. Great. The short-haired girl nodded in satisfaction, her gaze sweeping over everyone. I'm Hanyu. Since this is a temporary team, let's introduce ourselves for convenience. Tai Meng, the towering man said. Zhao Shu, the slender young man added. Chun Feng. Shen Yun, the twin brothers chimed in. Just call me Shaolin. Since it was a temporary team, Lin Chen didn't intend to reveal his full name. 6 people, a temporary team made up of lone wolves, was hastily formed in the last few minutes. 5 minutes to go. The voice of the examiner, Chang Shi, rang out again. The exam begins. Boom, the metallic gate behind them fully opened, revealing the vast and desolate abandoned city. Charge. Seize the advantageous terrain. Almost the moment the gate opened, the already organized large teams surged in like tigers released from their cages. The top tier teams led by Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying transformed into streaks of light, unhesitatingly rushing towards the most prominent skyscraper ruins in the city center. Clearly, the more central the area, the higher the level of mechanical guards that would appear. Moreover, the elevated terrain allowed for a clear view of any happenings elsewhere, making it the best ambush spot. Thousands of troops followed closely behind, and the scene was chaotic. As soon as they entered the ruined city, small-scale conflicts erupted in the fringes. What should we do? Tai Meng looked at the others, clearly uncertain. Everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on Lin Chen and Hanyu. It wasn't just because Hanyu was the first to initiate, but also because they were the first to arrive. Being the first to arrive indicated the strongest strength. Hanyu looked at Lin Chen, seemingly wanting to hear his opinion. Lin Chen calmly surveyed the chaotic situation before him and said in a deep voice, "Don't go into the city center." Why? Zhao Shu asked, somewhat confused. Aren't the good things all in the center? The center is a meat grinder right now. Lin Chen shook his head and analyzed. Top teams are fighting for territory, large teams are hunting for kills. If the 6 of us go in, we won't even make a splash, we'll just be swallowed whole. He pointed to the outskirts of the city, to the unremarkable, low residential building ruins. Our goal is the badge, not to fight with others. Let's first go to the edge. Although there may be fewer prey, the competition is also less. Survive first, familiarize ourselves with the environment, then we can think about other things. Survival is always the top priority. This suggestion was immediately agreed upon by everyone. Makes sense. Let's do it. The 6 reached a consensus without any hesitation, immediately breaking away from the large group rushing toward the center, their figures shifting like a few inconspicuous shadows, silently slipping into the shadows at the edge of the city. The abandoned city was more dilapidated than imagined. The collapsed walls were covered in moss and vines, and rusted, discarded hovercar wrecks were scattered everywhere on the streets. The wind whistled through the hollow windows, producing a ghostly wail that added to the eerie atmosphere of this dead city. Lin Chen's 6-person team formed a combat formation, cautiously navigating through the ruins. "I'll scout ahead," the lean youth Zhao Shu whispered, his body seeming to have no bones as he nimbly climbed up a broken wall, disappearing into the shadows ahead with a few agile movements, swift and silent. Tai Meng, you and brothers. Chen Feng and Chen Yun watched the sides. Han Yu, you and I will keep an eye on the back and front, Lin Chen quickly arranged. Everyone nodded, each on guard. Before long, Zhao Shu's figure flashed out from an abandoned mall ahead, making a safe gesture to the group while lowering his voice. "It's safe ahead, no people or mechanical guards detected." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and continued forward. Just as they were about to exit through the back door after crossing the mall's hall, Lin Chen suddenly halted his steps. Wait. His gaze was fixed on a short distance ahead, behind a pile of collapsed shelves. After becoming a martial artist, his perception, far beyond that of ordinary people, caught a faint energy fluctuation that did not belong to this environment. "There's something," he whispered. The group immediately stopped, gripping their weapons tightly, looking in the direction of his gaze, but saw nothing. Lin Chen did not explain. He slowly picked up a cement block the size of half a head from the ground, his arm muscles tensed as he hurled it fiercely toward the pile of shelves. Bang! The cement block smashed into the shelves, producing a loud noise. The next second, buzz, a red light suddenly illuminated. The pile of collapsed shelves exploded, and a 2-meter-tall humanoid machine, made entirely of dark silver metal and resembling a spider but with 6 sharp limbs, suddenly stood up from the ruins. A red single eye on its chest glowed, coldly locking onto Lin Chen and the others. Intruder detected. Initiating elimination mode. A cold electronic synthetic voice sounded, and 6 metal limbs flashing with cold light suddenly pushed off the ground, the entire mechanical spider shooting toward the group like a cannonball. Mechanical guard. Tai Meng let out a low roar, a hint of excitement and seriousness flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect to encounter the first prey so quickly. The moment the mechanical spider appeared, a sense of crisis, colder and more lethal than the killing intent of the mechanical guards, erupted simultaneously from behind and both sides of Lin Chen. Lin Chen's warrior instincts were going off like crazy alarms, and he instinctively let out a furious roar. Die! On the faces of the Chen brothers, Chen Feng and Chen Yun, there was no trace of their previous simplicity, replaced instead by a fierce killing intent. Their fists, one left and one right, came crashing down like hammers, accompanied by a howling wind, aimed directly at Lin Chen's back and temple. On the other side, the seemingly calm and rational Han Yu moved like a ghost, delivering a vicious and cunning whip kick that swept towards Lin Chen's lower body, cutting off all his escape routes. The 3 of them struck with perfect timing. It was the moment when everyone's attention was drawn to the mechanical guards, their focus at its most scattered. Their cooperation was seamless, and their killing moves were sharp. They calculated that under the pincer attack of the mechanical guards, and the 3 of them, this guy called Shaolin would be severely injured if not dead. In this way, the strongest one would be dealt with. However, they underestimated Lin Chen. Faced with this deadly situation, there was not a hint of panic in Lin Chen's eyes. Instead, a cold mockery flashed across them. From the very beginning, he had never fully trusted these so-called teammates. His warrior perception, far beyond that of ordinary people, had already prepared him. Naive. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. He chose not to withstand any of the attacks head-on, as that would only trap him in a deadly situation of being attacked from all sides. In the blink of an eye, he made a move that no one expected. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward, his body suddenly diving ahead, like a cheetah, charging straight towards the oncoming mechanical spider. Looking for death? A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu. Had this guy been scared silly? He actually chose to charge into the blade of the mechanical guard? However, the next second, their expressions froze completely. Just as Lin Chen was about to collide with the mechanical spider, his body suddenly sank down. With an extreme low slide, he pressed his entire body against the ground, darting through the narrow gap beneath the 6 sharp metallic limbs like lightning. Everything happened in a flash. When Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu's attacks missed, and they momentarily stiffened from the force of their own strikes, Lin Chen's figure had already appeared behind the mechanical spider like a ghost. The mechanical spider, which had just activated, clearly did not anticipate such a dive through the legs maneuver. Its single red eye flickered, losing its initial target, and immediately locked onto the 3 closest individuals who had just attacked its teammate. New threat detected. Elimination mode activated. Swish. 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 6 sharp metallic limbs shot out like 6 unsheathed blades. 6 sharp metallic limbs, like 6 unsheathed blades, screamed through the air, instantly enveloping Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu. Damn it! Han Yu's face changed dramatically. She reacted the fastest, her toes pressing hard against the ground, her body retreating like a falling leaf, narrowly avoiding the 2 incoming beams of cold light. The Chin brothers, however, were not so lucky. Their offensive had waned, their old strength just spent and new strength not yet built up, and faced with this sudden backlash, they could only awkwardly cross their arms to brace for impact. Clang! Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. The brothers were knocked back repeatedly by the immense force, deep gashes appearing on their arms, blood flowing profusely. The once unbreakable backstab alliance crumbled instantly under the frenzied attack of the mechanical guard. Meanwhile, Tai Meng and Zhao Shu, only just snapping out of their shock, hurriedly retreated to avoid becoming the next targets. If the 3 people had chosen them as their target just now, there was no doubt they would have already called for rescue, or perhaps they would have been a corpse by now. Lin Chen had long since disappeared behind the broken wall on the other side. He did not linger for a moment, nor did he look back at the drama of infighting. He moved like a spirit cat, leaping and climbing through the ruins, swift and silent. His goal was clear: find a suitable vantage point. He needed a position that could overlook the entire situation, capturing everyone's movements in one glance. A chill filled his heart. Han Yu, along with the Chen brothers, Chen Feng and Chen Yun, had completely torn apart any semblance of cooperation. It was now a matter of life and death. As for Tai Meng and Zhao Shu, perhaps there was still a chance to win them over. But right now, what he wanted most was to take advantage of the chaos before him and see if there was an opportunity to eliminate these 3 traitors first. These 3 guys, since they dared to harbor murderous intent against him, should be prepared to be counter-killed. If it really doesn't work, then I'll just give up on the second phase, Lin Chen thought, a hint of determination flashing through his mind. He was very clear about his situation. Compared to those geniuses who had received systematic training and had various resources since childhood, he, a latecomer with a wild path, was inherently at a disadvantage. To have made it this far in the exam was already an unexpected joy. He could afford to fail the exam, but it was best not to get seriously injured. After all, rescue costs a lot. Just as the Chen brothers were repelled and Han Yu was dodging in a panic, the mechanical spider's single red eye flickered a few times, seemingly reassessing the threat level. Having lost its initial target, Lin Chen, the 3 in front quickly retreated, escaping its attack range. Threat eliminated, returning to standby mode. The cold electronic voice sounded again. The frenzied mechanical spider slowly retracted its 6 limbs, its massive body lying back down, the metallic sheen on it quickly dulled, blending with the surrounding rust and dust, as if it had turned back into a pile of lifeless scrap metal. The battlefield, which had just been tense and on the brink of life and death, instantly fell into an eerie silence. The wind once again swept through the hollow mall, producing a mournful sound. The heartbeats of the few hiding behind different cover seemed to be amplified infinitely at that moment. Han Yu hid behind a broken load-bearing column, her chest slightly rising and falling, her cold gaze sweeping the surroundings. She hadn't expected that guy called Shaolin would react so quickly, with such strange methods, not only escaping the deadly attack but also turning the tables on them. The Chin brothers leaned against a crumbling wall, injecting themselves to stop the bleeding and bandaging their wounds, while searching for Lin Chen's trace with resentful eyes. Their failed ambush had cost them dearly, and their murderous intent only grew stronger. On the other side, Tai Meng and Zhao Shu had hidden even further away. They exchanged glances, seeing fear and relief in each other's eyes. They trusted no one now, only seeking to protect themselves. Everyone understood the unspoken rule. Whoever moved first could become the next target. In an instant, a stalemate was formed. Everyone's thoughts were surprisingly aligned. Wait. Wait for others to lose their composure. Wait for others to make mistakes. Or, wait for new prey to enter this area and break this damned balance. Time passed second by second. The abandoned mall was terrifyingly quiet. And above this grave, in a damaged office on the 3rd floor, Lin Chen was coldly observing everything below through a shattered window. He had reined in his breath to the utmost, as if merging with the surrounding shadows. He was very patient. Because he knew that in this hunting game, the one who lost patience first was often the one who died first. Tai Mang and Zhao Shu were the two weakest among the six. They were fully focused on guarding against Lin Chen, Han Yu, and the Chen brothers hidden ahead. Yet they had completely failed to anticipate that the most lethal danger came from the momentary negligence behind them. The eye and the dead silence, two dark figures suddenly sprang from the shadows behind them like phantoms. Their speed was at its peak. Zhao Shu felt a chill in his shoulder, and an unbearable sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body. A blood-stained, rusty steel pipe pierced directly through his shoulder blade, nailing him firmly to the ground. Weapons were not allowed during the exam, but there they were on sight. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the stillness of them all. He didn't even have time to see who the assailants were before, in agony and terror, he instinctively pressed the emergency button on his personal terminal. Help! I need help! As soon as he was attacked, Tai Mang beside him was already alerted, roaring in anger, his muscles tensing up as he turned to flee. But he was fast, and the other party was faster. The steel pipe in the hand of another shadow struck him in the back just as he turned, precise and vicious like a venomous snake. Put! Tai Mang's tall body stiffened suddenly. He incredulously looked down at the blood-soaked tip of the steel pipe protruding from his chest, his eyes wide as saucers, filled with disbelief and horror. In the next second, a flash of white light appeared. A medical personnel in a white emergency suit materialized in front of Tai Mang. With a blank expression, he said, "Your condition is critical. The survival rate for immediate treatment is 80%. Do you need to use a life-saving agent? The cost is 100,000 credit points. Survival rate increases to 99%. I have." Tai Mang used his last ounce of strength to pull out a vial of the same glowing green agent from his tactical pack, trembling as he injected it into his thigh. As the agent entered his system, an abnormal flush appeared on his pale face, and he finally gasped for breath, weakly saying, "Let's go." The medical personnel took out a small package, which instantly transformed into a makeshift medical bed. After placing Tai Mang on the bed, the medical personnel dragged it away in front of the crowd. Meanwhile, on Zhao Shu's side, the fighting came to an abrupt halt due to his call for help, and another medical personnel appeared to drag him away. This heart-stopping scene unfolded in just a few seconds. Lin Chen, watching from the office on the third floor, felt a chill shoot from his feet to the top of his head, his heart sinking instantly. He wouldn't die, but damn, what kind of medical fees were 100,000? That was 100,000 credit points. He couldn't even scrape together the registration fee of 100,000 back then. And Tai Mang had actually prepared such an expensive life-saving agent himself. Damn it! It was at this moment that Lin Chen truly realized he had no idea about the hidden rules of this exam. He understood nothing. Bai Muxi and Bai Mujie hadn't told him anything. This thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind, only to be dismissed immediately. Bai Muxi and Bai Mujie hadn't informed him, and it was more likely that they didn't know either. Bai Muxi and Bai Mujie were just ordinary students from a relatively well-off family, long marginalized. To put it in popular terms, they were from a declining martial arts middle-class family. Ultimately, he and they were probably just ants in the eyes of those true prodigies. Such life-saving cards were likely only known to the top 5% of geniuses among a million candidates, informed by teachers or schools about what to prepare. And unexpected intrusions like Lin Chen's were probably rare, with only 2 or 3 in 10,000. This fleeting thought was just a momentary distraction. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, refocusing all his attention on the battlefield below. There were at least more than 5 attackers. Lin Chen had already spotted 5 sudden movements. Although they quickly found new cover the moment they struck, avoiding exposure to everyone's sight, under his martial artist level keen perception, the positions and general movements of those 5 remained completely exposed. This is a tightly organized and well-coordinated hunting team. The timing of their actions, the angles of their attacks, and the routes of their retreats are all filled with textbook precision. At the same time that Tai Mang and Zhao Shu were ambushed, Han Yu and the Qin brothers, Qin Feng and Chen Yun, reacted swiftly, instinctively retreating in the opposite direction to create distance. Lin Chen did not move, nor did he pursue them. The actions of Han Yu and the Chen brothers naturally drew the attention of the hunting team. Several dark figures, like maggots on bones, immediately surrounded them from different directions, chasing after the 3 of them. Han Yu and the others instantly transformed from hunters into prey. Meanwhile, Lin Chen shifted from prey to a high and mighty observer. He currently had 2 advantages. One was his perception, physical abilities, strength, and recovery speed as a martial artist. The second, and most crucial, was that the enemy was in the light while he was in the dark. He did not want to become the mantis, catching the cicada, unaware of the yellow bird behind. Although the mantis can eat the cicada, it will ultimately be targeted by the yellow bird. What he needed to do was to be the vulture that patiently waits until the yellow bird and the poisonous snake have both suffered heavy losses before leisurely swooping down to claim all the spoils. Several dark figures chased after the direction of Han Yu and the Chen brothers, and the abandoned mall quickly returned to silence. After a few minutes, there was no sound of battle, and the figures that had chased out did not return. Lin Chen understood, Han Yu and the Chen brothers were not easy opponents, and if they were determined to escape, they would be hard to catch in the complex terrain. But then, Lin Chen's pupils slightly constricted. Within his martial artist's perception range, 3 new presences approached from afar and quickly integrated into the hunting team, filling the gaps left by those who had just chased out. This team had at least 8 people, if not more. Moreover, they did not give up on this area because of Han Yu and the others' escape. Lin Chen saw that these 8 individuals, like well-trained soldiers, began to fan out in a semicircle around the mechanical guard. Disguised as scrap metal, cautiously and professionally moving from cover to cover, slowly advancing outward. Their movements were careful and professional, clearly conducting a thorough search and clearing operation. They intended to comb through this area completely, leaving no potential threat or prey overlooked. Lin Chen's heart sank. One person's movement path was heading straight toward the abandoned office building where he was hiding. Closer and closer. Lin Chen immediately withdrew his gaze from the window, retreating silently. Like a feather, hiding in the deepest shadows of the office. He held his breath, suppressing his presence to the utmost, as if he had merged with the darkness. With his extraordinary perception as a martial artist, he clearly heard the sound of footsteps. Shoo, shoo, unhurried, with a unique rhythm, approaching step by step. 50 meters, 30 meters. 10 meters, that person had already reached the bottom of the office building. Lin Chen's heartbeat seemed to slow down half a beat, and all the muscles in his body tensed. Ready for a thunderous strike at any moment. However, just as Lin Chen thought the other party was about to enter the building, the footsteps suddenly stopped not far from the building. Silence. Dead silence. After the footsteps stopped downstairs, there was no further movement, as if that person had vanished into thin air. But in Lin Chen's perception, that presence had not only not disappeared but had become even more solid, like a cheetah lurking in the grass, retracting all unnecessary movements, waiting to deliver a fatal blow. What was he waiting for? Thoughts raced through Lin Chen's mind as he maintained absolute stillness, even deliberately slowing his heartbeat. Suddenly, whoosh whoosh, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air rang out. A cement block the size of a half-brick was hurled up from downstairs with great force, accurately shattering a glass window. In the second-floor corridor. Crash! The crisp sound of shattering glass echoed sharply in the dead silence of the abandoned building, the reverberation stirring in the empty corridor. This was a test. Lin Chen instantly understood the other party's intention. They were using sound to create chaos, trying to draw out any potential prey hiding in the building. Any abnormal noise, like the rapid breathing of someone startled or the instinctive sound of shifting footsteps, would immediately expose one's location. What a cautious guy! Lin Chen not only remained still but also sank deeper into the shadows, his body becoming like a lifeless statue. His martial artist's senses allowed him to clearly hear the steady heartbeat and breathing of the person downstairs. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. After a long silence, the person downstairs remained motionless. Was he not coming? Or had he already been exposed? A hint of doubt rose in Lin Chen's heart, but he still firmly suppressed the impulse within him, making no move. In this suffocating standoff, a new sound suddenly came from the distance, from the direction of the mall. Buzz, that familiar mechanical sound lit up again. The mechanical guards had been activated. Following that was the dense sound of metal clashing, the explosive roar of energy impacts, and the angry shouts of humans, all intertwining. Clearly, a fierce battle had erupted. However, even with the distant battle so intense, the person guarding downstairs remained like a rock, utterly unmoving, his breath showing no signs of disturbance. This was a flash of lightning seemed to cross Lin Chen's mind, instantly connecting all the clues. He began to understand the situation. This person was not here to search the building at all. His task was to guard this place. To hold this building, or rather, to guard a key point in this area. Preventing anyone from entering the hunting ground where the battle was taking place from this direction. And those who had chased after Han Yu and the Chen brothers probably hadn't really pursued them. Instead, they had set up a defensive line further away, executing the same task. Lockdown. This small team, after confirming that there was prey, the mechanical guards, in this area, did not rush in to encircle and eliminate but instead divided their forces to quickly seal off and clear the entire area. They aimed to turn this area into a closed cage, ensuring that the prey inside, whether mechanical guards or candidates like Lin Chen hiding, had nowhere to escape, and also ensuring that no outsiders could come in to share the spoils. And those responsible for the battle were the remaining group. hunting, sealing, guarding, with clear divisions of labor and efficient execution. Damn it, this can't be something taught in school, right? Lin Chen cursed inwardly. Such tactical proficiency in team operations was certainly not something a group of temporarily assembled students could possess. Clearly, Lin Chen guessed it was likely from the courses of those key high schools. His experience, scraped together from the bottom, was simply child's play in the face of their systematic tactics. Continuing to wait would definitely lead to a dead end. Once they dealt with the mechanical guards and freed their hands, it would be even harder for him to gain anything. By then, he would not be facing just one person, but a complete, well-coordinated hunting team. Lin Chen rapidly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Finally, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he decided to go for it. Now was the best opportunity. Most of their attention was focused on the battle with the mechanical guards. And the only thing standing in his way was this one sentinel downstairs. As long as he could silently eliminate this person, he could instantly transform from a trapped prey into a lurking viper. After that, whether to escape from this lockdown area amidst the chaos or to lie in wait for a chance to counterattack would be 1,000 times better than sitting here and waiting for death. The initiative must be taken back into my own hands. With this thought, Lin Chen no longer hesitated for a moment. He moved silently to the broken window on the 3rd floor, peering out quickly to scan the distant battlefield. Sure enough, a small team of 5 candidates was methodically surrounding a spider-like mechanical guardian that stood over 3 meters tall. That mechanical guardian was the same one from before, its 8 metallic legs glinting like sharp battle knives. The 5 candidates coordinated remarkably well. A burly young man stood at the front, wielding a piece of alloy door panel as a shield, drawing the mechanical guardian's fire. The other 4 were on the flanks, constantly harassing the guardian, forcing it to split its attention and not attack head-on. They were also looking for the guardian's joint weaknesses. Now's the time. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and picked up a steel bar over a meter long and as thick as his arm from the ground. In the next second, he leaped out of the 3rd floor window like a hunting falcon. At the moment of his descent, he twisted his waist with force, and the steel bar in his hand shot forward like a released javelin, whistling through the air, aimed directly at the head of the candidate below. His sudden appearance was immediately noticed by everyone. The burly man holding the shield changed his expression and shouted, "Ali, hold him off." He intended to say hold him off for 10 minutes until they dealt with the mechanical guardian. However, in the next second, his voice was cut off abruptly, like a duck with its neck squeezed. Lin Chen, in midair, did not even look at the result as he threw the steel bar. Just as he expected, his hasty, unprofessional throw, under the opponent's prior alertness, was unlikely to hit. Boom! The steel bar grazed the opponent's scalp and plunged into the pile of construction debris behind him, creating a loud crash and sending dust flying everywhere. In the dust, the candidate named Ali turned pale with fear. However, before he could recover from his narrow escape, a shadow descended from the sky. Lin Chen's figure tore through the smoke, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, and a powerful fist was already in front of him. It was too fast. Ali had no time to mount any effective counterattack or dodge, instinctively crossing his arms in front of him. However, just as he opened his mouth, a terrifying aura, far beyond that of a typical martial artist, enveloped him like a mountain pressing down. His face turned ashen, and his pupils constricted sharply. A martial artist? The thought barely crossed his mind when Lin Chen's full-force strike, containing over 100 points of physical strength, landed solidly on his arms. Crack! A crisp, painful sound of bones breaking echoed. Under absolute power, Ali's defense was shredded like thin paper in an instant. His arms were broken. Before the excruciating pain could fully spread through his nerves, Lin Chen landed without a moment's pause. Following through, his other fist shot out like a cannonball, delivering a vicious uppercut that slammed into Ali's abdomen. Bang! A muffled thud. Ali's body bent like a cooked shrimp, his feet leaving the ground, propelled backward by the immense force. Then, he lost all strength in the air and crashed heavily to the ground, curling up in pain and convulsing. This punch had severely injured him, completely robbing him of his combat ability. A flash of white light appeared, and a rescuer in white stood expressionless in front of Ali. As Ali groaned in agony, he shot Lin Chen a venomous glare, squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth, "UTM. Seed player also comes to the outer area, to fish." Lin Chen himself did not expect the battle to end so quickly and decisively. He was even prepared for a tough battle, ready to use potions if necessary. But the opponent, under his full-force strike, couldn't withstand even a single move. Is this the difference between a martial artist and a quasi-martial artist? However, this was not the time for Lin Chen to ponder. The guards in other directions, upon seeing their comrade instantly killed, had already reacted and were rushing towards him at full speed. Before they arrived, the attacks had already begun. Whoosh! 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 Several pieces of shattered stone, twisted metal scraps, and even a few sharpened rebar rods whistled through the air from different angles, raining down on Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression tightened, his feet tapping lightly as he moved like a ghost, weaving through the dense projectiles. Clang! Clang! Countless attacks landed where he had just stood, sending sparks and dust flying everywhere. Meanwhile, a surprised shout came from the mechanical guard's side. Found it. The weakness is here. Lin Chen caught a glimpse of the battlefield from the corner of his eye and saw that the 4 candidates had suddenly increased their attack frequency, their assault becoming more ferocious, clearly having found a breakthrough. He didn't know where that so-called weakness was, nor did he have time to observe it closely. Because 2 figures had already pounced on him like leopards, almost simultaneously from both sides, cutting off most of his escape routes. One on the left and one on the right, forming a pincer attack. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he made a quick judgment. He chose not to defend or retreat, but instead to take the initiative. The target, the short-haired girl on the right, whose aura was relatively weaker. Boom! The ground beneath Lin Chen shook violently, and he transformed into a blurred afterimage, charging forward towards the short-haired girl with incredible speed. The short-haired girl clearly didn't expect Lin Chen not only to not dodge but to dare to charge forward, and at such a speed. Her eyes widened, and just as her cherry lips parted to let out a short ah, she could only hastily throw a punch towards Lin Chen's face. However, in Lin Chen's extraordinary martial artist perception, her rushed punch was full of flaws. He slightly tilted his body, and her fist grazed past his cheek, the gust of wind blowing his short hair back. In that instant, Lin Chen's fist struck first. A perfectly precise uppercut landed solidly on the girl's chin. Bang! A muffled sound. The girl's head snapped back violently, her whole body flying backward as if she had lost all her bones, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Her eyes rolled back, and she instantly lost consciousness, falling into a sleep as deep as an infant's. A flash of white light appeared, and another white-clad rescuer emerged. Lin Chen looked at the girl lying motionless on the ground, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected her to be so weak, or rather, he hadn't expected himself to be so strong. Meanwhile, the male candidate who had intended to form a pincer attack with the girl was wide-eyed at this scene. He abruptly slammed to a halt, then turned around without hesitation, retreating rapidly. What a joke! One encounter and a teammate of similar strength was killed in an instant. This guy was not someone they could handle at all. As this candidate retreated in a panic, he roared in his heart. This is a seed player. How could he appear in the outermost area? At this moment, he couldn't care less about teamwork or teammates. He just didn't want to end up like that girl, eliminated without even having a chance to react. Lin Chen did not pursue the fleeing candidate. His goal had always been clear, the score badge. After knocking out the short-haired girl with one punch, he didn't even glance back, his figure turning like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, charging straight towards the battlefield where the mechanical guards were being besieged. The 5 people entangled with the mechanical guards had not expected the situation to take such a sharp turn, in just a moment. 2 members of their 10-person team were injured, and 1 had escaped. 2 others were further away, watching another direction, unable to come in time. A disruptor powerful to an absurd degree was charging towards their core battle group with an unmatched presence. You all continue. Deal with the mechanical guards first. I'll go stop him. The burly young man, wielding a metal door panel as a shield, roared, clearly the spokesperson of this team. He made a quick decision and chose his course of action. The mechanical guards were on the verge of collapse. With just a bit more effort, they could be taken down, and they absolutely could not fail at this critical moment. Just as the burly young man made his decision, Lin Chen's figure had already closed in. He made no flashy moves, casually picking up a steel bar that had been knocked to the ground earlier. His arm muscles bulging as he exerted all his strength to hurl it like a javelin. Ha! Facing this powerful strike, the burly young man did not choose to dodge. With a loud shout, his legs seemed rooted to the ground, and his arm muscles instantly bulged as he slammed the heavy metal door panel in front of him, forming a solid barrier. Clang! The steel bar collided violently with the metal door panel, producing a deafening roar that stirred up a visible shockwave. The burly young man felt an overwhelming force coming from the shield, numbing his arms. A storm surged in his heart, his eyes filled with shock. What terrifying power! This was definitely not the kind of strength an ordinary martial artist could possess. On the other side, Lin Chen's heart sank sharply. The sound of that collision was too loud. In this relatively quiet ruin, it was like a lighthouse in the night, bound to attract the attention of everyone around. Whether it was other hunting teams or lone wolves like Hanyu who had been driven away, they could all be drawn over. It had to be a quick resolution. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Chan's eyes. If he couldn't resolve the enemy in front of him and seize the badge in a short time, he would have to leave this place, which was about to become the eye of the storm. With that thought, Lin Chen held nothing back, suddenly exerting force under his feet, his whole body shooting forward like a cannonball towards the burly young man. Seeing Lin Chen charge, the burly young man decisively abandoned the heavy metal door panel in his hands. With a clang, he threw the shield to the ground and took up a stance to meet him. The two instantly clashed. Bang! 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 Fists and feet collided, producing a dull sound like a drum. After a few exchanges, Lin Chen immediately sensed the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. In terms of pure strength and speed, the opponent was slightly weaker than him. However, every move and technique from the opponent contained exquisite power techniques, clearly martial skills. Lin Chen, with his brute strength, felt incredibly stifled, as several of his powerful attacks were deftly neutralized by the opponent. Instead, he found himself nearly hit in critical areas several times. I can't drag this out any longer. Lin Chen knew very well that as a wildcard lone wolf, opportunities would only become fewer. If he couldn't quickly deal with this guy in front of him, the window of opportunity would only shrink with time. It's now or never. Lin Chen's gaze instantly turned frenzied, a fierce determination rising in his heart. He abandoned all clumsy dodges and defenses, fully adopting a life-or-death fighting style of trading injury for injury. Facing a heavy swinging punch from the young man, Lin Chen did not flinch or evade, instead bracing himself against the blow with his shoulder. Pain shot through him, but he didn't even furrow his brow. Immediately after, the opponent's attacks came like a torrential storm, enveloping Lin Chen. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen endured. He truly found a moment of opportunity. Lin Chen took the risk to close in, channeling all his strength into his right fist, and with the most primal savage method, he slammed a punch towards the opponent's face. The burly young man did not expect Lin Chen to be so fearless, and he was already too late to defend himself. Bang! Lin Chen's fist landed solidly on his face. At the same time, the burly young man threw a wild punch that struck Lin Chen's cheek hard. Lin Chen felt a buzzing in his head, the world spinning around him, and stars flashing before his eyes. But he forced himself to bite down on his tongue, the sharp pain instantly bringing him back to some clarity. The superior physique of a martial artist revealed its decisive advantage at that moment. By the time Lin Chen shook his head to steady himself, the burly young man had already rolled his eyes back, collapsing straight backward and hitting the ground heavily, falling into a sleep as innocent as a baby. A flash of white light appeared, and the familiar figure of a medic in white reappeared. He looked expressionlessly at Lin Chen, who also bore injuries on his face. Although blood splattered everywhere, it was confirmed that he could still fight. Then he opened a simple medical stretcher and skillfully dragged the burly young man away. With the opponent's spokesperson dealt with, Lin Chen did not pause for a moment. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as lightning, instantly locking onto the remaining 4 candidates who were still entangled with the mechanical guards. The 4 watched in shock as their captain was knocked out in one blow. Of course, the attacks did not stop. At that moment, the spider-like mechanical guard, already at its last gasp, let out a piercing wail, its 8 metallic legs collapsing weakly, and the red light of its single eye in its chest extinguished completely. The battle was about to end. However, before the 4 candidates could breathe a sigh of relief, a whirlwind filled with a strong smell of blood swept toward them. It was Lin Chen. He gave the opponents no chance to catch their breath, and in the midst of his charge, he swiftly pulled out 2 vials of from his waist. Puff! Puff! Without hesitation, he plunged the 2 vials deep into his sore and aching arms from enduring the attacks. The cold medicine flowed in, and a powerful warmth instantly dispelled the pain and fatigue in his arms, restoring him to peak fighting condition. Stop him, one of the candidates shouted in terror. But before the words were out, Lin Chen's figure had already charged into the midst of the 4 like a tiger among sheep. Facing the 4-person assault, Lin Chen employed his old tactics again. He exchanged injury for injury. He completely ignored a whip kick coming from the side, taking it on his back, while channeling all his strength into a punch aimed at one of the candidates directly in front of him. Bang! The candidate, caught off guard, could only cross his arms to block, but Lin Chen's ferocious power sent him flying backward, a tearing pain shooting through his arms as he screamed and crashed heavily to the ground. 1 down. Immediately, Lin Chen raised his arms sharply, like 2 iron rods, deflecting the punches and kicks of the other 2. At the same time, his right foot struck like a venomous snake, colliding violently with one candidate's supporting leg. Crack! Another sickening sound of bones breaking echoed. The candidate let out a piercing scream, clutching his twisted and deformed ankle, collapsing to the ground in agony. Another 1 down. In the blink of an eye, only 2 members of the 4-person team remained. They looked at Lin Chen, who seemed like a demon, their eyes filled with fear. Let's go together, one of them shouted bravely, but at that moment, both turned and ran in opposite directions. Just as they turned, they froze, instinctively glancing back at each other. In each other's eyes, they saw shock and a hint of embarrassment. Weren't they supposed to go together? But there was no time for them to think further. They turned again and fled for their lives without looking back. Lin Chen watched the two fleeing figures but did not pursue them. He was now covered in wounds. And although he was forcibly suppressing the pain with medication, his stamina was nearly depleted, and he was at the end of his rope. More importantly, his true goal had always been singular. He dashed over to the completely wrecked spider-like mechanical guard, and with a powerful sweep of his hand, he violently tore open its alloy chest plate. Beneath the shell, a palm-sized metal badge, glowing faintly blue, lay quietly among the complex circuitry. Lin Chen grabbed it in his hand, feeling a chilling touch. Ding! Point badge detected. Do you want to pick it up? A prompt immediately popped up on his personal terminal. Pick it up. Pickup successful, current points, 10 points. It worked. The tension in Lin Chen's nerves finally relaxed, and a wave of immense fatigue and excruciating pain surged through his body like a tide. He glanced around and saw several eliminated candidates lying haphazardly, the air thick with a faint smell of blood. I must leave here immediately. Lin Chen knew very well that the smell of blood and the loud sounds of the earlier battle would soon attract new sharks. He gritted his teeth against the pain, oriented himself, and immediately dragged his exhausted body into a nearby abandoned residential building, his figure quickly disappearing into the shadows. Just as Lin Chen's figure completely vanished into the shadows of the residential building, less than a minute later, the two candidates who had fled earlier cautiously returned with two other companions. They were the last four members of this hunting team. The four spread out, using the broken walls as cover, vigilantly observing the empty battlefield. The companion who had his ankle kicked out by Lin Chen had already been taken away by the white-clad rescuers. The mechanical guard, with its chest torn open, lay there like a cold corpse, a testament to the brutality of the earlier battle. Where is he? One of them asked in a low voice, filled with confusion and vigilance. He ran away, replied the first candidate who had fled, still shaken. That guy is a monster. Definitely a seed player. He took the badge, another said, looking at the gaping hole in the mechanical guard's chest, speaking through gritted teeth. They had worked hard for half a day, only to end up making someone else's fortune. What now? Should we chase him? Chase my ass. The atmosphere fell into silence. The four exchanged glances, seeing reluctance, anger, and a hint of undeniable fear in each other's eyes. After a long pause, one of them broke the silence, his tone tinged with resignation and caution. Let's go, we can't stay in this area any longer. Next time we encounter a mechanical guard, we can't act first, we must wait for others to engage before we look for an opportunity. This suggestion, though filled with reluctance, was the most prudent choice at the moment. Their once confident hunting team had been shattered by a suddenly emerging monster, and morale had plummeted to rock bottom. The other three silently nodded, no longer speaking, and turned to leave quietly. The battlefield returned to silence once more. After a while, a tall and agile figure emerged like a ghost from a shadow. It was Han Yu. Her cold gaze swept across the empty battlefield, finally landing on the wrecked mechanical guard. Confirming there were no other ambushers, she stepped forward, crouched down, and carefully examined the hole in the mechanical guard's chest and the surrounding signs of battle. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if analyzing something. After a moment, she stood up, looked around again, a complex expression flashing in her eyes, then turned and left, quickly disappearing at the other end of the ruins. Not long after Han Yu left, Chen Feng and Shen Yun also emerged from another direction. They looked at the devastated battlefield, their expressions equally grave. They did not linger long either, quickly leaving this place of chaos. For a moment, the area fell completely silent, leaving behind a scene of devastation that silently narrated the brief yet intense battle that had just occurred. On the top floor of an abandoned apartment, Lin Chen twisted open the last bottle of nutrient solution and gulped it down in one go. The warm liquid slid down his throat, replenishing his nearly exhausted stamina. I didn't expect to run out of supplies completely. Lin Chen leaned against the dusty wall, murmuring to himself, lack of experience is truly the deadliest. He reflected on the exhilarating yet heart-pounding battle, replaying every detail in his mind. What he had previously overlooked suddenly became clear. He had been sent flying by Yen Feilong's punch. And before reaching the finish line of the first stage, he had been besieged and left in a sorry state by 7 or 8 candidates, ranked around 500. That painful memory led Lin Chen to make a serious and erroneous judgment about the strength of the candidates in this exam. He subconsciously regarded the combat power of the top geniuses and the core strength of the first tier as the average level for this exam. It was only after the recent battle that Lin Chen suddenly awoke to the fact that he had misunderstood a fundamental truth. In the first stage, who had he been up against? It was the likes of Yin Filong, a seed player standing at the pinnacle, already a martial artist before the martial arts college entrance exam, the true prodigies ranked in the top 100. They were the elites who could break through the crowd of a million candidates, ranking in the top 500. They represented the top 5% among the candidates in the second stage. And here, there were a full 10,000 candidates who had passed the first round. He had mistakenly taken the combat power of that top 5% as the general strength of these 10,000 people. Lin Chen shook his head in disbelief. After all this time, he had unknowingly become the big boss that others spoke of as the one who blew up fish? Just as he was mocking himself, his highly sensitive martial artist instincts suddenly caught a hint of movement. Someone was coming, following the same path he had taken earlier. And there was only one person. Lin Chen's gaze instantly sharpened. He leaped up from the ground without a moment's hesitation, swiftly changing his position, lurking in the shadows like a cheetah. Soon, he clearly saw the identity of the visitor. Han Yu. She moved gracefully, cautiously inching closer to the top floor. As for the Qin brothers, Chen Feng and Shen Yun, they were nowhere to be seen. Lin Chen sneered inwardly, those three could strike without hesitation against him, a temporary teammate, so how could there be any real trust among them? The possibility of cooperation was minimal. In that case, a flash of killing intent flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Strike first. Han Yu thought she was hiding well, stepping only on the quietest spots, vigilantly observing her surroundings. However, just as she was about to step onto the rooftop, a deadly sense of crisis surged from behind her. A steel bar, with a piercing shriek that tore through the air, suddenly shot out from the wall beside her, aiming straight for her back. Of course, Lin Chen's throw was as inaccurate as ever. But he never intended to kill with one blow, this was merely a ploy to attract attention. Han Yu's expression changed drastically, and she instinctively rolled to the side to evade. However, this throw, though miscalculated, hit its mark. If Han Yu hadn't dodged, that wildly off-target steel bar would have flown past her body without causing any harm. But due to her instinctive reaction, she executed the most standard sideways roll to evade. The result? Perfectly aligned with the trajectory of the steel bar. Put! A sound that made one's teeth ache. The thick steel bar pierced through her right thigh, the immense kinetic energy pinning her body harshly against the wall opposite. Boom, puff! Han Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, a sharp pain instantly spreading throughout her body. Her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted. However, before she could react to the sudden blow, a flash of white light appeared. Faster than Lin Chen's movements. It was a rescue worker in white. He instantly appeared in front of Han Yu, blocking the space between her and Lin Chen. Your condition? I'm fine. Han Yu gritted her teeth, and with her other functioning hand, she swiftly pulled out a vial of medicine from her waist, intending to inject it into her leg. However, in the next second, the rescue worker reached out and firmly pressed down on her. You've already lost. The voice of the rescue worker was cold and mechanical. I haven't. Han Yu struggled, her eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. The rescue worker shook his head and suddenly jumped to the side. At the moment he leaped, a leg's shadow rushed towards him. Smack! Han Yu's hand holding the medicine was accurately kicked by Lin Chen, causing the vial to fly out of her grasp. Han Yu's eyes widened in shock. The next second, smack! A crisp and loud slap. Lin Chen mercilessly slapped her face. That's what you get for trying to sneak attack me. This slap sent the already heavily injured Han Yu into a daze, her head tilting as she fell into a deep, baby-like sleep. Lin Chen looked at her limp body, his gaze landing on the tactical bag at her waist. Without a second thought, he reached out and yanked it over. Meanwhile, the rescue worker in white seemed to ignore this, focusing on setting up a simple medical bed to carry the unconscious Han Yu away, connected to steel bars. According to the rules, seizing was not allowed. This naturally included the spoils of war. Lin Chen weighed the tactical bag in his hand and suddenly slapped his thigh. He had taken out several people earlier, yet he had just watched them be taken away, forgetting to loot their tactical bags. What a loss! He quickly walked over and picked up the vial of medicine that had just been kicked away. The bottle clearly had a few small words printed on it. Heart. Strength number 7. It was actually a high-grade item 2 levels above. Just as Lin Chen was about to pocket heart strength number 7, a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged from behind. The warrior's instinct was going off like crazy. Without thinking, Lin Chen rolled forward. Boom! Boom! 2 powerful gusts of wind from punches nearly grazed his back, smashing into the spot where he had just stood, creating 2 shallow craters in the ground. It was the Chen brothers, Chen Feng and Shen Yun. They had quietly approached at some point, launching a long-planned attack when Lin Chen was at his most relaxed. With one strike, Missing, the two brothers showed no signs of stopping, their assault relentless like a storm, perfectly coordinating to completely seal off Lin Chen's escape route. Damn it! Lin Chen cursed under his breath, finding himself once again in a passive position against their onslaught. There was no other choice. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The move he was most skilled at and confident in was this one. Trading injury for injury. It seemed reckless, but in reality, it was him using his far superior warrior-level physical prowess to forcefully crush his opponents. Breaking skill with strength. Lin Chen suddenly sidestepped, bracing his left shoulder and back against a flurry of punches and kicks from Chen Feng. Pain shot through him, but he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. This was the opportunity. He completely ignored Chen Feng's attacks, concentrating all his strength in his right fist, and ruthlessly struck at Chen Yun on the other side. Chen Yun didn't expect Lin Chen to be so decisive, and it was too late for him to dodge. Bang! A muffled sound. Chen Yun was hit head-on as if struck by a battering ram, spitting blood and flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground several meters away, struggling to get up and hurriedly fleeing. As for the remaining Chen Feng, he dared not fight any longer. He also turned and ran without hesitation. Lin Chen did not immediately pursue. Instead, he leisurely pulled out a bottle of nutrient solution from Han Yu's tactical bag, twisted off the cap, and took a big gulp to replenish his depleted energy. Only then did he trail behind Chen Feng and Chen Yun at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. He remained vigilant, worried that there might be others lying in ambush nearby. Moreover, with Chen Feng and Chen Yun fleeing in such a panic, the huge commotion might attract new troubles or new opportunities. Sure enough, his premonition was soon confirmed. Not far ahead, at a ruined intersection, the sound of fierce fighting suddenly erupted. Lin Chen trailed from a distance, preparing to watch a good show. However, when he caught sight of the new opponent's move, his pupils constricted. Sharply, and without hesitation, he turned and retreated quickly. Too fast. Chen Feng and Chen Yun hadn't even had the chance to strike before they had already fallen. Most likely a martial artist. Even if he isn't a martial artist, I wouldn't have much of an advantage in front of him. And he's not a lone wolf. Alarm bells rang in Lin Chen's mind, and he immediately suppressed his aura to the utmost, quickly disappearing into the depths of the ruins. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. On the top floor of an abandoned apartment, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. His injuries had mostly healed, and his physical and mental states had returned to peak condition. In such a perilous environment, he didn't dare to operate the 8 treasure skill recklessly for deep healing. During these 6 hours, Lin Chen had not engaged in any battles, mainly due to the lack of good opportunities. He could only avoid wave after wave of combat. Lin Chen had no team, just himself. If another brutal fight like the previous one occurred, even if he won, he would inevitably be injured again. By then, without enough potions, he would have to rely on his body to withstand it. If he encountered new enemies in quick succession, he might really have to leave early. And the second phase of the exam lasted for 48 hours. Lin Chen analyzed calmly. The examiner only mentioned that the badge represented points, but did not say whether points would be retained after being eliminated. Based on this cruel rule, once he called for rescue and was eliminated, all the points he had previously earned could very well be reset to 0. Therefore, Lin Chen suppressed the temptation in his heart, considered it carefully, and made a difficult decision. In the absence of good opportunities, he would no longer intervene in any battles. What he needed to do now was to preserve his 10 points as much as possible. Then he would hide and hold out until the 48-hour exam time ended. Not withdrawing early would be a victory. Although it was only 10 points, combined with the 95 points from the first round, the total would be 105. This was much better than exhausting all resources and ending up with 0 points and elimination. Moreover, if he remained uninjured, he wouldn't have to pay for medical expenses. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen completely transformed into a master of survival. He found a relatively intact 5-story building in a remote location and established his temporary turtle shell in a shady room on the 3rd floor. The view here wasn't very open, but it was concealed and not easily discovered by enemies above. Additionally, the narrow hallway had only one entrance, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack if discovered. He would still have the strength to fight back. In the following time, Lin Chen truly achieved a state of calm. He no longer paid attention to the sounds of battle coming from afar, nor did he keep track of how many mechanical guards had been eliminated. All his energy was focused on sensing the surrounding environment. Any slight movement of the wind, any suspicious aura approaching, would instantly put him on high alert. Time passed second by second in this heightened state of tension. The first day quickly passed. On the second day, the battles in the ruined city had noticeably become much sparser. Clearly, after a whole day of brutal slaughter and elimination, nearly 1,000 mechanical guards had been hunted down. The candidates who have survived to this point have become more cautious and cunning. Now, the cause of the battles is no longer the struggle for mechanical guardians, but has turned into a bloody internal conflict among candidates fighting to seize each other's badges. Lin Shen has sensed several times that teams have passed by the building where he is hiding, but they are in a hurry, clearly pursuing a target, and have not diverted their attention to investigate this unremarkable little building. Thus, another day has passed. Only 12 hours remain until the end of the exam. Lin Shen's nerves are stretched to their limit. This is the darkest moment before dawn, and also the time when accidents are most likely to occur. He dares not let his guard down for a moment, remaining as still as a stone statue in his concealment. However, an accident still happens. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupts from below the building where he is hiding. The entire building shakes violently, dust raining down from the ceiling. Lin Shen is startled, abruptly waking from his state of concealment. He flips over to the window, cautiously looking down. Below, two groups of people are fiercely clashing. One of the groups is the genius class from the first high school, composed of Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, Yan Filon, and others. But at this moment, these proud children of heaven appear somewhat disheveled. Clearly, they have been injured. The other group is larger, with more than 10 people, each exuding a fierce aura. They cooperate seamlessly, advancing and retreating with purpose, and are actually managing to suppress the genius class members. What kind of team is this? Lin Shen is horrified. They have actually forced Lei Qianjun and the others into such a predicament. The aftermath of their battle is like an uncontrollable battering ram, wantonly destroying everything around them. The earlier explosion was the result of one of their attacks, which directly collapsed half of the load-bearing wall of the ground floor of the building where Lin Shen is hiding. The entire structure of the building has been compromised, and it could collapse at any moment. Damn! Lin Shen curses under his breath, knowing that this place is no longer safe. The building emits a grating creak, teetering on the brink of collapse. Large chunks of concrete and steel begin to peel away from the ceiling, and the floor beneath him starts to tilt. Lin Shen knows he must leave immediately. Moreover, now is the best opportunity. Both sides below are engaged in fierce combat. Even if they discover him, they are unlikely to have the time to deal with this bystander. Without a moment's hesitation, he turns and rushes toward the window on the other side, preparing to escape from the back of the building. However, just as he leaps out of the window, there's someone over there. Both groups below almost simultaneously spot this unexpected guest. Lin Shen's heart tightens, but he continues his movements, ready to flee as soon as he lands. He thought both sides would ignore him. This insignificant character. Unexpectedly, among the dominant group of over 10 people, a woman at the forefront commands one of her companions, Ahu, go. Take care of him. She then turns her gaze back to Lei Qianjun and the others, her tone dripping with mockery. I'll give you a chance. If you don't want to be eliminated, hand over half of your points, and I can let you leave. Dream on. Lei Qianjun coldly responds, his attacks growing even more fierce. The young man beside the woman snorts, you're asking for it. In that case, leave all your points behind. Even with one less person, we can still take you down. The young man named Ahu immediately breaks away from the main battlefield, sprinting like a cheetah toward Lin Shen's direction. A cruel and confident smile spreads across his face. To him, dealing with a mouse escaping from a dilapidated building is merely a trivial task. Lin Shen did not expect the other side to be so domineering, not even sparing a bystander like him. Anger burns within him, but reason tells him that now is not the time to confront them head-on. First, he must ascertain two things. First, is there really only one person chasing from behind? Second, how strong is this person, and can I handle it in a short time? Lin Shen's mind was racing at high speed. He didn't exert all his strength to escape but deliberately controlled his speed, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close from the pursuer behind him. At the same time, he heightened his martial artist perception to the limit, staying alert for any other enemies that might appear around him. To Ahu, who was chasing from behind, Lin Shen's seemingly slow running was undoubtedly proof of his lack of strength. The smile on his face grew increasingly contemptuous as he leisurely pursued, shouting in a mocking tone, hey, kid. Up ahead, stop wasting your energy. Just stop and call for help, and you might suffer less. After a chase, Lin Xia led him in circles, confirming that there were no other ambushes nearby, and then dashed into another abandoned building beside them. Seeing this, Ahu sneered and followed him in, continuing to persuade him to surrender. Do you think hiding in a rat hole will help? I advise you. However, before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly cut off. Because the prey that had just dashed into the building, which should have been fleeing in panic, suddenly turned around with a fierce and determined momentum, and threw a powerful punch at him the moment he stepped into the building's stairway. In that lightning-fast clash, Lin Chen had roughly assessed the opponent's strength. Very strong. But still not a martial artist. The aura and intensity of power were on par with the squad leader he had previously defeated using a trade-off strategy. Since he wasn't a martial artist, that made things easier. The reason for choosing this place was also to limit the opponent's dodging, achieving the goal of trading injuries. Lin Chen's killing intent surged, and his punch's momentum only increased. The young man named Ah, who clearly didn't expect Lin Chen to dare to counterattack, and in a hurry, he could only swing his fist to block. Bang! The two fists collided solidly. A tremendous force surged through, and Ah, who felt his arm go numb, his whole body uncontrollably retreating half a step, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. This kid's strength was surprisingly not much weaker than his own. However, Lin Chen didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. After landing a hit, he instantly closed in. He completely ignored Ahu's counterattack, allowing a heavy kick to strike his side, causing sharp pain, yet he didn't even furrow his brow. At the same time, his hammer-like fist, accompanied by a whistling wind, smashed hard into Ahu's chest. Puff! Ahu felt as if he had been struck by lightning in the chest. An overwhelming force surged into his body, instantly causing his blood to churn, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His body flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the wall behind him, then sliding down to the ground. Why, you are a martial artist? Ahu clutched his painfully throbbing chest, looking at Lin Chen with disbelief and terror in his eyes. He couldn't fathom how a passerby that his boss had casually sent to chase could possibly be a martial artist of the same level as his boss. Lin Chen didn't give him a chance to waste words, stepping forward to unleash a storm-like attack. One misstep leads to another. In this narrow corridor, Ahu had no space to dodge or create distance, only gritting his teeth and passively taking Lin Chen's attacks. At this moment, Lin Chen's brutal and efficient trade-off strategy was pushed to the extreme. Bang! 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 Several dull sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed. Ahu was once again beaten until he spat blood, while Lin Chen also bore some injuries, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But it didn't matter. As long as he could stand until the end, it was victory. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he seized a gap in Ahu's breathing, suddenly stepping forward with a fierce elbow strike that slammed hard into Ahu's face. Crack! Teeth mixed with blood splattered out. Ahu's head suddenly jerked back. His eyes rolled back, completely losing consciousness, falling into a baby-like sleep. This time, the white-clad rescue personnel seemed to be a bit slower. It wasn't until Lin Chen skillfully scavenged the tactical pack from Ahu and saw the prompt on his personal terminal saying, "Pickup successful, current score, 30 points, that the white light finally arrived." Lin Chen nodded at the expressionless rescue personnel and then left without hesitation. Lin Chen did not immediately return to the main battlefield but took a wide detour, like a patient hunter, quietly approaching. On his way back, he could already see clouds of dust rolling in the distance, buildings collapsing one after another, and various violent explosions ringing in his ears. He could even clearly sense the commotion in that area. Obviously, the battle had begun again. Lin Chen's face lit up with joy. It's great that they're fighting. The more intense the fight, the more chaotic the scene, the better chance he had to take advantage of the confusion. Of course, such a huge commotion would definitely attract more than just him. Soon, Lin Chen noticed other figures approaching. At that moment, the already fragile buildings continued to collapse. Amidst the clashes of Lei Qianjun and the others, stirring up clouds of dust, several figures shot out. It was Lei Qianjun and the others. They had clearly reached some sort of tacit understanding, no longer wanting to fight but choosing to break into smaller groups and escape in different directions. This sudden change ignited the greed of all the lurking competitors around. They're trying to run. Block them. They must have a lot of badges on them. Don't let them get away. In an instant, mantises appeared one after another, unaware that the yellow sparrow was already behind them. A dozen figures suddenly sprang out from different cover, like sharks smelling blood, recklessly intercepting the fleeing Lei Qianjun and the others. However, they severely underestimated the strength of these top talents, even in their desperate flight. A candidate had just jumped out from the ruins when he collided head-on with the ethereal Su Qingying. Just as he was about to make a move, Su Qingying glided past him like a ghost, leaving only an afterimage. On the other side, a burly man trying to intercept Lei Qianjun shouted, "Leave the badges," just as he brushed past Lei Qianjun. Yan Filong, fleeing to the east, caught a glimpse of this chaotic scene out of the corner of his eye, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he sneered, "What a bargain for Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong." Before he could finish his sentence, the team of over a dozen that had cornered Lei Qianjun and the others also charged out from the dust. They saw the mantises that had just exposed themselves and fallen into an awkward position, and the Leading woman, Qin Xiaoxiao, revealed a cruel smile, uttering just 2 words, clear the field. With her command, the team members behind her pounced on the exposed candidates like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Qin Xiaoxiao? Lu Zhenlong? Ah. No. We are also from Tantai City. Put. The sounds of screams, pleas for mercy, and fists hitting flesh rose and fell. The candidates who had just wanted to be the yellow sparrow instantly turned into lambs waiting to be slaughtered, as Qin Xiaoxiao's team swiftly and ruthlessly dealt with them one by one. Bloody, efficient, and cold. Behind the window on the 5th floor, Lin Chen watched the scene, a chill running down his spine. This was no longer a simple display of brute force, but a scheme mixed with tactics and human psychology. Lei Chen-jun and Qin Xiaoxiao, 2 top teams from different cities and schools, had silently reached some sort of understanding during what seemed to be an intense battle, jointly performing a grand play of luring the snake out of its hole. Perhaps Lei Chen-jun truly could not withstand Qin Xiaoxiao's side. Their defeat was precisely what lured all the lurking competitors around them to expose themselves. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong's team chose to target the weaker lurking competitors among the two. Like a sweeper, he captured all these small fish in one net. As for Lei Chen-jun and the others, they took this opportunity to escape smoothly. What a good plan! What a good tactic! Are they going to escape? Just as this thought emerged in Lin Chen's mind, his pupils suddenly constricted. He clearly saw a disheveled figure charging straight towards the small building he was in. It was Yan Filong. And he, in order to hide to the maximum extent, had remained motionless like a stone from beginning to end. Both being martial artists, Yan Filong was in a state of high-speed escape, his aura radiating outward, which would inevitably affect his perception. He seemed completely unaware that another person was hiding in this building. It can't be that coincidental. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yan Feilong's figure shot up from below like a cannonball, accompanied by a loud bang, directly shattering the 4th floor window and crashing in. Good. In an instant, all of Lin Chen's retreat options and hesitations were severed, leaving only one choice: fight. Just as Yan Filong landed, still unsteady on his feet, his expression suddenly changed drastically. He had thought this was a safe, temporary refuge, but the moment he stepped into the room, he felt a cold and solid killing intent descending upon him like a venomous snake from above. Someone. As this thought barely crossed his mind, a massive fist rapidly enlarged in Yan Feilong's field of vision. Too fast. Too close. In the next moment, Yan Feilong's face took a solid punch. At the same time, relying on his combat instincts, he hastily threw a punch in return, landing a heavy blow on Lin Chen's face. Excruciating pain. Both of them let out a muffled groan, as if their cheekbones were about to crack. However, Lin Chen was calculating with intent. He endured the intense pain, biting down hard on his tongue, the sharp sting instantly keeping him absolutely alert. Meanwhile, Yan Filong, caught off guard by this sudden strike, felt a buzzing in his head, experiencing a momentary dizziness and disorientation. In a clash between experts, victory and defeat can hinge on a split second. It was in this brief window. Lin Chen's eyes widened instantly, a wild and fierce light flashing in his gaze, resembling an enraged beast. His fist swung violently like a torrential storm. Without a hint of pause or hesitation, each punch containing boundless power and fury. Bang! 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 This series of dull thuds echoed continuously in the cramped room, like a violent symphony. Each punch landed accurately on Yan Feilong's face, producing heart-stopping impact sounds. Yan Filong was completely caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, unable to organize even a single effective defense. Lin Chen's fists rained down on his face like raindrops, leaving him no chance to dodge or retaliate. It's over. Yan Filong realized he was in deep trouble. In just 5 seconds, his face was already covered in swelling and bruises. Boom! Yan Feilong's eyes rolled back, his face covered in blood, and his body collapsed to the ground as if it had lost all support. Once again, he fell into a sleep like that of an infant. Seeing Yan Filong fall, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen's thoughts became clear. The humiliation of being blasted away by Yan Feilong's shockwave fist in the first phase transformed into a thrilling pleasure at this moment. Unexpectedly, this grudge was avenged in the second phase in such a dramatic way. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen quickly and skillfully searched Yan Feilong's body, emptying his tactical bag of all remaining potions and the most important points badge. A prompt immediately popped up on his personal terminal: pickup successful, current points, 210 points. A full 180 points. Having completed all this, Lin Chen did not linger for a moment, not giving Qin Xiaoxiao any chance to pick up the scraps, and swiftly disappeared into the shadows of the corridor. After a while, the white-clad rescue personnel finally arrived, taking the unconscious Yan Filong away. Clearly, the recent large-scale clearing operation had overwhelmed the rescue system as well. In the time that followed, although the battles in the ruined city were sporadic, each outbreak became more bloody and brutal. After devouring the fat piece that was Yen Filong, Lin Chen's choices became more cautious. At this point, there was no need to take risks anymore. He would rather miss the situation ahead than recklessly charge in. Whenever he reached a new hiding spot, his first task was to ensure that he was not blocked from the rear and that he was not at risk of being surrounded. Thus, under Lin Chen's extreme caution, he found no good opportunities. Time slowly passed, and in the last hour, the atmosphere in the examination area became eerie and tense. The vast majority of candidates had been eliminated or scattered, leaving only a few small teams. And these teams, without exception, were all among the final seed players. The small team of over 10 people he had seen before, led by Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong, not only did not decrease in number but even snowballed to 20 or 30 people. Lin Chen was shocked to discover this when he overheard conversations from others. This large team was composed entirely of students from Tantai City First High School, Tantai First High, in the entire Tianhai province. It ranked first in high school martial arts. As a small city, even the genius class of First High School seemed to have a significant gap in foundation and overall strength compared to the genius class of a top provincial school like Tiantai City First High. Even the strong like Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying were ultimately forced to scatter and fight individually. Is this the strength of the provincial capital? In the last half hour, it seemed that everyone had reached some sort of tacit understanding and no longer easily initiated combat. The 2 or 3 super teams had also come to a halt. Lin Chen hid in an inconspicuous basement, suppressing his aura to the extreme, making even his breathing nearly inaudible. He was like the most patient hunter, quietly waiting for the end of the hunt. 1098. As the final countdown appeared on the personal terminal, Lin Chen's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken slightly. 3, 2, 1. Exam time is up. All candidates, please cease all combat activities immediately. With the cold electronic voice echoing throughout the number 3 ruined city, the 48-hour trial finally came to an end. All surviving candidates returned to the platform. The platform was once again filled with people, but the number had sharply decreased from the initial 10,000 to less than 2,000. The survivors displayed various expressions. Some were exhausted and injured, yet could not hide the excitement in their eyes. Others looked desolate, clearly having not fared well, while core members of large teams like Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong appeared proud and spirited, basking in the awe of those around them. Lin Chen blended into the crowd, inconspicuous. He did not recognize anyone here, and the only ones who looked somewhat familiar were Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying from the genius class. Although they were also injured, their aura remained strong, and their gazes were sharp as knives, clearly having survived the final melee through their personal strength. At this moment, the figures of the examiners Chang Shi, Li Sen, and Deng Hong reappeared on the high platform. The second phase of the exam is over. Chang Shi's voice was still loud, but it seemed to carry a hint of approval. Now, we will announce the overall scores. A huge light screen unfolded in the center of the platform, and the names and scores of each candidate began to scroll rapidly across it, eventually coming to a stop. Everyone held their breath, nervously searching for their names on the light screen. Lin Chen also raised his head, scanning the densely packed list. Soon, he found his name. Candidate, Lin Chen. Candidate number. First round score, 95. Second round score, 210. Total score, 305. Overall ranking, 288. Seeing this ranking, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, and then his eyes burst with an incredible brilliance. He originally thought that by giving up the competition in the latter half, managing to stay within the top 1,000 would be good enough. Unexpectedly, he surprisingly ranked in the top 300. He instinctively glanced at the rankings around him and instantly understood. It turned out that during the brutal infighting in the latter half, countless candidates had their scores fluctuate wildly due to mutual competition, with many being eliminated at the last moment, their scores reset to 0. Meanwhile, he, relying on his decisive battle in the early stages and the big gift package from Yen Filong, along with his extreme survival tactics in the later stages, managed to stabilize his results and ultimately stood out. On the screen, the names Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong prominently occupied the top 10. Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying also squeezed into the top 100. Thanks to their personal tenacity. Among the top 100, the name that appeared most frequently was from Tiantai No. 1 High School. Other names from various first high schools or experimental high schools from different cities also appeared a few times. However, amidst the whispers of the crowd, aside from discussions about these already famous prodigies, a strange name and an equally unfamiliar school began to be frequently mentioned. Ranked 288, Lin Chen. High City Grain District No. 2 High School? What kind of school is this? I've never even heard of it. An ordinary high school from the grain district? What a joke. How could a school like this produce someone in the top 300? Who is this person? I remember that name. It seems like the first round was for the top 500, and I thought it was strange back then. Various discussions reached Lin Chen's ears, leaving him both amused and helpless. He never expected that his results would bring fame to his alma mater in such a way. High City Grain District No. 2 High School, a regular high school that didn't even qualify to participate in the High City 10 School League, was now appearing alongside top schools like Tantai No. 1 High School and High City No. 1 High School on this screen. It was truly a bit surreal. Alright, the overall results have been announced. On the platform, the female examiner Dang Hong's voice rang out again, interrupting the crowd's discussions. She wore a charming smile, surveying the survivors below, her gaze lingering briefly on top talents like Qin Xiaoxiao and Lei Qianjun, before seemingly casually sweeping over Lin Chen. Congratulations, you have passed this joint selection examination. From now on, you have the qualification to choose any private martial arts university within the scope of this joint examination. 3 days later, the admission brochures and standards from various private martial arts universities will be uniformly sent to your personal terminals. At that time, you can fill out your preferences based on your results and wishes. Remember, you only have one chance to choose. Alright, this examination is officially concluded. Dang. Hong's voice suddenly rose, her smile fading slightly, replaced by a more serious demeanor. Lastly, I remind everyone. Her gaze sharpened, like two swords, sweeping across the entire venue. Remember, do not bring any grudges from the examination outside. Weapons are prohibited within Tantai City. Violators will face detention at best, imprisonment at worst, and may even be disqualified from the examination. Dismissed. With Deng Hong's command, the tense atmosphere that had persisted for several days finally dissipated completely. People left in batches according to their exam numbers. Lin Chen's exam number was at the end, so he was naturally among the last group. All he wanted now was to quickly find Bai Mushi, have a good meal, and then get a restful sleep. Stepping out of the admissions examination center, the afternoon sun was glaring yet warm. Lin Chen squinted, momentarily feeling a bit unaccustomed. The world inside and outside the examination hall seemed like two extremes. He took a deep breath of the air mixed with various scents in the city, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Before he could open his terminal to contact Bai Mushi, he sensed several unfriendly gazes. Following the stares, he saw it was Lei Qianjun and Su Xingying beside them. There was a guy with his face wrapped in thick bandages, only his eyes visible, yet they still revealed a deep resentment. This is Yan Filong? From the look of that hateful gaze, it must be him. Brother-in-law. Over here. At that moment, a voice called out from the other side. It was Bai Mujie. Beside him, Bai Mushi and Bai Xingyun were also looking at him with broad smiles. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and strode towards them. Seeing Lin Chen emerge unscathed, Bai Mushi finally let go of the worry that had been weighing on her heart. She quickly approached him, carefully examining Lin Chen, and upon noticing the bruises on his face and body, her eyes filled with concern. Wife. Bai Mushi blushed and replied, Husband, are you okay? Lin Chen grinned and said, I'm great. You actually made it to the end of the second stage? Bai Mujie exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had been eliminated in the first stage, and after hearing the discussions of other eliminated candidates about the brutality of the second stage, he felt a lingering fear. To him, it was already impressive that Lin Chen had passed the first stage. He never expected that he would last until the end of the battle royale in the second stage. Bai Xingyun also looked at Lin Chen in shock, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. To last until the end, what that meant was all too clear to him. It meant that Lin Chen's strength was far beyond his imagination. Lin Chen smiled at them, nodded, and said in a calm tone, Alright, let's go. I'm hungry. Let's go, let's go. Bai Xingyun suddenly snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly, his smile brighter than the sun. Impressive. Those were the only 3 words left in his mind. This son-in-law was definitely a treasure. On the other side, watching Lin Chen merge with his family and walk away, Su Qingying withdrew her gaze and coldly looked at the bandaged Yan Filong beside her. Yan Filong, how did you end up like this? Her voice was icy, devoid of any emotion, yet carried an undeniable tone of questioning. Yan Filong gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words through clenched jaws. I was ambushed. He was unwilling to say more. Who would want to admit that a top expert from the genius class of Haicheng No. 1 High School had been eliminated in a dilapidated building by some unknown guy in the most brutal and humiliating way? That was simply the greatest shame of his life. Upon hearing this, Su Qingying merely cast him a faint glance and did not press further. She understood Yan Feilong's character well, proud and arrogant. The only way he could suffer such a huge loss and refuse to mention who his opponent was Was if he had either encountered a top-tier powerhouse like Qin Xiaoxiao, who left him no chance to fight back, and he felt the defeat was justified but just couldn't bring himself to say it. Or, he was eliminated by a small character he looked down upon, who was far weaker than him, using some insidious means, which he found utterly humiliating and was even less willing to mention. Regardless of which, the outcome was the same for him. If your skills are inferior, go back and train hard. Beside him, Lei Qianjun succinctly commented, his tone cold and devoid of any consolation. Yan Feilong's face instantly turned a deep shade of red, but he could not refute it, only suppressing the anger and humiliation boiling within him. His gaze once again shot with resentment towards the direction Lin Chen had left. I will definitely take revenge for this. Yan Feilong silently vowed, his fists clenched tightly. That night, in the luxurious suite of Tianqi International Hotel, Yan Feilong sat alone on the sofa, his expression dark enough to drip water. Suddenly, his personal terminal on his wrist rang. He glanced at the caller ID, then answered the call. Immediately, a voice filled with flattery and eagerness came through. Brother Feilong, it's me, Howsy. Spit it out, Yan Feilong replied impatiently. Feilong, I found out clearly that guy named Lin Chen seems to be the boyfriend of a brother's classmate's sister, or something like that. Lin Chen? Yan Feilong suddenly sat up straight, frowning as he asked, from our Haicheng? Yes. Wang Hao quickly replied, a buddy of mine, Li Minggao, has a classmate next door named Bai Mujie. This Lin Chen is Bai Mujie's brother-in-law or something? Yan Feilong's eyes instantly turned cold. Find out more details. Send me all his information. Lin Chen had no idea that Yan Feilong was investigating his background. At this moment, he was immersed in a sea of delicious food, feasting heartily. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the Tianyue International Hotel, the lights were dazzling, and the music was melodious. Bai Jinyun generously treated everyone to celebrate. He claimed it was to congratulate Lin Chen and his son Bai Mujie for successfully passing the exam. Although Bai Mujie hadn't even passed the first round, that didn't stop Bai Jinyun from finding an excuse to get closer to Lin Chen. At the dining table, Bai Jinyun and his son Bai Mujie showered Lin Chen with compliments and flattery as if it were free. Chiye, you really are hiding your talents. This time, you've truly brought honor to our Haicheng. Yeah, brother-in-law. You're amazing. 288th place. You can rank in the top 10 in all of Haicheng. Bai Mujie transformed into his number one fan, his eyes filled with admiration. Lin Chen stuffed his mouth with barbecue while responding vaguely, his mind entirely on the food in front of him. He had been starving during those days in the exam hall. Bai Mushi sat beside him, gently pouring juice for him, watching him devour his food with a smile full of affection and indulgence. After finishing a sumptuous buffet, Lin Chen contentedly burped. Seeing that he had eaten enough, Bai Jinyan tentatively asked, Jia, now that the exam is over, do you have any thoughts on the schools you want to apply to? Lin Chen wiped his mouth and honestly shook his head. I haven't thought it through yet, I'll wait until all the schools' admission brochures come out. Bai Jinyan nodded, his eyes sparkling with shrewdness, and continued, actually, with your results this time, even the top-tier private universities are within reach. Although a full scholarship might be a bit uncertain, the second-tier key universities will likely guarantee a full scholarship. He paused, changing his tone to be more sincere and generous. However, I think you should only consider the first tier. Scholarships are not a problem. Just choose the best school. We'll take care of the tuition. In fact, even before the celebration, Bai Jinyun had excitedly informed his brother Bai Jinfeng about Lin Chen's perseverance in the exam. When the final results came out and he learned that Lin Chen had actually made it into the top 300, Bai Jinfeng was completely stunned. He sat dazed on his own sofa, holding his personal terminal, repeatedly looking at the score screenshot sent by his brother, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Top 10 in Haicheng. What does that mean? Although their Bai family had produced martial artists in the past, they had struggled for 10 or 8 years in second or third tier private universities to advance. For so many generations, there had never been a genius who could touch the threshold of a top university. Even his eighth daughter Bai Mulan, whom he had always been proud of and invested a lot of effort and resources in, had barely squeezed into the top 10,000 in Haicheng during her college entrance examination. And now, this little guy he had once completely looked down upon had achieved such dazzling results. After the shock came wild joy and a hint of fear. Bai Jinfeng's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree change at that moment. He immediately replied to his brother's message, his tone filled with undeniable determination. Jinyun, take good care of Qi Yi. Make sure to treat him well. As for the tuition fees, he shouldn't have any concerns. The Bai family will cover everything. He can go to whichever school he wants. Tuition is not a problem. Lin Chen was about to refuse, as he didn't want to owe anyone a favor. However, Bai Xinyan seemed to see through his thoughts, smiled, and waved his hand, saying, "Shi, don't be in a hurry to refuse. This is not just my intention, but also your father-in-law's. Mushi's father's wish, it's a joint decision between the two of us." Lin Chen was taken aback by these words and instinctively looked at Bai Mushi beside him. Bai Mushi gently placed her hand over Lin Chen's large hand, smiled at him tenderly, and then nodded slightly. She hadn't met her father's expectations, but the husband she chose far exceeded them. It was an acknowledgement of Lin Chen and also of her as a daughter. She felt a surge of joy in her heart. Lin Chen looked at the smile in her eyes, felt warmth in his heart, and no longer said much, just solemnly said to Bai Xinyan, "Then, thank you, uncle and dad." This gratitude was heartfelt. The atmosphere at the dinner table grew increasingly harmonious. After a while, Bai Mujie scratched his head, his face showing excitement and anticipation, and asked with a smile, "Brother-in-law, my classmates, especially Li Min Gao and the others, are all in awe of you as the super dark horse and are particularly interested. They want to organize a gathering to get to know you better. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. A gathering? He had little interest in such so-called classmate reunions. Moreover, he didn't even know Bai Mujie's classmates. They were merely interested in his exam results, wanting to build connections and get close to him. Just as he was about to find an excuse to refuse, Bai Xinyan spoke up first, smiling. "Mujie, your brother-in-law just finished his exams and has been tired for several days, let him rest well. There will be plenty of opportunities for socializing in the future." While he hoped Lin Chen could expand his network, he understood the importance of moderation. It would be too eager to have Lin Chen deal with those second-generation individuals with different intentions right now, which could easily lead to resentment. The priority was to let Lin Chen rest well and focus on choosing a school. That was the most important thing. Bai Mujie immediately reacted to his father's words, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. Right. I didn't think it through. Brother-in-law, you rest well. I'll help you push those guys away." Seeing this, Lin Chen was glad for the peace and smiled, nodding, "Then let's do it next time." Back in the quiet suite, Lin Chen finally relaxed completely, lying back on the soft sofa and letting out a long sigh. Bai Mushi brought over a cup of warm water, sat beside him, and gently asked, "Are you tired?" Lin Chen took the cup, had a sip, then reached out to pull her into his embrace, inhaling the fresh scent of her hair, feeling this rare tranquility, and thought that all the fatigue accumulated in the exam room over the past few days vanished in that moment. "Not tired," he said softly, "with you here, I'm not tired." In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Lin Chen didn't go out and completely relaxed his body and mind. Every day, apart from taking walks with Bai Mushi and chatting, he stayed in his room, leisurely practicing the 8 treasure skill in the most laid-back way. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, after completing another round of training, the familiar system notification sound echoed in his mind, just as expected. Ding! 8 treasure skill level increased to level 5, 0 out of 100. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. Host, Lin Chen genetic potential, 10.3% physical fitness, 102 plus mental strength, 102 plus spiritual energy, 52 plus cultivation method, 128th set of broadcast calisthenics level 10, max, 8 treasure skill level 5, 0 out of 100, partner. Bai Mushi, favorability 85, offspring, 2, in gestation. Feeling the slight surge of power within him once again, Lin Chen opened his eyes with satisfaction. Just then, his personal terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated, emitting a series of notification sounds. Lin Chen raised his hand to look, and saw dozens of official emails from various private martial arts universities flooding the terminal screen like snowflakes. The enrollment brochures from all the schools had arrived. Lin Chen casually clicked on one of the emails, and a beautifully crafted electronic brochure immediately unfolded on the screen. With a golden border and a dynamic school emblem shimmering with colors, every detail exuded a sense of understated luxury and profound heritage. Galactic Martial Arts University, Taurus 0755 Galaxy Branch for 0K Key Points Introduction. Our school was established in the first year of the Empire. The branch was founded in the 38,612th year of the Empire, boasting a history of over 2,000 years, with a strong faculty that has nurtured countless pillars of the Empire and Sea Gods of War. Current enrollment plan, 500 students. Admission criteria 01. The top 10 in the comprehensive ranking of the joint screening exam can receive the Heavenly Pride full scholarship, waiving all tuition and accommodation fees, and providing an S-level cultivation resource package with a dedicated mentor. But 2. The top 50 in the comprehensive ranking can receive the talented half scholarship, waiving 50% of tuition and providing an A-level cultivation resource package. 3. The top 500 in the comprehensive ranking must pay full tuition. For the minimum admission score for our school, the top 10,000 in the comprehensive ranking. Galactic Martial Arts University. Established in the first year. One of the schools with the most achievements during the Galactic War. These words seemed to carry a magical power that transcended time and space, causing Lin Chen's breath to momentarily catch. He had seen the name of this university countless times in history books, news articles, and biographies of heroes since he was a child. It was not just a school, it was a symbol of the martial spirit of the entire Galactic Empire. It was a top-tier institution, renowned alongside Longting Martial Arts University as the Empire's twin jewels. He quickly clicked on another email, and sure enough, it was from Longting Martial Arts University, with admission standards almost identical to those of Galactic Martial Arts University, differing only in some minor details. In addition, there was the top-ranked Taurus Martial Arts University, known for training practical combatants, and the Titan Martial Arts Academy, among others. These prestigious institutions within the galaxy collectively formed the first tier of this enrollment. Although with his grades, applying to a second-tier university would easily secure him a full scholarship and abundant cultivation resources, the moment he saw the brochures of those two top-tier institutions, all other options faded into insignificance. In his eyes now, there were only the top two. Attending the best school, receiving the best education, and interacting with the strongest classmates was the choice that a strong person should make. Galactic Martial Arts University, or Longting Martial Arts University? How should I choose? Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Bai Mushi curiously leaned over, and when she saw the enrollment brochures of those two top-tier institutions side by side on the screen, her beautiful eyes instantly widened. Sparkling with excitement, her cheeks flushed with joy, nearly bursting with enthusiasm. Every student's ultimate goal in martial arts college entrance exams was none other than Galactic Martial Arts University and Longting Martial Arts University, right? Those were the sacred grounds of martial arts that countless prodigies dreamed of but found so distant. And now, her husband, could effortlessly secure the admission letters from these two sacred places. How could she not be excited? How could she not feel proud? Bai Mushi's heart raced with excitement, and she even felt a warm flutter in her lower abdomen, a wonderful warmth flowing gently. She instinctively reached out her hand, gently caressing her still slightly flat belly, her face radiating maternal glow and immense pride. In her heart, she silently conversed with the baby in her womb. Baby, can you feel it? This is your daddy. Do you also feel how amazing daddy is, cheering for him? At lunchtime, Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujie were also present. As soon as they sat down, the conversation naturally turned to the topic of choosing a school. Have you looked at the brochure? Have you decided where to go? Bai Jinyun's face was flushed, more excited than when his own son got accepted. Brother-in-law, it has to be Galaxy or Longtung. Is there even a need to think about it? Bai Mujie interjected, looking completely self-evident. If it were me, I would choose these two with my eyes closed. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'm still considering. Both schools are great, it's a bit hard to choose. Upon hearing Lin Chen's somewhat pretentious dilemma, Bai Mujie immediately showed an expression of extreme envy. He hadn't even passed the first hurdle and could only pick and choose among third-tier and fourth-tier private colleges, while his brother-in-law was fretting over which of the Empire's top two prestigious institutions to choose. How could the gap between people be so vast? Meanwhile, Bai Jinyun wore a broad smile, his heart as clear as a mirror. No matter which school Lin Chen ultimately chose, at least for now, it seemed that this nephew-in-law was still very amicable towards their family, which proved there was some affection. He also knew very well that this affection came entirely from his niece Bai Mushi. Bai Jinyun discreetly glanced at Bai Mushi, who was gently serving food to Lin Chen, and felt secretly grateful. His niece, although her martial arts talent was average, had an eye for opportunity and luck that was simply extraordinary. What good fortune! Brother-in-law, I think Longting is great. Longting Martial Arts University has undergone significant reforms in recent years, I've heard. Their practical courses are cutting edge, and many newly minted military gods are graduates of Longting. Bai Mujie excitedly swiped through his personal terminal, showcasing various hot posts he had just found on the Star Alliance network. Bai Jinyun shook his head, expressing his more old-fashioned views. You can't say that. Galaxy Martial Arts University has a profound foundation. Since its establishment in the first year of the Empire, their alumni network spans the entire military, political, and business realms of the Empire, which Longting cannot compare to. Connections are sometimes more important than strength. The two spoke with conviction, but Lin Chen could tell that these were merely publicly available pieces of information circulating online. In fact, for a family of the Bai family's caliber, these two martial arts sanctuaries standing at the pinnacle of the empire were far too distant. Even their branches were not in Tantai City but in the center of the main star, the capital, Terra. In the vast galactic empire, there exists an unwritten yet deeply ingrained tradition. The vast majority of planets with human civilization prefer to name their planetary capitals with a common name, Terra. This is not due to a lack of imagination, but rather a tribute that originates from the depths of their bloodlines. It commemorates that unique origin and heart of the galactic empire, the true Terra. It is not just a planet, a name. It is a totem, a sacred place, a coordinate point imprinted deep within the souls of every imperial citizen. It is the political hub of the empire, where the decrees of billions of stars are issued, determining the rise and fall of countless civilizations. It is the economic engine of the empire, where wealth converges like a rushing river and flows in all directions, each pulse pulling the entire empire's commercial lifeblood. It is the cultural melting pot and source of the empire, where the most cutting-edge art, the deepest philosophical thoughts, and the most elegant fashion are nurtured and bloom, scattering like dandelion seeds across the entire starseed. It is also the sacred temple of martial arts in the empire, with the headquarters of the Galaxy Martial Arts University and the Longting Martial Arts University standing as the twin peaks here, surrounded by prestigious schools and a lineage of masters. Every martial artist views stepping onto the land of Terra as the ultimate glory of their lifelong pursuit. However, 499.99999999999% of the ordinary citizens of the empire, Terra is merely a dreamland that exists in holographic images, heroic epics, and bedtime stories. The exorbitant cost of migration, so high it feels hopeless, and the rigid identity barriers that seem insurmountable, make this heart of the empire feel utterly unreachable. To set foot on that land, to breathe that air, is a luxury they can never hope to attain in their lifetime. Thus, naming their capital Terra has become a complex cultural sentiment. The 0755 galaxy is no different. The capital planet of the main star in the galaxy is also called Terra. And on Terra, there are numerous martial arts universities, led by the branches of the Galaxy Martial Arts University and Longting Martial Arts University, as well as the headquarters of the Martial Artists Association and various interstellar enterprises, and so on. Yet these places are far too distant from Haichang. Let alone the Bai family. Even in Haichang, there are probably very few who can truly articulate the real situation within these two universities. Honey, what do you think? Bai Mushi looked at Lin Chen gently. In her eyes, no matter what choice Lin Chen made, she would support him unconditionally. Lin Chen ultimately chose the Galaxy Martial Arts University. The strength of the top two is closely matched, each with its own merits. There are various opinions online. Some say Longting's practical courses are more frontline oriented, while others argue that Galaxy's martial arts theory is more solid. But for Lin Chen, these were merely references. What truly made him decide was a passage in the Galaxy Martial Arts University's enrollment brochure, marked as the highest honor tradition. All students of our school, within 10 years of enrollment, if their genetic potential breaks 100% and they are promoted to extraordinary martial artist, are eligible to apply to join the Galaxy Exploration Team as deputy captain, participating in the exploration and development tasks of the Empire's frontier star regions. Exploring new planets. These 4 words instantly pierced Lin Chen's heart. It was not just a simple adventure, but igniting a spark of civilization in the endless unknown, etching his name on the pages of history of a brand new planet. This was the ultimate romance unique to men. Moreover, he had the more children, more blessings system. On a brand new planet, he could branch out without hesitation, spreading his bloodline across the vast land. Starting from scratch, creating a brand new family as a first generation of stars. From an ordinary working class family to the progenitor of a planet. Once this thought ignited, it spread like wildfire. I've made my decision. Lin Chen put down his utensils, his gaze clear and resolute. Galaxy Martial Arts University. For Bai Jinyun and Bai Muxi, there was no essential difference between these two schools. Both were peaks they needed to look up to for their entire lives. Whichever Lin Chen chose, they could only applaud. Brother-in-law, why? Bai Muxi asked curiously. Lin Chen smiled and slowly shared his reasons. When he mentioned the Galaxy Exploration Team and exploring new planets, Bai Muxi's eyes instantly lit up like two little suns. Wow! Exploring new planets. Brother-in-law, that's so cool. Take me with you. I'll run errands for you. Do you have that qualification? Bai Jinyun interjected, reminding his son. It was also a way to show Lin Chen that Bai Muxi would definitely not entangle himself in these matters. It was also to maintain a good relationship between them. However, the exploration team. Bai Jinyun thought of his own Bai family. The ancestors of the Bai family were once members of the Taurus 0755 pioneer team on this planet. Or rather, the ancestors of everyone on this planet were once part of that great team. However, after more Then 500 years of time washing over it, class distinctions have settled clearly like silt in a river. Some families seized the opportunities of the era, soaring to become prominent families in the city. Some, like the Bai family, barely maintained a middle-class dignity, while many others, like Lin Chen's parents, faded into the crowd, becoming the most ordinary commoners. And now, his nephew-in-law is set to join the pioneer team of the Galactic Martial Arts University. The value and future of this opportunity far surpassed that of the local pioneer team from the 0755 star system back in the day. Bai Xinyan looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with awe, excitement, and a hint of boundless longing for the future. When one person achieves greatness, even the chickens and dogs rise to the occasion. Perhaps, the fates of their families are truly about to undergo earth-shattering changes in the hands of this young man. Bai Mushi said nothing, merely placing her hand gently over Lin Chen's. She tilted her head, gazing at her man's profile, her eyes filled with unshakable tenderness and pride. Husband, her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Wherever you go, I will follow. Just as he was about to press submit on the application page, his personal terminal suddenly vibrated, and a video call request popped up. The caller ID read, Class Teacher, Joe Deming. Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly, a nostalgic smile tugging at his lips. He glanced at the equally curious Bai Mushi beside him and casually swiped to answer the call. The screen lit up, revealing a face flushed with excitement, even somewhat distorted, belonging to his high school homeroom teacher, Mr. Joe Deming. Behind Mr. Zhou, the background was a sea of people, a dense crowd that nearly overwhelmed the camera. Lin Chen could even clearly see the principal's shiny balding head glimmering just behind Mr. Zhou's shoulder. Mr. Zhou, long time no see, Lin Chen greeted with a smile, his tone calm and gentle. His greeting seemed to press the play button. On the other end of the video, Mr. Joe Deming's voice trembled with extreme excitement, almost shouting, Shi-yi. Lin Chen. Is it really you? Did you enroll in a private university for the exam? The information system on the school's side was linked to the Admissions Examination Center. When the final results were announced, an official notification email was simultaneously sent to the principal's office of Haicheng Grain District No. 2. However, when Principal Wang opened the email and saw the glaring 288th and Lin Chen, his first reaction was, there must be a system error. He couldn't believe it. What a joke. This ordinary high school, which didn't even qualify to participate in the 10th school league, had never produced a student ranked in the top 300. The best historical performance barely squeezed into the top 10,000, just enough to qualify for the lowest tier of private university admissions. He immediately had the head of the academic affairs office double-check, even using his connections to call the city's education system for inquiries. The responses he received all confirmed the accuracy. The principal's office erupted in chaos. The news swept through the entire teaching staff like a tsunami, and all the teachers couldn't believe their ears. Lin Chen? That student from a financially struggling family who usually had average grades and was quiet? Ranked 288th in the province? This was more surreal than the sun rising from the west. This led to the video call. Before pressing the call button, Mr. Zhou's heart felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. He couldn't help but confirm again, Principal, is it really, our class's Lin Chen? Absolutely. Principal Wang exclaimed, pounding the table with excitement. As soon as the video call connected, Joe Deming couldn't help but confirm again, because this was simply too outrageous, so outrageous that he still felt like he was dreaming. He was so excited that he was at a loss for words, waving his arms. 288th. This is the best result ever for our high city grain district No. 2. No. It's the most incredible result among all non-key high schools in High City in nearly a century. You kid, you really. He stammered for a long time, unable to find a suitable word to describe his feelings. Teacher, you flatter me, it's just good luck, Lin Chen replied with a smile, his calmness forming a stark contrast to the enthusiasm on the other side. Lin, I am Principal Wang of No. 2. Principal Wang's shiny balding head finally squeezed out from behind Teacher Zhou, his face beaming with a smile like a chrysanthemum. The school is proud of you. We are so proud. Behind him, countless familiar and unfamiliar faces were staring at Lin Chen in shock, ecstasy, and admiration, their eyes glued to the screen. Principal Wang cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and asked in the most amiable tone possible, Chi-yi, where are you planning to apply? Is there any difficulty? The school can help you with advice. Lin Chen blinked, following his lead, and pretended to be troubled, saying, Teacher, Principal, you know our family situation, the tuition. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately said, oh, you don't need to worry about that. With your score of 288, applying to top private universities In the galaxy like Genial Marshall University should be no problem for a full scholarship. Thank you for your concern, Principal. But I am applying to Galaxy Marshall University. Principal Wang's smile froze on his face, and he quickly adjusted his expression. Adopting a serious elder's tone, the competition at Galaxy Marshall University is too fierce, it's full of geniuses. Not just geniuses, but geniuses with resources and connections. You haven't filled out your application yet, right? Listen to the principal. When I was a teacher, I also had many excellent students, and my experience is richer than yours. There's a saying, it's better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. He advised gently, institutions like Galaxy and Longting, which are top imperial universities, are actually not as suitable for you as a top university like Genial Marshall University within the galaxy. There, you can receive the school's most core resources and become a true prodigy. Moreover, to be honest, I have some connections. At Genial Marshall University, their admissions director is my senior. As long as you go there, I guarantee he will take good care of you and even secure you double S-level cultivation resources. The principal spoke earnestly, as if he was genuinely thinking about Lin Chen's future. In reality, he was calculating his own benefits. Just a moment ago, the admissions director of Genial Marshall University personally approached Principal Wang. In fact, he was not an alumnus. Principal Wang graduated from a second-tier public Marshall University. The admissions director indicated that as long as he could persuade Lin Chen to apply to Genial Marshall University, he would receive a recommendation fee of up to 1 million credit points as a quid pro quo. Lin Chen quietly listened to the principal finish speaking, then slowly shook his head. Thank you, principal and teacher, for your concern, but I have already decided to apply to Galaxy Marshall University. Seeing this, Principal Wang's heart immediately sank and his tone became heavy. Shi, listen to my advice. I'm doing this for your own good. Let me tell you a true story. Just 2 years ago, we had a student at our school. Of course, his grades weren't as good as yours, just barely touching the threshold of first-tier universities. At that time, several second-tier universities extended olive branches to him, promising him the best resources, even assigning him a dedicated mentor. But that student, proud and arrogant, only had his eyes set on the name of a first-tier university and insisted on applying to Xingho Marshall University. What was the result? Principal Wang lamented, slapping his thigh in despair. In the end, he was completely overshadowed at Xingho Martial Arts University by countless prodigies with deeper backgrounds and greater talents, becoming just another face in the crowd. After 10 years, he barely broke through to become a martial artist. Unable to advance further, and ultimately had to graduate in disappointment, returning to our grain district. This is a bloody lesson, Shi. However, after hearing this, Lin Chen only found it amusing. What the principal said might be golden advice for others, but for him, it was meaningless. His greatest talent was the unknown more children, more blessings system. As long as he kept having children, he could keep getting stronger. Seeing that Lin Chen remained unmoved, his expression unchanged, Principal Wang felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He knew that his 1 million recommendation fee was in jeopardy. But Principal Wang had a backup plan. That was Lin Chen's parents. He had previously inquired about Lin Chen's family situation with the homeroom teacher. Families like Lin Chen's typically valued having more children to earn more child-rearing allowances, placing great importance on money. Their vision and perspective were bound to be limited. For them, the ethereal title of Empire Top 2 was absolutely less important than tangible benefits. Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Chen had not yet ended the video call, Principal Wang secretly sent a message to Lin Chen's father and mother. As long as Lin Chen applied to Jinyo Martial Arts University, the school would reward them with a scholarship. 200,000 credit points. In his view, for a poor family that might not even be able to come up with 100,000 registration fee, the temptation of 200,000 credit points was something they absolutely could not refuse. And in the video, Principal Wang sighed heavily. Since you've already made your decision, I won't say much more. However, there are still a few days left for filling out your application, so you don't need to rush to submit it. Take another day or two to think it over, discuss it with your family, and listen to their opinions. After hanging up the video call, Principal Wang immediately turned and said, Teacher Zhou, come to my office for a moment. Closing the office door, Principal Wang couldn't wait to ask, Teacher Zhou, contact Lin Chen's parents immediately. I just told them that as long as they can persuade Lin Chen to apply to Jinyo Martial Arts University, the school will reward them with 200,000 in scholarships. Go. Confirm it. 200,000 credit points. Zhou Deming gasped, startled by the number. He quickly understood. Principal Wang was working so hard, there must be greater benefits behind this. But what did that have to do with him? He was just an ordinary homeroom teacher, without the authority or ability to investigate the dealings between the principal and the university. Principal. Rest assured. Joe Deming took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute. I will take care of it right away. After Joe Deming left, Principal Wang was alone in the office. He leaned back in the large leather chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk, thoughts swirling in his mind. He recalled that not long ago, the director of the Jinyo Martial Arts University admissions office, Yen Xingzhan, had contacted him proactively. This name was not unfamiliar to Principal Wang. He had specifically inquired that one of the vice presidents of the Haichang Martial Artists Association, Yen Xingwu, was Yen Xingzhan's younger brother. The Yen family, while not the top-tier aristocracy in Haichang, was definitely a powerful family with significant influence. It seems that a junior from the Yen family also participated in this exam and got to know Lin Chen during the test, appreciating him greatly. Principal Wang speculated to himself. Only this explanation made sense as to why Yen Xingzhan was willing to offer a recommendation fee of up to 1 million credit points to recruit an unknown Lin Chen. This kid really has struck it lucky. Principal Wang shook his head, feeling both envy and a hint of disappointment. What a pity, being in such good fortune yet not knowing how to appreciate it. Instead of taking the ready-made broad road, he insists on squeezing through that narrow bridge. In his view, gaining the recognition and connections of the Yen family was far more substantial than the elusive title of top 2 of the empire. Meanwhile, in the luxurious suite of the Tiantai International Hotel, a crisp notification sound rang from the personal terminal on Yen Feilong's wrist. The light screen lit up, revealing a middle-aged man with a commanding presence, exuding authority without anger. Yen Feilong's father, Yen Xingwu, one of the vice presidents of the Haichang Martial Artists Association. Father, Yen Feilong respectfully called out, the bandages on his face already removed, but the dark bruises were still clearly visible, making his once handsome face appear somewhat sinister. How is your injury? Yen Xingwu's voice was deep and authoritative, revealing no hint of emotion. It's no longer serious, Yen Feilong replied softly. Yen Xingwu responded lightly, then shifted the topic directly to the matter at hand. Your uncle is very pleased with your recommendation and has already used his connections to persuade Lin Chen to apply to the Golden Bowl Martial Arts University. Yen Xingwu's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, as if he could see through all of Yen Feilong's inner resentment and bitterness. He slowly spoke, his voice not loud but carrying an undeniable authority. The grievances between you and him end here. Your path is inherently different from that of a commoner like him. No matter how talented he is, at the end of the day, he is just a disposable resource with no foundation. Once he enters university, he might even be recruited by our Yen family, becoming a part of our strength. So, you need to be magnanimous. This not only showcases the grace and upbringing of our Yen family but also helps us secure a talent for the family in advance. Do you understand? Yen Feilong's expression stiffened for a moment. However, when he met his father's serious and cold gaze, all his resentment and anger were extinguished like a splash of cold water. He knew that his father's decision was the will of the family and could not be opposed. Yes, father, I understand. Yen Feilong took a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation in his heart, and replied softly, after all, our future path is built upon the backs of these commoners. That's good to understand. Yen Xingwu nodded in satisfaction. This failure is also a training for you. It teaches you that there are always greater heights and people beyond you. Put away your arrogance, it will benefit your future path. Father, Yen Feilong took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with unwillingness. Then, can I still go to the Galaxy Martial Arts University? Yen Xingwu glanced at him indifferently and said calmly, you are perfectly suited for Golden Bowl Martial Arts University. All right, father. Yen Feilong's eyes instantly dimmed, lowering his head to hide the uncontrollable, intensified hatred for Lin Chen in his gaze. All of this was because of Lin Chen. Of course, with his uncle's connections at Golden Bowl Martial Arts University, if he went there, he would undoubtedly receive resources and privileges far beyond those of other students. Since it was a family arrangement, he had to become stronger in the shortest time possible at Golden Bowl Martial Arts University. He would trample Lin Chen underfoot and turn him into a dog by his side. In the luxurious suite of Tianhua International Hotel, Lin Chen was leaning on the sofa, reflecting on his earlier conversation with Principal Wang. Connections, care, experience sharing. These phrases sounded grand, but Lin Chen always felt an inexplicable sense of discord behind them. He didn't quite believe that Principal Wang would be so kind-hearted. Even if everything the principal said was true, for someone with a system like him, the so-called resource tilt and network support wouldn't be of much help. Having come to this realization, Lin Chen became even more resolute in his choice. Just then, his personal terminal vibrated again. Seeing that the caller ID was Mother, Lin Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. His heart stirred, and he pressed the answer button. On the light screen, his mother's face appeared, showing a mix of eagerness and excitement. Father Lin squeezed in beside them, his face beaming with smiles. Yay! Congratulations! You did so well. Truly the pride of our Lin family. Mother Lin immediately followed with a string of congratulations. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she shifted her tone and got to the point. By the way, your high school teacher, Mr. Zhou, just called us and told us about your situation. They are really responsible teachers, especially recommending you to that Jinyo Martial Arts University, saying the benefits there are particularly good and it's the best for your future development. Your father and I looked it up too. Jinyo Martial Arts University is also a top university. I think it's not much different from that Galaxy Martial Arts University, right? Aren't they all branches of first-class private universities? How big can the gap be between branches? It's just a name, what matters most are the tangible benefits. Mother Lin chattered on, as if she had already decided this was the best choice for her son. Lin Chen listened quietly, not interrupting, his expression revealing no joy or anger. He knew that behind this phone call was Principal Wang exerting influence. That's right. Yay! Father Lin chimed in, his tone kinder than ever. Your mother is right. We've been through this, we know that having connections and relationships in this society is more important than anything else. Your principal is acting out of goodwill, paving the way for you. What a blessing. You can't let their kindness go to waste. He hadn't expected them to understand his choice. But he also didn't think they would so quickly become someone else's advocates. Dad, Mom, Lin Chen finally spoke, his voice calm and devoid of any ripples. I've already decided on the school. This is my own matter. You child, why won't you listen to advice? Mother Lin's tone turned urgent in an instant. Aren't we doing this for your own good? What's wrong with Jinyo Martial Arts University? It's also a top school. It can provide you with the best resources. Why do you insist on going to that Galaxy Martial Arts University and fighting for a spot with others? Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Children know their parents best. He could sense that Principal Wang had likely promised his parents some benefits. I've made my decision, you don't need to say any more. Lin Chen said flatly. You? Mother Lin was left speechless by his firm attitude. Father Lin, on the other hand, was so angry that his face turned red, but he still restrained his temper and said, we are all doing this for your own good. All parents in the world do this for their children. You're young and impulsive, you don't understand, our experience is rich. What top university can compare to connections? If you go to Jinyo Martial Arts University, with the principals, connections and the school's resources tilted in your favor, your future will be bright. When the time comes, as your parents, we'll do everything we can, even selling everything we have, to support you. After all, you are our son, being able to see you bring glory to our family makes our lives worthwhile. He paused, then changed his tone. But if you go to that Galaxy Martial Arts University, what will you have? No full scholarship, no resource guarantees, and certainly no connections. How can you compete with those born with a silver spoon in their mouths? You know our family situation, right? Even if we support you and exhaust our savings, it's only 30 to 50,000 a year, which is nothing compared to what they have at Galaxy Martial Arts University. Whether we support you or not makes no difference, you'll still be at the bottom, with no resources. In that case, we won't provide you with any support. Lin Chen almost laughed. You two haven't supported me at all. The 100,000 yuan I used to register for the exam was half from Bai Mushi and half borrowed through a loan. Lin Chen had known his parents for many years. Given their current behavior, he could roughly guess the situation. Lin's mother sensed that Lin's father's tone was off, and quickly added, don't be angry. Your dad was just speaking out of frustration. You shouldn't be so stubborn. Your parents are only looking out for you, they won't harm you. Applying to the Galaxy Martial Arts University is definitely the right choice. Lin Chen shook his head and said, but I've already applied to the Galaxy Martial Arts University. You don't know, the Imperial law states that once you've applied, you can't change it. Rather than passively worrying, it was better to cut through the chaos and completely sever their hopes. He no longer hesitated, skillfully opening the application page for the Galaxy Martial Arts University and filling in his information one by one. Without any hesitation, he pressed the Confirm Submission button. At the end, ding! Your application has been successfully submitted. Please wait for review. He didn't stop there but directly took a screenshot of the successful application page. Then, he opened the chat interface with his mother and sent the screenshot. Mom, take a look at the picture. I really did apply. On the other side, his parents' video fell silent for a few seconds. Lin's father was so angry that he turned and left. Lin's mother's smile became a bit stiff. We saw your application. Since it's come to this, as your parents, we will respect your choice. Your dad may have spoken a bit harshly earlier, don't take it to heart. As your parents, how could we have bad intentions? It's all for your own good, it's just that we may have different perspectives and thoughts. You've grown up and have your own opinions now, we support you. Lin Chen nodded, got it, Mom. Immediately after, he opened the chat interface with his homeroom teacher, Joe Deming, and sent the screenshot again. Joe Deming replied almost instantly. He didn't bring up any topics about the Galaxy Martial Arts University but instead sent a warm congratulatory message filled with pride and joy. Student Chie, congratulations. The teacher saw it, Galaxy Martial Arts University. Well done. I'm proud of you. In the future, I can boast to others that I, Joe Deming, have also taught a student from Galaxy Martial Arts University. Ha ha ha. Wishing you a bright future and may you become a pillar of the empire. Lin Chen looked at the message and just smiled without replying. After doing all this, Lin Chen casually switched his personal terminal to silent mode and tossed it aside. He didn't want to take any more calls or look at any more messages. He raised his head and gazed out at the bustling night scene of Tantai City, where the neon lights flowed like a river of stars, dazzling and enchanting. This world had already changed the moment he stepped into the examination room. He knew that his life was about to embark on a brand new path filled with unknowns and challenges. And those past voices that tried to bind him with familial ties and interests would become a blurred scenery, gradually fading away on this new path. Bai Mushi quietly wrapped her arms around his waist. From behind, resting her cheek against his back. She said nothing, simply expressing her support and companionship through this warm embrace. Lin Chen held her hand in return, and the last trace of his irritation quietly dissipated in this tenderness. The efficiency of the Galaxy Martial Arts University was extremely high. Less than half an hour after Lin Chen submitted his application, an official email with a gold embossed school emblem was sent to his personal terminal. Dear student Lin Chen, hello. After review, your joint screening exam results meet our admission standards. Congratulations, you have been officially admitted to the Galaxy Martial Arts University, Taurus 0755 Star System Branch. Please bring your personal ID in this admission notice to our school to complete the registration procedures by October 1, 40918 in the Imperial Calendar. Registration location, Taurus 0755 Star, Terra City, Galaxy Martial Arts University Freshman Reception. Wishing you a prosperous martial arts journey and a brilliant star path. Within a month, he was to report to the planetary capital, Terra City. As the capital city of the province, Tantai City has a direct supersonic maglev train to Terra City, taking about 10 hours for the entire journey. Looking at the admission notice, Lin Chen's heart finally settled down. After going through a series of events with his parents and the principal, he no longer had the desire to return to Haichang. He turned to Bai Mushi and suggested, "Wife, how about we go directly to Terra City? It would be good to get there early and familiarize ourselves with the environment." Sure. Bai Mushi immediately nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Going to Terra City. That was the most prosperous center on the entire planet. Although Bai Mushi thought about how she had only brought a few changes of clothes and not much else, when her husband said to go, they would go. The next morning, Lin Chen informed Bai Jinyun of his plans. Going directly to Terra City? Not returning to Haichang? Bai Jinyun was taken aback for a moment, then a hint of undisguised disappointment appeared on his face. He said somewhat awkwardly, "Yeah, your father-in-law was still hoping to wait for you to come back and throw a big banquet to celebrate. He was planning to invite all relatives and friends to tell everyone that he, Bai Jinfeng, has a precious son-in-law who got into the Galaxy Martial Arts University." Before Lin Chen could respond, Bai Mushi spoke up directly, her tone gentle but her attitude firm. "Uncle, there's no need to go back. Xi had just finished his exams and is exhausted, he should have a good rest. That kind of occasion is too noisy, and he doesn't like it." She didn't want Lin Chen to feel awkward. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinyun immediately understood his niece's meaning. He nodded and no longer insisted. Now, the opinions of Lin Chen and his wife were the most important. Since they didn't want to go back, then they wouldn't. That's fine, Bai Jinyun said with a smile, it's a good thing for young people to have their own ideas. So when do you plan to leave? We'll see you off. Dad, how about we just go to Terra together? Bai Muxi said with bright eyes, full of anticipation, we haven't been to Terra in a long time. It can also be a trip. Bai Jinyun pondered for a moment and thought this suggestion was good. It was both a send-off and a great opportunity to strengthen their relationship. That works too. He slapped his thigh and immediately made a decision, then we'll go together and see you settled at school. I'll contact your dad to go with us. Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi frowned slightly, wanting to refuse again, but Lin Chen gently held her hand. In the luxurious suite of the International Hotel, Yen Feilong's personal terminal on his wrist beeped. The light screen lit up, revealing the stern face of his father, Yen Xingwu. Your uncle has received news that Lin Chen has enrolled in the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Yen Xingwu's tone was flat, revealing no emotion. Upon hearing this news, Yen Feilong's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Calm down. Yen Xingwu coldly stared at him, his voice carrying a hint of warning. Don't do anything that would harm your own interests and the family's interests. I can understand youthful impulsiveness, but there must be limits. Do you understand? Yen Feilong's chest heaved violently as he forcibly suppressed the surging anger and jealousy within him, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Understood, father, I know my limits. Very good. Yen Xingwu nodded in satisfaction, his tone softening slightly. Think about it yourself, what use is it for someone without resources, connections, or foundation to go to the Galaxy Martial Arts University? After saying this, Yen Xingwu hung up the call. The room fell silent again, leaving only Yen Feilong's heavy breathing. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Although he still felt resentment inside, reason told him that his father was right. Lin Chen going to the Galaxy Martial Arts University was completely different from them going to the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Just as his father said, Lin Chen going to the Galaxy Martial Arts University, without resources, connections, or foundation, was simply a wrong move. It was even worse than going to the Golden Bowl Martial Arts University. At least at the Golden Bowl Martial Arts University, with his talent, he would still be valued by the school, looked after by his uncle, and treated as a useful resource to cultivate. But what about the Galaxy Martial Arts University? What kind of place is that? It is the gathering place for the top geniuses of the entire galaxy and several surrounding star systems. What kind of prodigies haven't they seen? With Lin Chen's meager achievements thrown in there, he wouldn't even make a splash. There, it's not just about talent, it's also about the family background, connections, and the inheritance of martial arts. Lin Chen has none of that. Thinking of this, Yen Feilong felt a lot more at ease. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. So what if Lin Chen goes to the Galaxy Martial Arts University? The reality will be incredibly harsh. You will be ruthlessly crushed by countless prodigies there, ultimately exhausting all your potential and becoming a mediocre talent at the bottom. Meanwhile, I will rise rapidly at the Golden Bowl Martial Arts University, basking in the adoration of many. By then, the gap between us will only grow wider. The flame of confidence reignited in Yen Feilong's eyes. He could almost see the future, where Lin Chen, who had brought him shame, would be crushed to pieces under the iron fist of reality. In the afternoon, at the supersonic maglev train station in Tantai City, the crowd was bustling. Bai Xinfeng and Lu Yuqin, a couple, hurriedly arrived from Haichang. Shi Yi. Lu Yuqin immediately inquired about his well-being, her concern more affectionate than that for her own son. Bai Xinfeng also had a beaming face, filled with admiration and satisfaction. Shi Yi. Well done. You've brought honor to our Bai family. He had already booked first-class tickets to Terra City and a hotel there. Shi Yi, don't worry, once we get to Terra, everything will be arranged by us. Just think of it as an early vacation, a chance to relax. Bai Xinfeng said generously. Lin Chen simply smiled and nodded, not saying much. He knew this was the Bai family trying to win him over. After all, they were family by marriage, and he accepted their goodwill with ease. The train smoothly traveled along the magnetic levitation track, the scenery outside rapidly retreating into streaks of light. Inside the first-class carriage, the space was spacious, and the seats were comfortable. Bai Xinfeng and his wife, along with Bai Xinyan and his son, were enthusiastically discussing the various splendors of Terra City and the legends surrounding the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Their conversation never strayed far from Lin Chen. In their words and actions, they showed their investment and attempts to win over a future powerhouse. Lin Chen responded intermittently, most of the time turning his head to gaze out at the fleeting scenery, his thoughts already flying towards the unknown capital of the planet. Bai Mushi quietly nestled beside him, engrossed in a book about nutritional needs during pregnancy. For her, as long as she could be with Lin Chen, it didn't matter where they went. The 10-hour journey passed quickly in a relaxed atmosphere. When the train slowly pulled into the Terra City high-speed rail terminal, Lin Chen looked out the window and saw the heart of this planet for the first time. If Tiantai City was magnificent, then Terra City was a miracle. Towering skyscrapers pierced the sky, resembling a crystal forest growing on the planet's surface, reflecting a dreamlike brilliance under the sunlight. In the air was a network of floating vehicle lanes, 100 times denser and 1,000 times more complex than that of Tiantai City, with countless vehicles darting through the city's veins like glowing schools of fish. Lin Chen even saw small private starships gliding across the city's skyline, leaving faint trails of energy. This was the true city of the future. Stepping out of the high-speed rail station, an even more prosperous and vibrant atmosphere rushed towards them. Bai Jinfeng had already arranged for a special car, and the group headed directly to the reserved hotel, the Star Crown Interstellar Hotel located in the central urban area of Tantai City. The hotel was situated atop a skyscraper, over 800 stories high, and from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the suite, the dazzling night view of Tantai City was laid out before them. "It's so beautiful." Bai Mushi couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with a dreamy light. Lin Chen stood beside her, gently pulling her into his embrace, feeling equally shaken. Here, he truly sensed his own insignificance and the vastness of this world. An unprecedented sense of ambition surged within him. The next morning, after settling into the hotel, Bai Jinfeng enthusiastically suggested they go taste the traditional breakfast that originated from the ancient planet of Terra and has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It was said to be the most authentic old Terra flavor, hard to find in other provinces and cities. The group arrived at a century-old establishment with rustic decor, and when Lin Chen saw the price of 500 credit points on the menu, he couldn't help but gasp. Is this the cost of living in the capital of the planet? It was a world apart from the food district. However, the unique flavor made everyone frown and only take a few bites. Just after finishing breakfast, Bai Mushi suggested they head to the Galaxy Martial Arts University to report in. She knew her husband couldn't speak up, so it was fitting for her to do so. The Bai family immediately responded with enthusiasm. They were equally curious about this legendary martial arts sanctuary. After all, if not for the candidates' families, ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to step through the gates of the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Let's scout the place in advance and get familiar with the environment, Bai Jinfeng said with a smile. Lin Chen readily agreed. The Galaxy Martial Arts University was not located in the most bustling central area of Tantai City, but rather in the northwestern part of the city, in a vast area known as the Forest of Scholars. The environment here was serene, with towering ancient trees forming a stark contrast to the steel forest of the city center. As the hover car slowly entered the Forest of Scholars, Lin Chen felt the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was noticeably higher than in the urban area. The vehicle finally stopped in front of an ancient and majestic school gate. The gate was built from unknown white giant stones, lacking ornate decorations, except for 4 powerful characters carved above the lintel, Galaxy Martial Arts. These 4 characters seemed to contain a peculiar magic. Just a glance stirred one's spirit, as if one could see the boundless sea of stars and the countless ancestors who had forged ahead. At this moment, a considerable number of people had gathered at the school gate, forming a long line. They were all new students and their families, like Lin Chen, who had arrived early to report. Lin Chen stood in line, quietly observing his surroundings. He could clearly sense that a young girl in front of him, dressed in a lightweight combat suit, had a cold expression and a solid aura. She was indeed a martial artist. Beside her stood a middle-aged man with a deep and steady presence, like a mountain, whose strength was far beyond his own. He seemed to be the girl's father. Behind him were 2 elegantly poised young women, lecturing for equally indifferent-looking high school students. Xiaoya, Xian, I don't expect you to get into the Galaxy Martial Arts University like your sister, but at the very least, you must get into a top-tier university in the first tier. Do you understand? Yes, the reason I brought you here today is to let you see what the Empire's top academy is like and to feel the atmosphere here. To set a goal for you. The group of teenagers merely nodded indifferently, responding blandly, got it. Just then, another family lined up behind Lin Chen. It was a middle-aged couple with a restrained aura that Lin Chen couldn't quite gauge, accompanied by a young man with martial artist strength and 2 younger sisters. Lin Chen was secretly astonished. Just the 2 families in front and behind him displayed an incredible background. Is this the kind of family background that allows students to enter the Galaxy Martial Arts University? The couple appeared quite friendly and initiated a conversation. Upon learning that Bai Mushi was Lin Chen's wife, they immediately showed a look of surprise. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "At first, I thought you were siblings. I didn't expect this young lady to be your partner? Getting married at such a young age, truly a hero emerges from youth." His gaze casually swept over Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyan, a hint of subtle confusion flashing in his eyes. In his view, those who marry at the age of college entrance exams are mostly political marriages between families. However, the 2 middle-aged men before him had mediocre abilities, not even martial artists, merely aspiring martial artists. They did not seem like family heads capable of arranging such unions. He certainly could not imagine that at the very bottom of the empire, there existed another possibility for early marriage out of necessity, for the sake of living and for child benefits. Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun, facing the couple's friendliness, also displayed great humility. They were as clear as a mirror in their hearts. A family that could stand here in line with martial artist juniors, unflinching, was far beyond their middle-class family from a fourth tier. Small city in terms of both background and strength. You flatter us. The children are too young to understand. Letting them settle down early gives us elders some peace of mind, Bai Jinfeng responded with a smile, keeping his posture very low. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they did not delve deeper into conversation. Soon, the line reached Lin Chen, who was stopped by two guards dressed in silver-gray uniforms, their presence as steady as a mountain. The two guards stood quietly, exuding an imposing aura that made the surrounding noise subside. Lin Chen felt a chill in his heart. He could sense that these seemingly ordinary guards were definitely far stronger than he was. He stepped forward and respectfully presented his electronic admission notice. One of the guards scanned the QR code with a terminal, and, after confirming its accuracy, a gentle smile appeared on his face as he nodded. Welcome, Lin Chen. He stepped aside to clear the way and reminded, the visiting hours for student family members end at 6 in the afternoon. The activity areas are limited to the freshman square and living area. Core areas such as the teaching area and library are not open to the public yet. Okay, thank you. The moment he stepped through the school gate, a denser, purer aura rushed towards him. It felt as if he were soaking in warm spring water, causing every pore in his body to relax. Before him, the view suddenly opened up. What he saw was an expansive square that seemed to stretch endlessly. The square was paved with a type of jade stone that emitted a faint blue glow, with intricate and ancient star map patterns engraved on the ground, shimmering under the sunlight. In the center of the square stood a towering statue, 100 meters high. It depicted an unnamed hero clad in starry battle armor, wielding a giant sword, gazing out at the sea of stars. His features were indistinct, yet he exuded a magnificent aura of creation and relentless forward momentum, inspiring deep respect. This is the pioneer statue. Bai Jinfeng murmured, his eyes filled with shock and reverence. It was personally overseen by our supreme and greatest emperor, to commemorate all the unnamed heroes who sacrificed during the pioneering era. Surrounding the square were lush green trees and towering ancient woods. In the distance, buildings of various styles, all exuding a sense of historical weight, were nestled among the sea of trees, perfectly blending with the surrounding natural environment. There was no oppressive feeling of a steel forest, no dazzling neon noise. Here, there was only tranquility and solemnity. So spectacular! Bai Mujia exclaimed, his eyes wide, completely stunned by the scene before him, his speech slightly stammering. Even the usually composed Bai Jinfeng was stirred, unable to speak for a long time. This was the Galaxy Martial Arts University, the first sacred ground of martial arts in the galaxy. And Bai Mushi's gaze remained gently fixed on Lin Chen. Watching him stand beneath the pioneer statue, her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of pride and satisfaction. Soon, Lin Chen and his group arrived at the freshman registration area set up on one side of the square. Behind a row of neatly arranged tables sat several teachers and senior students responsible for reception. Lin Chen approached one of the windows and handed over his identity ID and admission notice. The receptionist was a young female teacher. She wore a fitted black combat uniform that accentuated her impressive figure, her short hair styled neatly, and her gaze sharp. She took Lin Chen's documents, quickly operated on the light screen, and pulled up Lin Chen's detailed profile. When she saw the contents of the file, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She looked up, her eyes like lightning, scrutinizing Lin Chen before speaking with a hint of confusion and surprise. Lin Chen, Provincial Private Enrollment Exam rank 288, Genetic Potential 10.3%, proficient in set 128 of radio calisthenics and 8 treasure skill? She paused, seemingly confirming that she wasn't mistaken, then continued. Based on your scores and the system's physical assessment, your overall ranking for the start of the school year is 9,988, assigned to class 10 of year 1. Your genetic potential is fairly average, but your foundation in martial arts is simply too lacking. The female teacher's voice was devoid of emotion, merely stating a fact. To think you're practicing the lowest tier radio calisthenics and 8 treasures skill. Such a level of martial arts is even too crude for laying a foundation for a 3-year-old child. I personally suggest that you make the most of this month before school starts to quickly switch to a more advanced martial art. With the comprehension you've shown, if your martial arts can keep up, you might have a chance to move up from class 10 to class 9 within a year. The members of the Bai family standing behind Lin Chen felt a storm brewing in their hearts upon hearing the teacher's words. The 8 treasures skill is considered a backward martial art? In their Haichang, it was already a fairly good martial art accessible to ordinary families. Bai Mujia himself practiced the 8 treasures skill. He never expected that in the eyes of a teacher from the Galaxy Martial Arts University, it was even deemed too crude for laying a foundation for a 3-year-old child. Lin Chen, however, appeared quite calm. He had long anticipated this situation. He humbly asked, "Teacher, do you have any martial arts recommendations?" The female teacher frowned. Her tone slightly impatient. The choice of martial arts is a matter that concerns a warrior's entire life path. This is something your family should handle, and it should be planned by your elders or family mentors. Why would you come to ask me? In her view, every student who could enter the Galaxy Martial Arts University must have a powerful family backing them. The most fundamental and core issue of martial arts should not require asking a teacher responsible for new student reception. It was simply unheard of. Seeing this, Bai Jinfeng quickly stepped forward, lowering his posture and apologetically explaining, "Teacher, we are truly very sorry. We don't really understand these things. We come from a fourth-tier city grain area, and we don't have any connections, nor can we afford a martial arts teacher. This child, Chi-Yi, managed to get here entirely on his own merit." Upon hearing this, the teacher's scrutinizing gaze swept over the Bai family members again, and her impatience slightly receded. So, they were grassroots talents without much background. The term grassroots talent reminded her of her childhood. When her father mentioned that their family was a branch that had been abandoned by the main family, with roots in the grassroots since her grandfather's generation. Her grandfather had carved out a path with sheer passion and exceptional talent, which laid the foundation for the family later on. She had even heard that a certain current vice president also came from a grassroots background, rising against the odds to eventually reach the pinnacle. But that was all a long time ago. Over the past decade, she had seen very few grassroots talents in this Galaxy Martial Arts University, which gathered the elites of the entire star system. After thinking for a moment, her attitude softened considerably, and she said, "Recommending martial arts is a very serious matter. I cannot casually give you advice here. How about this?" She pulled out her personal terminal and displayed a QR code. "Add me on WeChat, and you can book my offline tutoring session for tonight. For one session, I will help you with a comprehensive body data analysis and martial arts matching assessment. As for the session fee, since you haven't officially enrolled yet, you can't use school credits to pay, so it will cost 10,000 credit points. You can think it over. 10,000 credit points. This number made everyone gasp. This was just the cost for one session. That's too expensive. Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun exchanged glances, both seeing the pain in each other's eyes, but more than that, there was determination. This money must be spent. And it must be spent willingly. However, before the two could speak, Lin Chen had already taken out his personal terminal, scanned the QR code, and promptly paid the 10,000 credit points. The female teacher saw the successful transfer notification and showed a hint of satisfaction on her face, nodding, "Very good, you have guts. My name is Lin Yuechan, a 10-star extraordinary martial artist. Guiding you is no problem. 8 o'clock tonight, room 2202, teaching building number 10 in the school's core area." After saying this, she entered Lin Chen's information into the system and handed him a temporary electronic student card. "Alright, the procedures are complete. You can take your family to the living area to check out the dormitory environment, and then you can move around freely." Lin Chen took the student card and thanked teacher Lin Yuechan. As the group left the registration area, Bai Mujie couldn't help but mutter, "Brother-in-law, this is way too expensive. 10,000 for just 1 hour. It's highway robbery. What do you know?" Bai Jinyun immediately shot him a glare and reprimanded in a low voice, "This is called investment. 10,000 credit points can buy you personal guidance from a teacher at the Galaxy Martial Arts University, helping Chiye plan the most suitable martial arts path. This is a blood profit." Bai Jinfeng also nodded in agreement. "That's right. We don't understand these things. Spending a little money to hire professionals to handle professional matters is the wisest choice. Otherwise, if the martial arts path is chosen incorrectly and it delays Chiye's future, that would be the real loss." Lin Chen listened to their discussion, feeling a wave of emotion in his heart. Following the map on the electronic student card, the group took the campus's automatic hover train to the freshman living area. The train silently glided through towering ancient trees, with unique, technologically advanced buildings passing by outside the window, some even floating in mid-air, making it hard to take it all in. "This place is like an independent city," Bai Jinyun exclaimed sincerely. Soon, they arrived at the freshman dormitory area. What came into view was a massive tower building that reached the clouds, covering an area of over 10,000 square meters. Bai Mujie craned his neck, his eyes nearly popping out, unable to help but ask, "My goodness, this building must have 100 floors, right?" Bai Jinyun shook his head, equally shocked, murmuring, "Not just 100 floors. Nearby, Bai Mu said, "Online it says this dormitory building has 300 floors, and it's one of the tallest buildings in the Scholars' Forest." Bai Mujie couldn't help but exclaim, 300 floors? Many passing students looked at Bai Mujie's reaction with strange expressions. The group entered the first-floor lobby and found that there was also a freshman reception area set up here, with several lines already formed. It seemed that no matter where you were today, waiting in line was unavoidable. Soon it was Lin Shen's turn. This time, the staff member in charge of reception was just an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, with no trace of a martial artist's aura. Lin Shen thought to himself that perhaps in such a purely administrative position, martial artists really weren't needed. The staff member took Lin Shen's electronic student card, scanned it on the light screen without raising his eyes, and said in a formulaic tone, "Lin Shen, your dormitory is arranged in room 166 on the 298th floor." He paused, as if the system had popped up a prompt, and continued, "Just a reminder, the concentration of spiritual energy in the student dormitories is much richer than outside. In the dormitory, any destructive cultivation practices are strictly prohibited. If any damage is caused to the dormitory facilities, you will not only need to compensate at market value but will also permanently lose your eligibility to stay in the student dormitory. Any destructive practices should be conducted in the designated training halls of the school. The dormitory is only suitable for gentle, non-destructive internal cultivation methods. Additionally, there are 300 floors in the student dormitory, with the concentration of spiritual energy decreasing from bottom to top. The 300th floor is the place with the thinnest spiritual energy in this building. Because your overall admission ranking is relatively low, you have been assigned to a higher floor. The lower you go, the richer the spiritual energy. If you want to move to a better floor, you will need to earn it through your own efforts." This statement left the Bai family members stunned. It turned out that the allocation of dormitories was directly linked to strength and ranking. Even the resources for cultivation were clearly divided from the very beginning. Bai Zhenfeng couldn't help but sigh softly. This is the holy land of martial arts. Competition is everywhere, starting from where you live." Lin Shen calmly nodded, not surprised by this. He looked at the staff member and asked the question he was most concerned about. "Hello, teacher, my wife has come with me. May I ask if she can stay with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Mushi instinctively grabbed Lin Shen's hand, her palm slightly sweaty, showing some nervousness. The staff member finally raised his head, glanced at Lin Shen and Bai Mushi, and asked, "Wife? Do you have a marriage certificate?" Lin Shen immediately opened his personal terminal and displayed the page of the electronic marriage certificate. The staff member carefully checked it and, after confirming it was correct, nodded and said, "In this case, the school allows it, but since she is not a student of this school, your wife will need to sign an agreement. Her activities will be limited to the square and living area, and she cannot enter core areas such as the teaching area and library, ensuring compliance with all school rules and regulations. If you agree, I can process her temporary accommodation right now." "Okay," Lin Shen answered without hesitation. The staff member operated a few things and quickly issued a temporary residence card for Bai Mushi. "All right, the elevator is over there. Only the two of you can enter here. I wish you a pleasant stay." The staff member pointed to one side of the hall and then ignored them, turning to assist the next new student. Bai Mu immediately said, "All right, Jie, Mushi, you two go up. We'll take a stroll nearby." So Lin Shen took Bai Mushi inside. The lobby had at least 100 high-speed maglev elevators operating silently. Lin Shen approached one of the elevators designated for the 291 to 300 floors, scanned his student card, and one of the elevator doors quietly slid open. Once inside the elevator, as the floor numbers rapidly ascended on the light screen, they could clearly feel a slight sensation of weightlessness. Bai Mushi softly said to Lin Shen, "Husband, you can tell how fierce the competition in the school is just from the dormitory allocation. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Lin Shen smiled and nodded, "Don't worry, I understand. This is actually motivation for me." Ding, the elevator stopped at the 298th floor, and the door slowly opened. The scene before them was starkly different from the grandeur of the first-floor lobby. A long corridor, gleaming with a metallic cold light, extended to the end of their vision. On both sides were identical alloy doors, and the overhead lighting was soft yet somewhat monotonous. The entire space was quiet to the point of being a bit oppressive. They quickly found room 166. Lin Shen gently swiped his student card on the door lock, and the door opened with a click. The internal space of the dormitory wasn't large, about 30 square meters, but though small, it was fully equipped. There was a bedroom, a small living room with a sofa and a desk, and a separate bathroom. The overall decor was simple yet full of a technological feel. Even though it's on the 298th floor, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air here is much richer than in the hotel we stayed at. Lin Shen took a deep breath and immediately noticed the difference. "I really wonder what the dormitories on the lower floors are like." Bai Mushi looked at Lin Shen gently, her eyes filled with joy. "This place is great, very clean. I'll tidy it up a bit. From now on, this will be our home in the capital." With her words, the somewhat cold metallic room instantly filled with the warmth of home. Lin Shen felt a warmth in his heart, took her hand, and looked around. There was not a trace of disappointment in his eyes, but rather a burning fighting spirit. "Yes, this is our new starting point. The 298th floor. I feel like we'll be moving down soon. Mushi had already started to unpack their few belongings, organizing them methodically, wanting to make this small space feel cozier. Lin Chen walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked out from the height of the 298th floor, taking in the magnificent view of most of the Scholars' Forest. In the distance, the steel forest of Tantai City glowed golden under the setting sun. This would be the place where he would live and fight for the next few years. Mushi, he called softly. Mushi looked up, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Lin Chen turned to look at her, his gaze firm and affectionate. Our new life officially starts now. As night fell, the lights began to shine. The commercial street outside the east gate of Galaxy Martial Arts University was more vibrant and orderly than the city center. Floating neon signs flickered, and various uniquely styled shops were dazzling. Most of the people coming and going were new students and their families coming to register. Lin Chen accompanied the Bai family to find a clean and elegant restaurant on the commercial street, where they had a simple dinner. The atmosphere at the dinner table was somewhat silent. Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyan looked out at the confident and composed new students, feeling both proud of Lin Chen and a hint of worry. Every new student here seemed to come from an extraordinary background, and the pressure of competition was everywhere. As the meal came to an end, Bai Jinfeng put down his chopsticks and looked at Lin Chen with a serious expression. He pulled out his personal terminal and operated it for a moment. Soon, Lin Chen's terminal received a transfer notification, a huge sum of 100,000 credit points. Lin Chen was taken aback and immediately wanted to refuse. Father-in-law, this. Listen to me. Bai Jinfeng raised his hand to stop him, his tone sincere and firm. It's not a lot of money, it's just a little gesture from us. You just arrived in the capital, and you'll need to spend money everywhere. That teacher's tutoring class costs 10,000, in the future, buying martial arts copyrights and cultivation resources. How can any of it be done without money? We can't let money become a stumbling block on your path forward. Bai Jinyan nodded vigorously from the side, saying solemnly, that's right. Don't be polite with us. You are now the greatest hope of our Bai family. Investing in you is investing in the future of our entire family. Just go all out, the family is your strongest support. Looking at the resolute and hopeful eyes of the two elders, as well as the trusting gazes of Bai Mu and Bai Mushi, Lin Chen could no longer bring himself to refuse. This money carried not just monetary value but also the heavy hopes and trust of a family. He took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Father-in-law. Uncle, I understand. I will definitely use this money wisely and will not let you down. Seeing him accept it, Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyan finally revealed relieved smiles. That's the way to go. Bai Jinfeng glanced at the time and said, it's about time. Aren't you meeting with teacher Lin Yuechan tonight? That's your main business, so we won't tag along and cause any trouble, to avoid distracting you. Bai Mu also gently reminded, yes. Make sure to consult with your teacher properly. We'll just head back to the hotel. Mushi will accompany you, and after your class, you can return to the dormitory together. No need, Mom. Bai Mushi shook her head, looking at Lin Chen, and softly said, this is my husband's professional class. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go. Let him go alone. Husband, I'll wait for you in the dorm. She knew that starting tonight, Lin Chen would embark on a martial arts path that belonged entirely to him. All she could do was give him her utmost trust and space. At 8 p.m., in room 2202 of Teaching Building number 10 in the school's core area, Lin Chen took a deep breath to calm his emotions and gently knocked on the door. Come in. A clear and crisp voice came from inside. He pushed the door open. The training room was very spacious, covering at least 200 square meters, with all the necessary facilities. In the center of the room stood a figure. It was a woman who looked to be in her late 20s, with a neat short haircut, a beautiful face, and eyes sharp as an eagle. She wore a tight-fitting black training suit that perfectly outlined her powerful yet unblemished physique. It was Lin Yuechan, whom he had met in the morning. She looked Lin Chen up and down, her gaze seeming to penetrate flesh and bone. Lin Chen? Yes, teacher Lin, hello. Lin Yuechan nodded and got straight to the point. You come from a rough background, and your foundation is unstable. If you want my advice, I need to see your basics first. Perform radio calisthenics and 8 treasures skill for me. Lin Chen's heart stirred. After a moment's thought, he decided not to hide his strength any longer. Among the freshmen at the Galaxy Martial Arts University, he ranked 9988. The evaluation Lin Yuechan had given him was that he was a grassroots student, self-taught. There was no need to conceal his abilities. Yes, teacher. He walked to the center of the area, took a deep breath, and began the performance of the radio calisthenics. As his movements unfolded, the originally calm expression in Lin Yuechan's eyes gradually stirred with a hint of waves. Lin Chen's actions, seemingly simple, flowed like water, filled with an indescribable sense of rhythm. Every stretch, every twist, perfectly engaged all the muscles and vital energy in his body. After completing the set, he breathed steadily. Not only was he not fatigued, but he felt even more invigorated. Perfect level of radio calisthenics. For the first time, surprise appeared in Lin Yuechan's eyes. It was rare to find someone who could master this set of calisthenics. Achieving the perfect level meant he had thoroughly grasped this most basic skill to the utmost. She had originally thought that this grassroots student mastering the radio calisthenics was already impressive, but she hadn't expected it to be perfect. It should be noted that achieving perfection is 10 times more difficult than mere mastery. In that moment, Lin Yuechan's evaluation of Lin Chen completely changed. In the vast history of the Galactic Empire, there had been individuals with such extraordinary comprehension. The youngest recorded age for mastering radio calisthenics to perfection in the Empire's history was 10 years old. Of course, even such a talented individual had no other notable achievements recorded in history. Before she could ask, Lin Chen had already lowered his waist and began the performance of the 8 treasures skill. The beauty of the 8 treasures unfolded in his hands one by one. Although it did not reach the perfect state of returning to simplicity like the radio calisthenics, each move was steady and solid, with vital energy surging, clearly showing that he had put in considerable effort. When he finished and stood still, Lin Yuechan nodded, her surprise transforming into deep contemplation. Mastery level of 8 treasures skill. She did not immediately draw a conclusion, but instead walked back and forth a couple of steps in the spacious training room, her sharp gaze never leaving Lin Chen, as if contemplating the best plan for him. The broadcast gymnastics is too universal. Although you have practiced it to an astonishing level of perfection, this only proves your high comprehension, but it cannot determine the specific direction of your understanding. She slowly began to speak, her tone much more serious than before. The 8 treasures skill itself is a D-level technique that consumes very few resources, but it is also one of the prerequisite techniques for the C-level technique 8 treasures Dragon Tiger Power. If you also practice another specific D-level technique, Dragon Tiger Skill, the combination of the two will allow you to naturally comprehend 8 treasures Dragon Tiger Power. And 8 treasures Dragon Tiger Power is a prerequisite for the B-level technique Vajra Glazed Body. Mastering the above to its peak leads to the A-level technique Immovable King Body. Then, Lin Yuechan shook her head again and said, but the body refining path is not suitable for you, it's too costly. Too costly? Lin Chen asked. Lin Yuechan did not hide it and explained clearly, the 8 treasures skill is one of the typical schools of the body refining path, one of the prerequisite techniques for Immovable King Body. What it represents, however, is an extremely expensive ultimate path in the Imperial Martial Arts body refining. It is a truly glorious path that transforms the physical body into a treasure. The ultimate goal of body refining is to cultivate the mortal flesh into a humanoid divine weapon that walks the world. In the initial stages, one can ignore the cuts of ordinary blades and guns. When cultivated to a profound level, the body becomes like the legendary Vajra Glazed Body, impervious to water and fire, indestructible, with every movement possessing earth-shattering power. Upon hearing Lin Yuechan's words, Lin Chen's heart surged. A humanoid divine weapon. Is the 8 treasure skill that impressive? It sounds amazing. However, Lin Yuechan shifted her tone. However, this path is paved with credit points. The body refining path has never been a road for the grassroots, as it is one of the most terrifyingly expensive systems among all cultivation systems. Every breakthrough in the physical body and realm requires a massive amount of resources to fill. Otherwise, you cannot possibly break through and advance. Don't think that just because you have mastered the 8 treasure skill to a proficient level, it feels simple. When you have cultivated the 8 treasure skill to a certain level and then also cultivated the Dragon Tiger skill to that level, you will find it very difficult to integrate the two. In ancient times, divine medicines were used to fuse breakthroughs. Now, the components of those divine medicines have been deciphered and can be completely replaced with high-energy nutritional paste. But the daily consumption of hundreds of thousands of credit points is probably not something you can bear. Hundreds of thousands? Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock. Lin Yuechan was satisfied with Lin Chen's astonished expression and nodded, saying, yes, generally, the advancement will be completed between 49 to 81 days. Of course, with such a costly price. The fused 8 treasures Dragon Tiger Power will directly reach a proficient level, approaching perfection. Lin Chen swallowed hard and said, Teacher Yuechan, you mean that the fusion breakthrough of this body refining path is very difficult, and it can't be done without high energy nutritional paste, right? However, Lin Chen's mind began to race. Others rely on comprehension and resources for cultivation. But he relies on the system. As long as the number of cultivation sessions meets the standard, everything can be upgraded. If he could cultivate both the 8 treasures skill and the dragon tiger skill to the perfection level, ensuring that they have no flaws, reaching theoretical perfection, then would there still be a so-called bottleneck in their fusion? Once this thought arose, it grew wildly like weeds. To take a step back, even if it ultimately proved impossible to fuse them, cultivating both D-level techniques to perfection would still bring substantial benefits to his genetic potential, definitely not a waste. With this in mind, Lin Chen's gaze unconsciously changed. Lin Yuechan was very familiar with Lin Chen's gaze. Having taught at the Galaxy Martial Arts University for nearly 20 years, she was also a graduate of the same institution and had encountered countless exceptionally talented individuals. She almost immediately understood the meaning behind Lin Chen's eyes. I don't believe it, I want to try. Instead of getting angry, a barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of her mouth. After all, geniuses are all proud. Once they hit a wall, they will naturally turn back. So Lin Yuechan said, your 8 treasures skill has reached mastery, and your foundation is solid. You can go to the technique library to exchange for dragon tiger skill. When you have cultivated both to the entering the rune realm, then try to merge the two. She paused and added, at that time, you will naturally understand what I mean by bottleneck. If you fail, it proves that this path is not viable, so don't waste your energy on it. Then, Lin Yuechan continued, the above is for you to decide whether to cultivate or not. Based on my professional judgment, I recommend 3 paths that are more suitable for your cultivation. She brought up her personal terminal, projecting 3 sets of technique data glowing in different colors, like 3 floating ancient books. She pointed to the first document, which burned with a crimson flame. First, Crimson Sun Prison skill, an A-level technique, which is also the one I majored in at school. This technique simulates the core of a star, and the spiritual energy cultivated is extremely strong and radiant, with unparalleled power. When cultivated to a high level, your vitality will be like a furnace, and every move you make will possess the might to burn mountains and boil seas. Its prerequisite technique is the sea-level Fiery Sun Chi skill. Once you get started, the spiritual energy in your body will begin to transform towards the fire attribute, allowing you to grasp the initial form of energy projection ahead of time. As she spoke, Lin Yuechan pointed her fingers like a sword, and a strand of crimson golden flame ignited out of thin air. At her fair fingertips, dancing continuously and illuminating the entire training room in a warm red hue. The flame seemed small, yet it emitted a heart-pounding high temperature, distorting the surrounding air. At the warrior stage, spiritual energy is contained within the vitality. However, at my stage as a 10-star extraordinary warrior, I can project spiritual energy outward, turning it into substance. The flame is my form of spiritual energy. The flame at her fingertips quietly extinguished. You have an extremely high comprehension. Taking this path will allow you to shape your power the fastest and be the most direct in battle. If you choose this technique and purchase the rights through me, I can provide you with a complete set of online courses, as well as a total of 5 hours of one-on-one online Q&A. Then, Lin Yuechan pointed to the second document, which was shrouded in deep black mist, titled Formless Calamity Heart Sutra. Second, Formless Calamity Heart Sutra, also an A-level technique. This path is entirely different from all the previous body tempering and chi training paths. It develops your brain and spirit. It uses mental power to interfere with reality, weaving heart calamities to directly attack the enemy's will and soul. It is extremely difficult to get started, with no prerequisite techniques, relying entirely on personal comprehension. In the nearly 500 years of history at the Galaxy Martial Arts University branch, fewer than 100 have successfully entered, but once you do, the power will grow exponentially, with potential comparable to S-level techniques. The reason it is rated as A-level is purely due to the absurdly high entry threshold. Her sharp gaze fell on Lin Chen. You have perfected the broadcast gymnastics, which means your perception and control over every inch of your muscles and every strand of your vitality have reached an astonishing level. This kind of talent often comes with powerful mental perception. I recommend this because martial artists who succeed in cultivating the Formless Calamity Heart Sutra have a significant advantage when applying to become captains of exploration teams, and they are almost never rejected. For someone like you, a grassroots genius, this is a true shortcut to rise to the top and change your fate. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Lin Yuechan certainly knew how deadly the temptation of exploring new star domains and becoming someone of importance was for a grassroots genius with nothing to their name. Finally, she pointed to the third document, which sparkled with starlight. Third, the Zhou Tian Xing Chin Body, an A-level body refining technique. Its prerequisite technique is the B-level Starlight Body Refining Method. This path is also about body refining, but unlike the money-burning immovable king body, it does not rely on rare materials or high-energy potions. Instead, it teaches You how to continuously absorb the omnipresent stellar radiation energy from the universe, using this gentle yet vast energy to temper the flesh and genes. This path is stable and balanced, excelling in its high universality, and its dependence on resources is among the lowest of all A-level techniques. Its drawbacks are also quite obvious. In the early stages, its power is not as domineering as the Crimson Sun Prison technique, and its functionality is not as bizarre as the formless Calamity Heart Sutra, making it a jack-of-all-trades type. Transforming the ethereal starlight into one's own power tests one's comprehension the most. But for you, this greatest flaw is precisely not a problem. As Lin Chen listened to Lin Yuechan's analysis, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He knew that the other party had completely misunderstood him. His so-called superior comprehension was not the kind of innate talent that one could grasp at a glance or understand with a little effort. His comprehension came entirely from the more children, more blessings system. As long as he successfully got pregnant once, the system would automatically unlock one of the techniques he had learned. His actual learning ability was quite ordinary. Just mastering the 8 treasures technique from scratch took him a full 2 months. He was aware of this. That formless Calamity Heart Sutra, in 500 years, fewer than 100 people have entered its threshold? He might not even learn it in 500 years. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, organized his words, and looked up at Lin Yuechan. Teacher, thank you very much for your recommendation. However, I have a question, or rather, a personal habit. Speak. Is there any technique that is easy to learn but hard to master? That is, particularly easy to get started with, preferably something that can be learned at once, but very difficult to master or reach a higher realm. Lin Chen carefully chose his words and added an explanation. I lack patience. If a technique takes too long to get started, I easily give up. I hope to learn quickly and see results, so that I can have the confidence and patience to continue my cultivation. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lin Yuechan was momentarily stunned, her beautiful brows furrowing again. What? The path of martial arts. Most despises a restless heart. Lin Yuechan's sharp gaze locked tightly onto Lin Chen, her tone carrying a hint of stern warning. Lin Chen, you must understand that martial arts cultivation is not only about refining one's energy and strength but also about cultivating one's character and will. True geniuses are all those with steadfast determination, able to endure loneliness and withstand monotony. Your talent is 1 in a million, which is your greatest asset, but if your character does not keep up, this talent will instead become your biggest obstacle on the road ahead. Choosing the easiest entry-level technique now may seem like taking a shortcut, but in reality, you are laying hidden dangers for your future. Once you develop a mindset of seeking ease and difficulty, how will you cope when you encounter real bottlenecks in the future? Her words struck like a heavy hammer. Deafening. However, Lin Chen could only show a troubled expression, forcing himself to explain. Teacher, I understand the reasoning you are conveying. But I can't control my situation. Once I can't get started for a long time, I become extremely irritable, my mind restless, and I simply can't calm down to cultivate. That feeling is like countless ants crawling in my heart, making me want to smash everything rather than waste time. Like that, even affecting my cultivation progress, it would be better to choose a path that allows me to see results quickly, at least to keep my enthusiasm for cultivation. Upon hearing Lin Chen's almost fallacious argument, Lin Yuechan's brows furrowed even tighter. What was this? Exceptional talent, yet a character as fragile as paper? But then she thought that perhaps she could understand. She had seen too many noble scions from prestigious families, their characters resilient, as they had received the most systematic and rigorous elite education since childhood. Yet, the Lin Chen before her was merely a grassroots individual from a remote city, with no background whatsoever. His growth must have lacked proper guidance. In such an environment, being able to break through solely based on his own talent was, in itself, a miracle. It was not impossible for him to have some peculiar obsessions that outsiders would find hard to understand. Genius always comes with various quirks. Perhaps this was his unique way of self-protection and motivation. She sighed inwardly. Well, she was only offering him some guidance out of consideration for his difficult grassroots background and the fact that he was a paying client. It was a small effort on her part. Since he had his own ideas, she would respect his fate. Thus, Lin Yuechan's expression returned to calm, and the imposing aura around her retracted. I understand. Let me filter through some options for you. You want something that is easy to learn but hard to master, right? Upon hearing her relent, Lin Chen felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly nodded. Yes, Teacher Yuechan. Ideally, something with an entry difficulty similar to 8 treasure skill. The entry difficulty of a D-grade technique. Lin Yuechan's tone became somewhat strange as she lowered her head and quickly searched through her personal terminals. Screen, murmuring almost unconsciously, there are indeed such techniques, but most have obvious flaws where their subsequent paths are cut off. To find one with a high ceiling but an entry level as simple as that, such a contradictory thing, Lin Yuechan's fingertips flew across the screen, a massive amount of technique data flowing before her like a waterfall. Her brows furrowed tightly as she continuously filtered and dismissed options. Ice and fire duality? No, the entry is simple, but it can only reach B grade at most, with no further path, the ceiling is too low. 100. Battles blade technique? This is purely a technique, not involving core spiritual energy cultivation, doesn't count. Giant spirit law? Entry. Requires a special bloodline, not universal. What a strange request. She looked up at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with peculiarity. The path of martial arts is inherently about overcoming obstacles and facing challenges. I've never seen someone so intent on walking on flat ground. Lin Chen could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. Just as Lin Yuechan was about to give up and persuade Lin Chen to reconsider, her finger suddenly paused. On the screen appeared a plain, even slightly yellowed document. Primordial Unity Chi Skill. Lin Yuechan's expression became subtle, a mix of surprise, nostalgia, and regret. Got it, she raised her head, looking at Lin Chen with a complex expression. There is a technique that might completely meet your contradictory requirements. B-grade technique, Primordial Unity Chi Skill. Primordial Unity Chi Skill? Lin Chen looked at Lin Yuechan. Just a moment ago, she had said that the ceiling of B-grade techniques was too low, and now she was recommending a B-grade technique. To him, was it that there were no better techniques available? Lin Yuechan explained, yes, the Primordial Unity Chi skill was once an A-grade technique, now downgraded to B-grade. The core concept of this technique is arguably the simplest and most straightforward theory in the entire empire accumulation. It does not emphasize the attribute changes of spiritual energy, nor does it pursue the exquisite intricacies of techniques. It has only one goal, to convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into your own primordial unity chi in the gentlest and least repulsive manner, and then continuously accumulate, compress, and purify it. Precisely because it welcomes all forms of spiritual energy without any attribute requirements. Its entry threshold is shockingly low. It's not an exaggeration to say that as long as one is a mentally sound aspiring martial artist, given the technique, they will definitely be able to enter within 3 days. This perfectly meets your requirement of easy to learn. Lin Chen's eyes instantly lit up. He would definitely be able to enter within 3 days. Isn't this tailor-made for him? Then, what about Nanjing? He pressed on. Lin Yuechan's lips curled into a meaningful arc. Its difficulty precisely stems from its simplicity. Because it has no attributes, it's Han Yuan. She is rather mediocre in power at the same level. Others have spiritual powers like flames, ice, and wind blades, while yours is just a pure mass of energy. If you wanted to possess sufficient power, there are only 2 paths. First, rely on quantity to win. Crush your opponents with a total amount of spiritual energy that far exceeds that of other warriors of the same rank, by several times or even dozens of times. But how difficult is this path? This clumsy method is inefficient and time-consuming. It is only suitable for those warriors who have no other way to go. Second is comprehension. After cultivating Hunyuan Qi to an extremely profound level, you must comprehend the world and endow this pure mass of energy with a unique attribute of your own. Flames, thunder, space, life, theoretically, it can be any attribute. But this step is harder than ascending to heaven. Countless warriors who practiced Hunyuan Qi spend their entire lives stuck at this step, ultimately becoming indistinguishable from the masses. Therefore, it is Nanjing. She paused and added, in the early days of the empire's expansion era, this technique was once extremely popular and was the first choice of countless ancestors. However, as the martial arts system continued to improve and various techniques with distinct attributes and powerful effects were developed, Hunyuan Qi gradually became obsolete with the times. Now, it is merely a living fossil, lying in the database, treated as historical research material, and almost no one would choose it as their main cultivation technique. After hearing this explanation, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. What others saw as poison was, for him, the sweetest honey. What mediocre power, what difficult comprehension, none of it mattered in the face of his progress bar system. As long as he cultivated Hunyuan Qi to perfection, it might just bring him a tremendous surprise. Teacher, I choose it. Lin Chen declared decisively, his tone filled with undeniable determination. Are you sure? Lin Yuechan confirmed, seeing the firmness in Lin Chen's eyes, and the last bit of persuasion in her heart dissipated. She sighed, feeling a mix of regret and inexplicable anticipation. Perhaps this eccentric grassroots genius could really carve out a different path with this technique forgotten by the times? All right. She said no more and began to operate on her personal terminal. Hunyuan Chi is a B-level technique, requiring 100 credits. For exchange. You currently have no credits and cannot exchange it directly. You can apply for a project called Ancient Text Research Support at the school, select Hunyuan Chi in it, and then just pay a deposit of 100,000 credit points. The 100 credits will be collected after you submit your insights within 10 years, and then the 100,000 credit point deposit will be refunded. The mentor can fill in my name. Thank you, teacher. Lin Chen said without hesitation, immediately starting the process. With a successful transfer on the official website, a complete Hunyuan Chi, along with official cultivation insights, annotations, and copyright proof, was sent to Lin Chen's personal terminal. Then, there was a notification informing Lin Chen that if he truly had insights on Hunyuan Chi, he could submit them, and the Empire would reward him with credits and credit points based on the contribution of his insights. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He suddenly felt that this ancient text research support project had countless ancient techniques. Perhaps it was a good thing. Alright, the technique has been received. Lin Yuechan put away her terminal, her expression returning to its initial coldness. Tonight's tutoring ends here. I've said all I can, you should take care of yourself. Thank you again, Teacher Yuechan, for your guidance. Lin Chen bowed solemnly. He knew that no matter what mindset the other party had, tonight's guidance was given with utmost effort. Leaving the training room and walking back to the dormitory, Lin Chen's emotions were more stirred than ever. 8 treasures. Skill, Dragon and Tiger skill, Primordial Unity skill. The 3 techniques were like 3 keys, already in his hands. He couldn't wait to return to his dormitory and begin his cultivation. He had even started to look forward to it. When he returned to the dormitory on the 298th floor, he was greeted by a warm light and a gentle figure. Baimushi was not asleep. She was sitting on the sofa in the small living room, holding an ebook. But she seemed a bit distracted. Upon hearing the door open, she immediately looked up, her eyes filled with concern. Honey, you're back. How was it? Was that teacher easy to get along with? Yeah, I'm back. Lin Chen sat down beside her, naturally taking her slightly cool hand, and the stirring emotions within him settled in the warmth of home. Teacher Lin is really nice, she gave me a lot of advice. That's good. Baimushi sighed in relief, leaning closer and softly asking, what about the techniques? Do you have a direction now? I do. Lin Chen smiled, pulled up his personal terminal, and displayed the information on Primordial Unity skill for her. I chose this technique. Baimushi looked at the words B-level technique on the light screen, then glanced at the official annotation stating easy to learn but hard to master, average power, and potential unknown. Her delicate face showed no signs of doubt or confusion, she just looked seriously into Lin Chen's eyes. Honey, you must have your reasons for choosing it. She said softly, her tone firm, I believe in your choice. A simple sentence, yet it gave Lin Chen more strength than any grand declaration. His heart warmed, and he pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin gently on her forehead. The two shared a moment of tenderness. Before Lin Chen urged, it's getting late, you should go rest. Okay, but don't stay up too late yourself. Baimushi nodded obediently and got up to walk into the bedroom. Once the bedroom light was turned off, Lin Chen refocused his attention on his personal terminal. He took a deep breath and opened the complete technique for Primordial Unity skill. 3 hours later, Lin Chen showed an excited expression. He opened the system. Host. Lin Chen, genetic potential, 10.3%, physical ability, 103+, mental strength, 103+, spiritual energy, 53+, technique, level 10, max, of the 128th set. Of radio calisthenics, level 5, 3 out of 100, of 8 treasure skill, entry level of Primordial Unity skill, unlocked, partner, Baimushi, favorability. 85, offspring, 2, in gestation, Primordial Unity skill. It's unlocked. Lin Chen looked at the words unlocked and felt a bit uncomfortable. Should he go donate again tomorrow? The morning sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, transforming into golden beams that filled the entire room. Baimushi rubbed her sleepy eyes, awakened by the magnificent sea of clouds outside. She was momentarily stunned, then remembered that she was no longer in a hotel but had moved into the student dormitory on the 298th floor of the Galaxy Martial Arts University. A new day began at a new starting point. She tiptoed out of the bedroom and immediately saw Lin Chen sitting cross-legged on the carpet in the center of the living room. His eyes were slightly closed, his expression focused, and his hands formed a peculiar seal in front of him, as if invisible spiritual energy was slowly gathering around him. Is this the new technique he chose, Primordial Unity skill? Baimushi did not disturb him, she just quietly stood by, her gentle gaze resting on him. Soon, Lin Chen slowly finished his practice, completing a full cycle of cultivation. He opened his eyes. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, which left a faint white mist in the air before dissipating, his eyes were clear and bright, and he radiated vitality. How is it? Bai Mushi immediately stepped forward, asking with concern. Lin Chen saw her and broke into a brilliant smile, standing up. I've already made progress. That teacher Lin Yuechan was right, this Hanyuan Yikigong is very easy to get into. He stretched a bit, feeling the fresh and pure energy within him, shaking his head. This B-level technique feels no different from morning exercises. Maybe this is what Lin Yuechan meant by being unremarkable. However, after practicing this technique, I feel great. I didn't need to sleep all night, and I feel like I had a very full rest. Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed joyfully, really? Is it because the spiritual energy here is abundant? Maybe, Lin Chen nodded, pulling her hand to sit on the sofa, but the effectiveness of the technique itself must account for a large part. So far, the advantage of this technique over morning exercises is that it requires no effort. You can practice for 24 hours without sleeping, but I haven't noticed any other differences yet. Bai Mushi smiled and said, just the fact that you can practice continuously for 24 hours without rest is already impressive. Lin Chen chuckled, well, in a couple of days, when I perfect the 8 treasures technique, I'll help you out. Hearing this, Bai Mushi immediately shook her head, saying earnestly, don't waste time on me. You're in a crucial period now, you need to focus on yourself. Anyway, I can practice slowly and will soon reach the warrior level. Seeing her concern for him warmed Lin Chen's heart, and he smiled, it's fine, husband teaching his wife is only right. Bai Mushi didn't expect Lin Chen to care for her so much at that moment. An indescribable feeling of warmth. An emotion surged through her, causing her eyes to glisten. The next second, she suddenly leaped into Lin Chen's arms, hugging him tightly, burying her face in his chest, her voice slightly choked, husband. Lin Chen gently stroked her back, softly saying, we are husband and wife, what's mine is yours. Your cultivation is, of course, my top priority. Bai Mushi lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes shimmering with deep love and emotion. She stood on her tiptoes, leaned in, and kissed his lips. After a long while, they parted. Bai Mushi's cheeks were already as red as a ripe apple, even her ears were tinged with pink. She dared not look into Lin Chen's smiling eyes, shyly gasping, and turned to slip into the bathroom. Lin Chen waited for Bai Mushi to finish washing up, and after they tidied up a bit, they called Bai Jinfeng's terminal. Father-in-law, we're coming down, let's have breakfast together. Soon, the group met up at a clean fast food restaurant on the commercial street below the dormitory. As soon as they sat down, Bai Jinfeng eagerly inquired about last night's tutoring. Yeah, how was it? Did that teacher Lin give you a clear direction? All eyes were on Lin Chen. He took a sip of soy milk, set the cup down, and had already organized his words in his mind. He didn't completely conceal the truth but cleverly altered his phrasing. Well, teacher Lin is very professional and gave me a lot of advice, he said calmly. Regarding the 8 treasures technique, the teacher said its advancement route is body refining, which is very powerful but also very costly, so she doesn't recommend it. However, I think my comprehension might make up for some of the resource gaps, so I plan to try it myself first. Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyan exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowing. They knew that body refining was expensive and not something people of their status could practice. However, since Lin Chen said he would give it a try, they chose to believe him. Lin Chen continued, additionally, based on my personal needs, I hope to establish the most solid and broad foundation in the early stages, so my teacher helped me find a cultivation method called Hanyuan Yikigong as my major. Besides that, she also provided me with 3 other A-level cultivation paths as alternatives. Upon hearing this, the Bai family members all breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the 10,000 credit points spent were indeed worth it, not only securing a major cultivation method but also having backup options. Bai Mujia perked up at once, curiously, asking, brother-in-law, how is that Hanyuan Yikigong? It sounds impressive just by the name. Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied, the biggest feature of this cultivation method is, there is no entry difficulty. What? No entry difficulty? Bai Mujia's eyes instantly lit up, excitedly slapping his thigh, that's great. This is perfect for me. Once I get into college, I'll also check our school's cultivation library to see if there are any copyrights, and then I'll practice this too. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a light but firm knock on the back of his head from Bai Jinyun. Nonsense. Bai Jinyun glared at him and scolded, that was recommended by teacher Lin based on Chiya's special circumstances and talent. Can you apply it? What ranking does he have, and what ranking do you have? Bai Mujia covered his head, looking aggrieved as he mumbled. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. Helping to diffuse the situation, uncle, actually, that's not really a recommendation. The functionality of this cultivation method is quite weak, and its power is average. It was chosen mainly because it has a simple entry, fitting my need to quickly build a foundation. If I were to say what special merits it has. He paused, speaking in a somewhat helpless tone. Perhaps it's that after practicing it, you can go 24 hours without sleep, using cultivation to replace rest. Ah! The excitement and longing on by Mujia's face instantly froze. He widened his eyes, looking at Lin Chen in disbelief. 24 hours without sleep? Cultivating all day? What fun is there in life? Seeing his terrified expression, the whole family couldn't help but laugh. Half an hour later, the group finished breakfast and walked out of the dining hall. The warm morning light bathed them, creating a cozy feeling. However, this comfort was soon shattered. A group of people approached from the front, each exuding an extraordinary aura, their every gesture carrying a unique confidence and pride characteristic of the second-generation martial artists. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened slightly, and he quickly recognized them. The leading young men and women were none other than the members of the genius class he had encountered during the provincial private enrollment exam. At the center of the crowd, like stars surrounding the moon, were the stern-faced Lei Qianjun and the coolly elegant Su Qingying. Beside them stood Yin Filong, who had been beaten into a pig's head by Lin Chen, now with a dark expression. Qianjun, Xingying, you two are doing well. Yes. One entered the Galaxy Martial Arts Academy, and the other entered the Longting Martial Arts Academy. Both are the top institutions in the empire. We can only go to the Taurus Martial Arts University, which is still not bad, right, Yin Filong? Just then, Yin Feilong's gaze happened to fall on Lin Chen, who had just walked out of the dining hall. In that instant, his expression darkened even more. Who is this? His companions followed his gaze and saw Lin Chen's group, their faces revealing amused expressions. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to Yin Feilong's predatory glare, and walked past them with the Bai family members as if nothing had happened. Behind him, Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun also sensed that the atmosphere was off. Brother Filong, what's wrong? Do you know him? A young man beside him elbowed Yin Filong, his tone filled with the delight of watching a show. Yin Filong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger rising in his chest, letting out a cold snort but not answering. He knew very well that whatever he said at this moment would only be self-deprecating humiliation. In front of these so-called classmates, any argument would only make him seem more incompetent and ridiculous. They were eager to see him clash with that guy in the street, just to enjoy the spectacle. Strength. In this world, only strength holds the true power of speech. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Just wait. In 3 months, it will be the joint examination of the First Academy District. By then, I must stand out among the freshmen of the Golden Bull Martial Arts University and become the core student representing Golden Bull in battle. At that time, you, Lin Chen, will probably only be able to sit in the audience, looking up at my brilliance. You won't even have the qualification to step onto the stage. Just as the two groups of people brushed past each other, the usually silent and cold Su Qingying, like an iceberg, suddenly spoke. In a voice as clear as spring water, asking Lei Qianjun beside her, that candidate from the Grain District School? Lei Qianjun curled his lips in disdain, just relying on some unexpected tricks, he was lucky to win a move. His foundation is shallow, he won't go far on the path of martial arts. His words were filled with contempt and certainty, as if he had already seen through Lin Chen's future. The elite members of the genius class, upon hearing this, looked at Lin Chen's back with a gaze that shifted from amusement to a natural disdain. In their eyes, Lei Qianjuan's evaluation was the final verdict. Hubby, are you okay? After walking a distance, Bai Mushi pulled at Lin Chen's sleeve with some concern and asked softly. Lin Chen turned around and saw the worried expressions on her and the Bai family's faces, and couldn't help but chuckle. He squeezed Bai Mushi's hand and said casually, "It's nothing, just ran into a defeated opponent." Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun, upon hearing Lin Chen's nonchalant words and recalling the young man's gloomy and resentful gaze from earlier, instantly understood what was going on. The student eliminated by Lin Chen in the exam seemed to be a second-generation rich kid from a distinguished family. Instead of feeling worried, Bai Jinfeng smiled with relief, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder and saying in a deep voice, "The path of martial arts is all about striving. You did well. Don't let them weigh on your mind, there will definitely be more things to compete for at the Galaxy Martial Arts University in the future. This is a good thing, proving that you are moving upward." Meanwhile, Bai Mujia, after digesting this information, widened his eyes in surprise, suddenly slapping his thigh and excitedly giving a thumbs up. "Brother-in-law. Awesome!" he exclaimed, "so that Yin Filong was the one you eliminated. Let me tell you, before the exam, the genius class was practically singing his praises. They said he was definitely a seed player for the top 2. And what happened? He was still knocked down by my brother-in-law with one punch." He snorted, looking at Lin Chen with admiration. "What? kind of seed player is he? My brother-in-law is the real dragon. Afterward, Mushi accompanied her family to stroll around the bustling city center. Tomorrow they would take the interstellar train back to Haicheng, so today was their last farewell and tour. Lin Chen, however, had his own serious business to attend to. That was to donate again. He felt uneasy until he unlocked the Hunyuan Yikagong. Alone, he followed the map navigation to the Imperial Fertility Management Center located on the edge of the Scholars' Forest, belonging to the First Academy District. However, as soon as Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of the solemn and technologically advanced White Building, he was surrounded by a group of people. They were a group of well-dressed, warm-hearted middle-aged men and women, each holding a stack of QR code business cards, quickly shoving them into Lin Chen's hands. "Handsome, want to know more? Take a business card, you won't lose anything." A middle-aged woman with curly hair squeezed to the front, smiling with a face full of wrinkles. "Whether you want to provide fertility information or need high-quality fertility information, we can help you match. Fair prices, attentive service," another middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses followed closely behind, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously. "Handsome, are you here to donate fertility information? Just by looking at your aura, I can tell you're a student from a top university. It's a hassle to go through official channels, the waiting time is long, and the subsidies are minimal. I have private channels that can connect you with wealthy families sincerely seeking children, and the price will definitely satisfy you. Yes, yes, yes. We can also help you with a genetic potential beautification assessment, making your information look better in the database, increasing the chances of a successful match. Young man, this is genuine first-hand resource, directly connecting buyers without middlemen taking a cut." Lin Chen was taken aback by this sudden onslaught, as he was forcefully handed several glowing electronic business cards. Looking at this overly enthusiastic group of agents, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This was not the scene one would expect at the entrance of the Fertility Management Center in Haicheng. Is this really the capital of the planet? Without hesitation, he tossed the flashy electronic cards into a roadside energy recycling bin. Lin Chen was unsure of the trustworthiness of these agents. There could be unknown risks and traps hidden within. For him, the benefits of official channels were not important. What mattered was safety, reliability, and speed. He confidently walked into the imposing White Building, approached the counter, calmly presented his personal ID, and filled out the electronic application. The entire process flowed smoothly without any delays. Soon, he was guided by a poised nurse in a crisp white coat and black stockings into a highly private independent room. Moments later, Lin Chen emerged feeling refreshed, as if a weight had been lifted off him. He did not linger outside and directly took the hover train back to the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Just as he stepped through the dormitory building's entrance, the long-awaited electronic prompt finally rang in his mind. Ding! Host's genetic information has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward, randomly unlock. Cultivation method permissions. Hunyuan Yikagong cultivation permission unlocked. In an instant, Lin Chen felt a surge of clarity in his mind. It was as if a tightly locked door had burst open, and all the cultivation methods, blood and energy transport routes, and spiritual energy conversion tips regarding Hunyuan Yikagong instantly merged and became as clear as innate instinct. He immediately focused his thoughts and checked the system panel. Hunyuan Yikagong level 1, 0/100, done. However, before he could fully digest this joy, a second prompt followed closely. Ding! Host's genetic information has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward, randomly unlock cultivation method permissions. No. Unlocked methods, gained 1 permission point. Then came the third prompt. Ding! Host's genetic information has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward, randomly unlock cultivation method permissions. No unlocked methods, gained 1 permission point. Lin Chen's face instantly lit up with uncontrollable joy. He never expected to achieve conception 3 times this time. Could it be that after his promotion to a martial artist, his capabilities in that area had significantly enhanced? A bountiful harvest. A super bountiful harvest. Not only did he successfully unlock Hunyuan Yikagong, but he also unexpectedly gained 2 precious permission points. System, how do I use these permission points? Lin Chen immediately inquired in his mind. The system's cold and mechanical voice promptly explained, permission points provide the host with additional pathways to unlock cultivation methods. 1 permission point can be used to unlock cultivation methods that the host has self-cultivated to the beginner stage but have not yet been unlocked by the system. Lin Chen instantly understood the power of these permission points. He only needed to cultivate any 2 martial arts to the beginner level, and he could use these 2 permission points to immediately unlock them and activate the progress bar mode. In Lin Chen's mind, the D-level martial art dragon and tiger technique immediately surfaced. If he could also perfect the dragon and tiger technique and then merge it with the perfected 8 treasures technique, what a sight that would be. However, this thought was fleeting. He quickly shook his head and gathered his scattered thoughts. One cannot chew too much at once. The urgent task was to focus on cultivating the newly unlocked primordial chi technique. With this determination, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and hurried back to his dormitory on the 298th floor. Bai Mushi and her family were still out shopping, and the dormitory was empty, providing him with an excellent environment for uninterrupted cultivation. He sat cross-legged in the center of the living room, took a deep breath, and cleared his mind of distractions. Begin cultivation. As he started, Lin Chen could clearly feel the omnipresent spiritual energy in the surrounding air being gently and continuously drawn into his body. It transformed through the martial art into strands of the purest, most attributeless primordial chi, slowly merging into his Dantian's energy sea. The entire process flowed like a gentle stream, nourishing without a sound, with no sense of stagnation or forcefulness. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised to discover that the cultivation efficiency of this primordial chi technique was beyond imagination. The technique circulated effortlessly, with almost no consumption, and the progress bar's growth rate was also quite impressive. Almost every 10 minutes, he could gain a point of progress. Primordial Chi Technique, Level 1, 1/100, Primordial Chi Technique. Level 1, 2 out of 100. Time flew by in focused cultivation, and Lin Chen was completely immersed in the exhilarating sensation of rapidly increasing power, losing all awareness of the outside world. He didn't know how long had passed when the progress bar finally reached 100 out of 100. And the system notification sounded again. Ding! Primordial Chi Technique level increased. Current level, 2/200. At that moment, Lin Chen felt a jolt throughout his body, as if the primordial chi within him had been refined, becoming more condensed, and its total amount had increased. His understanding of this martial art instantly leaped from the previous shallow beginner level to a new height, with many previously unclear details becoming crystal clear. So that's how it is. Lin Chen murmured, his eyes filled with surprise. The upgrade brought not just a quantitative accumulation but also a qualitative leap. Lin Chen opened his eyes and realized that dawn was breaking. Outside the window, the moon was setting and the sun was rising. Bai Mushi, hearing the noise outside, walked out of her room, looking at him with concern. He hadn't even noticed when Bai Mushi had returned. What time is it now? Lin Chen asked, somewhat dazed. Bai Mushi, seeing that he had finally finished cultivating, smiled gently. Honey, I came back yesterday afternoon. I saw you were so focused on your cultivation that I didn't dare to disturb you. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart, stood up, stretched his somewhat stiff body, and pulled her into his embrace, apologizing. You've worked hard. Have you eaten? Bai Mushi nuzzled against him, tilting her head up, her eyes crescent-shaped and smiling like a lovely crescent moon, saying, The food is still warming up, waiting for you. During dinner, Lin Chen saw a notification from the official account of the Galaxy Martial Arts University on the terminal. Notice to all new students: in order to fully understand the strength level of this year's new students before enrollment, and to facilitate more targeted teaching arrangements thereafter, our school has decided to hold a comprehensive entrance assessment on October 1st, the first day of school. The specific rules for this exam will be announced 3 days before the exam begins. Please note, the results of this baseline exam are not directly linked to the monthly cultivation resources, dormitory allocations, or other benefits. However, to encourage all students to strive for excellence, the school has set the following rewards. 1. Those ranked in the top 1,000 of this exam will receive a one-time reward of 100 credits. 2. Those ranked in the top 100 of this exam will receive, in addition to the credit reward, an extra qualification to select a technique from the A-class technique library. The copyright fees for the techniques must be borne by the individual. 3. Those ranked in the top 10 of this exam will receive, in addition to the above rewards, a body refining elixir provided by the school's Alchemy Institute. I hope all students take this seriously, prepare actively, and showcase the best spirit of the new students at Galaxy Martial Arts University. Galaxy Martial Arts University Academic Affairs Office, September 5, 3988 in the starry calendar. Lin Chen looked at this. Notice, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. A baseline exam at the start of the semester? Although the results do not affect existing benefits, the rewards are quite generous. 100 credits. Qualification to select from the A-class technique library. And the body refining elixir. This is a huge temptation for any new student. There are still more than 20 days until October 1st. For him, it is enough to elevate his strength to another level. 5 days later. In the dormitory, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed. After 5 days of relentless effort, his progress in the primordial chi technique was advancing rapidly. At this moment, the system panel clearly displayed primordial chi technique. Level 4, 0/400. As the level of the technique increased, his control over the pure energy within him also grew day by day. Just now, at the moment the technique broke through to level 4, it felt as if countless spiritual lights exploded in his mind. A thought, without warning, emerged. He slowly extended his right index finger and with a thought guided a trace of insignificant primordial chi to his fingertip. The next second, a small, orange-red flame ignited out of thin air on his fingertip, gently dancing, emitting a faint light and heat. Looking at this small flame, Lin Chen finally revealed a radiant smile. He remembered the warning from 5 days ago, from Lin Yuechan. Secondly, it is comprehension. After cultivating the primordial chi to an extremely profound level, you must comprehend the world and endow this pure energy with a unique attribute of your own. Fire, thunder, space, life, theoretically, it can be any attribute. But this step is harder than ascending to the heavens. Countless martial artists who cultivate the primordial chi technique spend their entire lives stuck at this step, ultimately becoming indistinguishable from the masses. Therefore, it is difficult to refine. Harder than ascending to the heavens? Stuck at this step for a lifetime? Lin Chen looked down at the lively flame dancing at his fingertip, his expression strange. If teacher Lin Yuechan knew that I broke through the difficult to refine bottleneck she mentioned in just 5 days, at technique level 4, I wonder what her expression would be. Lin Chen thought mischievously to himself. With a thought, the flame at his fingertip quietly extinguished, leaving no trace. After the flame was extinguished, Lin Chen couldn't wait to open the system panel to check the changes he had undergone in the past 5 days. The moment he saw the data on the panel, he was stunned, his face revealing an expression of disbelief. Host, Lin Chen, genetic potential, 12.1%, physical, 115+. Mental, 115+, spiritual energy, 101+, technique, set 128 of broadcast calisthenics level 10, max, 8 treasures technique level 5, 5 out of 100. Primordial chi technique level 4, 0/400, partner, Mushi, favorability 85, offspring, 5, in gestation, authority points, 2, after the primordial chi technique reached level 4, not only did his genetic potential suddenly increase by more than 1%, what shocked him even more was that the attribute of spiritual energy had surged from just over 50 points to break through the 100-point barrier. Spiritual energy, does that correspond to the fire ability I just used? Lin Chen's heart was stirred by a storm. He had only a vague understanding of various theoretical knowledge about cultivation, knowing little. But the shocking numerical growth on the system panel intuitively told him what an incredible transformation had occurred within him. Just as Lin Yuechan had said, the entry into Hanyuan Yikkigon was simple, but mastering it was extremely difficult. This difficulty was a chasm that countless martial artists could not cross in their entire lives. However, for Lin Chen, who possessed a system, this greatest disadvantage had become his unparalleled advantage. In just 5 days, breaking through to level 4 in Hanyuan Yikkigon had brought him such immense surprise. He could hardly imagine what it would be like if this technique continued to upgrade. It seems that 8 treasure skill and dragon tiger skill will have to wait. The main focus of my cultivation should temporarily be on Hanyuan Yikkigon. Lin Chen resolved inwardly. At this moment, he was eager to test his current specific data. So he opened the school's public facility reservation system, preparing to go to the training hall for a thorough verification. However, when he clicked on the reservation page for the public training hall, he found that the schedule on the screen was almost entirely dyed red, indicating reserved. The nearest available time slots had been pushed back a full 7 days, and the few remaining spots were precarious. So in demand? Lin Chen didn't dare to delay, quickly and deftly reserving an available slot for the afternoon of the 7th day. After booking the training hall, Lin Chen fell into new thoughts. Would there be a practical combat segment in the upcoming school entrance exam? The answer was likely yes. Although he now had a technique, rapidly increasing spiritual energy, and could even ignite flames from his fingers, he lacked any decent offensive martial skills. In a real battle, this was a significant disadvantage. Just like during the last entrance exam, he had been passively taking hits the entire time, possessing strength, but struggling to convert it efficiently into an advantage. With this in mind, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and opened his terminal, directly sending a message to Lin Yuechan. He sincerely inquired whether she could recommend some martial skills suitable for him. Even paid consultations were acceptable. This was an expense he had to incur. An hour later, Lin Yuechan replied. Lin Yuechan, I was in class just now. As for martial skills, you can choose online or offline. Lin Yuechan, for online, you can directly pay through the link I provided to purchase my online Introductory Martial Skills video course, which covers the 12 most mainstream basic martial skills in the empire. After mastering the basics, you can choose any school to continue learning the introductory skill combinations of that school. This set of introductory martial skills should be enough for you to handle situations within the next 6 months. Lin Yuechan, then there's one-on-one offline tutoring, where I help you analyze your combat style, tailor the most suitable martial skill combinations for you, and provide initial explanations. The price is still 10,000 credit points/hour. The first session can probably be completed within an hour, you can choose for yourself. Upon seeing these 2 messages, Lin Chen hesitated little. He decisively replied, "Teacher Lin, when are you available?" Although the online course was cheaper, it was generic and could not provide tailored instruction. What he needed most now was a professional mentor to guide him. Choosing the most suitable skill for himself was the most important thing. Moreover, the offline class Lin Yuechan had recommended last time, Hunyuan Yikigong, had already brought him tremendous benefits. He was even thinking about whether he could ask Lin Yuechan to recommend another martial art technique similar to Hunyuan Yikigong, easy to start, extremely difficult to master, and with a very high ceiling? Soon, Lin Yuechan's reply came, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Lin Yuechan, I've fully booked my normal classes for the past month. If you don't mind, I can free up an hour for you the night after tomorrow, from midnight to 1 a.m. Lin Chen was taken aback, secretly amazed at how popular this Lin teacher was. So he quickly replied, "No problem. I'll be there on time the night after tomorrow." After settling the important matter, Lin Chen felt a wave of emptiness in his stomach. A strong sense of hunger washing over him. He stood up and called to Bai Mushi, who was reading, smiling as he said, "Wife, let's go eat." Bai Mushi smiled obediently and said, "The food has been ready for a long time, I'll serve it right now." She pulled Lin Chen to sit at the dining table and turned to walk into the kitchen. Soon, a rich aroma of meat wafted out from the kitchen, making Lin Chen's stomach growl even louder. He saw Bai Mushi struggling to carry a huge alloy tray as she walked out. On the tray was half a roasted, sizzling, golden brown whole cow. The skin was crispy and fragrant, while the meat inside was tender, sprinkled with a secret blend of spices, filling the air with an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. "Eat up, today there's plenty." Bai Mushi placed the enormous tray on the table and said grandly. Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Ever since he practiced Hunyuan Yikigong, his body had become like a bottomless pit, with an ever-increasing demand for energy and food. He didn't hold back, picking up his knife and fork and began to feast. The food disappeared quickly, devoured ravenously. Bai Mushi sat across from him, resting her chin on one hand, watching him eat with gentle eyes, occasionally serving him rice, handing him napkins and drinks, her eyes filled with happiness and satisfaction. Soon, half the roasted cow was reduced to nothing but a bare skeleton. Bai Mushi looked at the bones that were so clean they seemed licked, and was momentarily stunned, then asked with concern, "Hubby, are you full?" Lin Chen rubbed his belly, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head and honestly replied, "I feel just a little bit short." Pfft. Bai Mushi looked at Lin Chen's childlike expression as if he had done something wrong and couldn't help but laugh, her eyes crescent-shaped like a moon in the sky. "Hubby is amazing, there's more." Saying this, she turned and walked back into the kitchen, bringing out another identical huge tray, this time with the other half of the same golden, juicy roasted cow. Lin Chen's eyes widened, a warm current flowing through his heart. It turned out his wife had already guessed he could eat a lot and had prepared in advance. This meal was truly satisfying. When the last rib was gnawed clean, Lin Chen finally patted his slightly bulging belly, letting out a long sigh of relief. "I'm full. Thank you, wife." He looked at Bai Mushi, his eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Bai Mushi smiled brightly, but inside she was secretly calculating. Thankfully, Lin Chen had said yesterday that he couldn't get enough to eat outside, so she had specifically gone to the market today to buy a whole cow, coming prepared. But she didn't expect that the amount she had prepared for the whole day would be completely devoured in one meal. It seemed she would have to make another trip to the market soon. Raising a husband who was a big eater and in a rapid growth phase was indeed a sweet yet challenging task. Lin Chen and Bai Mushi held hands as they arrived at the market on the school commercial street. The place was rich in ingredients, bustling with people, filled with the breath of life. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the market, they ran into a group of people. Lin Chen immediately recognized 2 of them, Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong, who had shown brightly in the entrance exams. In the second phase, this girl and boy led the students of Tiantai No. 1 High School, completely suppressing the genius class of Haicheng No. 1 High School, truly talented individuals.
Even Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying had to retreat beside them.
There was another young couple who looked somewhat familiar, presumably from the same group. It seemed they had also successfully enrolled in the Galaxy Martial Arts University and would be classmates in the same year. Lin Chen merely glanced at them casually before shifting his gaze away. He was not from Tantai City, did not know these so-called second-generation martial artists, and had no interest in ingratiating himself with them, so he naturally paid them no mind. At the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong, among others, felt Lin Chen's gaze. They curiously glanced over at Lin Chen and Bai Mushi, but there was no ripple in their expressions, and they quickly returned their attention elsewhere.
That guy seems familiar?
The tall, thin boy next to Lu Zhenlong pondered, frowning. The long-haired girl beside him thought for a
moment and speculated, maybe we saw him during some part of the admissions exam?
He looks a bit familiar, but I can't quite place him, no real impression. The tall, thin boy laughed and said with a tone of superiority, Shu Yu, if you don't remember him, that means this person's profile isn't even worth collecting and analyzing. There's a 99% chance he's just some underdog who lucked out from a small 4th or
5th tier city.
Shen Shuyu nodded in agreement. Yeah, then there's no need to pay him any mind. I really don't understand the school's admissions policy. Every year they let in a few of these underdogs, taking up precious spots.
She pouted, her tone laced with disdain and contempt, and what happens?
Within 2 years, their true colors are revealed. Either they sell themselves for resources or they can't handle the pressure and breakdown, going crazy, jumping off buildings. There's always 1 or 2 every year. As they spoke, they happened to see Lin Chen and Bai Mushi selecting fresh mutated whole beef at a stall, and their
mocking expressions grew even more pronounced. Ha, still eating such primitive food, really backward, the boy next to Chuyu laughed, just looking at his genetic potential, it's barely over 10%, still in the stage where he can rely on food for energy. Xin Xiaoxiao, who had been mostly silent, cast her gaze back at Lin Chen's figure, but quickly regained her composure. The tall, thin boy chimed in, Chuyu was right. Once genetic potential exceeds 11%, the body's energy demands grow exponentially, and relying solely on food for energy becomes too inefficient to keep up with consumption. At that point, one must switch to high-concentration nutrient solutions to sustain themselves. But coming from the lower class, how long can he afford the cost of nutrient solutions?
In their eyes, Lin Chen's future was already clear. He was destined to be ruthlessly eliminated in this institution that gathered the elites of the entire star system. Lin Chen was unaware of the evaluation from those prodigies of Tiantai No. 1 High School behind him.
At this moment,
all his attention was focused on the joy of selecting ingredients with Bai Mushi. The two ultimately chose a mutated whole cow that looked the most plump and tender, weighing several hundred pounds, paid for
it, and prepared to drag it home.
Just then, the middle-aged owner, who looked honest and had been selling meat here for years, wiped the grease off his hands and initiated a conversation.
Young man, the owner
said to Lin Chen in a tone of someone who had been through it, looking at your appetite, I can tell you're at a critical stage of cultivation. But I must say, relying solely on food for energy is still too
inefficient. Soon it won't keep up with your consumption.
By then, you'll have to switch to high-concentration nutrient solutions to maintain. As he spoke, he pulled out an electronic business card from under the counter and handed it over. I have channels to obtain high-concentration nutrient solutions, definitely cheap and in large quantities, fair to all.
Want to give it a try? My regular customers all say it's good. Lin
Chen took the business card, smiled and shook his head. Boss,
not for now. I'll contact you when I need it. All right, the boss nodded, not insisting, but instead appearing even more enthusiastic. He turned and
took out a small bottle, no bigger than a thumb, containing a light blue liquid from the nearby refrigerator, and stuffed it into Lin Chen's hand. Fate brought us together, so I have a 10 milliliters sample for you to try. The boss explained with a smile, don't be fooled by its size, the small bottle has an absorption rate equivalent to eating 10 pounds of beef.
If it works well, come back to find me.
The boss had been selling meat here for 40 years, transforming from a young man with dreams of martial arts and a promising future into a middle-aged man inheriting the family business of slaughtering pigs and cattle.
He had seen more students here than Lin Chen had eaten beef.
Just by looking at the temperament and attire of the young couple in front of him, he could tell they came from a humble background with no significant connections. Such students likely hadn't used good nutritional supplements much and were still relying on food to get by. But as long as they wanted to continue on the path of martial arts, they would soon hit a bottleneck in
energy replenishment from food.
Establishing a good relationship now by giving out some samples might lead to a long-term business opportunity in the future. Lin Chen looked at the sample in his hand, feeling the
boss's kindness, thanked him again, and left contentedly with Bai Mushi, dragging the enormous whole cow behind them. 2 days later, at noon,
the dormitory was silent, with only Lin Chen's steady, deep breaths
breaking the stillness. Suddenly, his tightly closed eyes shot open, a flash of brilliance flickering in their depths. Ding! Hunyuan Yikigong level increased. Current level 50/500, gene potential plus 1%.
Lin Chen took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if expelling all the turbid air from his body. He immediately checked the system panel. Host, Lin Chen, gene potential, 13.1%, physical, 122 plus, mental, 122 plus, spiritual energy, 111 plus, martial arts, 128th set of calisthenics level 10, max, 8 treasure skill level 5, 5 out of 100, Hunyuan Yikigong level 5, 0 out of 500, partner, by Mushi, favorability 85, offspring, 5. In gestation, permission points, 2, the gene potential had increased by a full 1%. It was now 13.1%. On the system panel, all data showed significant improvements. It was like riding a rocket. Lin Chen focused his thoughts, and a cluster of orange-red flames ignited at his fingertips once more. On the surface, the size and color of the flames seemed unchanged. But Lin Chen could clearly feel that the temperature contained within was 2 or 3 degrees higher than before. As he retracted the flames, a strong sense of hunger hit him as expected. Just as Lin Chen sat down at the dining table, Bai Mushi emerged from the kitchen, carrying a huge tray. Here it comes. This time, the tray held a whole roasted lamb, perfectly cooked with a crispy exterior and tender interior, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Starting from yesterday, in order to change things up for her husband, Bai Mushi had switched the menu from whole beef to whole lamb. Soon, under Bai Mushi's adoring and satisfied gaze, Lin Chen devoured the entire roasted lamb as if it were nothing. He patted his belly contentedly, stood up, and took Bai Mushi's hand. Let's go, wife, it's time to buy groceries. The two returned to the market on the school's commercial street. On the way, Bai Mushi gently asked, Husband, what do you want to eat tonight? Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied, Let's buy a whole cow, I feel like beef has more energy. Bai Mushi nodded, and they headed back to that familiar beef shop. On the way, seeing Lin Chen's energetic demeanor, Bai Mushi couldn't help but worry and asked, Husband, can energy really be replenished just by food? How about we buy some nutritional supplements instead? I saw online that everyone says once your genetic potential exceeds 10%, you must start using nutrient solutions, or it will affect your training progress. Lin Chen shook his head, tightened his grip on her hand, and reassured her, We don't need to for now, my dear. I feel like I'm absorbing it quite well. He thought for a moment and added, I don't really know what my situation is, but it seems a bit different from others. After eating a whole sheep or a whole cow, I feel warm all over, my strength is restored, and I don't feel any discomfort. Bai Mushi sighed lightly upon hearing this and said, Alright, but you need to take care of yourself. If something feels off, you must tell me. In truth, Lin Chen wasn't lying, he himself couldn't figure out what was going on. Was it the special effect of the new technique Hunyuan Yikigong? Or was it that the perfected broadcast gymnastics was subtly transforming his body? Most likely, it was one of these two techniques. Or perhaps, his constitution was inherently special? Lin Chen shook his head, not wanting to dwell on things he couldn't understand. If something was unclear, there was no need to overthink it, lest he disturb himself unnecessarily. This was a principle Lin Chen always adhered to. The two soon arrived at the familiar beef restaurant. Boss, we're back. The boss greeted Lin Chen and Bai Mushi warmly upon seeing them. When he saw Lin Chen unhesitatingly choose a massive whole cow again, the boss could no longer contain his curiosity and asked while packing, Hey, can I ask you something? You've been eating whole cows and sheep for several days in a row, can your stomach really handle it? I've seen many new martial artists eat like you, and within 3 days, they end up in the hospital for gastrointestinal issues, their bodies just can't take it. Lin Chen patted his belly, flashed a bright smile, and replied, I'm fine. I feel great, digestion is no problem at all. With that, he paid and effortlessly dragged the packed whole cow, which weighed several hundred pounds, turning to leave with a light step, as if he were just carrying a bag of cotton. The boss watched Lin Chen's departing figure, instinctively rubbing his smooth bald head, muttering in confusion, How strange, really strange. Is he practicing some obscure technique specifically to strengthen his stomach? But to save a bit on nutrient solutions, practicing something like this seems counterproductive, doesn't it? In his limited understanding, he couldn't grasp the peculiar phenomenon happening with Lin Chen. After returning home, Lin Chen continued to train, seizing every moment. After pushing the progress bar of Hunyuan Yikigong forward over 100 times, he finally stopped, still feeling unsatisfied. Checking the time, it was almost 11:30. The agreed time with Lin Yuechan was midnight. It was time to go. Lin Chen changed into the combat uniform he received at enrollment, said goodbye to Bai Mushi, and headed alone to the number 10 teaching building in the core area of the school. The campus at night was not as quiet as one might imagine. Along the way, he still saw many students in various combat uniforms coming and going. They were hurried, focused, some just coming out of the training hall, still carrying a hint of sweat and fatigue, others were rushing to a teaching building,
their eyes sparkling with a desire for strength.
Those active on campus at this hour must be new students like me, Lin Chen thought to himself. The atmosphere for training here is indeed thick.
Arriving once more at the familiar door of room 2202, Lin Chen gently knocked. Come in.
It was still that cool, crisp voice. He pushed the door open and found that besides Lin Yuechan, there was another person in the training room. She was a tall girl with a crisp short haircut, dressed in a dark red tight-fitting combat suit that perfectly outlined her youthful curves. She had her back to the door, asking Lin Yuechan something.
Upon
hearing the sound of the door opening, she turned around with Lin Yuechan.
Lin Chen's pupils slightly constricted. It was Qin Xiaoxiao, whom he had seen a few days ago.
When Qin Xiaoxiao saw Lin Chen, a hint of
surprise also appeared on her delicate face. Do you know each other?
Lin Yuechan asked curiously, looking at the two with interest. In her eyes, Qin Xiaoxiao was one of the most outstanding talents of the Qin
family in Haicheng, with a prestigious background and exceptional talent. Could it be that this Lin Chen had some special background she was unaware of?
However, Qin Xiaoxiao merely glanced at Lin Chen and then withdrew her gaze, shaking her head at Lin Yuechan, calmly saying, I don't know him. After saying that, she slightly bowed to Lin Yuechan and politely said, Thank you, Teacher Lin, for your guidance tonight.
I will take my leave now.
Then, without another word, she turned and left the training room.
As Qin Xiaoxiao walked past Lin Chen, a faint fragrance wafted by.
But her gaze did not linger at all, as if Lin Chen were
just an inconsequential passerby.
Lin Chen shrugged, not caring about it. Once the door to the training room closed again, Lin Yuechan's gaze returned to Lin Chen. Her sharp eyes seemed to want to see through
him completely. Not bad, not bad.
Lin Yuechan looked him up and down, nodding in satisfaction. In just a few days, you've made great progress. It seems you've taken my advice and started practicing Liaoyang
Qigong?
Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed, not expecting Lin Yuechan to have misunderstood. However, seeing that Lin Chen remained silent, Lin Yuechan assumed he was tacitly agreeing, and her expression of satisfaction deepened.
Very good, your comprehension is even higher than I expected. It seems this technique suits you well. After school starts, you can choose to take my course. At the Galaxy
Martial Arts University, choosing a teacher's main course was equivalent to becoming a named disciple of that teacher.
Given your current situation, your genetic potential should be around 12% or 13%, right? As a
10-star extraordinary martial artist, her sensitivity was incredibly sharp, and she could even clearly sense the newly born, albeit weak yet exceptionally pure, fire elemental power within Lin Chen. This made her even more certain of her judgment.
Alright, back to the point. Lin Yuechan got straight to the topic. There are several accompanying martial techniques for Liaoyang Qigong. First, demonstrate the technique for
me so I can assess your current control over spiritual energy and select the most suitable martial technique for you. Lin Chen felt a wave of anxiety at her words.
This misunderstanding was quite significant. He could only brace himself and explain, Teacher Yuechan, what I'm practicing is Huan Yuan Qigong.
Lin Yuechan raised an eyebrow, her smile instantly freezing as she looked at him in surprise. You
said you're practicing Huan Yuan Qigong? That can't be right, then the fire elemental power within you. Could it be, you've already comprehended it?
Lin Chen nodded stiffly.
In that moment, Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Chen as if he were a monster. What kind of comprehension was this? In less than a week, he had reached the comprehension level of Huan Yuan Qigong? Could it really be that coincidental? That he was one in a million, with a physique perfectly suited for Huan Yuan Qigong? At least, that seemed to be the only explanation for now. You, show me a demonstration.
Lin Yuechan's tone carried a slight tremor that she herself was unaware of. Lin Chen complied, slowly unfolding the level 4 Huan Yuan Qigong in the center of the training ground. He deliberately held back a bit, not wanting to shock Lin
Yuechan too much. However, as he practiced, Lin Yuechan's eyes widened more and more, and she repeatedly gasped in amazement.
The fluidity of his movements, the mastery of his spiritual energy.
When Lin Chen
finished and stood still, Lin Yuechan looked at him, her gaze filled with extreme complexity.
A prodigy, truly a prodigy.
Lin Yuechan murmured to herself as she looked at Lin Chen. But soon, the shock in her eyes was replaced by a more complex and cautious expression. Indeed, Lin Chen was a martial arts genius. However, in this Galaxy Martial Arts University, which gathered the elites of the entire star system, martial
arts geniuses were not uncommon.
If it were 300 or 400 years ago during the pioneering era, comprehension was the most important factor determining a martial artist's potential.
But in the current 0755 star system, martial arts had long entered an industrialized era.
As the saying goes, if comprehension is lacking, resources can make up for it. How far a person's martial arts path can go is certainly important. In terms of comprehension, but resources, especially during the martial artist stage, are even more crucial than comprehension. Not to mention, geniuses often come with various flaws. The Lin Chen before her had an almost obsessive habit. He only chose techniques that were easy to learn. In her view, this was almost equivalent to a weak martial arts will. Such a person might advance rapidly in the early stages due to talent, but once they encounter a bottleneck that requires tenacious willpower to overcome, such as the crucial martial intent stage in martial skills, they could easily fall into great difficulties, even becoming discouraged. Since Lin Chen had chosen the path of Hunyuan Yikigong and demonstrated such astonishing adaptability, she felt she had no grounds to further advise him. Today's young people are increasingly independent in their opinions, unlike her own time when she followed the arrangements of her family and teachers. With this thought, Lin Yuechan reined in her excess emotions and no longer dwelled on the matter of techniques. She steadied herself and brought the topic back on track. Alright, let's talk about martial skills. Do you have any prior foundation in martial skills? Lin Chen honestly shook his head. No, I have only practiced radio calisthenics and 8 treasure skill, and I haven't learned any offensive martial skills. After hearing this, Lin Yuechan shook her head helplessly and sighed. Do high schools nowadays really teach nothing? Not even the most basic introduction to martial skills. Being a blank slate like you is actually good. It saves me from having to correct bad habits. She steadied herself, her expression becoming serious as she began to explain the basics of martial skills to Lin Chen. Martial skills are the methods of utilizing one's own strength. There are countless martial skills, ever-changing, but their roots are all based on the fundamental techniques of exerting force. And swords, spears, staffs, and clubs may seem varied, but they all stem from the same source. Weapons are merely extensions of your arms, sharpened extensions of your fists. Once you understand the principles of punching, slicing, stabbing, and hooking are all variations of striking, once your footwork is refined, jumping, shifting, dodging, and turning can drive the weapon, allowing your strength to reach its peak. Therefore, the foundation of all martial skills must start with fist techniques and footwork. Fists are the extension of attack, and footwork is the foundation of strength. If the foundation is unstable, everything is just a castle in the air. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yuechan moved. With what seemed like a casual step on the ground, she floated several meters away like a weightless falling leaf, her footwork light and yet filled with hidden intricacies. Then, she sank her waist and immediately punched straight out. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling light effects. Just this simple punch, each move and technique, was filled with an indescribable sense of rhythm. It was as if every action had been honed through countless trials, perfectly mobilizing the strength of her entire body. A set of fist techniques combined with footwork flowed seamlessly, executed in one breath. When she retracted her fist and stood still, an invisible sharpness slowly dissipated. Did you see clearly? This is the basic fist technique and basic footwork. Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Chen and slowly spoke. This is the universally applicable foundational martial art officially issued by the Empire, and it is the basis of all martial arts. Don't be fooled by its simplicity and basic nature. In reality, it is far more important than the calisthenics you practice. Except for a few ancient families that have secret martial arts passed down from a young age, 99% of the martial artists in the Empire first cultivate these 2 foundational martial arts to the proficient level before choosing subsequent martial arts styles based on their own characteristics. She continued slowly, I'll demonstrate it again, you watch closely. Then you can try it yourself. With your comprehension, you might be able to grasp it quickly. Experiencing it in person is certainly 10 times better than VR and 1,000 times better than watching digital videos. Lin Chen thought to himself, Teacher Yuechan, you think too highly of me. Hour passed quickly, and Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Chen's clumsy demonstration, her beautiful brows furrowing tightly. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen's performance was among the worst she had seen in all the students she had taught. This was completely different from her expectations. His movements were stiff, his footwork chaotic, and his punches were soft and lacked any power. He couldn't even find the most basic way to exert force. In an hour, he should at least have grasped the form of the basic boxing in footwork. However, Lin Chen's performance was surprisingly disappointing. Lin Yuechan shook her head, a hint of undeniable disappointment on her face, and said, It seems your martial arts talent is very poor, the kind that is extremely lacking. You might want to seriously consider whether you should become a theoretical martial arts scholar. Perhaps that path suits you better. Lin Yuechan did not hold back and gave him no face. In her view, it was better to speak harshly now than to let him go astray in the future and waste his talent in martial arts. Lin Chen scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face, and asked, Is it that serious? Serious?
Lin Yuechan's tone became even more severe. Let me put it this way. The girl you just saw, she is learning the A-level martial art Crimson Snakeblade technique from me. In her first hour, she was already able to demonstrate the form of the technique. Although it's still immature, the framework is already established. Her sharp gaze fell on Lin Chen as she continued to criticize without mercy. And you, who are only learning the most basic boxing and footwork, after an hour, can't even stand steadily or find the right way to exert force. What do you think? Lin Chen helplessly shook his head, not rebutting. In Lin Yuechan's eyes, this was an admission of his incompetence, and her disappointment deepened. However, Lin Chen was secretly muttering to himself. Alright, I admit, I'm just a little slow to get started. Poor talent? Just wait until I go back and light up these two foundational techniques in the system. Then, we'll see how quickly I can master them. Seeing Lin Chen's "I'm not afraid of boiling water" demeanor, Lin Yuechan's frustration turned into a bit of relief. She shook her head, knowing that continuing to speak would be futile. Forget it, the path of martial arts also depends on fate, it cannot be forced. She calmed her emotions and said in a businesslike manner, today, the boxing and footwork I demonstrated here will be automatically captured and recorded by the training room's intelligence system. Within 24 hours, a personalized VR teaching video will be generated, and you can pay to download it to learn from my movements. This immersive teaching method will definitely be much better than watching those outdated digital videos. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of pride, which quickly turned serious. Of course, the demonstration I just performed also contained my own martial will. You can repeatedly observe it through the VR video, which will help you understand the intent of boxing and intent of footwork. However, my martial intent, compared to that of the martial god Ling Zhan, is merely the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Ultimately, the choice of how to learn is yours to make. Martial god Ling Zhan? What does that mean? Lin Chen asked, his face filled with confusion. Lin Yuechan paused for a moment, looking at his bewildered and curious expression, and suddenly realized. Once again, she had unconsciously treated him like those children from noble families. She quickly explained, the official teaching videos for basic fist techniques and basic footwork come from the main star of Taurus, recorded and demonstrated personally by His Excellency Martial God Ling Zhan, one of the first pioneers of Taurus. This is common knowledge among most martial arts families. The first pioneers of Taurus? Martial God Ling Zhan? Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock, a storm of emotions surging within him. The pioneers of Taurus. They were on an entirely different level compared to the pioneers of the 0755 star system. If the pioneers of the 0755 star system were brave expansionists who, after the Galactic Empire had established a solid territory on the main star of Taurus, used advanced starships and mature techniques to conquer the surrounding star regions, then the first pioneers of Taurus were the founders who, facing the completely unknown Taurus star region when the main star had yet to be determined, carved a bloody path for the Empire with nothing but their primitive flesh and rudimentary spaceships. They were true legends, names etched at the pinnacle of Taurus's historical monument. And the martial god was the myth of myths. It could be said that it was precisely because of the first pioneers that later pioneers emerged in various star systems, like the 0755 star system. Lin Yuechan looked at the uncontrollable shock and yearning in Lin Chen's eyes and continued, that was just a digital video recorded using the oldest technology. The images are rough, far from the immersive experience of today's popular VR holographic tutorials. For ordinary people, VR might be better, but for a genius like you with a high comprehension of techniques, observing the official original version might give you a slight chance to feel the vast and boundless martial will of the martial god. Her voice unconsciously carried a hint of reverence. When martial god Ling Zhan demonstrated his punches and kicks in the video, it contained his martial will at the martial god level. Even if it's just the oldest recorded footage, that will does not completely dissipate. If you can grasp even a thread of it, it will bring immeasurable benefits to your future martial path. Currently, the top student in the martial arts department of our Galactic Martial Arts University has comprehended a trace of the martial god's will and integrated it into his own martial intent, making him invincible among his peers. After saying this, Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Chen's somewhat confused expression and couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. What was she doing? Given his earlier clumsy movements, unable to even master the most basic form, it was unrealistic to expect him to comprehend the elusive and difficult martial will. Giving him hope might only lead him to aim too high and fall harder. Of course, Lin Yuechan changed her tone, her gaze returning to Lin Chen. The set of punches I just demonstrated also carries my martial intent. Compared to martial god Ling Zhan, it is the difference between a firefly and the bright moon, hardly worth mentioning. But because of this, my martial intent is easier for a beginner like you to perceive and comprehend. As for those so-called learn basic fist techniques in 1 day or learn explosive punches in 3 days available on the market, they
Are all just trash meant to attract attention, completely useless, merely clickbait to deceive people into signing up for courses? Lin Yuechan looked at his contemplative expression and, feeling a bit reluctant, kindly reminded him, I personally suggest you start with my VR teaching videos, they are more suitable for your current stage.
Okay, thank you, teacher.
Lin Chen nodded solemnly.
Stepping out of the training
room, the cool night breeze brushed against his face, clearing his muddled mind significantly. He stood in the corridor, recalling the experience of the past hour, and couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter
and tears. He had spent 10,000 credit points, and it seemed like he had just learned nothing?
If he had known it was just about teaching basic fist techniques and basic footwork, he wouldn't have wasted
that money. However, as Lin Chen thought about it, the slight frustration in his heart dissipated.
If it weren't for Lin Yuechan's words, he wouldn't have known so much information.
Information is what truly
holds value. From this perspective, spending 10,000 credit points was not a loss at all. Returning to his dormitory on the 298th floor, the warm light dispelled the chill of the late night.
Bai Mushi was still awake, sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Upon seeing Lin Chen return, she hurried over, concern etched on her face, and asked, Hubby, how was it? Have you chosen your martial arts?
Lin Chen changed his shoes, sat down beside her, and recounted everything he had learned in class that evening. When she heard that Lin Yuechan was teaching basic fist techniques and basic footwork, a look of surprise appeared on
Bai Mushi's delicate face.
So that's how it is at the Galaxy Martial Arts University, she said, somewhat unexpectedly. I thought only the third-rate martial arts universities, like the one I got into, would have students first master the basic fist techniques and basic footwork before choosing advanced martial arts styles based on their personal situations. I didn't expect that even a martial arts sanctuary like that Galaxy Martial Arts University follows the same approach. Lin Chen nodded and then shared the details about the martial godling Zhan and the martial will with Bai Mushi.
However, after listening, Bai Mushi merely
shook her head gently, a hint of understanding in her eyes. Our teacher never mentioned this to us, she said softly. What we use are all VR teaching videos recorded by the teacher herself.
It's likely because,
with our level of comprehension, the teacher feels that even if she said it, it would be like saying nothing at all. Or perhaps, our teacher might not have grasped that so-called martial will.
In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed.
In the living room of the dormitory, Lin Chen replayed Lin Yuechan's VR teaching videos over and over again.
Every movement, every detail of force application, was dissected, analyzed, and imitated by him.
For these 5 days, he had hardly slept, pouring all his energy into mastering these two fundamental martial arts. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and moved his body. No longer stiff and clumsy as before, his steps, though still awkward, had gained a bit of rhythm, his punch, though still soft, had found a hint of power. After he stumbled through the entire set of basic fist techniques and basic footwork, he immediately calmed his mind and looked at his system panel.
Martial arts. Basic fist techniques, unlocked, basic footwork, unlocked, he had made his entry. A smile of uncontrollable joy spread across his face. Finally,
Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief, his whole being relaxing.
However, this mental relaxation brought forth the exhaustion that had accumulated over
5 days, crashing over him like a tide. He felt a heaviness in his head, as if it were stuffed with a tangled mess, heavy and drowsy. He instinctively began to circulate the Hunyuan Ichigong, a pure energy flowing within him, slightly dispelling the fatigue in his body, but the drowsiness stemming from deep within his mind showed no signs of diminishing.
It was no use. He felt his eyelids heavy as lead, swaying as he walked toward the bedroom, nearly collapsing onto the bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep, even letting out a faint snore. Bai Mushi quietly stepped out, looking at his sleeping face, her eyes filled with tenderness. She quietly covered Lin Chen with a thin blanket, then sat by the bed, gently reaching out to stroke her still flat, unblemished belly. Dad is working so hard, I guess. That's a good example for our baby?
It was unclear how long she had slept, but when Lin Chen slowly woke up, the sky outside was already bright again. He suddenly leaped out of bed without hesitation. His
first reaction was to calm his mind and open the system panel. Martial arts.
Basic fist technique, unlocked. Basic footwork, unlocked. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. System, use permission points to
unlock basic fist technique and basic footwork. Ding.
Consumed 1 permission point. Basic fist technique has been unlocked.
Ding.
Consumed 1 permission point. Basic footwork has been unlocked.
As the
system notification sounded, Lin Chen felt a thunderous roar in his mind, as if 2 tightly locked doors had been instantly pushed open.
All the techniques of force application, footwork variations, and essential
moves of basic fist technique and basic footwork merged in an instant, deeply imprinted in his mind like an innate instinct. Basic fist technique, level 1, 0/10, basic footwork, level 1, 0/10, looking At the clear progress bars on the system panel, a wave of ecstasy surged in Lin Chen's heart. Indeed. Just like the broadcast gymnastics from before. As the most basic martial arts, it only takes 10 points of progress to level up from level 1 to level 2. Level 10 is the maximum level. It's perfection. I've just started, trying to comprehend any martial intent now would probably yield nothing, just like before. I might as well grind up the levels of the basic martial skills first. 5 days ago, when Lin Chen began practicing basic fist technique, he first watched that ancient martial god video. However, after 2 days, he felt dizzy from watching and gained no insights at all. He felt that if he kept staring at that blurry digital video, he wouldn't know when he would even begin. Maybe a month? 2 months? He couldn't afford to waste that time. Under such circumstances, he decisively changed direction and turned to watch the VR teaching videos recorded by Lin Yuechan. While watching Lin Yuechan's VR, he also did not feel the martial intent she spoke of. But he had to admit, Lin Yuechan's VR videos were far more detailed than the ancient digital videos, with every movement's detail clearly visible. The difficulty of learning was almost 100 times easier. It was in this context that Lin Chen successfully reached the entry level for basic fist technique and basic footwork over the next 3 days and nights. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't wait to leap off the bed. He arrived in the center of the living room and took his stance. Start. He began to practice basic fist technique. From now on, he didn't need to think about the correctness of the movements or get tangled up in the details of force application. He just needed to complete the entire set of fist techniques to finish a training session. His movements were so fast they almost left after images, the wind from his punches howling. One set. Another set. Basic fist technique, level 1, 1/10, basic fist technique, level 1, 2/10. Just an hour later, when he finished the 10th round of the fist technique, the familiar system notification sounded as expected. Ding! Basic fist technique level increased. Current level, 2/0/20. In that moment, Lin Chen felt a tremendous shock in his mind. It was as if a little figure exactly like him was practicing basic fist technique over and over again in his spiritual world. Every movement of the little figure was perfectly standard, and every application of force was just right. His understanding of basic fist technique instantly deepened tenfold. So that's how to apply force. This move can be connected like this. Countless previously unclear barriers suddenly became clear. A radiant smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. He accelerated his punching speed once again, his entire being seeming to transform into an unyielding whirlwind, continuously practicing in the living room. Completing one set counted as one. It was that simple, crude, and efficient. Bai Mushi sat quietly beside him, watching him tenderly. She had never understood how her husband had cultivated himself into this state. From not even being a qualified martial artist, he had become one in just a month. Just a few days ago, his movements were still so clumsy that he couldn't even maintain a basic stance. But now, although his punches were chaotic, they felt completely different from yesterday, as if he had become a different person. Although the speed was somewhat outrageous and looked like random flailing, Bai Mushi could faintly sense that her husband had indeed made more noticeable progress in his martial arts compared to an hour ago. That invisible sense of rhythm, that coordination of power, although still very weak, was becoming smooth and natural. At a visibly rapid pace. Could it be, this is what genius is? Even random flailing can lead to improvement? Spending so much time beside Lin Chen, Bai Mushi felt her entire worldview was about to be distorted. She recalled the scene in school where she had practiced for days to master a technique but had made no progress. Then she looked at the man before her, who seemed to be on a different level. Bai Mushi couldn't help but let out a deep sigh in her heart. Sometimes, you really can't compare yourself to a genius, or it will drive you crazy. 5 hours later. Ding! Basic fist technique level up. Current level, level 4. 0/40. With each level up, Lin Chen could clearly feel subtle yet profound changes happening in his body. His muscles became tougher, his bones denser, and with each punch, the transmission of power was smoother and more efficient than before. He immediately checked the system panel, and sure enough, both his physical and mental stats had significantly improved. Host, Lin Chen genetic potential, 13.4% physical. 127 plus mental, 127 plus spiritual energy, 114 plus martial arts, 128th set of radio gymnastics level 10, max, 8 treasures skill level 5, 5 out of 100, mixed yuan chi skill level 5, 0 out of 500, basic fist technique level 4, 0/40. Basic footwork, 0/10, partner, Bai Mushi, favorability 85, offspring, 5, in gestation, his genetic potential had actually increased. In his previous understanding, martial arts were used to enhance genetic potential, while martial skills were merely methods of utilizing power. But now it seemed that things were not that simple. Martial skills could, in turn, deeply transform and optimize a martial artist's body. adjusting every muscle and bone to the most suitable state for exerting force. Thus, it unleashed those hidden potentials deep within. Meanwhile, the little figure in his mind had already produced a fist technique. That was completely different from the initial one. Each move was steady and powerful, subtly carrying a fierce wind of punches, no longer resembling the soft and feeble form it once had. He finished his practice and stood still, a strong wave of weakness and hunger instantly engulfing him, more intense than ever before. I'm so hungry. He rushed to the dining table, whereby Mushi had already prepared a deliciously roasted whole lamb. Lin Chen picked up the knife and fork and began to devour it. However, after finishing the entire roasted lamb, he found that the hunger had only slightly eased, and his stomach was still empty. He remembered the bottle of nutrient solution the butcher had given him earlier, took it out, and without hesitation, drank it all in one go. A pure energy spread in his abdomen, but for his body, which felt like a black hole at that moment, it was like a drizzle falling into a dried-up lake, only stirring up a few ripples before disappearing without a trace. Honey, this. Bai Mushi looked at him with a worried expression, still unsatisfied, and said, how about we buy some nutritional liquid? If you keep this up, your body won't be able to handle it. Lin Chen shook his head, holding her hand, and reassured her, it's fine, my dear. I feel like I can still digest, it's not time to rely on nutritional liquid yet. He sensed his body's condition and pondered, one sheep isn't enough, so let's add a cow. The energy expenditure from boxing is much greater than that from cultivating internal skills, requiring more energy to replenish. Just as Lin Chen and Bai Mushi stepped out of the apartment, ready to go shopping at the market, a coincidence occurred. The door of the room next door, just one door away, slid open almost simultaneously with a whoosh. A round figure walked out from inside. It was a young man who looked to be about the same age. With a plump build and a friendly smile, though his small eyes revealed a hint of shrewdness. He glanced at Lin Chen and then turned his gaze to the gentle and lovely Bai Mushi beside him, instantly showing unabashed envy, giving Lin Chen a thumbs up. Dude, nice. You've got some serious connections to bring a maid to live with you. Lin Chen and Bai Mushi were instantly frozen in place. Maid. Lin Chen looked down at the gentle and considerate Bai Mushi, who took care of everything for him, and thought of the whole cow and sheep she prepared for him every day. For a moment, he actually felt that what the other person said seemed to make a bit of sense. Of course, this thought was fleeting. He looked at the overly familiar chubby guy, unsure of how to explain. Meanwhile, Bai Mushi's cheeks turned bright red, spreading from her cheeks to her delicate earlobes. She was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in, instinctively retreating behind Lin Chen and gently tugging at his shirt. She's my wife. Lin Chen cleared his throat and corrected him. Ha! The smile on the chubby guy's face instantly froze, his small eyes widening in shock, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it. He scrutinized Lin Chen and Bai Mushi from head to toe, his expression shifting from initial envy to a complex mix of shock, horror, and awe. Wife. In a place like the 298th floor, there were basically only newcomers left. It was unlikely there were any old students. Even the worst old students were around the 200th floor. And at this age to be married, aside from political marriages between prominent families, he couldn't think of any other possibility. So it turns out, it wasn't just a strong connection. It was strong to an unimaginable degree. This guy must be some hidden heir from a secret wealthy family, experiencing life at school, right? With this thought, the chubby guy's expression did a complete 180, his previous familiarity turning into humility. He said apologetically, so it's sister-in-law. My apologies. I didn't recognize the mountain. Sister-in-law, please forgive my ignorance. Then, with a beaming smile, he turned to Lin Chen, extending his hand enthusiastically. Hello, big shot. My name is Qian Kuan, and I hope to get your guidance in the future. If you need anything, just let me know. Watching Qian Kuan's attitude change so rapidly, Lin Chen was even more puzzled about what he was up to. Lin Chen shook his hand. Hello, I'm Lin Chen. Qian Kuan quickly pulled out his personal terminal, eagerly handing over his electronic business card. Lin Gu, let's add each other as friends and keep in touch. After Lin Chen added him as a friend, the three of them headed towards the elevator together. As they walked, Qian Kuan chattered on about himself. Lin Gu, my family deals in Jianbaoli nutritional liquid, and I'm the general agent for Tianmen province. If you and sister-in-law ever need nutritional liquid, just come to me, I can definitely give you the cost price. I'm not looking to make money, I just want to be friends with you, brother Lin. In the future, I'll need your help at school. Just then, a figure stepped out of the elevator. It was a girl dressed in a tight black combat suit, tall and slender, with a neat short haircut and a stern expression, exuding an aura that made her seem unapproachable. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Bai Mushi, and Qian Kuan, who were about to head to the elevator, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. She didn't say a word. Merely walked past them without glancing sideways.
Qian Kuan turned to look at the girl's back and scoffed disdainfully. That's the girl from next door, a local from Tyla. You know that? Lin Chen asked, a bit curious. They had just moved in not long ago, and this chubby guy had already figured out the neighbor's details. Qian Kuan snorted, his tone laced with contempt. These locals from Tyla, they all look down on us. Outsiders. Did you see the way she looked at us? Like we were trash, wishing we'd stay far away so we wouldn't dirty her territory. Lin Chen merely smiled at this, not saying much. He was no stranger to such regional discrimination. It seemed unavoidable in any world or era. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't take it to heart, Qian Kuan couldn't help but continue. So what if she's a local? She still has to live next to us. Then, Qian Kuan quickly added, but brother Lin, you're definitely different. With your status, living on the 298th floor, you must be here incognito to experience life. Lin Chen found it amusing and didn't bother to explain. As the three of them exited the elevator, Qian Kuan cheerfully bid farewell. Brother Lin, sister-in-law, I'm heading to the training hall now. See you later. Watching Qian Kuan's departing figure, Bai Mushi quietly said to Lin Chen, honey, this Qian Kuan seems a bit too enthusiastic, doesn't he? Lin Chen nodded and replied softly, this Qian Kuan might really come from a wealthy family, quick-witted. Definitely not as simple as he appears. Perhaps he's just habitually probing around, making connections. He paused and added, regardless, as long as he doesn't harbor any ill intentions towards us, it's fine. Meanwhile, Qian Kuan, walking alone on the road, was also deep in thought. This Lin Chen was quite strange. Lin Chen, the surname Lin, that's a prominent name. Which city's Lin family could it be? He got married so young. Logically, such political marriages to consolidate interests only happen among top-tier families. People from other classes getting married at this prime cultivation age would be a loss, and it's impossible for them to do such a thing. However, from Lin Chen and Bai Mushi, he couldn't see any of the background typical of aristocratic offspring. They seemed more like ordinary people? Maybe they were just too low-key, deliberately hiding their identities, and his own status was too low to see through it? Qian Kuan shook his head, deciding not to delve deeper. Born into a wealthy family, he had been influenced from a young age, and his father's teachings were ingrained in him, never easily offend anyone you can't see through. His family's creed was to have many friends and few enemies. It's always good to get familiar faces. Soon, Lin Chen and Bai Mushi returned to the student dormitory building, dragging 3 processed mutated sheep and cattle. As they entered the lobby, an elevator door slowly slid open, about to close. Hurry! Lin Chen quickened his pace, dragging the heavy ingredients towards it. After all, if they missed this elevator, they would have to wait a while for the next one, so catching it immediately was ideal. Moreover, he noticed only one girl standing in front of the elevator. The elevator stopped on the first floor, and as the doors opened, the girl stepped in first. She turned her head, and her cold gaze met Lin Chen's. It was Su Qingying. When Su Qingying saw Lin Chen and Bai Mushi walk in, her delicate face showed a slight surprise. After the two entered, the elevator doors slowly closed and began to rise silently. Lin Chen pressed the button for the 298th floor. Su Qingying merely glanced at the illuminated number before retracting her gaze, returning to her ice-cold, silent demeanor, as if she were the only person in the elevator. Yet, in her heart, she couldn't help but think, 298th floor, so weak, and still in a husband and wife relationship, not practicing properly? Truly useless. The elevator ascended rapidly in silence, the atmosphere slightly awkward. Soon, the elevator stopped at the 275th floor, and Su Qingying walked out without saying a word, never looking at them again. Once the elevator doors closed again, Bai Mushi let out a sigh of relief and quietly said to Lin Chen, honey, that girl just now was Su Qingying from Haicheng No. 1 High School's genius class, right? Lin Chen looked at her in surprise. You know her too? Bai Mushi nodded and quietly explained, Mu Jie told me, she's the ice goddess of their school. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen just smiled. The ice goddess, huh? What does that have to do with him? He could clearly sense that Bai Mushi beside him seemed to have a hint of unease and jealousy. Lin Chen couldn't understand how a woman's mind worked, but he knew what to do. He extended his arm, pulling Bai Mushi into his embrace, and leaned down to whisper in her ear, what ice goddess? In my eyes, they are nothing but future beauties that I will step on. My goddess has always been just one. Bai Mushi's cheeks flushed instantly, her heart racing like a startled deer, yet she still feigned ignorance and murmured, who is it? Lin Chen didn't answer, only holding her tighter, lowering his head to kiss her soft lips. The elevator ascended smoothly. And in the enclosed space, the atmosphere quickly grew warm. Ding! The elevator stopped at the 298th floor, and the doors slowly opened. Even after stepping out of the elevator, Bai Mushi's legs felt a bit weak. Her cheeks so red they seemed ready to bleed. She shot Lin Chen an annoyed glare, her voice barely audible as she scolded, there are cameras in the elevator. Back in the room, while waiting for Baimushi to cook, Lin Chen didn't remain idle. Before his energy was fully replenished, he decided to pause his high-intensity boxing practice. At this moment, he recalled what Lin Yuechan had said about martial will. Now, he had already upgraded the basic boxing technique to level 4, and his understanding of this martial skill had vastly improved. A thought crossed his mind, and he opened that ancient martial god video again. He wanted to see if, with his current realm, observing it again would yield any new insights. On the screen, the figure of martial god Ling Zhan reappeared. The same blurry quality, the same unadorned boxing technique. Lin Chen stared intently, immersing his spirit completely. However, an hour later, the aroma of roasted whole beef sizzling in the kitchen wafted in, and Baimushi's voice followed, "Honey, the food is ready." Lin Chen shook his heavy head and sighed deeply. It was all blank, nothing at all. Lin Chen muttered to himself, could it be that the level 4 basic boxing technique is still too low? Or, should I wait until I level it up to 10 before taking another look? Or perhaps, the level of basic footwork hasn't kept up, so the boxing steps are not in sync, making it impossible to comprehend? He pondered silently. Anyway, at the current training speed, leveling these two basic martial skills to level 10 wouldn't take long. First, he would level them up. With that thought, Lin Chen stopped hesitating, closed the martial god video, and walked towards the dining table. First, fill his stomach, then continue training. After finishing the whole roasted cow, Lin Chen finally felt the hunger in his stomach satisfied, and his body's energy became replenished once again. Without any delay, he immediately immersed himself in a new round of training. This time, he alternated between the basic fist technique and the basic footwork. In the living room, his figure sometimes resembled a fierce tiger descending the mountain, with the wind of his punches howling. At other times, he moved like a raccoon catching mice, his footwork light and agile. Although he was still frantically pushing the progress bar, with the increase in levels, his movements were no longer as awkward as they had been at first. Between each move, there was gradually a hint of coordination and fluidity. Time flew by in focused training. Watching Lin Chen work so hard, Baimushi also began to practice the 8 treasure skill, wondering when she would be able to break through the 10% gene potential. 5 days later. Ding! Basic fist technique level increased. Current level, level 10, max. Ding! Basic footwork level increased. Current level, level 10, max. When the final system notification echoed in his mind, Lin Chen abruptly stopped his punches. A series of crackling sounds erupted from his bones, and an unprecedented sense of powerful strength surged from his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel that his body had undergone earth-shattering changes in just a few days. Host, Lin Chen gene potential, 14.9% physical fitness, 140 plus mental strength, 140 plus spiritual energy, 120 plus techniques. 128th set of radio gymnastics level 10, max, 8 treasures skill level 5, 5 out of 100, mixed yuan chi skill level 5, 0 out of 500, basic fist technique level 10, max, basic footwork level 10, max. Gene potential had skyrocketed to 14.9%. Both physical fitness and mental strength had surpassed the 140-point mark. The speed of this improvement was simply astonishing. He slowly closed his eyes, and in his mind, the little figure that looked just like him began to practice the fist and foot techniques once again. This time, the little figure's movements had reached perfection. Every punch contained the purest power technique, every step followed the most profound rhythm. Fist and foot merged perfectly, no longer distinguishable from each other. Is this the realm of perfection? Lin Chi murmured to himself. He took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, his entire demeanor had changed. If he had been a rough gem before, now this gem had been polished to reveal its initial brilliance. He did not immediately test his strength. Instead, he first opened the teaching video of the martial god Ling Zhan once more. This time, when the figure of martial god Ling Zhan appeared on the screen, the world in Lin Chen's eyes felt a bit different. When the figure of martial god Ling Zhan appeared on the screen again, the world in Lin Chen's eyes had already changed completely. It was no longer a simple, blurry image, nor a set of repetitive movements. With the 2 foundational martial arts techniques that had reached the realm of perfection, he could finally barely understand the essence of the form that the martial god demonstrated. More importantly, he could vaguely sense that behind each seemingly ordinary movement lay a profound and vast intention. As deep as the starry sea. That feeling was enigmatic. It was as if a child from the plains who had never seen a mountain stood on the plateau for the first time. Through layers of clouds and mist, he saw the outline of a giant mountain shrouded in haze from miles away. He knew it was a mountain, that it truly existed, that it was magnificent and imposing. He could feel the invisible pressure brought by that giant mountain and could imagine its towering posture, piercing the clouds and overlooking the earth. However, he was simply too far from that mountain. let alone dreaming of climbing to the summit and looking down on all the other mountains. Even reaching the foot of that giant mountain felt like an unattainable and despairing distance. The road leading to the foot of the mountain was shrouded in an impenetrable mist, leaving him utterly lost, unsure even of where to take his first step. He stared intently at the video, immersing his spirit, thoughts, and perceptions completely into it without reservation. He was like a greedy sponge, trying to capture even the faintest ripple from the vast ocean of meaning. He attempted to imitate not just the form of the movements, but also the intangible intent behind them. He imagined himself as the martial god in the video, envisioning that every punch and kick he threw contained the power to suppress the galaxy and create the world. However, this attempt brought about a tremendous strain and burden on his mental state. The will of martial arts was too grand, too pure, too exalted. His current mental strength was like a small teacup trying to hold an entire ocean. Each attempt made him feel as if his mental world was violently shaking, as if it could be shattered or crushed by that vast will at any moment. Time passed unnoticed. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen suddenly trembled as if struck by lightning, his face turning pale, and cold sweat beading on his forehead. He frowned, forcing himself out of that near-collapsed state of observation. His head felt like it was about to split open, buzzing, and he even saw double vision. This was a sign of severe mental exhaustion. He immediately sat cross-legged, activating the Hanyuan Yikigong as pure spiritual energy slowly circulated, nourishing his weary mind, and the tearing pain gradually eased. No, absolutely not. Lin Chen. He immediately calmed his mind and checked the system, only to see a new entry at the bottom of the list of techniques. Martial will? Not yet entered. Looking at this line of text, Lin Chen felt no discouragement. Instead, a strange light flickered in his eyes. Although the name was just a series of question marks, the fact that the system had provided an entry proved that this path truly existed and was passable. However, with his current realm, trying to directly comprehend the martial will of a martial god was indeed a pipe dream, a wild fantasy. The mountain of the martial god is too high, so high that I can't even see the foot of it. For now, I can't climb it. Lin Chen murmured, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. In that case, let's find a small hill to test the waters first. Instantly, the image of a tall figure in a black combat suit with sharp eyes appeared in his mind. Lin Yuechan. Although Lin Yuechan herself said that her martial intent was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon, a vast chasm apart, it was precisely because of this that it was easier to perceive, understand, and touch. Even the weakest martial will of a transcendent warrior was still true martial will. It had already transcended the constraints of form and stepped into the threshold of intent. For him, the giant mountain of the martial god was too distant, too illusory. Yet Lin Yuechan's small hill, though not high, was the first step he could see, touch, and had hope of climbing. With this thought, Lin Chen hesitated no longer. He decisively opened Lin Yuechan's VR video. As the screen went dark and then brightened again, the surrounding environment transformed from the cozy dormitory to the familiar room 2202 of teaching building number 10. In the three-dimensional and clear image, Lin Yuechan stood quietly in the center of the training ground. As the video played, she moved. This time, in Lin Chen's eyes, her every move became unprecedentedly clear. With two perfected foundational martial techniques, he could easily see through the trajectory of her every action, grasping the core secrets of her every step. More importantly, he could clearly feel that with every punch Lin Yuechan threw, there was a scorching and rapid aura, as if it could ignite and explode the surrounding air in an instant. It was a will filled with aggression, explosiveness, and destructiveness. Although this will, in terms of vastness, was far inferior to the all-encompassing and suppressive grandeur of the martial god, it was more refined, more direct, and more within reach. If the will of the martial god was an unfathomable universe, then Lin Yuechan's will was a volcano on the verge of eruption. The universe instills awe and confusion, while a volcano allows one to directly feel its heat and fury. Lin Chen's mental power cautiously probed forward. This time, there was no longer that feeling of being crushed or blown apart. His mental power was like a probe touching that scorching will. Boom! A stream of hot, explosive information surged into his mind in an instant. He seemed to see a raging fire suddenly erupting in the endless darkness, destroying all obstacles in its path with unmatched speed. Fast, accurate, fierce, explosive, rapid. This was the core of Lin Yuechan's martial will. Lin Chen greedily absorbed this information, as if his mental world was ignited by this will, becoming boiling and passionate. The little figure in his mind practicing the fist technique unconsciously changed. No longer was it the previous perfect stance of balance and harmony, but now it had a hint of aggressive fierceness, a touch of wildfire spreading rapidly. An hour later, Lin Chen, his face flushed and drenched in sweat, exited the VR mode, but his eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. This time, although he had consumed a large amount of mental power, the feeling was completely different. It was not the passive exhaustion of enduring, but a refreshing exhilaration after taking the initiative. He immediately checked the system again. Martial will raging fire, not yet entered, achieved. Looking at this clear line of text, Lin Chen felt no discouragement. Instead, he revealed an incredibly bright smile. Martial will raging fire, not yet entered, was much clearer than the previous martial will? Not yet entered. One was an unknown with no idea what the goal was, while the other was a known with a clear direction and path. This also indirectly proved that the path he chose was correct. Starting from Lin Yuechan offered a greater opportunity. Enter. Lin Chen's eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. Moreover, a bolder, more exhilarating thought uncontrollably emerged in Lin Chen's mind. Was there a possibility that Lin Yuechan's martial will raging fire, being at a relatively low initial level, resulted in its performance being far inferior to that of the martial gods? Martial will? But as long as he could successfully enter, as long as the familiar progress bar appeared on the system panel, then he could grind this martial will level just like he did with other techniques. If he could grind this martial will raging fire to level 10, to the perfect realm, then would the martial will after perfection still be the original Firefly? Would it not be the dazzling martial god level like the bright moon? Once this thought arose, it was like a star ignited, instantly illuminating his entire mental world, causing his blood to boil. If this conjecture were true, it would mean he had found an unimaginable shortcut to the pinnacle of martial arts. He could bypass the unreachable giant mountain of the martial god and start climbing from this accessible small hill. Ultimately, he could still reach the supreme peak above the clouds. Grind! Lin Chen clenched his fists, an unprecedented flame burning in his eyes. He no longer had any hesitation or uncertainty. No matter what, the previous 2 permission points had already been used to unlock the basic fist technique and basic footwork. Now, his permission points were exhausted. This meant that even if he could cultivate the martial will, fiery rapid to the entry level on his own, he could not immediately unlock and activate the progress bar mode. Therefore, the urgent task was to make another trip to the Reproductive Management Center. When Lin Chen mentioned going to the Reproductive Management Center, Bai Muxi's delicate face instantly flushed. She shyly took Lin Chen's hand and softly advised, "Husband, we shouldn't go earn that little money, right? I heard that the genetic data of martial artists is very important and even needs to be kept confidential. I'm afraid if it gets out, it could be exploited by those with ulterior motives." Lin Chen pondered for a moment and reassured her, the official institution shouldn't have such issues, right? Moreover, there are definitely risks in everything one does. At least for now, the benefits of this matter far outweighed the risks. He knew very well that if it weren't for the Reproductive Management Center efficiently completing so many pairings for him, allowing him to unlock martial arts techniques and activate the progress bar, he would never have gained his current strength in such a short time. However, Bai Muxi was unaware of his calculations. She only thought that Lin Chen was still after that meager reproductive subsidy, or perhaps, simply unable to resist. Thinking of this, her cheeks flushed even more. And her voice became as soft as a whisper, "Husband, I'm almost 5 months along," the doctor said. "We can be intimate again. It's fine." As she spoke, she tried to pull Lin Chen toward the bedroom. "Hey, that's not it." Lin Chen quickly stopped her, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. He could only find the most reasonable excuse. "The baby is important. I'm really afraid of hurting the baby." Looking at Bai Muxi's slightly furrowed brows and the fleeting disappointment in her eyes, Lin Chen's heart softened, feeling a bit reluctant. He knew that his behavior of constantly going to the Reproductive Management Center for the more children, more blessings system would eventually be discovered by Bai Muxi. Moreover, as his strength grew, he would inevitably attract more attention. This matter would sooner or later become an unavoidable topic. Rather than hiding it, it would be better to express it in another way. Lin Chen sat beside Bai Muxi, gently pulling her into his embrace, looking into her eyes, and said, in a tone that was half joking, half serious, "Wife, actually, I just want to have children, as many as possible. It would be best if my bloodline could spread throughout the entire galaxy." Upon hearing Lin Chen's grand declaration, Bai Muxi was momentarily stunned. She looked up, carefully studying Lin Chen's serious face, and couldn't help but recall the scene from their first meeting. It seemed he had said something similar back then. At that time, she thought it was just an unrealistic fantasy of a young man. Something she heard and then forgot. But now, when the same words came from this rapidly growing powerful man, it felt completely different. Could it be he wanted to turn that initial fantasy into reality? Bai Muxi's cheeks uncontrollably flushed again. All right. You go ahead. In the end, Bai Muxi still let go of his hand, her voice low. Lin Chen kissed her forehead and softly said, "Wait. For me to come back," before turning to leave. As he heard the door click shut, Bai Muxi slowly walked to the sofa and sat down, raising her hand to touch her still warm cheeks. Just now, her heart was filled with contradictions. In fact, a ridiculous and terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Should she take the initiative to suggest that Lin Chen find another woman? Such words almost slipped out. The Empire's marriage law binds those ordinary men and women who cannot cultivate, ensuring the stability of the Empire's population base. However, for martial artists, especially for a promising genius like Lin Chen, the law's constraints are minimal. Martial artists enjoy privileges, allowing them to have multiple partners and even establish vast family bloodline networks. All in the name of the Empire's prosperity and the inheritance of martial arts. Lin Chen is now a martial artist, even a promising genius. His path is destined to become broader and freer. The strong possess everything, this is an unchanging truth. Initially, Bai Muxi agreed to marry Lin Chen not only for practical considerations but also because she harbored similar thoughts. She thought that as long as she could successfully advance to a martial artist while fulfilling her reproductive duties, she could break free from the constraints of marriage law and have a broader world. But fate plays tricks. Now, it is not Bai Muxi who can easily escape the bonds of marriage, but Lin Chen instead. Thinking of this, Bai Muxi scolded herself fiercely in her heart. Bai Muxi, you are truly foolish, thinking of actively letting him find other women? Even women in primitive societies are not as generous as you. However, reason told her that as the gap in strength between her and Lin Chen widened, this kind of thing might be something she would have to face sooner or later. Being a bit more proactive, appearing more virtuous, and letting him see her dignity might be much better. Then one day in the future when Lin Chen would have to give her dignity. After spending time together, Bai Muxi felt that Lin Chen was not the kind of cold and heartless man. If she could think of him first, perhaps he would like her a bit more? With this thought, Bai Muxi sighed softly, leaning back on the sofa, her gaze somewhat lost. Bai Muxi, when did you become a woman who needs to rely on a man and ponder his thoughts? She once thought she would be like the heroines in those novels, relying on her efforts to become a respected female martial artist, firmly grasping her fate in her own hands. But the reality is that she has become the woman, standing behind a genius, silently gazing at his back. The more dazzling his brilliance, the more it highlights her ordinariness. This feeling made her both proud and a bit inexplicably lost. She shook her head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts. What use is it to think about these things? Now, all she can do is take good care of him, look after the child in her belly, work hard to cultivate, and try not to let herself be left too far behind. As for the future, let it be for the future. Bai Muxi stood up, took a deep breath, and walked back into the kitchen. No matter what, when he returns, she must make sure he has a hot meal waiting for him. On the other side, Lin Chen once again arrived at the Reproductive Management Center with ease. It was still the same overly enthusiastic agents, still the familiar official procedures. Moments later, Lin Chen walked out feeling refreshed, just as he was about to leave. At that moment, a tall staff member in a gray professional skirt and black stockings approached quickly, wearing a professional and respectful smile. Mr. Lin, hello. Hello. Lin Chen nodded. It's like this, Mr. Lin, the staff member said with a smile, in light of your enthusiastic support for the Empire's reproductive efforts, we sincerely invite you to attend the charity gala for reproductive health being held the day after tomorrow at the Star River building in Tantai City. I wonder if you would be interested? Charity gala for reproductive health? Lin Chen showed a hint of confusion. The staff member nodded and explained, yes. In the past quarter, martial artists with more than 2 donation records will receive our invitation. This is both a thank you for your contributions and a high-end communication platform. After hearing this, Lin Chen immediately lost interest. What charity gala? It sounded grand, but what did it have to do with him? With this time, he might as well go back to his dorm and practice his techniques a few more times. The staff member noticed Lin Chen's lack of enthusiasm, but she didn't give up. Instead, she continued to introduce the event in a businesslike manner, as it was her job. The theme of this gala is revitalization of the Empire's bloodline. For charity, and the format is quite special. At the gala, there will be families or individuals in urgent need of optimizing their bloodlines, seeking high-quality warrior reproductive materials through public bidding. Of course, in addition to the direct demand for genetic materials, there will also be exhibitions and auctions of rare dual cultivation techniques and natural treasures that help enhance the potential of future generations. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's previously lazy expression instantly sharpened. Families are individuals in urgent need of optimizing their bloodlines? Doesn't that imply that the party seeking genetic materials must also have a high quality? A strong alliance would surely produce offspring with a higher starting point. This was entirely beneficial for his more children, more blessings system and dual cultivation techniques. This was something Lin Chen had always been very interested in but had no way to access. These two aspects precisely hit the points he cared about the most. Is this gala open to anyone? Lin Chen immediately inquired. Seeing that he had finally shown interest, the staff member smiled slightly and quickly replied, due to the special nature of the gala, to ensure privacy and security, only qualified donors and specific family representatives are invited. Alright, I'll participate. Lin Chen agreed without hesitation. Great, Mr. Lin. The staff member quickly operated her terminal, and a beautifully designed electronic invitation, shimmering with a faint golden light, was sent to Lin Chen's personal terminal. This is your invitation. The gala will be held the day after tomorrow at 7 p.m. at the top banquet hall of the Galaxy Building. We look forward to your presence. Lin Chen put away the electronic invitation and turned to leave the Reproductive Management Center. His mood was completely different from when he arrived. What had initially been a routine task to obtain permission points unexpectedly turned into a windfall. This reproductive charity gala was like someone delivering a pillow just as he was about to doze off. On the way back to the dorm, the long-awaited system prompt sound in his mind arrived as expected. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward, randomly unlock cultivation technique. Permissions. No unlocked techniques, gained 1 permission point. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward, randomly unlock cultivation technique. Permissions. No unlocked techniques, gained 1 permission point. Another 2 successes. 2 permission points in hand. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, eager to start his martial will. Introductory plan. He couldn't even wait to return to the dorm. While still on the floating tram back to school, he directly opened VR, fully immersing his consciousness in Lin Yuechan's teaching. Video. The light and shadow before him changed, and the noisy carriage instantly disappeared, replaced by the familiar training room 2202. Lin Yuechan's figure reappeared. Lin Chen held his breath, concentrating his mental energy, repeatedly trying to feel and imitate that fiery and rapid martial will. He could sense that a small flame seemed to ignite in his spiritual world. Though weak and flickering, it truly existed and was striving to mimic that volcanic-like violent will, attempting to burn brighter and fiercer. Outside the window, the cityscape rushed by at high speed. Inside the carriage, Lin Chen seemed to be in another time and space, completely immersed in his own world, losing all perception of the outside. The announcement of the suspended train arriving at the station jolted Lin Chen from his trance. He rubbed his slightly swollen temples, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Just a moment ago, he felt he had taken another step closer to the door known as entry. He even had a premonition that if he were given just a little more time, he could truly push that door open. Back in the dormitory, Bai Mushi had already prepared a lavish meal. Lin Chen devoured the food to replenish his energy and immediately threw himself back into his training. This time, he did not watch the VR videos again. He simply sat cross-legged in the center of the living room, closed his eyes, and continuously replayed and practiced the will of raging fire in his mind. His mental world was his training ground. That small flame, under the urging of his will, attempted again and again to unleash its most ferocious power. Failure, restart. More failures, more restarts. He was completely immersed in this mental honing, forgetting the passage of time. He didn't know how long had passed. When that mental flame, after countless attempts and failures, finally succeeded in simulating a hint of the explosive essence from Lin Yuechan's martial will boom. Lin Chen felt a tremendous sound in his mind, as if something had been completely shattered. In his mind, the little figure that had merely been mechanically practicing perfect punches and footwork underwent a complete transformation. It was still executing that set of basic fist techniques, but between each move, there was an added scorching, rapid, and unstoppable domineering aura. Each punch seemed to carry a blazing fire, filled with the beauty of explosion. He immediately calmed his mind and opened the system panel. At the bottom of the list of martial arts techniques, that line of text had changed. Martial will, raging fire, entry level, unlocked, system, use permission points to unlock. Lin Chen issued the command without hesitation. Ding! Consumed 1 permission point. Martial will, raging fire has been unlocked. In an instant, a more magnificent and purer essence of raging fire surged from the depths of his soul, perfectly merging with his spirit, blood, and even every cell. He didn't even need to consciously urge it. With every gesture, he naturally exuded that scorching and domineering aura.
Martial Will, Raging Fire, Level 1, 0/1000, looking at this familiar progress bar, Lin Chen smiled. Level 1 required 1000 points of progress. This number also indirectly confirmed the strength and extraordinary nature of this martial will. It should be noted that for the B-level primordial chi technique, the progress bar for level 1 was only 100. This martial will, originating from extraordinary warriors, had potential and difficulty far beyond the primordial chi technique. Lin Chen focused his thoughts on his system panel. Host, Lin Chen genetic potential, 15.9% physical ability, 140 plus mental strength, 140 plus spiritual energy. 120 plus techniques, said 128 radio calisthenics level 10, max, primordial chi technique level 5, 0/500, 8 treasures technique level 5, 5 out of 100, basic fist techniques level 10, max, basic footwork. Level 10, max, martial will, raging fire level 1, 0/1000, partner, by Mushi, favorability 85, offspring, 7, in gestation, permission points, 1 ha? Lin Chen suddenly widened his eyes. Genetic potential plus 1%. Genetic potential, 15.9%. When did this happen? He carefully recalled that since he unlocked martial will, fiery rapid until now, he hadn't done anything at all. Although he didn't know exactly which moment triggered it, whether it was the moment of entry or the instant of unlocking, one thing was certain, the enhancement of his genetic potential was real. No wonder he felt that his senses were much sharper than before, and even his mental state had undergone a subtle yet wonderful change. This discovery made Lin Chen's mood even more joyful. When Bai Mushi saw the uncontrollable smile on Lin Chen's face, she immediately walked over and asked with concern, "Honey, how is it?" Lin Chen opened his eyes, and it seemed as if 2 flickering flames danced in his gaze. He smiled and nodded. "I learned it." "Really?" Bai Mushi instantly showed an expression of immense surprise, and she sincerely exclaimed, "Honey, you are truly a genius." She thought to herself, although Lin Chen used learned instead of comprehended, the meaning was pretty much the same. To grasp that ethereal martial will was itself an unfathomable achievement. Looking at her genuinely happy expression, Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He happily reached out and pulled Bai Mushi into his embrace. Their eyes met, and emotions ran deep. He leaned down and kissed her. In these past few days, the slight unease and fear in Bai Mushi's heart due to the gap in their strengths were quickly soothed in this loving kiss. After a long while, their lips parted. Bai Mushi leaned against Lin Chen's chest, her legs weak, her face flushed, and her voice carried a hint of playful reproach. I'll go make dinner." Lin Chen chuckled, gently stroking her hair. "We just ate not long ago, no need to rush, let's rest for a while." "No way." Bai Mushi broke free from his embrace, her eyes reigniting with determination, and she said energetically, "I want to cultivate too. I can't fall too far behind you. Besides, proper cultivation is good for the baby in my belly." Seeing her adorable, competitive demeanor, Lin Chen smiled and nodded. He didn't continue cultivating but instead began to study carefully. How exactly should he cultivate this newly unlocked martial will, fiery rapid? Did it require him to practice it in his mind over and over like the basic fist technique? He tried sitting cross-legged, visualizing the essence of fiery rapid, but the progress bar remained still. He stood up again and performed a set of basic fist technique. Martial will, fiery rapid, level 1, 1/1000, the progress bar moved. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately activated the primordial chi skill. Martial will, fiery rapid, level 1, 2/1000, primordial chi skill proficiency +1. The progress bar moved again. After an afternoon of repeated attempts and research, Lin Chen finally reached a conclusion that made him ecstatic. Whether cultivating martial skills or techniques, as long as he consciously or unconsciously integrated and applied this martial will during the process, he could simultaneously increase the progress bar of martial will. Martial will was like a passive skill. It was as if martial will had integrated into all his cultivation activities. There was no need to spend extra time specifically grinding this martial will. When he practiced the basic fist technique, not only could he elevate the level of the technique itself, but he could also enhance his martial will. When he practiced the primordial chi skill, not only could he increase his spiritual energy and elevate the skill level, but he could also sharpen this will. This is simply a buy one get one free, double the joy. Lin Chen was overjoyed. In this way, his cultivation efficiency had invisibly improved a notch. He could focus all his energy on raising the levels of his techniques and martial skills, while the level of martial will would naturally rise along with the enhancement of other skills. Now, both basic fist techniques and basic footwork have been perfected. If he were to continue practicing these two foundational martial arts, which have no room for improvement, just for that trivial progress in martial will, it would undoubtedly be a huge waste. He only had 2 paths before him. Either learn more advanced martial arts to unlock a new progress bar, or fully cultivate the remaining Hanyuan Qigong and 8 treasures skill.
Lin Chen thought for a moment and quickly made a decision. He would first fully cultivate the 8 treasures skill. Lin Chen planned to perfect the 8 treasures skill and then, after school started, by the copyright 4 dragon and tiger skill to cultivate it to perfection as well. This would allow him to verify whether these 2 degrade techniques could truly ignore bottlenecks and merge perfectly once they reached the state of perfection. Just as he imagined. Moreover, and more importantly, the 8 treasures skill was also the technique that Baimushi was currently practicing. Watching his wife work so hard every day, yet being stuck at the bottleneck from proficient to mastery due to her limited talent, he felt quite uncomfortable. Although his 8 treasures skill was also only at the proficient level now, and he was even lacking in some details compared to Baimushi, he was confident that he would soon be able to perfect this technique. By then, he could just tutor his wife. After making up his mind, Lin Chen immediately began practicing the 8 treasures skill. Baimushi frowned when she saw Lin Chen starting to practice the 8 treasures skill again and walked over to advise him. Husband, haven't you already practiced your basic martial arts to a considerable level? You could go find the teacher Lin Yuechan and look for a more advanced martial art. There's no need to go back to practicing the 8 treasures skill. Lin Chen did not tell Baimushi that he had already perfected his basic martial arts. He just smiled and said that his foundational skills were well practiced. From Baimushi's understanding and perspective, Lin Chen's well practiced could at most mean mastery, which was already the limit she could imagine. She knew Lin Chen was a genius, but even a genius, mastering 2 basic martial arts in just over 10 days was already astonishing. At most, it would be mastery. As for perfection? She didn't even dare to think about it. I plan to first cultivate the 8 treasure skill to mastery, and then I'll tutor you, Lin Chen said confidently as he looked at her. Upon hearing this, Baimushi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him in exasperation. She had been stuck at the mastery bottleneck for a full 2 years. Lin Chen's current understanding of the 8 treasures skill was clearly still inferior to hers. How could he possibly tutor her? However, seeing Lin Chen's confident demeanor, she couldn't bear to discourage him and could only smile and say, "Alright, I'll wait for you to tutor me. But you should still take some time to consult the teacher Lin Yuechan, don't delay important matters." Lin Chen smiled and replied, "No rush, we'll talk about it in a few days." Baimushi asked curiously, "Is there something else going on in the next couple of days?" Lin Chen thought for a moment and felt there was no need to hide it from her, so he said, "The night after tomorrow, I'm going to attend an official charity gala for fertility." A fertility charity gala? An official one? What is that? Baimushi was even more puzzled. Lin Chen nodded and opened his personal terminal, displaying the exquisite electronic invitation for her to see. Baimushi leaned in to take a closer look and saw that the invitation indeed bore the official emblem of the Imperial Fertility Management Center, and in the notes, it clearly stated, "Attendance limited to invitees only." After reading it, she raised her head, and her gaze towards Lin Chen became incredibly strange. Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy under her stare and couldn't help but ask, "What kind of look is that?" Baimushi held back her laughter and said in an indescribable tone, "What's going on here? Is the official plan to use you as a demonstration stallion for promotion?" Lin Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this, a chill running down his spine. "No way," he said uncertainly, "the officials can't be that outrageous, right? They only invited me, so they shouldn't do anything strange in public." Baimushi looked at his awkward expression and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing, waving her hand, her laughter shaking like flowers. Just don't ask me to go, I really don't want to, it feels so embarrassing." "You're still laughing?" Lin Chen glared at her as she laughed so hard she was almost gasping for breath. He let out a low growl, stretched out his long arm, and directly picked up the almost breathless Baimushi in a waist hold. "You little fairy, take my big stick." Bye. Mushi was startled by his sudden action, letting out a short gasp and instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. When she saw the hint of a ferocious smile in Lin Chen's eyes, she immediately understood what he intended to do. "No, it's daytime." Her face flushed as she symbolically struggled a couple of times in his arms, her voice soft as cotton candy. Lin Chen was not about to listen, striding into the bedroom while holding her. The door slammed shut with a bang, sealing all the enchanting springtime within. After a bout of passion, Baimushi lay lazily in Lin Chen's embrace, the blush on her face not yet faded, her eyes and brows carrying a satisfied allure. Lin Chen gently stroked her smooth back, feeling a sense of tranquility and contentment in his heart. He suddenly realized that appropriate relaxation seemed to achieve a wonderful balance in his mental state, more so than relentless cultivation. After a moment of tenderness, Lin Chen returned to the grand task of grinding the 8 treasure skill. Baimushi, after resting for a while and regaining some strength, also joined him, silently cultivating beside him. She couldn't believe it. Her husband couldn't possibly surpass her in mastering it faster? 2 days later, night fell. In the central district of Tantai City, the lights were dazzling, and the floating traffic wove
together forming a vibrant picture of a future metropolis. The Galaxy Tower, as one of Terra City's landmark buildings, soared into the clouds like a sword piercing the sky. Tonight, the top banquet hall of the tower was brightly lit, and the atmosphere was lively. Following the invitation's guidance, Lin Chen took the private elevator to arrive here. Stepping out of the elevator, the first thing that caught his eye was a spacious and luxurious lounge area. Melodious classical music flowed through the air, and well-dressed waiters moved gracefully among the crowd with trays in hand. The people in the lounge were either rich or noble. They gathered in small groups, whispering to each other, exuding an air of calmness and confidence that came from long-standing positions of power. As Lin Chen scanned the room, he could clearly sense that among these people, many were composed martial artists, and there were even a few whose depths he couldn't fully perceive. His arrival did not attract much attention. After all, those present tonight were either the heads of powerful families or exceptionally gifted martial arts elites. Lin Chen, dressed in the standard combat uniform of the Galaxy Martial Arts University, felt somewhat out of place among this crowd of wealth and nobility. He didn't mind finding a corner to sit down and quietly enjoy the buffet. The gala officially began at 7:30. A gracefully elegant female host in a white mermaid evening gown took the stage. With a sweet and infectious voice, she announced the start of the gala and passionately introduced the grand purpose of the Empire Bloodline Revival Charity. For the future of the Empire, for the prosperity of the galaxy, to ensure that the superior bloodlines can be inherited and promoted. After a stirring opening speech, the gala quickly transitioned into the public bidding for genetic data. The first to take the stage was a slender middle-aged man. As soon as he stood still, a huge holographic screen behind him immediately displayed his personal information and family demands. The Zhou family, a well-known business family in Terra City, primarily engaged in traditional mining businesses, holding mining rights on several resource planets. The family's assets were estimated to be over 100 million credit points, which in the eyes of ordinary people made them a wealthy family. However, the next line of information revealed the family's predicament beneath its glamorous exterior. There had been a severe break in the martial arts inheritance. In the past 3 generations, no formal martial artist had emerged, and the strongest member of the family was merely a quasi-martial artist. The host introduced, due to tradition, the Zhou family is unwilling to accept a son-in-law. Therefore, today we are here to offer a starting reward of 500,000 credit points, seeking genetic data of a martial artist with a genetic potential of no less than 12%, solely to continue the family bloodline and give birth to descendants with martial arts talent. After the representative of the Zhou family finished speaking, he stepped down from the stage and returned to his seat. However, Lin Chen felt the reaction was not enthusiastic. The martial artists around him, who were similar in status, all appeared very calm. It was unclear whether it was because the money was too little or for some other reason. 500,000 credit points might just be a drop in the bucket in the center of Terra City, right? But for Lin Chen, it could solve his urgent needs. After all, Mushi had exploded her family's old coins, which added up to just under 500,000. And now, he only needed to provide some reproductive data. Lin Chen originally needed more children for more blessings, and now he could even earn money. Why not take advantage of it? Well, no matter what, he should sign up first. The next few families that took the stage were mostly in similar situations. They were mostly once glorious but now gradually declining business families or branches of martial arts. The common characteristic was that they had considerable wealth, but no outstanding martial artists had emerged among the younger generations, and even the male heirs were in precarious situations. Lin Chen also began to understand what these so-called declining small families were all about. In an empire where martial artists are the dominant force at the top of society, wealth without the protection of martial power is merely a castle in the air, easily swept away by rain and wind. More critically, the eligible women in these families were already in their 30s or 40s, having missed the best reproductive age. Moreover, their own conditions were ordinary, yet they were proud and looked down on ordinary martial artists. Meanwhile, those exceptionally talented martial artists dismissed them and the declining families behind them. Unable to rise high or settle low, this ultimately led to a severe crisis in the continuation of the family bloodline. In utter helplessness, these families could only lower their status, spend a fortune, and appear here, hoping to use money to continue their bloodline. After all, hundreds of thousands are just small change compared to the future of the family. Even so, at most, they could only attract grassroots martial artists like Lin Chen, right? Seeing these projects, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. For him, these hundreds of thousands were not insignificant. Moreover, he could complete the task of having more children along the way. Sign up for everything. Just then, a young woman in a deep blue combat suit, introduced by the host, confidently stepped onto the stage. She was tall, and her neat short hair made her look even more spirited, with a hint of innate arrogance on her clear and beautiful face. I am Yi Qinghan, representative of Shinka Biological Group. Her voice was cold. Yet her enunciation was clear, carrying an undeniable penetrating power. Lin Chen looked up, his gaze landing on the familiar figure on stage, revealing an expression of surprise. This wasn't the local girl from Terra who lived next door? He never expected her to be the representative of Shinka Biological Group. Almost simultaneously, as Yi Qinghan scanned the audience with sharp eyes, she also noticed Lin Chen in the corner. Her brows instantly furrowed. Her gaze lingered on Lin Chen for a mere 0.01 seconds before quickly shifting away. Was this guy here to sell his reproductive data? What a backward and inferior race. Why was he admitted to Silver University? White at this moment, Yi Qinghan felt dirty. She sighed, realizing that she could no longer stay in the school dormitory. The air over there had become tainted. Her parents had always told her to learn to adapt, but she simply could not tolerate these inferior races. A strong disdain flashed through Yi Qinghan's mind. However, her good upbringing and professional demeanor quickly suppressed all outward emotions, as if she were merely looking at an inconsequential backdrop. She cleared her throat and continued with her prepared speech. We, at Shinka Biological Group, have long been committed to cutting-edge research on gene optimization agents and the compatibility of martial arts techniques. Yi Qinghan's voice echoed throughout the banquet hall, carrying an undeniable confidence. Therefore, we are here today with only one purpose: seeking high-quality martial artist reproductive data with a genetic potential of no less than 14%. 14%. As soon as this number was announced, a wave of suppressed gasps and discussions erupted from the audience. It should be noted that a genetic potential of 14% firmly crossed the threshold of genius. Among the freshmen at major martial arts universities, it was a solid front-runner. The previous small families had only dared to ask for 12%. At most, and their offers were around 500,000. This Shinka Biological Group opened with a threshold of 14%, so their offer must be extraordinary. However, her sharp gaze swept across the room as she pronounced each word deliberately. We guarantee that all samples will only be used for the group's internal gene agent development, martial arts data modeling, and other related legal and compliant research projects. To avoid any potential ethical and legal disputes, she paused, using a resolute tone to announce the final verdict. We, Shinka Biological, absolutely will not use any sample for reproductive purposes. For every martial artist who meets our requirements and is willing to cooperate with Shinka Biological Group, we will pay a one-time reward of 300,000 credit points. What? Just scientific research? Not for reproduction? Damn it. What a waste of excitement. Lin Chen instantly lost interest in the woman on stage and the Shinka Biological Group she represented. However, after a brief silence in the banquet hall, the atmosphere became heated. Lin Chen quickly understood what was happening. The reward of 300,000 credit points, although lower than the 500,000 offered by those declining families, was still appealing. Most of the proud young martial artists present likely did not want their excellent bloodlines to be scattered in such a transactional manner, forming an inseparable connection with a family they had no feelings for, and even looked down upon, meant unknown consequences, potential troubles, and possibly one or more descendants they might never acknowledge. In contrast, Shinka Group's proposal perfectly hit their pain points. No risk of bloodline leakage, no potential disputes over illegitimate children in the future, and no moral or ethical burdens to bear. Just providing a sample for scientific research could exchange for a hefty sum of 300,000 credit points. This was exactly what most young martial artists truly needed. In an instant, many martial artists who had been observing began to show eager expressions. However, this fervor in the hall did not affect Lin Chen in the corner at all. For the vast majority of martial artists present, this was a perfect deal. However, for Lin Chen, it was the complete opposite. No reproduction? What good was that? After all this, it turned out they were just collecting raw materials, not looking for people to carry on the family line. The subsequent companies had situations similar to Shinka Biological. There are large pharmaceutical groups that need high-quality genetic samples to test the universality and side effects of new drugs. There are also top martial arts equipment manufacturers that require a large amount of genetic data to optimize the ergonomic design and neuron connection efficiency of combat suits. The conditions they offered were invariably for research purposes only, absolutely no breeding, with compensation. Around 200,000 to 300,000 credit points. For a moment, the atmosphere in the venue became increasingly lively. For the vast majority of young martial artists present, this was like a pie falling from the sky. They could easily earn a considerable income without worrying about bloodlines leaking and causing any subsequent troubles. Only Lin Chen sat bored in the corner, stuffing exquisite snacks into his mouth while secretly sneering. The excitement in the room had nothing to do with
him. An hour later, this genetic bidding segment finally concluded in a harmonious and friendly atmosphere. The elegant female host stepped back onto the stage, her smile even more radiant. Thank you very much to all the guests for your strong support of the Empire's Bloodline Revival cause. Next, we will enter the most exciting segment of the evening, charity auction. All the exhibits in this auction have been generously provided by the guests, families, and enterprises present. All proceeds from this auction will be donated to our Empire's Fertility Management Center to support families with excellent genetic potential but poor backgrounds, allowing the Empire's future to have more brilliant stars. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but think to himself, sounds nice, but isn't this just a disguised entry fee? Every force present had to shed some blood, under the guise of charity, but in reality, it was a way to flex their muscles and showcase their foundations in this high-end circle. Soon, the first auction item was respectfully brought up by a beautiful maid in a qipao holding a tray. It was a seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat old-fashioned silver memory chip. The host introduced, "Dear guests, our first auction item is provided by the Zhou family of Tantai City. This memory chip contains an incredibly precious video material recorded by the late extraordinary martial artist Zhou Tianheng, the first head of the Zhou family and one of the first pioneers of our 0755 star system, for the benefit of future generations, a training video of the Tsung Hai Hon Lu sword technique recorded 150 years ago. As we all know, Zhou Tianheng's Tsung Hai Hon Lu sword technique is unparalleled and has made significant contributions to the exploration of the 0755 star system. This video is a treasured legacy left by Zhou for the purpose of helping future generations better learn the sword technique and comprehend martial intent. The starting bid is 10,000 credit points. Listening to this introduction, Lin Chen thought to himself, isn't this similar to the VR teaching videos he had recorded after paying teacher Lin Yuechan for tutoring? It's just that 150 years ago, the technology in the 0755 star system wasn't as advanced, so they couldn't produce immersive VR videos and had to use this old digital video format to record it. This kind of thing probably holds far more commemorative significance than actual training value, right? However, just as Lin Chen's thoughts settled, reality turned out to be completely opposite. 15,000. Before the host's words had faded, a young martial artist at a nearby table, looking about the same age as him and also dressed in ordinary combat gear, raised his hand without hesitation and shouted the bid. This seemed to ignite a fuse. 20,000. 25,000. The bidding voices rose and fell in the venue, instantly transforming the previously quiet atmosphere into a lively one. The martial artists at Lin Chen's neighboring table also lowered their voices and began to discuss eagerly. I didn't expect the Zhou family to actually put this up for auction. The expert-level cultivation insights of Tsung Hai Hon Lu sword technique start at least at 100,000 on the market. This video, although a digital one, was personally recorded by the pioneer for the younger generation, containing an intent of martial arts that is immeasurably profound. Zhou Tianheng is very likely not hiding anything. He didn't expect the younger generation to have fallen this far. Yes, those VR tutorials recorded by mentors nowadays always have hidden elements. These discussions flowed into Lin Chen's ears without missing a word. Why did it feel like the costs of these martial artists' cultivation were on a completely different dimension than his own? Lin Chen recalled that he had only consulted Lin Yuechan twice, spending merely 20,000 credit points. Yet, the various cultivation tutorials and videos mentioned by these martial artists were all in the range of 80 to 100,000. Could it be that due to his identity, Lin Yuechan had given him a significant discount? Lin Chen wasn't sure if his guess was correct. In any case, he wasn't very interested in the Tsung Hai Hon Lu sword technique cultivation video. 90,000, a voice called out. 100,000, another voice followed closely. Ultimately, this memory chip, filled with a sense of historical weight, was auctioned off for 110,000 credit points. Lin Chen looked in the direction of the voice and found that the bidder was someone sitting in the Zhou family section. It seemed that the Zhou family was reluctant to let this video leak out. This money felt more like a left-hand to right-hand transaction, conveniently completing the process of charitable donation. Just then, the host's voice rose again, capturing everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the next segment will be the highlight of tonight. It is very special because it is not an auction item. The lights in the venue dimmed slightly, leaving only a spotlight on the center of the stage. Behind the host, the enormous holographic screen displayed faded images, revealing only for ancient and mysterious characters in seal script, Xian Su Heart Sutra. The host wore a confident and charming smile as she introduced, tonight's highlight is not an auction, but a limited time sale for all esteemed guests present. Every guest here can place an order through the terminal within the next 72 hours. She paused. As if allowing everyone enough time to digest the information, let me introduce this B-level dual cultivation technique certified and provided by the Empire Shen Su Heart Sutra. This technique is primarily cultivated by males, with its essence being extremely profound and its energy being pure. The cultivation process is gentle and nourishing, achieving perfect yin-yang complementarity. According to data feedback from the Empire's Reproductive Management Center, which exceeds 10 billion instances, couples practicing this technique together can not only significantly enhance the chances of giving birth to high potential offspring but, more importantly, it can also benefit both parties, enhancing each other's spiritual energy cultivation. Finally, its price is 1 million credit points. No other conditions required. Moreover, the Empire offers a 3 to 10 year interest-free installment payment plan. Lin Shen's eyes lit up the moment he heard the words dual cultivation technique. His heart raced uncontrollably, and his breath caught in his throat. A dual cultivation technique. It could enhance offspring potential. It could also boost both parties' spiritual energy. Each feature struck precisely at his heart. However, 1 million credit points. He recalled that when he exchanged for the B-level Hunyuan Ichi Gong, he had only paid a deposit of 100,000 credit points. Yet, this Xian Su Heart Sutra, also a B-level technique, was priced at 10 times that. However, as he looked around, he found that most guests in the banquet hall appeared calm, even somewhat unsurprised. There was no shock, no uproar. Lin Chen instantly understood. It seemed that this so-called highlight was no secret to the vast majority present. Although Lin Chen was greatly tempted, the price of 1 million credit points was still a substantial sum for him, but he glanced at his balance of less than 100,000 and the impulse in his heart was instantly extinguished by reason. Fortunately, there were still 72 hours to consider, so there was no need to rush. This matter should be discussed back home first. The atmosphere of the evening gradually approached its end, and the guests began to mingle freely, making the entire banquet hall feel relaxed. Just as he was about to get up and blend into the crowd to leave, a staff member in a gray professional suit quickly walked up to him, wearing a professional yet slightly surprised smile. "Mr. Lin, please hold on." Lin Chen stopped, looking at her with some confusion. "Hello, is there something wrong?" The staff member's gaze held a hint of inquiry, but her tone remained respectful. "It's like this, we received your application backstage. Regarding the 12 projects seeking martial artist genetic data to continue the family bloodline, you have submitted applications for all of them, correct?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Lin Chen nodded calmly. The staff member quickly explained, "There is no problem, it's just the situation is quite special. Because the 12 families you applied for, after seeing your information, without exception, all agreed to cooperate with you." "All 12 agreed?" Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, all of them." The staff member affirmed, "All 12 projects have agreed, which means we need to arrange 12 sessions for you. This has never happened in previous banquets. So, I need to confirm with you again, are you clear about the content of the projects you signed up for, and are you sure you want to complete these 12 projects? Additionally, we need to arrange the order as well." Lin Chen instantly understood. For him, this was not a troublesome matter that needed confirmation, it was clearly a tremendous opportunity. 12 projects. This meant he would soon have 12 chances to gain permission points. This was far more efficient than going to the Fertility Management Center sporadically. A joyful expression appeared on his face, and he decisively replied, "I confirm, I will take on all 12 projects. As for the order, I have no objections." Seeing his decisiveness, a hint of appreciation flashed in the staff member's eyes. She quickly recorded it on her terminal and smiled, saying, "All right, Mr. Lin. We have noted your decision. Our staff will contact you through your personal terminal for the specific scheduling. Thank you very much for your cooperation." Just then, a calm yet somewhat eager male voice sounded behind Lin Chen. "Hello, may I ask if you are Lin Chen, Mr. Lin?" Lin Chen turned around to see a well-dressed, refined middle-aged man smiling at him. It was the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Tianheng, who had introduced himself earlier. Standing beside the head of the Zhou family were two elegant young women dressed in exquisite evening gowns, with 5 or 6 similarities in their features, looking to be around 35 years old. The head of the Zhou family extended his hand and warmly said, "I am Zhou Wenyuan. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lin. These two are my beloved daughters, Zhou Linya and Zhou Linjing." Lin Chen politely nodded and shook his hand. Zhou Wenyuan's gaze carefully scrutinized Lin Chen, filled with unabashed admiration. He got straight to the point, "Mr. Lin, we have reviewed your information, and I wonder, would you be interested in becoming a son-in-law of our Zhou family and joining us?" Son-in-law? Lin Chen was completely stunned. Were people from the capital so direct? They had just met. Seeing Lin Chen's surprised expression, Zhou Wenyuan chuckled and waved his hand. "I know, this may seem a bit presumptuous. However, opportunities like tonight are truly rare, so we wanted to be straightforward. Our Zhou family greatly admires young talents like you, and we sincerely hope to develop a deeper relationship with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the two Zhou sisters, Zhou Linya and Zhou Linjing, who had been silent beside him, flushed with a charming blush. They shyly looked at Lin Chen, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Although the man before them was a bit too young, his strong facial features, tall and upright stature, and the powerful aura of youth and vitality he exuded made their hearts race. Moreover, he was a student at the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Despite coming from a remote fourth-tier city and a poor family background, this only highlighted his astonishing personal talent and immense potential. The future was undoubtedly promising. This completely aligned with their ideal standards for a partner. However, before Lin Chen could recover from this sudden marriage proposal, another group quickly approached. Leading them was a shrewd-looking middle-aged man, accompanied by a well-dressed, composed elderly butler. Behind them stood a beautiful young woman. Lin Chen recognized her as the representative from the Yu family, who had introduced themselves earlier on stage while seeking fertility information. Mr. Lin, the head of the Yu family, Yu Zhenhai, arrived before he did, his face wearing a smile even more eager than Zhou Wenyuan's as he squeezed his way over. I've long admired your name, long admired your name. Ignoring Zhou Wenyuan, who looked somewhat displeased, he directly addressed Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, you must be aware of our Yu family's situation. I won't beat around the bush. As long as you are willing, our Yu family's doors are always open for you. My daughter, Yu Siyu, is 32 this year and still unmarried, hoping to find an ideal partner like you, Mr. Lin. As he spoke, he pushed his daughter forward a step. The young woman named Yu Siyu blushed, looking at Lin Chen, her voice soft enough to draw water. Hello, Mr. Lin. For a moment, Lin Chen found himself caught between these two families, feeling awkward as the atmosphere turned tense. Other guests nearby also noticed the commotion, casting curious and amused glances their way. Seeing this, Zhou Wenyuan's expression darkened, and he coldly snorted. Head of the Yu family, there should be a proper order to things, right? However, Yu Zhenhai was unyielding, returning with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Zhou family head, you are mistaken. A dragon among men like Mr. Lin naturally has the right to choose a family that suits him better. Although our Yu family may not be as large and prosperous as the Zhou family, we have a simpler lineage and will never let Mr. Lin suffer any grievances. Yu Lin. Chen hadn't expected to become so popular, and seeing both sides about to argue, with representatives from two other families seemingly ready to jump in, he helplessly raised his hand to interrupt them. Everyone, thank you very much for your kindness. But I am already married. The words already married fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the heated atmosphere in the room. The entire banquet hall fell silent. The smiles on Zhou Wenyuan and Yu Zhenhai's faces froze. The daughters behind them, whose eyes had been sparkling, quickly dimmed, replaced by unmistakable disappointment and shock. The room remained silent for several seconds. The first to react was Yu Zhenhai. He laughed heartily, breaking the awkwardness. I see, it was my rudeness. No worries, we can still be friends even if this doesn't work out. Mr. Lin, let's exchange contact information and keep in touch. Saying this, he took out his personal terminal, eagerly wanting to exchange contact details with Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenyuan, though still looking somewhat displeased, also snorted and took out his terminal, saying, Mr. Lin, our Zhou family also hopes to be friends with you. With these two families taking the lead, the heads of several other families who had been observing also stepped forward, politely exchanging contact information with Lin Chen. A dramatic competition for a son-in-law had thus come to a close. Soon, the evening party ended. Lin Chen declined the enthusiastic invitations from the family heads and left the Star River building alone, returning to school. In a luxurious hover car, the atmosphere in the Zhou family was somewhat gloomy. Zhou Wenyuan leaned back in the soft leather seat, letting out a long sigh, his tone filled with regret. That was quick, I didn't expect him to be so young and already married. Sitting next to him, his second daughter Zhou Linjing snorted, her tone laced with disdain and bitterness. Married and still out there selling his reproductive information? I think he's just scared of being poor. He's willing to do anything for that little bit of money. What do you know? Zhou Wenyuan shot her a glare, reprimanding her in a low voice. It's precisely because of this that we have a better chance. Just because he's married doesn't mean he can't get a divorce. Dad. Before he could finish, his youngest daughter Zhou Linya, who had been silent, interrupted sharply, her face full of resistance. I don't want a divorced man. A bumpkin from a fourth-tier city. What does it matter if he's a student at the Galaxy Martial Arts University? Do we still care about our family's reputation? Zhou Wenyuan looked at his youngest daughter's haughty expression, nearly choking on his anger, pointing at her, unable to speak for a long time. A wave of sadness washed over him. How had his family's bloodline fallen so low? It wasn't without reason. Meanwhile, in the Yu family's hover car, the atmosphere was equally delicate. Yu Zhenhai looked at his sulking daughter beside him and gently comforted her. See you, don't be disheartened. Since he's already married, we can take our time. You can start as friends, spend more time together, no one can say anything about that. Who knows what changes might happen in the future? Hearing this, Yu rolled her eyes in annoyance and glanced at her father. Dad, what are you thinking? Do I really lack men chasing after me? Why should I go after a married man? Yu Zhenhai's expression instantly turned cold at his daughter's words, and he snorted coldly, fine, you're so capable. Starting next month, don't ask me for a single cent of your allowance. Dad. Yu immediately panicked, puffing up in anger. Why is your thinking so outdated? Is it really necessary to do this for the sake of carrying on the family line? Is getting married and having children really that important? Yu Zhenhai looked at his daughter's attitude, feeling utterly exhausted. In Yi Qinghan's hover car, the atmosphere was as cold as frost. Inside the luxurious cabin, completely isolated from the outside noise, it glided silently along its exclusive track in the night. President Yi, the female assistant sitting in the passenger seat, cautiously spoke, trying to break the oppressive silence, a hint of a flattering smile on her face. I heard something interesting just before the party ended. Seeing that Yi Qinghan didn't immediately stop her, the assistant continued, I heard that the Zhou family and the Yu family almost got into a fight over a son-in-law. That guy seems to be a freshman at our Galaxy Martial Arts University too. Before she could finish, she felt the temperature in the car drop a few degrees. Yi Qinghan's icy gaze, like a sharp sword, shot back at her through the rearview mirror. The assistant froze, her smile instantly stiffening, her words caught in her throat, unable to utter a single word, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. She knew she had misspoken. Yi Qinghan looked at the assistant's terrified expression, her disgust deepening. The image of Lin Chen flashed in her mind. How disgusting. What right does someone like him have to enter the Galaxy Martial Arts University? Meanwhile, the protagonist Lin Chen, who had sparked all this commotion, had long since put the evening's incident behind him. He was sitting on the hovering train back to school, happily messaging Bai Mushi. Lin Chen, honey, I'm almost home. Bai Mushi, great, I've warmed up the food for you, hurry back. Looking at the gentle words on the screen, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile warmly. Upon returning to the dormitory, the familiar aroma of food greeted him. Bai Mushi, wearing a cute apron, was like a busy little bee, bringing steaming dishes to the table. Honey, how was it? Was the event smooth? She asked curiously while serving Lin Chen rice. Did you eat anything good? Lin Chen shook his head with a smile, picked up a piece of fragrant roasted meat and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, the food is secondary, it was just a bit boring. But the gains were pretty good. Bai Mushi's eyes lit up, and she asked eagerly, oh? What did you gain? Lin Chen swallowed his food, took a sip of water, and said in a nonchalant tone, well, I took on 12 projects. 12? Bai Mushi was slightly taken aback, surprised, so many? What kind of projects are they? In her mind, projects at such high-end events were mostly academic research collaborations or providing martial arts consulting services for big companies. Seeing her curious expression, Lin Chen decided to stop teasing and dropped a bombshell. The compensation is about the same, roughly 50,000 credit points for each project. Clatter, the chopsticks in Bai Mushi's hand slipped without warning, falling onto the dining table with a crisp sound. She froze, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widening in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape, her face filled with incredulity. She instinctively calculated quickly in her mind. 50,000 for one project, 12, that's 6 million? 6 million credit points? Bai Mushi felt her head buzz as if struck by a thunderbolt, her mind going blank in an instant. She remembered how she had barely scraped together less than 50,000 credit points before. And now, Lin Chen had just attended an event and effortlessly brought back 12 50,000s. This number completely exceeded her understanding, making her feel as if she were dreaming. Honey. Her voice trembled slightly as she stuttered, you're not joking with me, are you? Lin Chen looked at her adorable, shocked expression and couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to pinch her cheeks that had puffed up in surprise, playfully saying, why would I lie to you? It's absolutely true. Receiving a confirmed answer, Bai Mushi gasped, taking a long time to recover from her extreme shock. The next second, she suddenly jumped up from her chair and threw herself into Lin Chen's arms, hugging him tightly. Lin Chen was caught off guard by her sudden enthusiasm, stumbling slightly, but he laughed and wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back, soothingly saying, all right, don't get too excited, it's just 6 million, there will be more in the future. By the way, they also announced an official B-level dual cultivation technique at the event, called Xian Su Heart Sutra, which is said to be very effective in enhancing the potential of future generations and the spiritual cultivation of both parties," he said while observing Mushi's reaction, "but it's a bit pricey, costing 100,000 credit points." 100,000? Mushi, who had just calmed down, was once again shocked by this number. But this time, she was only surprised by the high cost of the technique, not feeling it was out of reach. After all, they were about to become millionaires with 6 million in hand. She just instinctively felt that spending so much money on a B-level technique seemed a bit extravagant. However, when the words dual cultivation technique spun around in her mind, her delicate cheeks uncontrollably flushed bright red, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, poking at the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks, mumbling, just buy it then." Lin Chen looked at her adorable, bashful appearance and couldn't help but chuckle, leaning closer to her ear, lowering his voice, and teasingly said in a magnetic tone, "What? Do you want to experience it too?" "I don't." Mushi shot Lin Chen an annoyed glare, her cheeks so red it seemed they might bleed. She stammered in defense, I'm doing it for the baby's genetic potential. And for your cultivation. You don't think too much." Seeing her adorably flustered demeanor, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile even wider. Just after finishing his meal, Lin Chen sent a message to Lin Yuechan. It was already late at night, but extraordinary warriors hardly needed sleep, they could fully replace it with cultivation, so he didn't mind the time. "Lin Chen. Teacher Lin, hello. I would like to schedule the next martial arts coaching session. When are you available?" After sending the message, he quietly waited. About 10 minutes. Later, the terminal chimed softly, indicating a reply had come. Lin Chen opened it to see Lin Yuechan's words, tinged with a hint of scrutiny and confusion. "Lin Yuechan, it's only been a few days, and you want to have class again?" Before Lin Chen could respond, a second message popped up immediately. "Lin Yuechan, let me clarify something. In martial arts training, the most important thing is to avoid being restless. It is not something that can be achieved overnight. If the foundation is not solid, and you only want to rush through classes, that would purely waste your time and my energy, with no results. Lin Chen could sense the seriousness and even a hint of dissatisfaction in Lin Yuechan's words. He smiled, not surprised by this, and calmly replied. "Lin Chen, teacher, I understand your point. However, I feel I've been practicing well these past few days and would like your guidance again. Lin Yuechan, practicing well?" Those 4 words seemed to convey Lin Yuechan's disbelief even through the screen. A moment later, her next message came through. "Lin Yuechan, alright, since you were so confident, then come. Lin Yuechan, tomorrow at midnight, still in room 2202. Meanwhile, in the training room 2202 of Building 10, Lin Yuechan had just finished guiding Qin Xiaoxiao. She watched Qin Xiaoxiao's departing figure and nodded in satisfaction. This was how a genius should be, humble, diligent, and taking every step with utmost solidity. At that moment, she noticed the chat history with Lin Chen on her terminal, and her beautiful brows furrowed slightly again. She shook her head, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. If Lin Chen's performance this time showed no improvement and disappointed her, she would no longer take Lin Chen's classes in the future. Blind arrogance was not worth her unnecessary effort. After confirming the class time with Lin Yuechan, Lin Chen had just put down the terminal and was preparing to continue practicing the 8 treasures technique. Ding ding, the terminal rang again, this time from the official account of the Empire's Reproductive Management Center. "Dear Mr. Lin Chen, hello. Regarding the 12 projects you applied for at the charity gala, we have completed the preliminary coordination and arrangements for you. A total of 12 sessions will require your cooperation. How would you like to schedule the upcoming time?" Lin Chen replied. "Lin Chen, I hope to do it as soon as possible. Soon, the Reproductive Management Center responded. "Alright, Mr. Lin. We have arranged the earliest schedule for you. The first session is tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Reproductive Management Center. In the First Academy District. Please arrive on time. The next morning, Lin Chen arrived punctually at the familiar white building. This time, he was greeted by a new staff member. She was equally tall and beautiful, dressed in a crisp professional suit and elegant black stockings, her face adorned with an impeccable professional smile. After Lin Chen explained his purpose, the staff member immediately respectfully guided him to another side of the building. Passing through a corridor that required permission verification, they arrived at an area that was completely different from before. The decor here was more luxurious and private, and the air was even filled with a faint, soothing fragrance that calmed the mind. The staff member brought him to the door of a private room and smiled, saying, "Mr. Lin, this is our exclusive area prepared for VIP clients, offering better privacy and comfort. Please, go in." Lin Chen nodded and pushed the door open. The facilities inside the room were indeed much more advanced than those in the regular area. It seemed that the sponsorship fees paid by those families could indeed buy a different level of treatment. An hour later, Lin Chen walked out feeling refreshed. Just as he returned to the commercial street of the school, the long-awaited system prompt sounded in his mind, as expected. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward, randomly unlock cultivation technique training permissions. No unlocked techniques, gained 1 permission point. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward, randomly unlock cultivation technique training permissions. No unlocked techniques, gained 1 permission point. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward, randomly unlock cultivation technique training permissions. No unlocked techniques, gained 1 permission point. 3 pregnancies? Lin Chen showed a look of surprise. 1 conception resulting in 3, one could only say technology is advanced. At that moment, a message from Zhou Wenyuan, the head of the Zhou family, also came through. Zhou Wenyuan, Mr. Lin, thank you so much. I just received a notification from the hospital that your genetic data is outstanding. The combination went very smoothly, and conception has been successfully achieved. You are a great benefactor to our Zhou family. Looking at this message, Lin Chen couldn't help but recall the pair of charming Zhou sisters he had seen last night. Was it that pair of sisters, plus another one of their sisters? All 3 sisters were pregnant with his seed. Lin Chen felt a strange heat rising from his lower abdomen. He even began to imagine whether he could find many women in the future, allowing each one to bear his child. One beautiful woman after another, dressed in black stockings and suits, with their big bellies branching out for him, spreading his bloodline across the entire galaxy. He shook his head violently, forcibly dispelling these dangerous yet tempting thoughts from his mind. Having a sharp weapon, the killing intent arises. Lin Chen murmured with a bitter smile, the ancients truly do not deceive me. He took a deep breath, calming his agitated emotions, and stopped thinking about these irrelevant matters. Before he could fully settle down, the terminal chimed again. A bank transaction notification popped up. Your account ending in XXXX has received a transfer, 500,000.00 credit points. It's in. Looking at that string of numbers that made his heart race, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief. The Zhou family's efficiency was indeed fast. With this first sum of funds credited, his greatest worry could finally be set aside. In recent days, as he increased the intensity of his training, his genetic potential had soared to 15.9%. He could clearly feel that the energy obtained solely from food was starting to lag behind the body's consumption. If this continued, it might affect the efficiency and foundation of his training. It was time to use nutritional liquid. He immediately thought of his overly enthusiastic neighbor, the self-proclaimed Jianbaoli nutritional liquid distributor, Chen Cohen. However, Lin Chen would not easily trust someone. Before contacting Chen Cohen, he decided to explore another place first. He returned to the familiar butcher shop, and the middle-aged owner greeted Lin Chen enthusiastically as soon as he saw him. Handsome guy, back to buy meat again? Lin Chen smiled and nodded, and after making his purchase, he asked, boss, about that nutrient solution you mentioned last time. The owner's eyes lit up at the mention, and his smile grew even brighter. He wiped his hands, stepped out from behind the counter, and lowered his voice, saying, I knew you would need it sooner or later. Come, let me introduce you. He led Lin Chen to a seating area on the side of the shop and took out several bottles of nutrient solution from a locked refrigerated cabinet, placing them on the table. This one is the hottest product on the market, the Jianbao Li C3. Look at this color, this texture, it's exactly the same as what's sold in the direct stores, and the taste is identical. The goods I have here just come from some special channels, so you can rest assured about the quality, there's absolutely no problem. If you don't believe me, you can buy one from me and then go to the direct store to buy another one to compare. The owner continued to introduce, one bottle of Jianbaoli C3 is equivalent to the energy provided by 100 kilograms of top-grade mutated beef. And it can be completely absorbed by the digestive system, with no side effects or impurities left behind. And this one, Lisan 3X, Xingning AAA, these are the most mainstream brands on the market, all similar products. The owner introduced them like a treasure. These things have an official price of 10,000 credit points per bottle, but here, it's only 3,000 credit points each. How about that? Pretty good, right? Oh, by the way, this one is a local brand from Jinyo, Hua, a one-to-one imitation of Jianbaoli, and this channel is much more legitimate than the previous one, 5,000 credit points per bottle. Lin Chen curiously asked, boss, what kind of channel is this? The owner lowered his voice and said softly, you don't know about the recent troubles with the Wahaha group? Seeing Lin Chen's puzzled expression, he continued to explain, there's been infighting between Wahaha's legitimate son and illegitimate son, you didn't know that?
The infighting has led to insufficient supervision at the factories and the products that have leaked out.
Upon hearing
this, Lin Chen was suddenly alarmed. He had thought he was buying from a legitimate channel, but it turned out to be a product with no labels at all, which made the quality
hard to trust.
The owner noticed Lin Chen's hesitation and smiled, saying, "Little brother, I'm not lying to you.
Many students from the Galaxy Martial Arts University, Longting Martial Arts University, and even the entire First District get their supplies from me. I can consistently sell dozens of boxes every week."
He counted on his fingers for Lin Chen.
"I see you're a freshman, your genetic potential must be quite high.
Even if we calculate at 15%, your daily consumption would require at least 5 bottles of Jianbali C3.
Right? If we go by the official price, that's 50,000 credit points a day.
Here, it's only 15,000, think about how much you can save in a month." The 5 bottles he mentioned were
truly the style of a rich second generation.
Given Lin Chen's current consumption, after filling up on meat, he would only need to supplement with 1 bottle of this level of
nutrient solution each day. Of course, those wealthy kids who don't care about money might not bother to eat and could easily down 4 or 5 bottles a day without any issue. However, even so, Lin Chen still felt uneasy. With such unbranded products, who knows if there are any problems inside? After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen said, "Boss, I'll think about it."
"No problem," the owner smiled confidently, "my prices here are definitely the most affordable in the First District."
After leaving the butcher shop, Lin Chen
immediately contacted Qian Kuan.
"Lin Chen, are you in the dorm?" Soon, Qian Kuan replied. "Qian Kuan, brother Lin. What's up? I'm over at Jinyo Martial Arts University, immediately."
After, Qian Kuan explained, "My family found a teacher from the Golden Bull Martial Arts University to come and give me some extra lessons."
Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
These students with backgrounds really have their own ways, already starting to crazily internalize before the school year even begins.
In the afternoon, Qian Kuan and Lin Chen met in the leisure area of the first-floor lobby of the student dormitory.
Lin Gu. As soon as Qian Kuan saw Lin Chen, he quickly walked over and enthusiastically asked, "Lin Gu,
what brand of nutrient solution do you want?" "C3, I guess."
Qian Kuan immediately operated a few times on the terminal, pulling up a product list.
The first item on the list was
the Jianbali C3, with the price clearly marked, purchase price, 6,500 credit points. Qian Kuan pointed at that price, lowered his voice, and sincerely said, "Lin Gu, our purchase
price is 6,500, how much do you want?" 6,500?
Lin Chen immediately made a judgment in his heart. Although it was more than double the price at the butcher's, Qian Kuan's price was
clearly much more credible. "Let's start with a box," Lin Chen said.
"Sure thing." Qian Kuan readily agreed. "Lin Gu, I just happen to have some leftovers in my dorm, I'll bring it."
"Up to you later."
Lin Chen quickly said, "No rush."
"How should I transfer the money to you?"
Upon hearing this, Qian Kuan immediately waved his hand, a smile on his face. "Lin Gu,
it feels too formal to talk about money. It's just a box of nutrient solution, consider it a welcome gift from me to you."
Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. "That won't do. We should keep things clear between brothers.
If you do this, I can't accept your stuff."
Seeing Lin Chen's firm attitude, Qian Kuan no longer insisted, scratching his head a bit. Awkwardly, he said, "Then, let's go with the purchase price. Lin Gu, please don't be polite with me." Lin Chen nodded, finally feeling relieved. Then, he casually asked about the bulk goods.
"Qian Kuan, do you know why there are some unlabeled nutrient solutions for sale on the market?"
"Bulk goods?"
Qian Kuan's expression immediately changed, and he quickly
lowered his voice, nervously saying, "Lin Gu, you mustn't buy those things.
They're recycled waste liquid, they might be contaminated."
"Recycled waste liquid?"
Lin Chen's
eyes widened in surprise.
Qian Kuan nodded heavily, explaining, "Yes, many nutrient solutions can't be 100% completely absorbed during use, there will always be some residue in the
bottle. Those unscrupulous people specifically collect this leftover waste liquid, filter and mix it simply, and then sell it as new. Of course, the price is cheaper."
After
hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had been too naive.
All those reasons about internal strife were probably false.
Meanwhile, Qian Kuan, seeing Lin
Chen's fearful expression, was secretly puzzled. How could Lin Chen ask about waste liquid?
Logically, someone like him, a top heir capable of political marriage, who had lived in
luxury since childhood, how could he have come into contact with such things? Could it be he had guessed wrong before?
But looking at how he insisted on paying earlier, he didn't
seem like someone from a lower background trying to save a few bucks.
Sigh, it was getting harder to see through him.
Qian Kuan shook his head, deciding not to think too much.
Anyway, making another friend was never a bad thing. In the early morning, at midnight, Lin Chen arrived again at the number 10 teaching building in the core area of the school.
The Campus at night was still brightly lit, with people coming and going on the roads, filled with a strong atmosphere of cultivation. He skillfully approached the door of room 2202, just about to knock. Swish, the training room door slid open from the inside, and a familiar tall figure walked out. Still dressed in a sharp dark red tight combat suit. Still with a neat short haircut, still that beautiful and proud face. It was Qin Xiaoxiao. The two locked eyes, both slightly taken aback. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on Qin Xiaoxiao's forehead, clearly indicating she had just finished an intense training session, her breath still a bit hurried. Upon seeing Lin Chen, she merely nodded coolly, acknowledging him, and then walked past him in silence, without any unnecessary exchange. Lin Chen watched her retreating figure, shaking his head slightly, before pushing the door and entering the training room. Teacher. Lin Chen entered the training room and respectfully called out. Lin Yuechan was standing in the center of the space. She did not turn around, but spoke in her cool voice, "You're here? Then let's begin. Show me the basic fist technique and basic footwork you've practiced over the past 10 days, and let me see how much you've improved." Her tone was calm, revealing no hint of emotion, but Lin Chen could sense a trace of scrutiny and challenge hidden beneath that calmness. "Yes," Lin Chen said. No more, taking a deep breath as he walked to the center of the space. He did not start immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, completely calming his mind. The next moment, when he opened his eyes again, his entire demeanor had transformed. If he had previously been a blade sheathed in its scabbard, at this moment, that blade had been unsheathed. Its sharpness fully revealed. He sank his waist and threw a punch straight out. Whoosh, before the punch even reached its target, a scorching and domineering fist wind rushed towards him. This punch was no longer the soft, feeble one from before, it was filled with explosive power. Lin Yuechan had been standing casually, but when she felt the sudden surge of aggressive momentum emanating from Lin Chen, her cool eyes revealed a hint of genuine surprise for the first time. This punch was not only well executed, but this aura is the will of martial arts? Moreover, how does this feeling of will resemble her own so closely? How is that possible? A storm surged within Lin Yuechan's heart. Just a few days ago, he was still a martial arts novice, who could barely stand, let alone throw a proper punch. Was it just a few days ago? At this moment, Lin Yuechan began to doubt her sense of time. How long has it been? He actually comprehended the will of martial arts? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Before Lin Yuechan could recover from her shock, Lin Chen had already moved. Every action of his seemed to contain a volcano about to erupt, filled with the domineering essence of raging fire. His footwork was the same, each step ignited a flame on the ground, and he moved like a swift flash of fire, skillfully weaving, turning, and leaping around the space. Fist and foot merged perfectly together. With the raging fire will at its core, the complete basic fist technique as its framework, and the complete basic footwork as its foundation. A set of techniques flowed seamlessly, executed in one breath. The air in the entire training room seemed to ignite, the temperature rising a few degrees. When the final move was completed and he stood firm, that scorching and domineering aura slowly receded into his body. A light sheen of sweat appeared on Lin Chen's forehead, his breathing steady, his eyes bright as he quietly watched Lin Yuechan, waiting for her evaluation. At this moment, Lin Yuechan was already engulfed in immense shock, unable to speak for a long time. The training room was dead silent, only the faint hum of the air conditioning system could be heard. After a long while, Lin Yuechan swallowed hard, her throat a bit dry as she spoke, her voice trembling slightly, a tremor she was unaware of. Once more. Okay. Lin Chen responded without hesitation, once again taking his stance. A howling fist wind, swift footwork, and domineering momentum filled the entire training room once more. This time, Lin Yuechan had forcibly calmed her emotions from the initial shock, her sharp gaze, like the most precise instrument, locked onto every movement and detail of Lin Chen without blinking. Although still faint and immature, that condensed, pure, and explosive feeling was unmistakable. It was martial intent. Moreover, the martial intent that Lin Chen comprehended was exactly the same as her own. As she looked at Lin Chen before her, her eyes were filled with an extreme complexity. Shock, disbelief, and bewilderment. A myriad of emotions intertwined, causing her once calm heart of a strong warrior to beat violently. She recalled her own years of hard work, spending 3 whole years in seclusion under her family's arrangement to comprehend her own martial will. During that time, she sought guidance from numerous masters before finally succeeding. Of course, this was a method employed under absolutely safe conditions. In life and death battles, it was indeed possible to achieve sudden enlightenment under immense pressure and stimulation. But that method carried too much risk, akin to wagering one's life. A slight misstep could lead to irreversible consequences, and no one would dare to try it lightly. As for safer and more efficient Methods, those required cutting-edge equipment only available on the main star of Taurus, the virtual machine. Even senior students at the Galactic Martial Arts University only had a slight chance to experience it when traveling to the main star for study and competitions. But how did this grassroots youth before her manage it? A prodigy. This was beyond mere talent, he was an absolute anomaly. Lin Yuechan recalled her previous disdain for him and felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She had even advised him not to aim too high or be too impatient. Now it seemed she was the foolish one, full of self-importance. When Lin Chen once again finished his practice and stood still, Lin Yuechan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, striving to make her voice sound calmer. Not bad, what you did was very good. Very good. This simple praise, spoken from Lin Yuechan's lips, felt somewhat dry. She looked into Lin Chen's clear and calm eyes, and the thought of wishing he would do better had long since dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of expectation. She paced back and forth a couple of steps, seemingly organizing her words, and ultimately couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?" Lin Chen scratched his head, a simple smile appearing on his face as he prepared his response. "I don't really know. I just watch your VR teaching videos every day. And while watching, it just suddenly felt right." Watching, and it felt right? Lin Yuechan was left speechless by this explanation. She felt her worldview shaken like never before, even beginning to doubt whether her 3 years of hard training had been for nothing. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. All right. Perhaps only such a prodigy could stand out from a school she had never heard of? She should have been mentally prepared for this. However, she had taught so many students at the Galactic Martial Arts University and had seen so-called top geniuses. Yet, she had never encountered someone like Lin Chen before. Could it be that she was truly ignorant? Well, no need to dwell on that. Lin Yuechan forcibly suppressed her distracting thoughts and refocused her attention on teaching. She looked at Lin Chen, her expression becoming unusually serious. "Since you have comprehended martial intent, the choice of martial skills must be made with utmost caution." She spoke slowly, her voice solemn. "The style of martial skills must match your martial intent. If the two complement each other, their power will be multiplied, achieving twice the result with half the effort. If they contradict each other, they will hinder one another, resulting in wasted effort, and even affecting the growth of your martial will. Take me for example," she said, suddenly pulling out a metal rod less than half a meter long from the nearby shelf. "Step back 10 meters. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately complied, creating enough distance. Lin Yuechan flicked her wrist, and the metal rod made a series of clicking sounds as it extended, transforming in an instant into a 2-meter-long silver alloy spear. The spear shimmered with light, its tip gleaming coldly, towering over Lin Yuechan herself, exuding a fierce aura of lethality. Holding the spear in one hand, she casually twirled it, her entire presence shifting once again. If she had been a volcano on the verge of eruption before, at this moment, she was a streak of red lightning slicing through the sky, filled with unmatched sharpness and swiftness. "Watch closely." Before her words faded, she moved. Without any warning, her figure surged forward like a ghost, the spear in her hands seeming to transform into a fire dragon bursting from its lair, piercing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Buzz. The spear tip vibrated rapidly in the air, creating sparks from friction. With a thrust, she twisted her wrist, the spear striking like a dragon, retracting like lightning. Thrust, sweep, chop, smash, slash. Each move was simple and direct, yet executed with extreme speed and ferocity. The shadows of the spear filled the air, weaving a massive net of flames and death that enveloped the entire training room. Lin Chen stood at a distance, feeling a scorching wind rush towards him, leaving him breathless. He even had the illusion that he was not facing a person, but a raging wildfire, an erupting torrent filled with unstoppable destructive power. When the final thrust was made, Lin Yuechan suddenly halted, spear in hand. The myriad shadows of the spear and the searing aura vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. She stood there quietly, breathing steadily, her expression unchanged, but her sharp eyes still held a trace of lingering battle intent. "My martial intent is raging fire swift, so the martial skill I specialize in is the A-class skill. Flame sweeping spear. This spear technique pursues ultimate speed and explosive power, perfectly aligning with my martial intent." She paused and added, "Coincidentally, this spear technique, when paired with the fire attribute technique Crimson Sun Suppressing Prison, creates a burning or even explosive effect upon striking the enemy. Although your primordial unity chi is balanced and peaceful, since you've already grasped the fire attribute, it should suit you. Of course, the choice of martial skills ultimately depends on your personal preference. From your study of basic fist techniques, do you prefer to develop towards sword techniques, spear techniques, or perhaps knife techniques or staff techniques?" Spear techniques are quite good. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. His thoughts were simple: the longer the weapon, the stronger it is. If the enemy hasn't even reached him yet and is already pierced by a spear, how great is that? Safe. However, with the insight gained from his two perfected foundational martial skills, he also noticed some nuances in the spear technique she had just demonstrated. Lin Yuechan's spear technique was indeed fierce, but it gave Lin Chen a sense of relentless aggression, a feeling that it was either you die or I die. Every move was an extreme offense, almost abandoning all defense. Teacher Yuechan, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment but still voiced his doubts. Isn't your spear technique too focused on offense? I feel like there aren't any defensive moves. Lin Yuechan nodded in approval, a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. Good insight. That's right, Flame Sweeping Spear emphasizes attack over defense. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. To strike the enemy before they can retaliate, to kill them first, is the essence of this spear technique. She looked at Lin Chen and countered. I see you can comprehend the martial intent of Raging Fire Swift. Isn't that the same style? That's why I recommended it to you. Do you prefer a style that is steady and cautious, taking one step at a time? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, questioning himself internally. Am I really such a reckless person? I clearly wanted to choose a long spear, keeping my distance from the enemy, safely piercing them to death. What led Lin Yuechan to misunderstand? Lin Yuechan put away the long spear and looked at Lin Chen with piercing eyes. The will of martial arts does not deceive, it originates from the deepest instincts of your soul. I have taught some students before, and like you, they also had similar doubts when they first grasped the martial intent. But later, it was proven that the direction guided by the martial intent is the path most suitable for them. She paused and continued, if you feel that this style doesn't suit you, that's okay. The prerequisite martial skill for flame sweeping spear is the sea-level martial skill Gale Spear technique. This spear technique also pursues speed and continuous attacks, serving as the perfect foundation for flame sweeping spear. However, if you feel that the extreme offensive style of flame sweeping spear is not suitable for you, then after cultivating Gale Spear technique to the entering the hall realm, you can also switch to two completely different A-level spear techniques. As she spoke, she gently waved her hand in the air before her, and two glowing martial skill documents projected into view. The first one is the A-level martial skill Heavenly Net Spear. This spear technique is completely opposite to the dominance of flame sweeping spear. It emphasizes a silk-like flow, continuous and unbroken. When the spear is unleashed, it unfolds like a massive spider web, dense and resilient, excelling at using softness to overcome hardness, deflecting force with force, trapping the enemy firmly within your attack range until they exhaust themselves and perish. The second one, also an A-level martial skill, is called Rock Stabilizing Mountain Spear. This spear technique has a very balanced offense and defense, with the spear striking like a mountain, steady as a peak. It has no obvious weaknesses, and of course, no particularly outstanding strengths, making it a jack of all trades, best suited for survival and combat in various complex battlefield environments. These three A-level spear techniques are all based on Gale Spear, but ultimately head in three completely different directions. One focuses on offense, one on control, and one on defense. How to choose depends entirely on your own heart. After listening to Lin Yuechan's introduction, Lin Chen nodded and said solemnly, I understand, teacher. Then I will start by cultivating Gale Spear technique. Regardless of which direction I ultimately take, building a solid foundation is always the right choice. Lin Yuechan nodded in approval. The Gale Spear technique is a sea-level martial skill and can be purchased in the school's martial arts mall. It should require 10 credits or 100,000 credit points. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, do you have any money? You currently have no credits, and even when you do, you should use them sparingly. You see, in the mall, 1 credit is equivalent to 10,000 credit points. In reality, 1 credit is far more precious than 10,000 credit points. So, whenever possible, use credit points instead of credits. You'll need credits for many things in the future. Lin Chen nodded and said, got it. Teacher, I have money. Fill in my referral code, and I'll get a commission. I won't charge you for this class, consider it a congratulatory gift for your understanding of martial intent. Teacher, this. Lin Chen hurriedly tried to decline. No need to say more. Lin Yuechan waved her hand, interrupting him, her tone leaving no room for doubt. I've only taught you some of the most basic things, and you've already grasped this much on your own. I wouldn't feel right charging you more. Seeing her firm attitude, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and solemnly bowed to her. Thank you, teacher. Lin Chen immediately began operating on the terminal, entering Lin Yuechan's referral code. Soon, the complete copyright of Gale Spear technique and the official teaching VR video were all downloaded to his personal terminal. Alright, Lin Yuechan looked at him after
He finished operating, her expression returning to its usual coolness.
The copyright and tutorial for the technique have been sent to your terminal.
I won't personally demonstrate this gun technique, after all, it's been too long since I've practiced such a low-level martial art.
If I were
to demonstrate now, it would inevitably carry the shadow of flame-scorching spear, which would affect your pure understanding of the term
furious wind and be detrimental to your cultivation.
She paused for a moment, then pointed out a key point, the essence of furious wind gun. Technique lies in one word, fast, and the foundation of fast is in raising the gun. What you need to practice is how to raise the gun tip to
point at your enemy with the fastest speed and the least effort. Master this most basic action to perfection, make it instinctive, and then you
will truly have entered the realm of this gun technique. The subsequent moves will come naturally. Lin Chen nodded, but secretly calculated in his heart.
You think too highly of me, what key points do I need? I can just grind to max level.
But this C-level furious wind gun technique,
I wonder if I can reach max level before the school entrance exam. And 8 treasure skill and primordial chi skill are only at level 5.
Lin Chen suddenly felt that time was running short.
Wait.
Lin Chen's heart tightened as he suddenly remembered a crucial question he had overlooked: entry. The entry difficulty for C-level martial arts is much higher than that of D-level martial arts. Back then, he had spent a full 5 days without sleep just to barely grasp the simplest, basic fist technique. How long would it take for the C-level furious wind gun technique?
10 days? Half a month?
He couldn't afford to waste that time. With this in mind, Lin Chen immediately spoke up, a bit embarrassed, and asked,
Teacher, is there any D-level gun technique that is easier to get started with, preferably one with fewer moves, ideally, just one move?
Lin Chen thought to himself. The fewer the moves, the shorter the time for each practice session. If it really is just one move, he could practice it hundreds or even thousands of times in an hour, and maybe reach max level in a day. Lin Yuechan was taken aback by Lin Chen's words.
She
looked up at him, puzzled, feeling speechless.
Here we go again. Another one of those strange requests. It's one thing to choose an easier entry. But now he wants fewer moves, preferably just one? What kind of cultivation logic is this? Could it be that he is a true genius, with a way of thinking completely different from ordinary people?
They don't need to learn step by step, instead, they prefer to start from the simplest,
purest foundational logic. As long as they thoroughly understand one point, they can apply it broadly?
The more Lin Yuechan thought about it, the more she felt that this explanation made sense. She shook her head, not asking further, and directly said, "That's simple, you can practice the simplified version of furious wind gun technique. What was it called?" As she spoke, she began to operate on the terminal.
Soon, Lin Yuechan found the corresponding information on the light screen. Got it, she looked up at Lin Chen. It's called Swift Wind Gun Technique, a D-level martial art.
It is a simplified version of furious wind gun technique, and the entire set consists of just one move, swift wind thrust.
It is
specifically designed to practice the continuity of the two basic actions, raising the gun and thrusting. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes
instantly lit up. Just one move.
This was simply tailor-made for him. He immediately searched for the information on swift wind gun technique
on the terminal. Price, 20,000 credit points. Lin Chen clicked to purchase without hesitation. Ding! As the successful payment notification
sounded, the complete copyright and instructional video for swift wind gun technique were instantly downloaded to his personal terminal.
This is great.
It solved the biggest problem of entry difficulty, and a heavy stone finally lifted from Lin Chen's heart, making him feel much more relaxed. Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Chen's satisfied expression and felt a bit speechless. It seemed that she hadn't taught him anything serious during their lessons. Instead, she had become a martial arts expert, responsible for finding him all sorts of strange martial techniques.
Seeing Lin Chen put away his terminal, looking ready to leave, Lin Yuechan curiously asked, "Aren't you going to practice here?" "I think I'll practice in my dormitory instead," Lin Chen instinctively replied.
Lin Yuechan immediately shot him a blank look. Practicing martial arts is strictly prohibited
in the student dormitories.
In such a small space, if you accidentally break a wall, damaging the facilities, a fine is the least of your worries. In serious cases, you could lose your residency qualification.
You didn't know such an important rule?
Lin Chen finally realized, scratching his head awkwardly. I forgot. Previously, when Lin Chen practiced basic boxing and footwork, he was also in the student dormitory
and hadn't thought about it. However, basic boxing and footwork wouldn't break walls, unlike gun techniques.
Lin Yuechan shook her head and said, "I have class after 9 tomorrow morning. From now on, you can use this training room for free every night from 12 to 9 the next morning. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's face immediately lit up with joy, and he quickly said, "Thank you, Teacher Yue-chan."
Lin Yue-chan glanced at Lin Chen and asked, "Do you have any other questions? If not, this lesson is over."
Lin Chen thought for a moment, then mustered his courage to ask,
"Teacher Yue-chan, do you know about the Xian Su Heart Sutra?"
Lin Chen was considering buying the dual cultivation technique Xian Su Heart Sutra. However, 100,000 credit points was not a small amount, and he wasn't sure how effective this technique was or if it was worth it.
Perhaps Lin Yue-chan, being well informed, could give him some professional advice.
However, when Lin Yue-chan heard this, a strange expression that
was almost a smile appeared on her cold face. "Little friend, what do you mean by that?"
Her gaze swept over Lin Chen as if she were scrutinizing
something.
Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and quickly waved his hands to explain, "Teacher Yue-chan, please don't misunderstand.
I just
want to buy it, but I'm afraid there might be some pitfalls, so I wanted to ask for your opinion."
After hearing his explanation, the strange smile on Lin Yue-chan's face did not fade.
She looked at Lin Chen, shook her head, and spoke with an indescribable tone, "At your young age, you should focus all your thoughts on your own cultivation, not get involved in unnecessary things." In her view, Lin Chen's actions either indicated ulterior motives or an unstable character, distracted by these side paths. Either way, it was not the demeanor of a talented martial artist.
Lin Yue-chan didn't know if Lin Chen was intentional or not.
But a young boy, asking her for advice on dual cultivation techniques right in front of
her. Young boys often like to pull these little tricks to attract the attention of their female instructors.
Lin Chen thought Lin Yue-chan was about
to get angry and was preparing to say something else to explain.
However, he heard Lin Yue-chan change her tone, teasingly saying, "If you can make it into the top 100 in this semester's entrance exam, then I can tell you about the Xian Su Heart Sutra. Good luck." After saying this, she
even winked at Lin Chen. Lin Yue-chan wasn't really angry.
Sometimes, teasing these exceptionally talented and slightly clever young boys made
her feel young again. Moreover, this young boy in front of her indeed sparked a long-lost sense of anticipation. "Alright," Lin Yue-chan glanced
at Lin Chen and waved her hand, saying, "I'm leaving, practice slowly." With that, she turned and left the training room. Lin Chen watched Lin
Yue-chan's departing figure, standing in place, scratching his head in confusion.
He admitted that he had indeed gotten a bit carried away by asking
Lin Yue-chan about dual cultivation techniques. Fortunately, it seemed that Lin Yue-chan wasn't really angry, but what did her last sentence mean? Just talk about it if you're in the top 100? And cheer on? Lin Chen's mind began to stir, and the image of Lin Yue-chan's cool yet slightly teasing
gaze flashed in his mind, causing a moment of wild imagination. He shook his head vigorously, casting aside these unrealistic thoughts. What was he thinking? He should focus on the upcoming entrance exam first. Top 100? He glanced at his terminal, which clearly recorded his comprehensive entrance ranking 9,988th. Lin Chen turned back, picked up a metal short rod from the weapon rack beside him, and mimicked Lin Yue-chan's earlier actions, shaking his wrist. Click click, the crisp sound of the mechanism echoed as the metal short rod extended, instantly transforming into a 2-meter-long alloy spear. "Hey, this is quite fun." He gripped the cold spear, feeling its heavy weight, a sense of novelty swelling within him. He didn't rush to start practicing. Instead, he opened the VR instructional video for Swift Wind Spearmanship. The light and shadow shifted before him, and a teacher dressed in a white martial arts uniform appeared in the virtual training ground, demonstrating the sole technique, Swift Wind Thrust, over and over again. Lin Chen watched intently. The teacher's movements were clean and precise, first flipping the wrist to maneuver the spear, quickly raising the tip to aim forward. Then, with a powerful thrust from the waist and abdomen, the spear was suddenly thrust out. Raise the spear, thrust. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, as fast as lightning. As he watched, Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. The action of raising the spear emphasized the coordination of the wrist, forearm, and waist, pursuing a sense of skill. The thrust, on the other hand, concentrated all the body's strength at a single point, exploding outward, pursuing a sense of ferocity. The core techniques of these two actions seemed to resonate with the drilling fist and cannon fist power techniques from Basic Fist Technique. Although one was unarmed and the other was weapon-based, the internal logic of power transmission seemed to be interconnected. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he turned off the VR video. He took a deep breath, recalling the power techniques he had just seen, and combined them with his understanding of the perfected Basic Fist Technique. He tightened his grip on the alloy spear, his body sinking slightly. Raise the spear. Thrust. Swish. The spear in his hand sliced through the air with a sharp sound, suddenly thrusting out, the tip stopping precisely 3 inches ahead in the air, the spear humming. Ding. Swift Wind Spearmanship has been mastered. Swift wind spearmanship, mastered, unlocked. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned.
So fast? This was too quick. He hadn't expected to master it right away. Could it be this was the benefit of having perfected the basic fist technique and basic footwork? Learning by analogy, mastering one technique leads to mastery of all? If that's the case, then the sea-level raging wind spearmanship might not be that difficult after all? He immediately opened the VR instructional video for raging wind spearmanship and began to observe carefully. An hour later, Lin Chen closed the video, drenched in sweat, and sighed deeply, decisively giving up. No way. Raging wind spearmanship was more than 10 times more complex than swift wind spearmanship, with 36 variations of techniques, intricately linked, requiring extremely high coordination and control over spiritual energy. In his current state, let alone mastering it, he could barely imitate the first move without stumbling. Looks like I was overthinking it. Lin Chen shook his head with a wry smile. I should just focus on building a solid foundation first. Lin Yuechan was right, swift wind spearmanship existed to practice the raise spear and thrust for raging wind spearmanship. Since that's the case, he should level up swift wind spearmanship to the max first. Maybe by then, it will be like today, where I can grasp the essence of the storm gun technique in an instant. With this thought, Lin Chen no longer hesitated, immediately calming his mind and opening the system panel. Swift wind gun technique. Beginner, unlocked. He still had 3 permission points. System, use permission points to unlock. Ding. Consumed 1 permission point, swift wind gun technique has been unlocked. In an instant, a pure understanding of swift wind thrust surged into his mind like a flood breaking through a dam, perfectly merging with his spirit, vitality, and even every cell in his body. He didn't even need to think deliberately, his body instinctively mastered the core technique of this gun style. Swift wind gun technique, level 1, 0/10. Looking at this incredibly familiar progress bar, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. As the most basic D-level martial skill, it only required 10 points of progress to level up from 1 to 2. Level 10 is perfection. Begin. He stood in the center of the training ground. The alloy spear in his hand seemed to transform into an extension of his arm. Raise the spear. Thrust. Swift wind gun technique, level 1, 1/10. Raise the spear. Thrust. Swift wind gun technique, level 1, 2/10. He was completely immersed in this simple and repetitive training. He didn't need to think about whether his movements were standard, nor did he need to get caught up in the details of exertion. He just needed to perform this action completely over and over again. As long as he executed the action, regardless of its standard, the progress bar would increase. After 30 seconds. Ding. Swift wind gun technique level increased. Current. Level 2, 0/20, after 1 minute. Ding. Swift wind gun technique level increased. Current level 3, 0/30. After 1 hour. When Lin Chen thrust the spear again, that familiar system prompt finally rang in his mind. Ding. Swift wind gun technique level increased. Current level 10, max. In that moment, Lin Chen felt a thunderous sound in his mind. The little figure that had been practicing martial skills in his spiritual world also held a spear in its hand. It practiced swift wind thrust over and over again. Each time it raised the spear, it was as fast as lightning. Each thrust was earth-shattering. All the mysteries and essence of this gun technique, at that moment, merged into the depths of his soul, transforming into his innate instinct. Lin Chen stood with the spear, exhaling a long breath. He could clearly feel that his body had undergone a subtle yet profound transformation in just this short hour. He immediately checked the system panel. Host, Lin Chen genetic. Potential, 16% physical strength, 150 plus mental strength, 150 plus spiritual energy, 123 plus martial techniques, set 128 radio calisthenics level 10. Max, mixed Yuan Qigong level 5, 0/500, 8 treasures gone level 5, 5 out of 100, basic fist technique level 10, max, basic footwork level 10. Max, swift wind gun technique level 10, max, martial will, fiery rapid level 1, 552/1000, partner, by Mushi, favorability 85, offspring, 10, in. Gestation, permission points, 2 genetic potential increased by 0.1%. All basic attributes also showed significant growth. What surprised him even more was that the progress bar for martial will, fiery rapid, had also increased so much. Indeed. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. Practicing martial skills can also promote the growth of martial will. He once again turned his gaze to the dusty sea-level martial skill, storm gun technique. This time, he did not hesitate at all and directly opened the VR teaching video. When the instructor's figure appeared again, beginning to demonstrate
The 36 complex variations of the gun technique, the world in Lin Chen's eyes had already changed completely. With the perfected level of the swift wind gun technique, Lin Chen could easily see through all the variations related to thrusting in the furious wind gun technique. However, when the instructor in the video began to demonstrate some more complex skills, Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Besides thrusting, the furious wind gun technique also contained a large number of whipping and shaking techniques. The gun in his hand seemed to come alive, sometimes darting out like a cunning snake, with tricky angles. At other times, it swayed like willows in a storm, casting numerous shadows. These techniques were entirely different from what he had learned before, leaving him dazzled. Moreover, to complement these complex gun techniques, the instructor's footwork became even more exquisite. Although he could see it, many of the subtle changes in force application techniques still left Lin Chen baffled, completely unable to comprehend them. Should he spend time here forcing himself to learn the basics? Lin Chen thought for a moment and quickly dismissed the idea. No, it would be too much of a waste of time. His greatest advantage was his ability to quickly master the techniques after getting the basics down. If he wasted a lot of time on the entry stage, it would be akin to losing sight of the main goal. Just then, his terminal rang. It was a call from Baimushi. Lin Chen quickly answered. Hubby. On the other end of the light screen, Baimushi's gentle voice carried a hint of worry. Lin Chen glanced at the clock in the training room and realized it was already 2 in the morning without him noticing. His heart warmed, and he softly said, I'm training in the training room, just starting to feel it, want to practice a bit longer. You should go to sleep, no need to wait for me. Just don't tire yourself out too much, take care of your health. Baimushi sweetly reminded him a few times before reluctantly hanging up the call. After hanging up, Lin Chen's emotions gradually calmed down. Since he couldn't make progress with the furious wind gun technique for now, there was no need to force it. He decided to practice the 8 treasures skill here until the next morning when Lin Yuechan would come. By then, he could ask her if there were any simplified D-level martial techniques similar to the swift wind gun technique for the whipping and shaking parts of the furious wind gun technique. If there were, then the problem would be easily solved. With this determination, Lin Chen put away the long gun, sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground, and began his practice of the 8 treasures skill. The night passed without incident. Lin Chen was completely immersed in the practice of the 8 treasures skill, tirelessly circulating his vital energy and honing his muscles and bones. With the enhancement of the martial will, fiery, rapid, he found that his efficiency in practicing the 8 treasures skill had significantly improved. As the vital energy circulated, it seemed to carry a hint of scorching heat, making the honing effect even more pronounced than before. When the training room's intelligence system prompted, it is now 9 a.m., Lin Chen slowly concluded his practice and awakened from his meditative state. He stood up, stretched his muscles, and felt an explosive power coursing through him, his spirit more vibrant than ever. Almost at the same moment he stood up, the door to the training room slid open with a whoosh. Lin Yuechan's figure appeared at the door right on time. She was still in her sharp black combat uniform, and upon seeing Lin Chen's radiant appearance, a trace of barely noticeable surprise flickered in her cool eyes. Lin Yuechan's first reaction was, could it be that what she said last night had led this young man to develop some unnecessary misunderstanding? Good morning, teacher, Lin Chen greeted respectfully. Lin Yuechan nodded, walked into the training room, casually glanced around, and asked, how's the practice going? I've almost mastered the swift wind gun technique, Lin Chen replied, then expressed the issues he encountered, but I still don't quite understand the whipping and shaking parts of the furious wind gun technique, along with the accompanying footwork. So I want to ask the teacher, are there any D-level simplified martial techniques like swift wind spear technique specifically designed for building a foundation in these 2 parts? Lin Yuechan was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then a helpless expression appeared on her face. You little rascal. She shook her head in resignation. In martial arts training, there are no shortcuts to take. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's face showed a hint of disappointment. It seemed he had been too optimistic. However, Lin Yuechan changed her tone and said, but the furious wind spear technique is widely circulated in the Imperial Army and has a large audience. To help new recruits quickly master it, the martial arts instructors in the military have indeed summarized and developed some targeted basic training techniques over the long years. Soon, she found the corresponding martial technique. Information. Here it is. For shaking spear, there is a D-level basic martial technique called vibrating spear formula, which specifically practices transmitting power to the spear tip through high-frequency vibrations, creating penetration and shock effects. And for footwork, there is another one called spinning spear dance. This martial technique is more like a basic body movement training, teaching you how to Use the strength of your waist, abdomen, and legs to drive the long spear in wide-ranging spins, blocks, and sweeps.
For now, these 2D level
martial techniques are related to Furious Wind Spear technique.
Oh, and there's also basic spear technique.
Just then, the door of the training room slid open again, and a tall, beautiful girl with a cool demeanor walked in.
Upon seeing Lin Chen in the training room, a hint of confusion
appeared on her delicate face, but she quickly regained her composure, silently walked to the side, and began warming up, clearly not wanting
to interrupt the conversation between Lin Yuechan and Lin Chen.
Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly said to Lin Yuechan, "Then I won't disturb you from
your class, I'll take my leave now."
He politely nodded at the girl as a greeting and quickly walked out of the training room.
Back in the dormitory, Bai Mushi was sitting on the sofa.
Upon seeing him return, a worried expression immediately appeared on her face.
"Honey, how was your training?"
Lin Chen smiled as he walked over, wrapped her in his arms, and recounted the training process from last night, as well as what he had
asked Lin Yuechan about in the morning.
When she heard that Lin Chen had found 2 more D-level simplified martial techniques, Bai Mushi couldn't
help but furrow her brows and said worriedly, "Honey, can you handle so many martial techniques?
Won't it be too chaotic and affect your training
progress?"
In her view, training in so many different martial techniques at the same time would require a massive amount of time and energy just to get started, which would be completely counterproductive. Lin Chen looked at her worried little face and couldn't help but pinch her nose,
confidently smiling. "You underestimate me too much.
Just take that swift wind spear technique for example, the instructor in the video doesn't
even perform it as well as I do."
Bai Mushi couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. She looked at Lin Chen, her eyes seemingly saying,
"Keep dreaming."
The instructors in the official teaching videos are masters who have immersed themselves in this martial technique for decades and have already reached a superb level. Lin Chen had only practiced for 1 night, how could he possibly be better than them?
Lin Chen, seeing her disbelieving gaze, smiled and said, "You don't believe me? I'll teach you right now." "What are you teaching here?"
Bai Mushi chuckled and pushed him slightly. "Besides, your training is more important, so don't waste time on me."
"All right then." Lin Chen nodded, thinking about when to
give Bai Mushi a lesson to show her his prowess. Lin Chen had stayed up all night, although he was still mentally excited. A hint of drowsiness crept
into his body.
He took a bottle of Jianbaoli C3 nutritional liquid from his storage space and drank it in one go. A pure energy spread in his abdomen, quickly replenishing his body's consumption and dispelling that bit of fatigue. Then, he sat cross-legged again, activating the Hunyuan Yikagon, using cultivation to replace rest.
10 hours later, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes from deep meditation, a strong sense of hunger stirring in his stomach.
Bai Mushi had already prepared a sumptuous meal for him. After devouring it ravenously, he still felt unsatisfied and downed a bottle of nutritional liquid. He opened his personal terminal and glanced at the date. The screen clearly displayed September 26.
Only 5 days remained until the entrance exam on October 1st. Time was becoming increasingly urgent.
In the early hours, Lin Chen arrived once more at the
familiar room 2202.
Just as he reached the door, he happened to see Lin Yuechan and Qin Xiaoxiao walking out one after the other.
Upon seeing
him, Lin Yuechan casually waved her hand and said, "The door's not closed, you can go in yourself." Then, she turned to Qin Xiaoxiao beside her and said, "It's empty here at night, if you need extra practice, you can come over and use it for free."
Qin Xiaoxiao replied coolly, "Thank you, teacher." Lin Chen nodded slightly to the two of them and walked into the empty training room. He wasted no time and immediately began his introductory
attempts at the basic spear techniques, shocking spear technique, and spinning spear dance. However, 4 hours later, Lin Chen helplessly set down the long spear in his hand. None of these 3 martial arts were like swift wind spear technique, which allowed him to grasp the
essence instantly.
Each had its unique power application techniques and body movement requirements, and mastering them required a significant
amount of time for comprehension and practice. It seems there's no hope of grinding out a new martial art before the entrance exam. Lin Chen shook
his head, having made a decision in his heart. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste the remaining 5 days on learning a new martial art. It would be better to concentrate all his energy on leveling up Hunyuan Yikagon and 8 treasure skill. He decided to return to the student dormitory right away. After all, the concentration of spiritual energy in the dormitory was much higher than in this ordinary training room, making the efficiency of internal cultivation greater. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen left room 2202. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Qin Xiaoxiao walking over. Upon seeing Lin Chen come out, she merely glanced at him indifferently before looking away.
Lin Chen just nodded slightly in acknowledgement and left on his own.
The next morning, Lin Chen did not cultivate but instead returned to the Reproductive Management Center.
This was the second of the 12 projects. An hour later, he walked out feeling refreshed. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched, and conception is complete. Reward: randomly unlock cultivation permissions. No unlocked cultivation methods, gained 1 permission point. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched, and conception is complete. Reward: randomly unlock cultivation permissions. No unlocked cultivation methods, gained 1 permission point. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched, and conception is complete. Reward: randomly unlock cultivation permissions. No unlocked cultivation methods, gained 1 permission point. Another 3 pregnancies. 3 permission points in hand. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just then, his terminal rang. It was a call from Yu Xinhai, the head of the Yu family. Mr. Lin. Thank you so much. On the other end of the screen, Yu Xinhai's face was filled with eager smiles. I just received notice from the hospital. It was successful. Your genetic data is truly outstanding. Our Yu family is immensely grateful. Lin Chen politely exchanged a few words. However, Yu Xinhai shifted the topic and tentatively asked, Mr. Lin, I wonder if we still have the opportunity to continue our cooperation? Continue cooperation? Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled. Yu Xinhai quickly explained, Mr. Lin, you may not know. Our Yu family still has 3 eligible women who need to conceive. We were wondering, could we use a more direct approach? He paused. Mr. Lin. Rest assured, as long as you are willing, I can give you this money directly. 1 million. What do you think? 1 million. A direct approach? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Are you testing the old cadre with this? Lin Chen almost instinctively agreed. But a moment of rationality forced him to suppress that impulse. He knew very well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. And there are no pies that fall from the sky so easily. There must be something behind this that he didn't know. Until he thoroughly understood, he absolutely could not agree easily. Moreover, with the school entrance exam approaching, that was the most pressing matter at hand. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen said, Head of the Yu family, thank you for your kindness. However, the entrance exam is just around the corner, and I need to focus on my studies. Let's discuss this matter after the exam. Upon hearing this, Yu Xinhai not only showed no disappointment but became even more enthusiastic. Yes. The exam is important. Then I won't disturb Mr. Lin. I wish you excellent results in the entrance exam in advance, making a remarkable impression. Lin Chen returned to his dormitory, temporarily putting aside the matters of the Yu family, and once again immersed himself in the race against time to cultivate. Another 10 hours passed without sleep. Lin Chen was so hungry that he felt dizzy, rushing to the dining table and devouring his food. To the point where his stomach was slightly bulging, yet he still felt empty inside. Helpless, he took out a bottle of nutrient solution and gulped it down. 2 bottles a day, 13,000. If it weren't for taking on 12 fertility projects, he really couldn't afford it. Lin Chen felt once again the financial strain of cultivation. This era, truly, is getting harder and harder. Sitting across from him, Bai Mushi frowned slightly. After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke softly, Hubby, from now on, let's not go to the fertility management center anymore. Okay? Why not? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. The fertility management center was his most important way to enhance his strength. Bai Mushi only had 1 belly. If they wanted to have more babies, they relied on the fertility management center. How could they just say they wouldn't go? Bai Mushi sighed, opened her personal terminal, and pulled up a recently popped up headline news from the galaxy. You can see for yourself. She pushed the screen in front of Lin Chen and said softly, the situation with Hahawa is now known throughout the entire Taurus constellation. Hahawa? Lin Chen looked on in confusion. The shocking headline read, The War God Falls, Bloodline Conflicts. Hahawa enters succession chaos. The news detailed how, after the fall of the war god Zhongqing, the owner of the Hahawa group, which dominated the Taurus constellation, his vast inheritance and sphere of influence immediately ignited an unprecedented storm over succession rights. Because, aside from the legitimate son born to his officially married wife, there emerged a total of 30 young men from the Hahawa group's 0571 star system, all claiming to be the illegitimate sons of the war god Zhongqing. They held undeniable genetic identification reports issued by imperial authorities, forcefully demanding a share of the war god's inheritance. The latest news just said that the impact is too severe, and the imperial officials are going to investigate this incident thoroughly. Bai Mushi's voice carried a hint of fear. I heard that these 30 illegitimate sons were all born after the war god Zhong Qing went to the fertility management center during his martial artist phase. Lin Chen stared in shock. Huh? It can be operated like this? Isn't this official entrapment? Children from the Fertility Management Center can still fight for inheritance rights. Isn't that ridiculous? Bye. Mushi shook her head and said, no, someone in the know leaked that when the war god Zhongqing went to the Fertility Management Center back in the day, he might have been tempted and accepted some private deals from certain families. Then, Mushi looked at the comments from netizens on the terminal and continued, private deals mean there are many hidden agendas. Private deals? Lin Chen immediately thought of the call he received today from the head of the Yu family. This old deng, could it be that he had similar intentions? However, Lin Chen quickly realized that the head of the Yu family probably wouldn't think that far ahead. The reason why the incident with the war god Zhongqing had blown up so much was that he had unexpectedly fallen. If he were still alive, dominating the entire Taurus constellation, who would dare to step forward to fight for the inheritance? Those so-called illegitimate children probably wouldn't even qualify to get close to the Hahava group. The true goal of the head of the Yu family likely wasn't about the division of inheritance hundreds of years later, but rather about now. Private deals imply deeper connections. Once a shared bloodline is established, as a father, if he were to achieve something in the future, how could he possibly ignore the bloodline that has fallen outside? A slight helping hand for a strong person might just be a trivial matter. But for a declining family, it could be a life-changing favor. Spending $1 million or $2 to gamble on one's future is an incredibly worthwhile investment. This, perhaps, is the true intention of the head of the Yu family. Understanding this, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief. Others might worry about being entangled in the consequences of these declining families. But for him, this was not a problem at all. His system was fundamentally about more children, more blessings. Children were the key to his strength. As for whether he would fall in the future, whether the family would split, or whether the inheritance would be snatched away. If I'm dead, why should I care about the floodwaters? Just then, a notification popped up on Lin Chen's terminal. Dear esteemed guest, the limited-time sale of the B-level dual cultivation technique Xiansu Heart Sutra you are interested in will end in 1 hour. Lin Chen glanced at it, no longer hesitating. Buy. He directly chose the installment payment option. 1 million credit points, 10 years interest-free, with monthly payments of less than 10,000. With his current earning ability, he could easily afford it. Ding. Purchase successful. A complete set of Xiansu Heart Sutra cultivation materials was instantly downloaded to his personal terminal. Having sorted this out, Lin Chen was in a great mood and smiled at Mushi, saying, oh, I won't be like the war god Zhongqing. Besides, all those troubles happened after he fell. I'm just a small martial artist, I can't compare to him. Mushi quietly looked at him, her eyes filled with affection. Husband, she said softly, in my eyes, your future achievements will definitely not be lower than that of the war god Zhongqing. Lin Chen grinned, I love hearing that, say more. As he spoke, he stretched out his long arms and directly picked up Mushi around the waist. Ah! Mushi exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheeks instantly flushed. Husband, aren't you going to cultivate? Lin Chen, holding her, strode toward the bedroom, chuckling, even while cultivating, one needs to relax a bit. I just bought the Xiansu Heart Sutra, so it's perfect to discuss and learn from each other. Really, really? Mushi's face turned even redder, her voice as soft as a mosquito, burying her head in his chest, not daring to look at him. Of course it's true. Lin Chen lowered his head and whispered in her ear, his warm breath making her ears tingle. Let's start now. The following content, 5-9 seconds. Husband. I can't do it anymore. Mushi's voice carried a hint of a sob, her body soft like a puddle of spring water, unable to maintain her seated position. The energy within her had completely lost control, like a frightened deer, crashing around in her meridians. Don't! Lin Chen exclaimed, trying to stabilize the flow of energy. However, it was too late. With Mushi's surrender, the energy cycle they had painstakingly established collapsed in an instant. Lin Chen felt a chaotic energy surge back, a tightness in his chest, and the primordial unity chi within him spilled out, dissipating without a trace. The technique had failed. Ultimately, it was still his inadequacy, he couldn't effectively guide the energy cycle between them. Lin Chen sighed and glanced at the system panel. Xiansu Heart Sutra, not yet initiated. As expected, he had not initiated it. He looked at Mushi, who was sprawled on the bed, gasping for breath, her cheeks flushed, and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that cultivating this Xiansu Heart Sutra was far more complex than he had imagined. This technique required the primary practitioner to guide and dominate, achieving a high degree of synchronization and harmony in spirit, will, and even physical rhythm between both parties. And right now, Lin Chen was unable to do that. Mushi was now drenched in fragrant sweat, her body weak, clearly needing a good rest, and it was impossible to attempt again in a short time. Lin Chen could only shake his head, gently cover her with a blanket, and then walked out of the bedroom. Meanwhile, lying on the bed, Mushi felt the lingering sensations deep within her body, her heart a mix of shyness and regret. She felt she had once again held her husband back, unable to help him. The unease brought on by the gap in their abilities quietly crept back into her heart. Stepping out of the bedroom, Lin Chen sat cross-legged and began to circulate the primordial unity chi technique. After one complete cycle, he finally calmed the restless energy and blood from earlier. At that moment, the terminal emitted a soft ding, receiving a notification from the official Galaxy Martial Arts University. He opened it to find details about the upcoming entrance assessment. On the screen, the specific rules and rewards were listed: Galaxy Martial Arts University, Taurus 0755 Star System Branch, New Student Entrance Exam Rules Competition Format, One-on-One Combat Duels. Competition. Location is school small training arenas numbered 1 to 1000. Competition system or this exam is divided into 2 phases. Phase 1, Points Round. Robin Basic Points, each new student will receive corresponding basic points based on the genetic potential value recorded by the system at registration. For example, a genetic potential of 12% will earn 12 basic points. Matchmaking, the system will randomly match each new student with 15 opponents. Scoring rules: inflicting serious injury on an opponent or their surrender earns 1 point, being seriously injured or surrendering results in a loss of 1 point. If both are seriously injured, 0 points are awarded. Time limit: all new students must complete all 15 matches within 3 days after the start of school. Phase 2, Elimination Round Qualification. After Phase 1, the top 200 new students based on total points will qualify for Phase 2. Elimination rules: an elimination system will be used until the final rankings are determined. Competition rewards. 1. The top 1000 in the overall ranking of this exam will receive a one-time reward of 100 credits. 2. Of the top 100 in the overall ranking will receive, in addition to credit rewards, an additional qualification to select a technique from the A-Class Technique Library. The copyright fee for the technique must be borne by the individual. 3. Of the top 10 in the overall ranking will receive, in addition to the above rewards, a body refining elixir provided by the school's Alchemy Institute. Lin Chen carefully read each rule, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. This competition format is quite interesting. The base score is directly linked to genetic potential, which from the very beginning divides everyone into different tiers. Students with high genetic potential inherently possess a significant advantage. Not only do they have high base scores, but their overall strength is also generally stronger, making it almost a guaranteed win when facing students with lower genetic potential. Winning a match earns 1 point, losing a match loses 1 point. Lin Chen murmured to himself. To stand out in the points competition and enter the top 200, one not only needs strong abilities to ensure victory in most matches but also requires a sufficiently high starting point, namely, a high genetic potential. It seems this is not just a contest of strength, but also a contest of talent and foundation, Lin Chen realized. The school, through this method, laid bare a harsh reality to all new students on the first day of school. In this world where martial arts reigns supreme, talent determines your starting line from the very beginning. His current genetic potential is 16%, which should be considered relatively high among nearly 10,000 new students. Entering the top 1,000 and obtaining that reward of 100 credits should not be a big problem. Wait a minute. When Lin Chen's gaze fell back on the phrase based on the genetic potential value recorded by the system at registration, corresponding base points will be awarded, his heart sank. At registration, he clearly remembered that when he first enrolled, the genetic potential value on his system file was 10.3%. In other words, his base score is only 10 points. 10 points. Lin Chen's breath momentarily halted, and his expression turned somewhat grim. Damn it! Lin Chen suddenly felt a deep malice. Why wasn't it based on the genetic potential before the competition? Who designed this rule? It's really pointless. Lin Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and continue reading. At the end of the rules, there was a note in small print. Note 1. The school is not responsible for any injuries that occurred during the competition. All candidates must bear the responsibility themselves. It is recommended to prepare relevant personal accident insurance. If not purchased, candidates can choose the freshman worry-free insurance provided by this exam sponsor, Terra Pingan Insurance. 2. During the competition, all candidates must use standardized alloy weapons provided by the school. Options include knives, guns, swords, sticks, etc. The use of any personal weapons is prohibited. 3. Protective gear and potions must be self-provided and are allowed for use during the competition. After reading these notes, Lin Chen's expression grew even more serious. The uniformity of weapons is relatively fair. However, the requirement for self-provided protective gear and potions blatantly pits financial backgrounds against each other. Those aristocratic heirs probably wear custom-made high-grade combat suits with pockets full of precious potions that can instantly restore physical and spiritual energy. And what about him? Aside from the combat suit he bought before the entrance exam, he has nothing. It seems that getting a good ranking in this entrance exam will be difficult. Lin Chen rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. However, he quickly cast aside these negative emotions. So what if it's difficult? The path of martial arts is about rowing against the current, facing challenges head-on. It's just a base score of 10 points, right? It's just that he doesn't have high-grade protective gear and potions, right? But I have the system. If it doesn't work this time, next time, I'll just have 10 or 8 more. If that doesn't work, I'll have 100, 200, 1,000. Lin Chen immediately picked up his terminal and sent a message to Lin Yuechan, hoping to consult her about some questions regarding the exam rules. Lin Yuechan's reply came quickly. Lin Yuechan, 3 a.m., room 2202. But this time there's only half an hour, the exam rules are out, and there are too many new students coming to consult me. At 2:50 a.m., Lin Chen had already arrived early at the door of room 2202, waiting. 10 minutes later, the door slid open on time, and Qin Xiaoxiao's figure walked out from inside. She saw Lin Chen, merely nodded coldly, and then walked straight away. Lin Chen entered the training room and saw Lin Yuechan standing in the center of the arena, her expression slightly weary. Teacher. Whom? Lin Yuechan nodded and got straight to the point, asking, what is your genetic potential? Lin Chen smiled wryly and said, Teacher, the base score for this exam is based on the system record at the time of registration, right? At that time, it was 10.3%. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan simply nodded calmly. For a grassroots genius, having a genetic potential of 10.3% upon enrollment was already quite good. However, from her current perspective, Lin Chen's genetic potential had likely reached around 15% now. This is what genius is. In just a month, it skyrocketed from 10% to 15%. But not having learned any good cultivation techniques during adolescence, a gradual accumulation of strength is also quite normal. Lin Yuechan pondered for a moment and began to analyze for Lin Chen. In the past 5 years, the average genetic potential of new students in our branch school has been around 11% to 12%, and this number has been increasing every year. It's possible that this year it could rise to 13%, which means an average base score of 13 points. According to past data, in the first stage of the points competition, a total score of around 15 points can stabilize entry into the top 1,000. This means that a student with an average base score only needs to achieve a win rate of 60% in 15 matches, winning 9 and losing 6, to secure a net win of 3 points. Which is basically guaranteed. She paused, her gaze landing on Lin Chen, but your situation is different, your base score is only 10 points. To reach the 15-point line, you need to secure a net win of 5 points. Converted, that means you need to win at least 10 matches and lose 5. The difficulty level increases significantly. However, she shifted her tone, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes, with your current strength, it's not impossible to achieve. Hearing Lin Yuechan's words, Lin Chen's previously anxious heart felt much more at ease. He then inquired about insurance, combat suits, and potions. Lin Yuechan shook her head and said, combat suits have no upper limit. But in reality, for you 1-star warriors, genetic potential 10% to 19%, even a top-tier combat suit worth 10 million is merely at a civilian level. In practical use, it might only be about 10% better than a 1 million level suit. Even wearing a 100,000 level combat suit wouldn't be a big issue, the difference isn't as significant as you imagine. Potions follow a similar principle. These items are more of a safeguard rather than the key to victory. If you encounter an opponent who relies on equipment and potions, if you can't win, just surrender, there's no need to force a fight. However, her tone became particularly serious. Insurance is a must. The entrance exam is a life and death battle. If you get seriously injured and don't have the money for timely treatment, the consequences are unimaginable, it can really lead to death. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Alright, time's up. Lin Yuechan glanced at the time, prepare well. Oh, and good luck. Lin Chen looked at Lin Yuechan's playful demeanor, then glanced at her curvaceous figure, and felt an inexplicable stir in his heart. He asked impulsively, Teacher Yuechan, if I can enter the top 1,000. Do you have any rewards for me?
Lin Yuechan looked at him with a half-smile, the corners of her mouth curling into a playful arc. You dare to ask for a reward for being in the top 1,000? Come back to me when you can make it into the top 100, little boy. Lin Chen walked out of the training room, instinctively touching his nose, feeling his cheeks a bit flushed. Teased again, he thought to himself, when can I turn the tables? Extraordinary warriors. They are beings with over 100% genetic potential, and here I am, only at 16%. Well, that distance is indeed still very far. He shook his head and bumped into a tall girl who was about to walk in. She was also wearing a combat suit, but her style was extremely eye-catching. Smooth lines, a material full of technological feel, and the striking starlight pattern at her waist. Lin Chen's gaze swept over casually and immediately recognized it. It was one of the most famous civilian combat suit brands in the Empire, the latest advertisement model from Star Edge, the Starfall series. The official price was 9,999,900 credit points. This was one of the representatives of the 10 million combat suits that Lin Yuechan had mentioned. A rich lady. Back in the dormitory, Lin Chen shared Lin Yuechan's analysis and his need to purchase equipment and potions with Bai Mushi. Combat suits, potions, insurance. Bai Mushi listened seriously, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes filled with concern. Honey, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's okay if you don't do well this time, we can take it slow. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, holding her hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Bai Mushi took a deep breath, her gaze becoming incredibly firm. She looked at Lin Chen and said word by word, honey, if we're going to buy, let's buy the best. Since we can't afford the 10 million ones right now, let's get the 1 million ones. If we don't have enough money, I'll think of a way. She had made up her mind, even if she had to farm coins from her in-laws again, she would definitely get her husband the best equipment. Also, Bai Mushi continued, the potions we bought during the enrollment exam were just the basics, now we need to upgrade. The hemostatic, stamina recovery, and energy replenishment potions, all the best. Looking at her resolute expression, Lin Chen felt a warm current surge in his heart. He knew he couldn't let down this heavy trust and support. Okay. Lin Chen looked at Bai Mushi's determined expression and couldn't help but smile, gently pinching her nose and saying softly, no need to farm your in-laws' coins, it's not easy for them to save money either. Did you forget? I have projects, so there's no need to worry about money. Upon hearing the word projects, Bai Mushi's cheeks flushed and she glared at him playfully. I was thinking of saving that money. In the future, let's not do those projects anymore. Alright. Lin Chen repeatedly agreed. But inwardly, he was secretly muttering, how is that possible? The reproductive data must be spread, even the King of Heaven can't stop it. That's what I say. After calming Bai Mushi down, Lin Chen opened one of the most famous and reputable online malls in the Empire, Starry Mall. He quickly found the Starfall series combat suit he had just seen. Definitely can't afford the 10 million. Let's look at the lower tier, Starlight series. However, after clicking on the detailed performance parameters and user reviews, he frowned slightly. Design over practicality, serious markup, the cost-performance ratio is just average. Change it. He quickly found one of the most famous local brands in Taurus, Star Rice Heavy Industry. This brand is known for its solid materials, strong protection, and high cost-performance ratio. At a similar price point of around 1 million, this Guardian from Star Rice Heavy Industry could even compete with some higher-end combat suits. Although its appearance seemed to combine styles from various well-known brands, leading to accusations of plagiarism, the cost-performance ratio was high. Place the order. Payment. He was once again in the potion area, selecting several well-known brands of highly effective recovery potions suitable for one-star martial artists. Order placed. Payment made. Finally, without hesitation, he purchased the new life worry-free insurance provided by Terra Peace Insurance on the insurance page. When he saw the premium, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Damn, 100,000 a year. So expensive. A series of operations flowed smoothly, and in just a few minutes, he had spent nearly 150,000 credit points. Fortunately, all of this could be paid in installments. I have to say, the efficiency of the Star Mall is extremely high. In just 2 hours, a uniformed courier delivered the first package to his door. It was the $1 million Guardian combat suit. When the package was opened, a black combat suit shimmering with a metallic dark light lay quietly inside. Unlike the futuristic, streamlined design of the Starfall series, the Guardian style leaned more towards being heavy and practical. Key areas such as the shoulders, elbows, and knees had obvious thickening treatments, and the surface was covered with a layer of fine, scale-like composite material that looked extremely sturdy. Lin Chen put on the combat suit. The close-fitting material instantly adjusted to his body shape, perfectly wrapping every inch of his explosive muscles without any sense of restriction, allowing him to move freely. How do I look? He walked in front of Baimushi and spun around. So handsome. Baimushi's eyes lit up instantly, generously praising him. Lin Chen, wearing this black combat suit, had lost some of his usual gentleness and gained a bit of sharpness and coldness, exuding a powerful aura that was reassuring. Just then, the doorbell rang. Again. The potions and insurance contract were also delivered one after another. After preparing everything, Lin Chen glanced at the time. Only 3 days remained until the entrance exam. He didn't waste another second and immediately began his final sprint in seclusion. In these last 3 days, he aimed to elevate the levels of Hanyuan Yikigong and 8 treasure skill by another notch. More importantly, martial will, fiery, rapid could also be upgraded simultaneously. Time flew by in focused training. 3 days later, on October 1st, in the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window and into the room, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing briefly in his gaze. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, which formed a faint white mist in the air, lingering for a long time. After 3 days of sleepless seclusion, his strength had once again experienced a leap in growth. During these 3 days, martial will, fiery rapid, had risen from level 1 to level 2. 8 treasure skill had also increased from level 5 to level 6. Just now, when he completed the last cycle of operation, that familiar system notification finally rang in his mind. Ding! Hanyuan Yikigong level increased. Current level, 6/600. He couldn't wait to open the system panel. Host, Lin Chen genetic potential, 18% physical strength, 165 plus mental strength, 165 plus spiritual energy, 130 plus martial arts, set 128 of radio calisthenics level 10, max, Hanyuan Yikigong level 6, 0 out of 600, 8 treasure skill level 6, 0 out of 120. Basic fist technique level 10, max, basic footwork level 10, max, swift wind gun technique level 10, max, martial will, fiery rapid. Level 2, 188/2000, partner, Baimushi, favorability 85, offspring, 13, in gestation, permission points, 5 genetic potential, 18%. Looking at this number, a fierce battle intent ignited in Lin Chen's eyes. Although the base score was still a pitiful 10 points, his current strength was already worlds apart from before. Honey, you're taking the exam today, good luck. Baimushi had already prepared breakfast and a change of clothes. For him, her face adorned with a gentle and encouraging smile. Don't worry. Lin Chen gave her a confident smile, quickly finished his breakfast, and changed into the brand new Guardian combat suit. As he walked out of the dormitory building, the entire Galaxy Martial Arts University was filled with a tense yet exciting atmosphere. Countless freshmen, just like him, were pouring out from various dormitory buildings, converging into streams of people heading towards the training ground. Every face was filled with anticipation, nervousness, and a thirst for victory. Lin Chen's overall ranking was 9988, placing him at the bottom among nearly 10,000 freshmen. According to the system's matching rules, the lower the ranking, the earlier the match would start. He soon received a notification on his personal terminal for his first match. Match number, first. Match time, 8 a.m., match location, Training Ground 988. Following the map's guidance, Lin Chen arrived at Training Ground 988. It was a standard small training ground of about 500 square meters, with the ground paved with special energy-absorbing material, surrounded by a transparent energy shield. He selected a standard metal short rod from the weapon rack, flicked his wrist, and with a few clicks, the short rod instantly extended into a 2-meter-long alloy spear. Holding the spear, he stood quietly in the center of the arena, waiting for his opponent to appear. Moments later, at the other end of the training ground, a tall and proud figure slowly walked in. She wore a combat suit that sparkled like a meteor in the night sky, the smooth lines perfectly outlining her alluring figure, exuding a sense of futuristic beauty. It was the Starfall series worth millions. Lin Chen's pupils slightly constricted, momentarily stunned. His opponent was actually a neighbor he hadn't seen in a while, also the representative from Shinka Biological Group he had met at the party, Yi Qinghan. At the same time, Yi Qinghan also spotted Lin Chen in the center of the arena. Upon realizing her opponent was him, her beautiful brows instantly furrowed tightly, her clear face revealing a strong sense of disgust and disdain. How could it be this lowly race? What bad luck! She felt a wave of irritation, wanting to quickly finish this boring match. Just looking at him for another second felt like her eyes were being polluted. On the holographic screen above the training ground, their profiles were clearly displayed. Lin Chen, overall ranking 9988, genetic potential 10.3%, basic points 10, Yi Qinghan. Overall ranking 9987, genetic potential 10.3%, basic points 10, at the same time, within Galaxy Martial Arts University, 1000 small training
grounds began their 1v1 duels simultaneously.
On the top 10 live streaming platforms of the 0755 star system, the official Galaxy Martial Arts
University opened 1,000 live rooms in an instant.
Everyone could freely choose to watch any match through their terminals.
However, the vast majority of people's attention was focused on training grounds 1 to 10. There, the top-ranked freshmen showcased their skills, a true battle of dragons and tigers.
As for training ground 988, with its lower ranking, the live room was sparsely populated, with only a few people, mostly friends and family of both sides. In the student dormitory, Bai Mushi sat cross-legged on the sofa, dialing her father Bai Jinfeng's phone. She didn't watch the popular matches but projected the terminal onto the wall, displaying the real-time footage of training ground 988. Dad, hurry. Turn on the live stream, look at training ground 988, my husband is about to compete. From the other end of the screen, Bai Jinfeng's laughter came through. Mushi, our whole family has been watching.
Your uncle is here too. The scene switched, revealing Bai Jinfeng, Bai's mother, Bai
Jinyun, and her younger siblings, all gathered in front of the living room screen. Bai Mushi couldn't help but smile as well. She looked at the familiar figure holding a long spear, standing tall on the light screen, silently cheering him on in her heart.
Hubby, you must be tough.
Meanwhile, in a vast and luxurious mansion in Tantai City, a group of people was gathered in front of a giant 300-inch LCD screen in a magnificently decorated hall, which was also broadcasting the match
live. Is there even a need to fight? Miss Nine will definitely crush him.
This guy named Lin Chen is so unlucky, facing our Miss Nine in the first match. Exactly, but being able to witness Miss Nine's prowess in person is already a stroke of luck for him.
A few servants standing behind the sofa were smiling broadly, trying to curry favor. On the main sofa sat 3 men and 3 women.
The 3 middle-aged men bore a resemblance to each other, clearly 3 brothers.
The women beside them were all elegant and dignified.
A middle-aged man sitting on the side sofa looked at the man in the center, who exuded the most composure, and asked with a smile, eldest brother, Miss Nine's genetic potential should be at 13% now, right? The man referred to as the eldest brother was Yi Tianxiong, the father
of Yi Qinghan.
He nodded calmly, but his tone carried a hint of barely perceptible sternness. She still can't endure hardship. If she had put in the effort, she would have at least 15% by now. The third brother laughed and tried to smooth things over. Eldest brother, you're being too strict. An increase of 3% in genetic potential in a month is already impressive. At this rate, she could graduate from the Galactic Martial Arts University in 3 years. Miss Nine is fortunate to be in a good era, able to use the latest gene editing technology. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong merely shook his head, a complex expression flashing in his eyes as he sighed. What latest technology? It's just the scraps discarded from the main star. You haven't been to the main star, so you don't know how terrifying the competition is there. Those truly top-tier families start optimizing and cultivating their children's genes from birth. They can become formal martial artists at 8 and break through to the extraordinary at 10. Our 0755 star system's industrial foundation is still too weak. We can't compare to the main star. Take it slow, the third brother comforted. If our generation can't do it, there's still the next. If Miss Nine can use this now, who knows, by the time little 19 grows up, our star system's technology might catch up, and they could also break through at 10. Amidst their laughter, the future elites of the family never truly regarded the opponent named Lin Chen on the screen. In the training arena, Yi Qinghan's gaze towards Lin Chen was as cold as frost. She drew a standard alloy long knife from the weapon rack. Her only thought now was to eliminate this disgusting man in front of her the moment the match began. Being poor was one thing, but to shamelessly sell his reproductive data was simply disgraceful for the Galactic Martial Arts University. In her eyes, this kind of bottom-tier trash didn't deserve to enter the Galactic Martial Arts University, let alone be her neighbor. As the countdown above the training arena reached 0, a clear bell rang out across the venue. The match began. Yi Qinghan moved. Her figure seemed to transform into a flash of lightning. With no unnecessary movements, she lightly tapped her toes on the ground and instantly crossed several dozen meters, appearing in front of Lin Chen. The alloy long knife in her hand drew a cold arc, aiming straight for Lin Chen's throat. The speed was astonishing, and the angle was so tricky that it was completely unlike a move a freshman could execute. This was precisely the B-level sword technique, Swift Wind Thunder Slash, that she had spent a fortune to learn from a renowned master and had just reached the proficient level. In her view, this strike was destined to succeed. However, just as her Determined strike was about to cleave towards Lin Chen, her pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpoints, her entire body seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell.
Time, at that moment,
appeared to slow down countless times. She could clearly feel a cold and sharp sensation emanating from her chest.
Slowly, with great difficulty, she lowered her head.
A silver gun tip, glimmering with a cold light, had silently pierced through her $1,000,000 falling star combat suit, emerging from her chest, and the tip was not even stained with a drop of blood.
When did this shot happen? When? Did he move? Why, did I not see anything?
Countless questions surged in her mind like a tide, but she couldn't utter a single word.
Intense pain and a feeling of suffocation instantly engulfed her
entire body, causing her vision to darken and her consciousness to blur rapidly. In the next second, a flash of white light appeared, and a staff member in a white medical uniform materialized beside her, swiftly and professionally supporting her and administering a stimulant. Yi Qinghan wanted to speak, to say she hadn't lost, to say this was impossible. However, the blood that surged to her throat blocked all her words, and she could only emit a few meaningless gasps. Her final awareness froze on Lin Chen's calm, even slightly indifferent face. It was as if that earth-shattering shot was nothing more than casually squashing an ant to him. At that moment, Lin Chen moved. The long gun was retracted, its body stained with blood. It dripped slowly. On the holographic screen above the training ground, bold red letters appeared: Lin Chen, victory.
In the student dormitory. He won.
Bai Mushi exclaimed, looking at the frozen image on the screen, jumping up from the sofa, waving her little fists.
Her face filled with pride and joy.
Immediately, the live broadcast screen humanely popped up an exciting replay and data analysis provided by the sponsors.
Dixie Intelligence, presenting exciting moments.
For you. The scene replayed in ultra-high-speed slow motion, clearly showing the electrifying moment. At the same time Yi Qinghan launched her attack, Lin Chen's long gun, with a terrifying speed that was almost impossible to capture by the naked eye, traced a trajectory that precisely met the charging Yi Qinghan.
There were no unnecessary movements, no flashy techniques. Just the simplest, most direct gale thrust.
At the bottom of the screen, a striking line of data was highlighted. Instant impact peak value, over 10,000 kilograms. Bai Mushi's eyes widened, startled by this number.
In Haicheng, at the Bai family villa,
Bai Xinfeng and Bai Xinyun were also watching this astonishing scene in front of the screen.
10,000 kilograms?
Bai Xinfeng looked at Bai Xinyun beside him in disbelief, his voice trembling. I
didn't see it wrong, did I?
Bai Xinyun was equally shocked, murmuring, this kid is incredible. They had once been marginal warriors emerging from the academy, at that time the peak of their life's strength.
Back then, their instant impact peak values did not exceed 2,000 kilograms. And now, Lin Chen was 5 times higher than they were back then?
Meanwhile, in the luxurious hall of the Yi family in Tantai City, there was a dead silence. The Yi family members who had just been chatting and discussing grand plans were now frozen in their seats, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the figure slowly retracting the gun and turning to leave.
Silence. A deathly stillness.
The servants were already terrified into
silence, not daring to breathe a word.
After a long while, Yi Tianxiong finally spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and low, breaking the suffocating silence.
Is this the gale gun technique?
The third brother, Yi Tianhai, swallowed hard and said, It looks like it should be. This shot is definitely the style of the gale gun technique. So insidious, to actually cultivate the furious wind gun technique to the realm of entering the hall. This shot's instantaneous explosive power exceeds 10,000 kilograms, his genetic potential is at least over 20%.
This guy is pretending to be a pig. To eat a tiger.
Sitting on the other side, the second brother Yi Tianshan shook his head and said solemnly, no, it's not just entering the hall.
With a genetic potential of 20%, there's no way he could have such a ranking.
Look at Xiao Jiao, who has only improved to 13%.
Even if I consider him exceptional, he would only reach a maximum of 16%.
In other words, with 16% genetic potential, to unleash 10,000 kilograms, the shot of his, even if not perfect, is definitely close to perfection. Yi Tianxiang nodded, his expression grim. Although his second and third brothers said nothing, they must be laughing their heads off inside. Spending nearly 50 million. Losing in the first match. Money is a small matter. This time, the embarrassment is monumental. On the other side, Lin Chen finished the match and directly walked into the lounge attached to the training ground. According to the rules, there is at least a 30-minute break between each match. He recalled the battle just now, feeling somewhat surprised. Mainly, it was that combat suit starfall worth tens of millions on Yi Qinghan that was truly intimidating, making him subconsciously think the opponent was a tough nut to crack, forcing him to go all out. The moment he shot, he didn't consider holding back.
That fiery and swift martial will burst forth without reservation. He just didn't expect the opponent to be a paper tiger, pierced through with a single shot. 10 million, it's nothing much. Lin Chen shook his head. He didn't think much more, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the Hunyuan Ichigon to recover from the consumption of that shot. The 30-minute break passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen's terminal rang again, the notification for the second match arrived. Match number, second match, match time. 8:35 a.m., match location, Training Ground 901. When Lin Chen walked into Training Ground 901, his second opponent, a burly boy who looked quite robust, was already waiting there with a knife in one hand and a shield in the other. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the boy immediately displayed a wary expression. Lin Chen, overall ranking, 9987, genetic potential, 10.3%, base points, 11, Lu Yuhao, overall ranking, 9115, genetic potential, 11.0%, base points, 12, the match begins. The bell rang. The burly boy did not charge in recklessly like Yi Qinghan but immediately took a stance, adopting a standard defensive posture, with the alloy shield protecting his front, staring intently at Lin Chen as if facing a great enemy. Lin Chen glanced at the shield in his hand, then at the knife. With a 2-meter spear against a short knife of less than 1 meter, he had a natural advantage in attack range. Even if the opponent blocked with the shield, he could quickly retract his spear, and the opponent should not have time to counterattack. It must be said that the easy victory in the first match gave Lin Chen immense confidence. He squinted, circling around his opponent, looking for a flaw. The atmosphere in the training ground suddenly became somewhat tense. Suddenly, Lin Chen moved. Without any warning, he shifted his footwork, and the long spear in his hand struck like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, carrying a scorching gust of wind, directly piercing towards the opponent's face. The burly boy's pupils constricted, his reaction was extremely quick, and he immediately raised the alloy shield in his hand, positioning it in front of him. Clang! However, the next second, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the training ground. The burly boy felt an overwhelming force crashing from the shield, numbing his hands and causing his entire arm to lose sensation. The alloy shield in his hand was actually dented deeply by the terrifying force of this shot, almost deformed. Such great power, the burly boy's face showed a look of horror. He could hardly imagine that the power of the opponent's shot could be so terrifying. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, his eyes widened in shock. At some point, the cold gun muzzle, like the scythe of death, had silently sliced through his throat. Blood gushed out in an instant. A flash of white light appeared, and the medical staff in white reappeared out of nowhere, quickly stopping the bleeding and administering emergency injections. Lin Chen, victory! The words of victory reappeared on the holographic screen. In the live broadcast room, Bai Mushi and the Bai family erupted into enthusiastic cheers once again. Meanwhile, in the 901st martial arts arena, Lin Chen slowly retracted his gun. He looked at his opponent being urgently carried away by the medical staff, his face showing no signs of emotion. This competition didn't seem that difficult, did it? Lin Chen put away his long gun and turned to leave the arena. In the student dormitory. So amazing. Hubby is incredible. Bai Mushi excitedly waved her little fists, wishing she could rush to Lin Chen and give him a big hug right away. She quickly opened the live stream replay, wanting to save the videos of the two exciting matches as a keepsake. However, when she clicked to download, the system popped up a message. Sorry, you do not have download permission. Only the participants themselves or their immediate family members have the right to download the match recordings. Seeing this, Bai Mushi immediately submitted a request for proof of family relationship in the system. Thanks to the information already being recorded during the dormitory check-in, the application was approved almost instantly. She immediately began downloading the thrilling match videos from earlier. The subsequent matches almost turned into a solo performance by Lin Chen. Whether facing opponents skilled in strong attacks, defensive tactics, or speed, they were all powerless against Lin Chen's simple, direct, yet incredibly fast shots. One shot. Another shot. Each match ended in the same way. Victory, victory, and more victories. At 11:30 a.m., when Lin Chen finished his fifth match, he had already won 5 consecutive matches, earning a net score of 5 points, bringing his total score to 15 points. This score had already reached the cutoff line for entering the top 1,000 from last year. Moreover, his overall ranking had climbed to 818th place. And he had only played 5 matches. He felt that his previous assessment of his own strength seemed completely wrong. The 5 opponents he faced in the morning were just too weak. It should be noted that the last opponent had an initial ranking of 818th. Among nearly 10,000 freshmen, that was considered above average. Yet even he was utterly powerless before Lin Chen, being taken down in a single shot. Because Lin Chen won the match, his ranking replaced that of his opponent, soaring from the initial 9,988th to 818th place. Could it be that I'm too strong? This thought involuntarily popped into Lin Chen's mind. He had expected that his base score of 10 points would lead to a tough battle. But now it seemed that was not the case at all. Was it that his mastery of the basic fist technique, basic footwork, and swift wind gun technique had brought an increase in strength that far exceeded that of ordinary freshmen? Or was it that the martial will, fiery rapid he comprehended had a power in actual combat that was even more terrifying than he had imagined? Lin Chen shook his head, casting aside these puzzling thoughts. Regardless of the reason, being strong was ultimately a good thing. He needed to maintain this momentum and keep his perfect record going. After the 5th match ended, it was already noon. Lin Chen decided to head back to the dormitory for a meal and a rest before continuing in the afternoon. On his way back, he happened to run into Qian Cohen. The fat man looked somewhat disheveled, with several obvious damages on his expensive-looking combat suit, and his face and neck were covered in bandages, clearly having gone through a tough battle. Beside him stood another man and woman, also new students, who didn't seem to be in great shape either. Brother Lin. As soon as Qian Cohen saw Lin Chen, he immediately greeted him enthusiastically. When he noticed Lin Chen's calm demeanor and his combat suit that was spotless, his eyes lit up, and he said enviously, "Brother Lin, with your condition, your results this morning must be impressive." After a whole morning of 4 matches, he had 2 wins and 2 losses, nearly dying on the training ground. Lin Chen smiled and humbly replied, "Not bad, not bad." Qian Cohen immediately turned to introduce the man and woman beside him, saying, "Let me introduce you, this is Brother Lin, Lin Chen, my neighbor, from the Lin family in Haicheng." The Lin family in Haicheng? The man and woman were slightly taken aback, then both showed polite smiles and nodded at Lin Chen. "Chen Fanyu, nice to meet you." Li Chen Yu. The elevator quickly stopped at the 281st floor, and the man and woman walked out. After the elevator doors closed, Li Qianyu quietly said to Chen Fanyu that Lin Xiao, he can't possibly have won all 5 matches, right? Look at his combat suit, it's as good as new. Chen Fanyu scoffed and disdainfully replied, "How could that be? Didn't you hear the fat guy say? He lives next to the fat guy, on the 298th floor, which is the worst batch of new students this year. I bet he got his combat suit wrecked by someone and is just putting on a brave face with a new one. Men need to save face." "I think so too." Li Qianyu nodded, looking down at her personal terminal, suddenly revealing a shocked expression. "Look! The official selection of the top 10 exciting contestants of the morning has been released." She clicked on the video, and a voice from an official female announcer in a silver-gray uniform rang out from the terminal. "Sponsored by Xingfeng Mecha. After our expert group's comprehensive evaluation, the top spot on this top 10 exciting contestants of the morning is awarded to Lin Chen from the 988th training ground. In the 5 matches this morning, Lin Chen achieved an impressive record of 5 wins, with a total time of less than 5 minutes, demonstrating what true efficiency looks like. Let's relive his astonishing shot through the highlights. Isn't that the brother Lin from earlier? Li Qianyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the familiar figure on the screen. Chen Fanyu's scoffing expression instantly froze. He watched the video of the man he had called putting on a brave face, effortlessly taking down his opponents with a single shot, and his face turned ugly, his brows furrowing tightly. Back in the dormitory, as soon as the door opened, a fragrant breeze rushed into Lin Chen's embrace. Bai Mushi tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, tilted her head back, her bright eyes filled with unabashed admiration and affection, and she actively offered him a sweet kiss. After a long while, their lips parted. Bai Mushi's face was flushed, her eyes shimmering with tears, as if they could draw silk, gazing affectionately at Lin Chen, her voice trembling slightly, "Husband, you're amazing." On the other side, in the school training room, Lin Yuechan had just finished her training and was wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel. On her terminal, the official notification about the top 10 exciting contestants of the morning popped up. She casually clicked on it, and when she saw the familiar name at the top of the list, she was momentarily stunned, then a hint of a satisfied smile involuntarily blossomed on her cool face. This kid. Quite impressive. Meanwhile, in the school's top medical center, after the repair by the most advanced medical pod, Yi Qinghan's injuries had healed. However, her pale complexion and those hollow, lifeless eyes revealed that her mental trauma was far more severe than her physical wounds. Lin Chen's shot had brought her not only physical pain but also a tremendous fear on a psychological level. It was as if flames had burned her to ashes. That intense, swift, and unstoppable aura of death wrapped around her mind like a nightmare. As a result, in the next 3 matches, she was restless and hesitant. Even though her opponents were far weaker than her, she only managed a dismal record of 1 win and 2 losses. In the final match, she was once again sent to the medical center. She could imagine the utterly disappointed look in her father's eyes. She felt as if her life had not even truly begun before it had already turned gray, just when her heart felt like dead ashes. An official notification popped up on her terminal.
Numbly, she clicked it open, and when she saw the man who had killed her in one shot was actually rated as the top one of the morning, she was completely stunned. She watched the video replay over and over, seeing Lin Chen use the same method to easily eliminate other
opponents one by one.
Unbeknownst to her, the hatred and unwillingness in her heart quietly dissipated significantly. It turned out, it wasn't that she was too weak. It was that guy who was too strong, too monstrous. Losing to someone like that didn't seem so hard to accept after all. At this moment, Yi Qinghan didn't even realize that her mindset was undergoing a subtle change. The first match of the afternoon was also his sixth match of the day.
Match number 6.
Match time, 2:00 p.m. Match location, arena number 765. When Lin Chen walked into the arena, he was momentarily stunned to see his opponent already waiting there.
It was actually Su Qingying?
Dressed in a black combat suit, wielding a shield and knife, her demeanor was as cold as an iceberg, just like the iceberg
goddess from Haicheng No. 1 High School.
At the same time, Su Qingying also noticed Lin Chen walking in. She looked at the boy in the black combat suit across from her, her beautiful brows slightly furrowing.
This person seemed a bit familiar.
Where had she seen him before?
Su Qingying didn't have many deep impressions of Lin Chen in her memory.
She only vaguely remembered that they had crossed paths once.
It wasn't until Lin Chen picked up a metal short rod from the
weapon rack, flicked his wrist, and transformed it into a 2-meter-long alloy spear that her pupils slightly constricted, and she instantly remembered.
It was him.
The one who had eliminated Yen Filong in the entrance exam, the dark horse from the grain district.
She had actually matched up with him? At that moment,
the holographic screen above the arena displayed Lin Chen overall ranking, 818 genetic potential, 10.3% base points, 15 Su Qingying overall ranking,
748 genetic potential, 12% base points, 15 points, the same as her?
A trace of barely perceptible ripples flashed through Su Qingying's heart.
But soon,
this ripple was replaced by a stronger fighting spirit.
Su Qingying's gaze became like two cold swords, firmly locking onto Lin Chen, holding the shield in her
left hand and the knife in her right. Her body slightly sank, adopting a stance that balanced both offense and defense.
An inch longer, an inch stronger. She understood this principle clearly.
Facing Lin Chen, who wielded a spear, she was naturally at a disadvantage in attack range. However, she also knew where her advantages lay. As long as she could block the opponent's first shot with her shield and then close the distance to within 1 meter, that seemingly powerful spear
would completely lose its effectiveness, turning into a harmless stick.
Her eyes instantly sharpened, radiating a cold and fierce killing intent. Anyone who stands
in her way has only one fate. That is death.
Her gaze instantly sharpened, radiating a cold and fierce killing intent.
Anyone who stands in her way has only one fate. That is death. However, when Su Qingying's icy killing intent surged towards Lin Chen like a tidal wave, it seemed to crash against an erupting volcano.
Lin Chen felt the change in her gaze, and the dormant battle intent in his heart was suddenly ignited, burning fiercely like a raging fire.
That fierce fire,
martial will erupted without reservation.
Buzz. Su Qingying felt an invisible, scorching, and domineering momentum crushing towards her like a landslide.
Her cold killing intent melted, evaporated, and collapsed in the face of this more refined and superior will, like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun.
She shivered uncontrollably.
In that moment, she felt her momentum completely overwhelmed, as if she were engulfed in a raging wildfire. The temperature around her seemed to rise suddenly. The air became scorching, making it hard for her to breathe. Her cheeks flushed. A sense of fear and insignificance, originating from the depths of her soul, seized her mind in an instant.
Shame. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged in her heart. Was she afraid? Could it be a
ridiculous and terrifying thought uncontrollably emerged in Su Qingying's mind?
He comprehended the martial will?
Suddenly, the evaluation from her tutor flashed
in her mind.
Her killing intent, after countless refinements, had already approached the true martial will infinitely.
She was just one step away. And in the
annual freshman exam at the Galaxy Martial Arts University, no more than 20 people could truly take that step.
Su Qingying's heart could no longer remain calm, stirring up turbulent waves.
But she still forced herself to calm down.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
How could a guy from a remote grain-producing area
comprehend a realm that only top geniuses could touch before enrollment? It must be an illusion. At that moment, Su Qingying's pupils suddenly constricted. Here it comes.
She saw Lin Chen's spear transform into a bolt of black lightning, piercing towards her with a scorching and domineering gust of wind.
Su Qingying focused intently, without a hint of panic.
She held the shield in her left hand, accurately meeting the spear tip that was thrusting towards her, while her right
foot stomped hard on the ground, adjusting her center of gravity to the optimal state. She was ready. The moment the shield collided with the spear tip, she would use the recoil to surge forward like an arrow released from a bow. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Su Qingying's shield successfully deflected Lin Chen's earth-shattering thrust. Now! However, just as she prepared to step forward, a sense of extreme danger, originating from the depths of her soul, surged through her body like a cold current. There is danger. This battle instinct, honed through countless brushes with death, had saved her many times. This time, she chose to trust it without hesitation. She abandoned the thought of charging forward, her toes pushed off the ground, and her entire body was suddenly pulled back by an invisible force, retreating rapidly. Whoosh! Almost at the same time she retreated, a streak of icy light brushed past her neck, flashing by. Lin Chen's spear, after being deflected, thrust out again with incredible speed. The spear shot out like a dragon, the cold light arriving first. The spear tip burst forth like a scorching spark in her beautiful yet terrified eyes, illuminating her pale face with a dazzling light of destruction. In the next moment, Su Qingying felt a sharp, icy pain at her neck. Immediately, warm liquid gushed out. She instinctively reached out to touch it, her hands covered in blood. Su Qingying's face instantly turned pale. Without hesitation, she pulled out a high-efficiency hemostatic spray from the tactical pouch at her waist and sprayed it fiercely on her wound. A wave of fear surged in her heart. If it hadn't been for her decisive retreat just now, her neck would have likely been pierced directly by that shot. That shot was too fast. So fast that it was completely unreasonable. The first shot was deflected, yet the second shot connected with such swiftness, with almost no pause or build-up in between. It was as if the force of the first shot had not yet dissipated when the second shot was already launched. A marksmanship level of entering the hall and reaching the chamber? On the other end of the training ground, Lin Chen looked at the injured and retreating Su Qingying, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This was the first time he had missed since the start of the competition. Indeed, facing a stronger opponent was not as simple and easy as before. Lin Chen did not pursue the advantage. After 5 matches in the morning, he was already very clear about his strengths and weaknesses. The perfected Gale gun technique had a single move, Gale thrust. Within the attack range of 1.5 to 2.5 meters, it could be said to be a guaranteed kill, making it very difficult for anyone to defend against. But once beyond this optimal attack range, trying to pursue the opponent could easily lead to being pulled back and falling into a passive situation. His gaze fell on Su Qingying's neck, which was rapidly healing. After all, it was not him who was anxious right now, but the other party. If the opponent only defended, they would only waste their energy and spirit against him. As long as the opponent still wanted to win, they had to take the initiative to attack. And as soon as she entered his attack range, it would be his opportunity. Su Qingying clearly understood this as well. She knew she could no longer passively wait. If this dragged on, she would only be worn down to death. She had to take the initiative. She was determined. Su Qingying's eyes instantly became resolute, and she no longer had any hesitation or reservations. The spiritual energy within her surged wildly, and a cold, killing intent rose from her once again. This time, it was more condensed and purer than before. Kill, she shouted, her whole being like a cheetah flying close to the ground, actively charging towards Lin Chen. The alloy long knife in her hand was already poised to strike. She had made up her mind that even if she had to take a shot from him, she would close the distance. In the next second, Lin Chen moved. Still that shot, fast to the extreme. Bang! It was blocked. Su Qingying used all her strength to slam the alloy small shield in her hand, successfully deflecting the deadly shot. The tremendous force made her entire arm go numb instantly, and the alloy small shield flew out of her hand. But she succeeded. She had successfully closed the distance. However, just as she prepared to step forward and end the match with the short knife in her hand, she was horrified to discover that Lin Chen, at the moment of firing, had simultaneously taken a quick step back. That step, plain and unadorned, was just an ordinary retreat from the basic footwork. But this simple step perfectly increased the distance between them to over 2 meters again. Danger! 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 Su Qingying's heart was in a frenzy of warning. She forcibly halted her forward momentum, her toes pushing off the ground as she tried to retreat again. However, Lin Chen's second shot was already upon her. Fast as lightning. Put! The cold gunpoint instantly pierced through her combat suit on the left side of her chest, stabbing into flesh. Immediately after, a scorching and violent energy exploded at her left side, near her heart. Boom! Su Qingying felt a sharp pain in her left chest, her whole body as if struck by an invisible hammer, uncontrollably flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is spiritual energy? Su Qingying crashed heavily to the ground, her eyes filled with horror. If she hadn't instinctively retreated half a step just now, that shot would have likely pierced her heart. At that point, if spiritual energy were to explode within her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fire attribute spiritual energy. This guy has even cultivated B-level and above aggressive spiritual energy techniques. Lin Chen's series of unexpected performances struck Su Qingying's heart with an unprecedented impact. What made her feel even more humiliated was that her left side was directly blown apart. The excruciating pain and humiliation made her cold, proud heart feel an indescribable shame and anger. She instinctively covered her wound with her hand. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, Lin Chen's third shot followed closely behind. The gleaming tip of the gun rapidly enlarged. In her pupils, as if it were the gaze of death. Su Qingying's pupils constricted sharply, and her survival instinct compelled her to use all her strength at the last moment to bring the alloy long knife in front of her. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Lin Chen's third shot was barely blocked by horror. But that terrifying force directly sent the long knife flying from her hands. I surrender. Su Qingying's face turned pale as she shouted hoarsely with all her might. She knew she had lost. Continuing to fight would only lead to death. A flash of white light appeared, and the medical personnel in white quickly separated the two, beginning emergency treatment for Su Qingying. Su Qingying lifted her head, her eyes filled with humiliation, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen. Unprecedented wave of shame and anger surged in her heart. The final judgment finally appeared on the holographic screen above the training ground. Lin Chen. Victory! Lin Chen slowly lowered his gun, finally seeing his masterpiece. He awkwardly touched his nose. This really can't be blamed on him. He could only blame Su Qingying for retreating too quickly. He had originally intended to shoot through her spine, rendering her completely unable to fight. Who would have thought she would twist her body at that moment and dodge the vital point? As a result, it led to this somewhat awkward situation. Who can he blame? In the student dormitory, Bai Mushi watched Su Qingying being urgently carried away by the medical personnel on the light screen, and couldn't help but shiver. She instinctively looked down at herself. If her own big thunder had exploded like that, then she would really feel like wanting to die. Galaxy Martial Arts University is terrifying. Just a school entrance exam, and the intensity and brutality of the battle were far more fierce than any competition she had seen at the third-rate martial arts normal university in Haichang. Su Family Manor, Haichang. An elderly man with white hair and a dignified presence sat in the main seat, quietly watching the match on the light screen. He was the head of the sushi group, Old Su Qingying's grandfather. When he saw his granddaughter being pushed into a corner by that unknown young man, shot after shot, ultimately defeated and leaving in a sorry state, a hint of dissatisfaction finally appeared on his calm face. He said nothing more, slowly stood up, snorted coldly, and turned to leave the hall. This left several pairs of middle-aged men and beautiful women nearby exchanging glances, not daring to breathe. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of Training Ground 765, it had already erupted. Originally, there were only a few people in the live broadcast room, but because Lin Chen was previously rated as one of the top 10 exciting players of the morning, it attracted many curious viewers. At this moment, the number of online viewers had surpassed 500. Various comments flooded the entire screen like a tide. Wow! This guy is too fierce, right? I love this decisive killing style, just like a woman killing. One shot, one kill, clean and neat. Love it. That's Su Qingying. Isn't weak either, she's a genius according to the data, yet she was completely dominated? That retreating step to bring back the horse gun was simply awesome. A textbook level operation. Feeling sorry for the goddess for a second. Oh no, the goddess has exploded. Tantai City, Tantai Martial Arts. Normal University, boys' dormitory. Bai Mujie was staring excitedly at his personal terminal, one of the more than 500 spectators. After watching the entire match, his expression was as strange as it could get. The genius class flower of Haichang No. 1 High School, Su Qingying, who was revered as a goddess by countless people, was actually beaten up by his brother-in-law, as if he were a daughter, and in the end, she was even blown up. The phrase that just flashed by in the barrage, "Oh no, the goddess exploded," was indeed from his hand. After sending it, he slapped his thigh, annoyed, and muttered to himself, "Damn it. Why did I stay at Tiantai to attend this lousy university? I should have gone to Tai La City. Even if I had to enroll in a fifth-rate university, I could follow my brother-in-law around every day, clinging to his coattails." The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and he immediately called his dad. Bai Jinyun. "Hey, Dad. I want to drop out. I want to repeat a year. I want to go to Tantai City for college. Why? Dad, did you watch my brother-in-law's live stream? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Then, Bai Xinyan's furious roar came through. You little brat, has your brain been caught in the door? Drop out? Repeat a year? Do you think money grows on trees? Your brother is in the 1st Academy District. Do you think you can get into the 10th Academy District? You better finish your university studies honestly. After graduation, if you want to go to Tantai City, then go work there. What kind of trouble are you causing me now? With that, he hung up the phone directly. Bai Mujie listened to the beep beep sound coming from the terminal, looking utterly disheartened. Lin Chen, after securing his 6th victory, had already reached a total score of 16 points. His overall ranking had also soared from 818 to 748. 30 minutes later, the 7th match began. His opponent was a tall, muscular boy wielding an alloy greatsword. The massive figure and weapon exuded a sense of oppression. At the moment the match started, the greatsword boy let out a roar and charged like a wild bull, swinging his massive sword down with a howling wind, seemingly aiming to split Lin Chen and his gun in two. However, what awaited him was Lin Chen's already unleashed fiery rapid martial will. The scorching and domineering aura swept over the greatsword boy's mind like an invisible storm. His forward momentum suddenly faltered. For Lin Chen, this momentary flaw was fatal. One shot. Ended. Score 17, ranking reached 599. 30 minutes later, his 8th match was about to begin. Match number, 8th match. Time, 3:10 p.m., match location, training ground number 701. This time, his opponent was an ordinary-looking boy, but his gaze was exceptionally sharp. Lin Chen. Overall ranking, 599, genetic potential, 10.3%, base score, 17, Gao Yuan, overall ranking, 455, genetic potential, 14%, base score, 17, before the match even started, the live stream of training ground number 701 had already attracted hundreds of viewers. Most of these people were Gao Yuan's high school classmates, now scattered across various martial arts universities, both public and private. The atmosphere in the live stream's barrage was extraordinarily lively. Go Gao Yuan. Take down the opponent. Finally, we get to see Gao Yuan in action. Our sharpshooter from Tiantai No. 1 High School. When Gao Yuan was at Tiantai No. 1 High School, his shooting skills surpassed all the teachers in the school. Now that he's at Galaxy Martial University, he must be even more formidable. Galaxy Martial University has 10,000 students, the most outstanding new talents in the entire star system. We really can't be careless. Look at what you're saying. A freak like Lu Zhenlong has already made it into the top 100. Who in the 200 to 500 range can compete with Gao Yuan? He is a shooting genius praised by our principal as a once-in-a-century talent. The dual-wielding guy from the last match was already impressive, but unfortunately, Gao Yuan is stronger. In the martial arts arena, Gao Yuan held a long spear and was momentarily stunned when he saw Lin Chen across from him. Where had he seen this guy before? Oh, right. Wasn't he that underdog he encountered on the commercial street that day? He had made it to the top 500 too? Gao Yuan was genuinely surprised. However, as a former rival in the entrance exam, he didn't take Lin Chen seriously. Moreover, when he saw the unremarkable Lin Chen also choose a long spear, a faint smile of indifference appeared on his face. He had never lost in a spear duel. The last time he lost was when he was 9 years old, facing his father, who was a Quasi martial artist. But just a month later, he had beaten his father in spear techniques. Even that freak Lu Zhenlong could only win against him under the condition of comprehending the will of martial arts. This lowly trash in front of him couldn't possibly be his opponent. No matter what, he would win. The match began. Lin Chen showed no hesitation that fiery and swift martial arts will erupted once more. Gao Yuan, whose mind was as calm as an ancient well, was instantly struck by a scorching and domineering aura. He felt an invisible flame rushing towards him, causing his pride and confidence to flicker like a candle in the wind, on the verge of collapse. What? Gao Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Martial arts will? How could this lowly one possess the martial arts will that only freaks like Lu Zhenlong have? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gao Yuan's mind went blank for a moment, and his gaze momentarily lost focus. In that instant, Lin Chen's spear had already reached him. Gao Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. His rich combat experience made him instinctively cross his spear to block. Clang! A crisp sound. Lin Chen's earth-shattering thrust was actually blocked by him. Although the immense force numbed Gao Yuan's grip, he ultimately managed to defend. The live stream's comments exploded. Beautiful. As expected of Gao Yuan. His reaction was so fast. That block was simply brilliant. The guy opposite has a pretty fast spear too, but unfortunately, he met Brother Yuan. In the martial arts arena, Lin Chen was also slightly taken aback. He could see that the opponent's spear technique was extremely solid, even better than his own. However, Lin Chen showed no hesitation. Just as Lin Chen was surprised, the second thrust had already been launched. Clang! 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 Under Lin Chen's storm-like rapid thrusts, Gao Yuan lost the initiative, being constrained with every move. The more he fought, the more alarmed Gao Yuan became. He felt that he was not facing an opponent wielding a long spear, but a volcano continuously erupting with lava. That scorching and domineering martial arts will, like an invisible flame, was constantly roasting his spirit, making him restless and breathless. His forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat, and his hand gripping the spear trembled slightly due to the immense pressure and heightened tension. His once proud spear technique became increasingly sluggish and difficult to execute under the terrifying pressure of martial arts will. The long spear in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and his movements grew stiffer. He could only rely on his exquisite spear skills to barely defend himself. But his defensive circle was being compressed little by little. The atmosphere in the livestream also grew tense, with comments noticeably decreasing as everyone held their breath. What's going on? Why is Gao Yuan being pressured? The spear from the opposite side, so fast. What kind of spear technique is this? It feels like just one move? But why is it so strong? The fifth thrust. Lin Chen's spear tip finally broke through the opponent's impenetrable defense, stabbing into Gao Yuan's right shoulder blade. The fire attribute's spiritual energy erupted violently within his wound. Ah! Gao Yuan let out a miserable scream as his right arm instantly lost its strength, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness and madness. My marksmanship is divine, how could I possibly lose here? Gao Yuan actually used his left hand, holding the gun with one hand, and launched a desperate strike towards Lin Chen's heart. In the livestream, Gao Yuan's classmates gasped in shock. Oh! No! Brother Yuan is injured. Come on, Gao Yuan. Turn the tables on him. However, his gun stopped midway. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Lin Chen's spear, having struck first, pierce through his own heart. Gao Yuan felt his legs go weak, and he uncontrollably knelt down on the ground. Medical personnel in white quickly appeared again, providing him with emergency treatment before carrying him away on a stretcher. 8 consecutive victories. In the livestream, the barrage of comments that had been flying by suddenly fell silent. A deathly stillness. Then, the livestream erupted. Gao Yuan lost. His heart was pierced. So ruthless. This guy is too brutal. Sigh, there are always stronger opponents. Yeah, Gao Yuan is an absolute genius in our Tantai City, but at the Galaxy Martial Arts University, he just doesn't measure up. Who exactly is this Lin Chen? He's too fierce. Wait, I feel like I've seen this guy somewhere before. Wasn't he in the entrance exam? No way. Bai Mujia had been racking his brain, thinking about how to organize his words to defend his brother-in-law's honor in the comments. But then, in less than 10 seconds after the match started, the so-called once-in-a-century genius was pierced by his own brother-in-law's gun. Although it was clear that the opponent's marksmanship was indeed excellent, with a solid foundation and quick reflexes, it still couldn't withstand his brother-in-law's simple and brutal poking technique. What once-in-a-century genius! Bai Mujia curled his lip, suddenly recalling the school beauty Su Qingying from Haicheng No. 1 High School, who had been blown away by his brother-in-law not long ago. She was also a renowned prodigy in Haicheng, second only to Lei Qianjun in strength. And what happened? She was still beaten to a pulp by his brother-in-law. And left heavily injured? At that moment, Bai Mujia suddenly had an epiphany. Those who could enter the Galaxy Martial Arts University and rank in the top 1,000 were all geniuses among geniuses in their respective high schools and cities, truly the pride of heaven, admired by countless people. In their own worlds, they were all absolute protagonists. Unfortunately, they encountered his brother-in-law. Match number, 9th match, match time, 2:35 p.m., match location, training ground number 765. When Lin Chen walked into the training ground, his opponent entered almost at the same time. It was a tall, graceful girl. Unlike the previous opponents, she chose not to use close combat weapons but instead took a gleaming alloy longbow from the weapon rack. As soon as she entered, without any hesitation, she lightly tapped her toes on the ground, her figure darting back like a nimble swallow, instantly creating a distance of 50 meters between herself and Lin Chen, standing at the other end of the training ground. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. A ranged archer? Lin Chen, overall ranking 455, genetic potential 10.3%, base points 18, Sun. Yuning, overall ranking 299, genetic potential 14.8%, base points 18. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Almost at the same moment the bell rang, Sun Yuning moved drawing the bow, knocking the arrow, aiming, shooting. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly. Whoosh! A gleaming alloy arrow, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing through the air, shot across the 50 meters like a meteor streaking through the night sky, heading straight for Lin Chen's face. So fast, Lin Chen's pupils constricted, and the basic footwork beneath his feet activated in an instant, his body darting to the side at an extremely tricky angle. The deadly arrow grazed his cheek, whipping up a gust of wind and leaving a shallow cut on his face. That was close. If he had been just a tenth of a second slower, he would have been shot in the head. In the live stream, the chat exploded. Damn! Almost got shot in the head. This Archer girl is so fierce. She shoots fast and accurately. Brother one shot. Is in trouble this time, a spear against a bow? He'll be kite to death. In the student dormitory, Mushi's heart tightened, her small hands nervously clenching into fists. However, deep down, she still believed her husband would definitely win. On the field, Lin Chen hadn't even had time to feel relieved when the second arrow came flying in. Sun Yuning's shooting speed was beyond imagination. Lin Chen's expression changed, he knew he could no longer passively dodge. The spear in his hand was nearly useless against such rapid long-range attacks. If this continued, he would be worn down to death. Looking for death. Lin Chen's anger surged, and he held nothing back. Martial will, fiery rapidness erupted like a sleeping volcano. Buzz. An invisible, scorching, and domineering will surged forth. Like a tangible shockwave, instantly crossing dozens of meters, crushing towards Sun Yuning in the distance. As she was drawing her bow and preparing to shoot the third arrow, Sun Yuning felt an overwhelming sense of terror, like a massive wildfire that could incinerate everything. Suddenly rushing towards her. Before her eyes, it seemed as if an illusion appeared. The entire world twisted and blurred, the air filled with a scorching heat that made it nearly impossible for her to breathe. A look of unprecedented horror appeared on Sun Yuning's face. What? What is happening? Is this a mental attack? Just as she was momentarily stunned, Lin Chen moved. His footwork was rapid, and he shot forward like a cannonball, charging madly towards Sun Yuning. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. When Sun Yuning barely regained her senses from the terrifying will's impact, Lin Chen had already closed the distance to 20 meters. She was filled with dread and hurriedly shot her third arrow. However, in her panic state, the accuracy of this shot was abysmal. The arrow flew off course, not even grazing the hem of Lin Chen's clothing. To the viewers in the live stream, it seemed entirely due to Sun Yuning's poor mental fortitude. Despite having a great advantage, she made such a basic mistake. They had no idea what kind of terrifying pressure Sun Yuning was facing at that moment. The next second, as Sun Yuning frantically prepared to knock her fourth arrow, a black figure appeared before her like a ghost. She looked up and saw not a person, but a raging flame that could completely engulf and incinerate her. She felt like a tiny, fragile blade of grass facing an endless wildfire that could sweep across the heavens and the earth. A fear that originated from the depths of her soul instantly shattered all her defenses. Sun Yuning's mouth opened, wanting to shout surrender. But the cold tip of the spear had already pierced through her left chest. An unmatched force surged through her, lifting her body backward and slamming her heavily against the wall of the training ground. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, only faintly audible due to the wall's special soundproofing. At that moment, Sun Yuning finally managed to utter those two words. Sir! Render! Immediately, a mouthful of blood gushed from her lips. Medical personnel in white appeared instantly, skillfully pulling Sun Yuning down from the wall and administering emergency treatment to her. As she continued to cough up blood while treating the wound, she occasionally cast a strange glance at Lin Chen, who was panting heavily in the center of the arena. What's wrong with this guy? Why do the girls who fight against him always end up so badly? Either the place is blown up or something gets pierced. And at this moment, Lin Chen was gasping for breath. The 50-meter sprint just now, along with that final shot that contained all his strength, had exhausted most of his stamina. In the live broadcast room, there was a long silence that lasted several seconds. Then, it erupted instantly. What the hell? What the hell is going on? I'm dumbfounded. This guy is too fierce. Is this the strength of the Galaxy Martial University? That shot just now, I felt weak in the legs even through the screen. So brutal. This is simply a one-sided massacre. From start to finish, it was less than 10 seconds? That Archer girl shot 3 arrows, and 2 of them missed? This guy is definitely the biggest dark horse among this year's freshmen. No one else comes close. Please, I want the contact information of the handsome guy with the spear. In the student dormitory building, on the 499th floor. In a single room that was decorated exquisitely. A tall girl with a gentle demeanor sat on the sofa in the living room. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to the recently defeated Sun Yuning, being Sun Yuning's fourth sister, Sun Yuyun, a fourth-year student at Galaxy Martial University. When she saw her sister being pinned to the wall by that boy's shot, bleeding profusely, she suddenly jumped up from the sofa, her delicate eyes instantly igniting with flames of anger. Yuning was her most beloved sister. This boy had no gentlemanly demeanor at all. His attack was so ruthless. Absolutely unforgivable. Just as she was seething with rage, her personal terminal rang. Upon connecting the video call, a dignified noblewoman appeared on the screen, her mother. Yuyun, the noblewoman's face was filled with worry. Quick, go check on Yuning. How is she? Sun Yuyun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her anger, and tried to make her voice sound calm as she spoke to her mother on the screen. Mom, don't worry. You know the medical standards at school. Yuning is not in any life-threatening danger. I'll go to the medical center to see her shortly. That's good, that's good. The noblewoman sighed in relief but then said indignantly, that boy named Lin Chen was too heavy-handed. How could he be so rough with a girl? I understand, Mom. Sun Yuyun nodded. A hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Don't worry, I won't let this matter go. After hanging up the call, Sun Yuyun did not immediately head to the medical center. She sat back down on the sofa and pulled up the replay of the match she had just watched, carefully reviewing it over and over. She needed to see clearly how that guy named Lin Chen had won. On the other side, Lin Chen was in the lounge, drinking nutritional fluids to replenish his stamina while waiting for the next match to begin. He had no idea that he had already caught the attention of a fourth-year senior girl. Meanwhile, in the VIP ward of the medical center, Yi Qinghan was curled up alone on the soft bed, the screen in front of her, repeatedly playing two match videos. They were the matches of Lin Chen against Su Qingying and against Sun Yuning. When she saw Su Qingying's proud cold-killing intent melting like ice and snow in the face of Lin Chen's even more domineering martial will, ultimately being blown apart by a shot to the left, collapsing helplessly in a pool of blood. When she saw the proud long-range archer Sun Yuning losing her composure under Lin Chen's charge, ultimately being pinned to the wall by a shot, unable to move, her face filled with fear and despair. Yi Qinghan's gaze flickered uncertainly as she instinctively placed her hand on her chest, which had long since healed. There, it seemed, still lingered the cold sensation of being pierced by a gun's tip, along with an imagined pain that made her soul tremble. Yet beneath this pain, there was an inexplicable, strange feeling quietly spreading in her heart, one that even she could not comprehend. She watched the man in the light screen, holding a long spear with a cold expression, over and over again. It turned out, it wasn't that she was too weak. It was that this man was truly too strong. The flames that consumed everything in the world now made her tremble uncontrollably in retrospect. Anyone standing opposite him would be engulfed by that terrifying aura. Moreover, an uncontrollable image of herself being pierced through the chest by a single shot surfaced in her mind. Compared to Su Qingying being blown apart in a bloody mess, the humiliation was far worse. Compared to Sun Yuning being nailed to the wall, unable to move like a specimen, the despair was even greater. Although she had been shot through the spine, it seemed, it wasn't the worst outcome, right? At least she wasn't that embarrassed. This man was not the kind of trash from the lower classes, selling reproductive materials for a reason. Should I help him? What am I thinking? She looked at Lin Chen's figure in the light screen, her inner thoughts spiraling out of control, and she felt a wave of shame wash over her. Yi Qinghan felt her cheeks begin to flush, her heart inexplicably racing, as if she had returned to that battle, facing a man like a raging wildfire. In the 10th match, her opponent was a well-built boy wielding twin daggers. Ranked 201st, his name was Lu Feng. Before the match even began, the live broadcast room for the 201st Martial Arts Arena was already bustling. Go Lu Feng! Aim for a 5-game winning streak. No wonder he's a once-in-a-century genius from our school. So fierce. Brother Feng's twin daggers are as fast as lightning, who can stop him? A group of Lu Feng's friends and family, just like Gao Yuan's classmates from the previous match, were wildly cheering for him in the bullet comments, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. However, in the live broadcast room, besides Lu Feng's supporters, there were also many old viewers who had followed Lin Chen's previous matches. Another once-in-a-century talent? I hope this one can last a few more seconds. The last opponent, what was his name? Gao Yuan? He was also hyped up, and what happened? He got taken out in a second. Yes, I feel embarrassed for them. Actually, anyone who can get into the Galaxy Martial University and rank in the top 500 is a genius in their respective cities. It's just that some are merely geniuses, while others are the best among geniuses. One-Shot Brother is different. I've been watching since his 6th match against Su Qingying, and he hasn't lost a single one. All instant kills. What is One-Shot Brother's background? His initial ranking was so low. Yet his strength is so terrifying? Playing dumb to eat the tiger. This is definitely playing dumb to eat the tiger.
I checked, his name is Lin Chen, seems to be from some grain
district school in Haicheng. A grain district in a small city? No way. How can such a prodigy come from there?
On the other side, Bai Mushi and Bai Mujie were chatting
Privately.
Bai Mujie says, no need to watch, it'll be resolved in 10 seconds again.
Bai Mushi, I hope so. After all, the opponent is ranked 201, stronger than those faced before. As soon as she finished speaking, the match began.
The moment the match started, a bone-chilling killing intent erupted in Lu Feng's eyes.
His figure moved like lightning, turning into a shadow as he charged at Lin Chen.
This killing intent was honed through countless life and death battles, already incredibly refined, just a step away from true martial will. Every opponent he had faced before had faltered under the influence of his killing intent. This guy in front of him would surely be no exception. However, just as Lu Feng's cold killing intent was about to touch Lin Chen paused for a moment, and his martial will erupted explosively.
This feeling of killing intent, why does it seem a bit familiar? Have I seen it somewhere before?
Before Lin Chen could think it through, that icy killing intent was instantly burned to ashes by an even hotter and more domineering will of fierce
fire, rapid like an ice cube thrown into lava. Lu Feng felt an irresistible, terrifying momentum crashing into his mental world like an erupting volcano.
His brain buzzed, and in an instant, it went blank, causing his forward-moving body to stiffen uncontrollably for a moment.
Now's the time.
The spear in Lin Chen's hand seemed to have been waiting at the finish line, striking first despite being the last to move.
With one thrust,
the cold spear tip effortlessly pierced through Lu Feng's heart.
The battle was over. The entire process was so fast that it left people with no time to react. In the live broadcast room, Lu Feng's friends and family fell silent in an instant. And then, a private message from Bai Mujie popped up. Bai Mujie, see. What did I say? This time it was even faster. Only 3 seconds. Too fast.
Lin Chen, 10 consecutive victories.
His overall ranking soared to 201. Only one step away from the promotion line of the top 200.
And the resounding title of One-Shot Brother spread like wildfire in the freshman section of the Galaxy Martial University Forum and various live streaming platforms following each swift and decisive kill. More and more people began to pay attention to this mysterious dark horse who had surged up from the
9,988th position.
His live broadcast room transformed from just a handful of viewers to a popular stream with thousands of regulars.
That simple yet domineering shot became his trademark.
He was called One-Shot Brother
because Lin Chen always resolved matches with a single shot. If one shot wasn't enough, then 2 shots, 3 shots.
As the 10th match concluded, Lin Chen's afternoon matches came to a close. Although the process seemed like effortless kills, the continuous 10 high-intensity battles took a significant toll on his physical
and mental stamina.
Each time he pushed the martial will, fierce fire rapid to its limits felt like a mental sprint of 100 meters, consuming vast amounts of his spirit.
It was already 5 in the afternoon.
10 battles, all victories. His total score skyrocketed from a meager 10 points to 20 points. His overall ranking shot up like a rocket from the
initial 9,988th to 201st.
In just one day, he had achieved an astonishing comeback of nearly 10,000 ranks.
Only one step away from the 200th position. This meant that the qualification for the second stage of the double elimination tournament was right in front of him.
Next, there would be a 3-hour break.
At 8 in the evening, he would face the last 5 matches of the first stage.
The title of One-Shot Brother was firmly established with each swift kill, becoming the most dazzling dark horse in this semester's entrance examination across the freshman forum and various live streaming platforms. However, Lin Chen was not intoxicated by victory. What occupied his mind was his battle with the archer Sun Yuning.
Although he had won that match easily, he was well aware that he lacked effective countermeasures against ranged opponents.
Sun Yuning's strength was not strong enough. After being impacted by his martial will, her spirit faltered, which gave him the opportunity to close in. What if he encountered a stronger, calmer archer? What if the opponent also possessed
martial intent?
No, he must find a way to strengthen this aspect. Although there were only 3 hours of rest, it was already a precious opportunity for him to improve.
Lin
Chen opened his personal terminal, instantly overwhelmed by a flood of information and friend requests. On the screen, red dots of information notifications were densely packed, and
various pop-ups emerged one after another, almost overwhelming the entire interface.
There were congratulatory messages from the family heads he had met at the charity gala, their words sincere and full of intent to win him over.
Zhou Wenyuan, Mr. Lin is young and promising. Today's battle has made his name known in Jinyo. Congratulations. Yu Zhenhai, congratulations.
To Mr. Lin on his victorious start, a record of 10 consecutive wins is enough to make all the proud ones pale in comparison.
Looking forward to the next collaboration with Mr. Lin. There was also a barrage of 666 emojis from that fat guy Chien Koen, flooding the screen. Chien Koen, Brother Lin. Damn. Brother Lin. So awesome. One-shot brother. From now on, you're my idol. And more, friend requests from strangers, each with different avatars and a variety of messages, even including various inappropriate images. Big shot, please. Take me along. One-shot brother, do you take little brothers? Hey there, want to online date? I'm super sweet. Looks like I become famous. Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head, marking all these messages as read without a moment's hesitation. He directly dialed Lin Yuechan's number. Teacher Yuechan, is the training room available now? I'll pay. On the other end, Lin Yuechan's voice carried a hint of undisguised amusement and surprise. You finished your match? Congratulations on your 10 consecutive wins. Come over, I'm here too, you can ask me any questions, and today it's free. Lin Chen smiled and said, thank you, Teacher Yuechan. As he walked towards the teaching building, he called Bai Mushi. Wife, I'm going to the training room, I won't be back tonight. Okay, Bai Mushi's voice was filled with pride and joy. I'll bring you some nutritional liquid, you must have consumed a lot. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart and smiled. Wait a bit, you can't enter the teaching area. I'll call you when I'm almost done here. Okay, husband, good luck. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at training room 2202. Pushing the door open, a wave of scorching wind rushed towards him. In the center of the spacious training room, Lin Yuechan was holding a gun with one hand, her figure resembling a spinning red lightning bolt. The alloy spear in her hand seemed to transform into a living fire dragon, each swing accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking air and visible shockwaves. The shadows of the gun danced wildly, exuding a fierce aura. Hearing the door open, Lin Yuechan slowly lowered her gun, and the myriad of gun shadows and scorching air instantly vanished. She glanced at Lin Chen, a hint of appreciation flashing in her cool eyes, and asked, you just finished 10 matches, aren't you going to rest and recover your stamina? Lin Chen shook his head, a wry smile on his face as he said, Teacher Yuechan, there's no time to rest. I feel my shortcomings are too significant, if I don't address them, I won't feel at ease. Saying this, he projected the video of his match against the archer Sun Yuning onto the massive screen in the training room. Lin Yuechan patiently watched until she saw Lin Chen's final, earth-shattering shot that pinned Sun Yuning to the wall. Even she, with her cool demeanor, couldn't help but show a hint of approval in her eyes. The last shot was very decisive, and the pressure of will was well executed. However, Lin Chen pointed at the video, his expression serious as he said, if the opponent hadn't been intimidated by my martial intent at that moment, if her mindset had been a bit more stable in her shooting speed a bit faster, I might not have had a chance to close in and would have been kite flying to death. So, he looked at Lin Yuechan, his eyes filled with earnestness. I plan to practice this Ma family shadow spear. After all, it's just one move, easy to learn, and at a critical moment, it might provide an unexpected countermeasure. Ma family shadow spear? Upon hearing this name, Lin Yuechan's beautiful brows instantly furrowed. She glanced at the introduction of that martial skill and nearly laughed in anger. The D-level martial arts have a growth limit that is essentially zero, with no subsequent techniques to connect to, and the accuracy of the spear completely relies on personal feel, making it extremely unstable. She pointed out the mistake without any hesitation. Do you know that a professional archer starts systematic training in eyesight, arm strength, and accuracy from the age of 4 or 5? You, a latecomer, want to compete with them in this? Are you trying to challenge someone's livelihood with your amateur hobby? Lin Chen's face flushed at her words, and he awkwardly scratched his head, unable to say a word. Lin Yuechan looked at his embarrassed expression, sighed heavily, and softened her tone slightly. Your thinking is correct, knowing to strengthen your weaknesses is good. But your method is completely wrong. Just practicing spear techniques indeed has inherent flaws when facing long-range archers, but the solution is not to turn you into a long-range fighter, it's to block the opponent's arrows. She stood up and walked to the weapon rack, taking down a small alloy shield. You are a melee spearman, your advantage lies in the unmatched burst and suppression once you get close. She threw the small alloy shield at Lin Chen. When facing long-range enemies, what you should think about is not how to play tricks with them from a distance, but how to withstand their firepower and safely charge right up to their face, then use your spear to pierce through them. Her sharp gaze fell on Lin Chen as she said solemnly, what you need to learn now is shield techniques. Use the shield to block and deflect those deadly arrows, creating openings, and time for your charge. This is the right path for you as a spearman. Lin Chen was awakened by her words, and a look of realization appeared on his face. He looked at Lin Yuechan and gave her a thumbs up, sincerely exclaiming, Teacher Yuechan, you really have the experience, you saw the crux of the problem at a glance. Lin Yuechan was momentarily taken aback, then her sharp phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she scrutinized Lin Chen from top to bottom.
Finally, she rolled her eyes dramatically, adding a touch of lively playfulness to her demeanor.
Are you doing this on purpose?
Then, Lin Yuechan shook her head in both amusement and exasperation, adding, a long spear is a two-handed weapon that emphasizes wide movements, so it's impossible to equip it with a heavy shield like a sword in Shield Fighter. The only compatible options are small, agile wrist shields or small round shields. She pointed to several small shields on the weapon rack and continued, and just so happens, there's a very basic D-level shield technique called Basic Small Shield Techniques, which is practically tailor-made for lazy people like you. It has only one core action from start to finish: blocking and dissipating force.
Lin Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Teacher Yuechan, you really understand me. Alright. Lin Yuechan waved her hand and said, okay, take your time to practice, and good luck.
After saying that, without waiting for Lin Chen to speak again, she turned and left the training room.
Lin Yuechan quickly walked out
of the training room, her combat boots making crisp and slightly hurried sounds in the empty corridor.
Her mind was still echoing with Lin Chen's strange martial arts requests. She felt that after
spending so much time with Lin Chen, her thinking was really starting to be assimilated by him. Just a couple of days ago, while teaching a few other female students, she had unconsciously suggested that they could start looking for core techniques from some more basic C-level and D-level martial arts. She still clearly remembered the confusion and bewilderment on the faces of those female
students at that time.
Now, looking back, Lin Yuechan felt her cheeks flush. Here she was, a distinguished extraordinary martial artist and a mentor at the Galaxy Martial University, being led astray
by a freshman's training logic. If this got out, it would be a huge joke. This couldn't go on.
She had to distance herself, feeling a bit closer. He was almost contaminated by this little guy. As for why Lin Yuechan left in such a hurry, Lin Chen's confusion lingered in his mind for just a second before being replaced by the excitement of learning new martial skills. Without hesitation, he purchased the copyright for the basic small shield technique in the terminal mall.
The VR teaching video downloaded instantly. Lin Chen eagerly clicked to open it.
The light and shadow shifted before his eyes, and he felt as if he had suddenly stepped into another time and space. A teacher, dressed in a standard martial arts uniform with a resolute face, appeared in the center of the virtual training ground.
Holding a small alloy round shield in
his left hand, he began to demonstrate the only and most essential movement: blocking and dissipating force over and over again to Lin Chen. The teacher's movements seemed simple, yet they contained a high level of skill. He did not resist with the shield but instead used subtle wrist rotations and body coordination to exert force, tilting the shield at a very small angle at the moment of contact with the attack, allowing most of the impact to slide along the curve of the shield, achieving the effect of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds.
Lin Chen watched intently, committing every detail to memory.
With the solid foundation brought by his perfected basic fist technique and basic footwork, he could easily see through the force logic behind each of the teacher's movements.
Half an hour later,
Lin Chen turned off the VR video.
He took a deep breath and picked up the small alloy shield that Lin Yuechan had thrown to him earlier. He mimicked the movements
from the video, twisting his wrist and sinking his body. An invisible airflow gathered in front of him, as if he had already predicted the direction of the attack. At that moment, the familiar system prompt sounded loudly in his mind.
Ding!
Basic small shield technique has been initiated.
Basic small shield technique initiated, unlocked. I've done it again.
Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and unhesitatingly consumed 1 permission point to unlock it directly.
Ding!
Consumed 1 permission point. Basic small shield technique has been unlocked. Basic small shield technique, level 1, 0/10. Time flew by rapidly and focused.
Training. 15 minutes later. Ding!
Basic small shield technique level has increased.
Current level, level 10, max.
Lin Chen put away the shield and let out
a long breath.
Then his eyes brightened, and he felt a wave of joy.
Just 15 minutes.
He had perfected a D-level martial skill. This speed was excellent. With the perfection of the technique, he felt that his understanding of shield techniques had instantly reached a whole new level, as if it were innate. Moreover, he could clearly sense that his physical and mental attributes had slightly increased. He immediately opened the system panel to take a look. Host, Lin Chen genetic potential, 18.3% physical, 170 plus mental, 170 plus spiritual energy, 130 plus techniques, set. 128 radio calisthenics level 10, max, mixed yuan qigong level 6, 0 out of 600, 8 treasure skill level 6, 0 out of 120, basic fist technique level 10, max, basic footwork level 10, max, swift wind gun technique level 10, max, basic small shield technique level 10, max, martial will, fiery rapid level 2, 688/2000, partner, by Mushi, favorability 85, offspring, 13, in gestation, permission points. For his physical and mental attributes had indeed each increased by 5 points.
However, the genetic potential had only increased by 0.3%. Is that all? Lin Chen looked at the nearly unchanged genetic potential value and couldn't help but murmur to himself. After thinking for a moment, he decided to send a message to Lin Yuechan. On one hand, he wanted to ask about this situation, on the other hand, he also wanted her to recommend other martial skills along the way. After sending the message, he began to search for information in the school's martial arts library first. Let's see if there are any other one-trick martial arts techniques suitable for me. Soon, Lin Yuechan replied to the message. Lin Yuechan, it's normal for gene potential to increase slowly. The martial arts you are practicing are all D-level techniques. In fact, many of the body parts trained by these basic techniques are repetitive, and most of the core power points have already been covered in your two foundational boxing and footwork techniques that you've mastered. Since your foundation has already reached such a profound level, practicing these simple ones will naturally lead to diminishing returns in gene potential improvement. Lin Yuechan. I don't have any suitable recommendations left, you can filter them yourself. Don't ask me for recommendations on these anymore. Lin Chen looked at Lin Yuechan's somewhat impatient reply, feeling a bit puzzled. Is she angry? Why? Is she annoyed that I keep asking about these low-level D-class martial arts? Lin Chen shook his head, a somewhat absurd thought uncontrollably popped up. Could it be menopause? Although Lin Yuechan looked very young, Lin Chen knew very well that being a mentor at the Galaxy Martial Arts University meant her strength was unfathomable, and her real age must be considerable. Lin Chen shook his head again, trying to cast these chaotic thoughts out of his mind. Women's thoughts are really hard to guess, it's better to focus on cultivation. He glanced at the time, there were still 2 hours and 10 minutes left until the evening's competition. If he could find a suitable D-level martial art, perhaps he could perfect 2 more. 2 hours later, Lin Chen finished his training and stood still, a flash of brilliance in his eyes. He couldn't wait to open the system panel. Looking at the 3 brand new entries, a look of immense joy spread across his face. Beginner Shield Strike Technique. Level 10, Max, Chen Family Flying Shield Technique Level 10, Max, Ma Family Shadow Javelin Level 10, Max. Lin Chen certainly wouldn't miss the Ma Family Shadow Javelin. Although Lin Yuechan had said it was useless, there wasn't enough time for Lin Chen to filter through more options. Needing it was fate, so he went for it. Then he found the Chen Family Flying Shield Technique from the evaluation of the Ma Family Shadow Javelin, so he went for that too. After that, he returned to the mall homepage, and the system intelligently recommended the Beginner Shield Strike Technique to Lin Chen, so he went for it. Although these 3 D-level martial arts only increased his gene potential by a negligible 0.2% in total, but Martial Will Fiery Rapid, Level 3, 266/3000, the Martial Will actually broke through to Level 3 in just 2 hours. This was the biggest surprise. With the improvement of his martial will, Lin Chen could clearly feel that his spiritual world had undergone a tremendous change. That fiery, domineering, and relentless martial will no longer required him to consciously urge it. Instead, it became as natural as breathing, deeply binding with his soul, blood, and even every thought, merging into one. When he stood still, this martial will was like the lava deep within a volcano, silent and restrained, yet containing terrifying energy that could erupt at any moment. And when his thoughts stirred and his fighting spirit rose, this martial will would instantly transform into a raging flame that could incinerate everything, erupting violently from his body. The most direct effect of this improvement in martial will was a geometric increase in the pressure exerted on the enemy's mental state. To put it inappropriately, a level 1 martial will is like a newborn baby, crying for nourishment. A level 2 martial will is already 2 years old, able to walk and crawl. A level 3 martial will is like a kindergarten student. The essence of the 3 remains unchanged, but the magnitude is completely different. Lin Chen glanced at the time, only 30 minutes were left until the evening competition began. He stretched his muscles, finished a bottle of nutrient solution, and left the training room. Stepping out of the teaching area, Lin Chen immediately spotted the familiar figure anxiously waiting under the streetlight. Bai Mushi was holding an entire box of Jian Bailey C3 nutritional liquid. When she saw him come out, a radiant smile of relief immediately blossomed on her face, and she hurried over. Husband. Lin Chen quickly stepped forward, effortlessly taking the box from her hands with one hand, smiling as he said, "You've worked hard, my wife." Then, with his other hand, he gently embraced Bai Mushi. Her cheeks flushed instantly. She could clearly feel the hot and powerful aura emanating from Lin Chen, as if it could melt her entire being. "I'm leaving." Bai Mushi felt her face burning, nodding vigorously, her voice as soft as a whisper. Go for it." Watching Lin Chen turn and leave, his tall and powerful silhouette made her heart race uncontrollably. She raised her hand to touch her burning cheeks, feeling a wave of shyness. "What's going on? Just looking into my husband's eyes made me feel like my whole body was ignited by a flame, burning fiercely from the inside out. It's really too hot. In the 11th match, the opponent's overall ranking was 187. As long as he won this match, Lin Chen would successfully break into the top 200 qualifying line. The live broadcast room of the 187th training arena was already bustling with noise, with online viewers surpassing 5,000. On the screen, the barrage of comments was as dense as snowflakes, almost covering the entire image. Here it comes. Brother One Shot's 11th match. 11 consecutive victories are within reach. The opponent is Ling Xiaoqing, ranked 187, who has already lost 4 in a row. 11 consecutive victories. 11 consecutive victories. Go, Brother One Shot. Take down the opponent and charge into the top 200. Here it comes, just waiting for Brother One Shot's match. Watching the instant kills is so satisfying. However, among the barrage cheering for Lin Chen, there were also some distinctly different voices. Sigh, Xiaoqing's luck is just too bad. Yeah, who would have thought you would encounter the fourth person who has comprehended the martial will? No way. Is that true? Yeah, her mindset has been completely shattered. In the last 3 matches, she saw the martial will and just surrendered. Absolutely true. In the last 3 matches, she surrendered directly, leaving her with a psychological shadow. Is the martial will really that terrifying? She didn't even try and just surrendered? Soon, someone came out to explain. Don't you understand? The martial will is no longer just a gap in strength, it's a crushing blow on a mental and spiritual level. Just think about it, when you're fighting, if the opponent gives you a look, you get so scared that your legs go weak, and you can't even hold your weapon. How can you fight then? Exactly, facing an opponent who has comprehended the martial will, unless you also have the martial will, you have no chance of winning. Holding on will only lead to a worse beating, even leaving irreversible psychological trauma. Surrendering is the wisest choice. Sigh, there's nothing to be done, the suppression of the martial will is too strong, it's impossible to fight. Just look at Xiaoqing in her last match, she was clearly left with a psychological shadow. Inside the training arena, Lin Chen's 10th opponent slowly walked in. It was an exceptionally tall girl, with healthy, wheat-colored skin. Her lines were smooth and full of strength, and she was nearly 1.90 meters tall, towering half a head above Lin Chen. She took 2 heavy alloy fist shields from the weapon rack and strapped them onto her fists. Lin Chen overall ranking, 291 genetic potential, 10.3% base points, 20 Ling Xiaoqing overall ranking, 187 genetic potential, 17% base points, 19 Lin Chen looked at the opponent's high genetic potential of 17%, and his expression instantly became serious. She already had a genetic potential of 17% during the new student registration? This match might be a tough battle. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Lin Chen had no intention of testing the waters. The moment the match began, the familiar fiery rapid martial will surged forth like a waking ancient beast, sweeping across the arena. The scorching, domineering, and unmatched momentum instantly locked onto Ling Xiaoqing at the other end of the training ground. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Ling Xiaoqing, upon sensing that familiar yet despairing aura, froze for a moment, her sun-kissed face contorting into an expression worse than if she had swallowed a fly. She stomped her foot, the alloy fist shield crashing onto the ground with a loud clang, and she blurted out an angry curse. Damn! What kind of freak is this? How can they all be so abnormal? This martial will is even fiercer than before. What am I supposed to do? Without hesitation, Ling Xiaoqing raised her hand and shouted with all her might, I surrender. Lin Chen wins! The crisp system notification rang out, declaring that this highly anticipated match had ended in a way no one could have expected, just a second after it began. Lin Chen stood there, stunned, his face a picture of disbelief. Although the match had ended, Ling Xiaoqing did not leave the arena. With her hands on her hips, she glared at Lin Chen, puffed up with indignation, and complained loudly, why do I always run into you freaks who have comprehended martial will? Then, she changed her tone and strode up to Lin Chen, let's be friends. I need to ask how to comprehend martial will, please. Lin Chen looked at the sun-kissed tall girl in front of him, who was even taller than he was, with a fiery and straightforward personality. He was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter and opened his terminal. Thus, in front of thousands of spectators, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded. In the arena, the 2 contestants, who had just finished a life and death duel, did not shake hands or leave the stage. Instead, they stood in the center of the arena, as if nothing had happened, scanning each other's codes and exchanging friend requests. In the live stream, the barrage of comments exploded after a brief silence. What did I just see? If you can't beat them, join them? I give this operation full marks. Ha ha ha. This sister is too real. I'm a fan now. Has the charm of one-shot brother grown so much that his opponent is asking to date him on the spot? Don't talk nonsense, upstairs. She's asking for advice. But, this scene is just too strange.
I declare, the most harmonious scene of this semester's entrance exam has been born.
After successfully adding Lin Chen as a friend, Ling Xiaoqing looked dejected and said, "Damn it, I was about to break into the top 100.
But after getting heavily injured by the first person who comprehended martial will, it felt like I was cursed, and I ran
into 4 more in a row. I couldn't beat the previous ones, and you definitely can't beat them.
I can feel it, your martial will is even stronger than before.
With such a freakish level, I have no choice but to surrender.
You guys are simply cheating." Ling Xiaoqing, unwilling to accept defeat, huffed and said, "Just wait and see.
Within 3 months, I will definitely comprehend martial will. When the
time comes for the 10 school joint exam, I, Ling Xiaoqing, will return." Lin Chen looked at the sun-kissed tall girl in front of him, feeling both amused and helpless, and said, "Good luck with that." Soon after, Lin Chen was matched against a boy rank 149 who wielded a long staff. The boy was agile, his movements reminiscent of a monkey. Lin Chen guessed it was due to the martial arts and techniques he practiced.
The moment the match began, the opponent took the initiative, letting out a loud shout.
He leaped high into the air, the alloy staff in his hand carving a fierce arc in the air, crashing down towards Lin Chen with immense force.
However, what awaited him was Lin Chen's terrifying Level 3 martial will. Boom!
The boy felt an invisible, terrifying aura capable of incinerating everything, instantly shatter his spirit. His high-flying form suddenly faltered in mid-air. It was this moment of vulnerability, Lin Chen's spear, like a lurking venomous dragon, struck first. With one thrust, it pierced through. Unsurprisingly, the battle ended in an instant once again. 12 consecutive victories. Lin Chen's ranking successfully replaced the 149th position.
The viewers in the live stream had transitioned from initial shock to a state of numbness.
In the bullet comments, people no longer discussed who Lin Chen's opponents were, but instead began fervently debating another topic.
13 consecutive victories. When will one shot brother end his winning streak? I bet on the next match.
The opponents are bound to get stronger, he can't keep one-shotting them. I bet on 15 consecutive victories.
One-shot brother is invincible. The betting is open. Lock in your bets. Amidst this heated discussion, the matching result for Lin Chen's 13th match quickly refreshed.
Match number, 13th match time, 8:35 p.m. Match location, arena number 89. As Lin Chen walked into arena number 89, his 13th opponent
entered almost simultaneously.
It was a tall figure dressed in a dark red combat uniform, with short, stylish hair and a strikingly beautiful yet aloof face.
Upon seeing the opponent, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. It was actually Qin Xiaoxiao. 4 hours earlier, in the medical center of the Galaxy Martial Arts University,
Qin Xiaoxiao walked in wearing a tattered combat
uniform.
Her expensive custom combat suit was riddled with tears, and her fair skin bore deep, bone-revealing scratches that were
still oozing blood.
However, in her clear eyes, there flickered an unprecedented, cold, and sharp light, as if she were a peerless sword freshly sharpened, exuding an icy aura. She was about to register at the front desk when she bumped into a gloomy-looking boy. It was Gao Yuan, who had just been praised by his friends in the arena as a once-in-a-century genius.
Gao Yuan was momentarily
stunned by Qin Xiaoxiao's pitiful appearance, then a smirk of schadenfreude appeared on his face as he instinctively said,
"Xiaoxiao, you lost too?"
Qin Xiaoxiao coldly glanced at Gao Yuan and replied, "I won, I'm now in the top 100.
What? The smile on Gao Yuan's face instantly froze.
He pointed at the scars on Qin Xiaoxiao's body, stammering, "Then what about this?" "Just superficial injuries," Qin Xiaoxiao shrugged nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. "It looked too bad, so I came to get it fixed." After saying that, her icy gaze swept over Gao Yuan from head
to toe, and she asked, "Did you lose?"
Under her sharp gaze, Gao Yuan felt his face burn, as if he had been slapped in public. His face turned red, his eyes darted away, and he forced himself to defend, I was careless. I lost to a martial will. It was that guy from the Haichang grain district, he comprehended martial intent." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao merely shook her head lightly, saying nothing more, and walked past him into the medical center. However, in her heart, she scoffed disdainfully. Trash is trash, losing is losing, and all he could do was make excuses.
Just martial intent. If one couldn't comprehend it, they couldn't blame others for having it.
Besides, having martial
intent doesn't guarantee victory.
In the last match, her opponent had martial intent, yet she still won. Moreover, under the extreme pressure of life and death, she too had taken that step and comprehended her own martial will. Martial will, cold. Ice slaughter. Qin Xiaoxiao lay in the comfortable medical pod, the soft blue healing light gently caressing her wounds, bringing waves of soothing relief. Bored, she opened her personal terminal and clicked into the school's official forum. At this moment, the forum was already flooded with various posts about today's entrance exam, buzzing with unprecedented activity.
She casually browsed through, and when she saw a post pinned at the top with the eye-catching red-hot label, she couldn't help but stop the *** title, stunning comeback. The biggest dark horse on the first day of the competition, one-shot brother Lin Chen, 10 consecutive wins with all opponents eliminated, strongly advances into the top 200, *** Lin Chen? Qin Xiao saw the somewhat familiar name, and a hint of surprise flashed in her cold eyes. She clicked on the post, which detailed Lin Chen's journey from rank 9988 to his current position, along with highlights from each match. When she saw the man holding a long spear, his expression indifferent, eliminating all his opponents with a single shot, Qin Xiao finally showed a moved expression. This guy, 10 consecutive wins? Quite impressive. At this rate, in the next 5 matches, I might very well encounter him. However, the corner of Qin Xiao's mouth curled into a confident arc. This guy, relying solely on the advantage of martial will, could only bully someone like Gao Yuan in the early stages. Now, I also possess martial will. In this regard, he has no advantage at all. And in terms of techniques, martial skills, combat experience, and family background, in all these aspects, I far surpass him. He absolutely has no chance of winning against me. Unexpectedly, 4 hours later, she really encountered him. When Qin Xiao saw that her opponent was Lin Chen, a wave of killing intent finally appeared on her beautiful face. She looked at the man across from her, holding a long spear, his expression calm, and in her cold eyes, a fierce battle spirit ignited instantly. I just comprehended the martial will, ice-cold slaughter. On the level of martial will, I am already on par with him. And in other aspects, techniques, martial skills, combat experience, family background, in all these areas, I completely crush him. 4 hours ago, at the medical center, she thought this in front of Gao Yuan. Now she thinks the same. She admitted that this guy's 10% genetic potential allowed him to reach this point. Very strong, very monstrous. But he can't get past me. I will win. In the live broadcast room, the atmosphere was lively. Wow. It's Qin Xiao. Now there's a good show to watch. Xiao's last match was amazing. Martial intent. Suppression, eliminating her opponent in an instant. Comprehending martial will makes a difference. One-shot brother has also comprehended martial will. Yeah, this match is truly a clash of titans. Fire and ice, a dual heaven. Did someone just come out of the foot massage city? I bet on Qin Xiao to win. The school beauty of Tantai No. 1 High School, her techniques and martial skills are top-notch, with a deep foundation. I'm still backing one-shot brother. A dark horse must go all the way. Qin Xiao coldly glanced at Lin Chen, slowly taking out 3 exquisitely designed Jin potions that shimmered with different colors from her tactical bag at her waist. Expressionless, she injected the needle into her fair neck. And as the 3 potions were infused, she could clearly feel her body undergoing intense changes. The first, a crimson, fury factor, made her muscles instantly swell with blood, exploding with power. The second, a sky blue, spirit of the cheetah, made her tendons and ligaments incredibly flexible and elastic, instantly elevating her agility and reaction speed to a new level. The third, a golden, spirit vein expansion liquid, widened her meridians like an expanded river channel, significantly enhancing the flow rate and total amount of spiritual energy within her. This was the confidence she had as the legitimate daughter of the Qin family from Tiantai. These 3 potions were cutting-edge products developed using the latest technology obtained from top biological technology companies across the galaxy by her family's trading company, and they were not available for purchase on the market. They not only had no side effects but also, after their effects wore off, the special energy they contained would be slowly absorbed by the body. This would subtly enhance the martial artist's various functions, truly achieving permanent strengthening. Qin Xiao felt an unprecedented powerful force surging within her. Horror. Originally fair skin flushed with an abnormal redness, and her muscles swelled visibly, stretching her dark red combat suit tighter, brimming with explosive strength. Moreover, her entire figure seemed to elongate, as if she had grown several centimeters taller. She knew she had reached an invincible state. In the live stream, when viewers saw Qin Xiao inject herself with 3 unknown syringes, the comments exploded. What the hell? Is this even fair? Injecting on the spot? This is cheating, right? Wait, she's injecting directly? How can they even compete now? One-shot brother is going to lose. However, these skeptical voices were soon drowned out by another wave of calmer comments. Can the people upstairs stop overreacting? Clearly, they've never seen a high-level match. This is hilarious. Isn't this a normal operation in the top 100 matches? Not having seen it just shows your lack of experience. Exactly, the rules say to bring your own potions, so of course, she can use them. This is a competition of strength and foundation. Lin Chen watched Qin Xiao's series of fluid movements, his eyelids twitching. He had seen various healing potions used before. But this was the first time he had seen someone inject themselves before the match started. What an eye-opener. Indeed, he was still too ignorant. But then he thought, since he was already here, could he surrender? He took a deep breath, casting aside all distractions, and tightened his grip on the long gun. His gaze became unprecedentedly focused and sharp. Opposite him, Qin Xiaoxiao smiled lightly and drew two standard alloy short knives from the weapon rack. On the holographic screen above the training ground, their profiles clearly appeared. Lin Chen overall ranking, 149 genetic potential, 10.3% base points, 22 Qin Xiaoxiao overall ranking, 89 genetic potential, 13% base points, 22 in the livestream. The atmosphere was instantly ignited to the extreme. It's over, one-shot brother is going to end his 13-game winning streak. Yeah, Qin Xiaoxiao not only comprehended the martial will but also injected herself on the spot. How can he compete? Exactly, one-shot brother is strong, but he ultimately comes from humble beginnings, and his foundation is too lacking. What a pity, I was hoping to see him create a miracle. There's nothing to be done, this is reality. In the face of absolute foundation, talent can sometimes be powerless. In the boys' dormitory of Tantai City, Bai Mujia watched the screen, his heart sinking to the bottom. He paced anxiously around the room, his fingers rapidly tapping on the terminal, wanting to send a message to his sister to comfort her. But after thinking for a long time, he deleted it word by word. It was useless to say anything now, it would only make his sister more worried. Sigh. Brother-in-law, please don't push yourself too hard. Meanwhile, in the student dormitory of Tantai City, Bai Mushi closed her eyes in distress, constantly praying in her heart. Husband, you must be safe. If you really can't win, surrender is fine. As long as you're not seriously injured, that's more important than anything. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Qin Xiaoxiao showed no signs of hesitation, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She felt like a frost goddess walking among mortals. The power within her roared. Agility surged, and spiritual energy flowed. She even had the illusion that she was invincible, able to easily crush everything before her. She moved. To others, her figure wielding dual knives resembled a red snake, slithering across the ground in a bizarre arc, her form elusive and impossible to lock onto. This was the A-level martial skill she practiced, red snake blade technique. She transformed into a dark red lightning bolt that tore through the void, rushing towards Lin Chen at a terrifying speed that surpassed the sound barrier. Almost at the same moment she burst forth, her already condensed martial will erupted with a thunderous force. Martial will. Ice-cold slaughter. Buzz. An icy, bone-chilling, and murderous invisible momentum swept over the entire training ground like a polar cold wave. Qin Xiaoxiao's gaze was cold and sharp, she had absolute confidence. With the enhancement of 3 potions, her speed, strength, and reaction had reached a whole new height. Coupled with her martial will that could freeze the soul, as long as she could affect her opponent for even a tenth of a second. As long as she could successfully close the distance to within 2 meters, then the battle would enter her rhythm. At that time, Lin Chen's seemingly powerful spear would completely lose its advantage of distance, turning into a clumsy burden. And the dual blades in her hands would transform into the Grim Reaper's scythe, launching deadly attacks from every tricky angle around him. She could almost see the horrific sight of her opponent, terrified and desperate, ultimately collapsing in a battered state beneath her dual blades. Or perhaps he would scream in fear and surrender. Both were possibilities. Qin Xiaoxiao's earth-shattering momentum indeed intimidated Lin Chen. He could clearly feel the explosive surge of power from her, as well as the chilling killing intent that seemed to freeze the very air. Lin Chen dared not slack off for a moment, he immediately unleashed all his strength. Just as Qin Xiaoxiao's cold martial will was about to touch Lin Chen, it was met with a volcano erupting. Lin Chen's gaze instantly became fiery, the martial will, fiery rapidness that had long since merged with him awakened like a slumbering dragon, surging forth with an even more domineering and violent posture. Boom! Ice and fire, 2 completely different martial wills, violently collided in midair. There was no earth-shattering sound, no dazzling light effects. But on a mental level, it felt as if an invisible nuclear bomb had detonated. Qin Xiaoxiao felt her martial will, ice-cold slaughter melt, evaporate, and collapse like an ice cube thrown into lava upon contact with the other's more refined and hotter will. Her brain buzzed as if struck by an invisible hammer, her vision darkened, and her forward momentum momentarily stiffened uncontrollably. Her cold eyes were instantly filled with endless horror. How is this possible? Her martial will was actually crushed? Why is his martial will so strong? However, on the battlefield, victory and defeat are decided in an instant. In a duel between experts, this moment of distraction could be fatal. Lin Chen's spear was already waiting at the finish line. Without a hint of hesitation, without a trace of mercy. One thrust, piercing. Qin Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly constricted, jolted awake from the terrifying impact of will, and her rich combat instincts prompted her to raise her dual blades at the last moment, crossing them in front of her. However, Lin Chen's spear was far more cunning than she had imagined. The glimmering spear tip, like a nimble venomous snake, brushed past the gap between her dual blades at an incredible angle, flashing by. Qin Xiaoxiao barely had time to let out a startled cry, twisting her body with all her might. Put! The cold spear tip, carrying a scorching gust of wind, unceremoniously pierced through her right shoulder. Bang! The fiery energy contained in the spear tip exploded. Ah! Qin Xiaoxiao let out a piercing scream, her entire body jolted back violently by the tremendous force of the explosion. The spear tip left her body, drawing forth a spray of hot blood that splattered onto the training ground, sizzling. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxiao was horrified to discover that Lin Chen's marksmanship seemed to be more exquisite and terrifying than any sharpshooter she had ever seen, including the so-called once-in-a-century shooting genius, Gao Yuan. How could this be possible? Were the marksmanship teachers at Tiantai No. 1 High School all incompetent? If Gao Yuan's marksmanship was a once-in-a-century talent, then what could be said about this man across from her? Dressed in a 10 million yuan judgment non-combat suit, she was pierced through by a single shot. What did that indicate? It indicated that the explosive power of that shot just now exceeded 15,000 kilograms. And what was this fiery spiritual energy? She could clearly feel a scorching and violent energy still raging within her wound, crazily destroying her flesh and blood. Wasn't he from a humble background? How could he possibly cultivate a spiritual technique that only top-tier families had the resources to support? While Qin Xiaoxiao was cursing madly in her heart, her movements showed no signs of hesitation. She immediately pulled out a powerful hemostatic agent from her waist and plunged it into her mangled right wound. The effect of the agent was immediate. The gruesome wound began to visibly shrink and heal at an astonishing speed. However, before she could fully breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Chen's second shot was already on its way. The gleaming tip of the gun seemed to disregard the distance and space, reappearing right in front of her. Qin Xiaoxiao was struck with terror, her toes pushed off the ground, and her figure retreated like a startled swan. However, Lin Chen's figure closed in like a parasite, almost at the same time. His footwork, seemingly simple, was just the most basic footwork, but each step he took was perfectly timed, keeping the distance between them firmly controlled within 2 to 3 meters. This distance was the optimal range for a long gun attack. No matter how Qin Xiaoxiao dodged or retreated, she could never escape the gun's relentless pursuit. Her figure was firmly enveloped within Lin Chen's attack range. Moreover, that scorching will, like a wildfire spreading across the plains, was constantly roasting her mental world, making her feel incredibly oppressed and uncomfortable. Under this dual pressure, her once proud speed and skills became sluggish and rigid, and she could barely exert even 70% of her strength. Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't understand why, with both of them possessing martial wills, her own seemed as fragile as a child's in front of him, utterly vulnerable. Could it be his martial will was of a higher grade than hers? This thought filled her with absurdity and unwillingness. Qin Xiaoxiao knew she couldn't continue like this. If she remained on the defensive and was forced into a corner, her only fate would be to be pierced through by a bullet. Gritting her silver teeth, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes as her left hand darted into her tactical pack at her waist, pulling out her last trump card, a vial containing a deep purple liquid. Fury. This was a military-grade banned drug secretly obtained by her father, capable of allowing a martial artist to unleash power far beyond their limits in a short time. It was originally meant for someone of Lu Zhenlong's caliber. She never expected to use it on this unknown man right in front of her. However, just as she pulled out the syringe, her body moved a fraction too slowly, and Lin Chen keenly seized the opportunity. Qin Xiaoxiao felt the scorching will from across her suddenly surge. It was no longer the previous suppression, but a judgment aimed at completely burning her soul to ashes. She raised her head in shock, only to meet Lin Chen's eyes, which seemed to flow with lava and burn with raging flames. In that instant, Qin Xiaoxiao felt as if her eyes, and even her entire soul, were about to be scorched and burned by that terrifying gaze. Not good. In that moment, Qin Xiaoxiao felt that the world before her was reduced to nothing but red. The man across from her, along with the long spear in his hand, seemed to have completely merged into one. No longer just a person and a weapon, but an eruption of unstoppable volcanic lava. That scorching, domineering, terrifying will, capable of incinerating everything, surged like a tangible wave, instantly crashing through and drowning her fragile mental defenses. At that moment, her consciousness felt as if it had been completely pulled from her body. No! Under the shadow of death, a madness that embraced life in the face of death erupted in Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes. Her mind uncontrollably conjured the stern face of her grandfather, who commanded respect without anger. She was the most outstanding descendant of the Qin family in this generation, and also her grandfather's most cherished grandchild. It was precisely this most that granted her access to cultivation resources far beyond her peers, allowing her to reach this point today. She could not lose. If she lost, especially to this unknown grassroots figure, she would no longer be the unique most. To comprehend the will of martial arts yet be defeated by an obscure grassroots would only prove to everyone that she was worthless, not worthy of continued investment. Her grandfather's affection and the family's resources would undoubtedly shift towards other more promising descendants. And she would become just another dispensable existence, like those siblings she had long left behind, gradually marginalized by the family. No, I absolutely cannot lose. Qin Xiaoxiao abandoned all defense and retreat, charging forward against the deadly spear tip. She aimed to assassinate the man before her before losing consciousness, even if it meant mutual destruction. Put. The long spear effortlessly pierced through her heart. However, her heart, enhanced by potions, continued to beat fiercely even after being pierced, still providing her with the last bit of power for a short time. Qin Xiaoxiao coughed up blood, her body forcefully impaled on the spear, yet she continued to charge towards Lin Chen. She poured the last trace of spiritual energy and vitality within her into the dual blades in her hands, unleashing the final killing move of the Chilean blade technique. The short blades in her hands seemed to come alive in an instant, transforming into a red poisonous snake that flicked its tongue. The blade-like no longer moved in a straight line but twisted and danced in the air, drawing dazzling and intricate arcs. Even at extreme speed, the blades created several blurred phantoms, making it impossible to discern which was real and which was an illusion. All the phantoms targeted 3 different points: Lin Chen's eyes and throat. In that moment, Lin Chen was forced to make the most accurate judgment in the blink of an eye. However, the next second, with a crisp clang, she came to a halt. She looked incredulously at her short blade, which had been firmly blocked by a small shield that had suddenly appeared. Immediately after, Qin Xiaoxiao watched in despair as the alloy knife slipped from her hand. The small shield, carrying an unmatched force, slammed heavily into her chest. This is a shield bash? Bang! The tremendous impact sent her already teetering body flying backward. The spear that had pierced through her body was also forcefully pulled out by this force, blood splattering everywhere. Qin Xiaoxiao crashed heavily to the ground, a flash of white light appearing as medical personnel in white rushed in. She looked at the man in the center of the arena, one hand holding a gun and the other a shield, his expression cold and indifferent, revealing a bitter smile before she completely lost consciousness from excessive blood loss. Lin Chen, victory! In the live broadcast room, after several seconds of dead silence, it erupted into chaos. The barrage of comments flooded the entire screen with an unprecedented intensity, like a nuclear bomb explosion. Holy shit! What the hell did I just see? Is this a godly battle? Is this really the freshman exam? So damn cool. The last gunshield combo left me completely stunned. I declare that from today on, One-Shot Brother is my only male idol. Qin Xiaoxiao is too fierce. Even with her heart pierced, she can still counterattack. This is what a true warrior is. Yeah, even though she lost, she still has her honor. This is a true showdown of the talented. Doesn't Qin Xiaoxiao have a martial will? Why is she being suppressed so badly? Where did One-Shot Brother get that shield? Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. This match is definitely the most exciting one since the start. No contest. I recorded it. I want to watch it 100 times. One-Shot Brother, forever a god. In the student dormitory, Mushi had her eyes tightly closed, unable to bear watching. Until the deafening cheers from the live stream reached her ears, she cautiously opened her eyes. What she saw was Lin Chen piercing Qin Xiaoxiao's heart with a single shot, a bloody and shocking scene. She was instantly dumbfounded, her whole body stiffening. Then, Qin Xiaoxiao's last desperate counterattack made her heart race as if it would leap out of her throat. It wasn't until she saw Lin Xiaoyu steadily blocking that fatal blow with his small shield and sending Qin Xiaoxiao flying that her heart finally settled. Thankfully, her husband was fine. That's good. She slumped onto the sofa, gasping for breath, feeling as if she had just experienced a life-and-death battle, her whole body drenched in sweat. Then, she looked at the man standing with a gun in the light screen, resembling a war god, and a complex emotion surged within her. Yi Qinghan had just finished a match and immediately returned to the lounge. As she took off her combat uniform, she opened Lin Chen's match live stream. Ever since she started watching Lin Chen's match videos and live streams, it felt like she had found the confidence and courage to stand up again. That will of blazing fire that burned everything had not become her nightmare. Instead, it was like a shot of adrenaline, sweeping away her previous slump, leading her to a triumphant 3-game winning streak. She watched the scene on the light screen where Lin Chen pierced Qin Xiaoxiao's heart and then sent her flying with his shield, so excited that she jumped up from the sofa, waving her small fists, her pretty face flushed with excitement. Well done. Pierce her. That was awesome. Watching Lin Chen's domineering shot, she felt as if her blood was ignited, boiling. With passion, her heart racing. That cold, pretty face also flushed abnormally, radiating a breathtaking beauty. Her gaze at the man on the light screen became uncontrollably dreamy and moist, as if it could draw silk. An hour later, at the number 39 martial arts arena, Lin Chen's 14th match was about to begin. In the livestream, the place was already packed, with the online viewer count surpassing an astonishing 20,000. This number is quite impressive in a personal martial arts arena livestream, second only to the top 5 popular arenas. It should be noted that at this time, it was the peak period for the entrance exams of new students in major cities and martial arts universities across the entire 0755 star system. The vast majority of people were focused on the matches of their friends and family. Aside from those who had already finished their matches or had no hope for their friends' matches, very few would specifically run to other live streams. Lin Chen's ability to attract such attention was enough to prove the powerful shock effect brought by his 13 consecutive victories. The atmosphere in the bullet comments was extraordinarily lively. Number 39 Martial Arts Arena. Could the opponent be ranked 39? Damn! If he wins again, One Shot Brother will directly break into the top 50? So fierce. The speed of this comeback is simply unbelievable. As Lin Chen walked into the arena, his opponent entered almost at the same time. It was a well-built guy with sharp eyes. As soon as he entered the arena, he ignored Lin Chen and began to speak endlessly into the void. Hello everyone, I am Jo Hong Kai. What I'm wearing is the Star Dragon number 1 bio armor, developed locally by Xingzhou Group. Priced at 20 million, its protective capabilities can rival combat suits on the market worth over 100 million. As you've seen along the way, my armor can easily withstand an instantaneous explosive force of up to 16,000 kilograms, and even for forces above 16,000 kilograms, it can absorb over 50%. It far exceeds other combat suits in the same price range. Moreover, it does not affect our agility at all. It feels just like your own skin. This is the magic of our exclusive biotechnology. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Was this person across from him doing a live stream to sell products? Meanwhile, the live stream room became lively in an instant, and informed viewers immediately revealed the identity of the person. Holy crap! It's the heir of Xingzhou Group. The boss of Xingzhou Group, who is said to have over 1,000 children, arranges dozens of them every year to enter major martial arts universities, promoting their bio-armor through live broadcasts during various practical exams. This Jo Hong Kai is the most outstanding among his sons. For this new student entrance exam, Xingzhou Group even specially paid to set up VIP live streaming rooms on major platforms to buy traffic for promotion. This guy has a genetic potential of up to 18%. Wearing the Star Dragon number 1 armor, he is practically invulnerable, sweeping through with a 12-game winning streak. The main reason is that the Star Dragon number 1 is just too outrageous. It only breaks defense at 16,000 kilograms. Even if you have martial will, it's useless if you can't break through the defense. Wasn't the previous Dang Wenji unable to break through? He lost only because he was forced into a corner. In the last match, Lu Zhenlong finally broke through at the last moment to win. At this moment, Jo Hong Kai in the arena seemed to be looking at the bullet comments and continued to explain, losing to Lu Zhenlong is not shameful. In the last match, I almost caught him. If I had caught him, the one losing would have been him. Not me. He paused, glanced at the comments again, and sneered disdainfully. What? The opponent in this match is One Shot Brother? Who is One Shot Brother? I've never heard of him. In a student dormitory, Sun Yuyun was watching the match between Lin Chen and Jo Hong Kai while calling her recently recovered sister, Sun Yuning. The Sun family was quite a prominent family in Tantai City, holding shares in several large groups, including Xingzhou Group. It was known that just a while ago, the boss of Xingzhou Group had held a grand entrance banquet for his dozen or so sons who were starting school this year. At the banquet, he publicly praised Jo Hong Kai, saying he was the most outstanding among his 1,000 sons, exceptionally talented, with a bright future, and that he would be arranged to enter the management of Xingzhou Group immediately after graduation. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen had achieved a 14-game winning streak and was now standing on the same arena as this heir of Xingzhou Group. Yuning, just focus on the match, leave everything else to me. Her voice was gentle yet firm. That Lin Chen made you suffer so much, I will definitely seek justice for you. On the other end of the line, Sun Yuning said, Sister, actually I'm fine, it's normal for unexpected things to happen in a match. Alright, I understand. You don't need to think too much about that match, just leave it to me. Okay, sister. Sun Yuning hung up with a slight choke in her voice. After calming her sister's emotions, the determination on Sun Yuyun's face was quickly replaced by a wry smile. She shook her head and laughed at herself. Seeking justice was just a temporary comfort. Let her sister finish the first phase. of the competition well first. She had just finished watching the thrilling live broadcast of the match between Lin Chen and Qin Xiaoxiao. Damn it, they hadn't even started school yet, and he had already comprehended martial will. Moreover, he would also hang up another top genius who had comprehended martial intent and was administering medicine on the spot. Although he was a fourth-year student, he had only barely grasped martial intent a year after the entrance exam. Now, he was indeed a bit stronger than these freshmen, but the top-tier prodigies would surpass him in less than half a year. How could he seek justice for his sister? After the entrance exam, it would be better to take his sister and make some friends. Especially someone like Lin Chen, a grassroots individual with no foundation, was worth befriending and investing in. In the martial arts arena, Zhou Hongkai was still advertising. Today, those who place orders in our live broadcast room will enjoy a newcomer discount, receiving a tactical package worth tens of millions for free. Just like this one. On my waist. The instant-use medicine function that only the billion-dollar combat suit has, you can have it too. As he spoke, Zhou Hongkai snapped his fingers. Look, this is the gesture recognition that only a tens of millions level tactical package has. With a soft hiss, a micro-injection was precisely injected into his waist from the tactical package, delivering the medicine into his body. Immediately, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he suddenly opened them again, an extremely intoxicated expression appeared on his face. A layer of strange light purple rapidly spread from his neck, instantly covering all exposed skin. His muscles began to engorge and expand at a visible speed, stretching the already fitted biological battle armor tightly. Every inch of his form radiating explosive power. Even his height seemed to increase by several centimeters, transforming him into a waking humanoid beast. He couldn't help but let out a satisfying low roar as the bones throughout his body crackled with a pop-pop sound. Alright, the match is about to begin. Watch how I capture this so-called dark horse, one-shot brother, and easily subdue him. Remember, those who place orders in our live broadcast room today will enjoy a newcomer discount, receiving a tactical package worth tens of millions for free. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, the medicine I'm using is the God King number 1 from the Xianyuan group, a composite enhancement medicine that combines strength, agility, and spirit. If you order the Star Dragon number 1 foot biological battle armor during this match, I'll throw in 2 boxes of God King number 1 medicine, enough for a year or even 2 years of use. Limited to the duration of this match. Hurry up, everyone. After saying this, Zhou Hongkai took a composite shield hammer from the weapon rack. On the holographic screen above the martial arts arena, the profiles of the two appeared simultaneously. Lin Chen overall ranking, 89 genetic potential, 10.3% base points, 23 Zhou Hongkai overall ranking, 39 genetic potential, 18.0% base points, 23 Zhou Hongkai glanced at Lin Chen and shouted, so you're one shot brother. If your gun can't unleash 16,000 kilograms of force, it won't break through my Star Dragon number 1 defense. With that, he took heavy steps. Like a humanoid tank, charging towards Lin Chen. Although Zhou Hongkai appeared carefree and dismissive of Lin Chen saw through it clearly. His steps seemed heavy, but in reality, they were extremely cautious, each step containing a peculiar rhythm. While it was hard to discern the specific footwork, from Lin Chen's perspective as a master of the basic footwork, it was clear that his opponent was ready to change direction and dodge at any moment. This was a rough-looking opponent with a shrewd mind. Lin Chen hesitated not at all. Any probing was unnecessary. He directly unleashed all his martial will. Boom! That will of raging fire, capable of incinerating all, swept through the entire martial arts arena like an invisible storm, ruthlessly crushing towards the advancing Zhou Hongkai. Oh, martial intent. The relaxed smile on Zhou Hongkai's face instantly froze. He was just about to continue teasing, saying something like, no wonder it's a dark horse. But 0.1 seconds later, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. What kind of martial will is this? How can it be even more ferocious than Lu Zhenlong's just now? Zhou Hongkai felt an irresistible, terrifying momentum that could burn his very soul to ashes, crashing into his mental world like an erupting volcano. The fighting spirit he prided himself on was instantly crushed and torn apart. Like paper in the face of this higher, more domineering will. His brain buzzed, and in an instant, it went blank. It was as if an illusion appeared before him, the entire world turning into a raging sea of flames, the air filled with the smell of sulfur, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. His body, which had surged forward, suddenly stiffened uncontrollably. That steady pace became fatally disordered. In that moment when Zhou Hongkai's mind faltered, a glimmer of cold light arrived first. Then, the gun shot out like a dragon. Lin Chen's figure seemed to merge completely with the long gun in his hand, transforming into a black lightning that tore through space, instantly crossing the distance between the two. Puff! The gun tip, glimmering with
Cold light carried an unmatched penetrating power, effortlessly piercing through the Star Dragon number 1, which was said to withstand 16,000 kilograms of impact, and deeply stabbed into Joe Honkai's heart. The next second, boom! The flame spiritual energy contained in the gun tip exploded violently within Joe Honkai's heart. Joe Honkai's robust body trembled violently, and he incredulously looked down at the bull-sized, bloody hole in his chest. He could even see the shattered fragments of his heart. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My Star Dragon number 1 armor can withstand 16,000 kilograms. However, as this thought just emerged, his consciousness quickly receded like a tide being drawn away. Joe Honkai's sturdy body hadn't even had the chance to fall. A flash of white light appeared, and the medical personnel in white had suddenly materialized, swiftly supporting his swaying body and beginning emergency rescue. Lin Chen wins! The live broadcast room suddenly fell into a dead silence. After a few seconds, it erupted like a fish pond hit by a depth charge, instantly boiling over. What the hell? What the F*** did I just see? One shot, another shot? This is Star Dragon number 1. The top tier. Armor said to withstand 16,000 kilograms of impact. Just like that, pierced by a single shot? The speed of that shot. I couldn't even see it clearly. How terrifying is One-Shot Brother's power? 14 consecutive wins. One-Shot Brother continues to create miracles. This is no longer a dark horse. This is AF*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
diehard fan of One Shot Brother. Whoever dares to slander him, I'll go after them. Meanwhile, in the VIP live broadcast room of the Shinjo group, the atmosphere was completely different. The barrage was completely drowned in waves of mockery. False advertising. Refund. A 20 million armor, pierced by a single shot? This is too much bragging. Right? They say it rivals 100 million level. But I think it's not even worth 200,000. I don't care, refund. Refund. The best car crash scene of the year. President Joe. President Joe, come out and explain. I'm dying of laughter. 1 second they were bragging, the next second they got slapped in the face. What is One Shot Brother wearing? That's real badass. Star me. The first combat suit for young people. Although most people couldn't afford the 20 million combat suit, it didn't stop them from enjoying the spectacle. At the top floor of the Shinjo Group headquarters building, in the luxuriously decorated chairman's office, that old President Joe, while he was comfortably watching the live broadcast of the match on the screen, with both hands resting on the slender waist of a tall, curvy female secretary, his smile suddenly froze when he saw Joe Honkai being pierced through the heart by Lin Shen's shot. He gripped the secretary's delicate waist tightly, snapping it in an instant. Waist. Waist. He kicked the secretary, who was lying in a pool of blood and wailing, and pointed at his son, who was also lying in a pool of blood on the screen, shouting in a fit of rage, "How could you lose to a lowly person wearing star rice?" However, just as Lin Chen was about to leave the training ground, he saw a team carrying professional camera equipment suddenly surge in from another passage, directly entering the center of the arena. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Leading the group was a tall, capable-looking young woman in a silver-gray professional suit. She held a microphone emblazoned with the official logo of the Galaxy Martial University, wearing a professional yet sweet smile as she walked straight towards Lin Chen. "Hello, Lin Chen," she extended her hand and introduced herself. "I am Chen Shuwei, a reporter from the school's official live broadcast room. Congratulations on achieving an impressive record of 14 consecutive victories. May I conduct a brief post-match interview with you now?" Lin Chen looked at her and then at the dark camera lenses behind her. "Sure." Chen Shui's smile widened, and she let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. Finally, she had encountered a normal person. She had no idea how difficult her interviews had been along the way. These genius freshmen all seemed to have their eyes on the top of their heads, each one more arrogant than the last. She had tried every possible way to persuade them, nearly running out of words, and hardly anyone was willing to accept an interview. At this moment, looking at Lin Chen's calm and slightly stern face, Chen Shuwei found him particularly pleasing to the eye, even somewhat handsome. She smiled and said, "Lin Chen, thank you for your cooperation. As our exclusive interviewee in the official live broadcast room, you will receive a box of Rapid No. 1 enhancement potion provided by our exam sponsor, Eternal Life Technology, as a small token of appreciation." "Oh? There's this good thing?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of pleasant surprise appearing on his face. Chen Shuwei was amused by his straightforward reaction, and her smile became even more sincere. She nodded and said, "Yes, this is to thank you for cooperating with our work. So, can we start our interview now? Let's begin." Lin Chen nodded.
Chen Shuwei immediately adjusted her state. Held the microphone up to Lin Chen's mouth, smiling as she began to ask questions. Lin Chen, first of all, congratulations once again on achieving the remarkable record of 14 consecutive victories and successfully entering the top 40 of this year's freshman entrance exam. As the biggest dark horse of this exam, what are your thoughts now that you can share with our million viewers? Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied calmly, it feels alright. The opponents aren't very strong. In the live broadcast room, a flurry of 666 and Versailles comments flooded the screen. Lin Chen, regarding your last shot, the explosive power you unleashed instantly pierced through your opponent. May I ask, what was your peak power at that moment? Chen Shuwei immediately threw out the second question, which was the one all the viewers were most concerned about. 10,000 kilograms, maybe a little more, Lin Chen thought for a moment and said calmly. A little more? Chen Shuwei's eyes lit up, pressing for more details. What exactly is it? Actually, I don't know either. Lin Chen honestly shook his head. Just then, a holographic screen above the training ground finally displayed the exciting replay and data analysis provided by the sponsor, Dixie Intelligent. The image froze at the moment Lin Chen delivered his final shot. Instant impact peak value, over 10,000 kg. The people in the live broadcast room saw this over 10,000 kilograms. The detection result of instantly made everyone burst into laughter. The barrage, like an exploded armory, was immediately flooded with all kinds of witty remarks and memes. Ha ha ha. A little bit. Really just a little bit. A meme showing too. Fingers pinching the entire galaxy was crazily spammed. I believe it. What one-shot brother said is all true. So real. This answer, I give full marks. The show effect is at its peak. Chen Shuwei looked at Lin Chen's serious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Shuwei continued to smile and asked, Lin Chen, we noticed that in the previous 13 matches, you only used a long gun. But in the recent duel with Qin Xiaoxiao, you took out a small shield at a critical moment to block her deadly counterattack. When did you start practicing shield techniques? Why didn't you use it before? Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied, I just learned it this afternoon, and I don't feel very skilled yet, so I didn't use it much. You just learned it this afternoon? Chen Shuwei was stunned again. The live broadcast room fell into a brief silence once more and then erupted into an even more intense barrage storm. What did I just hear? Just learned at noon? Are you kidding? Learning it in the afternoon and being able to block Qin Xiaoxiao's deadly strike in actual combat? I don't believe it. This is definitely bragging. This is no longer Versailles, this is insulting my intelligence. Is there a possibility that he is telling the truth? Upstairs, are you out of your mind? How is that possible? Chen Shuwei looked at Lin Chen, secretly amazed at how this boy's show effect was simply off the charts. She continued to smile and asked, Lin Chen, the last question. Next, you will face your final and most crucial match of the day. Do you have anything to say to your last opponent? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, looked up at the camera, and calmly said, I hope he can be a bit weaker so I can achieve 15 consecutive wins. After saying that, he nodded at Chen Shuwei and turned to leave the arena, leaving behind a stunned Chen Shuwei in the live broadcast room that had already been drowned in barrages. Wow! This guy is so full of himself, I give full marks. Hoping he can be weaker? Is this even something a person would say? So arrogant. So crazy. But I really like it. At Xiaoying at Tang Dongshan at Chen Xuani, the barrage was crazily tagging these three, who were currently the top 3 elite talents. As soon as Chen Shuwei's interview ended, she quickly returned to the official live broadcast office located backstage of the arena. The atmosphere in the office was tense and busy. The head supervisor, a young male teacher with a calm demeanor, immediately gathered several core members, including Chen Shuwei, who had just completed the interview. Alright, everyone, the male teacher tapped the table and got straight to the point. For the last match tonight, our station needs to select 2 focus battles for key live broadcasting and commentary. The match at Arena 1, between the first-ranked Chen Xuani and the 9th-ranked Hao Linjun, is definitely a must, no objections. He paused, scanning the crowd, and posed the question, the key is the second match. Now we have 2 options, Arena 2. The second-ranked Tang Dongshan against the 17th-ranked Lu Jinlong, and Arena 3, the third-ranked Xiaoying against the recently 14-game winning streak Dark Horse Lin Chen. What do you think we should choose? As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately said, Teacher, I think we should choose Arena 2. Tang Dongshan and Lu Jinlong are both top talents with established reputations. Their duel will definitely be a clash of titans, full of highlights. That's right, although Lin Chen is a dark horse, he is after all from a grassroots background, and in terms of foundation and strength, he is still too far behind the third-ranked Xiaoying. This match is likely to be one-sided, with no suspense and little entertainment value. The head teacher listened to everyone's discussions without immediately expressing his opinion, instead turning his gaze to Chen Shuwei. Shuwei, what do you think? You just interviewed Lin Chen, and his popularity and traffic are very high right now. Chen Shuwei recalled Lin Chen's calm and polite demeanor inside. Inwardly. In the final match, facing the top-ranked genius Xiaoying, Lin Chen was undoubtedly going to lose. Sigh, given your good attitude, I won't recommend you to go on the main stage and embarrass yourself. So, Chen Shuwei said, Teacher, I do think Lin Chen's attitude is indeed very good, and he is very cooperative with our interview. However, in terms of strength, the gap between him and Xiaoying is still quite large. Personally, I worry that if this match is broadcast live on the main stage, the significant difference in strength might lead to a lack of entertainment value, affecting our main stage's viewership. The head teacher pondered for a moment upon hearing this. The concerns of several key members were not without reason. Although Lin Chen, this dark horse, brought tremendous traffic and topics, the main stage broadcast ultimately relies on the excitement of the match itself. A match with no suspense and a crushing defeat would indeed struggle to attract viewers. In contrast, the duel between Tang Dongshan and Lu Jinlong was undoubtedly a more stable and safer choice. Alright, he finally nodded and made a decision, then let's set it for the number 2 arena. Shuwei, please work hard and continue to follow the match in the number 3 arena, ready to cut in for some exciting footage at any time. Okay, teacher. Chen Shuwei nodded in agreement. An hour later, the final match of the first phase of the entrance exam was about to begin. In the live broadcast room of the official Galaxy Martial University, 2 gold medal commentators were already in position. The male commentator passionately introduced, Good evening, dear viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Galaxy Martial University Freshman Entrance Exam. Tonight, we will focus on 2 highly anticipated highlight matches. First, in the number 1 arena, we have the first-ranked freshman Shen Xuanyi facing off against the 9th-ranked Hao Linjun. The female commentator added in a sweet voice, yes, the other highlight match will take place in the No. 2 arena. It features the 2nd-ranked Tang Dongshan against the 17th-ranked Lu Jinlong. These 2 matches can be said to be a prelude to the clash of the top combat powers among this year's freshmen, absolutely not to be missed. With their introduction, the majority of the audience's attention was drawn to the number 1 and No. 2 arenas. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of the number 3 arena, the atmosphere was equally vibrant. Although it wasn't selected by the main stage, the final battle in the number 3 arena still attracted over 100,000 viewers. In the live room, the bullet comments surged like a tide. Wow! It's Xiaoying. One-shot brother. Actually matched up with Xiaoying. Now there's a good show to watch. This is definitely the most anticipated duel of the night. Who do you think will win? I bet on Xiaoying. I bet on one-shot brother. His martial will is unmatched. As long as Xiaoying is pressured by his momentum, he will undoubtedly lose. Xiaoying is amazing. 15 consecutive wins, let's go. That one-shot brother on the other side is fierce, but facing Xiaoying, it's about to end for him. Exactly, Xiaoying is a spiritual cultivator. The suppression of martial will is useless against him. Without the advantage of martial will, that one-shot brother is just an ordinary gunman. That's right. Go Xiaoying. Take him down. Nonsense. Our one-shot brother relies on strength, not some ethereal martial will. Exactly, one-shot brother's marksmanship. And power, didn't you see? Even without martial will, he can still pierce through the opponent. What's so great about a spiritual cultivator? He'll still be blown up. Go one-shot brother. 15 consecutive wins create a miracle. Lin Chen walked into the training arena and saw his last opponent. A tall boy with sharp, eagle-like eyes stood quietly in the center of the field. At his feet lay a scattered array of over a dozen standard alloy weapons. Swords, guns, blades, staffs, axes, hammers. He had taken one of almost every weapon from the rack and laid them out in front of him, as if setting up a stall. Lin Chen overall ranking, 39 gene potential, 10.3% base points, 24 Xiaoying overall ranking, 3 gene potential, 16.0% base points, 30. When Xiaoying saw Lin Chen enter the arena, without a word, he directly pulled out a vial containing a sea blue liquid from his waist and unhesitatingly injected it into his neck. As the potion flowed in, the sharpness in his eyes was instantly covered by a deep blue hue, shimmering with an inhuman light. Even his short, jet-black hair began to faintly glow, with a bluish sheen at the roots. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Xiaoying did not attack immediately. Instead, he stood still, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident and arrogant smile. He spread his arms wide, and an invisible mental force field instantly expanded outward from him. The scattered alloy weapons at his feet trembled slightly and slowly began to levitate off the ground at the same time.
Blades flashed, and guns roared. The dozen or so weapons, as if they had come to life, pointed at Lin Chen from all directions, exuding a chilling aura of death. The live stream room erupted in excitement. Here it comes! Here it comes! A rain of arrows. This is the return of 10,000 swords, do you understand? Damn! Is this mental control over objects? So freaking cool. Controlling over a dozen weapons at once? How strong must his mental power be to do that? Brother, one gun is doomed. He only has one gun, how can he block this? It's over. In Tantai City, in the boys' dormitory. Bai Mujia watched the scene of Xiaoying, who looked like a god or demon, on the screen, so frightened that the chips in his mouth fell to the ground. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something in the live stream to uphold his brother-in-law's dignity, but he didn't even know how to organize his words. To him, this situation was just too terrifying. In the student dormitory, Bai Mu, she pressed her hands together tightly against her chest, closed her eyes, and murmured prayers for Lin Chen. Husband, you must be safe. In the medical center, VIP ward. Xin Xiaoxiao lay pale in the medical pod, the soft blue healing light gently brushing over her chest wound. She didn't even know why she had inexplicably opened the live stream of this match. Looking at Xiaoying on the screen, she irrationally felt that Lin Chen would win. Meanwhile, in another lounge, Yi Qinghan had just finished her 15th match of the day, achieving 5 consecutive victories. She was now staring excitedly at the screen, her cold eyes filled with unabashed fervor. To her, no matter how flashy the opponent's setup was, this man would definitely win. However, just as Xiaoying was about to control these weapons to launch a thunderous, overwhelming attack on Lin Chen moved. Without any probing, without any reservation. Martial will, fiery. Rapidness erupted with a bang. Martial will? Useless. Xiaoying's lips still curled into that confident sneer. He felt that Lin Chen would be like those past defeated opponents, unable to shake his proud, glassy spirit even with the use of martial will. However, the next second, the corner of his mouth that had been slightly raised suddenly twitched violently. He felt a terrifying and domineering scorching will, more intense than anything he had encountered before, crashing into his proud glassy spirit like the shockwave from a supernova explosion. Crack! A sound that seemed to come from the depths of the soul. His indestructible glassy spirit was, in the face of this higher will, like real glass, instantly covered in a web of cracks. A storm surged in his heart. How is this possible? He could clearly feel that scorching will surging into his spiritual world through those cracks, like a raging wildfire, burning everything in its path. A sharp pain surged over him like a tide, leaving his mind blank, and even causing double vision. The dozen or so alloy weapons that had been floating beside him lost control and clattered to the ground. Ah! Xiaoying screamed, clutching his head. He used his spiritual power to resist the martial will, but conversely, if the martial will completely crushed his spiritual power, then his spiritual world would also suffer a devastating blow. Just from a clash of wills, he was already severely injured. In the live broadcast room, there was an instant silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. What the hell? What's going on? What happened to Xiaoying? He seems to be injured? No way. He didn't even move his hands, how could he be hurt? However, Lin Chen gave him no chance to catch his breath. With a shift of his footwork, he shot forward like a cannonball, instantly crossing dozens of meters to appear in front of Xiaoying. For the first time, true horror appeared in Xiaoying's eyes. He bit his tongue sharply, the intense pain temporarily pulling him from his mental trauma. He suddenly retreated while raising both hands, and 2 alloy short knives that had fallen to the ground shot towards Lin Chen like arrows released from a bow, one after the other. Clang! Clang! The small shield in Lin Chen's hand seemed to have eyes, first accurately blocking the first short knife coming from the front, then with a flick of his wrist, he skillfully deflected the second knife that was sneaking in from the right rear. Basic small shield technique, Chen family flying shield technique. At this moment, these two perfected D-grade martial arts were flawlessly combined and utilized by Lin Chen. Block, deflect, flick. The movements flowed like water, seamless and fluid. The live broadcast room erupted once again with a tsunami of astonishment. What the hell? This shield technique. Isn't he the one with the gun? How can he use a shield so smoothly? Is this guy a monster? Can this even be seen? At the same time, Lin Chen closed in again. He gave Xiaoying no chance to breathe, his footwork stepping forward like a ghost, and the spear in his hand transformed into a black lightning bolt, piercing straight for Xiaoying's heart. Under the extreme pressure of life and death, Xiaoying unleashed all his potential. His already cracked spiritual world was pushed to its limits at this moment. Crimson blood instantly sprayed from his nostrils. Following that, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. The high-tech combat suit he wore suddenly burst forth with dazzling white light, and upon closer inspection, a visible layer of rippling spiritual Energy membrane formed on the surface of the combat suit. Spiritual energy shield. In the live broadcast room, some knowledgeable viewers gasped in surprise. With the enhancement of the spiritual energy combat suit, combined with Xiaoying's own spiritual energy, this shield is enough to withstand an instantaneous explosion of under 20,000 kilograms. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's spear was already upon him. Bang! A deafening roar. The spear tip accurately pierced that layer of spiritual energy shield, causing the entire shield to tremble violently, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading out from the tip. But it did not shatter. It actually withstood Lin Chen's earth-shattering strike. At the very moment Lin Chen's spear was blocked, the long spears and sabers that had originally fallen behind him suddenly trembled slightly. At the same time, as if granted a final breath of life, they abruptly changed direction, transforming into deadly streaks of light, launching a final desperate attack towards Lin Chen's unguarded back. Watch out behind you, brother one shot. What the hell? Is there going to be a turnaround? However, there was not a trace of panic on Lin Chen's face. His gaze was terrifyingly calm. His hand holding the spear was as steady as a rock. Second shot. Third shot. Fourth shot. The spear in Lin Chen's hand seemed to transform into an unyielding black lightning, piercing out continuously at a terrifying speed. Each shot landed precisely on the same cracked point of the energy shield. Clang! 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 The cracks on the energy shield deepened and widened at a visible rate. The mournful wail of the shield changed from a crisp sound to a dull thud, as if it would completely shatter at any moment. Meanwhile, Xiaoying was in a state of utter despair. Each impact forced his mental and physical state to bear an unimaginable burden. Blood was no longer just flowing from his nostrils, but also streaming from his eyes, ears, and mouth, pouring out from all 7 orifices. Just a little more. He stared intently at the weapons that were about to pierce Lin Chen's back, his eyes filled with unwillingness and madness, stab him to death. However, in the next instant, the 5th shot arrived. Crack! A crisp sound, like shattering glass, rang out. The indestructible energy shield finally could not withstand the relentless, terrifying impact, shattering with a mournful cry, turning into countless flying specks of light. At that moment, the long spears and sabers that had attacked from behind were less than 0.1 meters away from Lin Chen's back. The sharp tips had even pierced through the surface of his combat suit. However, the cold spear tip unhesitatingly pierced through Xiaoying's heart. Boom! The fiery energy exploded. And at the same moment Xiaoying's heart was shattered. The long spears and sabers that had attacked from behind seemed to instantly lose all their power, nearly crashing into Lin Chen's back due to inertia. Not even a white mark was left, and then they fell weakly to the ground. Just a little bit more. As Xiaoying was about to collapse, the medical personnel in white immediately supported him and administered a shot of adrenaline. Lin Chen, victory! The training ground fell into a dead silence. Lin Chen slowly retracted his spear, watching as Xiaoying was urgently carried away by the medical personnel, along with the chaos on the ground, and let out a long breath. 15 consecutive victories. He did it. In the live broadcast room, the barrage that had been fiercely debating fell into an eerie silence for several seconds at the moment Xiaoying collapsed. Then, like a volcano that had been suppressed to the extreme, it erupted violently. The barrage flooded the entire screen with an unprecedented, overwhelming density, like a dam breaking. What the hell? I'm numb. I'm really numb. What kind of divine battle is this? This match was too exciting. This is the true peak showdown. Brother one shot. Forever a god. 15 consecutive victories. A perfect record. From 9,988th place, all the way to 3rd. This is a damn novel protagonist, right? That last shield counter was too cool, right? I'm soaked. I declare, from today on, I'm a die-hard fan of Brother One Shot. Whoever dares to criticize him, I'll go after them. Xiaoying tried his best too. That last desperate strike was so tragic. Yeah, even though he lost, he still has honor. This is a true genius showdown. Now no one dares to say Brother One Shot relies on martial intent, right? This marksmanship, this shield technique, this combat awareness, all top-notch. I take back what I said before. Brother One Shot is not a dark horse, he is a prehistoric giant crocodile. Eat everyone up. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream again. Soon, the screen was flooded with 666 and one shot. Brother is awesome comments. Everyone was completely shocked by this thrilling, constantly reversing showdown. As Xiaoying was urgently carried away, the final rankings on the holographic screen above the martial arts arena were refreshed. Lin Chen's name, amidst a chorus of gasps, surged fiercely to the 3rd position. Meanwhile, the losing Xiaoying, due to point deductions, plummeted from her original 3rd place to the 39th position where Lin Chen had just been.
Immediately after, the final ranking list for the first phase of the entire Galaxy Martial Arts University appeared simultaneously on the screens of all the martial arts arenas and live streaming rooms. However, this final list displayed an extremely bizarre scene. Phase 1 total points ranking 1 ST, Shinxiani, total points, 342 ND, Tangdong Shan, total points, 333 RD, Lin Chen, total points, 25. Lin Chen, ranked third, surprisingly had a total score that was a full 7 or 8 points lower than the first and second places. This huge point gap left everyone feeling incredibly strange and confused. One shot brother is awesome. This TM. The gold content is just too high. Inside the martial arts arena, Lin Chen let out a long breath of turbid air. After 15 consecutive high-intensity battles, especially the 5 matches in the evening, each one had pushed his martial will to the limit, nearly exhausting all his mental energy. He felt utterly fatigued. He put away his spear and shield, turned around, and was just about to leave to get a good night's sleep. Unexpectedly, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed in the passageway of the arena. Chen Shuwei was sprinting over with her interview team. She was running so fast that her neat professional skirt looked a bit disheveled, a fine sheen of sweat glistened on her smooth forehead and pert nose, and her cheeks flushed with a charming hue from the vigorous exercise. Lin Chen, she gasped, blocking his path, her voice trembling slightly, we meet again. At this moment, Chen Shuwei's heart was filled with immense excitement and joy. She hadn't originally thought highly of Lin Chen, but unexpectedly, he had gone all the way, defeating even spiritual practitioners. It was something she never dreamed of witnessing and personally recording such a legendary moment. With a bottom ranking, achieving 15 consecutive victories, he had turned the tables and finally made it into the top 3. Such a stunning dark horse, such a legendary story, as far as she knew, had never appeared in the nearly 20-year history of the Galaxy Martial Arts University branch. And she would be the first and only reporter to conduct an exclusive interview with him. She was already a second-year student at the school, interning in the official live streaming room, merely as a hobby. Now, looking at the slightly fatigued yet still calm-eyed boy before her, she saw a sparkle in his beautiful eyes that was unprecedented. Lin Chen, congratulations again. 15 consecutive wins, and you finally ranked third. This is definitely the most miraculous and legendary achievement in this exam, no, in the past decade. How do you feel right now? Chen Shuwei's voice trembled with excitement, but she still maintained her professional demeanor. Lin Chen looked at her excited expression, then at the dark camera lens behind her, and sighed helplessly. I'm pretty tired, he said honestly, I just want to go back and sleep. Pfft, the live streaming room was instantly flooded with a barrage of ha and so real. Chen Shuwei was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. And continued, Lin Chen, we noticed that your final score is far from the first and second places, yet you still achieved a good result in third place. What do you think of this ranking rule? I think this rule is quite unreasonable. Lin Chen said seriously, shaking his head in complaint. It's not very friendly to students like us with average potential. I hope the school can improve it in the future. Laughter erupted in the live stream like a tidal wave. Ha ha ha. Average potential? Bro, are you joking? I can't believe you. You old rascal. This is the highest realm of Versailles, I've learned something. Chen Shuwei suppressed her laughter and threw out the last question. Lin Chen, the first phase of the competition has ended. In the upcoming elimination rounds, you will face even stronger opponents. What is your goal? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen raised his head, his slightly tired eyes instantly sharpening like an eagle's. He looked at the camera and calmly uttered 2 words. Continue winning. At the end of the interview, Chen Shuwei looked at the boy in front of her, who, though tired, still had a calm gaze like a deep pool, feeling a hint of admiration in her heart. This boy has a promising future. Establishing a good relationship with him now would be an incredibly valuable investment for both herself and the organization. Behind her, she put away the microphone, wearing a sincere and generous smile, and said to Lin Chen, thank you for cooperating with our work today. On behalf of our team, I'd like to treat you to a meal, which will also help us follow up on the report. Thank you, but I'm too tired today. Let's do it another day. Lin Chen shook his head, directly and honestly declining. The series of battles had drained too much of his energy, he just wanted to return to that place with warm lights and delicious food waiting for him, to get a good sleep. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuwei not only felt no embarrassment but instead smiled and said, then let's add each other as friends. We'll get in touch another day. Lin Chen nodded and opened his personal terminal. The moment the screen lit up, he was overwhelmed by a flood of messages and friend requests. The number in the upper right corner representing unread messages had long turned into 99 plus, flashing wildly. He glanced over and saw at the top of the message list was a pinned message from Baimushi. Hubby, I roasted a whole sheep and a whole cow for you. Then came the official notification. Important notice, the first phase of the points competition has now concluded.
Tomorrow, October 2nd, is a rest day, and all training grounds will undergo maintenance. The second phase of the elimination rounds will officially begin the day after tomorrow, October 3rd, at 8 a.m. Please, the top 200 students who advanced, be prepared, and wish you all good luck in your martial arts journey. Rest tomorrow? Lin Chen thought for a moment, unsure how much he could improve his strength in just one day. After the official notice, there were messages from his father-in-law and mother-in-law, by Mujia, Chen Kuan, Zhou Wanin, Yu Zhenhai, and others. His in-laws sent messages filled with pride and comfort. The familiar chubby Chen Kuan bombarded him with a series of 666 and greetings, one-shot brother.ipg emojis. By Mujia's excited congratulations were somewhat incoherent. Brother-in-law, you are my only idol. God, you are my God. As for Zhou Wanin and Yu Zhenhai, they just sent their congratulations and brought up the collaboration again. Well, Lin Chen was also considering opening the friend requests. It was also 99 plus. Lin Chen's gaze merely skimmed over and directly pulled the list to the bottom, finding the friend request from Chun Shuwei that had just come in, and clicked to accept. Then, he raised his hand and long-pressed mark all as read. Instantly, the whole world became quiet. Chen Shuwei saw that her friend request was accepted and a bright smile blossomed on her face. She playfully winked at Lin Chen and said with a smile, "So, handsome, check your terminal." After saying that, she waved her hand, leading her interview team, and turned to leave briskly. Lin Chen looked down in some confusion and saw a new message from his friend Chen Shuwei on his terminal. Chen Shuwei, hello? Lin Chen. Chen Shuwei, I would like to invite you to dinner, mainly to thank you for your support during my interview. I wonder if you are free tomorrow? Lin Chen stared at the message from Chen Shuwei, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Let's talk after the second phase is over." As soon as the message was sent, Chen Shuwei's reply came almost instantly. Chen Shuwei, alright. She seemed quite aggrieved. Lin Chen shook his head, put away his terminal, and turned to leave the training ground. Dinner? Is that a joke? The day before the second phase, time is so precious. Who has time to eat with you? If eating could lead to immediate pregnancy, Lin Chen might consider it. Just as Lin Chen stepped out of the corridor, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined and cultured, quickly approached him. Upon seeing Lin Chen, a warm and perfectly timed smile appeared on his face. Hello? Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the young man, who immediately respectfully handed over his electronic business card. I am your counselor, Zhao Wenba. The young man said with a smile, congratulations on finishing the first phase of the competition with a perfect record of 15 consecutive wins, and I wish you even greater success in the upcoming second phase. He paused and continued, I am here mainly to add you as a friend. If you have any questions at school in the future, feel free to ask me. Also, Zhao Wenba's tone became a bit more serious as he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said earnestly, if any clubs approach you during this time before the entrance exams, regardless of the generous conditions they offer, please do not accept any of their invitations just yet. After the exams, our student council will organize a special recruitment briefing for outstanding new students like you. At that time, you can choose to join our student council or any club you prefer. Student council? Clubs? Lin Chen was left puzzled. Is this student council and club what he thinks it is? He looked at Zhao Wenba, who claimed to be his counselor, and directly asked, what is a club? What is the student council about? Zhao Wenba adjusted his glasses again and replied in a gentle yet firm tone, Lin Chen, your most important task right now is to focus on preparing for the second phase of the competition. As for these trivial matters, I will explain them to you in detail after the exams. With that, he politely nodded to Lin Chen and turned to leave, not giving him any chance to ask further questions. Lin Chen watched his departing figure with a furrowed brow. Clubs and student councils, all shrouded in mystery. After thinking for a moment, he decided to send a message to Lin Yuechan. Lin Chen. Teacher Yuechan, what is a club? However, after sending the message, he received no reply for a long time. Lin Chen shook his head, no longer dwelling on these confusing matters. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was greeted by a table already prepared with a steaming feast. The rich aroma of meat instantly dispelled all his fatigue. Honey, you're back. Bai Mushi rushed out of the kitchen like a cheerful little bird and directly leaped into his arms. Yeah, I'm back. Lin Chen held her tightly and kissed her on the forehead. Just as Lin Chen was devouring the whole roasted lamb on his plate, his personal terminal beeped softly, indicating a delayed reply from Lin Yuechan. Lin Yuechan, the student council and clubs are essentially the same type of organization. If you choose to join one of them, then while enjoying the various resources and conveniences they provide, you also need to fulfill the corresponding responsibilities and follow their arrangements. Lin Yuechan, for example, I joined the student council back then, so when I graduated, I followed the organization's arrangement and chose to stay on campus to teach. Lin Yuechan, what's wrong? Did a club contact you? Don't agree just yet. Lin Chen looked at these messages, and the fog of confusion in his heart finally dissipated a bit. So that's how it is. This student council and club are indeed a bit different from what Lin Chen understood. It feels like forming cliques? A gang in college? After joining, one can gain protection and resources, but also needs to contribute to the organization. Lin Chen suddenly thought, could he serve two organizations at the same time, maybe engage in some undercover work? It seems this matter really needs careful consideration. He temporarily set this aside and focused all his attention on the new techniques and martial arts. Tomorrow he has a whole day of rest. For him, this is undoubtedly the last and most precious opportunity to sprint. He must make good use of these 24 hours to enhance his strength. Lin Chen's gaze fell on Bai Mushi, who was looking at him with admiration. Her beautiful apricot eyes sparkled like a pool of spring water, shimmering with light, and the corners of her eyes and brows carried a captivating charm, as if they could weave silk. Under his gaze, Bai Mushi's cheeks instantly flushed, and she instinctively avoided his burning gaze, her heart racing like a startled deer. Lin Chen's heart also began to race wildly. An uncontrollable thought surged from the depths of his heart, Xian Su Heart Sutra. 4 days ago, due to his insufficient understanding of the technique and lack of leading ability, combined with Bai Mushi's shallow cultivation, they had failed in their first attempt. But now, Lin Chen felt he was ready. This time, perhaps, it could work? Once this thought arose, it ignited like a spark, instantly igniting a raging fire within him. He felt an inexplicable heat rising from his lower abdomen, quickly spreading to his limbs. He looked at Bai Mushi's shy appearance, his Adam's apple unconsciously rolling up and down, his voice becoming a bit hoarse. Wife. Bai Mushi lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. Lin Chen stood up, walked to her side, and lifted her from the chair. Ah! Bai Mushi exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, burying her flushed face in his chest, not daring to look at him. Husband, aren't you going to cultivate? Starting now. Lin Chen carried her and strode toward the bedroom, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. We'll cultivate together. Being carried into the bedroom, that familiar yet strange feeling of heat surged again, and Bai Mushi seemed to remember something, her face turning even redder. She recalled the failed attempt 4 days ago. Remembered how his warm and domineering aura had rampaged through her body, leaving her powerless to resist. Remembered how she had retreated step by step under that powerful impact, collapsing completely, ultimately leading to the failure of the technique. At that moment, she felt like a leaf floating in a stormy sea, in constant danger of being swallowed or torn apart. She buried her burning face deep in Lin Chen's chest, her heart pounding like a drum, murmuring softly, last time, it was all my fault, my cultivation was too low, I dragged you down. Hearing her voice tinged with a hint of grievance and self-blame, Lin Chen's heart softened. He gently placed her on the bed, leaned down, and pressed a tender kiss on her smooth forehead, softly reassuring her. Silly, how can you blame yourself? Last time I was too anxious and didn't grasp the rhythm well. He looked into her eyes, those deep, reassuring eyes filled with confidence. This time is different. He said in a deep voice, my strength is far beyond what it was before. This time, I will take the lead, you just need to relax and completely surrender yourself to me. In the bedroom, the light was soft. Bai Mushi looked into his determined yet gentle eyes, and her restless heart gradually calmed down. She closed her eyes, took a long, deep breath, and nodded. Let's go. Lin Chen's voice was low and powerful. The following is omitted for thousands of words. As the technique operated, Bai Mushi felt as if her body had been thrown into a huge furnace. Lin Chen's Hunyuan Ichi was like a gentle flame, repeatedly refining her meridians and cleansing her bones. At first, she could barely endure it. But as the speed of the technique increased, that gentle flame gradually revealed its domineering nature. Bai Mushi's skin began to flush a charming crimson, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, sliding down her delicate cheeks. Her breathing became increasingly rapid, each exhale carrying a burning heat. She felt as if her body was about to be completely melted. A tingling sensation surged from her limbs to the depths of her soul, leaving her feeling weak all over. Lin Chen noticed her change and immediately adjusted his technique, softening his aura in an attempt to lighten her burden. However, his current strength was simply too overwhelming. A minute passed. Bai Mushi felt as if her mental world was about to burst from the vast energy. Her consciousness began to blur, and countless brilliant stars seemed to swirl and explode before her eyes. She gritted her teeth, desperately trying to hold on. She didn't want to drag her husband down like last time. However, the limits of her body could not be altered by will alone. 1 minute and 01 seconds. When the technique reached its critical moment, Bai Mushi could no longer endure it. The taut string finally snapped. She suddenly opened her eyes, her watery gaze filled with pain and pleading, her voice trembling with A hint of a cry as she shouted, "Husband, I can't take it anymore." With Baimushi's surrender, the hard-won cycle of energy collapsed again. Lin Chen felt a heaviness in his chest. And the hope of completing the technique slipped away once more. She gave up again. He looked at Baimushi, who was slumped on the bed, drenched in fragrant sweat, unable to move even a finger, and sighed helplessly as he gently covered her with a blanket. Woo woo. Baimushi turned to the side, burying her face in the soft pillow, her shoulders trembling slightly, as suppressed sobs escaped her. Crystal tears slid down the corners of her eyes, soaking the pillowcase. "Husband, it's all my fault, it's all because I'm too weak." Her voice was thick with crying and self-reproach. I dragged you down again." Seeing this, Lin Chen felt a pang in his heart and quickly sat by the bed, gently pulling her into his arms. Softly comforting her, "Silly girl, what are you saying? It's my fault for not controlling it well, it has nothing to do with you. You've done really well, much better than last time." He gently wiped away her tears with a teasing tone. "Look, this time we lasted 1 minute and 01 seconds. That's a full 2 seconds longer than last time. That's a huge breakthrough." Baimushi couldn't help but chuckle at his feigned nonchalance, laughing even before her tears were dried. 2 seconds, what kind of breakthrough is that?" she mumbled with a nasal voice. "Why isn't it?" Lin Chen said seriously, "This shows that we are making progress. Who knows, after another 100 or 200 times, we might succeed." However, despite saying this, Lin Chen was secretly calculating in his heart. Every training session was a huge burden for Baimushi, and it took her several days to recover afterward. For him, who was racing against time, this was truly a luxury. Lin Chen suddenly thought of Lin Yuechan. She had said that if he could enter the top 100, she would tell him about the Xian Su Heart Sutra, but he immediately shook his head. Lin Yuechan might have just been joking, teasing him. How could he take it seriously? How could an extraordinary martial artist possibly be interested in someone as insignificant as him? But Zhou Wenyin and Yu Zhenhai, they were genuinely sincere. Meanwhile, next door, on the 298th floor, room 165, Yi Qinghan was curled up alone on the sofa, the massive holographic screen in front of her repeatedly playing highlights of Lin Chen's competition today. She watched it over and over again, and at some point, an unusual flush had appeared on her delicate and cold face, her heart inexplicably racing. The overwhelming and fiery martial will that erupted from that man was not only not a nightmare for her, but rather a kind of deadly poison that made her unable to resist indulging in it, reliving it again and again. She subconsciously opened her personal terminal, looking at the friend request she had sent out long ago, which had since sunk into silence. In her cold eyes, a hint of sourness and loss flashed, one she hadn't even realized herself. She, the representative of Shinka Biological Group, the pride of the Yi family in Tantai City, had always been the center of attention. No one had ever dared to ignore her like this. This was the first time she had actively sent a friend request to a boy. Yet the other party hadn't even acknowledged it. A feeling she had never experienced before, a mix of sourness and loss, quietly spread in her heart. While she thought indignantly, her gaze was uncontrollably drawn to the figure of that man on the screen. The image froze at the moment Lin Chen faced Qin Xiaoxiao. When she saw him crush and shatter Qin Xiaoxiao's ice-cold killing will like a volcanic eruption, Yi Qinghan felt her cheeks uncontrollably start to heat up, her heart racing inexplicably. It was as if she had returned to that martial arts arena, back to the fear dominated by that scorching will. But this time, beneath that fear, a strange shiver and excitement that she couldn't even understand herself began to grow. "Monster!" she murmured, her cold eyes flashing with complex emotions. Just then, an extremely faint sound, but clear to a martial artist, came through the wall from next door. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly, puzzled. Was this training? Then, a suppressed, slightly pained and trembling moan faintly drifted over. The sound was soft, yet it pierced Yi Qinghan's heart like a needle. It was that woman's voice. Yi Qinghan's expression instantly turned a bit ugly. Uncontrollable image surfaced in her mind. That woman named Baimushi must be drenched in sweat, trembling all over, struggling under that overwhelming power, retreating step by step. A surge of inexplicable anger and jealousy rose from the depths of her heart without warning. Why? Why could that utterly useless weak woman bear his powerful and domineering strength so intimately? And she couldn't even get a friend slot. This thought made her feel as if her heart was tightly gripped by an invisible hand, both sour and bitter, painfully tight. If it were her, could she withstand it? Bang! Yi Qinghan suddenly grabbed the cushion beside her and slammed it against the wall, producing a muffled sound. Her cold, beautiful face was already flushed with an abnormal redness, her eyes swirling with complex emotions she couldn't even comprehend. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Lin Chen arrived early. At the familiar white building, the Reproductive Management Center. He navigated the place with ease, as if returning home.
A young lady in a brand new black suit, exuding a cool demeanor. Yet unable to hide her exquisite curves, smiled professionally and respectfully upon seeing Lin Chen's VIP identification, leading him to the exclusive VIP room. Half an hour later, Lin Chen emerged feeling refreshed, as if the entire world had become clear and bright. When he returned to the core area of the school, to the number 10 teaching building, the long-awaited system notification sounded in his mind like heavenly music. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward, randomly unlock martial arts cultivation permissions. Power accumulation punch unlocked. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward, randomly unlock martial arts cultivation permissions. Staff whirling technique unlocked. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward, randomly unlock martial arts cultivation permissions. Sky rending whip unlocked. 3 conceptions again. Power accumulation punch, D-grade martial art, only one move. It concentrates all body strength into a 1-inch point of the fist for an explosive release, pursuing ultimate penetration. Staff whirling technique, D-grade staff art, only one move. It utilizes wrist flicks to create high-speed strikes from one end of the staff, unpredictable in nature. Sky rending whip, D-grade whip art, only one move. It infuses spiritual energy into the whip's tip, unleashing it at high speed to create a sonic boom that tears through the air. These 3 D-grade martial techniques all came from the intelligent recommendations of the school's martial arts mall. In an instant, 3 distinctly different martial insights surged into his mind like rushing torrents. Power accumulation punch, level 1, 0/10, staff whirling technique, level 1. 0 out of 10, sky rending whip, level 1, 0 out of 10. Lin Chen looked at the 3 familiar progress bars, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. Why bother with a meal? Isn't directly donating reproductive data more practical? Efficient? Quick? It can also contribute to the empire's population efforts. This is the true path to sustainable development. Ding! Detected that the number of offspring successfully conceived by the host has exceeded 15. Achievement unlocked, branching out. Special reward, Vitality Elixir, 1 day, X1 Vitality Elixir, 1 day. After consumption, it allows the host to maintain a peak state of vitality for 24 hours, ignoring fatigue and consumption, significantly enhancing cultivation efficiency. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, and a storm surged in his heart. Vitality Elixir? This is simply a divine medicine tailor-made for him. Ignoring fatigue, ignoring consumption. Peak state for 24 hours. Doesn't this mean he can engage in countless extreme intensity exercises on the most critical day ahead? This divine medicine can be saved for later. When Lin Chen walked into the familiar training room 2202, a faint fragrance wafted towards him. Lin Yuechan was still there. She was still in her capable black combat suit, sitting cross-legged. In the center of the room, seemingly surrounded by an almost imperceptible flow of spiritual energy. Hearing the door open, she slowly opened her eyes, her sharp phoenix-like gaze landing on Lin Chen, her beautiful brows slightly furrowing as she said in a teasing tone, "Young man, your energy is quite strong." Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking at himself, his face showing surprise. "Teacher Yuechan, you can tell that?" Lin Yuechan chuckled. "I'm an extraordinary martial artist, isn't it normal to have heightened senses? That aura you just released, mixed with hormones and life energy, I could smell it from 10 meters away." Lin Chen felt embarrassed at once, but seeing Lin Yuechan's half-smiling expression, he couldn't help but say, "Since you know everything, teacher, then you should also know that I've made it into the top 3. Lin Yuechan was slightly taken aback, not yet grasping the meaning behind his words. Lin Chen continued, "Didn't you say before that as long as I could enter the top 100, you would teach me how to cultivate that Xian Su Heart Sutra? Now, I'm in 3rd place." A wave of indescribable shame and annoyance, mixed with a hint of offended astonishment, instantly surged onto her delicate face, causing her ears to faintly flush with a charming crimson. This little rascal! Congratulations on entering the 2nd stage. Lin Yuechan forcibly changed the subject. With just 1 day of rest, are you going to practice? Lin Chen nodded, a hint of helplessness on his face. "There's no choice, the training room is too hard to book." Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Chen deeply and said, "Then go ahead and practice." After saying that, she turned around and left the training room without looking back, her movements crisp and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. "Why does it feel like she's avoiding me? Could it be?" Lin Chen shook his head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts. "Never mind, anyway, there's no one around, it's more comfortable to cultivate. Let's go." Lin Chen wasted no time and immediately began his frenzied training of the whip technique. Whip technique, level 1, 1/10, whip technique. Level 1, 2/10. 1 hour later.
Ding. Whip technique level up. Current level, level 10, max. Next was Sky Split Whip. Ding. Sky Split Whip level up. Current level, level 10, max. Then came Charged Punch. Ding. Charged Punch level up. Current level, level 10, max. 3 hours later, all 3D level martial skills were perfected. However, Lin Chen did not stop and resumed practicing Swift Wind Thrust. He knew that although these basic martial skills were now perfected and could no longer directly enhance his genetic potential and physical attributes, they could still provide a continuous stream of experience points for his more important martial will Fiery Rapid. Time flew by as he repeatedly practiced the Swift Wind Thrust. By 10 o'clock at night, Lin Chen slowly finished his training. His entire body was already soaked with sweat, his combat suit clinging tightly to him, outlining his explosive muscle lines. But his eyes shone remarkably, as if 2 clusters of flames were burning fiercely. He eagerly opened the system panel. Host, Lin Chen Genetic Potential, 18.6% physical fitness, 182 plus mental, 182 plus spiritual energy, 140 plus cultivation techniques, set 128 radio gymnastics level 10, max, mixed yuan qigong level 6, 0 out of 600, 8. Treasure skill level 6, 0/120, basic fist technique level 10, max, basic footwork level 10, max, swift wind gun technique level 10, max, basic small shield technique level 10. Max, beginner shield strike technique level 10, max, Chen family flying shield technique level 10, max, Ma family shadow spear level 10, max, charged punch level 10, max, whip technique level 10, max, sky split whip level 10, max, martial will Fiery Rapid level 4, 888/4000, partner, by Mushi, favorability 85, offspring, 16, in gestation, permission points. 1 martial will Fiery Rapid, level 4. The moment martial will Fiery Rapid broke through to level 4, it welcomed a transformative change. If the previous martial will was fire, then at this moment, it had condensed into a volcano. The will of level 1 is like a newly born spark, tender and flickering. The will of level 2 is like a burning bonfire, taking on a preliminary shape and sense of pressure. The will of level 3 is like a raging wildfire, imposing and powerful enough to devour the opponent's spirit. Yet, all 3 share a common, fatal flaw difficult to control. They are like an uncontrollable wildfire, erupting immediately under pressure, and managing them is extremely crude. It's either fully on or fully off. Even if Lin Chen does not deliberately urge it, that scorching, domineering aura will unconsciously emanate from him, easily exposing his emotions and fighting spirit. However, the level 4 martial will, Raging Fire, has undergone a fundamental change. That power is no longer an ethereal flame image but has condensed into a towering, solid active volcano, deeply rooted in the center of his spiritual world. Control has achieved a qualitative leap. When his heart is as calm as still water, this spiritual volcano will fall into silence, perfectly containing all the heat and fury within, as heavy and immovable as a mountain. On the surface, he appears no different from an ordinary martial artist, that once uncontrollable domineering aura has been perfectly concealed, not revealing a trace. And when his fighting spirit rises, he can control the eruption of this volcano at will. No longer is it the crude motive being on the verge of explosion, either fully open or fully closed. He can even release only half or even 30% of its might, like the thick smoke before a volcanic eruption, providing just the right amount of pressure to his opponent while still keeping a deadly trump card in reserve. This feeling of control made him involuntarily think of Lin Yuechan. Although he is still far from achieving her subtlety of influencing without a sound and lifting with ease, Lin Chen feels that he has already embarked on the same path. Back in the dormitory, as soon as he pushed the door open, a rich aroma of meat wafted over. On the dining table, there were 2 huge alloy trays. One held a whole roasted cow, charred on the outside and tender on the inside, sizzling with oil. The other was a whole roasted lamb, golden and crispy, exuding a mouth-watering fragrance. A beef and lamb combo, large enough to fill anyone up. And there was Bai Mushi, wearing a sexy apron, like a little cat waiting for its owner to come home. Upon seeing him return, her bright eyes instantly sparkled with an incredibly radiant light. "Honey, you're back." Lin Chen looked at the feast laid out before him and then at Bai Mushi's expectant face. A warm current surged in his heart. He quickly walked over, tightly embracing her from behind, resting his chin on the top of her head, taking a deep breath, and contentedly said, "Wife, you've worked hard." "Not hard at all," Bai Mushi nuzzled against him, tilting her head up, her eyes and brows filled with a happy smile. "You should eat quickly, you must be starving." Lin Chen was not polite, sitting down at the table and starting to devour the food. After a whole day of cultivation, he was already ravenous. Soon, a whole cow and a whole lamb were reduced to nothing but bare skeletons. After downing a bottle of nutrient solution, he patted his slightly bulging belly, feeling every cell in his body filled with energy.
Lin Shen looked up, just in time to meet Bai Mushi's gaze, which
held a mix of admiration and a hint of shyness.
her eyes, shimmering like water, seemed like a bottomless clear spring, ready to absorb him whole. Lin Shen's heart suddenly skipped a
beat uncontrollably.
The emptiness that had just been filled with food seemed to be replaced by another, more primal and intense desire.
He looked at Bai Mushi's slightly flushed cheeks,
as tempting as ripe cherries, and felt a wave of heat rise again from his lower abdomen, surging straight to the top of his head.
Images from last night's enchanting scene uncontrollably
flashed through his mind. Although he had failed last time, failure is the mother of success.
Let's try again. This time, it will definitely work. Lin Shen stood up and walked step by step towards Bai Mushi.
His gaze became fiery and filled with aggression. Bai Mushi felt flustered under his oppressive stare, her cheeks turning crimson as if they might bleed,
instinctively wanting to retreat. Hubby.
However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Shen had already stretched out his long arm and directly lifted her up by the waist.
In the bedroom, the enchanting atmosphere heated up once more. The following is omitted for thousands of words, however, reality is always more stark than imagination. 1 minute and 5 seconds. Hubby, and no, I can't take it anymore.
Bai Mushi's voice was laced with tears, her body turning soft like spring water again, the hard-won cycle of sensation collapsing
once more due to her last-minute retreat.
It was at the most critical moment that everything fell apart. Feeling disheartened again, Lin Shen looked at Bai Mushi, who was sprawled on the bed, drenched in fragrant sweat, with tears at the corners of her eyes, and sighed inwardly. He gently wiped the sweat from her forehead while softly comforting her. It's okay.
It's okay, we've improved by 4 seconds this time. Look, our progress is rapid. At this rate, if we try a few more times, we will definitely succeed. You still say that? Bai Mushi was
both angry and amused by his words, pouting her delicate fist and lightly punching his chest, but it was soft and lacked any strength. It's all your fault.
It's all your fault.
Meanwhile, in the next room, Yi Qinghan was once again tormented by the intermittent sounds, unable to sit still.
The suppressed, slightly pained, and trembling
moans echoed in her mind like a haunting melody, repeating over and over. She could vividly imagine how the woman next door was struggling under that domineering force, gradually retreating, ultimately being completely conquered. A wave of inexplicable irritation and jealousy, like a venomous snake, gnawed at her heart. Once more. Why should she? That weak woman, why should she have him? Yi Qinghan could no longer bear it. She suddenly stood up from the sofa, striding towards the door, and yanked it open. However, when the cold air of the corridor hit her flushed cheeks, her impulsive courage instantly faded. She stood at the door, looking at the tightly closed door next door, her face filled with frustration and conflict.
Knock? What should she say after knocking? Should she say, I am a representative of Shinka Biological Group and I want to collect your reproductive data for scientific research?
I, the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, the pride of Terra
City. This is too embarrassing. If this gets out, would I still have a face left?
Yi Qinghan slammed the door shut, leaning against the cold door panel, her mind in turmoil. Suddenly, a thought popped into her head.
Why not find a woman to test him first? That night, Yi Qinghan couldn't sleep, tossing and turning in bed.
Lin Shen did not continue his training. Balance is the key to longevity. He gently held Bai Mushi in his arms, feeling her steady breathing and warm body. His heart filled with tranquility. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. Outside the window, the night was dark as ink, and the stars shone brightly.
The next morning,
when the first ray of sunlight seeped through the curtains gap and fell on his face, Lin Shen suddenly opened his eyes.
The deep gaze that once held fatigue was now replaced by a dazzling brilliance like the stars.
He felt an unprecedented strength coursing through his body, his spirit more vibrant than ever.
Hubby, you're awake.
Bai Mushi beside him had already woken up, her bright eyes gently looking at him.
Lin Shen pulled her into his embrace and placed a good morning kiss on her forehead.
He stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and drew back the curtains. The golden sunlight instantly filled the entire room, dispelling all the gloom. He looked out at the magnificent Scholars Forest and the steel forest bathed in morning light in the distance, a fierce battle,
intent igniting in his eyes. The second stage, the elimination round. Here I come. The next day, when Lin Shen stepped out of the dormitory building, the entire Galaxy Martial Arts University was enveloped in an atmosphere even more serious and oppressive than yesterday. Today marked the first day of the elimination rounds.
To stand out from nearly 10,000 freshmen and break into the top 200, each contender was a true prodigy, a genius among geniuses.
Here, every duel would be a genuine clash of dragons and tigers.
In the first round, there would be a total of 100 matches taking place simultaneously in 100 small training arenas across the school. The matchups for the first round had already been automatically assigned by the system based on the final rankings from the first stage. Ranked third, Lin Chen's opponent was the one ranked third from the bottom, the 198th contestant. Due to Lin Chen's astonishing record of 14 consecutive victories. In the first stage, he had become the undisputed super dark horse, with unprecedented popularity and buzz. Therefore, the official Galaxy Martial Arts University Broadcast Center unhesitatingly selected Arena 3, where he was competing, as the focal battle of the first round, to be live-streamed and commented on throughout. The match had not yet begun, but the holographic screen above the arena was already showcasing a series of advertisements from major sponsors, promoting their groups and products with great fanfare. The first to appear was a massive holographic advertisement for the Star Dragon No. 1 Biocombat Armor. A warrior clad in the armor navigated through a virtual asteroid belt, withstanding the claws of abyssal beasts unscathed, ultimately standing proudly amidst the light of a planet's explosion. A deep male voice narrated, Star Dragon No. 1, born to dominate the battlefield. Originally, the warrior model was Zhou Hongkai, but after losing to Lin Chen, he was immediately replaced by the group. The scene shifted to an advertisement for Yujing technology. Several shimmering gene serums slowly rotated in a virtual test tube, and after being injected into the warrior's body, simulated energy surged through their veins. The data curves for speed, strength, and reaction of the warrior skyrocketed, culminating in a punch that shattered a crystal barrier representing the limits. Yujing technology, break through your limits. Next was the latest advertisement for Taurus Power's private hover sports car, its streamlined body racing at lightning speed on a virtual interstellar track, showcasing the prestige and exceptional nature of successful warriors. The entire training arena, rather than a battleground for an impending fierce duel, resembled a bustling commercial exhibition. After 10 minutes of advertisements, the voices of two gold medal commentators finally resonated throughout the arena and the live broadcast room. Dear viewers, welcome back to the scene of the Galaxy Martial Arts University freshman entrance exam. The male commentator's voice was filled with passion. The thrilling elimination rounds are about to begin. Today, our station will focus on live broadcasting the first round duel in Arena 3. That's right, surpassing limits, forging legends. Do see nutritional liquid, making you faster and stronger, the female commentator added sweetly. The matchups in this contest are full of highlights and suspense. On one side, we have our super dark horse one-shot brother Lin Chen, who achieved a perfect record of 15 wins in the first stage, rising from 9,988th place to ultimately break into the top 3. And on the other side, we have another strong contender, who also fought his way through the first stage to rank 198th, Wang Haotian. Presented by Dixie Intelligent, contestant information, first round, Lin Chen, overall ranking, 3, Wang Haotian, overall ranking, 198. As they were introduced, Lin Chen and his opponent Wang Haotian slowly walked into the arena from their respective passages. Wang Haotian was of average build, but his gaze was exceptionally steady. As soon as he entered the arena, he immediately took a heavy alloy tower shield and a short-handled warhammer from the weapon rack, assuming a standard defensive stance, his full attention fixed on Lin Chen across from him, as if facing a formidable enemy. In the live stream, sharp-eyed viewers immediately gasped. This combination, why does it look so familiar? You can't recognize this? This is the standard equipment of the Imperial Expeditionary Corps. So he's a hardcore military fan. It's getting exciting. Lin Chen walked leisurely to the weapon rack. He first took down a 2-meter-long alloy spear, then picked up a small alloy round shield. After doing all this, he didn't stop. Instead, he weighed a set of 6 standard short javelins and hung them on the tactical buckle on his back. Spear, shield, javelins. His entire outfit looked like a chaotic mix. The barrage in the live stream instantly exploded. What the hell? Did I see that right? Is this one-shot brother? What's going on? Isn't he a spearman? Why is he using a shield and javelins? This doesn't look right. Wasn't it supposed to be one shot per person? How did it turn into this? I'm dying of laughter. Did this guy get possessed by Xiaoying? He won against them and now wants to learn their style? The one above is spot on. Ha ha ha. Possession +1. One-shot brother. I'm done pretending. I'm actually a hexagonal warrior. Now there's a good show to watch. I wonder what Wang Haotian is thinking right now. The alloy tower shield and short-handled warhammer remind me of the Imperial Millennium Expeditionary Army. If he were a true Legion soldier, condensing the military spirit could also counter the martial intent. Nonsense, how could a freshman possibly condense military spirit? Amidst the noisy barrage, the countdown above the training ground hit 0, and a crisp bell rang out across the venue. The match officially began. Lin Chen showed no hesitation. The moment the match started, that familiar
Volcanic-like fiery rapid martial will erupted, rushing towards Wang Haotian with overwhelming force. However, facing this terrifying will that could instantly crush the hearts and minds of ordinary martial artists, Wang Haotian nearly trembled slightly. Then, he slammed the alloy tower shield down onto the ground. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, like the beating of war drums. Beneath his combat suit on the left chest, an equally unyielding will burst forth. Although this will was not as domineering and fiery as Lin Chan's, it stood like a rock amidst raging winds and waves, heavy, resilient, and unshakable. Although his face turned slightly pale and a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, his gaze remained resolute. Your martial will, Lin Chen, is strong and domineering. But I can withstand it. A fierce battle intent ignited in Wang Haotian's eyes. He let out a low growl, firmly guarding the tower shield in front of him, his whole body like a moving fortress, advancing rather than retreating, charging directly towards Lin Chen's spear tip. He intended to use his proudest defense to clash head-on with the opponent's indomitable sharpness. Lin Chen was also a bit surprised. Although the opponent didn't seem to be at ease, his will had indeed withstood the impact of Lin Chen's level 4 martial will without collapsing on the spot. It should be noted that his current martial will was at level 4. Even someone like Qin Xiaoxiao, who had just grasped martial will, didn't perform as well as Wang Haotian. Could it be that Wang Haotian's martial will was also quite advanced? Lin Chen also chose not to clash head-on. Facing an opponent as solid as a steel can, a frontal assault would be like hitting a stone with an egg. The best strategy was to maneuver around. Lin Chen's footwork shifted, and he became like a swift ghost, circling around Wang Haotian's massive tower shield, drawing a tricky arc, and instantly appearing at his side. However, Wang Haotian's reaction was much faster than he had imagined. At the same time that Lin Chen circled behind him, Wang Haotian, hidden behind the tower shield, suddenly twisted. The short-handled warhammer in his hand had long been charged and ready to go, like a bullet fired from a cannon, whistling through the air as it swung down towards Lin Chen's head. This blow was both swift and fierce, filled with explosive power. Clang! At the critical moment, Lin Chen's small shield in his left hand met it precisely. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying. A tremendous force, like a mountain collapsing, surged from the shield, numbing Lin Chen's entire arm. He did not resist it head-on. Instead, at the moment of contact, he stepped back, like a weeble, dissipating that terrifying force entirely. And just as he retreated, his left hand, holding the small shield, shot out like lightning towards the back. In the next instant, a short spear glimmering with cold light appeared in his hand. The Ma family's shadow spear. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen flicked his wrist, and the short spear flew from his hand, transforming into a silver streak of light. The spear's speed was at its peak, and its angle was incredibly tricky. It precisely slipped through the gap created by Wang Haotian's swinging warhammer, plunging straight into his heart. Clang! A crisp metallic sound echoed. Wang Haotian's combat suit tore apart, revealing an ancient and heavy bronze medal beneath. The metal was engraved with interwoven swords and burning stars, exuding an aura of iron-blooded solemnity. In the live broadcast room, sharp-eyed viewers gasped in shock. Holy crap! That's the third-class medal of Holy War. Almost simultaneously, the male commentator at the main station shouted excitedly, "It's the third-class medal of Holy War. It is the foundation of our empire, a glorious proof. Forged with countless blood and iron during the 1,000-year-long Holy War. Wang Haotian is actually a descendant of a Holy War veteran. No wonder. No wonder. He can withstand Lin Chen's terrifying martial will. It turns out he is protected by the military spirit contained in the Holy War medal." However, the male commentator's passionate voice suddenly stopped. Because in the next second, the situation in the arena underwent a shocking reversal once again. Lin Chen's gaze showed no signs of fluctuation. He did not know what the third-class medal of Holy War was. He only knew that there was protection over the left side of his opponent's heart. So, he would strike the right side. He adjusted his footwork, and the long spear in his hand thrust out again. The cold light arrived first. The spear shot out like a dragon. Put! The icy spear tip effortlessly pierced through Wang Haotian's right chest. Boom! The fiery spiritual energy exploded. Blood instantly stained half of his body red. However, Wang Haotian let out a roar like a wounded beast, his eyes showing no sign of retreat, instead igniting a more frenzied battle intent. He directly abandoned the tower shield in his hand, allowing blood to gush from the wound on his right chest, charging towards Lin Chen like a cannonball in a final desperate assault. He was willing to trade injury for life. But Lin Chen's reaction was even faster. He continuously stepped back, his figure ghostly, easily creating distance. The long spear in his hand was drawn out and thrust again. Put! 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 After 3 or 4 consecutive explosions of Spiritual energy, Wang Haotian's body was already riddled with holes, blood, and flesh a mess. His forward momentum finally exhausted, his robust body swayed, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground, completely losing consciousness. A flash of white light appeared, and medical personnel in white quickly arrived, stopping his bleeding at the fastest speed, then directly carried him away on a stretcher. Lin Chen wins. The female commentator was stunned by the brutal battle, her cherry lips slightly parted, momentarily unsure how to organize her words. So brutal. Let's congratulate Lin Chen on advancing to the next round. Meanwhile, the male commentator immediately regained his professional demeanor, his voice rising. Let's congratulate Lin Chen. Moreover, Wang Haotian has been urgently transferred to the Terra Central Hospital. As a junior of the Holy War hero, he will definitely receive the highest level of medical care. In Haicheng, in an ordinary farmhouse courtyard, an elderly man with graying hair, yet still standing tall, was quietly watching the live broadcast on the light screen. Around him were dozens of calm middle-aged and young men and women. The courtyard was silent. After a long while, someone couldn't help but sigh and said softly, "Sigh. Haotian's still lost." However, the old man slowly stood up, and a hint of a comforting smile appeared on his weathered face. Very good. His voice was not loud, but it was full of vigor. This kid Haotian is very good. It's normal to lose when outmatched. It's this spirit of biting off a piece of flesh from the enemy even if it means death that is commendable, very commendable. He turned to a middle-aged man beside him and said solemnly, "The third-class medal of the Holy War. Passed down from our ancestors, give it to him, and it will not be buried. After school starts, let him join the school's blood battle club, and after graduation, he should go directly to the army." In the lounge, Lin Chen looked at the overwhelming information and reports on the terminal, only to realize that his opponent just now had such an astonishing background. A descendant of a Holy War veteran? The third-class medal of the Holy War. For those veterans who forged glory for the Empire with their blood and flesh during the Millennium Holy War, Lin Chen felt the utmost respect in his heart. He knew very well that without those predecessors sacrificing their lives and shedding blood, opening a path for future generations in the endless darkness and war, there would be no prosperity of the Galactic Empire today. They are the foundation of the Empire, the backbone of the nation, and the heroes that every later generation should remember and respect. At the entrance of the Galactic Martial Arts University, there stood a towering statue over 100 meters high. A nameless hero clad in starry battle armor, wielding a giant sword, gazing at the sea of stars. Countless veterans like Wang Haotian's ancestors, who silently sacrificed for the empire and civilization during the Millennium Holy War. They are the prototypes of the pioneer statue. Their spirit, their will, has long transformed into an immortal monument, standing in this starry river, guarding the descendants of future generations. An unprecedented sense of solemnity and gravity surged in Lin Chen's heart. He suddenly felt that his seemingly powerful martial will, in this vast starry river, perhaps, was not that significant after all. After 2 hours of rest, Lin Chen felt that both his physical and mental states had returned to their peak. During these 2 hours, he had not been completely idle. Although the lounge was not large and he couldn't fully stretch his limbs, practicing the raise gun and thrust of the swift wind gun technique in place was completely fine. He didn't even need a real long gun, just holding a metal short rod and applying a gentle force was enough. Each exertion drove the operation of martial will raging fire swift. In just 2 hours, over 1,000 fishing thrusts pushed his martial will progress bar forward significantly. Martial will raging fire swift level 4, 2088/4000, this time. The number 3 training ground where Lin Chen was located was not selected as the focus battle by the main station. Because, in the number 1 training ground, a more eye-catching duel was about to unfold. The first-ranked freshman of this session, the monster among monsters, Chen Xuani, was facing off against the 100th ranked Qin Xiao. This match had attracted the attention of the entire school and even all observers in the 0755 star system. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's match seemed relatively unremarkable. Second round match location, number 3 training ground Lin Chen, overall ranking 3 Ling Xiaoshang, overall ranking 97. When he saw his opponent's name, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. It was her again, Ling Xiaoqing, the tan girl who surrendered in the first stage out of sheer fright. What? A narrow road for enemies. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room of Arena 3 was already bustling with noise. The bullet comments exploded like a detonated armory, flooding the screen. Wow! This match is incredible. One-shot brother is up against that surrender sister again. Ha ha ha. I bet 50 cents, she'll surrender in an instant this time too. My heart aches for surrender sister for a second. What kind of divine luck is this, running into one-shot brother again? It's over. It's over, surrender sister's path to advancement ends here.
But speaking of which, Surrender Sister did quite well in the last match, turning the tables in adversity. I didn't expect her to encounter her nemesis so soon. Inside the arena, Ling Xiaoqing looked at the familiar figure across from her, her tanned face instantly displaying a myriad of emotions. First, she was shocked, then bewildered, and finally, it transformed into deep resignation. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found she couldn't utter a single word. God, are you kidding me? I finally managed to adjust my mindset, and my opponent in the second round is you again? What's the point of even fighting? Ling Xiaoqing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to curse. She told herself, don't be cowardly. She lost in the first stage because she was scared out of her wits and didn't even make a move. This time, no matter what, she had to give it a try. What if her opponent was just having an exceptional day that day and wasn't in good form today? What if her fighting spirit had also grown stronger after yesterday's training? Ling Xiaoqing built herself up mentally, her gaze becoming resolute once more. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Ling Xiaoqing shouted fiercely, casting aside all her fears, and charged towards Lin Chen. She was going to take the initiative. She wanted to suppress him with her most ferocious attacks, not giving him any chance to unleash his martial will. However, what awaited her was Lin Chen's already unleashed level 4 martial will, fiery rapid. Boom! Ling Xiaoqing felt a terrifying, domineering, and refined scorching will, like a truly erupting volcano, crashing into her spiritual world with an unmatched force. In that instant, she felt as if her soul was about to be turned to ashes. All her courage, all her fighting spirit, crumbled, torn apart, and crushed like paper in the face of this superior will. Her forward momentum suddenly halted, her eyes filled with endless horror and despair. What's going on? How? Is this even more terrifying than yesterday? Am I having an illusion? I'm not fighting anymore. I'm done for life. Without hesitation, she raised her hand, using all her strength to let out a heart-wrenching scream. I surrender. Inside the arena, time seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Chen's gun, which had already been thrust halfway, came to a steady stop 3 inches from Ling Xiaoqing's throat, the fierce wind blowing her bangs wildly. Lin Chen wins! The live broadcast room erupted. Instantly. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. This sister is too funny. Charge. Emergency stop. Surrender. All in one. Go. This operation deserves full marks. This is definitely the fastest match in this semester's entrance exam. No exceptions. My heart aches for Surrender Sister. The psychological shadow area must be big enough to build a villa. I declare, from today on, I'm a loyal fan of Surrender Sister. Upstairs, you're not right. One shot brother, I've got my gun right at your mouth, and you're not taking it? So real. This is the true reaction of ordinary people when encountering a cheat. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. If you keep laughing, our Xiaoqing is going to cry. Our Xiaoqing? Bro, are you serious? Xiaoqing, don't cry, get up and fight. Hey, I suspect you're driving, but I have no evidence. The tone of the comments quickly veered into absurdity. Everyone was doubled over with laughter at Ling Xiaoqing's so-called god-level maneuver, thoroughly entertained. The nickname, Surrender Sister, loud and tinged with a hint of mockery, spread throughout the entire Galaxy Martial Arts University. Along with this match, in just a few minutes, someone even created a dedicated meme of Ling Xiaodi's Charge and Surrender, which went viral across major social media platforms. In an unexpected way, Ling Xiaoqing became a sensation. In the martial arts arena, Ling Xiaoqing looked at Lin Chen, who stood there with his gun lowered and an innocent expression, feeling utterly helpless. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, like why have you gotten stronger again? But the words felt incredibly weak and pale as they reached her lips. In the end, she simply sighed heavily, gave Lin Chen a thumbs up, and then made a gesture with her middle finger before turning around and leaving the arena without looking back. Lin Chen watched her huffy figure, feeling both amused and exasperated. This really isn't my fault. After advancing to the third round, Lin Chen enjoyed a long 3-hour break. He didn't leave, choosing instead to stay in the lounge, engaging in the tedious yet efficient fishing for opportunities. Martial Will, Fiery Rapid Level 4, 3888/4000, Level 5 Martial Intent was just within reach. Soon, the matchup list for the third round was finally refreshed. Lin Chen opened his personal terminal and glanced at the advancement list. Ranked first was still Chen Xianyi. It seemed that Qin Xiaoxiao ultimately couldn't create a miracle and was defeated by this monster. His opponent in this round was from the third to last rank. Third round match location, Arena 3 Lin Chen, overall rank, 3 Deng Wenji, overall rank, 47. When Lin Chen walked into Arena 3, his opponent Deng Wenji, a not so tall, but sturdy and calm shield and sword guy, was already waiting there. Even before the match began, the atmosphere in the livestream had already reached a climax. Here it comes.
One-Shot Brothers' third match. His opponent is Deng Wenji. In the last match, he withstood dozens of attacks from his opponent and ultimately wore them down to death. He's like an unkillable cockroach. His martial will is immovable as a mountain, capable of influencing others' wills, making them feel small like standing before a towering mountain, thus weakening their strength. What immovable as a mountain? In front of One-Shot Brother, it's all the same. Yeah, who would have thought One-Shot Brother would keep going strong, still at third place? You all think One-Shot Brother is a dark horse, but in reality, he's just playing dumb to eat the tiger. +1. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Deng Wenji showed no hesitation, stomping his feet on the ground, as if he had rooted himself to the earth. A heavy, mountain-like aura emanated from him. Martial will, immovable as a mountain. Buzz. A dense, heavy, and indestructible will spread out from him, as if to build an invisible wall around the entire arena. However, the next second, the volcano erupted. Lin Chen's fiery rapid martial will surged forth like a torrent of molten lava, unstoppable and overwhelming. Boom! When Deng Wenji's immovable as a mountain will met Lin Chen's even more domineering and superior will, he felt as if his mental world had been struck hard by a massive meteor falling from the sky. His proud, indestructible mountain crumbled, collapsed, and melted like sand sculpture before this volcano capable of incinerating everything. Puff. Deng Wenji's face instantly turned as pale as paper. His martial will was completely shattered in the face-to-face clash. He raised his head in horror, looking at the man who was walking towards him step by step, his expression cold, his eyes filled with endless fear. He knew he had lost. Lost utterly. He suddenly retreated quickly, shouting, "I surrender." Lin Chen, victory! The live stream fell into a brief silence once again. Then, a barrage storm erupted, more intense than any previous one. Holy shit! Another one? Another surrender? I'm freaking out. This isn't a competition anymore, this is a dimensional crushing. So terrifying. What level is One-Shot Brothers' martial will? Why does it feel like no one can stop him? Even the immovable mountain was shattered in a second? This is like a volcanic eruption? 2 consecutive surrenders. This is truly winning without a fight. Unyielding brother? A genius upstairs. Before the 4th round of the competition began, Lin Chen received another 3 hours of rest. He showed no signs of relaxation, still hiding in the lounge, engaging in his tedious yet efficient fishing stab. Martial will fiery rapid level 4, 3999/4000. Martial will fiery rapid level 4, 4000/4000. Ding. Martial will fiery rapid level upgraded. Current level 50/5000. When that familiar system notification echoed in his mind, Lin Chen felt his mental world undergo a tremendous transformation once again. The crimson volcano representing his martial will seem to be infused with even more powerful energy at that moment, becoming more majestic and solid. At the crater, the rolling lava was no longer the dark red of before, but a more intense, dazzling bright gold. If level 4 will was a volcano, then level 5 will was a supervolcano on the brink of eruption, storing endless energy. Its might was several times stronger than before. More importantly, Lin Chen could clearly feel that his control over this power had become even more exquisite. In the subsequent 4th round of the competition, Lin Chen's opponent was a genius swordsman ranked 23rd. However, the result was still without any suspense. In the face of Lin Chen's terrifying level 5 martial will, like a natural disaster, the opponent's proud sharp sword intent was extinguished in an instant, like a candle in the wind. The battle ended with a single shot. Lin Chen advanced to the 5th round with an unstoppable, overwhelming posture. At this moment, the entire Galaxy Martial Arts University, and even everyone in the 0755 star system watching this entrance exam, erupted in excitement. People finally discovered an astonishing fact. From the start of the elimination rounds until now, every one of Lin Chen's opponents, without exception, had been completely crushed in the face-to-face clash of martial wills. They were either pierced by a single shot or surrendered voluntarily. He didn't even need to fire a second shot. His martial will stood like an insurmountable mountain before all his opponents, leaving them without the courage to even face him. For a time, various speculations and discussions spread like a virus across major forums and live streaming platforms. I finally understand. The most terrifying thing about One-Shot Brother isn't his marksmanship, but his martial will. This is outrageous. What level of martial will is this? Why does it feel like no one can withstand it? I suspect that One-Shot Brother's martial will has surpassed the ordinary beginner category, reaching a higher realm we cannot comprehend. Is it possible that the strongest among this year's freshmen isn't one of the top 2 monsters, but One-Shot Brother? Holy shit. Now that you mention it, I feel it's very likely. Yeah. Although Chen Xuani and Tang Dongshan are strong, their matches have always been back and forth, full of excitement. Unlike Brother One-Shot, who completely crushes his opponents, leaving them no chance to fight back. This is no longer an underdog. This is a prehistoric giant crocodile, crawling out of the abyss, ready to devour everyone. Lin Chen's image in everyone's mind has undergone a tremendous transformation. He is no longer the lucky underdog but an unfathomable giant crocodile.
With the end of the fourth round, only the last 12 contestants remain.
And Lin Chen, in an undisputed kingly manner, firmly occupies a spot in the top 3.
People no longer see Lin Chen as a lucky underdog but genuinely compare and discuss him alongside the already
famous monsters, Chen Xuanyi and Tang Dongshan.
In fact, in many people's hearts, the sense of oppression and mystery that Lin Chen brings surpasses those two well-known prodigies.
In the office of the official headquarters of the Galaxy Martial University, the atmosphere is very lively. The young head teacher is excitedly watching the soaring viewership.
Data on the screen and the various hot posts about giant crocodile brother Lin Chen on the forum, his smile never fading.
Shuwei, oh Shuwei, he turns to Chen Shuwei beside
him, a teasing tone in his voice. You really misjudged this time. Hearing this, a bitter smile involuntarily appears on Chen Shuwei's pretty face. She looks at the figure on the screen, holding a long spear with an indifferent expression, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Who would have thought that this underdog, which she initially deemed lacking in spectacle, would crush the competition in such a shocking manner, becoming the most dazzling presence in this exam? Teacher, I admit, my judgment was poor. She shakes her head helplessly, then her eyes ignite with professional fervor as she volunteers. Teacher, in the next round, we must broadcast his match live.
I'm willing to go on site to commentate. Ha, it's too late.
The head teacher waves his hand with a smile. The live broadcast room at Arena 3 is now more popular than our headquarters. The audience has long regarded
it as a second headquarters.
If we try to take it now, it will only lead to audience dissatisfaction. He pauses, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, making a final decision. Starting from the next round, the signals from Arenas 1, 2, and 3 will all be merged into the headquarters signal, broadcasting all 3 matches simultaneously.
In the 5th
round, Lin Chen's opponent is Lu Jinlong, ranked 9th. During the Tianhai province entrance exam, Lu Jinlong was high and mighty, unable to see Lin Chen at all.
But now, he has become a challenger who ranks lower and must look up to Lin Chen.
When the match list refreshes and he sees Lin Chen's name opposite his, Lu Jinlong's expression is very complex. He stands in the lounge, staring at the familiar name ranked 3rd on the screen, momentarily dazed. Once upon a time, this underdog from a remote grain-producing area was merely an ant that had lucked its way onto the dining table, not even qualified to be regarded by him. He clearly remembers how, during the entrance exam, when Yin Filong was turned into a pig's head by this guy's punch, he felt disdain and contempt. He also recalls how, before the school exam began, he looked down on him with an air of superiority when they met again
on the commercial street. But now, the tides have turned. This underdog he once looked down upon has risen in a way he cannot comprehend, astonishing everyone, becoming a top prodigy alongside Chen Xuanyi and Tang Dongshan. Even Qin Xiaoxiao, who has also grasped the will of martial arts, suffered a devastating defeat at his hands, but now, he had to face this existence that he once regarded as an ant in the role of a challenger. This immense disparity in identity left him feeling an indescribable sense of frustration and absurdity. In the VIP ward of the medical center, after the top-notch medical treatment, Qin Xiaoxiao slowly awakened. The wounds left from her battle with Chen Xian had all healed, without even a trace of a scar. She sat up slowly, and the first thing she did was open her personal terminal. The light screen lit up, just in time to display the live broadcast of the competition from the official station of the Galaxy Martial University.
In the picture, those two familiar figures made her cold, clear eyes instantly narrow.
It was Lin Chen and Lu Jinlong. Those two actually met up? Can Lu Jinlong win?
This thought uncontrollably popped into Qin Xiaoxiao's mind. But almost at the same moment, she instinctively shook her head, denying this idea.
No.
In her mind, the image of that boundless sea of lava, capable of completely burning away the soul, resurfaced involuntarily. In the face of that terrifying will, her proud martial intent felt like an ice cube thrown into a furnace, instantly evaporated and gasified, without any power to
resist.
That kind of absolute crushing on a different level, that sense of despair akin to a natural disaster, she would never forget in her life.
She knew Lu Jinlong was strong. Back at Tiantai No. 1 High School, he always had the upper hand over her. But so what?
In front of Lin Chen's already erupted supervolcano, both she and Lu Jinlong were merely playing house like children, fragile and easily crushed. Lin Chen's martial will had become unfathomably powerful.
Even
Qin Xiaoxiao had a feeling that this strength might be even more terrifying than the top-ranked Shen Xian. It was a kind of unreasonable power that could flatten all differences, ignoring all other weaknesses of this person. She gently shook her head, looking at the man on the light screen whose expression remained calm. A complex feeling surged in her heart. On the martial arts stage, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme.
Lu Jinlong took a deep breath and picked up a metal long staff from the weapon rack.
After the first phase of the competition ended, he had already begun studying Lin Chen. After all, being able to make Qin Xiaoxiao, who had also comprehended martial will, so flustered was enough to draw his serious attention.
He knew that facing Lin Chen, any underestimation or probing would be tantamount to suicide.
He had to bring out all his strength from the very beginning and use the most unexpected methods to break the opponent's rhythm. As the bell rang, the competition officially began. Lu Jinlong showed no hesitation, his toes pushed off the ground, and he shot up like a cannonball. Almost at the same moment he leaped, his martial will erupted with a bang. Martial will, thunderous fury. A surge of fierce and unyielding battle intent swept out from him, forming an invisible barrier to withstand Lin Chen's terrifying pressure, which was like a wildfire spreading across the mountains. Immediately after, he thrust the metal long staff forcefully into the ground.
Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the staff stood firmly in the center of the martial arts stage like a stabilizing needle. Lu Jinlong's figure then landed on top of the upright staff with the agility of a monkey. He stood firmly on the staff, which was only as thick as a fist, his body swaying slightly with the staff's movements, while he raised the staff high, like the stabilizing needle that stirs the wind and clouds in mythology, gathering strength for the strike. From his elevated position, his sharp gaze locked
onto Lin Chen below like a hawk, observing his every move, searching for that fleeting flaw.
The standing staff. This was one
of his ultimate skills. By changing his height and position, he completely disrupts his opponent's attack rhythm, causing a significant deviation in their visual estimation and prediction, leading to mistakes in their attacks.
And this is his opportunity.
As long as Lin Chen's first shot misses, he will seize that fleeting moment, descending like a thunderbolt to launch a fatal strike. Coupled with his martial will thunderous fury, a single strike can exceed 20,000 kilograms of force.
In the live broadcast room, the two gold medal commentators were instantly excited upon witnessing this scene. Standing stick.
It's the standing stick form from the A-level martial technique, Ji Tian Gun. The male commentator's voice was high-pitched and filled with passion. Ladies
and gentlemen, look.
Contestant Lu Jinlong chose this highly spectacular and risky tactic the moment the match began.
What is he trying to do?
He is placing himself in the air, completely giving up the advantage of the ground to exchange for a surprise
attack angle.
That's right, Teacher Zhang. The female commentator's voice was equally sweet yet filled with tension. The standing stick form has extremely strict requirements for the contestant's sense of balance, core strength, and timing. A slight misstep could lead to a fall from the top of the stick, exposing a fatal flaw. But once successful, he will gain a perfect vantage
point to overlook the entire arena. Exactly. Contestant Lu Jinlong is showcasing his immense confidence and superb skills. In his own way.
He did not choose passive defense but opted for an active attack, challenging Lin Chen's indomitable martial will in an unimaginable manner. This match has entered a heated phase from the very beginning.
The barrage in the live room was ignited in that instant. Wow! Can it be played like this? Is this some kind of acrobatics? So cool. I'm dumbfounded. That balance, that core strength, it's simply inhuman. Lu Jinlong is amazing. This tactic is so imaginative. Ha ha ha, Lu
Jinlong is telling One-Shot Brother, if you have the ability, come up here. Now One-Shot Brother is in trouble, he hasn't tried this angle before.
Is this a joke? Isn't it the same no matter where you stand? The angle might feel uncomfortable?
In the boys' dormitory in Tantai City, Mujia looked at Lu Jinlong standing atop the stick on the screen, feeling a mix of emotions. The Lu Jinlong he couldn't even look up
to is now ranked lower. And the real big boss is his brother-in-law?
A strange feeling surged in his heart.
He then typed a comment in the live room. What Lu Jinlong? Not even close to One-Shot Brother's shot.
Meanwhile, on the field, Lin Chen looked at Lu Jinlong high above, his face showing no signs of disturbance.
He didn't even have the thought of rushing up.
Standing that high offers a good view, but it also makes him a stationary target. At such an angle and height, thrusting with a spear does feel a bit uncomfortable.
But who says a spear wielder can only stab with a spear?
Lin Chen's right hand shot out like lightning towards his back. In the next moment, a gleaming short javelin appeared in his hand.
What the hell? What is he going to do? A javelin?
In the live broadcast room, the male commentator was stunned by this scene, instinctively exclaiming. The female commentator beside him speculated in an uncertain tone, could it be that
Lin Chen intends to use the javelin to harass and force Lu Jinlong down? That's impossible.
The male commentator immediately shook his head in denial. Javelin throwing requires extremely high arm strength, core strength, and precision. Moreover, Lu Jinlong is 3 meters off the ground, standing on a constantly swaying stick. Hitting him would be nearly impossible.
This is a complete waste of energy.
However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen moved. A step of acceleration in gathering strength. A simple sideways shift, and with a sudden flick of the wrist, whoosh! The alloy short spear seemed to come alive, transforming into a silver lightning bolt that tore through the air, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing through the void, shooting directly at Lu Jinlong, who stood atop the pole. Lu Jinlong's pupils constricted sharply. So fast. Lu Jinlong was taken aback. He never expected the opponent would attack in such a manner. This was inconsistent with the intelligence. From the first phase, Lu Jinlong had done some intelligence analysis during his day off, and he had a rough understanding of the opponents he might encounter. However, due to the sheer number of targets analyzed, the details were insufficient, leading to errors in Lu Jinlong's intelligence. Wasn't it supposed to be the one-shot brother? This weapon isn't a long spear, it's a javelin? Lu Jinlong dared not slack off for a moment, his toes pushed off the pole's top, attempting to dodge. At the same time, just as the javelin left his hand, Lin Chen's martial will, which had long surpassed Lu Jinlong by several levels, erupted like an awakened ancient volcano. Martial will, fiery blaze. Lu Jinlong felt an irresistible, terrifying momentum that could turn his very soul to ashes, crashing into his proud thunderous fury. Martial will like the shockwave from a supernova explosion. His fierce and unyielding fighting spirit, in the face of this higher and more domineering will, shattered like fragile glass, instantly collapsing, tearing apart, and burning to nothing. No! Lu Jinlong was horrified to realize he was gravely mistaken. In an instant, his mental world was engulfed by an endless sea of fire, his brain buzzing, and everything went blank. The evasive action he was about to take, the one he had practiced millions of times. The toe that was about to touch the pole's top, at this moment, completely lost control, freezing in midair. In a duel between masters, victory or defeat is decided in an instant. This flaw was fatal. Put! The cold javelin effortlessly pierced through his abdomen, drawing forth a spray of blood. Agonizing pain spread throughout his body in an instant. Lu Jinlong's body swayed precariously atop the pole, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness and madness. He knew that if he fell now, he would be utterly defeated. Ah! He let out a roar, enduring the excruciating pain, pouring all the last of his strength into the long pole in his hand, his entire being crashing down like a meteor towards Lin Chen's head. However, Lin Chen simply stepped back calmly, raising the alloy small shield in his left hand with ease. Clang! A crisp, resounding noise. Lu Jinlong's desperate strike was effortlessly blocked by that seemingly inconspicuous small shield. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, having blocked the attack, stepped forward once more. The cold alloy long spear, like a venomous dragon that had long been lying in wait, finally revealed its deadly fangs. Lu Jinlong's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. He barely had time to let out a horrified roar, raising the long pole in front of him. However, it was all too late. Put! The cold spear tip effortlessly pierced through his hasty defense, striking Lu Jinlong's heart with pinpoint accuracy. Lu Jinlong's eyes widened in shock, filled with regret. In the next second, his spiritual energy exploded. Blood instantly stained the ground beneath him. Lin Chen wins! In the live broadcast room, the two gold medal commentators had long since turned to stone. They gaped, eyes wide, staring at the frozen image on the screen. Their minds blank, unable to utter a single word. After several seconds of dead silence, the barrage in the live room exploded. Holy shit! One-shot kill. One-shot brother, forever a god. Standing on the pole for 3 seconds, down in 1 second. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing my ass off. Wasn't it supposed to be a commanding view from the pole? Instead, it turned into a stationary target. I shall call it standing pole target practice. You upstairs know how to name things. Lin Chen slowly put away his gun, watching Lu Jinlong being urgently carried away by medical personnel, and calmly shook his head. Flashy. In the live broadcast room, the two gold medal commentators stared at the frozen image on the screen, falling into an incredibly awkward silence that lasted several seconds. Especially the male commentator, whose face had turned red with excitement, now looked as if he had swallowed a fly, so ugly it was painful to behold. Just moments ago, he had been passionately analyzing Lu Jinlong's imaginative pole fighting tactics, boasting about how he could counter his opponent and catch them off guard. And what happened? Before he could finish speaking, the genius he had praised to the skies became a high-hanging live target, shot down by a javelin, then pierced cleanly through. The slap in the face was just too fast, too loud, and too painful. Ahem. The female commentator reacted faster. She cleared her throat twice, forcibly breaking the awkward atmosphere, and squeezed out a somewhat stiff professional smile, speaking in an admiring tone. Incredible. Truly incredible. Lin Chen has demonstrated his unparalleled tactical flexibility and mastery of various weapons.
Who would have thought that not only is his marksmanship extraordinary, but he also possesses an incredibly precise throwing technique. Yes, the male commentator quickly echoed. Lin Chen's move completely caught everyone off guard. He used the simplest and most direct method to crack Lu Jinlong's seemingly unsolvable pole technique. This is not just a crushing of strength, but a complete victory in tactics and wisdom. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he hadn't just judged Lin Chen to be at a disadvantage moments ago. Let's congratulate Lin Chen once again for his undefeated record, continuing to advance strongly. Meanwhile, in the lounge of the No. 1 training ground, 3 young figures were gathered around a holographic screen, their expressions serious as they repeatedly watched and analyzed something. The screen was playing all the match footage of Lin Chen from the first match until just now when he had eliminated Lu Jinlong. The 2 men and 1 woman were also students of the Galaxy Martial Arts University. However, their current identity was that of the exclusive think tank for Chen Xuani. Leading them was a boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a calm demeanor, named Li Zhuan, the son of the CEO of Xingye Investment Company, under the Chun Group. Next to him was a tall guy named Wang Kaixian, the son of the chief CTO of Qinqing Heavy Industry under the Chun Group. The other, a girl in a white combat suit with a sharp short haircut and eagle-like eyes, was Zhang Yiting, the daughter of the chief CEO of Yachin Biotechnology, under the Chun Group. Their task was singular, to clear all obstacles in the path of Chen Xuani, the heir of the Chen family, ensuring he could take the championship of this entrance exam in the most perfect manner. At this moment, Chen Xuani was on the training ground. Meanwhile, they had already set their sights on multiple potential opponents for Chen Xuani. The competitor they were most focused on now was Lin Chen. Data analysis is complete. Wang Kaixian stopped his actions and projected a detailed data report onto the screen. He pushed up his glasses, his tone carrying a hint of incredulous seriousness. This Lin Chen is a monster. According to the model calculations, his instantaneous explosive power with each attack is over 18,000 kilograms. Moreover, the attack intervals are extremely short. It should be the sea-level martial skill Galegun technique. I originally thought he was a one-trick pony, but in reality, the opponents he faced in the first stage were simply not capable of forcing him to use a second move. As the competition progressed, more and more of his martial skills were revealed, such as shield strike, shield block, and Maj shadow spear. However, what puzzled me was that these were all D-level martial skills, or rather, no opponent had yet forced him to use higher-level martial skills. The most terrifying thing is, Zhang Yiting took over the conversation, her sharp gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen's figure on the screen, and she said in a deep voice, his martial will. I repeatedly watched his matches against Qin Xiaoxiao, Xiaoying, Zhou Hongkai, and others. His martial will displayed an overwhelming, crushing advantage in every direct confrontation. It is no longer just strong, it is a qualitative change. A manifestation at a higher level. She paused and said with a very certain tone, I suspect that his martial will has likely surpassed the entry level and reached the form condensation realm. Form condensation? Li Zhuan and Wang Kaishuan's expressions changed upon hearing this. Martial will is divided into 4 realms. Entry, form condensation, return to essence, and ultimate realm. It is similar to the levels of martial arts and skills, entry, mastery, proficiency, and perfection. However, martial will is not something that ordinary martial artists can comprehend. It can be said that 90% of martial artists cannot grasp martial will, which is why it does not use the classification of entry, mastery, proficiency, perfection, but instead employs the more prestigious entry, form condensation, return to essence, ultimate realm. Although over 90% of students at Galaxy Martial University can comprehend martial will by graduation, the vast majority only reach the entry level. Being able to integrate will into techniques to enhance their power is already rare. Form condensation is often a level that only extraordinary martial artists can achieve. A freshman reaching this realm in the entrance exam? That is simply absurd. That's right. Li Zhuan took a deep breath, nodded, and took over the conversation, making the final summary. This Lin Chen is the greatest variable we have never encountered in all our previous intelligence. He looked at the 2 beside him, his expression becoming unusually serious. We must immediately devise a brand new tactical plan specifically against him. In a head-on confrontation, even the heir has no guarantee of victory at the level of martial will. We must avoid his strongest edge and secure victory in the most reliable way. This one-shot brother. Li Zhuan looked at the calm figure on the screen, who was peacefully retracting his spear, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Even if it is at the level of form condensation, he is at most just stepping into it. He ultimately has his weaknesses. In the face of the heir's absolute strength and our meticulous plan, he will undoubtedly lose. Chen Xuani quickly finished the battle, with hardly any signs of combat on him, his combat suit spotless. With his exclusive think tank, he never showed the slightest carelessness in the competition arena. Every battle was a precisely calculated, targeted strike, achieving the fastest victory with minimal consumption. He returned to the lounge, replenishing his energy with a special high-energy nutrient solution while listening to the think tank's analysis report. When he heard Li Zhuan's monster-like evaluation of Lin Chen and the astonishing inference about form condensation martial will, a hint of seriousness finally appeared on Chen Xuani's handsome and composed face. He was not blindly arrogant, nor did he harbor any contempt. Instead, he humbly asked, "So, how can we withstand his martial will?" Li Zhuan smiled, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and confidently said, the answer lies in Lin Chen's match against Wang Haoqian." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuani immediately opened the battle video of that match. The entire process was quick, even less than a minute. But Chen Xuani watched very attentively, not missing any detail. "Is it the holy war medal?" He turned off the video and asked in a deep voice, "Yes, young master." Li Zhuang nodded and explained, "The military spirit can, to some extent, resist the will of martial arts. It is an immortal spirit formed by the iron will and unyielding belief of countless veterans, condensed through a millennium of warfare. It is a completely different yet equally powerful spiritual force compared to the individual martial artist's will." Chen Xuani pondered for a moment, a glimmer of thought flashing in his eyes, "But this is a double-edged sword. When my martial will cannot suppress the military spirit, then my martial will also be suppressed by the military spirit. Under the shadow of the military spirit, any individual's will would be weakened. This is an indiscriminate suppression." However, Chen Xuani quickly made a decision. His gaze became incredibly firm. He recalled the opponents he had faced before, whether it was Qin Xiaoxiao or Lu Zhenlong. Although they were easy to deal with, they could still struggle for a moment in front of his martial will. Yet Lin Chen could make every opponent collapse like a pile of dirt and tiles in an instant. This was enough to show that Lin Chen's martial will had already surpassed his own. Just as his grandfather had always told him, there are heavens beyond the heavens, and there are people beyond the people. "No problem," Chen Xuani said solemnly. He immediately opened his personal terminal and dialed an encrypted communication number. The call was quickly connected, and a middle-aged man with sharp eyes like an eagle and an imposing presence appeared on the light screen. It was the chairman of the Chun Group, Chen Xuani's grandfather. Despite looking in his prime, he was actually over 100 years old. "Xuani, what's the matter?" The middle-aged man's voice was cold and authoritative, devoid of any unnecessary emotion. Chen Xuani wasted no time and directly stated his purpose. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Then, the middle-aged man's cold voice rang out again, "All right. The first class Holy War Medal, I will have someone send it to you immediately. But you need to show me that you can win the match and take first place, understand?" "Understood, Grandpa." Chen Xuani's response was equally crisp and filled with undeniable determination. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was racing against time. Hiding in the lounge, engaging in his tedious yet efficient fishing and stabbing. The 3-hour break between each round of the elimination match was originally meant to allow injured contestants to recover fully. However, it unexpectedly became Lin Chen's most precious overtime. Lin Chen's movements became increasingly skilled and more artistic. He had even mastered how to use the smallest range of motion and the most effortless way to deceive the system, allowing every seemingly perfunctory action to be accurately recognized as an effective training session, thereby steadily increasing the experience points of his martial will. 3 hours later, when the prompt for the 6th round of the match sounded, Lin Chen glanced at his system panel. Martial will fiery rapid level 5, 4588/5000. In just 3 short hours, he had gained over 1500 experience points. He could clearly feel that the volcano in his spiritual world had become more solid, and the energy contained within it was even more magnificent. Soon, the matchup list for the 6th round was finally refreshed. 6th round match location, arena number 3 Lin Chen, overall ranking 3 Xiaoying, overall ranking 4. At the other end of the arena, upon seeing the matchup list, Xiao Ying's calm eyes were instantly ignited by a flame of revenge. Xiaoying had waited too long for this moment. "This time, I am well prepared. This battle is my revenge. The combat suit was too poor, so I changed it. The potion was too poor, so I changed it too. My strength is much stronger than in the first phase. I will win." This match, too, was filled with unparalleled suspense and attention due to the previous brutal battle between Lin Chen and Xiaoying. In the main broadcast studio, the 2 gold medal commentators used extravagant language before the match to set the atmosphere for this revenge battle. "Ladies and gentlemen, the fateful showdown is about to unfold once again." The male commentator's voice was high-pitched and full of passion. In the final battle of the first phase, Lin Chen defeated the then third-ranked Top talent, Xiaoying, with an almost crushing demeanor. And today, after enduring several rounds of elimination matches, these two men standing at the pinnacle of the new generation will meet again on this narrow path. That's right, Teacher Zhang. The female commentator's voice was equally sweet and filled with anticipation. Although Xiaoying regrettably lost in the first phase, he has demonstrated overwhelming dominance in today's elimination matches, winning consecutively and making a strong comeback. He has proven to us that he is still the invincible spiritual warrior. Exactly. The male commentator took over, his gaze fixed on Xiaoying's profile, analyzing in a highly professional tone. Moreover, we noticed that starting from the second phase, Xiaoying's equipment has undergone a comprehensive upgrade. The endless deep space psychic combat suit he is wearing is the flagship product recently launched by Xiao God Technology, with a market price of up to 50 million credit points. The title Psychic Shield System. It is equipped with is said to withstand an instantaneous explosion of 25,000 kilograms. Not only that, he paused, his tone becoming more serious, we also discovered that before each match, Xiaoying uses various potions for enhancement, and the models of these potions are not available on the market. Clearly, these are the latest cutting-edge potions from the Xiao group that have not yet been released. Yes, it can be said that for this revenge battle, Xiaoying has made all-out preparations. So, facing such a powerful Xiaoying, can Lin Chen continue his undefeated legend? Let's wait and see. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoying pulled out 2 syringes filled with crimson and icy blue liquids from the tactical pack at his waist and plunged them into his neck without hesitation. As the potions were injected, his already pale face became even more ashen, almost transparent, revealing the bluish veins beneath his skin. And in his deep-set eyes, a mad and obsessive light flickered. His left eye glowed with an eerie crimson, as if hellfire was burning within. The right eye was covered by a cold, ghostly blue, like ancient ice that had never melted. Lin Chen, he roared, his voice hoarse and filled with deep-seated hatred. Before his words faded, he suddenly spread his arms wide. Buzz. A more powerful and concentrated psychic field than before instantly expanded wildly around him. Knives, guns, swords, staffs, halberds, axes, hammers. Dozens of gleaming metallic weapons, like puppets controlled by invisible threads, slowly floated up from the ground, forming a tightly sealed, deathly aura-filled killing formation that locked Lin Chen firmly in the center. In the main broadcast studio, the 2 gold medal commentators were instantly excited upon seeing this scene. It's about to begin. It's Xiaoying's signature move, all weapons return to flow. The male commentator's voice was high and filled with shock. In the last round of battle, Xiaoying used this move to completely crush his opponent in just 10 seconds. Yes, Teacher Zhang, the female commentator's voice was equally sweet yet filled with tension, injecting the latest composite enhancement agent, combined with the upgraded endless deep space combat suit's psychic amplification. At this moment, classmate Xiaoying's mental strength and total psychic energy are both more powerful than they were in the first phase by more than 1 level. He is fully prepared to face this revenge battle. The barrage in the live stream was ignited in that instant. Damn! This setup is even more exaggerated than last time. 10,000 swords return to origin. So cool. I bet this time one-shot brother absolutely can't hold it. Nonsense. Your 10,000 swords return to origin is impressive, but it can't compete with my one-shot. Exactly, in the face of absolute power, all the flashy stuff is just a paper tiger. One-shot brother, stab him. Stab him. However, at that moment, Lin Chen moved. There was no panic, no fear. His gaze was terrifyingly calm. Martial will, raging fire swift erupted with a bang. Useless. The same trick won't work on me a second time. Xiaoying roared, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Today, I'll show you what true mental crushing is. He suddenly bit his tongue, and fresh blood flowed from his 7 orifices once again. Last time, he had passively defended, forced to self-harm to push his mental strength to the limit after being impacted by the martial will. But this time, it was completely different. He was taking the initiative. Before Lin Xiaoyu's martial intent had fully unfolded, he self-harmed to push his mental strength to the limit for a direct confrontation. With the enhancement of the latest powerful drug, his mental strength had already increased by 50%, and with this self-harm bringing another 50% boost, his glazed spirit was now 100% stronger than before. He was absolutely confident that this time, he could withstand the opponent's will impact. However, since the last battle with Xiaoying, Lin Chen's martial will had risen from level 3 to level 5. The power had increased by more than 100%. Xiaoying's mental strength condensed into an invisible barrier made purely of psychic energy, crystal clear. Mental barrier. However, the next second, when Lin Chen's level 5 martial will, akin to a supervolcano eruption, collided violently with his mental barrier. Crack.
A sound that seemed to come from the depths of the soul. That indestructible mental barrier instantly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks before this higher and more domineering will, as if it were real glass. No! Xiaoying let out a desperate scream. He could clearly feel that scorching will surging into his mental world through those cracks, like a raging wildfire, burning everything. The intense pain surged like a tide, leaving his mind blank. How is this possible? I am clearly 100% stronger than before. Why can't I still hold it? What kind of monster is he? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Amid Xiao Ying's mournful wails, the terrifying scene from the last duel reappeared, as the dozen or so floating ally weapons around him lost control due to his mental energy going haywire, clattering to the ground. The male commentator was the first to exclaim, the same situation as last time has occurred. Classmate Lin Chen's martial will has once again crushed Xiao Ying's mental strength. My god, Xiaoying is a mental cultivator, and he has lost again to the same trick. At the same time, the live stream exploded. Damn. I'm dumbfounded. Again. Double happiness. This is double happiness. This isn't how the script is written? What happened to the revenge battle? How did he get taken out with just a glare? Again? I felt a pang of sympathy for Xiaoying for a second, no, half a second, and then I couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. One-shot brother is amazing. In the face of absolute martial will, everything is just a younger brother. I declare that from today on, One-shot brother will be renamed One-stare brother. What spiritual cultivator? Aren't they all just scared into submission by my One-stare brother? Falling in the same place twice, that's just too tragic. Xiao Ying's heart of the Tao must be shattered. Xiaoying, I got stronger, I even recharged, and then I was taken out in an instant. The female commentator finally snapped out of her shock, her voice trembling with disbelief. Oh my god. This is no longer just a simple gap in strength. This is absolute domination on the level of will. Classmate Xiaoying, having made all possible preparations, even going so far as to self-harm to push his mental power to the limit, was still instantly crushed. Just how unfathomably powerful is classmate Lin Chen's martial will? However, Lin Chen did not give him any chance to breathe. With a shift in his footwork, he shot forward like a cannonball, instantly crossing the distance between the two. This time, Xiao Ying's use of drugs was fiercer than before, but his injuries were even worse, and his mental state was far more exhausted, unable to fully sustain the spiritual energy shield, only able to exert half its effect. Under the extreme pressure of life and death, Xiaoying unleashed his final survival instinct. He gritted his teeth against the tearing pain in his mental world, frantically urging the last trace of spiritual energy within him. The combat suit worth 50 million, endless deep space, erupted with dazzling white light once more, but this time, the layer of spiritual energy shield appeared dim and unstable, flickering like a candle in the wind. However, how could a shield that only exerted half its effect withstand Lin Chen's full-powered shot, which had long since surpassed the past? There was no suspense at all. Crack! That dim shield shattered like an eggshell struck by a giant hammer. The cold gun tip, with unmatched penetrating power, pierced through Xiao Ying's heart without any obstruction. Xiao Ying's eyes, already devoid of luster, widened in shock, his pupils reflecting Lin Chen's calm and indifferent face. He opened his mouth, using the last bit of his strength to let out a hoarse and unwilling roar. No! The next second, the spiritual energy exploded. Boom! The scorching flames of spiritual energy detonated violently within his chest. Lin Chen wins! In the lounge of Chen Xianyi, the three members of the think tank gasped in disbelief, their faces filled with shock. Again. It's a crushing of will. Wang Kaishuan's eyes widened, his voice trembling slightly. Xiaoying, after injecting the latest composite drug and pushing his mental power to the limit, actually, was still instantly crushed. Zhang Yiting's expression turned extremely serious as she pointed at the red curve on the light screen that had suddenly soared and then plummeted, saying in a deep voice, Xiao Ying's peak mental power is much stronger than in the first phase. But in the face of Lin Chen's martial will, it is still no match. This is no longer a matter of strength. Li Zhuing took a deep breath, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he made the final judgment. This is absolute suppression on a level. The strength Lin Chen is displaying at this moment further confirms our previous speculation. His martial will has already surpassed that of other freshmen. He is the #1 enemy of the air. In fact, he is very likely the opponent in the final battle. In the lounge, Lin Chen did not waste a single second relishing his victory, but instead proceeded to fish for opportunities. Martial will Fiery Rapid Level 5, 4998/5000, Martial will Fiery Rapid Level 5, 4999/5000. With the completion of the last fishing opportunity, the familiar system notification echoed loudly in his mind. Ding! Martial will Fiery Blaze level up.
Current level, level 6, 0/6000. In that moment, Lin Chen felt as if his spiritual world had undergone a tremendous transformation. If level 5 of will was like a supervolcano about to erupt, wild and uncontrollable, then at this moment, this volcano was completely under his control. The immense power capable of incinerating. Everything was no longer a hot breath dissipating everywhere, but was perfectly converged, compressed, and condensed deep within the volcano. With a thought, he could summon a thread of lava as fine as a hair, silently nourishing everything. When his battle intent surged, he could make the entire volcano erupt with a thunderous roar, devastating the world. He could control it freely, lifting heavy weights as if they were light. He finally understood the realm of simplicity and profound skill that Lin Yuechan had demonstrated when showcasing the basic fist technique. So this is true mastery, Lin Chen murmured, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, on the screen, several battle videos were playing repeatedly. The protagonist of the videos was his next opponent, one of the two recognized monsters among this year's freshmen, the top genius ranked second overall, Tang Dongshan. Tang Dongshan could be described as a pure one-move monster. The A-level martial skill he practiced, triple wave slash, was everything to him. While engaging in fishing for opportunities, Lin Chen used his spirit power, enhanced by level 6 martial will, to frantically analyze every detail in the videos. He saw that Tang Dongshan's first strike was as swift as lightning, often executed before his opponent could react, carrying both probing and pressure, forcing the opponent to reveal a flaw. Next came the second strike. The power and speed of this strike would increase by 50% based on the first, like crashing waves, heavy and fierce, capable of shattering the defenses of most opponents. So far, no freshman had been able to withstand his third strike. All who had witnessed his third strike were already lying in the medical cabin. According to Lin Chen's calculations, that final strike had a power at least double that of the first, a true finishing blow. Each strike faster than the last, each strike more ferocious. Lin Chen's gaze became unprecedentedly serious. Tang Dongshan was like a precision killing machine, every ounce of his strength, every breath, perfectly served those three strikes. Focused and clear-minded. This was a true formidable opponent, the strongest he had faced since the competition began. Time flew by rapidly in Lin Chen's extreme dual focus. 3 hours of rest passed in the blink of an eye. When the bell for the next round of competition rang throughout the campus, the atmosphere of the entire Galaxy Martial Arts University reached an unprecedented climax. Because the semifinals matchups were finally announced. And Lin Chen's opponent was the true one-move monster, Tang Dongshan. The third update is complete, and there aren't many drafts left, so I can't do a big release. This third update can be considered a small burst. See you tomorrow, dear readers. In the live broadcast room, the two gold medal commentators were already in position, their voices trembling slightly with excitement, using elaborate language to create a grand prelude for this highly anticipated semifinal. Dear viewers, welcome back to the live scene of the Galaxy Martial Arts University freshman entrance exam. The male commentator's voice was high-pitched and full of passion. Now, we are about to welcome the semifinals of this exam. Our station will provide live coverage of this highly anticipated peak showdown. Yes, Teacher Zhang. The female commentator's voice was equally sweet and filled with anticipation. The two competitors in this match can be said to be the most anticipated contestants of this exam. One side is our top genius Tang Dongshan, who has demonstrated unparalleled dominance since the beginning of the competition. And on the other side, we have the greatest miracle of this exam, rising from 9,988 to enter the top 4 with an undefeated record, student Lin Chen. That's right. One is a top genius already famous far and wide, while the other is a mysterious king who has risen to power. Their duel will surely be a peak collision. Like a meteor striking the earth. Will it be Tang Dongshan's three-wave overlapping slash that is invincible, or will Lin Chen's martial will prove superior? Let's wait and see. As they were introduced, Lin Chen and Tang Dongshan slowly walked into the arena from their respective passages. Tang Dongshan was of average build and appearance. The kind of person who would be unremarkable in a crowd. But his eyes were astonishingly bright, like two unsheathed blades hidden within, radiating sharpness. Unlike his previous opponents, he chose not to wield multiple weapons but instead took the most ordinary standard alloy long knife from the weapon rack. He didn't even glance at Lin Chen, simply standing there quietly. It was as if in his world, there was nothing but himself and the knife in his hand. A cold and pure intent emanated from him, intangible, yet solidifying the atmosphere of the entire arena. On the other side, Lin Chen remained the same. A long spear, a small shield, and 6 javelins hanging on his back. He looked at Tang Dongshan, who was sharpening his knife, and his expression turned unusually serious. From the other party, he could clearly sense a tremendous threat. It was a power entirely different from Xiao Ying's mental strength, Jin Xiaoxiao's potions, or Wang Haotian's military spirit. It was a pure warrior's heart that poured everything into the knife in hand, merging with it to the utmost. This was a true strongman. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Tang Dongshan slowly raised his head, his eyes sharp as blades finally landing on Lin Chen. His gaze was terrifyingly calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were looking at a corpse. Three-wave. Overlapping slash, first slash, he announced flatly, and then, he moved. Without any warning, his figure seemed to vanish into thin air. In the next moment, a dazzling blade, light, like lightning tearing through the night sky, appeared right in front of Lin Chen. Fast. Incredibly fast. So fast that even the most advanced high-speed cameras at the main station could only capture a blurred afterimage. At the same time, a chilling and bone-piercing blade intent locked onto Lin Chen's mind like a parasite. However, what awaited him was a supervolcano that had long since awakened and was about to erupt. Lin Chen's gaze instantly became scorching, and the sixth level, martial will, fiery rapid, that he had long mastered erupted with a roar. Boom! Tang Dongshan felt a terrifying momentum capable of turning his soul to ashes, like the shockwave from a supernova explosion, crashing violently against his rock-solid blade intent. His body shook violently, and his forward momentum experienced a barely perceptible delay. A hint of shock finally appeared in his sharp eyes. Such a strong martial will. Much stronger than he could have imagined. This momentary impact, while shaking his spirit, did not completely destroy his fighting intent. He bit his tongue sharply, forcibly stabilizing his mind, and the long knife in his hand continued its unstoppable momentum, fiercely slashing down towards Lin Chen's neck. However, Lin Chen's reaction was far quicker than he had anticipated. Just as the dazzling blade light was about to reach him, a small alloy round shield appeared with uncanny precision right before the blade. Clang! A deafening sound erupted throughout the arena. Sparks flew. A tremendous force, like a mountain collapsing, surged from the shield. As Lin Chen stepped back to dissipate the force, the spear in his hand shot forward like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, piercing directly at Tang Dongshan's weakness with unmatched penetrating power. Faced with this lethal strike, Tang Dongshan's movements were ultimately a beat too slow due to the terrifying impact of martial will. Normally, his second strike would have been ready to unleash, enough to force Lin Chen to defend. But now, he was confronted with a dilemma. Should he abandon the continuity of his blade's momentum, halt his second strike, and fully brace against Lin Chen's fatal spear? Or disregard everything and exchange injury for injury? In Tang Dongshan's mind, there was almost no hesitation, only a single thought, deeply imprinted like a brand: strike. In his view, once the first strike was made, the second must follow. Once the momentum of the blade was unleashed, it surged forward like a rushing river, with no thought of retreat. However, Lin Chen's spear was ultimately a fraction longer and a fraction faster. Put! The cold spear tip effortlessly pierced through the combat suit at his side, deeply embedding itself into his flesh. Yet, Tang Dongshan let out a muffled groan, a glint of terrifying madness flashing in his eyes. He did not retreat but instead advanced, allowing the spear to penetrate his body, using that force to press closer like a ghost. What determination! He withstood Lin Chen's deadly spear with his own flesh and blood, creating an excellent opportunity for his second strike. Second slash. His voice remained calm, but the light of the blade in his hand was even more brilliant and swift than before. That dazzling blade light seemed to transform into a thunderbolt descending from the heavens, carrying the might of judgment as it slashed toward Lin Chen once more. Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. He knew he absolutely could not take this strike head-on. He took a step back, narrowly avoiding this lethal blow. SZZ. The brilliant blade light grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep gash on his $1 million Guardian combat suit, sparks flying. A trickle of crimson blood slowly seeped from the tear in his combat suit. He was injured. This was the first time he had been hurt since the start of the match. The live broadcast room erupted instantly. Holy crap! He's injured. One-shot brother is injured. Tang Dongshan is too fierce. Injury for injury. So decisive. This second slash is at least 30% faster than the first. The power is even greater. Even though his abdomen was pierced, he also managed to injure Lin Chen. This round is not a loss. This is the terror of three-wave overlapping slashes. Each slash is stronger than the last. It's over, the third slash is coming. One-shot brother won't be able to block it. In the student dormitory, Mushi's heart leaped to her throat, her small hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning slightly white from the effort. Meanwhile, in the next room, Yi Qinghan revealed a look of surprise. This man can also be injured. On the martial arts stage, Tang Dongshan seemed to feel no pain in his waist, his sharp eyes were filled only with cold battle intent. He looked at the bleeding wound on Lin Chen's Shouldering calmly spoke, his voice like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss. Third slash. However, in the next moment, spiritual energy exploded. The flame-like spiritual energy that had already pierced into Tang Dongshan's body with the spear tip detonated. With a thunderous roar just as his blade momentum was about to reach its limit. Put. Tang Dongshan felt as if his internal organs were instantly shattered by a scorching and violent force, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments, his face turning as pale as paper. The intense pain surged over him like a tide, coupled with the domineering will that gnawed his mental world like a maggot. The double blow caused even his rock-solid resolve to momentarily falter. In a duel between masters, this momentary delay was fatal. However, Tang Dongshan let out a roar like a wounded beast, disregarding the severe injuries within him. His left hand shot out suddenly, gripping the gun still lodged in his waist tightly, preventing Lin Chen from having any chance to draw the gun and stab again. Seeing this, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The long spear was restrained, but he still had a javelin. Without hesitation, he released the long spear, and his left hand, which had been holding the shield, shot back like lightning. In the next moment, a short javelin gleaming with cold light appeared in his hand. Ma's shadow javelin. At such a close distance, there was no need to aim. Lin Chen flicked his wrist, and the short javelin shot forward like a silver snake, piercing straight for the opponent's face. Tang Dongshan watched the deadly cold light rapidly magnifying in his pupils, spitting out another mouthful of blood, yet his eyes sparkled with terrifying madness and determination. His third strike was about to be unleashed. Dodge? Not dodge. Tang Dongshan was betting. He was betting that his knife was faster and fiercer. He knew Lin Chen was betting that he wouldn't dare to perish together. But he intended to use this third strike, which contained all his life and will, to end this battle. Even if his head was pierced, as long as Lin Chen fell first, victory would still belong to him. The third strike. In that moment, the entire live broadcast room, along with the tens of millions of viewers watching, collectively held their breath. The two gold medal commentators instinctively closed their mouths, their wide eyes filled with tension and shock. Time seemed to slow down infinitely at that moment. Tang Dongshan's figure appeared to transform into an eternal flow of light in everyone's eyes. He poured all his life, will, and even soul into this final strike without reservation. The dazzling blade light shone bright as day, yet was silent. In the face of this strike, Lin Chen's gaze was terrifyingly calm. He did not retreat, nor did he dodge. Because he knew he had nowhere to retreat. Nowhere to evade. The only thing he could do was one thing: block. Clang. A deafening sound, enough to pierce eardrums, exploded throughout the entire training ground. The alloy small shield in Lin Chen's hand let out a mournful cry as it met the brilliant blade light. In the next second, under the horrified gazes of countless people, that small shield actually cracked, shattering into a flurry of metal fragments. And that brilliant blade light, after shattering the shield, continued unabated, still carrying an unmatched sharpness, fiercely slashing down. Ah! Lin Chen let out an uncontrollable scream filled with pure agony. Blood gushed from his right shoulder like a fountain. His gun-holding right hand was severed at the shoulder by this strike. If it weren't for his retreat to dissipate the force, half of his body would have been chopped off. It was also because Tang Dongshan was severely injured that it affected the power of the third strike. Otherwise, Lin Chen's fate would likely have been instant death. However, just at the moment, Lin Chen screamed in pain, with his right arm severed. The short javelin, which had long been poised to strike, was also released from his remaining left hand. Thud! The short javelin, gleaming with cold light, seemed to disregard the distance, piercing through Tang Dongshan's left eye with an incomprehensible speed. The sharp tip of the javelin passed through the back of his head without obstruction, even bringing out a piece of the back skull stained with blood, exposing the fragile, grayish brain tissue inside. Tang Dongshan's last consciousness was to stand, to greet the end of this battle in the posture of a victor. However, when he saw the man across from him, though he had severed his right arm, still stood stubbornly, not falling as he had anticipated. The last glimmer in his sharp eyes finally dimmed completely. Lin Chen, victory! The crisp sound of the system notification rang out, announcing that this incredibly brutal battle had finally come to an end. In the next moment, two beams of white light flashed simultaneously. Two medical personnel in white, as if teleporting, appeared at both ends of the training ground, urgently attending to the unconscious Tang Dongshan and the bleeding Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at his empty right shoulder, feeling the excruciating pain, yet a bitter smile appeared on his face. Damn it, this 100,000 yuan medical reimbursement fee was worth it. In the main live broadcast room, the two gold medal commentators had already fallen into a state of petrification. After experiencing several seconds of eerie silence, the entire broadcast room exploded in an instant. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a detonated nuclear bomb, with an unprecedented density that obscured everything. What the hell? What the hell did I just see? Did they take each other out? This is no longer a competition. This is a true life and death struggle. It's too brutal. Too tragic. I'm crying my eyes out. One-shot brother. Forever a legend. Tang Dongshan may have lost, but he is still honorable. This is a true warrior. This is the spirit of our Galaxy Martial University. To live by facing death, never retreating. Mom asked me why I'm watching the livestream on my knees. In the student dormitory, Mushi had already covered her face and was crying. Crystal clear tears slid down her smooth cheeks, soaking her collar. Her heart was torn by two completely opposite extreme emotions: immense joy for his ultimate victory and deep concern for his severe injuries. When she saw Lin Chen's right arm severed at the root, blood gushing out, it felt as if her heart had been tightly gripped by someone, causing her to almost suffocate. It wasn't until the final victory words appeared on the holographic screen that her heart, which had been in her throat, finally eased a little. Without any hesitation, she trembled as she typed a message to Lin Chen. Mushi, honey, how are you? Meanwhile, in the next room, on the 298th floor, room 165. In Yi Qinghan's room, a suppressed, trembling, and excited gasp escaped her lips. Ah! Her cold, beautiful face had already turned bright red, hot to the touch. She suddenly threw herself onto the soft bed, hugging a pillow, tossing and turning, while Lin Chen's figure was etched deeply in her mind, an indelible mark on her soul. The moment of the severed arm, the final desperate counterattack, the solitary figure standing amidst the bloodshed. Each scene acted as the most intense catalyst, igniting her blood, quickening her heartbeat, and making her breath come in gasps. At the same time, in the 10th teaching building of the school's core area, in training room 2202, Lin Yuechan stood quietly in front of the massive holographic screen. The screen was playing the incredibly brutal battle in real time. When she saw Lin Chen ultimately win the duel at the cost of his severed arm, a complex expression of contemplation appeared on her face. In the main broadcast room, after a long while, the male commentator finally regained his voice, his face flushed with excitement, now filled with indescribable shock and fervor. He suddenly stood up from the commentary seat, waving his arms with all his might, letting out a hoarse roar. A miracle! We have witnessed a miracle. Lin Chen! He did it! He created a miracle once again. He defeated the unbeatable Tang Dongshan. He will enter the final with a perfect record. He will face the number 1 ranked Shen Xuani. In Shen Xuani's lounge, the 3 members of the think tank had already fallen into a deathly silence. They watched the replay of Lin Chen's final shot on the screen, their faces filled with shock, just as they thought. Lin Chen really went all the way to the end and became the opponent in the final match. Medical Center. After being repaired by the most advanced nano-medical robots, Lin Chen's severed right arm had been reattached. Although it was still wrapped in thick biological bandages, the excruciating pain had long since vanished under the effect of the efficient painkillers. He couldn't engage in intense activity for an hour, or it would severely affect the treatment. This was the first time Lin Chen enjoyed such VIP service. Of course, he didn't want to experience it again. The last match was thrilling yet safe. Fortunately, his martial arts will had a significant impact on Tang Dongshan's performance. At the same time, both his basic shield technique and basic footwork were perfect, which was barely enough for such a battle. Just then, the door to the ward was gently pushed open. A familiar figure, carrying a faint fragrance, hurried in. Husband! Mushi saw him, and tears welled up again in her already swollen red eyes. She quickly walked to the bedside, carefully holding his intact left hand, her voice thick with sobs. You scared me to death. Silly, I'm fine. Aren't I? Lin Chen looked at her tear-streaked face, feeling a pang in his heart. He quickly used his left hand to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, softly comforting her. Look, the hand has grown back, nothing is wrong. Mushi sniffled, looking at his bandaged right arm, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. Seeing this, Lin Chen felt helpless and could only gently pull her into his embrace, allowing her to vent her emotions in his arms. However, just as the two were enjoying their moment, the ward door was pushed open again. A tall figure stood awkwardly at the door, holding a delicate gift box of nutritional liquid. The moment Lin Chen and Mushi recognized the visitor, they were both stunned. It was the local girl from Terra living next door, Yi Qinghan. What was she doing here? Yi Qinghan hadn't expected that as soon as she opened the door, she would see Lin Chen comforting the woman named Mushi. In a soft voice. Her heart involuntarily tightened, a wave of inexplicable bitterness and grievance surged up. Standing at the door, she found herself at a loss, unable to step forward or retreat. In the end, she steeled herself, cleared her throat, and broke the awkward silence with a feigned calm tone. Ahem. What a coincidence. This dry opening line made the atmosphere in the ward even more delicate. Lin Chen looked at her with some confusion, while Bai Mushi instinctively straightened up from Lin Chen's embrace, her tear-streaked eyes filled with vigilance and scrutiny. You, here to visit? Lin Chen was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Yi Qinghan nodded stiffly, placing the nutritional liquid gift box on the bedside table, her gaze darting around, not daring to meet the eyes of either of them. My family's group needs reproductive data. I heard you were injured, so I came by to see if we could reach a cooperation. She didn't even know why she had come here. Wasn't it agreed to send other women to test him first? As a result, her mind went blank. And she lost control. She also didn't understand why she was using such a clumsy excuse to explain her presence. It was so awkward she could dig her toes into 3 layers of concrete. Passing by? From the 298th floor to the medical center? And talking about cooperation? Bai Mushi looked at Yi Qinghan, her vigilance intensifying. What did this woman really want? Wanted reproductive data? How to obtain it? Thank you, but we can discuss the cooperation later, Lin Chen replied politely, nodding without saying more. After all, the other party was also a corporate young lady, and he had to give her some face. Moreover, he seemed to have shot her through once, so it was only right to show a little courtesy. For a moment, the hospital room fell back into an awkward silence, the air seemingly frozen. Yi Qinghan stood in place, feeling completely uncomfortable. Her hands, which were used to being in control, were now nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, unsure of where to put them. She stole a glance at Lin Chen and saw his right arm wrapped in thick bandages, and an inexplicable emotion surged up within her once again. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning immense courage, she finally spoke again, her voice several degrees lower than usual, tinged with a concern she wasn't even aware of. Your hand, is it okay? It's fine, the doctor said it will be alright after a couple of days of rest. Oh, that's good. The conversation was interrupted once more. Yi Qinghan felt her cheeks begin to flush. She knew she couldn't stay any longer, as lingering would only make things more awkward. Well, you guys chat, I'll take my leave. She dropped this line and, like someone escaping, turned and hurried to leave the room. However, just as she reached the door, she seemed to remember something and abruptly turned back, her face flushed as she said, How about we add each other as friends? Lin Chen nodded, opened his terminal to accept the request, only to find the friend request list overwhelmed by at 99+. Red dot. He scrolled for a long time before finally locating Yi Qinghan's avatar among the dense requests and clicked to accept. Only then did he notice that the request had been sent right after the first day of the competition ended. Yi Qinghan watched Lin Chen's actions and saw the exaggerated request list, her cheeks instantly turning crimson. It turned out she had sent the request long ago, but he had ignored it like countless other random people. She felt that the last shred of her dignity had been shattered, and she could no longer stay. After adding him as a friend, she immediately turned and ran, her back appearing quite flustered. Watching her flee, Bai Mushi's brows furrowed even tighter. She turned to Lin Chen and softly asked, Honey, what happened to her? A woman's intuition is often terrifyingly sharp. Lin Chen, hearing this, was at a loss for words. How would I know? All right. Bai Mushi wanted to say something more, but looking at Lin Chen's calm expression, she ultimately swallowed her words. She knew this wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. Honey, she took Lin Chen's hand again, her expression becoming extremely serious. The finals are coming up, good luck. Although she was deeply worried, she knew that the only thing she could do at this moment was to give him her utmost trust and encouragement. Lin Chen looked at her worried little face, and a warm current surged within him. He tightened his grip on her hand. At that moment, silence spoke louder than words. Mainly, I won't jinx it. 3 hours later, the medical pod's recovery cycle ended. Lin Chen moved his regained right arm, although he could still feel a slight discomfort from deep within the nerves, affecting about 3% of his condition. Overall, a 97% recovery rate was beyond his expectations. At that moment, Lin Chen recalled the image of Tang Dongshan from the last match, collapsing with a javelin pierced through his skull. That shot had been without mercy, because Tang Dongshan's 3 strikes were equally lethal. He was the strongest opponent Lin Chen had faced so far, and also the most brutal. In those life and death moments, any hesitation meant one's own demise. Lin Chen opened his terminal, filled with messages from a few new students or senior sisters. Lin Chen had very few friends to begin with. Qian Kuan, brother. Lin. Awesome. Shen Shuwei, Lin Chen, that shot of yours was so cool. Lin Chen replied to each, saying he had mostly recovered and casually inquired about how Tang Dongshan was doing now. Soon, they replied again. Shen Kuan, that guy Tang Dongshan had his brains knocked out by you. I estimate he will have to lie in the medical pod for about 10 days to half a month before he can come out. Chen Shuwei, that's good. Tang Dongshan has already escaped life-threatening danger and is undergoing brain tissue repair. The expected recovery period is 10 to 15 days. The cell replication technology will fill in the missing parts of his brain tissue, but in the next year, there may be occasional brief amnesia, which is a normal aftereffect and will not affect basic living in cultivation. Lin Chen also didn't expect that even with a perforated brain, he could still be saved. After thinking for a moment, he first sent a message to Chen Shuwei, that's good. On the other end of the screen, Chen Shuwei looked at these 5 brief words, gently biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth. On the light screen, a line she had just typed was still blinking with the cursor, good luck in the finals, I'll treat you to dinner after your match. She hesitated for a moment but silently deleted that line word by word. This man's thoughts were 100% on the upcoming finals. Any invitation unrelated to the battle might provoke his aversion, so it was better to let it go. In the end, she only sent one message, don't worry. I wish you success in the finals. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was chatting with Qian Kuan. You can save someone even with a perforated brain? I thought such an injury was fatal. Brother Lin, you might not pay much attention while busy cultivating. This is called cell directional replication technology, a cutting-edge technology that has only matured in the past 7 or 8 years. But only Terra and a few top provincial capital cities have this equipment and technology. As long as there is no abyss contamination, with emergency rescue within half an hour, and if the brain is not completely damaged, there's no problem. Lin Chen recalled what Bai Mushi said about how the current admission exams were completely different from those of the past. Was all this due to the technological advancements in the past 7 or 8 years? The reason why the Galaxy Marshall University dared to set up the entrance exam this way was also because of Terra's top medical technology. Galaxy Marshall University, Arena Number 1. This is the focal point of the entire first academic district and even Terra City at this moment. Above the arena, dozens of drones hovered and flew, transmitting every detail of the scene in real time to major live streaming platforms from various angles. In the main live broadcast room, the number of online viewers had already surpassed an astonishing 10 million. Students and teachers from various colleges, and even many social elites who heard the news, flocked into the official main broadcast room to witness the birth of this peak showdown together. Before the competition officially began, there was still a barrage of bombardments from various sponsors. Surpass limits, forge legends. Do C nutritional liquid, make you faster and harder. Dixie Smart, your most considerate housekeeper. Xingmi combat suit, the first combat suit for young people. The entire arena, rather than a battlefield about to unfold a life and death duel, was more like a carnival feast of capital and technology. Lin Chen had no idea how much sponsorship money Galaxy Marshall University had received. This advertising time lasted a full hour. During that hour, Lin Chen's right arm had basically recovered 99%. After the advertising time, in the main broadcast room, 2 gold medal commentators had already taken their positions, their voices trembling slightly with excitement as they conducted a grand preheating for this highly anticipated final battle. Dear audience friends, welcome to the live site of the Galaxy Marshall University Freshman Entrance Exam Finals. Today, we will witness the birth of a king here. On one side, we have a student who has long been famous, reigning supreme with an undefeated record, Chen Xian. And on the other side, we have the greatest miracle of this exam, a student who surged from 9988 to the finals with the same undefeated record, Lin Chen. This will be a true peak showdown. A fateful battle to determine who is the strongest among this year's freshmen. Will Chen Xian be able to defend his kingly glory, or will Lin Chen be able to go all the way to create a new legend? Let us wait and see. With their passionate introduction, amidst the roaring cheers, 2 figures slowly walked into the martial arts arena from their respective passages. Chen Xian took a 3-pronged double-edged knife from the weapon rack. The black combat suit he wore shimmered under the lights like moonlight. It was the flagship product Night God recently launched by Yehua Technology, priced at a staggering 100 million credit points. Following that, under the gaze of tens of millions of spectators, Chen Xian leisurely took out 3 syringes filled with orange, silver, and green liquids from the tactical bag at his waist, and injected them into his neck one by one. In the live broadcast studio, the male commentator's voice instantly became incredibly high-pitched, almost screaming as he announced an astonishing piece of news to all the viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, the student Chen Xian is currently using 3 groundbreaking civilian gene agents that will soon be synchronized across the entire star system, developed by their group's Yachin Bio. The first one, Power God. It can forcibly enhance a martial artist's genetic potential in a short time. Chen Xianyi's genetic potential is already close to 25%, and with the boost from the Power God agent, his genetic potential will temporarily break through the 30% barrier. His basic explosive power will directly reach a terrifying 3,000 kilograms. Calculating with Chen Xianyi's A-level martial skill breaking army 7 kills, which he has already mastered, each of his strikes will have an instantaneous explosive power exceeding 30,000 kilograms. This is a terrifying number that can instantly kill any martial artist of the same rank. Just to brush against it would mean serious injury. Even overcoming levels will be a piece of cake. The second one, codenamed Awakening God. It can enhance a martial artist's mental strength by over 50% in a short time. The third one, codenamed Spirit God. It can also enhance a martial artist's total spiritual energy and recovery speed by over 50%. This series of astonishing data detonated the entire live broadcast studio like a series of heavy bombs. The barrage of comments exploded across the screen with an unprecedented intensity, overwhelming it completely. What the hell? 30% genetic potential? 30,000 kilograms explosion? Is this guy still a freshman? Cheating. This is officially certified cheating. It's over, one-shot brother is going to be killed. How can we even fight? This is not even the same level. Is this the foundation of a top-tier family? Too terrifying. Just give the championship to Qin Xianyi already, what's the point of fighting? Isn't that just bullying? Isn't this normal? The path of martial arts is paved with immense resources, whoever has money is the boss. What can you practice without money? In the boys' dormitory of Tantai City, Bai Mu Jia was dumbfounded. 30%. Genetic potential? That was the threshold for a 3-star martial artist. It was the level of those lofty mentors at their Tiantai Martial Arts Normal University. And now, this was merely the performance of a freshman from the Galaxy Martial Arts University? Bai Mu Jia felt as if his worldview had been shaken to its core. He instinctively glanced at his roommates, who were engrossed in playing the holographic game, King of Martial Gods. They seemed to have no interest whatsoever in the finals of the Galaxy Martial Arts University freshman exam taking place far away on Terra. At that moment, Bai Mu Jia began to understand why his roommates had not paid attention to the Galaxy Martial Arts University competition. It turned out that the joys and sorrows of people do not resonate with each other. Perhaps, to them, the Galaxy Martial Arts University competition on Terra seemed like a battle of deities in another dimension, too distant to be real. It was no longer the same track, not even the same world. Just like ants would not concern themselves with the wars of humans, the gap was too vast, leading to a loss of resonance. They are people from two different worlds, and it was impossible for them to come into contact, let alone intersect. In the student dormitory, Yi Qinghan was also staring intently at the light screen. When she saw the 3 groundbreaking potions used by Chen Xuanyi, her heart sank uncontrollably. She unconsciously bit her lip. The martial artist enhancement potion that her family's Shinka biological group prided itself on, the most advanced version, could only increase genetic potential by 15% for a short time, and it had some minor side effects. In contrast, the power god from the Chun Group's biological company could elevate genetic potential from 25% to 30%, which meant a 25% increase on the original basis. Had her family's technology fallen so far behind? Then, her gaze fell on another figure. The image of that indomitable marksmanship and the overwhelming will that could incinerate everything flashed in her mind, causing Yi Qinghan's cheeks to heat up uncontrollably. Just a little while ago, she had impulsively rushed to the hospital, using the clumsy excuse of seeking cooperation to get close to him. At that time, she felt nothing but embarrassment and shame. But now it seemed, this excuse might actually be something she could bring up to her family. That man harbored too many secrets. Especially his astonishing martial will, which far exceeded everyone's understanding. Perhaps she could really analyze the mysteries contained in his reproductive data and gain new insights into enhancing martial intent quality, or new ideas in other areas. She was definitely not trying to get closer to Lin Chen. It was all for her family's industry. On the training ground, Lin Chen could clearly feel the aura of the man opposite him surging at a visibly frantic pace. He seemed like a slumbering prehistoric beast, awakening bit by bit. The terrifying sense of oppression sent a shiver down his spine. Is this the strength of the top rank? However, Lin Chen's gaze remained as calm as water. In his heart, there was not a trace of fear, only boundless fighting spirit. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Lin Chen did not hesitate at all. The level 6, martial will, fiery rapid, that had long since merged with him erupted with a roar. Buzz. A terrifying will, capable of incinerating everything and destroying the heavens and the earth, swept across the entire training ground like an invisible storm, ruthlessly crushing towards the center where Chen Xuanyi stood. Chen Xuanyi's body shook violently. He could clearly feel a scorching will, even more terrifying and domineering than he had imagined, violently crashing into his mental world. The first-class holy war medal he wore on his chest was slightly heating up at that moment, emanating a bloody and solemn aura, resisting the oncoming scorching will. Even the protection of the military soul could not completely isolate him from the encroachment of that higher and more domineering will. He could clearly feel that his strength was suppressed by at least 30%. The genetic potential that had just been forcibly enhanced to 30% by the potion was actually weakened to about 20% under this terrifying will suppression. Chen Xuani's heart sank. Fortunately, he was prepared. He looked at the calm man opposite him, and a hint of admiration arose in his heart. Grandpa was right, there are heavens beyond the heavens, and there are people beyond people. Someone like Lin Chen, if born in an era of exploration, might have grown into a martial god guarding a star. But now, he could only become a stepping stone for himself. Later, he might even be recruited as a thug for the Chun group. Lin Chen was slightly surprised that his martial will did not achieve the overwhelming advantage it had before. But the spear in his hand showed no signs of hesitation. The best defense is offense. He shifted his footwork, and his whole body shot forward like a cannonball towards Chen Xuani. The spear in hand transformed into a streak of black lightning, launching the first attack. However, Chen Xuani's reaction was equally swift as lightning. Instead of retreating, he advanced, wielding the three-pronged double-edged knife, drawing exquisite and lethal arcs in the air, opening and closing with an unmatched might, colliding head-on with Lin Chen's spear. Tip! Clang! 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 The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out like a torrential downpour in the training ground. Chen Xuani's knife technique was both magnificent and domineering, with every move containing boundless variations. Lin Chen's spear technique, though seemingly composed of the most basic moves, was unadorned and solid, embodying the essence of fast, accurate, and fierce to the fullest. Each of his strikes appeared ordinary yet was incredibly solid, perfectly blocking all of Chen Xuani's attack routes. For a moment, the two were evenly matched, locked in a fierce struggle, indistinguishable from one another. In the live broadcast room, the two gold medal commentators had already fallen into a frenzy, their voices hoarse with excitement as they spoke at lightning speed to millions of viewers about this electrifying battle. My God! They've started fighting. They're fighting, the male commentator nearly shouted. Chen Xuani's breaking army 7 kills is overwhelming and unstoppable. And Lin Chen's spear technique, though seemingly basic, is unadorned and flawless. The pace of their offense and defense is at its peak. This is a true showdown at the highest level. Yes, Teacher Zhang, the female commentator's voice, was equally filled with tension and excitement. We've noticed that when facing Chen Xuani's torrential attacks, Lin Chen chose not to defend but instead opted for a more aggressive counterattack. He intends to confront Chen Xuani head-on using his most proficient method. The barrage of comments in the livestream had already been completely drowned in WoW and 666. Is this really a battle that a freshman can produce? It's too fast. I can't even see their movements clearly. This is a true celestial battle. Those before were just kids playing house. One-shot brother is amazing. Even under Chen Xuani's fierce assault, he can still fight back. Not just fighting back, I feel like One-Shot Brother is subtly gaining the upper hand. Indeed. Although Chen Xuani's knife technique is flashy, it seems many of his attacks have been neutralized by One-Shot Brother in the simplest way. In the student dormitory, Qin Xiaoxiao was both training and watching the live broadcast. Upon seeing the battle on the screen begin, her movements came to a halt. A complex light flickered in her cold eyes. To outsiders, Lin Chen's approach was simple and straightforward, his foundational martial skills having reached perfection, returning to the essence, completely restraining Chen Xuani's seemingly flashy knife techniques. But only Qin Xiaoxiao, who had truly sparred with both of them, understood that the reality was far from what it appeared. Every block and thrust from Lin Chen seemed effortless, yet in truth, he was pushing his strength, speed, and reflexes to the limit, expending energy and mental focus no less than Chen Xuani's grandiose knife techniques. If this continued, the seemingly balanced confrontation would ultimately evolve into a war of endurance and foundational strength. And at that point, it would come down to who had more potions and who had the more potent ones. The scenes of her battles with these two flashed through Qin Xiaoxiao's mind. Losing to Lin Chen was being overwhelmed by his volcanic will in an instant, then being pierced through the heart by a single shot, clean and swift. Though humiliating, it was also exhilarating. Losing to Chen Xuani, however, was an entirely different experience. It was being gradually consumed by his absolute strength, eroding all means of resistance, extinguishing all fighting spirit, and being worn down to death. Who could rival the foundational strength of the new generation heir of the Chen family? The answer was self-evident. In the training arena, as soon as Chen Xian saw Lin Chen choose to engage him in direct combat, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it was a battle of attrition, the winner would definitely be him. When it came to supplies, potions, and endurance, who could compare to Chen Xian? What he truly feared were the unreasonable madmen like Tang Dongshan, who decided life and death within 3 strikes.
As long as he played it safe and wore down the opponent's stamina and will, victory would be within reach. The fierce battle in the training arena continued. The sounds of clashing metal rang out incessantly. Sparks flew, and the wind howled. However, as time passed, the balance of the battle began to inevitably tilt in Qin Xian's favor. Although Lin Chen's martial will was strong, there remained an insurmountable gap between them in terms of techniques, martial skills, and even the most basic physical attributes. Chen Xian's deeper foundation in martial arts allowed his spiritual energy to flow endlessly, as if it would never run dry. His more exquisite A-grade martial skills made each of his attacks filled with variations and lethal intent. In contrast, while Lin Chen's fundamentals were terrifyingly solid, his techniques were ultimately too singular, and prolonged defense would lead to failure. Under Qin Xian's storm-like assaults, Lin Chen's stamina began to deplete rapidly, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. Slash! 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 Brilliant blades of light cut through the air, and in an instant, several deep cracks appeared on Lin Chen's $1 million Guardian combat suit, exposing the bone beneath. Vivid red blood splattered from the gashes, staining his black combat suit. After all, even under Lin Chen's terrifying martial pressure, Chen Xian's genetic potential could still be maintained at around 20%. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's own genetic potential had only just reached 18.6%. Not to mention, the martial arts and techniques that Chen Xian practiced were all of a much higher level than Lin Chen's. With this ebb and flow, Lin Chen gradually fell into a disadvantage. In the live broadcast room, the voices of the two gold medal commentators grew serious. The situation is dire. Lin Chen's stamina has shown a clear decline. The male commentator's voice carried a hint of worry. Chen Xian's offensive is simply too fierce. Although Lin Chen has barely held on with his superb foundational skills, he is clearly starting to struggle. Yes, Teacher Zhang. The female commentator's voice was equally filled with tension. We can see that Lin Chen has already sustained multiple injuries. How much longer can he hold on? Does he have any trump cards left to turn the tide? In that moment, the comments in the live stream completely split into two factions. It's over, one-shot brother can't hold on any longer. Yeah, Chen Xian is too strong. Whether in techniques or martial skills, he completely crushes him. This is a monster among monsters. Alas, it's a pity that one-shot brother ultimately lost due to his foundation. Nonsense. Our one-shot brother hasn't lost yet. He must have something up his sleeve. Exactly, don't forget, one-shot brother still has his shield and spear. What good will that do? In the face of absolute power disparity, these little tricks won't change anything. In the training arena, Chen Xian sensed Lin Chen's aura starting to become chaotic, and his fighting spirit surged even more. Take advantage of your illness to seize your life. The three-pronged, double-edged knife in his hand suddenly changed its move, no longer slashing as before, but instead, like Mount Tai pressing down, it came crashing down towards Lin Chen's head with immense force. This strike was powerful and heavy, sealing off all of Lin Chen's escape routes. In that moment, Lin Chen's mental energy was pushed to its limit, instantly discerning the opponent's intent. Trade injury for injury? No way. The opponent's strength was far above his own. If he took this hit head-on, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen made the only choice, turning offense into defense. The alloy small shield in his hand surged forward. Clang, a deafening roar erupted. Lin Chen felt an irresistible force of terror emanating from the shield, instantly spreading throughout his body. He felt as if he had been struck head-on by a high-speed maglev train, uncontrollably flying backward. Puff! A mouthful of blood traced a tragic arc in the air. Lin Chen gritted his teeth against the tumultuous blood and energy surging within him, suddenly flipping in mid-air, his feet landing steadily on the ground. He retreated several steps, barely managing to dissipate that terrifying force. However, before he could steady himself, he was horrified to discover that the aura of Chen Xuani opposite him had, in that instant, surged once again. Chen Xuani grinned, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth, his eyes glinting with a cat-and-mouse-like mockery. That change in move was not just for attack. It was also to trigger the gesture recognition function in the Night God combat suit. The cell activation agent that had long been placed in the hidden compartment of the combat suit had silently injected itself into his body at the moment of the move change. The effect of the agent erupted instantly. He could clearly feel every exhausted cell in his body being reactivated at that moment, filled with unprecedented vitality. His physical strength, spirit, and even spiritual energy all returned to their peak, most vigorous state in that instant. Lin Chen looked at Chen Xuani, whose aura was not only unyielding but even stronger than at the start, and a single thought remained in his mind: this guy is cheating. He instinctively reached for the tactical pack at his waist. There quietly lay a bottle of the system reward, Vitality Agent. Damn! You use it. I'll use it too. Let's see who uses it more fiercely.
Almost at the same moment that Chen Xuani's aura surged, Lin Chen made the same move. His left hand shot into the tactical pack at his waist like lightning. In the next moment, a syringe appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he plunged the needle deep into his neck. In the live broadcast room, the two gold medal commentators went wild upon seeing this scene. My God! Lin Chen is injecting himself. This is the first time Lin Chen has used drugs in battle. Is this Lin Chen's trump card? The female commentator's voice trembled with excitement. Lin Chen is going to clash head-on with Chen Xuani, fighting to the end. But, I see the color of this agent doesn't look like an enhancement agent. The male commentator's voice was filled with doubt. Is Lin Chen using a healing agent or a stamina recovery agent? Regardless, he hasn't given up. He's still fighting. The barrage in the live room erupted at that moment. Holy crap! One-Shot Brother is also using drugs. Shoot! Everyone, shoot to kill. One-Shot Brother, take him down. One-Shot Brother has drugs too? How come I didn't know? Now we have a good show to watch. They're both on drugs, let's see whose is stronger. Come on, One-Shot Brother's drug looks like stamina water. Are you joking? Stamina water is injected into the neck? Come on, how could One-Shot Brother's agent compare to Chen Xuani's? Sigh, it's useless. No matter how tough One-Shot Brother is, the final result will be the same. Yeah, in terms of drug resources, One-Shot Brother and Chen Xuani are worlds apart. In the martial arts arena, Chen Xuani shook his head, sighing inwardly at Lin Chan's reckless actions. Competing in drugs? Then you're bound to lose. However, the next second, the calm expression on his face instantly froze. With the injection of the vitality agent, an indescribable, overwhelming warmth that seemed to elevate the very soul swept through Lin Chan's entire body. He could clearly feel every exhausted cell within him being reactivated, strengthened, and transcended at that moment. All the wounds on his body were healing at a visibly rapid pace. His nearly exhausted physical strength, spirit, and even spiritual energy all recovered and surged at an unbelievable speed in that instant. It even surpassed his peak. At that moment, he felt as if he had transformed into a deity walking among mortals filled with boundless power. On the opposite side, Chen Xuani also sensed the change in Lin Chan's aura. This potion looks very powerful. But, how many more shots can I take? Chen Xuani no longer held back, unleashing all the power within him without reservation. The three-pronged double-edged knife in his hand seemed to transform into a black lightning that tore through the heavens and the earth at that moment. Meanwhile, Lin Chen slowly straightened his body. In his deep-set eyes, there was no trace of fatigue. Instead, they were filled with the bright golden lava that never extinguished, like that deep within a volcano. Come! A low shout erupted like thunder. The two figures, under the astonished gaze of tens of millions of spectators, once again transformed into two streaks of light that tore through space, crashing violently into each other. Clang! 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 The sounds of metal clashing in the martial arts arena were as dense as a raging storm, sparks flying, and fierce winds howling, turning the entire venue into a deathly forbidden zone. Although Lin Chen's physical strength had returned to a peak state, he still fell slightly short in the face of Chen Xuani's even more powerful base attributes and more exquisite A-level martial skills, being suppressed and retreating step by step. However, every time his breath showed signs of disorder and his physical strength was about to decline, the mysterious energy from the vigorous dragon potion within him would surge like a rushing river, instantly replenishing him and bringing him back to his most peak and vigorous state. He was like a cheat character with infinite health and mana. No matter how fierce Chen Xuani's attacks were, he could steadily withstand them and, in an almost shameless manner, continuously restore his condition. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. In the live broadcast studio, the two gold medal commentators had already shouted themselves hoarse, their voices hoarse, but their emotions remained at an extreme high. My God! What is happening? The male commentator almost screamed, Lin Chen, he blocked it again. Yes, Teacher Zhang. The female commentator's voice was filled with incredulous shock. We see that Chen Xuani's attacks are getting fiercer, but Lin Chen seems like an unshakable rock. No matter how great the impact, he can recover in the next second. How on earth is he doing this? The bullet comments in the live broadcast room had completely boiled over. Damn! I'm stunned. What kind of monsters are these two? Why does it feel like Chen Xuani is falling behind more and more? Brother! One-Shot's potion is definitely an unmarketed new drug. I didn't expect that Brother One-Shot has such an impressive background behind him. Meanwhile, all the major biological groups and corporate executives paying attention to this match could no longer sit still. They all picked up their terminals, using all their connections to frantically inquire about the mysterious potion Lin Chen was using. Shinka Biology Senior Encrypted Group Chat, Yi Tianxiong, investigate. Find out immediately. Who is behind this Lin Chen? What kind of potion is he using? Xianyuan Group R&D Department, Dr. Lee, the data model is out. Based on the duration of the drug's effect and the recovery curve, this level does not seem achievable with the existing materials in our galaxy. Yujing Technology Board of Directors? Countless encrypted communications were frantically circulating in the upper echelons of the 0755 galaxy. The students studying at the Galaxy Martial Arts University received instructions from their elders at the first opportunity, starting to use all their connections to investigate the newly emerged one-shot brother Lin Chen and who exactly was behind him. Even though they had never seen a product from the 0755 star system, they could roughly guess its origins just by looking at its effects and performance. However, they completely couldn't understand the medication Lin Chen was using, nor could they discern its nature. Could it be the latest product from the main star of Taurus? Or even the latest masterpiece of a biological technology giant from across the constellations? Lin Chen's background couldn't possibly be that terrifying, could it? In the martial arts arena, Chen Xuani's expression grew more serious. With each exchange, he could clearly feel that his physical stamina and strength were slowly and irreversibly declining over time. Meanwhile, the guy opposite him seemed like a monster that never knew fatigue. No matter how he attacked, the opponent could recover to peak condition in the next second. This was completely illogical. What on earth was his medication? How could its effects last so long? Just at the moment when Chen Xuani's mind momentarily faltered, Lin Chen keenly seized this fleeting opening. Clang! The spear in Lin Chen's hand, like a venomous dragon that had been lying in wait, finally revealed its deadly fangs. The gleaming tip of the spear, at an incredible angle, broke through Chen Xuani's impenetrable defense, piercing precisely into his left shoulder. Put! Blood instantly stained his black combat suit. This was the first time Chen Xuani had been injured since the match began. However, before Lin Chen could detonate the energy at the spear tip, Chen Xuani had already reacted. He let out a muffled grunt, his body suddenly retreating, and he actively used his own flesh and blood to forcefully pull the still partially embedded spear tip out of his body. In the live broadcast room, the two gold medal commentators were instantly shocked at this scene. Incredulous. He's injured. Chen Xuani is injured. The male commentator's voice was hoarse with excitement. Classmate Lin Chen. He did it. He successfully broke through Chen Xuani's defense and left the first wound on him. Yes, Teacher Zhang. The female commentator's voice was equally filled with disbelief and shock. After a fierce exchange lasting 20 minutes, classmate Lin Chen finally seized the opportunity and launched a counterattack. The outcome of this match seems to have become uncertain again. The bullet comments in the live broadcast room were ignited in that moment. What the hell, what did I just see? Chen Xuani actually got injured? One-shot brother is amazing. He can even turn the tables? So strong. Are these two monsters? I'm freaking out. This is the real peak showdown. Qin Xiaoxiao watched the incredible scene on the screen, and for the first time, a truly moved expression appeared in her cold eyes. She had thought the outcome of this match was already predetermined. But now, that man had actually forced the seemingly invincible Chen Xuani to the point of injury with just his own strength. No way, could he really win? Meanwhile, in another student dormitory, Yi Qinghan was already so excited that her pretty face turned red, her whole body trembling slightly. She looked at the man standing bloodied yet still calm as water on the screen, feeling her heart race as if it would leap out of her chest. Just then, her personal terminal rang. It was a call from her father, Yi Tianxiong. Hello, Dad. She forced herself to suppress the surging emotions within, trying to make her voice sound calmer. On the other end of the line, Yi Tianxiong's voice came through. Qinghan, do you know Lin Chen? He's the opponent of Chen Xuani in the finals of the new student exam. Yi Qinghan's voice trembled slightly. Dad, what's wrong? You are all new students, see if you can get to know him. By the way, check his background, use all your connections, and find out everything. Especially where he got the potions he uses. Yi Qinghan's heart raced upon hearing her father's words. In the training arena, Chen Xian looked at the wound on his shoulder that was continuously bleeding, his face turning ashen. He suddenly snapped his fingers. This was the most conventional gesture recognition. It was still the previous cell activation potion. The syringe that had long been placed in the hidden compartment of his combat suit was instantly injected into his body again. The effect of the potion erupted once more. His stamina, depleted from the fierce battle, instantly returned to its peak. The bleeding wound also began to shrink and stop bleeding at a visibly rapid pace. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that his foundation would lose to an unknown grassroots opponent. He still had potions. And what about the other side? How much longer could they hold on? Chen Xian's face was extremely grim, but he had no time to think more, as Lin Chen's attacks once again swept in like a storm. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing was denser and more piercing than ever before. Sparks, like brilliant fireworks, erupted wildly in the center of the training arena. The figures of the two had reached their limits, already transformed into two blurred shadows, wildly intertwining and colliding in the arena. The glint of blades, the shadow of guns, each clash erupted with a terrifying power capable of tearing steel apart. The entire training arena trembled slightly under the aftermath of their earth-shattering battle. In the live broadcast room, the voices of the two gold medal commentators had long gone hoarse, but they still used all their strength to shout, narrating this epic duel for millions of viewers. They're still fighting. They're still fighting. It's been 30 minutes. A full 30 minutes. This is the longest match in the freshman entrance exam at our Galaxy Martial Arts University. Incredible. It's truly unbelievable. Classmate Lin Chen, he actually managed to drag that godlike Chen Xian into the most brutal war of attrition all by himself. Everyone watching the live broadcast was completely shocked. They had thought this would be a one-sided crushing match. But now, what they saw was a peak duel that was evenly matched and hard to separate. One was a top genius with deep foundations, excellent equipment, and ample potions. The other was a mysterious king with iron will, abnormal recovery, and seemingly endless stamina. This battle had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. And in the center of the battlefield, Chen Xian felt the most deeply and was the most horrified. The man before him was the true monster. Every time he thought he was about to exhaust the opponent's stamina and achieve victory, the opponent's slightly disordered breath would suddenly surge in the next moment, returning to its peak. It felt as if there was an inexhaustible energy source hidden within him. No matter how much he consumed, he could never completely extinguish it. A perpetual motion machine? This absurd and terrifying thought uncontrollably emerged in Chen Xian's mind. Impossible. Even if such a potion existed, how could the opponent's body possibly withstand it? I have been immersed in potions since childhood. Such drug resistance could only allow for 3 uses of the cell activation potion in a short time. How could Lin Chen possibly do it? Absolutely impossible. He looked at the man across from him, whose gaze remained as calm as water, and for the first time, a sense of absurdity arose in his heart. I might lose? No. I can't let it go on like this. Chen Xian's eyes instantly became resolute. He knew he could no longer be dragged into the opponent's strange rhythm. He had to end it quickly. At that moment, he clearly felt that the peak state brought by the cell activation potion in his body began to show signs of decline. Now is the time. He let out a furious roar, and the three-pronged, double-edged knife in his hand changed its move again, crashing down towards Lin Chen's head with the force of a mountain, as if it were about to crush him. The gesture recognition function of the Night God combat suit was triggered once more. The last vial of cell activation agent, which had long been placed in the dark slot, was instantly injected into his body. This was his final agent. He intended to use this last burst of energy to completely defeat the enemy before his physical strength was entirely exhausted. However, what awaited him was still Lin Chen's rock-solid defense. Clang! The alloy small shield in Lin Chen's hand met the attack with precision once again. The tremendous impact forced him to stagger back repeatedly. But this time, he did not appear as disheveled as before. He merely took 3 steps back and firmly planted his feet, dissipating the terrifying force entirely. As Chen Xian watched this scene, the feeling of helplessness in his heart grew even stronger. His storm-like offensive still couldn't break through Lin Chen's seemingly simple yet impenetrable defense. Was he really going to be dragged to death like this? This absurd and humiliating feeling caused his proud heart to feel an indescribable sting. No! I absolutely cannot lose. A final madness ignited in Chen Xian's eyes. He no longer cared about techniques or skills, but unleashed the last bit of power within him without reservation, transforming it into the most primal and violent attack, pouring down on Lin Chen like a madman. However, in the face of his final frenzy, Lin Chen's gaze became unprecedentedly calm. It's over, Lin Chen thought to himself. All he could say was that the cheat you activated ultimately couldn't compare to the one I activated. He was like an experienced hunter, quietly waiting for his prey to exhaust its last bit of strength. Soon, Chen Xian's violent aura began to wane at a visibly rapid pace, like the receding tide. It was not just because of his physical exhaustion. More critically, the effects of the 3 new drugs injected before the match finally began to fade. Strength was ebbing, agility was declining, and spirit was waning. And just as his physical condition plummeted, the martial will that had been barely resisted by the military spirit, like a maggot in the bones, finally found its breakthrough. Boom!
Lin Chen's blazing fire rapid martial will surged like a flood that had burst its banks, instantly crashing through Qin Xian's already crumbling mental defenses, flooding into his mental world and burning everything within.
Ah! Chen Xian let out a piercing scream. He finally understood. He understood the extreme fear and despair of Qin Xiaoxiao, Xiaoying, and all the previous opponents who had fallen to Lin Chen, that feeling of being engulfed by an endless sea of fire, with their souls turned to ashes. Finally, at the moment when Chen Xian's offensive momentarily stalled, Lin Chen moved. The spear in his hand was no longer for blocking and counterattacking, but transformed into a black lightning that tore through space, thrusting forward with an unmatched posture. Thud! The cold tip of the spear unhesitatingly pierced through Chen Xian's body once again. This time, it was his heart. Spiritual energy exploded. The heart shattered. However, Chen Xian let out a roar like a wounded beast. With the last bit of willpower, he forcibly suppressed his severe injuries, and the three-pronged double-edged knife in his hand launched a final, mutually destructive strike towards Lin Chen's head. Yet, it was all in vain. Clang! Lin Chen's small round shield, as if foreseeing the future, met the attack with precision once more, firmly blocking this final counterattack. Immediately after, there was a second shot. Thud! This time, it was his abdomen. Boom! The fiery spiritual energy exploded. Third shot. Fourth shot. Fifth shot. Blood erupted like brilliant fireworks, wildly blooming in the center of the martial arts arena. Chen Xian's body suddenly trembled, and he lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the gory holes in his body. The last glimmer in his eyes finally faded away completely. Almost at the same time, medical personnel in white immediately appeared. Chen Xian was quickly carried away. Another medical staff member in white, holding a first aid kit, glanced at Lin Chen and froze. Lin Chen grinned and waved his hand, saying, "It's fine, I'm okay." The medical staff nodded, gave him a deep look, and turned to leave. Lin Chen, victory! The final result echoed throughout the martial arts arena and resonated in the entire live broadcast room. In the main live broadcast room, the two gold medal commentators were already hoarse with excitement, almost exhausting all their strength to roar, announcing this championship moment to tens of millions of viewers. Champion! A new champion has been born. Lin Chen! He did it! He really did it! He defeated Chen Xian in a way no one expected. He is the ultimate winner of this year's freshman entrance exam. First! Freshman first! And the entire live broadcast room, after experiencing several seconds of silence, instantly exploded. The bullet comments flooded the entire screen with an unprecedented intensity, like a detonated nuclear bomb. Holy shit! He won! He won! I witnessed history. I witnessed a miracle. One shot brother. Forever a god. From 9988. All the way to the top. This is a plot even novels wouldn't dare to write. Mom asked me why I was watching the live broadcast on my knees. Lin Chen put away the alloy spear. The effect of the vitality potion was still ongoing. A 24-hour effect. It was too intense. A surge of unprecedented firepower swept over him as the tension of battle dissipated. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps rang out again. Chen Shuwei rushed up with her interview team like a whirlwind. On her pretty face, her beautiful eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light, as if they could draw silk. She looked at the boy in front of her, whose combat suit was in tatters, and felt her heart race. So handsome. Lin Chen, Jr. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement as she prepared to bring the microphone to his mouth. At that moment, a familiar figure squeezed in. It was the Counselor Zhao Wenba. He wore a broad smile and unceremoniously pulled Lin Chen aside, away from the live camera, while giving Chen Shuwei a calm-down look. Lin Chen, very good. You've really brought us honor. Zhao Wenba excitedly patted his arm, then lowered his voice and spoke rapidly. To make a long story short, I need to tell you something. According to school regulations, during your time at school, the school has unified management and commercial cooperation rights over your name, image, and likeness. Of course, this is also to concentrate resources and help you secure the maximum benefits, got it? Lin Chen nodded. It seemed there were sponsors. Seeing that Lin Chen did not reject it, Zhao Wenba continued with satisfaction. Xingmi has promised 12 million. Paid over 6 months. The most important thing is, for the next 4 years of college, they will provide you with the latest model of top-tier combat suits for free. 12 million? Plus a top-tier combat suit? Lin Chen was slightly surprised but quickly calmed down. It made sense. After all, he had secured first place, the first at Galaxy Martial University. The advertising effect was guaranteed. And they were only giving him 12 million. The latest model of top-tier combat suits was for their advertising, so of course, they were happy to do it. Lin Chen then asked, Teacher Zhao, do I have to wear the Xingmi combat suit during my college years? Zhao Wenba smiled and said, you must wear it for the next 6 months. Lin Chen nodded and said, understood. Not bad. In the first 6 months, I received 12 million plus a 30 million star rice top-tier combat suit. As for what happens after 6 months, who knows, I might get an even bigger endorsement fee for the combat suit. And Zhao Wenba continued, the Duci group will directly buy you out for a year with 5 million in cash. Moreover, during your university years, you can use their concentrated nutrient solution for free without limits. Another 5 million, plus a continuous supply of training resources. Not bad, not bad. Lin Chen suddenly felt quite good. What do I need to do? Lin Chen asked eagerly. Zhao Wenba smiled approvingly, pulled him back in front of the camera, and handed him a prompt card. Just read a couple of lines of the advertisement into the camera, right now, while the hype is at its peak. Lin Chen took a deep breath, accepted the microphone handed over by Chen Shui's team, and, under the curious gazes of countless people, cleared his throat and read in a slightly stiff tone, Star Rice, the first combat suit for young people, and also my first combat suit. After a pause, he continued with the second line. Do see nutrient solution, faster and harder, I love using it too. After finishing, the entire live broadcast room fell eerily silent for a second, then erupted into even more intense comments. Wow! Champion advertisement, the most lethal. Faster and harder? Brother, one shot. You can't do it. Star Rice and Duci are winning big. This wave of advertising is worth billions. Zhao Wenba clapped his hands in satisfaction, signaling that it was enough, and handed the stage back to the astonished Chen Shui. Facing the camera, Chen Shui immediately adjusted her demeanor, turning back to her excited, flushed appearance and said, Champion. Congratulations to Lin Chen, you have won the championship. Do you have anything you want to say to your supporting fans? Lin Chen looked up at the senior sister in front of him, whose eyes seemed to be burning with desire, and felt a growing anger in his heart. What a temptress! How can you be so alluring? He took a deep breath and calmly said, thank you all for your support. So, then, Chen Shui looked into his eyes that seemed to be burning with flames, feeling her cheeks getting hotter. She instinctively licked her slightly dry lips and asked, next, how do you plan to celebrate this great victory? Would this junior understand her meaning? Chen Shui could clearly feel the volcanic-like flames surging within this man, and that aggressive gaze was unmistakable. However, Lin Chen just shook his head and said, go home and celebrate with my wife. Wife? Chen Shui's smile instantly froze, her eyes filled with surprise. This junior actually has a wife? A top-tier family? A resource marriage? Chen Shui was very surprised. Lin Chen's resume clearly stated he came from an ordinary worker's family in the Haicheng grain district. Is it all fake? Chen Shui scrutinized the boy in front of her, thinking to herself, so it is true. Only a more top-tier second generation can defeat a top-tier second generation. Chen Shui's gaze towards Lin Chen completely changed. So what if he has a wife? That's just a political marriage, all for show. In reality, between martial artists, there's no need for such complexity. Chen Shui, doesn't care. However, facing Chen Shui's eager gaze, Lin Chen said, well, I can't wait any longer, let's leave it at that. After saying this, he stood up, hurriedly ended the official interview, and left the training ground without looking back. He silently lamented that this vibrant vitality potion must have issues. Why does his internal reaction become more intense every time he looks at this senior sister? Why does it feel like her gaze is pulling him in? This tension is about to overflow. I must go home. Although it felt like Chen Shui was hinting at something, that tonight's celebration might lead to something. Who knows if this woman is just playing with him, if things go wrong and she doesn't agree, I can't force it, right? It's better to wait at home for my wife. Safe. Reliable. Moreover, Lin Chen thought of Bai Mushi's spring-like eyes, crying out, husband, I can't take it anymore. Bai Mushi might still be unable to. Then he uncontrollably thought of Lin Yuechan's delicate face. Lin Chen shook his head vigorously, almost overwhelmed by anger. What a fantasy. Let's go home first. Watching Lin Chen's hurried departure, Chen Shui stood still, stunned for a long time. Did you just get rejected? His heart raced. Lin Chen walked briskly, ignoring the various looks of admiration, awe, and even reverence from those around him. Students continually gathered their courage to approach him, wanting to get to know him, to add him as a friend, but he waved them off dismissively, not pausing for a moment. However, just as he stepped out of the core area, a familiar and gentle figure under the streetlight made him stop in his tracks. Shi Bai Mushi saw him, and her eyes, which had long been longing, instantly sparkled with an incredible brilliance, like stars lit up in the night. Lin Chen quickly stepped forward, and in the astonished gazes of the students wanting to befriend him, he tightly embraced the girl with a slightly rounded belly. The next second, under the bewildered stares of countless people, he lowered his head and kissed her. On the last day of July. The fourth update is complete. Dear readers, please consider a reward. A new August, with new plots, will be even more exciting. Not far away, Yi Qinghan, who had just arrived, happened to witness this scene. She watched the two tightly embracing and passionately kissing under the streetlight, feeling her heart gripped by an invisible hand, both sour and bitter, almost unable to breathe. She stared intently at Lin Chen's back, her eyes filled with intense jealousy and unwillingness that she couldn't even understand. Ah! I want to kill this woman and take her place. After a long while, their lips parted. Lin Chen directly picked up the blushing Bai Mushi, whose legs were weak, and without caring about the shocked gazes around them, strode towards the student dormitory, leaving behind a pile of broken glasses and a group of freshmen whose worldviews had been profoundly shaken. Soon, on the forum of Galaxy Martial Arts University, gossip posts about one-shot brother Lin Chen's mysterious partner, one-shot brother is pregnant, and so on, sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Photos, videos, and various angles of candid shots quickly spread throughout the campus. Countless people were discussing. The man who had been revered as a freshman legend actually had a partner. And her belly was slightly rounded, suspected to be pregnant? The martial arts education they had received since childhood, no matter which teacher, had always warned them, focus on cultivation to reach the peak of martial arts. What love between men and women would only slow down the speed of drawing the sword. If you want to branch out, wait until your martial arts journey has come to a halt. And Lin Chen's partner might even be pregnant? This is simply. Could it be, the creed they had believed in all their lives was wrong? Xin Xiaoxiao looked at those posts that analyzed Lin Chen's background as if it were an epic tale, her face filled with shock and confusion. She even began to doubt whether there was something wrong with her memory. That boy who wore cheap combat gear and came from a remote grain area during the entrance exam, that ordinary boy who brushed past her on the commercial street, could he really be the heir of some hidden family? How is that possible? Looking again at those posts mentioning pregnancy, she immediately showed a look of disdain. They even made their bellies bigger. As martial artists, we should focus on cultivation. Branching out should only be done when one can no longer improve their strength, right? In another dormitory, Yi Qinghan was equally puzzled. She clearly remembered that at the fertility charity gala, Lin Chen was seated among those low-level martial artists who were willing to sell their fertility data for a few 100,000 credit points. Later, her secretary even told her about those declining small families that had quarreled over obtaining Lin Chen's fertility data. Would a true top-tier aristocrat do such a thing for just a few 100,000 credit points? Moreover, the terminal Lin Chen used was the most basic version. Could it be that he truly interpreted the words low profile to such an extreme, not even overlooking various details? At this moment, the protagonist Lin Chen, who had triggered all this turmoil, had long since cast aside the external disturbances. He held his warm and soft wife in his arms, striding forward while ignoring the shocked and curious gazes around him. Bai Mushi buried her flushed face deep in his chest, feeling her whole body burning with embarrassment, nearly dying from shyness. Bad guy. It's all this bad guy's fault. How will she face others in the future? As soon as they returned to the dormitory and the door closed, Lin Chen could no longer suppress the desire within him that had surged like a volcanic eruption. He gently placed Bai Mushi on the soft bed, his eyes, already ignited by flames, filled with unabashed, primal possessiveness. Wife. His voice was hoarse yet magnetic, as if carrying a power that could make one's soul tremble. Bai Mushi felt flustered under his burning gaze, her body going weak, instinctively wanting to retreat. But in the next second, she was tightly embraced by a hot and solid chest. Husband. Wife. Lin Chen's voice was deep and powerful, filled with undeniable confidence. I believe this time we can definitely succeed. Bai Mushi knew he was referring to the Xian Su Heart Sutra. Looking into his eyes that seemed to burn with flames, feeling the domineering and powerful aura emanating from him, her restless heart miraculously calmed down. She obediently nodded, touching her slightly bulging belly, and said, "Be gentle, the baby has been a bit unruly lately." Instantly, the raging flames engulfed her once more. The following is omitted for thousands of words. 1 minute and 5 seconds. Bai Mushi let out a suppressed, slightly tearful moan, her eyes shimmering with tears once again. Husband. I'm sorry. Lin Chen sighed inwardly, yet still wore a gentle smile on his face, softly wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and comforted her gently. What silly things are you saying? You've made progress this time, haven't you? It's almost time for me to take a dump. However, the effects of the vibrant vitality potion were still ongoing. Lin Chen felt that the flame in his heart not only showed no signs of dissipating but was instead growing stronger. No! If this continued, he would be suffocated by this pent-up energy. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging desire within him, and got out of bed. He couldn't just waste time here, he had to find a place to expend it. To the Fertility Management Center? The thought just crossed his mind before he dismissed it. No. The Fertility Management Center stipulated that to ensure success rates and the martial artist's health, there must be an interval of more than 3 days between each project, and it was limited to just one time to practice martial skills. Like in battle, pouring all his energy into endless combat might allow him to temporarily ignore the raging fire within. It was absolutely not because of Lin Yuechan's remark, "When you can get into the top 100, I'll let you kick my Xian Su Heart Sutra." Ahem. I definitely don't have unrealistic fantasies about Lin Yuechan. Soon, with the broadcast of Chen Shui's exclusive interview and the frenzied fermentation of various rumors, an even more astonishing fact surfaced. That woman was not Lin Chen's girlfriend, but his wife. Oh my god. A wife? This news exploded like a detonated underwater bomb, instantly creating unprecedented waves among the entire freshman group. Getting married at this age? Could this be the political marriage that only occurs between top-tier families? In no time, various speculations and discussions erupted. I said it long ago. One Gun Brother is definitely not some grassroots dark horse. Exactly. Look at the potion he used in the finals, its effect is even more powerful than Chen Xianyi's. That must be a top-notch new drug. That's right. How could someone who defeated Chen Xian possibly be an ordinary person from the grain district? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Behind him, there must be a colossal force we can't even imagine. Could it be a hidden family from the Taurus main star? Or perhaps a super consortium across constellations? Countless speculations painted Lin Chen's identity as increasingly mysterious and unfathomable. In the 2202 training room, Lin Yuechan had just finished a high-intensity training session, her face slightly flushed and her body drenched in fragrant sweat. She picked up a towel to wipe off the sweat and casually opened her personal terminal, browsing through various hot posts on the forum. When she saw the speculations about Lin Chen's mysterious background, a bemused smile involuntarily blossomed on her delicate face. A hidden family? A super consortium? Her mind couldn't help but recall the day of the freshman reception when she first met Lin Chen. That slightly reserved boy, that gentle and shy girl, and those two middle-aged men with mediocre strength who had shown her great deference. No matter how she looked at it, they had nothing to do with the so-called hidden family or super consortium. However, a hint of doubt flickered in Lin Yuechan's eyes. The potion Lin Chen used in the finals was indeed suspicious. Its powerful effect and long duration had exceeded what could be produced with the resources available in the 0755 star system. Could it be? Just then, Lin Yuechan's personal terminal suddenly rang. Seeing the familiar name flashing on the screen, a look of surprise appeared in her beautiful phoenix eyes. She swiped to answer. "Teacher Yuechan, sorry to bother you." On the other end of the line, Lin Chen's voice came through, slightly urgent. "May I ask, is the 2202 training room available now? I would like to borrow it." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan's surprise deepened. He had just finished the finals and secured first place in the entrance exam. Shouldn't a normal person take some time to relax and enjoy the joy of victory? He was going to dive straight into training without even taking a break? Was this the reason he could achieve such astonishing results? Or perhaps, this young boy didn't have any inappropriate thoughts, did he? At this thought, her cheeks involuntarily flushed slightly. However, Lin Yuechan did not refuse. After pondering for a moment, she said lightly, "Come over." 10 minutes later, the door to the 2202 training room slid open. Lin Chen's figure appeared at the entrance, his breathing slightly hurried, and a thin layer of fine sweat glistened on his forehead, clearly having rushed over. Lin Yuechan leaned against the weapon rack, arms crossed, leisurely watching him, her sharp phoenix eyes scrutinizing him up and down, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "Young man, you seem quite fiery." Lin Chen felt uncomfortable under her gaze, the nameless fire in his heart burning even stronger. He forcibly suppressed his agitation and said in a deep voice, "Teacher Yuechan, I'm going to start training now." "There's no rush," Lin Yuechan said nonchalantly, raising her hand slightly, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Just wait a bit longer." Wait a bit longer? Lin Chen was taken aback, his gaze involuntarily falling on her tight-fitting combat suit that outlined her perfect curves. In this state, facing such a stunning beauty, he simply couldn't keep his mind calm. Not to mention that the effects of the vitality elixir hadn't worn off yet. Seeing his somewhat stiff expression, the curve of Lin Yuechan's lips deepened, and she clicked her tongue. "Look at you, young man, so full of energy it's almost overflowing." Lin Chen's cheeks flushed slightly, unable to resist retorting, "Teacher, I seem to remember we had an agreement." He thought Lin Yuechan would tease him with a few words like last time and then find an excuse to leave. Leaving would be good, he didn't want her lingering around, making him restless. However, to his surprise, Lin Yuechan fell into a moment of silence after hearing his words. Lin Chen was startled by her rare silence. His heart began to race uncontrollably. No way? Could it be she took it seriously? Once that thought arose, it was like a spark thrown into dry tinder, instantly igniting a wildfire in his already restless heart. The overwhelming energy from the vitality elixir, mixed with his most primal desires deep within, erupted explosively. Martial will, fiery blaze. Buzz. A force more violent, more scorching, and more aggressive than any before surged uncontrollably from him, filling the entire training room in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yuechan's expression changed dramatically. She felt a terrifying momentum capable of turning souls to ashes, like a shockwave from a supernova explosion, crashing violently into her mental realm. Lin Yuechan instinctively took a half step back, her sharp phoenix eyes suddenly flashing with brilliance. Your martial will? How could it be? How could it be this strong? Lin Yuechan's heart was filled with doubt, but her body's reaction was faster than her thoughts. Boom! A similarly scorching, similarly domineering, yet more refined and pure will erupted from her petite body like a phoenix awakening from slumber, fiercely meeting Lin Chen's violent momentum. The two forces of fiery blaze, martial will clashed violently. In midair, as if the air in the entire training room was ignited, the temperature rising sharply. A tremendous wave surged in Lin Yuechan's heart. How is this possible? A freshman who had just entered school for less than a month, a boy she had watched start from scratch to comprehend martial will, was now unleashing a force of will that could stand toe-to-toe with her, even seemingly pushing back against her. This was beyond talent, this was a monster. How long had it been? His martial will had undergone such a dramatic transformation? The refinement, the dominance of this will, and the pure power within it that seemed capable of incinerating everything, even seemed to have touched the threshold of returning to the essence. 1 month, from beginner to the peak of martial will? This was simply absurd. Yet, the evidence was right before her eyes, undeniable. Just as this blazing realm of martial will reached its peak, a completely different, bone-chilling martial will descended without warning. The eerie coldness seeped into this fiery domain like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss, carrying a murderous aura that could sever all vitality. Ice-cold slaughter. The intensity of this martial will was not at all inferior. Buzz, in an instant, two intense and domineering forces of fiery blaze, along with a chilling and murderous aura of cold ice slaughter, formed a fragile yet terrifying triangular balance in the small training room, confronting each other and restraining one another. Just then, the door to the training room slid open. With a sound, a figure in a pink combat suit, with a captivating figure, walked in gracefully. She was extremely beautiful, her charm deeply alluring, and her pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to be sparking with electricity at any moment. The woman surveyed the bizarre scene of ice and fire, her gaze finally landing on Lin Yuechan, her red lips curling into a charming smile, her voice sultry. Oh my, Yuechan, your training room is quite lively today. I almost got ignited by accident. Lin Yuechan shot a sidelong glance at Lin Chen, and the pure and condensed will of fiery blaze emanating from her body receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace in an instant. As Lin Yuechan's will withdrew, Lin Chen immediately felt the terrifying sense of confrontation that had nearly crushed his mental world dissipate by half, the pressure suddenly easing. The newly arrived woman chuckled lightly, also retracting the cold ice slaughter. At this moment, Lin Chen realized what he had just done and immediately forced himself to rein in his wildly out of control will. The raging fire that had swept through the entire training room was finally, with great difficulty, locked back into the cage of his mental world. Lin Yuechan introduced in a calm tone, Si Qingwan, the supervising teacher of the Tribunal Society. Qingwan, this is Lin Chen, the one I mentioned to you. Oh? Si Qingwan's gaze fell on Lin Chen as if it were tangible, taking a keen interest as she appraised him from head to toe, her red lips curling into a captivating arc. I know, he's the top of our new students. I watched the competition. Then she laughed lightly, saying, Yuechan, you really are something, calling someone to your exclusive training room right after the competition ended? Her words carried a hint of teasing, making Lin Chen feel like prey being scrutinized by two lionesses. Lin Yuechan frowned in displeasure. Stop talking. Nonsense, he's just fired up and came to the training room to expend some energy. Fired up? Si Qingwan licked her alluring lips, her gaze becoming even more enchanting. Seems like his vitality is overflowing. Little brother, would you like sister to help you channel it? Lin Yuechan immediately raised her brows, glaring at her. Si Qingwan, I called you here to see if there are any issues, not to fan the flames. Lin Chen, feeling both amused and helpless, said, Two teachers, is there something wrong with me? See? Xingwan chuckled, not answering Lin Chen's question, but instead walked slowly to his side, slightly leaning down to gently sniff at his neck. A rich fragrance mixed with her warm breath made Lin Chen's body stiffen instantly. This is the scent of youth, I like it. Si Qingwan exhaled softly, revealing an intoxicated expression, whispering into Lin Chen's ear, little brother, consider sister? My teaching methods are much gentler than someone else's. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Chen felt as if a whole truckload of high explosives had been unceremoniously thrown into the volcano that was already burning fiercely due to the vibrant vitality potion in his mental world. With a bang, it exploded completely. Damn it! Lin Chen's mind went blank, the strings of reason buzzing, on the verge of snapping completely. He regretted it immensely, regretting why he hadn't just found a public training room, but had to run into Lin Yuechan's territory. He had come to vent his energy, but now, this was not venting at all, it was clearly adding fuel to the fire, as if they wanted him to die faster. This woman, Lin Yuechan, was simply inhuman. Teasing him was one thing, he could endure that. But she even specially called over another beautiful woman, a coldness as chilling as an iceberg, yet always testing the edge of eruption, fiery rapid. A charm as beguiling as a fairy, yet exuding a bone-deep chill, ice-cold slaughter. Ice and fire, a dual assault. What kind of new test is this? What do they really want? Or do these two stunning teachers simply find it amusing to watch a hot-blooded young man struggle on the brink of losing control? Si Qingwan. Lin Yuechan finally could no longer endure, her voice suddenly turning cold. She stepped forward, yanking Si Qingwan away from Lin Chen, her gaze icy. If there's no problem, hurry up and leave. Oh, why be so stingy? Si Qingwan chuckled, gracefully turning with the force, not showing the slightest anger, but instead seizing the opportunity to throw Lin Chen a captivating glance. In the next moment, a delicate business card projected from her terminal, hovering in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen, let's be friends. If you have any difficulties in your training, feel free to ask me anytime. Si Qingwan's innocent yet alluring smile made Lin Chen's heart skip a beat. To be honest, who could refuse such a stunningly beautiful teacher with unfathomable strength? His hand instinctively rose, and the light screen of his personal terminal lit up in response. Lin Yuechan's patience finally reached its limit. Without a word, she grabbed Si Qingwan's arm, still smiling, and forcefully pushed her toward the door. Bang! The heavy alloy door slammed shut with a dull thud, completely cutting off Si Qingwan's silver bell-like, melodious, and provocative laughter from the outside. The training room fell silent in an instant. Lin Chen's raised hand froze in mid-air. The light screen of his personal terminal displaying Si Qingwan's friend request. The profile picture showed Si Qingwan's dignified smile, completely different from the enchanting beauty she had just displayed. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Chen decisively pressed confirm. It was just adding a friend, not a big deal, right? Teacher Lin Yuechan was very good to him, but this teacher Si Qingwan, she was also a teacher at the school. Having one more person to consult couldn't be a bad thing, right? Yes, that's it. It definitely wasn't, because this beautiful sister was both stunning and had big waves. In the air, it seemed that too. Distinctly different yet equally intoxicating fragrances lingered, one as cold as snow, the other rich as orchids. They intertwined, like invisible hooks, constantly teasing his already restless blood, making him feel as if ants were crawling all over him. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, his gaze sharpening and firming once more. He couldn't think about it anymore. He had to do something immediately, or he truly feared he would explode from this restless energy. Cultivation. Only through frenzied cultivation could he suppress all of this. His gaze, like a drawn sword, suddenly locked onto the weapon rack not far away. Just as he was about to walk toward the weapon rack, his personal terminal vibrated softly, interrupting his movement. A message popped up. The sender was Yi Qinghan. The wording of the message was very polite, with a hint of cautious probing. Hello, Lin. I apologize for the intrusion. May I ask if you are free tomorrow? My family's Shinka Biological Group would like to discuss a long-term strategic cooperation project with you. Shinka Biological Group? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He remembered that at the fertility charity gala, Yi Qinghan's family business, Shinka Biological Group, was involved in collecting top-tier martial artist fertility data for the development of gene optimization drugs and compatibility research for martial arts techniques. Taking my fertility data for research? Ridiculous. My fertility data is only for reproduction, not to be analyzed and studied like a lab specimen. Lin Chen didn't hesitate for even a second, directly replying, not interested. As soon as the message was sent, Yi Qinghan's reply came almost instantly, filled with urgency. Lin, it's our fault for not being clear. The compensation for the collaboration is 1 million credit points for each collection. Moreover, we can sign The highest level of confidentiality agreement to absolutely guarantee your reproductive data will not be used for any form of breeding. In Yi Qinghan's view, this was simply the best condition in the world. For those martial artists willing to sell their reproductive data, the biggest concern was that their descendants would be secretly cloned or bred, leading to endless ethical and legal disputes. That absolutely not for breeding clause from Shinka Group was precisely to dispel such concerns, a gold standard of integrity and safety. Lin Chen looked at this message, almost laughing in anger. Not for breeding? What use was this collaboration to him? What he needed was to branch out, to have many children and blessings. Who cared about some damn research project? The flame of frustration that had nowhere to vent was completely ignited by this untimely conversation, and the last shred of patience was exhausted. He typed out his final reply in a cold tone. I'll say it again, I'm not interested. I have no interest in your company's project, so please do not contact me again. Why did he feel like every woman today was playing him? Next door to Lin Chen's dormitory, Yi Qinghan tossed and turned on her soft bed, unable to sleep. The proud and charming face she usually wore was now filled with grievance and unwillingness. The glow of her phone terminal illuminated her slightly trembling eyes. She had been listening intently to the movements next door, afraid to disturb him if there was any noise. It wasn't until she confirmed that it was completely quiet on that side, after a long while, that she dared to muster all her courage to send the first message. But the result was such a cold attitude in return. Why? She couldn't understand. A collection fee of 1 million each time was a huge sum for any martial artist. Moreover, Shinka Group also provided top-notch security guarantees, promising it would never be used for breeding. Such conditions were enough to attract countless martial artists. Why would he refuse without hesitation? He clearly accepted the reproductive projects of those 12 small families. Wait. Reproductive projects? A thought flashed through Yi Qinghan's mind like lightning, freezing her in place. She suddenly sat up in bed, her beautiful eyes first showing a hint of disbelief, which was soon replaced by immense shock. She discovered a key point. He rejected the exorbitantly priced research project from Shinka Group, which was absolutely not for breeding, yet accepted those projects that offered far less compensation but were aimed at procreation. Could it be that he didn't care about money or research, but wanted to have children? Once this thought arose, Yi Qinghan's expression instantly became incredibly strange. Immediately, and uncontrollable. Heat surged from her heart to her head, coloring her cheeks and ears with a charming blush. No way, he is actually that kind of person? Just thinking that Lin Chen might have such a persistent or even fanatical desire for having children left Yi Qinghan feeling like her worldview had been shaken to its core. The moment she realized she had discovered Lin Chen's secret, her heart began to race uncontrollably. She took a deep breath, trembling fingers typing a line on the terminal. What if it's a reproductive project? However, time passed second by second. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, on the other side of the screen, there was still dead silence, no reply at all. Yi Qinghan's heart sank little by little as time went by. Did she guess wrong? Then why didn't he reply? A more despairing thought surfaced in her mind. He didn't dislike the research project, but dislike me. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if the sky had collapsed. Why? Meanwhile, Lin Chen was completely immersed in his training, utterly unaware that Yi Qinghan had sent him another message, as he had muted her notifications. Holding a long spear, he continuously practiced the moves of the basic spearmanship in the spacious training room. Thrust, lift, chop, sweep, burst, every movement was executed with meticulous precision. The overwhelming energy derived from the vitality elixir found its best outlet at this moment, like a rushing river, released freely with each thrust of the spear. His body was heating up, his muscles were rejoicing, and his mind was more focused than ever. In this marvelous state, just a few short minutes felt as if the threshold of entry was within reach. Outside the training room, Lin Yuechan's expression was icy. "Si Qingwan, since you've confirmed that Lin Chen is fine and shows no signs of abyssal contamination, you should leave quickly." The enchanting smile on Si Qingwan's face gradually faded, but the interest in her peach blossom eyes only grew. "Don't be like that. I think I should get to know classmate Lin Chen better. Why are you in such a hurry to chase me away? Are you afraid I might steal your chance?" She elongated her tone, looking meaningfully at Lin Yuechan. Lin Yuechan's eyes narrowed, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I haven't said anything," Si Qingwan chuckled lightly, slowly pacing, her voice becoming deep and penetrating. "I'm just speaking the truth." She stopped, gazing directly into Lin Yuechan's eyes, and said slowly, "Lin Yuechan, haven't we both been stuck at the peak of the form condensation stage for several years now? Have you really never considered using the return to origin HARK method to break through the bottleneck of martial intent?" This statement hit Lin Yuechan's heart like a heavy hammer. The return to origin HARK method. A B-level technique that had been popularized in high circles 50 years ago. It is a one-time auxiliary technique that merges one's purest yuan-yin or yuan yang power with martial will, refining day and night. Once used, there is no second chance. The prerequisites for cultivation are harsh. The practitioner must maintain a complete body and must enter the extraordinary realm before the age of 25 to cultivate it. Simply put, in the 0755 star system, only true prodigies have the chance to practice it. When encountering another person of the opposite sex with the same level of martial will, this method can be activated, creating an extreme clash between spirit and flesh, harmonizing yin and yang, forcibly tearing apart the barriers of the bottleneck through the intense collision and fusion of two peak martial wills, allowing the one who initiates the heart method to find that elusive yet crucial breakthrough opportunity. Lin Yuechan's martial will had been stuck at the peak of the form condensation stage, which seemed just a step away but was, in reality, a chasm, for a full 5 years. She could clearly feel that indestructible barrier and even had a sense of despair, foreseeing that without a tremendous opportunity, she might remain trapped here for another decade, or even longer. As for saving the return to origin heart method, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, for after reaching the realm of martial intent's return to truth, that was likely an unrealistic fantasy. The return to truth of martial intent corresponds to a mysterious realm beyond the extraordinary. To reach the peak of return to truth and then attempt to break through the bottleneck, touching that legendary extreme realm, was so distant, so ethereal. It was a path that one might not even see the end of in their lifetime. Betting this one-time opportunity on that elusive future was no different from dreaming. The bottleneck that had trapped her for 5 years was the most real and urgent shackle, the immediate priority. Si Qingwan looked at her suddenly stiffened expression, licked her bright red lips, and her peach blossom eyes unabashedly released a burning desire, as if her gaze could penetrate walls and land on the boy who was sweating profusely. Moreover, his vitality is so overflowing, and he is the undisputed top freshman this year, with boundless potential. Compared to those old geezers who are on the verge of death and whose blood is waning, I would rather give my perfect self to him. See. Xingwan's gaze returned to Lin Yuechan, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown on her face. I know you have similar thoughts too. No. Lin Yuechan's cheeks flushed bright red, as if her deepest secret had been exposed, and she retorted angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Besides, we are extraordinary. He is just a martial artist. What you're doing could easily harm his foundation." Foundation? He is the top freshman, his foundation is the best. What are you hesitating about? Si Qingwan's tone took on a hint of mockery. Are you afraid it will sound bad if it gets out? A teacher taking action against her own student? Lin Yuechan, we are extraordinary martial artists. We pursue the pinnacle of martial arts, the ultimate sublimation of life, not the ridiculous eyes and rules of those mundane people. She stepped forward, closing in on Lin Yuechan, her voice dropping lower. You may not be willing, but I am. I don't mind teaching him a thing or two, to see if our ice and fire can spark something different. You. Lin Yuechan's breath caught sharply, and a fierce fire ignited in her sharp phoenix eyes. The pain of being unable to break through her bottleneck, the endless desire for a higher martial realm, the embarrassment of being seen through by her peers, and that intense possessiveness rooted in the essence of the strong, which would never allow a bestowed opportunity to be taken by others. All emotions erupted at that moment. Do you dare? Lin Yuechan let out a low growl, suppressing her extreme anger. Before her words fell, a violent and scorching will exploded from her, like uncontrollable lava, instantly sweeping through the entire corridor. Si Qingwan's smile remained unchanged, and her equally sharp, ice-cold killing, martial will rose to meet it. The martial wills of ice and fire clashed wildly in the narrow corridor. At the end of the corridor, a few students passing by felt as if half their bodies were placed in a furnace and the other half thrown into an ice cave. The terrifying pressure from the depths of their souls made their legs weak, unable to scream, only able to roll and crawl away in panic. Just as Lin Yuechan's anger was about to reach its peak, Si Qingwan suddenly laughed. The overwhelming chill receded like a tide, disappearing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Then, she swayed gracefully and turned to leave. Lin Yuechan stood alone in the empty corridor, motionless for a long time. Si Qingwan's words were like a stone, stirring up ripples in the calm lake of her heart. The bottleneck. Her martial will had been stuck at the peak of its form for far too long. That feeling of helplessness, unable to make any progress no matter how hard she tried, tormented her day and night. And now, a possible opportunity lay right before her, so close at hand. But, the image of Lin Shen's fiery eyes flashed through her mind. Pride and desire waged a fierce battle in her heart. After a long while, she slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. In her cold phoenix eyes, confusion and hesitation faded away, replaced by an unprecedented determination tinged with a hint of madness and resolution. The path of martial arts is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you retreat. She suddenly turned around and pushed open the heavy alloy door of the training room again. This time, her gaze towards Lin Chen became incredibly complex yet intensely fiery. As Lin Yuechan entered, the scorching atmosphere in the training room, a
mix of overwhelming energy and sweat, was even more intense than before she left. Lin Chen was holding a long spear, repeatedly performing the monotonous basic thrusts, the tip slicing through the air with a sharp whistle.
He had no idea what was happening between the two women outside.
All he knew was that when he saw this woman reappear before him, when he looked into her eyes that seemed to burn with flames, feeling the unmasked, queen-like domineering and powerful
aura emanating from her, his already restless heart exploded with a roar.
Lin Chen's eyes, already ablaze, now sparked even more fiercely, as if they were about to burst forth at any moment.
Martial will, raging fire. Buzz. A wild,
primal, and aggressive martial will surged from him like a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage, uncontrollably sweeping out. At the same time, a similarly scorching yet more refined and pure martial will, like a queen descending,
boldly met his violent momentum.
The two forces of raging fire clashed violently in the training room, as if the very air had ignited.
In Lin Yuechan's sharp phoenix eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered. Si Qingwan was right. He was the opportunity.
The spark that could ignite her, allowing her to complete her final transformation.
The flint.
The suppressed desire and restlessness for a higher realm that had been buried for countless years instantly shattered Lin Yuechan's calm
heart of a strong warrior.
She looked at the young man before her, whose gaze burned like a star, and her proud heart unexpectedly skipped a beat.
Uncontrollably,
Lin Chen growled in frustration, decisively turning his back to her, pouring all his annoyance and energy even more frantically into the
spear in his hand.
However, he found that Lin Yuechan had no intention of leaving. Instead, she slowly walked to his back, her cool voice carrying
a hint of teasing. What's wrong? Haven't you vented your anger yet?
Lin Chen paused, his voice low as he replied without turning around, Teacher.
I'm very angry, don't push me.
Oh? Lin Yuechan chuckled lightly, her laughter echoing clearly and seductively in the spacious training room.
What if I do push you? This sentence was like adding fuel to the fire.
Lin Chen suddenly turned around, staring at her fiercely, his gaze as if he
wanted to devour the woman before him. At that moment, a flash of memory crossed Lin Yuechan's mind, recalling the finals when Lin Chen withstood Chen Xian's relentless assault, his almost perverse recovery ability and robust physique.
A thought formed in her mind like a lightning strike.
A playful
smile curved her lips as she walked to the weapon rack and casually picked up an alloy spear. The spear vibrated slightly, emitting a clear humming
sound.
Then, she smiled. It was a smile Lin Chen had never seen before, filled with a different kind of charm.
It was as if a millennial-old iceberg
had suddenly thawed, revealing the flowing lava beneath, carrying a hint of madness, a touch of determination, and a thrill of meeting a worthy
opponent.
She slowly raised her hand, her snow-white fingertips gently brushing over her red lips, her voice carrying a lazy rasp as she enunciated.
Do you want to learn the Xian Su Heart Sutra?
Lin Chen immediately felt dry in his mouth, his throat involuntarily rolling up and down, and he
nodded.
Come, Lin Yuechan, holding the spear, pointed at Lin Chen from a distance, her gaze sharp and fiery. Aren't you full of energy?
If you can
take one of my strikes, I'll teach you the Xian Su Heart Sutra. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was left speechless.
I'm angry, but I'm not stupid. You're an extraordinary warrior. And a 10-star extraordinary at that. What am I supposed to take?
Come on, Lin Yuechan remained unfazed, simply using her fair finger to beckon him lightly, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. I'll only use the same foundational strength as you. Lin Chen's gaze swept unabashedly over Lin Yuechan's perfect curves, accentuated by her tight combat suit, igniting a fierce fire within him fueled by the unnamed passion from the vitality potion, mixed
with a primal desire to conquer.
He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a single word through clenched jaws, all right.
Feeling the heat of his gaze that seemed to melt her, Lin Yuechan's delicate face flushed slightly. This kid really has some guts.
A hint of embarrassment flashed through her mind, and she scolded him lightly, but instead of thrusting her gun as Lin Chen had anticipated, she suddenly exerted force with her legs, leaping high into the air, wielding her alloy spear like
a war club, crashing down towards Lin Chen's head with tremendous force.
The strike was powerful and swift as lightning. Lin Chen's pupils constricted suddenly, without time to think, his body instinctively reacted.
He let out a low roar, rooted his legs, and with a surge of strength from his waist and abdomen, he raised the small round shield above his head. A perfect level of basic shield technique. In the next moment, the spear and shield collided with a thunderous crash. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the training room.
Lin Chen felt as if he had been struck head-on by a frenzied beast, his body uncontrollably flying backward.
Boom!
His back slammed heavily against the distant alloy wall, producing a dull,
heart-stopping thud. Puff!
A mouthful of blood erupted uncontrollably from Lin Chen's mouth. He felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, and his bones were about to shatter.
Not good.
Lin Yuechan's face turned pale at this sight. And she rushed over. She had used too much strength just now. Provoked by his aggressive gaze, her mind had become slightly disordered, and she failed to perfectly control her power.
This time, she wouldn't have truly incapacitated him, would she?
However, just as Lin Yuechan reached Lin Shen's side, her heart racing with panic, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a surge of overwhelming life energy erupted from the weakened Lin Shen. 1 second he was weak, and the next he flipped over and stood up, having returned to peak condition. Lin Shen's injuries healed in an instant, but the shock in his heart surged like a tidal wave. He did not know that Lin Yuechan had lost control of her strength due to her momentary distraction. He thought this was the true foundation of a transcendent warrior. Even using the same basic power, when wielded by a transcendent warrior, the contained force, technique, and even the application of strength underwent a qualitative transformation. His proud, perfected basic shield technique seemed as fragile as paper before a true powerhouse.
Of course, the urgent matter now was not to lament Lin Yuechan's prowess, but Lin Shen coughed and said, "Teacher Yuechan, does this count as catching it?"
Seeing him like this, Lin Yuechan's last bit of worry dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented admiration and warmth. She looked at him, the coldness and sharpness in her eyes gradually melting away, and a captivating smile slowly blossomed on her stunningly beautiful face, more genuine and radiant than ever before.
"Still calling me teacher?"
Her voice had somehow become a bit lazy and hoarse, carrying a hint of an almost imperceptible magnetism, gently brushing against Lin Shen's heart like a feather. Lin Shen was taken aback, still processing it. He saw Lin Yuechan's phoenix eyes shimmering, her lips curving into a captivating arc that could enchant anyone, as she softly spoke, "Call me sister."
In that moment, Lin Shen felt the last thread of his rationality snap completely.
The overwhelming energy from the potion, mixed with the primal desire provoked to its peak by the stunning beauty before him, surged like a flood breaking through a dam. Wildly crashing against his final defenses, his Adam's apple rolled violently as he struggled to squeeze out a few words through his teeth. Sister.
Upon hearing the trembling sister, Lin Yuechan's phoenix eyes, burning with flames, shone even more brightly.
Very good. Her voice was filled with deadly temptation as she slowly straightened up, step by step, walking towards Lin Shen. Just as the atmosphere of ambiguity and danger reached its peak, a sudden urgent communication request abruptly shattered the suffocating silence in the training room.
Lin Yuechan's terminal rang.
Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure at being disturbed flashed in her eyes, but she still
swiped to answer the voice call. "Hello?" A serious and urgent male voice came from the other end of the line. "Is this teacher Lin Yuechan? We just received a top-level order. Anomalous energy fluctuations have been detected at Abyss Rift No.
13, suspected to have high-level abyss creatures breaking through the blockade. An emergency assembly order is now issued. You must gather at the first assembly point within 1 hour."
Repeat, within 1 hour. After listening, Lin Yuechan calmly
replied, "Okay, within 1 hour, no problem." With that, she decisively hung up the communication. Lin Shen vaguely heard something about the abyss, assembly, and 1 hour. These few short sentences felt like a bucket of ice water poured over
him. Gather within 1 hour? She was leaving? After teasing him to this extent, she was going to leave? Don't play with me like this.
He stared at Lin Yuechan, feeling that this woman had been deliberately provoking him from the start, enjoying
watching him lose control. "Woman, you are playing with fire." Just as Lin Shen's furious gaze seemed ready to ignite her, Lin Yuechan took only a few seconds to think. What temporary important task, what high-level abyss creature, at this moment, nothing could stop the crazy thought in her heart. Weighing the importance of things, she already had her answer. She slowly turned around, the displeasure from being interrupted had long since vanished, replaced by a radiant smile like blooming flowers. She looked at Lin Shen, her red lips parted, her voice carrying an undeniable dominance and allure. "Continue. Now, let me teach you." Before her words fell, she suddenly lunged forward like a swift cheetah, directly knocking him to the ground. Instantly taken down. The power of a transcendent martial artist was something Lin Shen could not resist. "Little brother," she leaned down, her warm breath brushing against Lin Shen's ear, her voice laced with a hint of teasing laughter. "How much you can learn depends on your own ability." The following is omitted for thousands of words. In the training room, two wills of martial arts, both as fierce as blazing fire rapid, collided like two volcanoes erupting simultaneously. Violent, scorching, filled with primal aggression. The overwhelming energy transformed from the vibrant dragon elixir within him, along with his own martial will, found an outlet and was crazily pulled and devoured by an invisible, suction-filled vortex. However, just as he was about to be completely assimilated and burned out by this terrifying will, the Xian Su Heart Sutra within him began to operate at high speed on its own. A continuous and mysterious aura firmly protected his mind, allowing him to be both crazily plundered and repeatedly tempered and forged by this higher-level flame will. He could clearly feel that Lin Yuechan was practicing a kind of domineering technique that he could not comprehend at all. She was
Like a queen standing in the eye of the storm, dominating this will storm capable of tearing souls apart.
1 minute later.
At the moment when this violent clash of will and desire reached its peak, Lin Yuechan, who had kept her eyes tightly closed, suddenly trembled. In her mind, filled with raging flames, the impenetrable barrier that had trapped her for 5 long years was unexpectedly pried open by a tiny, invisible crack during this extreme collision.
A pure and profound essence
of martial arts, akin to the dawn of creation, flowed through this crack, illuminating her entire dark mental world in an instant like a ray of morning light.
This is it.
Lin Yuechan took a deep breath and suddenly opened her eyes wide.
The will
of martial arts had not yet broken through to the realm of returning to the true essence. But she had seized that fleeting opportunity. The door to a higher realm had already revealed a gap to her. All she needed now was enough time to settle, to comprehend, and to fully transform this opportunity into her own, ultimately pushing open that great door. The effect of the returning to the origin heart method had been perfectly achieved, and the bottleneck that had troubled her for 5 years
was finally pried open with a decisive crack.
Meanwhile, her body naturally surrendered to the boy beneath her. As the storm calmed, Lin Yuechan slowly opened her eyes, looking at Lin Chen's distinctly contoured face beneath her. A sweet and
complex feeling surged in her heart like never before.
He had helped her accomplish the most important leap in her martial arts career.
So, in return, she should help this infinitely promising young boy. Lin Yuechan gently yet dominantly began
to guide his chaotic breath.
However, 2 minutes later.
Humph. Lin Yuechan let out an extremely frustrated hum, and a trace of undeniable disappointment flashed in her sharp phoenix eyes, which had just been shimmering with light.
She rolled off.
Lin Chen, her movements crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Although a charming blush appeared on her beautiful face and a thin layer of sweat beaded on her forehead, her breath remained steady and long.
In contrast, Lin Chen was already
panting heavily, drenched in sweat, looking as if he had just been pulled out of water, utterly disheveled. He had failed. This time, it was Lin Chen who had failed. Although the overwhelming energy from the vibrant dragon elixir had instantly restored him to full strength, this interruption had broken the cycle of the Xian Su Heart Sutra. A failure was a failure. In front of a powerful, extraordinary martial artist, he had been utterly defeated. This time, he could no longer blame the other party for being inadequate. It was he, the one in charge, who was simply not up to par. Just as Lin Chen's heart was filled with frustration and unwillingness, the system's prompt sounded unexpectedly in his mind. Partner, Lin Yuechan. Favorability 60, ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving the hidden achievement, Level Up Monster Fighting. Achievement description: you charged at an extraordinary martial artist with the body of a martial artist. Your courage is commendable. Though defeated, you are still honored. Achievement reward: when dual cultivating with a target 1 major level above yourself, the chance of pregnancy will be corrected, with a minimum guarantee of 1%. Lin Chen was taken aback, and a storm surged in his heart.
1%?
To have a guaranteed 1% chance against an extraordinary martial artist?
No way. Is the system being a bit too generous? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh.
Sorry, he really couldn't help it. Lin Yuechan shot him an annoyed glance, her tone dripping with undisguised disdain.
Still laughing? You're still laughing?
3 minutes, just 3 minutes.
What right do you have to laugh? You haven't even entered the door.
The threshold for entering the
Xian Su Heart Sutra is 10 minutes.
You are way too far off, little pup. As she spoke, Lin Yuechan paused and scrutinized him from top to bottom with a critical gaze.
Are you even capable, at all? How am I not capable? Lin Chen suddenly
leaped up from the ground, a fierce, unyielding fire igniting in his deep eyes.
A man's dignity cannot be provoked. The effects of the vibrant dragon elixir were still active.
He felt he could fight for another 300 rounds.
Let's go.
Again, Lin Yuechan looked at his stubborn expression of unwillingness to back down, and a playful smile appeared on her cold face.
The following is omitted for thousands of words. No way. Are you capable or not? Lin Chen said defiantly, I'm just afraid that teacher Yuechan, you might accidentally end up with a big belly. That wouldn't be good. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan looked at him with a half smile. Oh? You want me to have a big belly? Lin Chen, not knowing what got into
him, was provoked by her gaze and boldly blurted out his thoughts, yes. After saying that, he felt a rush of exhilaration.
But the next second, he regretted it. It's over.
Lin Yuechan is an extraordinary martial artist.
She could easily turn him into a puddle of flesh with a single slap.
Although they were at the Galaxy Martial Arts University, she wouldn't kill him, but just a little bit of suffering would be enough to make him drink from the bitter cup.
However, to his surprise, Lin
Yuechan did not get angry. Instead, she smiled. That smile carried a hint of disdain.
Little friend, you're overthinking it.
She slowly straightened up, walked in front of him, and looked down at him from a height. You are a martial artist, and
I am extraordinary.
The gap between us is not just a difference in strength, but a chasm of life levels, almost like different species. She extended her snow-white index finger and gently poked Lin Chen's chest, her tone filled with extreme
provocation. You think you can? Go ahead, try it.
Lin Chen licked his dry lips and looked up just in time to see Lin Yuechan's grandeur, weakly saying, "Sister, this isn't good, right?"
The smile on Lin Yuechan's face completely blossomed at that moment.
That smile could turn the world upside down, yet it was filled with deadly danger. Unfortunately, she leaned down, her warm breath brushing against Lin Chen's ear, her voice soft like a lover's whisper. "Today is my dangerous period." "What's wrong?" She raised her eyes, her fiery gaze locking onto him. "Are you scared?"
The following is omitted for thousands of words. 4 minutes. Still not good enough. 5 minutes. Little pup, give it up. 6 minutes. Although Lin Chen still couldn't break through the 10-minute threshold, the disdain and teasing on Lin Yuechan's face had long since disappeared.
In its place was an unprecedented shock. This little guy was like a bull that never knew fatigue. Every time he was knocked down, he could get back up in the next second, charging forward with even more ferocity. And this time, after failing, when Lin Chen leaped up from the ground again, his eyes still burning with fierce flames, locking onto her tightly, Lin Yuechan's gaze towards him was completely different.
How long has it been?
From the finals until now, several hours had passed. During this time, he had gone through intense battles and this grueling training that could be likened to a juicer, and he was still so full of life.
What kind of potion is this?
She had taught for so many sessions and had seen countless aristocratic disciples bring out their top-secret potions, but she had never seen anything with such domineering effects and such outrageous duration. Although she had already confirmed with Si Qingwan that Lin Chen did not carry the aura of abyssal corruption, this endless vitality still made Lin Yuechan unable to help but ask, "What kind of
medicine are you using?"
Lin Chen took a breath and threw out the excuse he had long prepared. "I don't really know. I just had a dream a while ago, and I forgot the specifics, but it seemed like someone whose face I couldn't see gave me a bottle
of medicine, and then when I woke up, it was really there on my bedside."
He felt a bit embarrassed saying this reason himself.
But in fact, this was the most unrefutable excuse he had specially prepared.
Although it sounded fake, there had been similar precedents in the historical records of the Galactic Empire, and not just one. The most famous, of course, is the great emperor who ushered in the Golden Age, who twice dreamed of treasures.
A dream of obtaining medicine? Lin Yuechan
shook her head. Honestly, she didn't believe a word of it. But Lin Chen's rise was too astonishing. This absurd explanation became the most plausible reason to account for it all. She looked at the energetic boy before her, so vibrant he seemed, almost inhuman, and an absurd thought uncontrollably popped into her mind.
No way, the chosen one? Another chosen one after the great emperor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
She even subconsciously cast her gaze towards, never mind, whatever
his background is. Lin Yuechan instantly suppressed all her doubts.
"Have you told anyone else about this?" Lin Chen looked at the perfect figure before him. His body's instincts had long since overridden his thoughts, and he hoarsely said, "No." As he spoke, his hand had already unconsciously reached up.
Exclamation point.
Lin Yuechan slapped his wandering hand away as if shocked, glaring at him with a mix of shame and anger. Then she said, "If anyone asks again, just say, it was me who gave it to you." Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, a warm current surged in his heart. However, before this feeling could fully develop, it was completely swallowed by the increasingly raging fire within him. He looked at the woman before him, cold on the outside but fiery within, her eyes burning with undeniable determination.
Come again.
However, just as he lunged forward, the next second, he was sent flying in a big arc. Lin Yuechan looked down at him, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Her cool and beautiful face filled with disdain.
"What are you coming for? I have a mission to carry out."
After saying that, she ignored Lin Chen and walked straight towards the washroom connected to the training room. Soon, Lin Yuechan emerged from the washroom in a fresh combat uniform. She didn't even glance at Lin Chen, simply coldly tossing out a sentence, "Hurry up and take a shower.
And activate the deep cleaning program for the training room."
Before her words had even faded, she
left the training room without looking back, the heavy alloy door closing behind her, isolating everything outside.
Lin Chen looked down at his sticky, sweaty body, not bothering to savor the moment, and immediately scrambled up to rush into the washroom. At the same time, he activated the ventilation and deep cleaning mode of the training room, a faint mechanical hum filling the air.
Warm water poured down from above, washing away his fatigue.
As Lin Chen washed, he thought to himself. He had been practicing for almost an hour. Although the process was quite tortuous and messy. But in the last attempt, he had managed to hold on for 6 minutes. He was not far from the 10-minute threshold for the entry level of the Xian Su Heart Sutra. When Lin Chen emerged from the washroom, the entire training room had been completely refreshed, the air filled with a crisp scent, the previous ambiguous and heated atmosphere completely gone. After taking a cold shower, the heat within him had finally calmed down a bit, but it still felt like a dormant volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. He thought for a moment and then walked back to the weapon rack, picking up the alloy spear once more. Since the flames of desire could not be completely extinguished, let them become the furnace for honing his martial skills. He focused his mind, pouring all his energy into practicing the basic spear techniques. Thrust, lift, chop, sweep, collapse. Perhaps it was the extreme teaching from earlier with Lin Yuechan that gave him new insights into the use of power, or perhaps that restless energy had found its best outlet. His progress was astonishingly fast. Soon, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Basic spear techniques has reached entry level. Lin Chen glanced at the system interface, the remaining one permission point stood out prominently. Should I use it here? He quickly calculated in his mind, although the Xian Su Heart Sutra has touched the threshold, it is still a step away from truly entering. Lin Yuechan has gone to carry out an urgent mission and is unlikely to return in the short term. As for Bai Mushi, she is still too weak, given her current physical condition, she can only endure it once a day at most. Relying on her to break through the threshold of the Xian Su Heart Sutra would be too inefficient. Instead, if I go to the Reproductive Management Center tomorrow to donate again, I can gain 3 points. Before that, it seems impossible to rely on myself to enter the Xian Su Heart Sutra. Rather than waiting idly, it would be better to invest this last point of authority into the already learned basic marksmanship. With this thought, Lin Chen made a decisive decision, no longer hesitating for a moment. System, use authority points to unlock basic marksmanship. Ding! Consumed 1 authority point, basic marksmanship has been unlocked. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Chen felt a thunderous noise in his mind, as if a tightly locked door had been pushed open in an instant. All the techniques and essentials of basic marksmanship merged in an instant, deeply imprinted in his mind like an innate instinct. Basic marksmanship. Level 1, 0/10. On the other side, in the medical center. After 2 hours of emergency repairs, Chen Xian's injuries had mostly healed. He sat quietly on the edge of the bed, eyes closed, his handsome and composed face revealing no signs of joy or anger. The 3 members of the think tank stood nearby, the atmosphere tense. The leader, Li Zhuang, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and broke the silence first, his voice low and serious. Young master, regarding Lin Chen, we have a few inferences. Chen Xian did not open his eyes, merely responding with a faint hum. Li Zhuang continued, his rapid rise and that astonishingly effective potion are both quite unusual. We believe there are several possibilities. First, he has struck lucky and obtained a legacy from an undiscovered ancient relic. Second, there is a mysterious force behind him that we are yet to identify. He paused, his tone becoming even more serious. Of course, there is the worst possibility, a cold glint flashed in Li Zhuang's eyes. The abyssal demons are best at using power to tempt those unwilling to accept their fate, turning them into their lackeys in the human world. Lin Chen's experiences perfectly matched the characteristics of being tempted. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Chen Xian finally opened his eyes, there was no anger in his deep gaze, only a calm coldness. I am outmatched, losing is losing. Until there is absolute evidence, do not casually doubt or slander a student of the Galactic Martial University. Moreover, this person has just defeated me, achieving first place among the new students. Li Zhuang immediately bowed slightly, following his words, what the young master says is true. We certainly cannot slander a first-year student based solely on speculation. However, this matter is significant, and we cannot be unprepared. Chen Xian's gaze fell on Li Zhuang, looking deeply at him without speaking. He then picked up the teacup on the table and asked in a flat tone, would you like some tea? This was a hint to leave. Li Zhuang and the others immediately understood and quickly bowed to take their leave. As they exited the ward, the heavy soundproof door slowly closed. Li Zhuang stopped, reflecting on the meaningful glance Chen Xian had given him before leaving, a knowing smile appearing on his lips. He turned to Zhang Yuting and asked, Yuting, I remember you are quite familiar with Zhang Yalan from the Tribunal Society, right? Zhang Yuting nodded, yes, she is my cousin. Why? Li Zhuang's face showed a righteous expression as he said solemnly, for the Empire and for the school, it is best to clarify the suspicions surrounding Lin Chen as soon as possible. Please discuss with Zhang Yalan to see if we can conduct a background check on Lin Chen through the tribunal's channels. Is there a problem? A quick check will reveal. Zhang Yuting hesitated slightly, but didn't the heir just say not to suspect casually? Li Zhuang glanced at her, as if looking at a child who didn't understand. The heir holds a noble status and is busy with countless affairs. There are some things he cannot say and some actions he cannot take. As his think tank, we should alleviate his worries. He lowered his voice, guiding her gently. We can submit the clues to the tribunal through anonymous reporting. They will conduct a fair and compliant investigation, which will neither wrong Lin
Chen nor eliminate our concerns about school safety, right?
If he really has no issues, it will just be a routine check.
If he does have problems,
a hint of coldness flashed in Li Zhuang's eyes, then we will have removed a great threat for
the Empire.
Zhang Yiting instantly understood and nodded. I get it, I'll contact Zhang Yalan right away. Li Zhuang nodded in satisfaction and finally reminded her, remember, it's an anonymous report. We are just concerned students who care about the safety of the Empire and do not wish to see the school infiltrated.
4 hours later.
Unlike the bustling club buildings around the campus, the office of the Tribunal Club was filled with a cold and oppressive silence.
At the entrance of
the second training room, Zhang Yiting's cousin, Zhang Yalan, stood quietly. She was tall and graceful, dressed in the standard staff uniform of the Tribunal Club, her posture straight and her expression professional and calm.
The red indicator
light above the door flickered silently, indicating that there was business inside and no interruptions were allowed.
Finally, the light turned from red to green.
Swish, the heavy alloy door slid open, revealing a spacious and clean interior. Zhang Yalan stepped inside and saw a young man in a black combat uniform standing in the center of the training room. His breathing was long and distant, almost inaudible, yet his aura was like an unparalleled sword sheath, containing immense
sharpness.
Vice President, Zhang Yalan stopped at a safe distance and slightly bowed. I have work to report. The young man slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of deep, emotionless eyes like a cold pool. He was the Vice President of the
Tribunal Club, Lingwang.
Speak. He uttered a single word, his voice not loud but carrying an undeniable authority. Zhang Yalan immediately began her report, her pace neither fast nor slow, clearly organized. In the past week, the club's
anonymous reporting email has received a total of 27 reports. In the last 4 hours this afternoon, over 30 more have been added. Lingwang's face remained expressionless.
Zhang Yalan continued, the content of these reports is highly consistent, all pointing to the same person, this year's top freshman, Lin Chen.
Upon hearing this name, Lingwang's calm eyes glanced at Zhang Yalan.
The reports mainly focus on 3 points, Zhang Yalan continued. First, his strength has grown at an abnormal rate in a short period, which defies logic. Second, the source of the potion he used in the finals is unknown, and its effects far exceed known technological limits. Third, based on the above 2 points, the reporters suspect he has been tainted by the abyss or is a product of some forbidden experiment, suggesting that the tribunal conduct a thorough investigation to ensure the safety of the Galactic Martial University.
After listening to the report, Lingwang asked, are they all anonymous?
Zhang Yalan's heart skipped a beat, although her face remained calm, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She steadied herself, quickly regaining her professional demeanor, and replied, yes, Vice President.
All reports are submitted anonymously. Lingwang did not speak further.
His gaze shifted from her face, slowly descending to the metal nameplate on her chest engraved with her name and position. Official Zhang Yalan. He merely glanced calmly, without any extra expression, yet it made Zhang Yalan feel as if she had been completely seen through, a chill rising from her spine.
Understood. Lingwang nodded, retracting his gaze, his tone returning to the indifferent formality of official business.
This matter is of great importance, involving the top freshman of this session, with significant implications. I need to consult with the supervising teacher and the president before making the next decision. Before that, this
matter must not be disclosed. Zhang Yalan quickly responded, yes.
She dared not hesitate for a moment, immediately bowing and then turning to leave quickly. It wasn't until the heavy alloy door slowly closed behind her, cutting off that cold gaze, that Zhang Yalan realized that a layer of fine cold sweat had already seeped from her back without her noticing. Standing before the vice president, she felt not only the pressure of martial will but also a mental scrutiny that made her feel that all her little thoughts were laid bare.
This pure pressure on a spiritual level was far more suffocating than a direct confrontation of strength.
Meanwhile, in the training room, Lingwang looked at the tightly closed door, his deep eyes
showing no ripples. However, in his mind, Zhang Yalan's information clearly surfaced. Zhang Yalan, from the Zhang family of Yanshan, whose family business Yachan Biotechnology is one of the important suppliers under the Chun Group. To many, the
Zhang family is almost equivalent to a vassal family of the Chun family. He pondered for a moment, not delving deeper, but instead took out his personal terminal, pulled up a number, and directly dialed for a voice communication. Beep, beep, beep. The voice communication rang for more than 10 seconds. Just when Lingwang thought the other party would not answer, it was finally connected. On the other end of the line came a slightly hoarse, lazily charming woman's voice.
Aunt
Lingwang, please use titles while at school.
Cough cough. Teacher C. Qingwan. What is it?
The voice on the other end revealed no hint of emotion.
The matter is like this.
Lingwang succinctly recounted the anonymous report and
Zhang Yalan's report.
After listening to his account, there was a moment of silence on the other end.
Just when Si Lingwang thought she would issue some instructions, Si Qingwan merely said indifferently, "The president is not here, you can host a meeting. Your work efficiency is too poor." Immediately after the freshman exam ended, I personally made initial contact and investigation regarding Lin Chen. Si Qingwan's voice carried an undeniable authority. Lin Chen has not been tainted by the abyss. As for the so-called secrets about him, those are the students' own adventures and privacy, not matters for our tribunal to investigate. Si Qingwan hung up the phone, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. On the other side, in training room 2202, buzz. Accompanied by a clear and long gunshot, a shadow suddenly froze in the air. Lin Chen stood with his gun, his figure straight as a gun. In the spacious training room, the hard alloy floor was already covered with shallow scratches and footprints, the marks left by 6 hours of uninterrupted practice. He stood bare-chested, his muscles smooth and full of explosive power, as if he had just been pulled from the water, sweat sliding down his chiseled cheeks, dripping onto the scorching ground, instantly evaporating. His thoughts sank into the system panel. Basic marksmanship, level 4. 0 for 400. Just then, the door to the training room was pushed open with a whoosh. The visitor was Qin Xiaoxiao. She was dressed in a tight black combat suit, originally coming to seek guidance from her mentor Lin Yuechan, but unexpectedly, upon opening the door, she was met with this scene. The top freshman Lin Chen, bare-chested, was practicing the most basic marksmanship. Drenched in sweat, his gaze was intensely focused, as if the world around him had been reduced to just him and the long gun in his hands. That almost self-destructive madness and obsession made Qin Xiaoxiao's heart tremble. Is this the reason he could become the top of the new students? Just as she was lost in thought, Lin Chen was also startled by the sound of the door opening and instinctively turned his head. When his eyes fell on Qin Xiaoxiao, seeing her alluring body tightly wrapped in combat gear, the anger that had just been suppressed by his gun training surged back up with a boom. In that moment, his gaze towards Qin Xiaoxiao was filled with unreserved, primal possessiveness. Of course, Qin Xiaoxiao caught his wolf-like gaze, and her pretty face flushed instantly, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. However, in the next second, a stronger sense of vigilance quickly overshadowed that hint of shyness. As the pride of the Qin family, her future had long been arranged. The plan was to step into the mysterious realm within 3 years and then cultivate the return to origin heart method. She knew better than anyone that her perfect body was meant to be her last trump card when her martial arts will hit a bottleneck to break through to a higher realm. For this, she had been studying with teacher Lin Yuechan, learning from the genius seniors. And before that, any romantic entanglement was enough to ruin her martial arts future and was absolutely forbidden. Thinking of this, the ripple that had just risen in Qin Xiaoxiao's heart was forcibly extinguished, and her gaze returned to its cold and indifferent state. Lin Chen also suddenly woke up, cursing under his breath, quickly turned away from her, and poured that newly emerged wicked fire even more frantically into his gun technique to resist the deadly temptation. Qin Xiaoxiao watched him practicing madly with his back to her and silently walked to the side to sit down. She opened her personal terminal, trying to contact Lin Yuechan, but found that the communication could not be connected. After waiting for another 10 minutes, seeing that Lin Yuechan still had not appeared and Lin Chen showed no signs of stopping, she stood up and quietly left. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Lin Chen finally let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly walked to the door and locked the training room from the inside. If any unrelated person came to disturb him, he was truly afraid he would lose control. He once again calmed his mind and continued his frenzied training. 13 hours later, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Buzz. The sound of gunfire rang out again, and Lin Chen stood with his gun in hand. His thoughts sank into the system panel. Basic gun technique, level 6, 400 over 600. Lin Chen glanced at the time. There were still 3 hours left before the drug's effect wore off. It was expected that in 2 hours, the basic gun technique would upgrade to level 7. Continue training. Meanwhile, at the Judgment Courts Club office building, in the first conference room, the lights were bright, and the atmosphere was solemn. All members of the club at the level of officer and above sat upright, even their breathing instinctively softened. At the head of the conference table, Si Lingwang sat expressionless, his deep eyes like a cold pool slowly scanning every person present. He spoke softly, but his voice clearly echoed in every corner of the conference room. The purpose of this emergency meeting is to announce one thing. Recently, the club's anonymous email has received a large number of reports against this year's top new student, Lin Chen. The content is highly consistent, suspecting his connection to the abyss. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd stirred, their faces showing shock. Si Lingwang raised his hand and gently pressed down. The entire conference room instantly fell silent again. He continued, the supervising teacher, Teacher Si Qingwan, dispatched someone to investigate Lin Chen immediately after the new student exam. The conclusion is Si Lingwang paused, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Yalan in the corner, whose face had turned slightly pale. Lin Chen has not been found to have any connection to the abyss. This matter ends here. All relevant report information is to be sealed and destroyed immediately. You all organize the related reports and prepare to publish them on the official account. Do you understand? The meeting concluded. Sealing Wang stood up, and before leaving the conference room, his calm gaze seemed to inadvertently linger on Zhang Yalan for a moment. Just a moment, yet it made Zhang Yalan feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. As soon as the meeting ended, Zhang Yalan immediately contacted Zhang Yiting. An hour later, in a private room of a restaurant on the commercial street of Galaxy Marshall University, Zhang Yiting looked at her puzzled cousin and asked in confusion, "Sister Lan, what's wrong?" Zhang Yalan recounted everything. From the meeting in detail to Zhang Yiting, not even missing Sealing Wang's last glance, her tone laced with undeniable worry. "I feel like he knows it was us." After listening to her cousin's account, Zhang Yiting fell into contemplation, her face showing no signs of panic. After a moment, she picked up her teacup, gently blowing away the steam, and said confidently, "Sister, don't worry, this isn't a big deal." Teacher Si Qingwan jumped ahead of the club, sending someone to investigate and announce the results. This isn't to protect Lin Chen, but to safeguard the stability and authority of the court. She can't let rumors affect the reputation of a freshman who was first in the rankings, thus shaking the school's credibility. As for Vice President Sealing Wang, a glint of shrewdness flashed in Zhang Yiting's eyes. They are all smart people who understand the bigger picture. It would be foolish to clash with us over an unverified anonymous report. Rest assured, this matter will soon fade from everyone's attention. An hour later, in Li Zuan's dormitory, Zhang Yiting and Wang Kaixin sat on the sofa while Li Zuan's quietly listened to Zhang Yiting's report. When she finished, Li Zuan's nodded, his face showing no surprise, instead revealing a knowing smile. It seems Lin Chen is on Si Qingwan's side. The Si family came from the main star. Lin Chen is likely the illegitimate son of some big shot in the Si group, which explains the contradiction in his background and strength. He's just gilding himself by coming to Galaxy Marshall University. Now, the misunderstanding has been resolved. In the 2202 training room, Lin Chen stood with his gun, exhaling a white mist of breath that lingered for a long time. Basic marksmanship, level 7000/700. Finally, he reached level 7 in basic marksmanship. Level 10 perfection is just around the corner. At that moment, the heavy alloy door of the training room suddenly slid open with a hiss. Lin Yuechan's figure appeared at the doorway. She had changed into a clean combat uniform, but a trace of lingering fatigue and killing intent still remained on her brow. Clearly, that so-called emergency mission was no easy task. However, when her gaze fell upon the drenched in sweat, upright young man in the training room, that fatigue and killing intent were instantly replaced by a complex and inscrutable light. Leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, she looked at Lin Chen with a half-smile, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness from just returning from the battlefield. "You're working so hard." The effects of the potion in Lin Chen's body, after lying dormant for 20 hours, were reignited by her appearance. That familiar, maddening heat surged back like dry kindling thrown into a fire. He looked at Lin Yuechan's alluring figure wrapped in the combat uniform, uncontrollably swallowing, his eyes, now ablaze, fixed on her as he couldn't help but say, "Teacher Yuechan, I've been waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan felt no anger at all. During this mission, she had faced life and death situations multiple times. But under that extreme pressure, she clearly felt that her martial will, which had stagnated for 5 years, was truly beginning to loosen. That previously unreachable bottleneck had now become within reach. And the source of all this came from the young boy before her. Under the sentiment of loving the house and its crow, she looked at the boy who had formed the closest relationship with her and brought her a breakthrough opportunity, and a rare genuine tenderness rose in her heart. She glanced at the man across from her, who had returned to full capacity, and in his sharp phoenix eyes, a playful smile reappeared. "Hey, are you still good to go?" Lin Chen grinned and said, "Bring it on." "All right." She crossed her arms and watched him leisurely. "I want to see what you're capable of." The following is omitted for thousands of words. 7 minutes. 8 minutes. 9 minutes. 9 minutes and 20 seconds. 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Just a little more and he could break through. Unfortunately, the immense energy that had supported him in battle ebbed away like a tide at that moment. The effect of the vitality elixir had finally worn off. Lin Chen smacked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The next second, he was kicked away. Lin Yuechan asked lightly, "Has the effect worn off?" Without waiting for Lin Chen to respond, she disdainfully tossed out, "Useless little guy." Lin Chen was instantly furious, leaping up from the ground, pointing at her and shouting, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor youth." Lin Yuechan's beautiful face filled with the colors of spring. slightly raised her brows, and with a half-smile, she said, "Very eloquent, young man." Saying this, she ignored him and turned directly towards the washroom. Lin Chen pouted, and only then did he feel as if his whole body had been drained, a wave of fatigue washing over him. He focused his thoughts and brought up his personal system panel to check his gains. Host, Lin Chen genetic potential, 18.7% physical, 185 plus mental. 185 plus spiritual energy, 150 plus martial arts said 128 radio calisthenics level 10, max, basic fist technique level 10, max, basic footwork level 10. Max, swift wind gun technique level 10, max, basic small shield technique level 10, max, beginner shield strike technique level 10, max, Shen. Family flying shield technique level 10, max, Ma family shadow javelin level 10, max, charged burst fist level 10, max, flail technique level 10, max, tearing whip level 10, max, mixed yuan chi skill level 6, 0/600, 8 treasures skill level 6, 0 out of 120, basic gun technique level 7. 10 out of 700, martial will, fiery rapid level 6, 666/6000, Xian Su Heart Sutra, not yet entered partner, by Mushi, favorability 85, Lin Yuechan. Favorability 70, offspring, 16, in gestation, permission points, 0. Lin Chen's gaze quickly swept across the panel, finally settling on the partner section. Lin Yuechan, favorability 70? He raised an eyebrow, clearly remembering that her favorability was only 60 before. It had risen to 70. So quickly? Recalling her earlier disdainful expression, Lin Chen chuckled. She may not spare him with her words, but her body was quite honest. Heh, women. While taking a shower, Lin Yuechan's personal terminal suddenly rang, the screen flashing with Si Qingwan's name and a charming smile. It was a video call request. Without a second thought, Lin Yuechan switched it to a voice call, coldly asking, "What's up?" Yuechan, on the other end, Si Qingwan's voice was laced with obvious amusement. "How's it going? You've been verifying for a whole day and night. Is there any problem?" Lin Yuechan's cheeks flushed bright red, even through the mist, the alluring blush was visible, and she snapped, "What nonsense are you talking about? I went to carry out a mission." Got it, got it. Si Qingwan's laughter grew even more cheerful. "So that means there's no problem, mission accomplished?" "No problems at all." Lin Yuechan gritted her teeth. "If there's any issue, I'll notify you immediately." "Oh? Really?" Si Qingwan's tone was full of teasing. Lin Yuechan was speechless and said irritably, "Hang up." On the other end of the phone, Si Qingwan's triumphant laughter rang out. Okay, got it. I won't disturb you any longer. Continue with your task, continue with your task." The door of the misty washroom was pushed open, and Lin Yuechan emerged dressed in a combat uniform. The natural blush on her fair face after the shower added a touch of laziness and charm. Her hair tips were still dripping with water, making her look stunning, leaving Lin Chen somewhat dazed. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Lin Yuechan couldn't help but smile lightly, her voice laced with a hint of mockery. "Do I look good?" Lin Chen instinctively nodded and honestly replied, "You look good, teacher, you're the best looking." Yet, in his heart, he secretly muttered, "Sigh, right now, I think teacher Yuechan is the prettiest, but when I get home, I feel like my wife by Mushi is the best looking. What a sin, this must be a mistake all men make." Lin Yuechan shot him an annoyed glance. "I told you in private, don't call me teacher." Being called teacher by this boy, who had the closest relationship with her, gave her an indescribable, taboo-like sense of guilt, making her feel strange and excited in a way she couldn't describe to others. Lin Chen grinned and didn't respond, his rogue demeanor making Lin Yuechan both angry and amused. "Alright, hurry up and wash up, we need to go, I have class later." Lin Yuechan rolled her eyes at him, urging him on. Lin Chen nodded. 10 minutes later, he was indeed unceremoniously chased out by Lin Yuechan. As soon as he stepped out of the 2202 training room, he happened to see a tall girl in a $1 million combat uniform walking towards him. Lin Chen remembered seeing her once at the training room entrance before, but he didn't know if she was a classmate or a senior. The tall girl clearly recognized Lin Chen too, her gaze held a hint of curiosity as she glanced at him. Both exchanged polite nods and passed by each other. The girl reached the entrance of the 2202 training room, watching Lin Chen's departing figure, her brows slightly furrowed, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. This new student of teacher Lin Yuechan looked a bit familiar. Where had she seen him before? As Lin Chen walked out of the training building, the glaring sunlight instantly filled his vision. He instinctively squinted, a warm feeling enveloping him. The surreal sensation made him raise his wrist to check the time on his personal terminal, which showed 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 5 o'clock? He had actually spent a whole day and night in the training room? So much time had passed? Below the time, there were several highlighted pinned messages from the school's official channel. Galactic Martial University Academic Affairs Office, notice on the distribution of rewards for the Champions of the 40918 Freshman Entrance Exam, Galactic Martial University Administrative Office, notice inviting Lin Chen to speak as a representative of the freshmen. At the opening ceremony, rewards, and a speech? Lin Chen just glanced over briefly and didn't immediately click to read more. Instead, he quickened his pace towards the student dormitory. Because Bai Mushi was still waiting for him in the dormitory. Just thinking about the gentle and shy Bai Mushi made Lin Chen's heart heat up again. Hadn't the effect passed? Why was there still a bit of heat? Lin Chen shook his head and quickened his steps towards the student dormitory. Back at the dormitory building, while waiting for the elevator on the first floor, Lin Chen unexpectedly ran into Su Qingying again. Su Qingying clearly didn't expect to see him here either. She froze for a moment, and then a hint of undeniable embarrassment appeared on her face. The wounds on her body had long healed under the medical center's care, but the moment she saw Lin Chen, her heart still ached faintly. It wasn't physical pain, but rather emotional. It was that unstoppable shot that completely shattered all pride, leaving a deep imprint. She instinctively averted her gaze, pretending to look at the flickering numbers in the elevator, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit stiff. Just as the elevator was about to close, a tall girl rushed in, immediately spotting Lin Chen, and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! Is that you, Lin Chen? I'm also a freshman. This year, my name is Zhou Liyun. Can we be friends?" Lin Chen politely nodded, skillfully opened his personal terminal, and exchanged friend information with her. This scene was clearly captured in Su Qingying's peripheral vision. A strange pang struck her heart. Her grandfather's teachings echoed in her ears. Qingying, in university, let go of unnecessary pride and make more friends. Especially Lin Chen, he is from Haicheng just like you, and he is the undisputed top of this year's freshmen. Watching that girl named Xiaomeng easily add him as a friend, Su Qingying's fingers unconsciously clenched and then relaxed. She bit her lip, took a deep breath, and mustered her courage, just as she was about to speak. Ding! The 275th floor arrived. The courage she had just built up instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. Su Qingying bit her lip, cursing herself for being useless, ultimately swallowing her words and silently stepping into the elevator. Forget it. Next time. Maybe next time there will be a chance to add him. When Lin Chen pushed open the dormitory door and saw the delicate figure sitting by the bed, anxiously waiting for him, a twinge of guilt inevitably arose in his heart. Of course, it was not much, just a slight twinge. From the moment the more sons, more blessings system descended upon him, he was destined to make the mistakes that all good men would make. "Honey, you're back." Bai Mushi's eyes sparkled with light upon seeing Lin Chen, and she immediately rushed over, asking with concern, "You've been cultivating for a whole day and night. How was it? Are you tired?" Lin Chen looked at his vibrant wife, the familiar scent that brought him immense comfort wafting towards him, and that small flame in his heart surged once more. Although he wasn't out of control, Lin Chen didn't want to control himself anymore. What was there to control at home? Lin Chen simply smiled slightly, stepped forward, and swept the startled Bai Mushi into his arms. "Not tired," he said, lowering his head and whispering in her ear with a hoarse voice, "Just right, let's see how well I've cultivated." Bai Mushi was taken aback by his sudden action, feeling both shy and anxious, her small fists weakly pounding against his solid chest as she playfully scolded, "Honey. What? What are you doing? It's still broad daylight." The following is omitted for thousands of words. 9 minutes and 45 seconds later. "Honey, no. I can't take it anymore." Bai Mushi looked as if she had just been pulled out of water, her face flushed, and in her sparkling eyes, there was both satisfaction and a hint of pleading. Lin Chen smiled, leaned down, and gently brushed aside the damp hair on her forehead, saying with a grin, 9 minutes and 45 seconds. "Wife, you're amazing. Just a little more. Success was just a few days away. Take it slow, no need to rush." Bai Mushi took a deep breath, gripping Lin Chen's arm, and softly pleaded, "Honey, let me rest." Lin Chen leaned close to her ear, speaking in a voice only they could hear. "Look, isn't the baby also very excited?" Bai Mushi immediately shot Lin Chen a shy glare, then closed her eyes, her pretty face flushed. Meanwhile, in the next dormitory, Yi Qinghan was almost at her limit. That faint, suppressed yet still vaguely audible sound came. Once again, she bit her lip tightly, burying her head in the pillow and covering her ears with the blanket, but that annoying voice seemed to penetrate all obstacles and drill straight into her mind. Why hasn't Lin Chen replied to my message yet? Could it be? Does he really dislike me that much? Lin Chen casually picked up his personal terminal, recalling the 2 official notifications he had seen that morning. He first opened the notification about the reward distribution, and the detailed content immediately unfolded on the screen. Notice on the distribution of rewards for the champions of the 40918 freshman entrance exam. Dear Lin Chen, congratulations on your undisputed outstanding performance in this freshman entrance exam, earning the crown and showcasing the top talents of our school's freshmen.
According to the reward rules announced before the exam and the resolution of the school committee, we hereby announce the details of your champion reward. As follows: 1. Exclusive champion reward, a one-time reward of 200 credits. 2 selections for the A-class martial arts library, copyright fees to be borne by yourself. 2 bottles of body refining spirit liquid. 2. Comprehensive ranking reward, includes all rewards for the top 1000, top 100, and top 10, a one-time reward of 100 credits. 1 selection for the A-class martial arts library, copyright fees to be borne by yourself. 1 bottle of body refining spirit liquid. All of the above rewards can be claimed through the terminal within 1 year. 3. Freshman treatment adjustment, ranking correction. Your comprehensive ranking among this year's freshmen has been corrected from 9,988 to first based on your final exam results. This ranking will serve as the basis for all resource allocation and authority determinations during your time at school. Dormitory adjustment. In light of your excellent performance, you are entitled to apply for an unconditional dormitory adjustment. You may choose to move to a lower dormitory floor. If you wish to adjust, please click the link below to apply within 7 days, otherwise, it will be considered a waiver of this right. Office of Academic Affairs, Galaxy Martial Arts University. After reading, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. There's even an exclusive champion reward. That's equivalent to triple the top 10 rewards. What a generous offer. Moreover, he is now ranked first. He can also move to a lower floor, where the spiritual energy is more abundant. Lin Chen glanced at Bai Mushi, who had already fallen into a deep sleep. Once Bai Mushi wakes up, they'll move. He then clicked on the next notification. Official notice inviting Lin Chen to speak as the freshman representative at the opening ceremony. Dear Lin Chen, the opening ceremony for the 40,918 freshmen at Galaxy Martial Arts University is one of the most important annual events of our school. In light of your outstanding performance in the entrance exam and the extraordinary will you have shown, the Student Affairs Department has proposed, and the school committee has unanimously approved, to formally invite you as the sole representative of this year's freshmen to speak at the opening ceremony. The specific arrangements are as follows. Ceremony time, October 6, 40918, at 9 a.m. Ceremony location, Central Square. Speaking segment, expected around 9:45 a.m., with a suggested duration of 3 to 5 minutes. Your speech will be broadcast live to all faculty, students, alliance representatives, and major media outlets. To ensure the smooth progress of the ceremony, please submit the first draft of your speech to your counselor, Teacher Zhao Wenba, by October 5. We look forward to your wonderful speech, which will open a new chapter for all freshmen. Student Union Work Department, Galaxy Martial Arts University. After reading these 2 messages, Lin Chen continued to scroll down but immediately spotted a message he had overlooked for a long time. The content was just a brief line. Yi Qinghan, what if it's a reproduction project? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. It suddenly occurred to him that he had rudely rejected her yesterday while in a state of extreme irritation. He didn't expect her to. What does this woman want? If she proposes cooperation now, it would mean this is a private, personal collaboration. So, is she going to use the most direct approach? To be honest, Lin Chen was somewhat put off by such a direct approach at the moment, because there was no soul. It was unlike the Fertility Management Center, where one could have triplets at once, whether it was permission points or credit points, they were all credited instantly. Lin Chen continued to scroll through the unread messages. He had few friends, apart from the damn, awesome, and let's go out for a meal from Chin Cohen. There were congratulatory messages from a few girls. Lin Chen patiently replied with thank you to each one. At the very bottom, there were 2 messages from his counselor, Zhao Wenba. The first was sent right after the competition ended, congratulating him on being the top freshman, but he hadn't seen it at the time because he was in a hurry to return to the dormitory. The second message was sent last night. It contained a link to a holographic VR video, with a note saying, Lin Chen, this is the school's VR guide for new students. Most of your previous questions about school policies, club selections, and credit acquisition can be answered in this VR video. If you have any other questions, feel free to contact me through the terminal at any time. Lin Chen opened the VR video link. The light and shadow shifted before his eyes, and he felt as if he were in a grand virtual hall. A graceful teacher in a well-fitted uniform slowly materialized. She wore a sweet and confident smile, her voice clear and pleasant. Hello, students, I am your homeroom teacher for the 40918 class, Han Yusen. In the next 4 years, I will accompany you as we grow together. At the Galaxy Martial Arts University, teachers are not just knowledge transmitters, we are also your seniors walking alongside you on your martial arts journey. We will learn from the youthful vigor and infinite possibilities that you embody, and we hope you can draw valuable experience and heritage from us. Please remember, we are not just teacher and student, we are partners in mutual learning and progress. While watching, Lin Chen began to practice the 8 treasures skill.
Since he was just idly practicing, he didn't need
to focus intently, and his progress bar increased just the same. Teacher Han Yusen smiled slightly, and the virtual scene shifted to showcase the school's various facilities.
Next, I will introduce the basic systems of the school. First, the credits system. Credits are the hard currency at Galaxy Martial Arts University.
You can earn credits by completing your training targets each semester, passing various exams and assessments, and completing tasks released
Both on and off campus.
Credits can be used to purchase the rights to practice advanced martial arts techniques, exchange for rare training resources, book private tutoring sessions with campus teachers, and more.
Regarding courses,
the school offers free public courses for all new students. In the first academic year, there will be a public class every morning, afternoon, and evening.
It's important to note that public courses are for lectures only and do not provide Q&A sessions.
If you have questions, you need to contact the relevant teachers privately, which usually consumes a certain amount of credits.
The virtual scene switched again, showing the student union building and the badges of various clubs.
Secondly, and most importantly, student union and clubs. Please remember, the student union and clubs at Galaxy Martial Arts University are not just interest groups, they are platforms that serve your growth
during your time at school and your development after graduation.
The organization you choose to join largely determines your training direction during your 4 years of university and your potential career path.
In these
organizations, you can meet like-minded peers and enjoy various resources and conveniences provided by the organization, but you also need to fulfill corresponding responsibilities and follow the organization's arrangements.
At the end
of the video, there will be links to the recruitment brochures for the student union and all clubs. You can click directly to learn more. At this point, a hint of pride appeared on Han Yusen's face. As your class teacher, I personally came from the student council, majoring in the body refining technique Moon Goddess Glazed Body, which is exclusively for female practitioners. If there are any interested girls, or classmates aspiring to become female, feel
free to come and talk to me anytime.
In the end, teacher Han Yusen's expression became solemn and grave as she slightly bowed. I wish you all the best in your new journey at the Galaxy Martial University, overcoming obstacles, advancing bravely, and may your martial fortunes flourish. As her voice faded, teacher Han Yusen's figure gradually disappeared. The virtual hall before Lin Chen dissipated, returning him to reality. In front of him appeared a virtual light curtain entrance marked with the official certification of Galaxy Martial University, clearly displaying several large characters, student council and freshman club enrollment guidelines. Lin Chen clicked to enter, and a row of badges, each glowing with different lights, was neatly arranged before him. Student Council, Judicial Court Club, Blood Battle Club, Guard Army Club, Pioneer Club, Administrative Institute Club, Legal Institute Club, Divine Cultivation Institute Club, Planet Merchant Club. As Lin Chen looked at the names of these clubs, he suddenly understood the educational model of Galaxy Martial University. What technique you practice and what martial path you take is entirely decided by you or your family. Choosing which club to join is equivalent to choosing your future career direction and network. Joining the Judicial Court Club means you will enter the Empire's judicial and law enforcement system in the future. In school, you will meet your future colleagues. After graduation, everyone will become the backbone of the judicial court spread across the Empire's major planets. As a graduate of Galaxy Martial University, you could even land a mid-level position right after graduation, and your superiors and peers are likely to be former seniors. Joining the Blood Battle Club means entering the Imperial Army, becoming a hardened soldier, facing the abyss and participating in foreign wars. The Guard Army Club trains officers stationed in various star systems to protect the Empire's territory. The Pioneer Club cultivates future managers and core crew members of the Pioneer Fleet, expanding the Empire's cosmic territory. The Administrative Institute Club and Legal Institute Club correspond to the government's civil service system and legal framework, respectively. As for the Divine Cultivation Institute Club, it is a relatively special group that specifically recruits powerful spiritual practitioners or other martial artists related to the spiritual domain. The Planet Merchant Club is an extremely unique and powerful group within the Galactic Empire, cradles of super merchants who traverse various star systems, wielding astonishing wealth and resources. Lin Chen did not make an immediate decision. He was well aware that what was written in these enrollment guidelines was merely superficial rhetoric. The real situation within the clubs, faction struggles, resource allocations, and other genuinely useful information still required an insider who understood the field to clarify. After pondering for a moment, he opened his personal terminal, found Lin Yuechan, and initiated a video call. The video was quickly connected, and Lin Yuechan's delicate face appeared on the light curtain. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and a thin layer of fragrant sweat glistened on her forehead, with the background showing the 2202 training room. "I'm in class, what's up?" Her voice was as cold as ever. Lin Chen asked, "Sister Yuechan, when are you free?"
Lin Yuechan raised her eyebrows slightly, as if guessing something, and smiled faintly, saying, "Is it about the clubs? Let's talk about it tomorrow." She said lightly, "Tomorrow morning is the freshman opening ceremony, you're the representative, right?" Lin Chen nodded, saying, "Yeah." Before Lin Chen could finish, Lin Yuechan decisively hung up the video call. Meanwhile, the girl in combat uniform across from Lin Yuechan was curiously watching her. Just now, who was that? She had been practicing the Qiyang Zhenyu Gongyi system with Lin Yuechan for 3 years, yet she had never seen her teacher in a video call looking like this, a bit like a spring breeze. Could it be Yuechan's younger brother? After hanging up the voice call, Lin Chen resumed his practice of the 8 treasures gong. Since he was just goofing off while training, there was no need to focus intently. The progress bar was slowly rising just the same. After finishing a round of training, he opened his personal terminal and found several new messages. The message from Ling Xiaoqing was straightforward. "I joined the Pioneer Club, what about you?" The friend request from Zhou Liyun in the elevator was a bit shy. "Lin, have you decided which club to join?" Chen Shui's message was filled with the enthusiasm and familiarity of a media person. "Lin, the response to the last interview was particularly good. To show my gratitude and to celebrate you being the top freshman, I'd like to treat you to a meal, is that okay?" Pity expression. "By the way, several of my senior sisters at the station are your little fans. They've been clamoring to meet this year's freshman legend." The last message was from Qian Cohen. "Bro Lin, my dad's company just sent over a batch of new nutritional liquid for internal testing, and the effects are said to be quite good. I thought I'd send a few boxes over for you to try, and could you help me evaluate the taste and effects? Your practical experience is definitely more accurate than us weaklings. When will you be in the dorm? I'll bring it over." Grinning expression, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He decided to hold off on replying to Zhou Liyun and Chen Shui. One was not very familiar, and the other purely wanted to build connections, which didn't seem worthwhile to think about how to respond. However, Ling Xiaoqing joining the Pioneer Club likely meant she had some connections. Pioneer Club? Quite impressive. Any insider news? I haven't decided yet. Lin Chen had a good impression of this little black girl who had surrendered to him twice. After handling Ling Xiaoqing's message, he replied to Qian Kuan. "New nutritional liquid? How much?" "I'll transfer you the money. I can't accept your kindness like this." Although Du Xiying's nutritional liquid claimed to cover his own, there was no need to refuse Qian Kuan's goodwill. Unexpectedly, just as he sent the message, the doorbell of the dorm rang. Lin Chen checked the monitor at the door and saw Qian Kuan standing. There were 3 beautifully packaged boxes, looking quite earnest. Lin Chen opened the door. As soon as Qian Kuan saw him, he eagerly placed the 3 boxes of new nutritional liquid at the entrance, smiling as he explained, "Bro Lin, this new product isn't on the market yet, it's still in the internal testing phase. Don't worry, it's absolutely safe, our family is drinking it." Seeing Lin Chen about to speak, he quickly waved his hand, saying, "Bro Lin, please don't mention money, that's too formal. Let's just be friends." Saying this, he didn't enter the dorm but stood at the door, curiously asking, "By the way, Bro Lin, have you thought about the club? Which one are you planning to join?" Lin Chen shook his head, "Not yet, what about you?" "Oh," Qian Kuan scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, "my talent for cultivation can't compare to someone as extraordinary as you, Bro Lin. I'm probably going to join the Administrative Institute Club, or the Legal Institute Club. I still have to wait for news from my dad." Lin Chen was a bit surprised. "Why not join the Interstellar Merchant Club? Isn't your family in business?" Hearing this, Qian Kuan was instantly at a loss for words. "Bro Lin, you really overestimate me. Those who come out of the Interstellar Merchant Club are all doing interstellar big business. With my small stature, wouldn't I need to hire tens of thousands of bodyguards just to run a business? My dad has already planned it out for me, the family handles the money making, and I just need to graduate smoothly and enter the Administrative Institute or Legal Institute in Tianmen City, and it'll be a success." Hearing Qian Kuan's words, Lin Chen's understanding of these clubs deepened further. Some organizations have names that sound impressive, but whether one can make a name for themselves still depends on connections and background. The Chen family has wealth and connections in Tianmen City, and the prestigious signboard of the Galaxy Martial University Executive Council Association is their stepping stone to access official circles and enter the city's management. The Planetary Merchant Association sounds glamorous, but for those without sufficient strength and a powerful background, recklessly engaging in interstellar business could lead to a 99% chance of becoming ashes in the vastness of the stars. Just as Qian Kuan left, Lin Chen's personal terminal chimed with a notification. It was Ling Xiaoqing replying to his message. They exchanged a few messages back and forth and quickly clarified the situation. Ling Xiaoqing's ancestor was actually the renowned martial god Ling Zhan, who left a significant legacy in the Taurus constellation. He was the same martial god Ling Zhan that Lin Chen had previously observed but could never grasp.
Of course, after thousands of years of lineage, the bloodline had long since thinned. Today, the Ling family in Xuanqing is merely an inconspicuous branch on the vast trunk of the main Ling family in the Taurus main star. 500 years ago, the ancestors of Ling Shaoqing, a couple of martial artists from the main stars branch, participated in the exploration of the 0755 star system, which allowed them to establish roots here.
Although the current Ling family in Xuanqing is considered a prominent family locally, it is still a far cry from the true main family. The arrangement for Ling Shaoqing by the Ling family is entirely different from that of the Qian family. They do not pursue local administrative paths but instead want Ling Shaoqing to join the Pioneer Association, aiming for her to return to the Pioneer system in the future. Ling Shaoqing did not state it explicitly, but Lin Chen instantly understood the underlying significance. The martial god Ling Zhan had many students, and their descendants must now occupy various important positions within the Pioneer system, forming a vast, invisible faction bound by heritage. For this faction, a young person like Ling Shaoqing, who possesses strength and the bloodline of a martial god, is naturally one of their own. This thin yet pure bloodline of a martial god is her key to entering this circle. On October 6th of the Empire's calendar, in the morning, the sunlight poured through the thin clouds of Terra like molten gold, unreservedly cascading onto the central square of the Galaxy Martial University. The jade stone ground, shimmering with a faint blue light, was illuminated to a translucent warmth, and the enormous star map engraved upon it seemed to be infused with life, with golden light slowly flowing within, outlining a miniature universe. At 8:30 a.m., the curtain rose. Over 10,000 freshmen, dressed in newly issued black combat uniforms, stood in formation in the designated area of the square according to their entrance exam rankings. They resembled a silent black forest, their ranks extending from in front of the pioneer statue to the edge of the square. Each person's expression varied. At the very front of their formation, in the first position of the first row, Lin Chen stood quietly, gazing at the towering pioneer statue that reached a height of 100 meters. On either side of the square were the areas for representatives of the senior students. Unlike the excitement of the freshmen, most of their expressions bore a hint of indifference, even impatience. Aside from the student council and leaders of various associations, most senior students were merely there to make up the numbers, showing little interest in the younger students who were about to face the harsh realities. The true elite among the senior students were either on missions or training, and would not attend the freshmen's opening ceremony. Directly beneath the pioneer statue, a solemn yet simple podium had already been set up. The principal, deans of various colleges, and teachers like Lin Yuechan and Si Qingwan were already seated. On either side of the podium were more distinguished guest seats. On the left side were officials from the 0755 Star Systems University Alliance, dressed in crisp dark blue uniforms, their expression serious, representing the highest echelon of the Empire's education. Sitting beside them were imperial generals in standard military uniforms and several high-ranking officials from the tribunal, their demeanor restrained but their gazes sharp as hawks. To the right was the area representing major financial conglomerates and top families. Chen Xian's father, Chen Haoren, the representative of the Chun group, sat upright, his expression imposing. Beside him were representatives from the Yi, Xiao, and Chu families, who appeared to be observing the ceremony, but in reality, each gaze was assessing the potential and value of this new cohort, calculating future networking investments. In the designated area of the square, hundreds of hovering holographic cameras floated like a loyal swarm, silently suspended in the air. The official mouthpiece of the Galaxy, major mainstream media outlets, and the campus television team led by Chen Shuwei were conducting a comprehensive, multi-angle live broadcast. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, the ceremony officially began. The majestic and ancient imperial war song resonated throughout the square, like a rhythm coming from the depths of the stars. The melody carried the iron-blooded spirit of expansion and the tragic duty of safeguarding civilization, instantly igniting the emotions of everyone present. Stand up! All faculty and students rose solemnly, the soaring song converging into a powerful momentum that shot up to the sky. As the song concluded, a middle-aged man with deep, ocean-like presence and gray hair, the current president of the Galaxy Martial Arts University, stepped onto the podium. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Here, the first thing you will learn is not how to throw a punch, but why you fight. The spirit of the pioneers is about exploration, sacrifice, and protection. I hope that when you leave here, you take with you not only great strength but also a heart dedicated to the Empire and humanity. May martial arts flourish. As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted. The representatives of the alliance nodded in satisfaction, the military leaders' gazes were resolute, and the financial representatives were whispering among themselves. Following that, the teacher representative and the senior student representative spoke in turn, one emphasizing the essence of cultivation, the other humorously pointing out the harshness of campus competition. At 9:45, the host's passionate voice echoed throughout the venue. Next, let us welcome the top scorer of this year's freshman Entrance exam, the representative of the new students, Lin Chen, to the stage to speak. Under the gaze of thousands, Lin Chen took a deep breath and stepped out from the ranks. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on him from behind numerous screens. In the dormitory, Bai Mushi tightly clenched her hands, the screen displaying her husband's tall figure. Tears already brimming in her eyes, pride and joy filling her heart. Among the new students, Yi Qinghan looked up at that figure, her heart a mix of emotions, resentment from rejection, curiosity about him, and a hint of fluttering that she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. Not far away, Qin Xiaoxiao and Su Qingying wore similarly complex expressions. A rival they had once dismissed now stood at a height they found hard to reach. Standing in second place, Chen Xuanyi remained calm, his cold eyes revealing no emotion. In the media section, Chen Shuwei curled her lip, muttering to herself, but the camera still captured a handsome close-up of Lin Chen. On the teacher's side, Si Qingwan watched the scene with great interest, a playful glint in her peach blossom eyes. Beside her, Lin Yuechan maintained her usual cool demeanor, only a barely noticeable slight upward curve of her lips betraying her inner feelings. In the live broadcast room, the commentator's voice had already risen to a shout, a miracle from the Haicheng Grain District, Lin Chen. Let's hear what this top freshman has to say. Lin Chen stood at the podium, facing the crowd below, as vast as mountains and seas, and the silent statue of the pioneer. He felt little tension, his only thought being, let it end quickly. Respected leaders, teachers, and dear students, good morning to everyone. This speech, polished by artificial intelligence, sounded very official, merely expressing gratitude to the school, looking forward to the future, and conveying determination filled with standard positive energy. My speech is concluded, thank you all. As the last word fell, he slightly bowed. After a brief silence, thunderous applause and discussions erupted. Lin Chen stepped down from the podium, letting out a long sigh of relief in his heart. These few minutes were more exhausting than a fight. Just as he returned backstage, his personal terminal vibrated slightly. The first message was from Bai Mushi, featuring a live screenshot of him speaking at the podium, with a magnificent pioneer statue in the background, accompanied by a line of text, "Hubby, you look so handsome." Red heart, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth involuntarily curled into a gentle smile. Soon after, a second message arrived from Lin Yuechan. It was a photo taken from the teacher's perspective, showing him standing tall with a determined gaze. No words were needed, the image spoke volumes. Before long, Lin Chen returned to the ranks of new students, and the ceremony was nearing its end. The student council president solemnly handed the heavy school flag to Lin Chen, and he could feel the power emanating from the flag, steeped in years of history. I swear. He raised his right fist, leading tens of thousands of new students in a solemn oath facing the statue. To pioneer, to protect, to be loyal. To cultivate for the rise of the empire. To fight for the survival of humanity. The oath echoed through the skies, lingering for a long time. At 10:15 a.m., the ceremony concluded. When the host announced the dismissal, the solemn atmosphere of the central square was instantly shattered. Like a thawing river, noise and commotion began to spread. Just as Lin Chen stepped down from the podium, still catching his breath, he was firmly locked onto by several groups of determined crowds. The first to approach were not ordinary new students, but several senior student leaders dressed in different club uniforms, exuding a fierce aura. The leader was a buzzcut young man from the Blood Battle Club, tall and muscular, with a military-like fierceness in his eyes. He strode confidently to Lin Chen, getting straight to the point, his voice booming, "Lin Chen, I am Zhang Chuanmon, the vice president of the Blood Battle Club. I've seen your matches, that fierce spirit is exactly what our club is looking for. Are you interested in joining us? If you join, the club will immediately apply for your status as a reserve officer in the Empire and provide free private coaching in several A-level martial arts techniques. We only welcome true warriors forged in blood and fire." Almost simultaneously, from the other side, a young man with an elegant demeanor, yet subtly exuding a shrewd business aura, smiled as he approached. "Lin, I am Chen Hanbin, the vice president of the Planetary Merchant Club. You might also consider our Planetary Merchant Club. Our club can provide you with the best platform to convert your strength into wealth. As soon as you nod, we can equip you with a professional financial advisory team to help you liquidate all your spoils and resources at the highest market price. In the future, the club's Taurus Interstellar Trade Alliance can also offer you over 1% in equity dividends." Representatives from the Legal Affairs Club, Guard Army Club, and other clubs quickly surrounded him. Behind the vice president of the Guard Army Club, Sun Yuyun looked on in surprise. She hadn't expected Lin Chen to be so popular, with 5 or 6 vice presidents from different clubs surrounding him, throwing out enticing olive branches. She had originally wanted to take this opportunity to get to know Lin Chen, add him as a friend, and see when they could go out for a meal. It seemed she had no chance now.
Meanwhile, the new students in the front were also being invited by leaders from different clubs. Chen Xian glanced at Lin Chen, who was surrounded, then politely declined everyone's recruitment offers and calmly walked away. Although he failed the freshman exam, the status of the heir did not change at all. Chen Xuani's sister had already arranged everything for him. Her best friend was the vice president of the Tribunal Society, allowing him to join the Tribunal Society directly.
The family's plan for Chen Xuani was to reach 100% genetic potential within 18 months.
And after graduation, head to the Terra Tribunal, or even to the main star of Taurus.
Meanwhile, other freshmen from distinguished backgrounds and families
had also mostly made arrangements long ago. In the crowd, Yi Qinghan clenched her fists. She wanted to step forward, but the girl's modesty and the shadow of being ignored made her hesitate. As she saw the major societies placing such importance on Lin Chen, her sense of urgency grew stronger. She had to find a way
to establish a connection with Lin Chen.
On the edge of the crowd, Qin Xiaoxiao and Su Qingying stood together, looking complexly at Lin Chen, who was surrounded
by layers of people. Their inherent pride made them disdain to squeeze into the noisy crowd, yet their gaze could not leave that central figure. Just as Lin
Chen was feeling dizzy from the waves of people and unsure how to respond, his personal terminal on his wrist vibrated lightly with a buzz.
It was a message from Lin Yuechan, concise yet undeniable, 2202, come here immediately.
Lin Chen immediately perked up and said loudly to the surrounding crowd, sorry everyone.
I have urgent business, I must take my leave.
However, as soon as he finished speaking and had not yet moved, two figures suddenly stepped in front of him like
phantoms.
They were two senior girls dressed in the standard attire of the Legal Institute Society, their expressions cold, with a hint of condescension in their eyes. The leading girl glanced at Lin Chen, then at the vice president not far away, and said with displeasure, classmate Lin Chen, our legal institutes
President Yang hasn't spoken to you yet. Are you in such a hurry to leave that you don't take our legal institutes seriously? Another girl snorted coldly in
agreement. Being the top freshman is indeed impressive.
But don't forget, this is the Galaxy Martial University, where understanding rules and manners is most important.
Not far behind them, Yang Jingyuan, the vice president of the Legal Institute, stood with her arms crossed, quietly observing the scene.
She was indeed
somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Chen's abrupt departure. In her view, no matter how talented a freshman was, they should maintain the most basic respect for their
seniors. Leaving without a word, what did he take Yang Jingyuan for?
Before she could finish her thought, a bone-chilling martial will erupted simultaneously
from the two female officials.
Both were fourth-year students, having comprehended martial will, and were not afraid of Lin Chen at all.
Freshmen comprehending
martial will indeed had an advantage, but that was only between freshmen.
Among the seniors who did not comprehend martial will, the two streams of martial will
focused on Lin Chen, forming an invisible pressure field, like two small mountains, pressing down hard on him. Their purpose was clear, to use their momentum to
force Lin Chen to bow his head publicly and learn respect. However, in an instant, buzz.
A will, 100 times more violent, 1,000 times more scorching, filled with primitive aggression, erupted from Lin Chen like a waking ancient volcano. Martial will raging fire. That will was so pure, so condensed, so
domineering, as if it could incinerate everything.
The martial wills of the two female officials, in the face of this raging fire, were like two snowflakes thrown into a furnace, unable to put up even a semblance of resistance, instantly shattered and melted away.
Puff!
The two girls' faces turned pale as if struck hard, stumbling back uncontrollably for 2 steps, their eyes filled with extreme shock and disbelief. There, their martial will was crushed in an instant.
By a freshman? How could this be possible?
The vice president of the Legal Affairs Institute, Yang Jingyuan, who had been watching from the side, felt a flicker of dissatisfaction on her face that completely solidified into deep shock the moment Lin Chen's martial will erupted. She herself was at the peak of half-step solid form martial will, just 1 step away from reaching the solid form peak. Yet, in the face of that violent will, she actually felt a shudder originating from the depths of her soul. It was not a suppression of levels, but rather, a crushing of essence. The opponent's martial will, in terms of refinement, actually
far surpassed hers? This was definitely not a power that a newcomer should possess. That terrifying will came swiftly and left just as quickly. After
overwhelming the momentum of the two female officials, it instantly retracted without a trace, as if it had never appeared.
And Lin Chen didn't even glance
at the two pale-faced women. His internal spiritual energy slightly stirred, and his steps became erratic, like a swimming fish, slipping through the gaps in the dazed crowd. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and the core figure they had surrounded had already slipped out of the encirclement, quickly heading towards the core area. It wasn't until Lin Chen's figure completely disappeared that the dead silence of the scene erupted into chaos. Everyone was stunned. If the previous
Competition was like watching through a screen, then this time, they truly felt the suffocating terror of Lin Chen. It was not just power, but an absolute crushing force stemming from the level of martial will. And Yang Jingyuan, after a brief shock, was overwhelmed by endless resentment and humiliation. Lin Chen. He actually dared to ruthlessly crush her subordinates in front of so many people. How was this any different from slapping her in public? When had Yang Jingyuan ever been humiliated like this? She noted this grudge. Not far away, Sun Yuyun was dumbfounded. The madwoman of the Legal Affairs Institute was notorious. As she was backed by the current top figure of the Galaxy Martial University, the Silver Martial Empress Lu Ruyan, which meant she had acted recklessly in the Galaxy Martial University for the past 2 years. This vice president of the Legal Affairs Institute, Yang Jingyuan, was a major general under Lu Ruyan's faction, Empress Flower. But Sun Yuyun never expected that this group of mad women would provoke the first newcomer, Lin Chen. Did these mad women really not think? How long could Lu Ruyan stay at Galaxy Martial University? By offending Lin Chen like this, did they really think the first newcomer was easy to bully? This was someone who had just surpassed the heir of the Chun group, Chen Shuani, to become the first newcomer. The door to training room 2202 was slightly ajar, and Lin Chen pushed the door open. As soon as he stepped inside, a loud bang echoed behind him, the heavy alloy door slammed shut, followed by the dull click of the lock engaging. Lin Chen's heart raced with alarm as he turned around sharply, only to meet Lin Yuechan's fiery phoenix eyes. She was wearing a black combat suit that accentuated her perfect curves, arms crossed, casually leaning against the door, with a smile that was both alluring and aggressive on her face. In broad daylight, what did she want to do? Yuechan, teacher? Lin Chen swallowed hard. He tentatively called out, instinctively taking a half step back. But Lin Yuechan advanced step by step, her powerful aura as a transcendent martial artist unabashedly enveloping him, making the air in the entire training room feel thick and scorching. Our handsome first newcomer really was impressive during the ceremony. Her voice was laced with a lazy rasp filled with a different kind of allure. Before her words fell, her figure flashed like a ghost, and Lin Chen felt an irresistible force slam into him, pinning him firmly against the wall. The following is omitted, 9 minutes and 49 seconds. Lin Chen leaned against the wall, slowly sliding down to the ground, gasping for breath, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. Lin Yuechan stood before him, looking down at him from a height. Her breath remained steady, but a charming flush crept across her delicate face, and there was a hint of languor in her eyes and brows, as if she had just indulged in something satisfying. She slowly shook her head, her gaze filled with unabashed disdain and disappointment, as if she were looking at a rather useless tool. Sigh, she lightly sighed, her tone laced with a hint of amusement. Is it really that weak? You still haven't grasped the Xian Su Heart Sutra? Lin Yuechan was genuinely puzzled. This adorable boy before her was sometimes so strong it was hard to believe, yet at other times, he was weak enough to be looked down upon. Lin Yuechan's expression and tone made Lin Chen very angry. As a man, how could he allow an older woman to belittle him? He suddenly lifted his head, glaring at her, gritting his teeth as he said, "You're bullying the weak, that's not fair." Oh? Lin Yuechan raised an eyebrow, leaning down, her snow-white fingertips lightly tracing his chin, her sharp phoenix eyes filled with mockery. So you mean, right now I'm big and you're small? When you grow up, you can turn around and bully me, right? The following is omitted. 9 minutes and 55 seconds. Lin Chen sat on the ground, calming the surging blood in his veins. He glanced at Lin Yuechan and asked, "Teacher Yuechan, why don't you talk about the club matters? You can go back now." Lin Yuechan didn't even lift her eyelids, directly interrupting him, her tone as flat as if she were dismissing a bothersome fly. Ha! Lin Chen was completely dumbfounded. He propped himself against the wall, looking at her in disbelief. Go back? Lin Yuechan finally raised her eyes, her previously enchanting phoenix gaze now returning to its usual coldness. She shot Lin Chen an annoyed look. What? I have other students' private lessons later, do you think I'm just sitting around all day? She paused and said matter-of-factly, didn't we agree to discuss serious matters? At midnight? Lin Chen's mind buzzed, nearly choking on his anger. He pointed at himself, then at the tightly locked door, his voice rising in pitch. So you called me over, locked the door, just for these 20 minutes? What do you take me for? A power bank? Are you playing with me? He finally couldn't hold back and blurted out. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan not only showed no sign of guilt but instead revealed a playful smile. She chuckled lightly and said slowly, "Yes. I'm playing with you, so what? Not happy?" She stepped forward, poking Lin Chen's chest with her fingertip, her tone dripping with extreme provocation, then hit me. She lazily stretched, her breathtaking curves on full display once again. Then, with a click, she unlocked the door. All right, she waved her hand. Remember to come on time tonight, don't be late.
Lin Chen was left speechless.
There was nothing he could do, he couldn't win.
His heart was filled with
indignation.
30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't underestimate the young and poor.
One day, I will make you pregnant. Yes, pregnant. With a 1% chance there will be a day of pregnancy.
In the afternoon, Lin Chen once again arrived at that familiar white building, the Reproductive Management Center. It felt so familiar, as if it were his own home.
Dressed in a brand new black suit,
the cool and elegant lady in black stockings, upon seeing Lin Chen's identification, displayed a complex look in her eyes while simultaneously smiling, leading him to the exclusive VIP room.
Half an hour later, Lin Chen walked out,
feeling refreshed, as if the entire world had become clear and bright. When he returned to school, the long-awaited system notification sounded in his mind, like
heavenly music ringing out continuously. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched and pregnancy completed. Reward, randomly unlock cultivation. Method permissions.
No unlocked cultivation methods, gained 1 permission point, still 3 consecutive successes. Lin Chen sighed in his heart, the
Reproductive Management Center is indeed the best, skillfully opening the system panel.
Permission points, 3 just 1 step away from the entry of the Shiansu
Heart Sutra. Offspring, 19, in gestation, 19 children. I wonder what kind of rewards I will receive after they are born.
When Lin Chen pushed open the dormitory door, Bai Mushi had just woken up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, lazily sitting on the edge of the bed.
Upon seeing him return, a sweet smile instantly blossomed
on her delicate sleeping face.
Honey, you're back.
Lin Chen walked over, gently embracing her, inhaling the comforting fragrance that enveloped her, and
the last trace of distraction in his heart dissipated.
He briefly told Bai Mushi about the rewards from the opening ceremony and the possibility of changing
dormitories. Really? We can move downstairs?
Bai Mushi's eyes lit up instantly, filled with surprise. I heard that the lower the floor, the richer the spiritual energy, which is better for the baby's development. Of course it's true, Lin Chen teased, scratching her little nose, and smiled. Let's apply right now and
move immediately.
Bai Mushi nodded vigorously, full of enthusiasm. The two had little luggage, and they quickly packed up.
Lin Chen submitted the dormitory change request on the terminal, and it was almost approved in seconds.
Dear Lin Chen, your dormitory change request has been approved.
New dormitory address. Room 001, floor 200. Movers will arrive at your current dormitory entrance within 5 minutes to provide free moving services.
The efficiency was astonishing.
Soon, the dormitory doorbell rang.
A few young men and women dressed in brand new student council uniforms stood at the door, standing tall, their faces displaying
just the right amount of enthusiasm and respect. The leading boy said loudly, "Hello, Senior Lin.
We are the preparatory staff sent by the student councils
Life Department to assist you with your move. Coming.
Bai Mushi cheerfully responded and opened the door. When they saw Lin Chen and the Bai Mushi snuggled beside him, a flash of amazement and curiosity crossed the eyes of these freshmen. While they hurriedly helped carry the few pieces of luggage, they introduced themselves, their words filled with admiration for Lin Chen. After a few exchanges, Lin Chen learned that these 4 boys and girls were actually freshmen from the same year as him, who had just passed the assessment and joined the student council, and this task was their first job as preparatory staff.
They were already in a frenzy inside. This was the number 1 freshman, Lin Chen, the gun brother, rumored to be the illegitimate son of a certain interstellar tycoon.
In person, he exuded even more charisma than in photos and videos.
And the woman beside him, was she the pregnant wife mentioned in legends? Her belly was indeed noticeable. She looked quite ordinary, like a typical girl next door. Could it be that the speculation on the forum was true? Lin Chen's true identity was actually the illegitimate son of a certain interstellar financial magnate?
They were wildly guessing in their hearts, but dared not show any slack in their words.
In the midst of chatting, one bold girl with shining eyes said, "Senior Lin, can we add you as a friend? If you need anything in the future, just let us know."
At Galaxy Marshall University, the strong are respected, regardless of grade, and the weak refer to the strong as seniors.
So, it was quite normal,
even expected, for them to call Lin Chen senior. Lin Chen politely nodded, just about to open the terminal. At that moment, the door of the adjacent dormitory was
gently opened with a click.
Yi Ching Han stood at the door. She seemed to have heard the commotion outside and wanted to see what was happening.
However, when
her gaze fell on Lin Chen, Bai Mushi, and the group of student council members with their packed luggage behind them, she froze instantly.
They were moving out.
A thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Yes, the ranking from the opening exam, the ranking changes, and the dormitory can be adjusted, having entered the top 3,000 in rankings. She was also qualified to apply for a move to a dormitory with denser spiritual energy and a lower floor.
And Lin Chen, he was the top freshman. Of course, he would move.
This logic, which was perfectly normal, felt like an invisible heavy hammer, striking hard at Yi Qinghan's heart. Her usually proud and charming face drained of color, turning pale. He was moving away, just a wall apart, the distance that made her feel close to him, the distance that supported all her reluctance and curiosity, was about to disappear? No. It couldn't be. She hadn't completed the task her father had given her. She hadn't changed his opinion of her yet, not yet. Yi Qinghan clenched her hands at her sides, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Lin Chen naturally noticed her, politely nodding in her direction before turning back to continue speaking with a few members of the student council. That glance was calm, indifferent, even carrying a hint of polite detachment.
As if he had merely seen an inconsequential stranger.
That look completely shattered the last
line of defense in Yi Qinghan's heart.
In her eyes, this was even more painful than being ignored. It turned out that in his heart, she was really just a
neighbor he couldn't even be bothered to remember the name of. Senior Lin, everything is ready, let's go.
Okay, thank you all.
The group laughed and surrounded Lin Chen and Bai Mushi as they walked toward the elevator.
The sound of footsteps and laughter gradually faded in the empty corridor. Yi Qinghan stood alone at the door, like a forgotten statue, until the voices completely disappeared, and then she suddenly came to her senses.
No! She abruptly turned and rushed back to
her dorm, trembling hands opening her personal terminal, quickly pulling up her student information interface. Below overall ranking, 2889, there indeed was
a shimmering link dormitory adjustment application. He can move, so can I. Without hesitation, she clicked the link.
Your new dormitory has been assigned, floor
271, room 017. Floor 271. Yi Qinghan felt like crying.
She seemed to vaguely hear the student council's preparatory members joking with Lin Chen, mentioning
his new dormitory floor. Was it floor 200? Floor 200. And floor 271. The difference was too far.
10 minutes later, room 001 on floor 200.
When the
heavy alloy door slid open, Bai Mushi looked at everything before her and couldn't help but let out a small gasp. Compared to the tiny single room on floor 298, this place was simply a mansion.
The total area was more than twice that of the previous one.
More importantly, as soon as she stepped in, she could clearly feel
the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was at least a notch higher than before.
Just taking a deep breath felt refreshing, even the baby in her belly
seemed to be more active. Wow, hubby, this place is amazing.
Bai Mushi happily twirled around in the living room, her face beaming with a happy smile.
Meanwhile, in the office of the Vice President of the Legal Affairs Society,
Yang Jingyuan, the Vice President, sat in her boss's chair with a gloomy expression. On the sofa opposite her sat several girls, all dressed in legal affairs uniforms, her subordinates. Sister Jingyuan, we can't just swallow this anger, one girl said indignantly. He's just a freshman, how dare he disrespect our legal affairs society like this, it's simply outrageous. Exactly, another girl chimed in, we are the people of the Empress. What he did today was not just slap our two sisters' faces, but also Sister Jingyuan's face.
The Empress's face. Yang
Jingyuan coldly swept her gaze over everyone, saying in a deep voice, understood, you all can leave now. Her subordinates, hearing this, felt as if they had received a great pardon, quickly stood up to take their leave. The office door closed, and Yang Jingyuan's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. She knew very well that such an embarrassing matter could never be reported to the Empress Lu Ruyan. That empress, who resided high above the clouds, had immersed herself
in cultivation for the past 2 years, striving to break through to the legendary realm of perfect transcendence. Throughout the entire galactic martial university,
everyone knew that Lu Ruyan had qualified for graduation 2 years ago but chose to suppress her realm, aiming to combine perfect body refinement, perfect spiritual energy, and perfect spirit at the moment she stepped into transcendence, forging the most flawless foundation for superpowers. To disturb her with such
trivial matters?
That would be akin to self-humiliation, and she would only be seen as an incompetent waste.
Yang Jingyuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing
her surging emotions, and dialed into the encrypted video conference of the core high-ranking members of Imperial Daughterflower.
The light screen lit up,
and one by one, figures who commanded respect on campus appeared. They were all vice presidents of various major clubs, the most core high-ranking members
under Empress Lu Ruyan.
Everyone is here. Yang Jingyuan scanned the crowd, getting straight to the point, her voice icy. I invited you all today to discuss the
recruitment issue regarding the top freshman, Lin Chen.
I encountered some obstacles. As soon as she finished speaking, a hint of mockery appeared on the
Sharp face of Meng Yao, one of the vice presidents of the tribunal, who was delicately filing her nails without even raising her eyelids. Obstacles. Young Jingyuan, I heard that today at the ceremony, you were publicly humiliated along with your two foolish subordinates in front of the entire school? What, now you want us to clean up your mess? Yang Jingyuan's face instantly flushed red, and she slammed the table, causing ripples to spread across the virtual surface. Meng Yao, watch your words. What? You dare to do but not to take responsibility? Meng Yao finally lifted her eyes, her gaze sharp as a knife. You can't even handle a freshman with no foundation. I think it's time to change the vice president of the Legal Affairs Court. Yang Jingyuan's anger surged within her, nearly spiraling out of control. Damn Meng Yao. If it weren't for the Empress needing this biting dog of yours. Alright, everyone, let's tone it down a bit. The graceful figure of Han Ying-gwen, the vice president of the student council, appeared on the main screen. She smiled to ease the tension, her tone gentle yet carrying an undeniable authority. Meng Yao, you can't say that. After all, he is the top freshman this year. It's normal for him to be a bit arrogant, and it's within reason. Her words were flawless, soothing Yang Jingyuan while flattering Meng Yao, instantly redirecting the focus of the meeting. Meng Yao snorted lightly, conceding to Han Ying-gwen and falling silent. However, Yang Jingyuan, unwilling to back down, spoke sharply. The student council has the Empress and the top senior. From the fourth year, the heir of the Chen family is also confirmed to join, with experts aplenty. What resources can a newcomer like him possibly get? The tribunal also has top students from the second and third years. He simply has no place. I invited him to the Legal Affairs Court, fully supporting him. That is already a tremendous favor. Yang Jingyuan paused, her tone carrying a condescending assertion. Don't be fooled by his current glory. In the end, he's just a low-level martial artist. What do true strong individuals rely on? Vast resources, top-tier techniques, guidance from renowned masters, family heritage. What does Lin Chen have? Such a person is the most superficial, with a foundation as fragile as a house of cards, easily blown away by the slightest storm. Oh. Meng Yao put down her file, smiling with interest, her expression full of mockery. The top freshman, whom you evaluate as so unworthy, single-handedly faced off against Chen Xuani, the heir of the Chun group, and defeated him under the spotlight. Yang Jingyuan, your relentless slander against him, could it be that you've made some private deal with the Chen family, wanting to help Chen Xuani regain his honor? You are slandering me. Yang Jingyuan's face instantly turned the color of pig liver, and she suddenly stood up, pointing at Meng Yao on the screen and shouting sternly, Meng Yao, stop insinuating here. My loyalty to the Empress is as clear as day. Everything I do is to strengthen our imperial daughter flower and to clear obstacles for the Empress, to support our female students at Wu University. But you've been here with your sarcastic remarks. Haven't you long been dissatisfied with our Legal Affairs Institute, wanting to take the opportunity to suppress us? Suppress? Meng Yao scoffed, as if she had heard the biggest joke. Yang Jingyuan, you really overestimate yourself. Just based on those few misfits under you? She leaned slightly forward, her sharp eyes seeming to penetrate the screen. I'm just reminding you not to bring personal grudges into the organization's decisions. Lin Chen is the hot topic that the entire Galactic Wu University is watching. If we Imperial Daughterflower want to recruit him, we must show enough sincerity and the right attitude. Not like you, with your condescending, patronizing demeanor, pushing people away. And also, Yang Jingyuan, Meng Yao said slowly, your intelligence work is still as poor as ever. Lin Chen is not the backgroundless low-level martial artist you imagine. What do you mean? Yang Jingyuan's brows furrowed instantly, a sense of ominous premonition rising in her heart. Meng Yao laughed disdainfully, as if watching a clown. You still don't know? Lin Chen is from the Si family, and teacher Si Qingwan personally intervened to suppress all anonymous reports against him. Isn't that obvious enough? The Si family. Si Qingwan? Yang Jingyuan's heart sank heavily. Meanwhile, on the conference screen, the expressions of several other Imperial Daughter Flower executives, who had originally been watching the show, suddenly turned serious. A subtle stir passed between them, and their exchanged glances carried a weight of gravity. Not only that, Meng Yao set down her teacup and dropped another bombshell, her gaze sweeping over everyone to ensure they were listening. Go find out for yourself. Lin Chen and teacher Lin Yuechan from the student council are quite close. They both share the surname Lin. The sentence was left unfinished, but the information contained within it exploded in everyone's minds like a thunderclap. This time, it wasn't just Yang Jingyuan. Even Han Ying-gwen, who had always been calm, showed a clear sign of emotion on her regal face for the first time. The breaths of the other vice presidents also halted in that moment. Lin Yuechan. That woman, rumored to be from the main star Lin family. Yang Jingyuan's pupils suddenly constricted, all her previous anger and
Resentment instantly replaced by a chilling fear that surged from her feet to the crown of her head.
Could it be Lin Chen is from the main star Lin family?
A more horrifying thought uncontrollably proliferated in her mind.
Could it be he is the new generation heir of the Lin family? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be.
But it could be the illegitimate son of some big shot from the Lin family. His resume clearly stated.
Could it be that the resume from the Haicheng Grain District is also fake? Yang Jingyuan's face turned pale instantly, cold sweat pouring down.
The others on the screen also fell into a deathly silence. Their expressions of watching a show had long vanished, replaced by deep shock and a re-evaluation. A mysterious newcomer who could have seen Qingwan personally protect him and has a close relationship with Lin Yuechan. All previous judgments about him being externally strong but internally weak and having an unstable foundation seemed so ridiculous at this moment. That was not an unstable foundation, it was their level that could not even touch his true foundation. The Student Council Vice President Han Yingwen, whose eyes always carried a gentle smile, now held only deep contemplation. This person is no longer someone they can casually recruit, test, or even suppress. He is a fierce dragon lurking in the new generation. Yang Jingyuan, that fool. All right. Han Yingwen, who had been silent, finally spoke. Since Lin Chen is close to teachers Si Qingwan and Lin Yuechan, then we Imperial Flower have no need to recruit him.
Her gaze was like
a sharp sword, piercing directly at the pale-faced Yang Jingyuan on the screen.
Yang Jingyuan, Han Yingwen's voice was devoid of any emotion. You didn't provoke him, did you?
This seemingly bland question made Yang Jingyuan shiver all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She felt her heart skip a beat and quickly forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, vehemently denying, how could that be?
Han Yingwen, I just sent someone to invite him. Normally, he simply didn't appreciate it. I absolutely did nothing out of line.
She was just relieved that she had only sent 2 subordinates to test the waters
and hadn't personally intervened. Han Yingwen looked at her deeply, not pressing further. Some matters are best left unspoken. From now on, no one in the organization is allowed to contact him or test him. Just treat this person as if he doesn't exist.
As for you, Yang Jingyuan, Han Yingwen's tone turned cold.
Again, manage your subordinates well and don't cause me any more trouble.
If your foolishness brings unnecessary losses to the organization.
She didn't finish
her sentence, but her icy gaze said it all.
Yes, I understand. Yang Jingyuan nodded vigorously, cold sweat soaking her back. Han Yingwen no longer looked
at her and directly closed the video communication. The screens dimmed one by one, and the conference room returned to silence. Yang Jingyuan sat in her chair, her expression grim. The relief of surviving a disaster intertwined with the resentment of being publicly humiliated in her heart.
Lin Chen. Lin family. See? Family. No, it absolutely cannot end like this.
This is not just a matter of face for me, Yang Jingyuan, but a matter concerning all female warriors of our
Galaxy Martial University.
This world is like that, always ready to crown men. As long as he is strong enough and wild enough, there will always be someone even. Women like Mangyao and Han Yingwen eager to step back, wanting to kneel and kiss his feet.
They have forgotten
how for the past 3 years, the
Empress has created the environment we have now.
An environment where a woman's ability and ambition can be acknowledged and respected. And Lin Chen, with his primitive and brutal male logic, is a virus attempting to erode this pure land. He publicly crushed my subordinates. That was not a simple demonstration, it was a declaration of war against us female warriors. His gaze, his posture, seemed to say, look, women, even if you establish your own order, I can crush it with a single finger. Every challenge he made today was testing the limits of the new order we established. If we back down, it would mean admitting to everyone that everything the Empress painstakingly built is merely a fleeting illusion, easily shattered before true, absolute male power. All our efforts over the past 3 years would become a joke. I will not allow that. Therefore, my face, Yang Jingyuan's face, is not just my own. It represents the authority of the Empress, the dignity of all our sisters in Imperial Flower, and more importantly, it represents this hard-won era where female warriors can hold their heads high. I will use my own way, with wisdom, to crush his dignity, letting everyone see what happens to foolish men who dare to challenge the new era created by the Empress. A flash of madness crossed her eyes, yet she did not realize that the increasingly thick darkness behind her seemed to come alive, silently writhing, gathering, and entangling. The night deepened. At 11:45 p.m., Lin Chen got out of bed and put on his clothes. He leaned down and gently kissed Bai Mushi's smooth forehead. Wife. I'm going to continue my training with teacher Lin Yuechan. Bai Mushi obediently nodded and softly said, go ahead, husband. Once the dormitory door closed
Quietly and Lin Chen's presence completely vanished. Bai Mushi let out a long sigh of relief. She touched her still slightly flushed cheeks. The baby in her belly seemed to really enjoy the warm and powerful spiritual energy when Daddy was training. But that feeling of her body being completely out of control, as if her soul was floating away, truly made her feel shy to the point of almost dying. Going to train with teacher Lin Yuechan was fine, it would allow her to rest well and calm her emotions. As the returning students filled the campus, the main road was still bustling with cars and people at the early hours of the morning. Lin Chen arrived at the door of training room 2202 and found it still closed, so he quietly waited outside. Before long, the door to the training room slid open. Stepping out was the familiar figure, Qin Xiaoxiao. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Qin Xiaoxiao was clearly a bit surprised. She recalled her grandfather's video call, his undeniable tone. Xiaoxiao, he is not your enemy. Being able to defeat the heir of the Chen family and take first place among the new students means his background is definitely strong, the kind that is terrifying. If he truly has no background, then that is even more frightening. Our Qin family absolutely needs to establish a connection, do you understand? Her usually icy cold face struggled to form a smile, though it appeared somewhat stiff and unnatural. Hello, Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded in response, hello. Yet inside, he was secretly muttering, I still prefer your previous cold demeanor. However, the next moment, Qin Xiaoxiao's action completely stunned him. She pulled out her personal terminal, her face still trying to maintain a smile, but with a hint of barely noticeable tension. Can we be friends? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly remembered something and instinctively glanced at Qin Xiaoxiao's chest. Very symmetrical, the same size. Which side was the big thunder that I blew up? He was starting to forget, after all, Qin Xiaoxiao wasn't the only girl who had exploded. Now it seemed, neither side showed any issues. The medical technology at Galaxy Martial University was indeed advanced. Qin Xiaoxiao immediately noticed Lin Chen's gaze, and the smile she had just managed to muster froze instantly, replaced by a hint of embarrassed anger. Lin Chen also quickly realized he had been rude, hurriedly retracting his gaze, clearing his throat, and skillfully opening his personal terminal to display his business card. Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes still held a mix of embarrassment and anger, but she extended her terminal and exchanged friend information with Lin Chen. After a soft beat, she took a deep breath, as if summoning great courage, and said, Lin, we are both candidates from Tiantai province, so we can consider ourselves fellow townsfolk. I wonder when you have time, we could have a meal together and get to know each other? Maybe another day, Lin Chen replied without thinking. He wasn't targeting Qin Xiaoxiao. He was just really busy right now. Every day was filled with training, and the techniques and martial arts he needed to practice were endless. He hadn't even entered the basics of the Xian Su Heart Sutra. The Hanyuan Qigong and 8 Treasures Gong were still waiting for him to improve his proficiency. After perfecting the 8 Treasures Gong, he would need to enter and practice the Dragon Tiger Gong that complemented it. He was looking forward to seeing if, after perfecting these 2 techniques, they could merge into the sea-level technique 8 Treasures Dragon Tiger Power as he envisioned. And in terms of gun techniques, he hadn't even started on the 3D level techniques, basic gun technique, shotgun technique, and spinning gun dance. The entry into the sea level martial art technique, furious wind spear technique, is still a distant prospect. Who has time to eat and socialize? Upon hearing this perfunctory response, Qin Xiaoxiao's face, which had just managed to squeeze out a smile, instantly returned to its icy indifference. She nodded, simply said okay, and quickly turned to leave. Lin Chen didn't think much of it and walked straight into training room 2202. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Yuechan dressed in a form-fitting black combat suit, stretching her body, her astonishing curves fully visible under the lights. A hint of lazy spring color lingered in the corners of her eyes. And upon seeing Lin Chen enter, she rolled her eyes in a mix of shyness and annoyance. Hee, the top freshman, girls lining up to add you as a friend wherever you go, Lin Chen grinned. Yuechan, is that a hint of jealousy in your tone? Lin Yuechan's sharp phoenix eyes swept over him with a slight air of superiority. Slowly scanning him, the martial will of blazing fire enveloped Lin Chen like an invisible flame. However, Lin Chen merely smiled back, his own domineering martial will erupting, pushing her momentum back entirely. The 2 opposing martial wills clashed fiercely in the air, locking in a stalemate, making the air in the entire training room feel thick and scorching. He would cultivate his martial will to level 7 in these few days. Then, let's see who overpowers whom. But Lin Chen thought again, if he really did surpass her in martial will, would this woman get so embarrassed that she would kick him away with pure strength? Yet, Lin Yuechan's expression remained cold. She suddenly turned around, slapping her palm on the control panel of the wall. Bang! The heavy alloy door closed with a thud, followed by the sound of it locking from the inside. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. It was over, he shouldn't have been so arrogant. Now, the door was closed. Lin Yuechan turned back, a half-smile on her face, and lunged at him. The following is omitted for thousands of words. 9 minutes and 57 seconds. Lin Chen lay on the ground, letting out a deep sigh. He had been completely suppressed. When would he be able to stand up and be a real man? Lin Yuechan shook her head disdainfully. Her breath still steady, but a hint of a charming blush appeared on her face. No way, without taking medicine, you're just a waste. Lin Chen was instantly speechless. Retorting, you, a transcendent martial artist, bullying the weak, how can you say that to me? Lin Yuechan chuckled at his words, her gaze subtly drifting downward. Oh? So you admit you're small? Lin Chen. He couldn't win a fight. The chances of pregnancy were low. Sigh, this is frustrating. He was completely at a loss for words. It seemed he hadn't come here to compete with her. Swish. The door to training room 2202 slid open again. The damp and slightly odd smell inside had long been sucked clean by the powerful ventilation system. The two had finished washing up. Lin Yuechan changed into a dark red tight combat suit, making her snow-white skin an alluring figure. Even more striking. She sat cross-legged on the cushion in the center of the training room, her beautiful face regaining its usual coldness and calmness. Speak, she lifted her eyes to look at Lin Chen. What do you want to ask? Given my current situation, which club should I join? Or should I just join the student council directly? Lin Chen asked. Lin Yuechan explained lightly, joining the student council basically means entering the reserve system of the Galactic Empire University Alliance. Being a transcendent martial artist is the minimum requirement for graduating from Galactic Martial University. After graduation, most members will enter the first or second tier universities and become teachers. Lin Chen blurted out, just like you, Teacher Yuechan? Lin Yuechan shot him an unhappy glare. Didn't I tell you not to call me that? Calling her teacher always gave her a strange sense of guilt. Didn't this little boy understand that? However, Lin Chen understood all too well that he just wanted to call the teacher. Calling the teacher gave Lin Chen a kind of secret thrill. Lin Yuechan suppressed the strange feelings in her heart and continued, of course, like Si Qingwan, if you want to be in the higher education system, you can be in the higher education system. If you want to be in the tribunal system, you can be in the tribunal system. Lin Chen was shocked and could only sigh inwardly. One could tell just by hearing it that the connections were strong. Lin Yuechan continued to analyze, if you have no background or connections, and it really is as your resume shows. Guard Corps, Executive Yuan Corps, Judiciary Corps, these three organizations mainly focus on the internal territories of the Empire, valuing connections and relationships the most, which are not suitable for you. Divine Cultivation Institute Corps, you are not a spiritual cultivator. So you don't have the qualifications. She glanced at Lin Chen and said meaningfully, then, the Student Council, Tribunal Corps, and Blood Battle Corps are the most suitable for you. The Student Council is the core hub. As a member of the Galactic Martial University Student Council, you naturally have connections in the higher education alliance. The other two, one is to join the tribunal after graduation, and the other is to join the Imperial Legion after graduation. Whether it's capturing heretics or dealing with the remnants of the abyss, or fighting externally, it mainly depends on strength for promotion. As for the Planet Merchant Corps, the risks are too high. Without a powerful family as a backing, it's a life and death situation. Capturing heretics? Dealing with the remnants of the abyss? Fighting externally? Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy. Why did it all sound so full of danger? This woman is starting to think too highly of me. My stable, flourishing, and prosperous system doesn't allow me to take risks all day long. Lin Chen cleared his throat and silently organized his words in his heart. Teacher Yuechan, actually, resources aren't that important. Mainly, I'm someone who prefers to cultivate quietly and is quite family-oriented. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. Here we go again. What strange thoughts is this little boy thinking about all day long? Which martial artist's path of cultivation isn't about competing with others, battling against the heavens, and seizing resources amidst blood and fire? Without resources, how can you improve your strength? By dreaming? Lin Yuechan reprimanded him without holding back, and seeing Lin Chen's indifferent expression made her even angrier. In Galactic Martial University, who isn't a prodigy? Just because you're one step ahead now doesn't mean you can stay ahead at every step. If you don't compete, you'll eventually be left behind. She felt Lin Chen was simply wasting his potential. First in the new student rankings. What an honor and starting point. How could he have such a lack of ambition? Lin Chen helplessly spread his hands. Teacher Yuechan, you see, I reached first place among the new students without using too many resources. I just like to cultivate quietly and don't want to compete for those things. What I mean is, my way of cultivation might be a bit different from others. What I need most is a stable environment where I can focus without distractions, everything else is secondary. Look, he pointed at himself, I haven't even mastered my current techniques and martial skills yet, how can I think about anything else? For me, having a quiet training room where I can practice the techniques I need every day is much more useful than being given a bunch of things I can't use. And, Lin Chen's tone became sincere as he looked into Lin Yuechan's eyes and said softly, I also don't want to be too far from home, after all, you're at the school too. For me, being able to come over and cultivate with you every day is quite nice, isn't it? You. Lin Yuechan listened to this almost confessional statement, and her heart, which had just been racing with anger, suddenly switched to a faster rhythm. A strange sweetness surged from her heart, extinguishing much of the raging anger, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and her ears grew redder. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. This little rascal only knows how to say these things to flatter people. She forcibly suppressed the strange feelings in her heart and changed the subject, saying, originally, Si Qingwan wanted to let you join the Judgment Court Society. She is the supervising teacher of the Judgment Court. Lin Chen nodded seriously, didn't you say you wanted to capture heretics and deal with the remnants of the abyss? That's too dangerous. I just want to quietly cultivate, as long as the years are peaceful, that's enough. Lin Yuechan was almost choked by his words, struggling to catch her breath. Peaceful years, my foot. Is this really the first-year student who outshines Qin Xuani at the Galaxy Martial Arts University? Dear readers, I've been a bit intense with the news before writing lately, information overload, and it's a bit overwhelming. As a result, while writing, the name of the vice president of the Judicial Court Society accidentally appeared coincidentally. It's really a coincidence. Absolutely not intentional. For the sake of harmony, I stayed up all night and decided to change the vice president of the Judicial Court Society to Yi Jing'ai. This name clearly has great love and understanding. Lin Chen recalled the rude obstruction from those two girls in the Judicial Court Society after the freshman opening ceremony and followed her words to ask, Judicial Court Society. I did have a little friction with their people after the ceremony today, why are they targeting me? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Lin Yuechan's cold phoenix eyes, and her lips involuntarily curled into a playful smile. Oh? Is there such a thing? She laughed, her smile revealing unabashed glee. Oh dear, since Lu Ruyan went into seclusion, her group of Imperial Flower has become increasingly arrogant. They actually want to recruit you. Through the judicial court? This isn't recruitment, it's clearly looking down on you, the top freshman, trying to give you a warning to make you obedient. Lu Ruyan? Imperial Flower? Lin Chen's curiosity was piqued. Yes, Lu Ruyan, a fifth-year senior, now recognized as the top person at Galaxy Martial Arts University. Lin Yuechan said with a light laugh, she and the one from Longtang Martial University are known as the dual empresses by the students of the First Academy District. Empress? Lin Chen smacked his lips, thinking that name was quite imposing. Lin Yuechan shook her head, seemingly indifferent to the title, and continued to explain, the so-called Imperial Flower is an all-female organization founded by Lu Ruyan. Currently, more than half of the upper echelons of the student council and major societies are her people. She focuses on cultivation and breaking through her bottleneck, while these daily student affairs are managed by the high-ranking members of the Imperial Flower. After listening, Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully and succinctly summarized, I see. In other words, that Lu Ruyan is the empress who focuses on cultivation and ignores worldly matters, while these so-called Imperial Flowers are her personal maids managing mundane affairs? Upon hearing this bold yet fitting analogy, Lin Yuechan suddenly burst into laughter, her cold ice mountain aura instantly shattered, and her eyes and brows were tinged with bright joy. Personal maids? That's a rough way to put it, but your understanding is somewhat reasonable. She laughed so hard that her delicate figure trembled, the curves beneath her combat suit making Lin Chen feel a bit parched. After laughing, she restrained her expression, regaining some of her coldness, and glanced at Lin Chen, warning him with a hint of annoyance, but you'd better only say such things in front of me. If it gets out, don't expect me to cover for you. What if I accidentally offend them? Lin Chen looked at her, his eyes carrying a hint of just the right amount of innocence. And testing, Teacher Yuechan, will you help me? Help you? Lin Yuechan snorted lightly, her sharp phoenix eyes sizing him up. Why should I help you? I'm not your nanny. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, a look of just the right amount of seriousness on his face as if he were weighing the pros and cons, since the Empress has such great power. Should I submit and join the Legal Affairs Institute? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan slightly narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes, nodded, and replied in a flat tone, it's not impossible. The resources at the Legal Affairs Institute are considerable. If you're willing to lower your head, they should offer you decent treatment. How about You contact their vice president now and sign up directly? Cough, cough, Lin Chen coughed, waving his hands repeatedly. Just kidding, just kidding. What a joke. If it weren't for not finding a legitimate reason at school, today in the square, it wouldn't have been as simple as using martial will to push those two women back. He would have shot them one by one, directly blowing them away, and they dared to block his path. Lin Yuechan rolled her eyes dramatically, knowing Lin Chen was just talking nonsense. Just by watching his fierce style of blowing up opponents one by one in the competition, she knew he was no pushover. Lower his head to the girls from the Legal Affairs Institute? How could that be possible? She sighed lightly, sat cross-legged again, and her expression became serious. All right, no more jokes. Let's talk business. With your strength and potential, not competing for core resources is truly a waste. She pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of various options in her mind. First is the student council. She spoke first, her tone carrying a hint of neutrality. The student council oversees all affairs within the school, with numerous factions, but it is also the place with the most concentrated resources. As the top freshman, joining it would immediately grant you a high status and voice. The advantage is a large platform and extensive connections, and I'll be there to support you. When she said the last sentence, she instinctively lowered her voice, as if that was the point she valued the most. But the drawbacks are also obvious. She shifted her tone, analyzing objectively. The internal politics of the student council are very complex, with the Chen family and Lu Ruyan's empress flower deeply entangled within. She had proposed a seemingly good plan, but her tone was somewhat flat, clearly aware that it was not the optimal solution. Lin Chen remained silent, quietly watching her, waiting for her to continue analyzing. Lin Yuechan's fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on her knee as she said softly, actually, the tribunal society is the most suitable for you. The advantage is power. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calmly analyze. The tribunal society is the school's court, a highest executor of school rules, independent of other societies, and has the authority to investigate all students. In the school, they are the very embodiment of discipline. Joining the tribunal means you have the strongest protective charm. No one would dare to openly target you, allowing you to avoid conflicts and focus on your cultivation. This sounded tailor-made for Lin Chen. What about the drawbacks? Lin Chen keenly pressed. Lin Yuechan's expression instantly turned cold, a hint of undisguised vigilance and hostility igniting in her sharp phoenix eyes. The drawback is there might occasionally be field assignments. Lin Chen looked at Lin Yuechan's expression and knew she was lying. Those always sharp eyes, at this moment, unconsciously drifted elsewhere, her tone taking on a hint of forced stiffness. Field assignments? Such words might fool a 3-year-old. For the students of the Galaxy Martial University, dangerous field assignments often meant high credits and valuable practical opportunities. How could they simply be categorized as drawbacks? The real drawback. In Lin Chen's mind, another graceful figure almost instantly came to mind. That alluring pink combat suit, the flowing black waves of hair, and that enchanting face, as if it were always ready to spark. Si Qingwan, the stunning beauty who whispered sweetly in his ear, playfully asking if he wanted sister to help you with some guidance. He instantly understood. This best friend made Lin Yuechan feel an overwhelming sense of crisis. This was the real flaw. Watching her excited yet vigilant expression, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, while feigning confusion on the outside. If I remember correctly, Teacher Si Qingwan is the supervising teacher there, right? With her personal attention, isn't that a good thing? It sounds like if I go there, no one would dare to mess with me. You. Lin Yuechan was momentarily speechless by his words, her chest rising and falling. Of course, she knew it was a good thing. Rationally, she understood that in Si Qingwan's territory, Lin Chen would receive the greatest protection and the freest space to grow, which would be beneficial for him. But emotionally, she was 1,000 times unwilling. Just thinking about Lin Chen spending all day with that enchanting beauty radiating hormones made her heart feel heavy. In the end, reason struggled to prevail. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her displeasure, and spoke in a tone that was almost self-destructive, muttering, Yes, yes, yes. Objectively speaking, that is indeed your best choice at the moment. She raised her head, fixing Lin Chen with an extremely serious and warning gaze. But remember this. Joining the club is one thing, you need to keep your distance from her. Aside from necessary official matters, no private contact allowed. If I find out that you are being individually tutored by her for some ridiculous reason. She didn't finish her sentence, but the threat in her eyes was already unmistakable. Lin Chen looked at her, torn between wanting him to go and fearing he would. Both angry and annoyed, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He deliberately put on a look of sudden realization and then sighed heavily. Sigh, in that case. He pondered for a moment, as if he had thought it through carefully, and finally spoke in a tone full of understanding and empathy, then I might as well join the student council.
It sounds like wherever I go, I'll have to face disputes, so I might as well go to a place where you can look out for me. He raised his head, looking sincerely at Lin Yuechan, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Although teacher Si Qingwan does sound quite reliable, I still prefer to join the student council. Lin Yuechan felt a warmth in her heart. The irritation and vigilance were instantly swept away by a wave of sweetness. She was about to say something, but the next second, her expression suddenly froze. No. No, she almost blurted out, her tone firm and undeniable. You are going to the Judgment Court Club. Lin Chen was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at her. What? Sister, what are you doing? Lin Yuechan's face flushed, but she quickly composed herself, huffing uncomfortably, her gaze drifting elsewhere, yet she firmly stated. That woman Si Qingwan just called, specifically asking me to do a good job with you. If you don't go now, won't it make me, Lin Yuechan, seem petty? Lin Chen looked at her, caught in a dilemma of wanting to save face while suffering, and couldn't help but laugh. Women, oh women. No, 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 he quickly waved his hand, speaking earnestly, it's just that I feel the atmosphere of the Judgment Court Club doesn't suit me, so I don't want to go. It has nothing to do with you.